You have a black card with $1 trillion limit, and the balance will automatically refresh to $1 trillion every day. Can you clear the balance in one day? Your fiancé got into the rich second generation's luxury car in front of you and publicly mocked you as a poor guy with no money or background. Your heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife, and your fists involuntarily clenched. Ding! Suitable host detected. Consumption system successfully bound. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a gold-digging black card. The balance in the black card will refresh to $1 trillion every day. For every billion spent by the host, 1 consumption point can be obtained, and consumption points can be exchanged for various system items. As the system's voice fell, a shiny black card appeared in your hand. $1 trillion every day. Looking at the black card in your hand, you were shocked. How much money does the world's richest person have? He dares not say he spends $1 trillion every day, but now you can. Does that mean you are richer than the richest person? This comparison filled you with excitement in every cell of your body. At this moment, you looked up again at your smug fiancé, and you smiled. You no longer lingered. No longer polite. Since you betrayed me, I will pursue your good sister. You hold a black card and walk towards a petite girl who is watching the excitement ahead. This person is named Wang Jiaojiao, a good friend of Lu Ruyan and also one of the 5 campus belles. Before you even reach Wang Jiaojiao, you directly transfer 100,000 yuan to her WeChat account. With a message attached below, I know your brother is hospitalized. I am willing to cover the medical expenses of 100,000 yuan. I am not in a good mood today. Accompany me. Afterwards, you came to Wang Jiaojiao's side, and in front of your fiancé Lu Ruyan, you directly said, "Will you accompany me today?" As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding crowd first fell silent, and the next second, the sound of discussions erupted like a storm. He's doing what? Don't tell me he's trying to pursue Wang Jiaojiao. Crazy, isn't it? Everyone at Dongda knows that Wang Jiaojiao is proud and arrogant. She once said she wanted to marry a second-generation rich man. She's a well-known gold digger at Dongda, and he still wants to pursue Wang Jiaojiao. Is he joking? Lu Ruyan looked at the scene, sneered, with a clear expression of disdain and contempt in her eyes. She could already foresee how Wang Jiaojiao would humiliate him next. A hint of satisfaction appeared on her face, feeling lucky that she had dumped this poor guy early on. The surrounding crowd also had mocking expressions, waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. However, the next moment, something that shocked them all happened. Wang Jiaojiao, holding her phone, had a smile as bright as a flower, a cute shy expression on her round face, and nodded. This scene was like a hammer hitting everyone's head. The surrounding crowd widened their eyes in astonishment, mouths agape, watching this scene in disbelief. Am I seeing things? Did she agree? He actually managed to ask Wang Jiaojiao out. Lu Ruyan also looked stunned, her eyes filled with shock. Wang Jiaojiao was her good friend, a well-known gold digger at Dongda. Now, this gold digger actually agreed to go on a date with her ex-boyfriend. It felt like a loud slap on her face, making her face turn red with anger. Wang Jiaojiao, Lu Ruyan shouted angrily, but as she shouted, she realized that Wang Jiaojiao had already left with you, not caring about her at all. On the other side, Chu Ku, seeing Lu Ruyan's unpleasant expression, came forward to comfort her, saying arrogantly, "Yan Yan, why bother stooping to the level of these two poor guys? Arguing with them only diminishes our status." Chu Ku spoke with arrogance, looking at the two with obvious disdain. This made Lu Ruyan's expression improve slightly. Being with people like this, Wang Jiaojiao must be blind. She's destined to be just an ordinary housewife in her life. I look forward to the day when Wang Jiaojiao regrets it. Thinking to herself, Lu Ruyan's face showed a cold smile. "Alright, darling, don't be angry. Let's go. I'll take you to buy jewelry. Let's go to Tianda Plaza," Chu Ku said, hugging Lu Ruyan's waist and getting back into the car. On the other hand, after receiving 100,000 yuan, Wang Jiaojiao's face looked somewhat unnatural. She glanced at you and asked in a harsh tone, "Where are we going? Where are we going?" "Of course, it's Tianda Plaza. It's a high consumption place. You have to spend a lot today. The system said that you need to spend 1 billion to get a bit of consumption points. Consumption points can be exchanged for various items. Although I don't know what those items are. Can the system offer ordinary items?" This made you have high expectations for the exchange. "System, can you open the exchange interface?" "No. For the first time, you need to pay 10 consumption points." Shocking. You were a bit surprised. "So, I have to spend 10 billion first before I can open the exchange interface. Isn't this forcing me to spend money?" "So system, can you tell me what all the redeemed items are?" "The items exchanged are all carefully selected by the system. This is a secret and cannot be disclosed in advance." Chen Mofan was even more helpless, but he was also even more curious about those redeemed items. "Okay, 1 billion. so let's spend $1 billion first. Chen Mofan directly grabbed Wang Jiajiao's small, soft, boneless hand and walked forward. Let's go. Cheetah Plaza. I'm in a bad mood today. Accompany me to spend money. As her small hand was wrapped by Chen Mofan's large hand, Wang Jiajiao's face flushed and she tried to break away. Her impression of Chen Mofan was just average, and she didn't have any favorable feelings towards him. Knew he was a famous beggar. The reason for accompanying him was purely for the sake of $100,000. Her brother has leukemia, and the initial treatment has already cost the family's savings. The follow-up treatment is even more astronomical, which is why she's looking for a rich kid. Obviously, beggar Chen Mofan was not the perfect candidate in her mind. It was just that Chen Mofan's outburst of 100,000 still surprised her a bit. It also made her a little curious. Could a beggar student really come up with $100,000? But no matter what, after today, she would not be in contact with Chen Mofan. Taking a cab, the two of them went straight to Cheetah Plaza. When he reached the front of the square, Chen Mofan changed his mind and walked towards the restaurant on the side. Wang Xianga. He decided to finish his meal before spending it. What's the saying? Warm and fuzzy. He's eating and soaking his girlfriends, and it's all pretty good. In front of the Wang Xiang pavilion, Wang Jiajiao looked at Chen Mofan in surprise. She had thought that when she said she was going to dinner, she should just find a random bistro. She didn't expect it to be the Looking Glass Pavilion, which caused a flash of surprise to involuntarily cross her face. You know, a casual meal at Wang Xianggo costs thousands of dollars. It's simply not something that students like them can afford to spend money on. Now, Chen Mofan, the famous poor of Eastern University, had brought her here? While she was shocked, there was some contempt in her heart, thinking that Chen Mofan was pretending in front of her to reap her favor. An ordinary student. First he took out $100,000, and now he's bringing her to Wang Xianga. It must have cost mom and dad's savings to get that kind of money, in order to forcefully pretend. He had so disregarded his parents' hard work. This made Wang Jiajiao's goodwill towards Chen Mofan drop to the bottom, and at the same time, in his heart, he despised Chen Mofan even more. Seeing Wang Jiajiao's face look a bit ugly, Chen Mofan was a bit puzzled, not knowing what this was smoking. You brought her here for a big meal and you're still not happy about it? Shaking his head, Chen Mofan walked inside with large strides and asked for a deluxe box. The waiter informed that the minimum consumption of the deluxe box was $50,000, and Chen Mofan was happy. He's not afraid to spend money now. $50,000. That's still a little short. After thinking about it, Chen Mofan said to the waiter, "Do we have anything higher? Like a minimum spend of $100,000. The waiter was confused. He wondered if his ears were hallucinating. 50,000 isn't enough? You want 100,000 more? When have you ever seen a meal for two people cost $100,000? This caused the waiter to be wary in his heart and looked Chen Mofan up and down. An obvious ground-up outfit. This kid didn't come here to cheat on his food and drink, did he? Wang Jiajiao on the side was even more full of disappointment. She felt that Chen Mofan was really able to pretend. A beggar student who wants to spend $50,000 on a box? She almost bit her tongue in surprise when she first heard that. Now, this beggar even blurted out that he wanted 100,000 packages? What an ignorance! Looking at the waiter's strange face, Wang Jiajiao felt unusually humiliated. She felt that coming out with Chen Mofan today was her biggest blunder. Go back and just pull the plug. Wang Jiajiao thought in her heart, and had already made up her mind to slip away immediately when she had the chance. She was afraid that if she continued, she would lose face. Chapter 3 Chen Mofan acts again. Handsome, he was just messing with you. Wang Jiajiao hurriedly explained a sentence. She was afraid that if she didn't explain, the waiter would really blow them out. Chen Mofan didn't insist, and after picking up the menu and looking at it twice, he inquired, "We're just the two of us, let's just have a couple bites." This statement instead let Wang Jiajiao relieved. She is really afraid of Chen Mofan in the hole out of what moths, forced to pretend to disgrace her. Wang Jiajiao nodded. Chen Mofan's face was calm. Holding $1 trillion in his hand, he was full of energy. Men, having money gives you confidence. Closing the menu, he said flatly. Okay, let's have this menu then. Wang Jiajiao and the waiter both froze violently, and both of them turned their heads stiffly and, looking towards Chen Mofan who had a bland face. You call this a simple meal? If you don't eat simply, are you going to buy the restaurant back? The waiter froze for 2 seconds before tentatively asking, "Sir, there are many expensive ingredients in the menu, such as black truffles, sea cucumbers, orun, and so on. A menu will cost you about $150,000. Are you sure?" After receiving Chen Mofan's nod of confirmation, the waiter took the menu and walked out. He went to the manager first thing and told him what had happened, and asked Chen Mofan how this guest was treated, whether to serve the food or just kick it out. The manager was a middle-aged man with a big belly and the owner of the restaurant. After hearing the two people ordered dishes that were over $100,000, their faces were also filled with suspicion. Boss, I guess he just came over here to cheat on his food and drink, so if you ask me, kick him out. Off to the side, the waiter whispered. Saying that, with a hint of disgust on his face, he glanced at Chen Mofan's box. He was most annoyed with people like this, who came to act like they had no money. The boss pondered for 2 seconds and waved his hand. Serve him, but arrange for a couple of security guards to stand guard at the entrance to the box. If the other team tries to run away from the order or make any other small moves, just give me a direct hit, to the death. After the beating, escort him to his parents for money. The waiter nodded with a sneer. The waiter had just left the box, and Wang Jiajiao looked at Chen Mofan's pretense of indifference. It exploded on the spot. Chen Mofan, you've had enough. It's not that I'm looking down on you. $150,000. Can you afford that much money? Wang Jiajiao said, a touch of disgust surfacing in her eyes filled with disappointment. If I'm guessing correctly, the $100,000 you just gave me is your family's savings, right? Taking your parents' hard-earned money and acting like a pussy. Chen Mofan, you really make me feel sick. The contempt on Wang Jiajiao's face did not have the slightest concealment and was directly posed to Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan froze for a moment. He didn't expect Wang Jiajiao, a gold-digging woman, to say something like this. This made him somewhat impressed with Wang Jiajiao, but he didn't explain either, because the other side wouldn't believe him if he did. In that case, what's the point of wasting words? Thinking of this, Chen Mofan directly disliked back. It doesn't cost you a dime, so why are you worrying about that? Wang Jiajiao froze for a moment, then said negatively, fine, Chen Mofan, I watched with my own eyes how you lost your family because of your forced pretenses. A fortune? Chen Mofan smiled. What he craved the most right now was to dump his family's money and spend all the $1 trillion in his card. But it's not even close to spending this much now? The dishes were soon served on the table, and it must be said that for each dish, Wang Shanga did a very good job. Not only the flavor of the dish, but also the presentation is a sight to behold. There would be no repetition of the various flowers and plants, paired with that exquisite cuisine to whet the appetite. Soon, various dishes were placed on a full table, and Chen Mofan ate with great gusto. It's full of ingredients that he's only seen on the internet before. After actually eating it in his mouth in reality, he realized why the internet was blowing these ingredients out of proportion. The firmness and cuteness of the aurora, the freshness and flavor of the eastern starspot, and the tenderness of the wagyu beef in your mouth. Feel the flavors of those ingredients slowly spread through your mouth until they take over. At that moment, the enjoyment simply reached its peak. Unlike Chen Mofan's gorging, Wang Jiajiao ate with worry. She's terrified that if they don't have the money to pay the bill, they'll be left here scrubbing dishes to cover their debts, or just escort them to their parents. At that time, she would really lose her face. Every time she thought of this, Wang Jiajiao looked at Chen Mofan with a sly grudge in her eyes. Heck, the big deal is to pay the store the $100,000 he gave me as meal money, but it's still $50,000 short. The waiter serving on the side, looking at the expressions of the two men, more and more sure of his guess. These two just came over to cheat on their food and drink. The heart was also on the alert for Chen Mofan with that. How's it going? Is the food here okay? Chen Merfan swallowed half of the liaoshan in one gulp and casually inquired. Wang Jiajiao absent-mindedly nodded and just casually replied back. Not bad. With just these two words, Wang Jiajiao's words carried a trace of obvious crying. Apparently she was genuinely afraid that what she had just brainstormed would actually happen. But Chen Mofan's next words made her little heart, which was already filled with fear. Again, he jerked hard. If it's delicious, then this will be our cafeteria from now on. These words made Wang Jiajiao's eyes widen violently, and she was about to lash out when she heard Chen Meifan speak. Handsome, check out. Ah, check out. The waiter's voice was raised 3 notable degrees. He was ready for these two to cheat him out of food and drink. But now, the other guy wants to check out? The waiter was a little confused. The script wasn't right. You're not supposed to nitpick and say the food isn't good, or the service isn't good. Either that or the dish has hair or steel wool balls in it as a way to cheat the food and drink? How can you say the word checkout? What was I thinking? The other guy wants to check out. The waiter snapped out of his daze and hurriedly handed over the bill that had been printed long ago. The contempt on his face completely disappeared at this moment and turned into a winking smile. Sir, you have spent a total of $169,000, and the change has been erased by the store for you. Well, swipe your card. Chen Mofan took out his black card. Until the card was successfully swiped, Wang Jiajiao was still unresponsive. She can't believe it. That dog god that the people of the East Lord mocked actually paid $160,000 for a meal? Wang Jiajiao pinched herself fiercely. feeling the pain coming from her arm, and it was only then that she was sure she really wasn't dreaming. She literally ate a $160,000 meal. This thought came to mind in Wang Jiajiao's mind, and she was left messy in the wind, for she realized with a jolt that the meal had been light and fearful. Don't even know what it tastes like. That's a $160,000 meal. Thinking about this figure, Wang Jiajia couldn't wait to give herself a big mouthful. She's got a great opportunity in front of her and she's not going to enjoy it? Not only did you not taste it, but you didn't take a picture of it? If this was posted to her circle of friends would definitely be a magnitude 10 earthquake. Ruyan Lu would be even more envious to the point of crying. Thinking about this, Wang Jiajia wanted to cry. Dudes, get your boss over here for a minute. I want to talk to him about transferring the store. I saw those 4 words taped to your door. Chen Mofan's flat words exited. This time, the waiter didn't dare to be the slightest bit lazy and trotted off to find the boss. As for Wang Jiajiao, who heard this, her mood that had already calmed down once again fell into shock. What's going on? Are you really going to buy the store? Feeling that what you just said about simply taking a bite is really just simply taking a bite. It's not going to be easy now, is it? Chapter 4, The Legendary Pushy King's Temperament. Wang Jiajiao's round little doll face was filled with shock and doubt. The news was like a magnitude 10 earthquake to her. On what grounds? Then, Chen Mofan, can you really afford to buy the Wang Shanga? Wang Jiajiao's tone had a distinct tremor in it. This time, she didn't dare to think arbitrarily that Chen Mofan couldn't afford it, because the expression on Chen Mofan's face when he swiped his card just now was too plain as if the average person had spent $1. No, it's more than that. It's like a regular person spending a dime. Casual nonchalance. You know, that's $160,000. How many ordinary people don't make that much money in a year? But what about this beggar? He didn't even blink. This calmness, this confidence. It made her suddenly feel as if she was having a bit of trouble seeing this famous dog god of Eastern University. And, just now, he seemed a little bit cooler when he swiped his card. In response to this question, Chen Mofan's face was bland as he nodded. His main goal right now is to spend money. And besides, the food is really good. It's okay to be a cafeteria in the future. It would be nice to work on losing $18 million a year. The owner quickly rushed over, before entering the box. Just now, he had heard from the waiter. When he learned that $160,000 was spent and Chen Mofan's face was as flat as water, he understood that it's his own dog's eye view. This one is definitely a rich master. Now, looking at this one, big undershirt, big pants, proper all over the place, but no matter how he looked at it, there seemed to be a noble forced kingly aura pervading him. Against this aura, it made his big undershirt, his big pants, look radiant. Sure enough, rich people like to keep a low profile. With a smile on his face, the boss, Richard Wang Mo, walked in and laughed. Little brother, I heard that you are interested in taking over my store. Is that right? Chen Mofan nodded and inquired. Boss, I would like to ask first, why did your store transfer off? Is it because of poor efficiency? Wang Morkai hurriedly explained. Little brother, no. This store is earning very well. It's not losing money. It's making hundreds of thousands of dollars in net profit every month. Chen Mofan was disappointed when he heard it. He was still thinking that he could lose some every month. But Richard Wang froze. What's going on? Profit is good. Why does this little brother still have a disappointed look on his face? Could it be that you feel less profitable? Richard Wang Mercia was dumbfounded. If it's making good profits, then why transfer it? At the mention of this, a touch of bitterness flashed in Wang Mokai's eyes. He let out a helpless sigh before slowly saying, Little brother, since you asked, I won't hide it from you. My wife has caught the gambling habit. The family savings were lost to her. Not only that, but she took out a loan shark. Brother, I can't help it. Had to sell the hotel that I've worked for half my life to pay off her debts. This boss is still infatuated. Chen Mofan was a bit surprised, but infatuation is often not rewarded well. Like him. Then, boss, I won't ask for anything else. Just name a number for this hotel that. It's just as well I'm short of a cafeteria. Cafeteria? The boss was in the wind for 2 seconds before snapping to attention and asking tentatively. Little brother, this store of mine is on the upswing, and it's definitely going to make more and more money in the future. So I want to sell it for $30 million. What do you think? $30 million. Chen Mofan was surprised. Wang Mokai's heart tightened. Sure enough, he wanted more. He was about to say that the price was negotiable when he heard Chen Mofan say, That boss, that's a bit of a loss for you. Chen Mofan had originally prepared $50 million to take it, but he didn't expect it to be used. It's bull **** or not. A loss? Wang Morkai was confused. Buying a hotel has seen buyers cut the price. The first time to see buyers raise the price. It made him wonder if he was hallucinating. No. $30 million is high enough that I feel like I'm taking advantage of it. Okay, since the other party had said so, what else could Chen Mofan say? $30 million is $30 million. Swipe the card and prepare the closing contract. So painful. Wang Yamokai was shocked once again. How come rich people nowadays spend $30 million as casually as they spend $3? After everything was taken care of, Chen Mofan hired the owner to be the store manager again. $50,000 a month. Meanwhile, on the principle that a little loss is as good as a little loss, another bump up in pay for all employees, and a variety of employee benefits pulled right through. When he was leaving, he also made a point of explaining to Wang Mokai in a serious tone of voice, from now on, just serve the two of us, and have 3 meals a day prepared and delivered to the University of the East. Business? Flexibility can be greater. Can be done or not. A month to lose $1 million or $800,000, this is not a matter. However, when these words were heard in the ears of Wang Mokai, they completely changed their flavor. This is obviously hammering him, making him earn $1 million or $800,000 a month to fulfill his mission. Richard Wang was under a lot of pressure at that time. After leaving the smelling pavilion, Wang Jiajiao still had a sense of unreality. Looking at a glance at the bland-faced Chen Mofan, Wang Jiajiao's face was filled with hesitation, and after a long time, it was only then that he slowly opened his mouth to ask, Chen Mofan, did you really just spend $30 million to buy the smelling pavilion? It was only after receiving Chen Mofan's nod of confirmation that Wang Jiajiao had to accept this fact. Mentioning the smell and fragrance pavilion, Chen Mofan didn't forget to remind, by the way, don't forget, from now on, your 3 meals a day will be supplied by the smelling pavilion. Have them send over whatever you want directly. Don't worry, it's free. What? Wang Jiajiao's voice directly raised an octave, and only 2 words were written on her delicate little face. Shocker. Although Chen Mofan had just said this, she thought it was just a passing remark and could not be taken seriously. Now that Chen Mofan had reminded again, this was obviously taken seriously. Wang Xianggu. This is Wang Xianggu. A meal costs thousands of dollars. Totally expensive restaurants that she didn't dare to hope for. But now, she was told that from now on, she could take care of her 3 meals a day here. Wang Jiajiao suddenly surged with a strong sense of happiness. She was sure that she could definitely make her sisters around her green with envy when she told them about it. This definitely included Ruyan Lu as well. Ruyan Lu really threw away the watermelon and picked up the sesame. I wonder how she would feel after seeing how trenchant Chen Mofan was now. Wang Jiajiao's heart was filled with great joy as she looked at Chen Mofan and assured him, Mayor Van, don't worry, I promise I won't order expensive food, and it's only occasionally that I'll have them deliver it. Just by delivering a meal, you've gone from Chen Meifan to Meifan. Chen Mofan sneered in his heart. It's true. Women, cure all diseases. Gold is stronger than love. However, this sound of Merfan made Chen Merfan's heart a little dark and happy. This represents another step closer for the two. It's just that this S-words made him feel helpless. Where am I going to spend my money if you don't order expensive food? In fact, if he wasn't afraid of scaring Wang Jiajiao, he would have wanted to give this tavern to her. No, from today onwards you must order it all the time. Not a single lobster or abalone. I'm sorry, Chen Mervan ordered. Not only did this domineering tone not make Wang Jiajiao feel the slightest bit of resentment, instead, it felt warm inside. Looking at Chen Mofan's serious eyes, a bold idea surfaced in Wang Jiajiao's mind. Chen Mofan doesn't like me, does he? Chapter 5, Chen Mofan is a rich second generation? Otherwise, why did you ask Smell and Smell Court to deliver my food? A few $1,000s a day to spend. What about $100,000 a month? If you don't like it, why should I spend so much money for you? Thinking of this, Wang Jiajiao's face became more flushed and stole a glance at Chen Mofan. It was only then that I realized that Chen Mofan was also slightly handsome. Especially when you swipe your card. Every action explains what it means to be dashing. With him, it seemed fine. With the thought in her head, Wang Jiajiao's face reddened a bit more. If Chen Mofan really likes himself and is so rich, so if I borrow money from him for my brother's treatment, will he lend it to me? As the thought rose in her mind, Wang Jiajiao shook her head fiercely. She had only known Chen Mofan for 3 hours. It wasn't appropriate to borrow money now. It would also look like she's too much of a gold digger. Looks like I'm going to take the initiative and at least become friends with him after today. Thinking of this, Wang Jiajiao said gently with a smile on her face, Mayor Fan, where are we going next? Why don't we go to the movie theater? I think there's one in the Cheetah Mall. Should we go? Chen Mofan was about to go to Cheetah Plaza, and now that Wang Jiajiao mentioned it, he directly pulled Wang Jiajiao towards the mall, once again being pulled by Chen Mofan's small hand. This time Wang Jiajiao no longer had the slightest resistance. Instead, He felt some warmth in Chen Mofan's palm, especially when he saw the confident smile spreading on Chen Mofan's side face. Surprisingly, she felt charmed. This caused her to blush and show a touch of shyness. "Mayor Fan, are we going to the movies?" Inside the shopping mall, Chen Mofan directly said, "The movie will come later. I'm in a bad mood right now. Just want to consume." "Ah?" Wang Jiajiao's face was filled with surprise. "Still spending? Didn't you just spend over $30 million? $30 million? This figure made Chen Meifan smile helplessly and bitterly. The small amount of money is just where it is. If he could, he would like to spend $1 billion today. He wanted to hurry up and unlock the redemption mall. Initially, the system gave him $1 trillion a day, so it is not difficult to see the system's bravado. Can the things that can be taken from such a luxurious system be ordinary things? Not to mention the conditions to unlock it. What's inside must be precious. He was itching to get out now. It's only $30 million. That's all chump change. Spending it or not spending it doesn't make any difference to me. Wang Jiajiao's small mouth directly opened into an O shape. $30 million? A small fortune? What did she just hear? The current her did not doubt Chen Mofan's strength in the slightest. A man who spends $30 million without blinking an eye would have no strength? But now, Chen Mofan had actually refreshed her perception once again. $30 million is just chump change? Wang Jiajiao was confused. What kind of status does Chen Mofan possess, that he cannot care about $30 million in the slightest? The average rich kid certainly can't do that. Could he be the son of one of those top big conglomerates in China? All that pretending to be poor before was to experience life? Wang Jiajiao instantly affirmed her guess, or else she couldn't explain Chen Mofan's ho. What about her? Dating one of the top rich kids in China? Thinking this way, Wang Jiajiao realized that she was actually excited and had some difficulty suppressing herself. Big eyes are flooded with a little water mist. Pear blossom with rain. I see pity. Chen Murfan's brows zished up as he looked at Wang Jiajiao's cute little face flooded with tears. Don't understand why this is crying when she's fine. Stopping in his tracks, he gently wiped away the tears from the corner of Wang Jiajiao's eyes. Fingers touched Wang Jiajiao's cheeks. That warm, silky touch that. It made Chen Mofan a little bit impressed. He really didn't fail to see that Wang Jiajiao's skin was very good. Not only was it white and tender like lotus root, it's even more bouncy and smooth like tofu. It made him, who had never touched a girl's body. Inevitably, some unspeakable little excitement rose in his heart. Feeling Chen Mofan's fingers gently crossing the corners of his eyes, Wang Jiajiao had no reason to tremble in her heart. She didn't expect Chen Mofan, the top rich kid, to be so gentle. This made her feel much better about Chen Mofan in her heart. At the same time, the heart of Lu Ruyan more and more contempt. Such a multi-golden and gentle man do not want to, in favor of a pig? Ruyan Lu was still ridiculously stupid. Wang Jiajia thought in her heart and took the initiative to hold on to Chen Mofan's big hand. The two smiled at each other and it was all over. Sir, I just heard you want to spend money, right? Our Jade Pavilion has just arrived with a batch of beautiful jade today. I wonder if you would like to patronize it. In the lobby of the mall, the salesman who was handing out flyers walked up and looked at Chen Mofan with a smile on his face. She had just heard Chen Mofan talking with Wang Jiajiao, and when she heard the words spend $30 million, she then had realized that this was a big client and rushed over to pull it together. Chen Mofan nodded as he happened to not know where to spend his money, followed the salesman to the gold and silver jewelry section on the second floor. What Chen Mofan didn't expect was that Ruyan Lu and Chu Ke were also here. Ruyan Lu had fallen for a jade necklace worth $150,000 and was begging Chu Ke to buy it for her. Chuko's heart was very reluctant. He drives $1 million limousine, but it's the car his father uses to front the company. He can only drive it out occasionally to pretend. In fact, his pocket money is only $50,000 a month. Now, Ruyan Lu actually wanted to buy a $150,000 necklace. How could he possibly take out so much money? What's more, it's for a gold-digging woman like Lu Ruyan. To Lu Ruyan, he is just playing around. The woman who took the initiative to climb into his bed. He is just trying to be fresh, play for a few days and forget about it. He wouldn't want this kind of woman, in case she cuckolds him too someday. Chu Ke's face pretended to be affectionate, and he said with a retreat, Smokey, I can buy you this necklace, but I don't want the feelings between the two of us that, laced with something else. Even though the necklace isn't worth much, I still feel uncomfortable thinking that you're with me. It's all about the money. Chuko's words were deep, and he didn't forget to put on a show, saying that the necklace wasn't worth much. After these words were uttered, the salesgirl on the side looked at Chuko with a gaze full of contempt. This fat man is ugly. The other side does not want money, also want you what? Want you ugly? The point is, this fat man has no money and still pretends to be a pussy. Looking at that look of heartache, I know that he doesn't want to buy it. Ruyan Lu's gaze held a sense of reluctance as she glanced at the necklace before putting it back. She's just been with Chuko, and even though it's all about the money, Chuko said this, she couldn't force herself to insist, and could only memorize the necklace in her mind, preparing to buy it later. As he was about to leave, he turned around and saw Chen Mofan, who had walked into Cui Yuxian, and next to Chen Mofan was none other than Wang Jiajiao, the two of them holding hands. This scene made Lu Ruyan's face look very ugly, and there was even a sense of betrayal. In the past, Chen Mofan, the licking dog, had always licked her furiously, at her beck and call. Any anger she had would also be out on this lickspittle. Now, this licking dog has actually stopped licking himself and has moved on to licking his BFF. It made her feel very upset, like she was being robbed of her own things. She could not like it, but it was very hard for her to have it taken away from her. Already in a bad mood, she immediately took her anger out on these two. Lu Ruyan had a hint of obvious arrogance on her face and glanced at the two before. Shady taunts. Nowadays, people really don't have any self-awareness at all. A poor even dares to come to Cui Yuxian. Don't you know that Jade Crest is a top jeweler? The stuff here is not for ordinary people to consume, Ruyan Lu said, humph, with obvious contempt in her words. Chapter 6, Meeting Again. And yes, it's possible to come over and see the world without buying? Ruyan Lu snorted with a teasing expression. It's just that things are expensive here, so be careful when you're looking at them, or you'll break them. Couldn't even afford to sell you. Lu Ruyan's nostrils turned upwards, looking at the two out of the corner of her eye. That arrogant stance was sickening to look at. Chen Mofan had a flat face from the beginning to the end. He had already completely died to Lu Ruyan. Didn't want to say anything more to her. Besides, does the elephant have to care about the ants humiliating him? Wang Jiajiao, who was on the side, was similarly bland, as she was well aware of Chen Mofan's strength. Now that Ruyan Lu was mocking Chen Mofan for not having seen the world, it made her feel ridiculous. Ridiculously ridiculous. Only the salesman who led Chen Mofan in had an angry face. She had a strong suspicion that the human-like woman before her should be sick. How dare you offend her big client like that? Seeing that the two of them didn't dare to say a word, a hint of smugness appeared on her face, and she then mocked. Chen Mofan, I advise you to hurry up and get out of here. Be a man and know yourself. There are some places you're not allowed to come in. Wen Chu Ku, who was on the side, looked at the two of them. He also laughed coldly, with obvious contempt in his eyes. How dare you taunt your big client? The salesman was enraged and disliked him directly and unceremoniously. This young lady, please don't harass our big customers of Jade Crest, okay? Otherwise, I don't mind having security throw you out. The salesman was going to throw her out? The disgust on Ruyan Lu's face instantly stiffened. She wondered if she'd heard wrong. She couldn't figure out why the sales clerk would rather offend Chen Meifan when she was obviously just a poor. And you don't want to offend this beggar? Chen Mofan's face was flat, not paying the slightest attention to Ruyan Lu, walked past her with aplomb. This kind of indifference and disregard was like a slap on Lu Ruyan's face. It made her face hard, but what made her face even more ugly was that Chen Mofan actually picked up the counter she had just placed there. That emerald necklace worth $150,000, just comparing to Wang Jiajiao's neck. Just blushing flatly, he said something that shocked her to the point of losing her mind. That's a nice necklace. I'll take it. Swipe my card. The salesman's face was ecstatic. It's really a big customer. She hurriedly took the black card that Chen Mofan handed over. Ding! The moment the sound of $150,000 arriving at the shock covered every inch of Lu Ruyan's face. Her eyes froze in disbelief as she looked at Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan, that famous beggar and dog god of the Eastern University, didn't even ask for a price. Casually spent $150,000 on the necklace she'd been dying for? When did he get so trenchant with his spending? Ruyan Lu felt that what was happening in front of her now was exceptionally absurd, and the absurdity of the scene, which took her so long to come back to the frozen as a log. He stood still. Chuka was also in a huge shock as he looked at Chen Mofan's back-end, rubbing his eyes fiercely. He was only sure that he really hadn't blurred his eyes, and that was the beggar Chen Mofan. But now that beggar made a move that shocked him as a rich second generation. That casual, careless swipe of the card echoed in his mind for a long time. Over and over it washed over his perception. Compared to Chen Mofan, who's the poor, Chuka felt like his face had been slapped by Chen Meifan, and it was hot and painful, especially when Lu Ruyan, who had returned to her senses, looked at him with a flash of questioning in her eyes. His face then felt even more painful. As it turns out, human grief and joy are not connected. Compared to the shock and dissatisfaction of the two, Wang Jiajiao only felt that she was penetrated by excitement throughout her body. Watching Chen Mofan tenderly put that jade necklace on her, tears filled Wang Jiajiao's eyes once more. Right now, this man is a top-notch rich kid. Just gave her another necklace worth $150,000. These, Wang Jiajiao dared not even dream of thinking so. Now everything is clearly happening in front of her eyes. All she could feel was her heart pounding like she was chewing on a turbomile, and she couldn't stop. Choco looked at the two of you, before turning his head to look at Ruyan Lu's questioning eyes. He clenched his fists hard. Mud, never be outdone by this beggar. With that in mind, he felt for his credit card in his coat pocket. This credit card has an overdraft of $100, 000, plus $50, 000 of his pocket money this month. Just enough for that necklace. Although the next 3 months will have to bun on pickles. But in front of Chen Mofan this beggar disgrace, he found it even more unbearable. Walking back to the counter again, he first glanced at Chen Mofan and there was the usual contempt in his eyes. Only then did he turn to the salesman in a haughty manner. I'll take that necklace just now. 2. He took out his credit card and deliberately waved it in front of Chen Mofan, pretending to be calm, and then said, it's only $150,000. It's a hairy tip on 9 cows for a rich kid like me. Unlike some people, he doesn't think that if he spends $150,000, he's some kind of big spender, does he? Although these words did not name names, everyone here understood that they were targeting Chen Mofan. Lu Ruyan's face was delighted as she took hold of Chuka's bloated arm and called out intimately, husband. It had just hit her hard. Watching her former best sister wear the jade necklace worth $150,000. Even if she didn't want to admit it, she understood that she was envious and jealous. The woman who made her jealous was inferior to her in every way. Not as tall as her, not as good looking, but it turned out to be Wang Jiaojia who wore that necklace. What's even more aggravating is that the person who bought her the necklace is the poor she just dumped. That made her feel even worse inside. But at this moment, she raised her head and looked proudly at Chen Mofan. Once again, there was a touch of arrogance in his eyes, but one look at it confused her. Chen Merfan didn't even look at her, but instead looked at a pair of jade bracelets in the center of the counter with a flat face. This disregard struck a blow to her just so proud heart. Sir, you have such a good eye. This is the treasure of our store, the iced jadeite. It's worth $1.5 million. You can see that the whole bracelet doesn't have a trace of impurity. Crystal clear. It's a fine piece, and the bracelet is the perfect size for your girlfriend. Seeing Chen Mofan's eyes looking towards the ice jade bracelet, the salesman hurriedly opened his mouth to introduce it, at the same time, not forgetting to take out the jade bracelet and place it on the counter. The store manager said that whoever can sell this treasure of the store, the commission alone could be $50,000 or $60,000. Chen Mofan picked up the jade bracelet and felt it for a moment, nodding. Nice. Swipe your card. The 4 simple words caused a deathly silence to fall within Jade Crest. Everyone stared blankly at Chen Mofan. The salesman was ready to make another good presentation to the distinguished guest. But now, the words that had reached his mouth were stuck in his throat and he couldn't get them out. She didn't realize that this honored guest was also too rich for over $1 million. I can't believe I just swiped my card without even looking at it. Ding! $1.5 million arrived. Hearing the crunch, the waiter wanted to jump up and down in excitement. The salesman on the side looked at the coworker with envy. That coworker would have made $50,000 to $60,000 just from those 2 orders. On the contrary, what about her customers? She could now confirm 100% that her customer was just sick. The guy who stammers when he spends $100,000 or so. How dare you mock a tycoon who wouldn't bat an eyelid at spending $1 million and say that this tycoon hasn't seen the world? That's not sick. Though the dirtbag did dress a little differently, with a big undershirt and big pants. But with his earthy temperament, his whole being seemed to be shining, and it makes you afraid to look straight. Choco's movement to pull out his credit card froze in midair. The smugness settled on his face. Chapter 7, A Different Jiaojia Wang. At this moment, Choco realized that it seemed as if he didn't have any meaning whether he bought that necklace or not. It was because he had been completely stepped on by Chen Mofan. It drove him crazy with anger. But what could he do? He doesn't have the strength. He can't get over $1 million. Ruyan Lu listened to the crunching sound of the arrival of the bill, and she was utterly confused, thinking of the way Chen Mofan had just pulled out his black card and calmly handed it to the salesman. This confidence, this temperament, a strong remorse sprang up in her heart all of a sudden, as if, because she had made a fool of herself, lost one of the most valuable things. This caused her to start thinking deeply and begin to look seriously at Chen Mofan for the first time. Is Chen Mofan really just an ordinary beggar? How can an ordinary beggar take out more than $1 million with his hand? She didn't know. All she knew was that she regretted so much that if she hadn't made is that $1 million ice jade bracelet now on her wrist? Now, Chen Merfan smiled and put the bracelet in his hand on Wang Jiajiao's wrist. Watching this scene, her heart ached so much that she couldn't breathe, and her heart pumped with regret. Wang Jiajia was already too shocked to speak, and her entire body was trembling slightly. This is a bracelet worth more than $1 million. Is Chen Mofan giving it to her? Watching Chen Mofan clumsily slip the bracelet onto his hand, but you can't get the look of the set in any way. Wang Jiajiao was thrilled and at the same time snorted out a laugh. That's not how you wear it. Chen Mofan scratched his head awkwardly and said, isn't that how you wear it? I thought the bracelet was small. Sir, let me put it on your girlfriend. It needs hand cream. Upon hearing this, Chen Mofan handed the bracelet to the salesman. The salesman on the other side, looking at Chuko's straight stupidity in place, couldn't help but despise in his heart. A whispered reminder. Sir, the string of necklaces you asked for doesn't have the same model, but we have another necklace here that's just as nice, only slightly more expensive. $160,000. Is that okay with you? 160,000. Exactly 10,000 more. Chuko's face became abnormally ugly, just short of 10,000. He was stuck on this 10,000. When Ruyan Lu heard 160,000, her face full of loss squeezed out a smile. Although she couldn't wear the $1 million jade bracelet, the $160,000 necklace was barely acceptable. A flash of expectation appeared in her eyes as she looked towards Chuko. It was fine if Lu Ruyan didn't look at it, but this look made Chuko, who was already harboring a fire, angry at that time. What are you looking at me for? Bye. Just bye. Bye my ass. Go, no more. The hint of joy on Lu Ruyan's face completely disappeared as she angrily looked at Chuko. Disappointment was in his eyes. She didn't realize that she'd just given her first time to this man, but this man was taking his anger out on her because he couldn't compare to Chen Mofan, and this display of incompetence chilled her heart. On the contrary, the former Chen Mofan, even if there are more grievances in his heart, he always smiled at her, contrasting the two compartments. Remorse filled Lu Ruyan's heart. With remorse, Ruyan Lu turned around and left. Behind him, Chuko quickly chased after him. Ruyan Lu, he hasn't had enough fun yet? But just as she reached the door, Ruyan Lu heard Chen Mofan's flat words rise again inside the Treiyuxian. Get this young lady a membership card with a $10 million recharge in it. These words made Lu Ruyan, who had left in a negative mood, almost unsteady on her feet and fell in front of the entrance of Suiyuxian. What kind of a person am I missing out on? Tears of remorse filled her eyes as Lu Ruyan thought in her heart. On the other side, Wang Jiajiao, who was also filled with tears, was however occupied with excitement inside. She looked at the bland Chen Mofan and had the urge to jump into his arms. Chen Mofan did have a plain face, but in his heart, he was very helpless, because it only cost $40 million or so for half a day. Not even $100 million. He's worried. As for these expensive gifts for Wang Jiajiao, they were not even a hair to him. Besides, a girl comes out on her first date with you, and you don't buy her a little gift. Say no. Consider these a small gift. When that membership card was delivered to Wang Jiajiao didn't reach out to take it. After just glancing at the membership card, she looked at Chen Mofan and slowly prayed. Merfan, I can do without this membership card, and the jade bracelet, and the necklace. I just hope you can grant me a request to lend me $1 million for my brother's treatment. Don't worry, I'll pay back this money. At the end of her words, Wang Jiajiao spoke with unusual firmness. Chen Mofan was naturally happy to be able to spend money, but Wang Jiajiao's words were more than a little surprising to him. Wang Jiajiao gives the impression of being a gold-digging woman at the University of the East, but now her actions were very much at odds with her previous impressions. Plus, not to mention the rest, that bracelet and membership card alone would be more than $1 million. Resell it and there's still money to be made. This was something Wang Jiajiao wouldn't not understand, but she still uttered these words. This made Chen Mofan curious. It's just that this is not the place to say these words. Chen Merfan smiled at Wang Jiajiao and, no answer. Receiving the membership card that the salesman looked at, he pulled Wang Jiajiao and left Suiyuxian. Only after finding another rest area with fewer people did Chen Mofan ask the question in his mind. Jiao, what I gave you should be worth more than $1 million. Resell it instead and there'll be some left over. You should know that. Wang Jiajiao nodded and whispered. Merfan, I don't want to lie to you. It's the first time I've ever received such an expensive gift, and I'm so happy that, so excited I don't want to sell them. If I have to sell it, then I'd rather never have it. Besides, these are the things you gave me, and you'd be angry and disappointed to sell them, wouldn't you? Wang Jiajiao said, stealing a glance at Chen Mofan. She was now full of good feelings towards Chen Mofan, and she was willing to continue with Chen Mofan. That's why it was uttered. Looking at Wang Jiajiao, who was obviously different from her impression, Chen Mofan had the intention to tease her. Wanting to see how Wang Jiajiao chose between money and affection, she followed her words. $1 million, I can lend you, but I'll take back all these gifts I've given you, and it won't be sent again. Who knew that just after Chen Mofan's words fell, Wang Jiajiao actually nodded her head in agreement without the slightest hesitation. This, on the contrary, caused Chen Mofan to be somewhat at a loss for words. He looked at Wang Jiajiao's determined little face and asked undeterred, You really give it up? Wang Jiaojiao had a shy smile on her face and shook her head. Honestly, Merfan, I can't afford to part with it. It's a gift of over $10 million. There aren't many girls who would part with such a large sum, and I'm no exception. But I care more about my brother's health. I'm not afraid to laugh at you, Merfan, but the reason I said I was looking for a rich kid in school, it's just that I want him to pay for my brother's treatment. Of course, I can't deny that I really like money. This answer made Chen Merfan not help but look at Wang Jiaojiao in a high light. For all her flaws, the girl cared about the love he cared about most. This is very different from Ruyan Lu. The big aspects are correct. The small flaws are completely negligible. Chen Mofan smiled and tenderly rubbed Wang Jiaojiao's hair. Magnificent laughed. I'm not borrowing $1 million. Hearing this, Wang Jiaojiao's eyes darkened. But then, Chen Meifan's words changed. But I can give you $2 million. Put your brother in the deluxe ward straight away, and I'll pay for all future medical expenses. Wang Jiaojiao's cute little face was instantly occupied by joy as she looked towards Chen Mofan. There were visible tears in her bright eyes. But what made her even more excited was that Chen Mofan placed that membership card in her hand again. This card is for you when I say it's for you. You can't not take it. It was still that domineering tone, but Wang Jiaojiao didn't have a trace of revulsion in her heart. Some are just touched. But what she didn't know was that Chen Mofan wanted to thank her instead. Because of her, it gave Chen Mofan one more idea for spending money. Chapter 8, The Enviable Wang Jiaojiao. After transferring money to Wang Jiaojiao, the two of them slipped into the dark and watched another movie. After leaving their contact information with each other, they each went back to their dorm rooms. When Wang Jiaojiao returned to the dormitory, everyone looked at her a bit strangely. Because they all knew that Wang Jiaojiao had actually gone on a date with the famous dog god of Eastern University. They talk about it in private with a teasing face and say things like, gold diggers and lickspittles. Seems like a good match too. There was a strong sense of mockery in these words, as if they were all laughing at Wang Jiaojiao's blindness. Surprisingly, she would look at poor Chen Mofan. Wang Jiaojiao came to the dormitory floor. Being downstairs, several female students of the East University pointed at her. Whispers, look, there's Wang Jiaojiao. Just coming back now. Apparently dating the dog god all day. I go. One day? This Wang Jiaojiao isn't too picky about what she eats. I wouldn't be able to stay with that poor dog god for an hour. Fierce? Wang Jiaojiao is really fierce. Meat and vegetables. My generation model. He. Teasing jeers rang out among several girls, mocking Wang Jiaojiao. But as Wang Jiaojiao got closer and closer, the mockery on several people's faces gradually changed to suspicion. Because they realized that Wang Jiaojiao seemed to be carrying a dozen shopping bags in her hands. I think it says Hermes on the bag. This caused several people to look at each other with a hint of shock in each of their eyes. When Wang Jiaojiao came to the door of the dormitory downstairs, several people got a thorough look at what she was carrying in her hands. LV, Hermes, Chanel, Dior, Estee Lauder. It was full of designer clothes, bags, and perfumes and cosmetics, a dozen sets. Watching this scene, the mockery on the faces of several girls completely turned into shock. Everyone froze in place until Wang Jiaojiao walked into the dormitory building, still did not come back to their senses. It was a long time before one of the girls let out a slow breath and whispered, I just saw Wang Jiaojiao with a jade bracelet on her wrist. Did you guys see it? It's so pretty. Wisps of luster in the glistening light. At these words, the other girl hurriedly said, that jade bracelet seems to be from Cui Yuxian. I've been to Cui Yuxian and seen it before. It seems to be the treasure of the town. Worth over $1 million? What? A girl couldn't help but let out a shriek of shock, followed by a long period of dead silence. A couple of the girls looked at me. I looked at you. Confused. The same doubt came to their minds at the same time. Didn't Wang Jiaojiao go on a date with the dog god? Why did you come back with all kinds of designer clothes, makeup and all that stuff? And $1 million bracelet on your wrist? Did Chen Mofan send these to her? Several people shook their heads at the same time. The dog god wouldn't be called the dog god if he had such wealth. Must have gone on another date with another guy, and that guy was at least a top rich kid. Thinking about it, a few girls were envious. Who wouldn't want their significant other to be powerful? Along the way, Wang Jiaojiao walked up from the first floor to the 5th floor, and wherever she passed, every girl looked at Wang Jiaojiao with strong envy in their eyes, and some were even more jealous, with sour eyes. Wang Jiaojiao, who returned to the dormitory, was immediately surrounded by several little sisters in the dormitory, enviously at Wang Jiaojiao, and asked her to confess to the, where on earth did you find such a golden son-in-law? At this Wang Jiaojiao smiled without saying anything. She's not going to say it, she's going to develop obscenely and take down Chen Mofan completely after. Only then will they tell these people how good Chen Mofan is. How many people might want to compete with her if she said so in advance? Lu Ruyan, who had returned to her dormitory early, looked at Wang Jiaojiao, who was being courted by the stars, and her heart was filled with bitterness. She knew exactly who the golden son-in-law the crowd was talking about was. That person was Chen Mofan, who everyone looked down on, the dog god that she abandoned early this morning. But that, she didn't say, because she wouldn't say anything so humiliating. And she had already made up her mind to reclaim Chen Mofan. Hey, Ruyan, didn't you go out with Chuko? Didn't he buy you any gifts? In the dormitory, Wang Yu opened her mouth to inquire. Mentioning this, Lu Ruyan's heart was filled with resentment, and after leaving Suiyu Xian, she and Chuko were going to various designer clothing stores, but looking at the price of tens of thousands of dollars, Chuko even directly withered, and said something about how none of this stuff is for her. A day of shopping and you didn't buy anything? She nearly blew her lungs out in anger, but in the end, she could only leave Cheetah Plaza empty-handed. Come to think of it, Lu Ruyan was angry in her heart while looking at Wang Jiaojiu with a strong jealousy in her gaze. She doesn't understand. On what grounds? All of them are one of the top 5 school flowers. She is ranked 4th and Wang Jiaojiu is ranked 5th. Obviously everything was inferior to her. But now, what Wang Jiaojiu got was hundreds of times more than her. Ruyan Lu was on the verge of gnashing her teeth together in jealousy. Ha! What's this? Holy, membership card. Hermes membership card. Wang Yu was sharp-eyed, and at a glance she saw that in the Hermes bag. A membership card contained in a beautiful gift box. It's not just this one. It seems to be in all these bags. After turning over all the membership cards, there were a dozen or so for all the major brands. Watching this scene, a few girls stared at Wang Jiaojiu with astonishment and, with a strong sense of envy. Membership cards for all major brands. How many girls dream of this? Now, Wang Jiaojiu has actually realized it. It was enough to drive her sisters around her crazy with envy. Ruyan Lu, on the other hand, was mad with jealousy, because all of this originally belonged to her, but she made it disappear. Say, Jiao Jiao, how much money is in this card? Wang Yu questioned enviously. Wang Jiaojiu didn't intend to say anything, but when she looked around at the envious eyes of her friends with curiosity in them, after thinking about it, he reached out and extended 2 fingers. What? $200,000. Wang Yu couldn't help but let out a shriek of shock. But in response, Wang Jiaojiu shook her head. That's 20,000 minions. Wang Yu's shocked heart calmed somewhat. Who knows that Wang Jiaojiu still shook her head and laughed. 2 million in each card. The moment these words came out, everyone in the dormitory instantly fell into petrification, and everyone stiffened in place. Gah! Ruyan Lu completely gnashed her teeth in jealousy. Wang Jiaojiu could understand their feelings, because she was in the same mood at that time. Chen Mofan acted as if he had a grudge against money and desperately spent money on her. She didn't want it, but Chen Mofan still shoved it in her hand. But now, looking around at a bunch of little sisters petrified in place, Wang Jiaojiu's small vanity was greatly satisfied. At the same time, it also strengthened the idea of having to catch Chen Mofan, the golden son-in-law. And at this moment, Chen Mofan is breaking his fingers and counting there. Calculate how much you have spent today. First, he bought a restaurant, which cost over $30 million. And then, at the Jade Palace, buying necklaces, bracelets, memberships, another $11 million. Then Hermes, Dior, all these boutiques, the bag, the membership card, together they only cost $30 million. One day's math, and it only cost you $70 million? Getting this figure, Chen Mofan was helpless. He was already spending money desperately. In the end, Wang Jiaojiu did not want it, but he still forced the membership card into Wang Jiaojiu's hands. But even so, it only cost more than $70 million. He's worried, but the good news is, he's found a shortcut to spending the money, and if things go right, that trillion could probably all be spent today. Chapter 9 Big Star goes live. Wang Jiaojiu lent money to Chen Meifan. Thoughts. If money can be borrowed, then why can't it be given? He'd find a random beggar on the side of the road and just give him $1 trillion. Or maybe $1 trillion to a friend. Isn't it gone? With a population of 1.6 billion in China, how many trillions is he going to give away? It's a little exciting to think about. Ding! Warn the host not to do so, or the system will be shut down forever. The voice that rang in his head poured a pot of cool water on the excited Chen Mofan. I'd like to remind the host that any normal spending by the host, by famous cars, watches, villas, investment, girls, as long as consumption can be carried out, but send money, the system will not support. Chen Meifan was helpless, and thought he had found a way to get rich, but who knew that one word from the system would nip his hopes in the bud? But it's not right. I transferred $2 million to Wang Jiaojiu, and I said I'd give it to. Why is it that this can be transferred but not given to a beggar? System, are you damned if you are discriminating? This question can be answered by the system. First of all, the money given to the girls. The system can be understood as a way of picking up girls or as an investment. The host gives away money while harvesting a girl's goodwill. But if the host gives away millions to a beggar, the beggar will just think he's met an A****. Give and take, emotionally, monetarily, physically, all of these systems can be considered as takeaways. But there is a limit to the amount of money the host can give to a woman or friend. No more than $200 million a day, while no consecutive gifts can be made, unless the other party has a monetary need. Chen Mofan wilted at that time, thinking that he had found a way out, but it turned out that he still had to spend it slowly by himself. It's just that not even 100 million has been spent in a day, and that's a big blow. Looks like there's still assets to buy. Companies, houses, cars, whatever. And by the way, pick up the occasional starlet on the side. I go, my goddess. The actress known as the first person in my aunt's circle, Yun Moli, is in Pox Sound to start a live broadcast. The boss exclaimed, as if he had discovered a new continent. Ow! This voice, resounding throughout the boys' dormitory building, was about to go upstairs to check on the older sister. Scared out of his wits, he fell hard on the stairs, taking out two of his incisors right then and there. Chen Mofan pulled out his ears. This voice almost didn't give him deafness. The boss has a horrible penetrating voice. This male duck voice. Rubbing his ears, Chen Mofan inclined his head to look over. Sure enough, the Pox Sound livestream had Yun Moli's figure appear in it. Speaking of which, Chen Mofan also had a soft spot for the actress. No other reason. Just because Yun Moli is so pretty, sexy, mature and gorgeous all in one. Extreme imperial sister, but also has the name of the first goddess of the Chinese theater in 100 years. I wonder how many men are enamored with her. In the dormitory, the oldest three also came over, looking at Yun Moli's figure in the cell phone. Lamented. I think my first time was on a dark and windy moonlit night when I paid homage to my cloud goddess with my hand. I'll go. Chen Meifan gazed strangely at Lao San and spat. Third brother. You have so much information in that one sentence. Lao San hemmed and hawed, then also turned on the Pox tone and watched Yun Moli. Goddess Yun's popularity isn't high, and she receives fewer gifts. Far worse than some netizens. Boss Huang Tao sat on his bed, holding his cell phone and muttering in a low voice. Hearing this, Chen Mofan, who originally had little interest in watching the live broadcast, brightened up. Lean. How could I forget that live streaming can be rewarded? Chen Meifan slapped his head and laughed. His whole body was confused and diluted after he realized there was money. So many ways to spend money that it's amazing that they're ignored. That's a hell of a thing. Thinking of this, Chen Mofan hurriedly turned on Pox Sound. The first thing he did was to top up, and now he's the least afraid of spending money. Recharging is naturally no longer like it used to be. A few bucks and a few bucks into it, and it's still full of heartache. Now he's coming up with a straight single max. After wildly charging for an hour, Chen Mofan's hands were sore before he entered Yun Moli's live room. Compared to other big netizens, Yun Moli's live room was indeed a bit cold. The heat is only 100,000. However, Chen Mofan came. The small live room also give you to dry into a big live room. In the past, when he saw these stars, Chen Mofan had a sense of inferiority, and now in looking at it, beauty was still beautiful, but he no longer had the slightest inferiority complex. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Mofan spoke directly and arrogantly in the live broadcast room. Single-handedly, without the slightest concealment, he said directly, I want to be your man. After opening the live broadcast, Yun Moli looked at the heat of only 100,000, and was somewhat struck by the. At this point she was wanting to get off the air. She was about to say sorry to her friends on the air when a statement caught her attention. A guy with the ID called Van Shaw. Surprisingly, he publicly stated on air, I'm going to be your man. Such bossy and vulgar words made her frown. For years, she's been mixed up in the entertainment industry, and she's been exposed to high society. When have I ever heard such punk-like talk? This caused a hint of displeasure to appear on Yun Moli's delicate face. The live stream was even more explosive. Asterisk. Where did this stupid bird come from to say that? Guess it's another poor from somewhere who came over to brush up on his presence. This kind of cutie. I've seen it so many times. People don't need to pay attention to him. The more they do, the more excited he gets. Housekeeping. Where's the housekeeping? Fork it out. Don't let this stupid bird stain everyone's eyes. Stupid X year after year. This year there are especially many. How to which live room there are such stupid X I think the internet really needs to be overhauled. It should just be set so that these poor can't speak. Still Van Less. I think Dog Less is more like it. A mocking pop-up scrolls rapidly through the live streaming room. And it was as if Chen Mofan had become the public enemy of Yun Moli's live broadcast. And everyone was laughing at him. Even Huang Tao, the boss of the dormitory, said angrily in the dormitory, *******. Where is this stupid from that is clamoring to be Yun Molly's man? She really doesn't know the heights of heaven. Chen Mofan, who heard these words, had a strange look on his face for a while. He really wanted to tell the boss, that stupid thing you're talking about is me. Also in Yun Molly's live room, the youngest of the Lee's hotel chain in Liuqing, Li Tian Kai. A disdainful sneer appeared on his face as he looked at the pop-up sent out by Chen Mofan. He was also very fond of Yun Molly, and how many times had he dreamed in the middle of the night that there had also been fantasies of holding Yun Molly in his arms and ravaging the clouds and rain. Unfortunately, he hadn't had access to Yun Molly. When he learned that Yun Molly had opened a live broadcast, he had his men recharge $10 million at the first opportunity. With this $10 million to explore the road, he thought he could ask for the micro signal even if it was not good enough. But before I could brush it, some dumbass popped up on the air, brushing up on his presence there, and this displeased him greatly. The next moment, something that upset him even more happened. The live streaming of one carnival then brushed up. Gorgeous special effects obscured the screen, reflecting the hard look on his face. Just in time, just as he was about to make a wild swipe to attract the attention of the crowd in Yun Molly, someone swiped first. Looking at that ID, asterisk. It's that douchebag again. Richard Li Tiankai was furious at that moment. Chapter 10, a fierce clash between two tycoons. Before Yun Molly's live room, live for 3 hours, the gift is pitifully small. Large gifts are even scarcer. Only a dozen or so of her friends, who had swiped her off and on before. It adds up to about $100,000. Just as she was about to go off the air, here comes Chen Mervan. Carnival's crazy dislike of the entire live broadcast was covered in brilliant special effects of gifts. On the public screen, it was a constant refreshing of the number of carnivals. Carnival times 1, Carnival times 2, Carnival times 13, Carnival times 51, Carnival times 136. The entire live broadcast room instantly turned into silence, and everyone stared blankly at the cell phone in front of them. Their shocked faces were reflected in that brilliant light. Yun Molly's mature and playful cheeks similarly revealed a flash of astonishment. She was a little disbelieving that she could have such a crazy feast of gifts in her live room. Only after a long time did the people in the live room react, and the live room exploded once again. Holy, who is this? It's been over 300 carnivals and the special effects have been on for 25 minutes. I'll go. It seems to be that douchebag. What's his name? From earlier, called Fan Shao. That's the ID. I said his monkey. Is this douche so rich? Still ing douchebag? This is a real big young man. So a moment 900,000 dry in. Bull. Really underestimated this douchebag. Still brushing. The carnival is still brushing. Is this a stopping rhythm? In front of his cell phone, Richard Lee looked at the screen full of special effects and hated it. Especially when she saw the look of shock that appeared on Yun Molly's face. She hated it even more in her heart. Originally, it should all belong to him, but at the moment he even now brushes. He's also only the second. Same thing. The second one which is not as stunning as the first one. But the good thing is, he's got $10 million ready to go. It's enough to crush everyone. More than enough to make Yun Molly remember him. The anger on his face only dissipated a bit at the thought and he began to brush up on the carnival. 3,000. 3,000 slammed into the live stream and quickly drew attention. Holy, what the hell? The other guy seems to be painting the carnival too. Really, eh? Another ID namely Shao has also swiped over 100. Why do I get the feeling that these two big guys seem to be drying out, comparing each other to who swiped more carnivals? I'll set him monkeys, it seems to be really dry. Then brush carnivals? One can be $3,000. Poverty limits my imagination. Li Tiankai looked at the pop-up screen, the corner of his mouth hooked up, revealing a brash sneer. He turned on his keyboard and arrogantly stated in the live broadcast, "Little Fan Shao, easy to take." These words were tantamount to declaring war on Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan was worried about having nowhere to spend his money, so he directly disliked him back. "Don't take your savings and challenge my allowance." Li Shao, well, we'll see what happens with the gift. A brief silence was followed by an even more frenzied spending spree. Carnival after carnival was like no money at all, and the special effects kept flashing on the air. Soon, the number of carnivals brushed out by the two of them in Yun Molly's live broadcast reached a terrifying 1,000. But the two didn't stop for a second. The carnival remained in the hands of both men swiping out one by one. Inside the live broadcast room, Yun Molly's figure was no longer visible. Her live feed was completely covered in special effects, and everyone in the live broadcast room was collectively petrified. The only thing they can do at this stage is count the number of carnivals. The news that the two big brothers were comparing swiping gifts in Yun Molly's live broadcast spread quickly. After everyone heard the news, they flocked to Yun Molly's live broadcast room. The number of people online at the same time skyrocketed, surpassing 1 million in less than a moment. After reaching 1 million, The upward momentum didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. Instead, it kept climbing upwards with an even more terrifying momentum. In the meantime, the anchors of all the platforms were filled with suspicion as they watched the number of people in their live rooms drop. This strange momentum has left many anchors confused as to what is going on. Some anchors even began to reflect on whether they had said something to offend their fans. It wasn't until they saw people posting pop-ups on the air that the anchors came to their senses. The two big tycoons in the live broadcast of the Cloud Molly fight each other. Van Xiao, Li Xiao, each brush carnival thousands. The latest news is that the two have swiped 300 carnivals. I've swiped 500. I'm shocked. I've already swiped 000. All of the anchors' live rooms simultaneously refreshed with such pop-ups that the people who saw the pop-ups turned to Pak Sound and entered Yun Moli's live broadcast. The number of people in the live broadcast room rose wildly, and the number of people online at the same time reached a terrifying 5 million. At this moment, even Yun Moli, who thought she was well informed, was completely dumbfounded. She looked at her live feed full of special effects and didn't know what to do for a moment. Inside the dormitory, the oldest Huang Tao and the oldest Zhao Yu couldn't contain themselves with excitement as they watched the live broadcast. One of the bosses was even more excited as if he had been beaten with chicken blood, and could not help but say, ***, 2,500 it is. Mare fan, quick, come and see. The two tycoons in Yun Moli's live room have gone at it. It's already swiped over 2,000 carnivals. Chen Mofen was helpless for a while as he complained in his heart. Big brother, can you stop dragging me? Otherwise it would be 3,000 swipes by now. Unlike the oldest's excitement, the oldest had a despondent look on his face after a short period of excitement. Lamented, alas, we don't understand the world of the rich. If I had such a tycoon friend beside me, how great would that be? Pity, a dormitory of great paupers. Soon, both swiped their carnivals to 3,200. The enthusiasm of the audience in the live room reached its peak, but at this moment, Richard Li Tiankai began to wither. 3,200 carnivals worth $9,600,000. He had only prepared $10 million, and now there was only 400,000 left for him to squander. Looking at the remaining sound waves, Richard Li was so angry that he kicked the coffee table in front of him. Mud! Who the hell is on the other side? Richard Li roared angrily. As the successor of the Li clan in Liuqing, he recognizes all the top rich kids in Liuqing. Looking at that guy's ID address, it's obvious that he's also from Liuqing, but not any of the ones he recognizes. Obviously a wild boy from nowhere, overpowered by a wild boy on his own turf. Li Tiankai felt unusually stifled in his heart. Soon, the audience in the live broadcast room realized that Li Xiao's speed of brushing carnival had significantly slowed down. People have speculated that Li Xiao might be losing. Some people were even more directly mocking in their pop-ups. What's the matter? Young Li, shriveled up. Go on. Yeah, young Li, I just came and you're about to run away. I haven't had the pleasure of watching it yet. Fan Xiao is mighty, hanging Li Xiao. Looking at the message on the pop-up screen, Li Tiankai's face was gloomy and he clenched his fists fiercely. Mud, isn't it just a fight for wealth? See how I'll hang you tomorrow. Don't let me know who you are in reality, or else I'll make you disappear in Liuqing. Richard Li spoke sorrowfully while his fingers danced rapidly on the cell phone. A message followed on the pop-up. Li Xiao, dare to fight again tomorrow? Chen Mofen looked at this message on the pop-up screen and he was helpless. Why does this Li Xiao feel so middle-aged? But if he could spend money, the current Chen Mofen wasn't really afraid. Instantly, typed, I still say, don't challenge my allowance with your savings. ***, that's it again. Li Tiankai was angry and kept cursing angrily. He realized that this kid was really wild. Pocket change? This kid is screaming don't challenge him for his allowance? Do you know how much the Li group is worth? Lesser Li, I hope you'll still be able to say that tomorrow. Chapter 11, Molesting a Big Star. Richard Li went offline after saying that, but the live stream blew up once again. Holy, this is going to be a really big battle tomorrow. Ha ha, young Li is not convinced. Tomorrow will definitely be another bloody storm. I'll set him up as a monkey. These two young men have swiped at least $10 million each today. According to this estimation, tomorrow's big battle between the two of them will at least start at $50 million. When I heard you analyze it like that, I instantly had a seizure. $50 million. This is enough to be a small rich man in a third-tier city. Martyr. It's true that poverty limits my imagination. Wrong. That dude upstairs. Li shouted swipe $10 million. But look, Fan Xiao is still swiping. Holy. Sure enough, the speed at which Van Xiao swipes the carnival remains unabated. It's almost 4,000 dry. Van Young mighty. Van Young mighty. Van Young mighty. Van Young, still missing a son. Fan Young, people will bubble bath. Oh, can national fly, want to feel. Fan Xiao, They are 36D. Are you short of hand warmers? Hand warmer. These 3 words made Chen Mofan burst with excitement. But he knows that you have to eat your food in small bites. Wang Jiajiu, the petite and cute kitten he hadn't yet taken down. And now he had his sights set on Deming Xin Mali. You can't be in a hurry, or you'll take too big a step and click, and you'll easily rip your balls off. Not to mention, on the internet, who knows if it's true or not. Maybe it's a gnarly man across the street. 2. If he really takes the bait, he will definitely experience what it means to cure constipation for free. Without any distractions, Chen Mofan furiously swiped Carnival, and worked his way up to 5,000 before stopping. After shaking off his somewhat sore hand, he sent a pop-up and said directly, "Send a private message, add V." The words were simple and overbearing, not in the least bit spoiled by the other party's status as a big star. Looking at Chen Mofan's words, Yun Moli felt some pain in her heart. She was called the first goddess of the Chinese opera for 100 years, and others were never polite with her. For the first time she heard the overbearing and simple, command-like words. It made her uncomfortable, before remembering that this guy called Fan Xiao even directly stated, "I want to be your man." Those words added one more point of irritation to her heart. But she also knows very well that the popularity of the live broadcasting room is now all because of this Fan Xiao and Li Xiao brushed out. That's the equivalent of a gold master. There's always some pride in being the gold master. Thinking of this, she gathered her thoughts and sent a private message to Chen Mofan. "Thanks, here's my YML1. After adding Yun Moli's WeChat, Chen Mofan went offline. The 2 tycoons went offline. But the live broadcast room was not the least bit cold. Instead, viewers have speculated in the live broadcast that the 2 tycoons are in reality. And as the number of people continued to pour in, the live stream just gave way to a dry collapse. Yun Moli had no choice but to choose to go off the air at this hottest moment, while excited viewers have turned to the major short-form video platforms. The posting continues to speculate on the identities of the 2 tycoons as the heat continues to build. Then an even stranger scene occurred. All of the short video platform postings are pretty much the same type of video over and over again. That's the reality of who the 2 tycoons are. This makes a lot of people who swipe short videos quite helpless. Mother asterisk 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 her. I came over here to have some fun, but swiping around and realizing you're giving me brain teasers. What the hell do I know about the identity of the 2 tycoons? But some people get instantly agitated when they learn the cause and effect of when they learned that there would be another big battle tomorrow. These people began to pay attention to Yun Moli in droves. Even Chen Mofan's Pox tone number has increased its powder by millions overnight. Yun Moli, the 2 big tycoons. These 2 words have become even more popular words of the moment. The number of hits soared straight to tens of billions. Soon enough, it was picked up that one of the 2 tycoons, Li Xiao, is most likely the heir to the Li's restaurant group in Liuqing, worth over $1 billion. The other tycoon, Van Shaw, whose identity no one knows. Some of Liuqing's top rich daughters also said that they didn't recognize this person with the ID name of Fan Xiao. This, on the contrary, made the crowd even more curious, speculating non-stop about Chen Mofan's identity. The person in question, Chen Mofan, was currently nestled under the quilt in his dorm room, counting on my fingers how much I spent today. But after all the math, Chen Mofan was depressed. Only spent $90 million in a ing day's effort, not even 100 million. It hit him so hard that he was beginning to wonder if he was born unable to spend money. Ding! As he was thinking, his cell phone rang with a crunch, and Yun Moli's WeChat came through, and sent a message. "Thank you for your support today. May I ask you to?" The big star took the initiative to send a message, and Chen Mofan hemmed and hawed, directly replying, "I'm your husband." Yun Moli looked at the message sent. The expression on her face instantly stiffened. That mature and charming face was filled with dismay. After a long time, Yun Moli returned a smiley face. "Smile. This joke is not funny." The corners of Chen Meifan's mouth hooked up, instantly transforming into the crooked-mouthed god of war. "I mean it. I want to be your man. My mom said that you have a good body and it's easy to have a son." The other party's replies were one more fierce than the other, making Yun Moli feel like she couldn't even hold back a bit. So he hastily changed the topic and said, "What kind of business does Fan Xiao do in reality?" "What kind of business?" Chen Mofan laughed. "I'm mainly in charge of losing money." Yun Moli really can't resist. She found herself this list of Big Brother seems to be very capable of bragging. What do you mean you're responsible for the defeat?" It was the first time she had heard such wild words. When she thought of this, she also had some fire in her heart, and directly returned, "It's good to lose your family. Then Van Shaw will lose all his money to me. I wonder how much Van Shaw will swipe for me tomorrow." These words were too much to Chen Mofan's liking, and he directly said with bravado, "You said it. As long as it's what you ask for, I've done it all. Who's got me hooked on you?" Mad. Surprisingly still mad. Yun Molly clenched her small fist. Okay, so what about $100 million? Yun Molly looked at the message that was sent over, and her colorful red lips hooked up into an arc. 100 million. For a $10 billion tycoon, it would be heartbreaking, not to mention a mortal youngster who didn't know any better. She was sure that statement would strike a blow against the guy's arrogance. However, the message the other party returned made her eyes widen in surprise. Ah, it's only 100 million. I was planning to start with 300 million tomorrow? 300 million to start. Yun Molly couldn't help but exclaim in shock. A pair of big bright eyes looked at the information uploaded back from the cell phone, full of incredulity. Bragging rights? This must be bragging rights, Yun Molly thought in her heart, but in her hand she said back, that's a bit big of a statement for Fanshawe to make, isn't it? 300 million not 30,000. This is questioning Chen Mofan see this. You decide. Seeing Yun Molly reply you said 2 words. Chen Mofan's smile is even happier, replying, that's fine. I want you to send a voice and call out to your brother. I'd also like a flirty voice. Looking at the message that came in reply, Yun Molly's face flushed red for a moment. It's obviously molesting her, isn't it? It made her feel ridiculous. How has she ever been so molested? But now, this made her a little angry in her mind, and she replied, alright, if there's no, you will call me sister and have a humble attitude. Chen Mofan, okay. I told you my job is to be a loser. All the money is hot. Alas, you don't understand the troubles of a brother. Yun Molly couldn't help but roll her eyes. It was the first time she had ever seen a cowhide blow so big. She really couldn't carry it off. So, changing the subject once again, how old is Van Young? 20. Chapter 12, the molestation continues. Looking at these 2 numbers, Yun Molly was confused and in the wind. She was known as the number 1 person in the anti-circle, and now she's being molested half the time by a 20-year-old? Yun Molly felt angry and funny. And do you know how old I am? And be my man, little brother, and wash your hands of it. My mom said it's good for a woman to be older, to take care of people, and to have more experience. The 2 won't be embarrassed. Yun Molly really can't stand this little guy's nonsense any longer. He really does have the nerve to say anything. Not only did he molest her, but he was a bull ***********. This made her first impression of Chen Mofan not good. Kind of don't want to keep talking. Little brother, I have things to do. Bye. It just so happened that Chen Mofan didn't have the intention to continue chatting. He still had to recharge his money, find a good night emoji and was about to send it when the boss came over. What are you giggling about? Boss Huang Tao kicked Chen Mofan and inquired. This kick caused Chen Mofan, who was chatting with Yun Molly, to slip his fingers and, instead of sending over the good night emoji, it clicked on a colorful one. Successfully sent. Chen Mofan was dumbfounded. Yun Molly looked at the picture sent by Chen Mofan, and watched the intense movement of those 2 small people. His face flushed red as he pranced. She's a big star. When has she ever been treated like this? But now, how dare a little guy blatantly molest her? Yun Molly immediately had the urge to delete Chen Mofan. With that, the heart also added one more point of loathing towards Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan, on the other hand, was full of embarrassment. I said that someone in the dormitory kicked me, and my hand slipped. Do you believe it? Yun Molly, what do you think? Chen Mofan, Yun Molly, you just said you live in the dormitory? What the hell are you? Seeing this message, Chen Mofan did not reply and directly sent a good night emoticon. Yun Molly looked at the message sent by the other party, but her brows were deeply furrowed. How can someone who lives in a dormitory be a dirtbag? But how did the tycoon swipe over $10 million for her? This caused Yun Molly to fall into deep doubt. She remembered that she had read the news before that an accountant had misappropriated public funds to give gifts to female anchors. Is it hard? Did it happen to her too? Thinking of this, Yun Molly hurriedly sent a message. Little brother, what exactly are you in reality? An accountant? Bank teller? Or something else? But Chen Mofan wasn't paying attention to her anymore, because at this moment, Chen Mofan was gripped out of the comforter by the boss. Mayor Fan, what are you talking about? What were you giggling about? There's nothing to hide about this. So Chen Mofan said truthfully, chatting with Yun Molly? Hearing these words, both the oldest and the third's faces simultaneously stiffened. Yun Molly, Fan Shao, Chen Mofan, these 3 seemed to be really connected. Thinking so, the oldest and the third's faces instantly became brilliant. One of the bosses gave Chen Mofan a direct blow to the back of his head, thinking of farts to eat, and chatting with Yun Molly. The only connection between the 3 is that there's a word for mortal, but if you boys were Van Shaw, I'd fly upside down. The oldest also hemmed and hawed. Understand. People like to masturbate. So do I. Seeing that the 2 didn't believe it, Chen Mofan directly took out his cell phone. If you don't believe it, you guys look. But the boss snatched the phone away with one hand. Look at mine. boss said, raising his own cell phone to Chen Mofan excitedly. Lao see, I'm telling you. The internet just broke the news that one of the two biggest tycoons, Li Xiao, it's our Liuqing's Li Tiankai, Mr. Li, supposedly, worth over $1 billion? What? Excited? Excited? $1 billion plus young man going to war with someone on the internet. Just thinking about it makes me so excited I can't stop thinking about it. The oldest had a cocktail head and was dancing around with excitement. Only $1 billion or so? Chen Mofan lost interest on the spot. I would have thought it would be at least $10 billion, but now $1 billion? What's the point of playing with him with that kind of money? With his current funds, fighting with Richard Li Tiankai for wealth. Isn't that bullying an honest man? Chen Mofan admitted that he was more or less floating now, but he had the capital to float, didn't he? Looking at Chen Mofan's lack of interest, the boss was a bit hateful. Old for you, can't eat 4 dishes in your life. All this hoopla and you act like you're not interested. Why do I find that there's a generation gap with you? Do you still want our friendship? Chen Mofan didn't even know how to answer. As the one who started it all, he really doesn't have much interest in his own hilarity. What's more, they don't believe this fact when it's told. Come on, you kids keep lying on your back under the covers and masturbating, the oldest said. And after returning the cell phone to Chen Mofan, he turned around and chatted with the oldest with great interest. The two of them kept speculating about who Fan Xiao really was in reality, but unbeknownst to them, the Fan Xiao they were talking about had just been lectured by them. Chen Mofan, who was lying under the quilt, could finally recharge at ease, but just after clicking on the recharge page, Yun Moli's message was sent. What the hell are you in reality? Tell me that. Did you embezzle money from your company? Yun Moli just looked at Chen Mofan's circle of friends, but he realized it was a total beggar's circle of friends. Basically all that was posted was some beggar's usual roar of discontent. It's either something about 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, or something about now you're treating me like, in the future, I'll make you climb high. Even if there are occasional photos of your life, they're just bland stuff that, where is the semblance of a tycoon? Yun Moli could be 100% sure that this kid was a poor. This made her anxious. She didn't want to be blown out of the water because Chen Mofan was. Get yourself in the middle of a public opinion storm. She just wanted to live her life peacefully and uneventfully like she was doing now. And that was fine. It would be perfect if there were a little more passion in life once in a while. Chen Mofan clicked on Yun Moli's WeChat and directly and simply returned 2 words. You guess? I can't guess. So tell me quickly. With these words, Chen Mofan directly chose to ignore them. Yun Moli waited for half a day, but did not see Chen Mofan return her message. This makes Yun Moli feel a little ridiculous. She's a big star. When had she ever been so ignored? I've experienced fan fervor before, but now I'm experiencing fan apathy, right? After thinking about it, he edited 2 more messages and sent them. If you misappropriated the company's money, I'll give you a full refund on the portion that belongs to me. Just hope you don't do it again. One still has to keep one's feet on the ground and build up slowly, believing that one day one will soar into the sky. And you're taking someone else's wealth and squandering it now, and sooner or later you're going to destroy yourself. Down to earth? These 4 words almost made Chen Mofan burst out laughing. He also wanted to be down to earth, but a trillion cushions under his feet. He can't step on the ground. After thinking about it, he gave 2 words straight back. Good night. Looking at the message that came back on her cell phone, Yun Moli laughed, exasperated. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk to her anymore, and came running off with a good night. It made her want to freak out a little. Chapter 13, the schoolgirl takes the initiative to show her love. Chen Mofan frantically recharged all night. In the meantime, Yun Moli sent several messages inquiring about it, and finally simply gave him a voice call. Chen Mofan all hung up directly, not the least bit spoiled. He couldn't wait for Yun Moli to be a little more anxious. He doesn't care to explain. Does he care if the other guy thinks he's rich or poor? With $1 trillion in hand he doesn't care. This also led to Yun Moli being so angry that she didn't sleep for the whole night, and that, it also made Yun Moli have a deep impression of Chen Mofan in her heart. Deep gnashing of teeth. Early in the morning, Lu Ruyan and Wang Jiaojiao both waited in front of Chen Mofan's dormitory building early. One man was carrying a lunchbox in his hand. Ruyan Lu regretted yesterday that she wanted to reclaim Chen Mofan, so breakfast was prepared early this morning. Seeing Chen Mofan walk out, the two of them greeted him at the same time. Mayor Fan, this is the loving breakfast I prepared for you. Do you want to try it? Wang Jiaojiao was the first to speak, a shy smile on her cute doll face. For Wang Jiaojiao, Chen Merfan had quite a good impression and took the breakfast she looked at, not forgetting to rub her little head in feign irritation. I forgot. Where's the promised fragrance pavilion? What's the point of spending this wasted money? Wang Jiaojiao spat out her little pink tongue and playfully said, I forgot. In front of the dormitory building, there were already many students walking out of the. Seeing this intimate scene between Chen Mofan and Wang Jiajiao, some people's eyes reddened then. Holy, what did I see? Chen Mofan is so close to Wang Jiajiao. Is this still the dog god? I remember, didn't the dog god get kicked by Ruyan Lu yesterday? Hooking up with Wang Jiajiao so quickly. Bull. Ruyan Lu seems to be right next to her, with her lunchbox in her hand. 2. Don't tell me that Ruyan Lu is also the one who brings breakfast to Chen Mofan? With these words, the murmuring crowd snapped to silence. Everyone's faces looked at Ruyan Lu with a hint of doubt. As if to confirm their expectations, Ruyan Lu slowly stepped forward and, with a gentle smile on his face, Mayor Fan, getting up so early, you must not have had breakfast yet. I prepared it for you earlier. That statement nearly made the surrounding crowd drop their jaws. Asterisk. What's the situation? Didn't Ruyan Lu just kick Chen Mofan's ass yesterday? Why did you come back early this morning to bring breakfast to Chen Mofan? A person said with a face full of doubts. At these words, the crowd was dumbfounded, but even as they fell into a daze, they also had obvious envy on their faces. The two beautiful schoolgirls of East University took the initiative to come over to deliver breakfast. This treatment was enough to make people's eyes red. I'm so sour. Chen Mofan, this dog, then what virtue and what ability? To be treated like this by two beautiful women. Why isn't this person me? Damn it, where is this a dog god? This is clearly a scum god, but I also seem to be scum. No. From this day forward, I, too, shall change my name to dog god. I'm sure a girl will come and bring me breakfast someday. 2. The oldest and the oldest three of the same dormitory beside Chen Mofan were also full of envy. They even wanted to kick Chen Mofan away and stand in Chen Mofan's place themselves. Mayor Fan, I know I was wrong before, and I'm here to apologize to you. I've figured out that I love you. On the side, Ruyan Lu added another fire to the envious mood of the crowd. She held up her breakfast and, looking at Chen Meifan, he spoke with deep emotion. I know that you are angry with me, Meifan, but I will use my actions to prove that I am the one who loves you the most. Let me chase you from this day forward, Ruyan Lu said and smiled gently. The crowd snapped back a breath of cool air, dumbfounded with surprise. Holy, did I hallucinate? Lu Ruyan, one of the top 5 school beauties, is chasing after Chen Mofan, the god of dogs? I said his monkey. This world is too crazy. The schoolgirl chased the beggar backwards? Damn, this must be fake, an illusion, a proper hallucination. I must still be dreaming. Oh my god, my goddess Ruyan Lu is so humble. My worldview has collapsed. The oldest and the third also looked at Chen Mofan with a strange expression on their faces. They could hardly believe that. Is this still their best friend? This famous dog god of the University of the East is being pursued by a goddess? And not just one, but two. It hit them so hard. Chen Mofan, however, had a flat face, pulling up Wang Jiajiao and walking directly past Lu Ruyan. Didn't even look at her much. This scene made the crowd break their defenses again. What the hell did this bag Chen Mofan do to ignore Ruyan Lu? Is this dog god floating? I'm going to go ahead and love on the goddess. And frankly, I'm envious of the. I'd like to do that someday, too. I'm going to go one-on-one with the dog god. Ruyan Lu is my goddess. I can't believe I was so humiliated by him. Why didn't the goddess choose me? Amidst a murmur, Chen Mofan had already walked away with Wang Jiajiao. In place, Lu Ruyan looked at Chen Mofan's back, her heart filled with humiliation. She felt so ashamed. So this is what it feels like to be ignored in public? She thought in her heart, and in her mind she recalled, but it was the image of himself once humiliating Chen Mofan in public many times. Thinking differently, she more or less understood the embarrassment that Chen Mofan had once suffered on her. It made her heart feel even more remorseful, and if she had not done it so desperately in the first place, is it true that the current Chen Mofan would still be willing to smile at her? Ruyan Lu clenched her fists fiercely. I will not give up so easily. After having a sweet breakfast with Wang Jiajiao, Chen Mofan came to the classroom. Before class started, there was a lot of classroom chatter about the biggest hot topic of the day, the battle of the two tycoons. Among them, Li Xiao, Li Tiankai has been blown out of the water. The $1 billion+ price tag is also what got the crowd excited. And the excited crowd, in turn, silently gathered around Cham Hong's body. We all know this guy knows a lot of rich kids, know a lot about some of the things that go on in that circle. Brother Hong, tell the brothers that you've seen a lot and have all the doors. What do you think of this battle of the two great tycoons? Chang Hong smiled smugly. Well said, well said. In fact, there's nothing to say about this. Everyone knows that Young Li is a well-known young man in our Liucheng, and he's even my cousin. Chang Hong said, the smugness on his face even more obvious. As expected, a gasp of surprise rang out from the surrounding crowd, and there was envy in everyone's eyes. Looking at Chang Hong, Chan Hong liked this feeling and went on triumphantly. And that Fan Xiao, the ID address shows that he's in our Liuqing, but I've asked my friends around me, and they all say they don't know this Fan Xiao. As we all know, what is that circle of mine? And they say they don't know. Then apparently, that piece of Van Young isn't even a big young. Maybe a thug popped out of nowhere and came to have his way with a real big shot. At the mention of Chen Mofan, Chang Hong's face carried a trace of obvious disdain, and it was clear that very unimpressed with the mortal young man in his mouth. Thinking that the other party was just a bumpkin who didn't know the heights of heaven and dared to challenge Li Tiankai. Brother Hong, then according to you, that Fan Xiao will definitely lose tonight. Ha! Chang Hong snorted and said in a contemptuous tone. Watch, that Van Xiao lost his pants today. Chen Mofan hurriedly lifted his pants as he listened to the murmurings of his classmates in the front row. He was really afraid he wouldn't have any pants left. This teasing expression on Chen Mofan's face, Chang Hong, who turned his head, happened to see it in his eyes. This caused him to frown and let out a cold snort of dissatisfaction, saying, Humph, Chen Mofan, what? You don't agree with me? Chapter 14, the blueprint in my heart is beginning to be realized. Since Chang Hong had asked, Chen Mofan didn't intend to spoil him. Straight away, I'd like to think that Van Xiao will win tonight. Fan Xiao? Which bumpkin came out of nowhere? Chen Mofan, are you making me laugh? Chang Hong sneered with a conspiratorial sneer. When the surrounding crowd heard this, they also jeered out. Chen Mofan, didn't you just listen to Brother Hong's analysis? There's no such person in Liao Cheng's circle of great young men. How dare you say he'll win? You're such an amateur. The dog god deserves to be called the dog god. What he says is really surprising. Ha ha. The crowd around the room followed this statement with laughter. Seeing this, the man added fuel to the fire. Mayor Fan, don't be angry. I'm just joking with you. Though it's true. Chang Hong, with his arrogant demeanor, followed suit and opened his mouth, mocking, Chen Mofan, it's just too narrow-eyed to know what it means to be rich, Chang Hong said, arrogantly reaching out to gesture across. 1 billion. Richard Lee is worth $1 billion. Do you know what $1 billion is? Even if you make 10,000 a month, 8,000 years without food or drink, Chang Hong said excitedly, looking at Chen Mofan with more and more disdain. He knows the other guy is just a poor, so honoring or disrespecting the other person doesn't mean anything to him. But Chen Mofan almost laughed, especially when he looked at Chang Hong's excited gesticulation. I almost didn't strain to laugh out loud. $1 billion, that's what he's going to spend on phase 1. He now worries every day about how to spend it. But Chang Hong was full of pride, and the key to that money was not his. Seeing that Chen Mofan didn't say anything, Chang Hong pretended to let out a sigh and then mocked. Hey, ignorance is also a blessing. Chen Mofan, I really envy you, never knowing how small you are. You'll never see $1 million in your life. Chen Mofan really couldn't hold it in, and let out a pft of laughter. Chang Hong's face immediately became ugly as he stared at Chen Mofan. In an icy tone, he said, Chen Mofan, are you mocking me? What? Think what I said was wrong? Chen Mofan's face was also cold. Just now the other party mocked and ridiculed him with impunity. Now that he just laughed a little bit, the other party was on the line. Did he really think that Chen Mofan, didn't have a temper? But then, Chen Mofan's face eased. It can't be helped. This class is for the class teacher, Lao Li, who usually takes much care of him. He couldn't fight someone in old Li's class. After thinking about it, Chen Mofan sighed out. Think what you want. It's good for Li Xiao to win. Where less wins or not, it's none of my business. You're still unconvinced. Chang Hong saw Chen Mofan's face easing up and thought that he was afraid. Laughing coldly, he gave an inch and said, Chen Mofan, don't say I'm bullying you. How about a bet? If I win, you call me master, and if you win, demand whatever you want. I go Lu. This is really give face ah. Chen Mofan already had some fire in his heart, and now after looking at Chang Hong's look of contempt, obviously just looking down on him, how can this be spoiled? Immediately, Chen Mofan nodded. Fine, I don't need you to call me master, either. I've got a month's worth of stinky socks saved up, so just wash them for me. Chen Mofan, you're bound to lose. Wait to call me master. Chang Hong pointed at Chen Mofan, confidently said, what losing? As soon as Chang Hong's words fell, Old Li walked into the classroom wearing his old black-framed glasses. A classmate heard Old Li's inquiry and laughed as he told what had happened before. Seeing that it was again the hot topic of the moment, Old Li also smiled and opened his mouth. I know about this matter, too. The two tycoons have been frantically spreading their money online, and now it's all over the place. Old Li unexpectedly also knows. Chen Mofan is a little surprised. This thing is about to be known by everyone, not realizing that he would become a celebrity one day. Chen Mofan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then teacher, who do you think will win? Old Li laughed. It's impossible to say who will lose and who will win for the two great tycoons. and it's not for us to guess. But watching those tens of millions of dollars just turn into gifts and swipe them out like that. Teacher, my heart aches. As Laoli's words left his mouth, the class erupted in laughter. Laoli also followed and continued to laugh. Classmates, I am not afraid of your jokes. Laoli, I do not have much success. Used to think I could make $10 million and retire in peace. But after all these decades of stumbling down, I haven't even seen the shadow of $10 million. But you're different. You're just starting out. You've got a fight in you. But have you guys actually ever really thought seriously about how you should go and fight your way through the future? Oldly said and looked deeply at Chen Mofan. This student was close to him, yet this student was the one he worried about the most. This student was known as the dog god in the East University and knelt down to lick Lu Ruyan. It was because of this that he was worried. Because Chen Mofan cared too much about Ruyan Lu, not the slightest thought for myself. So much so that by now, he's got no grades, no connections, no money. By the time they graduate, such students are relegated to the lowest level of cattle and horses. Like him, to this day, there is not even a shadow of $10 million in sight. It's time to talk to this kid, Old Lee thought to himself, as the bell rang for the end of the lesson. Directly grabbing Chen Mofan, he came to his office. In the office, Laoli looked at Chen Mofan, who still had that hangdog look. With a sigh, the expression on his face then turned serious and he spoke in a deep voice. Chen Mofan, how old are you this year? Chen Mofan is a little confused. Why does Old Lee have a serious face today? Scratching his head, Chen Mofan queried. Sophomore year? What's the matter, Old Lee? Can you not make it so serious? Old Lee knocked on the table fiercely. Don't we both be playful? Chen Meifan, you still know that sophomore year. Junior year is another year. Senior year should be internship. But what about you now? What do you have? Connections, grades, money, do you have any of the same? Chen Mofan understood. Old Lee was worried about his future, which warmed his heart. But now, he really doesn't have to worry about his future. With $1 trillion in his hand, he can spend it however he wants. Thinking of this, Chen Mofan said tentatively, that Old Lee, do you think it's possible for me to get $1 trillion or something overnight? Old Lee immediately rolled his eyes at Chen Mofan, then reprimanded, and $1 trillion? Even if you had $1 trillion, what would you do? Sit on your ass? Chen Mofan, since you can get rich overnight, then did you ever think you could zero in on your wealth overnight? Chen Merfan was violently silent. Zeroing in on wealth. Chen Mofan hadn't really thought about it, and at this moment, being brought up by Old Lee, it took him a moment to realize that the possibility wasn't out of the question. His wealth was built without the slightest root. It was all dependent on the system. The system can suddenly appear, then one day it could suddenly disappear. It's never wise to rely on the system. In that case, why didn't he or she take advantage of the system's existence for the duration of the? What about building a powerful business empire? Refreshing $1 trillion a day. That's a lot of startup money to explode. And on that basis, Chen Merfan didn't even dare to imagine what kind of scale his business empire would build up to. Will he then become the godfather of business for a new generation? At the same time, he can spend money while he has the chance. So is it not a double whammy? The only property he has now is a single restaurant. Wang Xianga. In that case, let's start with the restaurant industry. Chapter 15, The Pig-Like Self. Alright, Chen Mofan, I won't say any more superfluous words. You're an adult. It should have its own musings. Chen Mofan nodded, and in his heart, he felt one more point of gratitude towards Old Lee. After gratefully glancing at Old Lee, Chen Mofan turned around and was about to leave. But just as he reached the door, he was called back by Old Lee. Chen Mofan, in a couple of days I'll bring you to meet someone. She's your schoolmate. It's running its own company now. You can go work for her after graduation and hone your skills. Same student as me. You'll be able to get promoted a little faster by rushing this relationship. And, of course, you and she need to communicate more and maintain a good relationship. It's kind of your first human connection. Chen Mofan nodded before leaving the office. In the second class, Chen Mofan directly skipped class. He still had to spend money? Should enjoy. Should work hard. One size fits all. The two cannot be confused not. Besides, he had only rushed 300 million inside Poc's tone, so it was more reliable to be safe or 500 million. He doesn't want to lose. The main thing was that he had been saving his stinky socks for a month and really didn't want to wash them himself. After a busy morning, Chen Mofan first went to Wang Shanga, ready to eat a good meal first. But I didn't expect that Wang Jiajiao happened to be here as well. She was packing Chen Mofan's lunch to deliver it to him personally. By the way, after having a simple lunch with Chen Mofan, it kept deepening the relationship between the two. Even she had prepared a small gift for Chen Mofan, a remote cell phone. She saw yesterday that Chen Mofan's cell phone was already worn out. So after having breakfast with Chen Mofan early this morning, she went to Chanda Plaza and bought this cell phone. Chen Mofan has already spent over $20 million on her. She felt compelled to give him a little something back. There is a back and forth that makes the relationship between the two last. Seeing Chen Mofan, Wang Jiajiao's little doll face was filled with surprise. Smiling, she ran over and stood in front of Chen Mofan, looking at him with a little shyness on her face. "No, oh, Mayor Fan, here's my gift for you. See if you like it?" Wang Jiajiao said as she took out the distantly superior cell phone from behind her. A remote leader XT Extraordinary Masters. Chen Mofan's heart was happy. He had long wanted to change his cell phone. But before, when he was with Ruyan Lu, all his money went to Ruyan Lu to buy gifts. With the only money left to eat poorly on instant noodles, how can I afford to change my cell phone? And Lu Ruyan hadn't bought him any gifts. Today was the first time he received a gift from a girl, or such an expensive gift. Chen Mofan's heart was filled with excitement. At this moment he could more or less understand that when Wang Jiajiao received the bracelet. Why are you so excited you want to cry? Sure enough, I'm still beggarly, Chen Mofan thought in his heart, but smiled on his face. Beggar, so what? This beggar can hang the rich second generation. Here, cuddle. Chen Mofan opened his hands and smiled, as if Wang Jiajiao was waiting for these words. The moment Chen Mofan's words left his mouth, jumped into Chen Mofan's arms, warm and soft Jade in his arms, feeling that delicate body as well as that fresh body fragrance. Chen Mofan's heart was thrilled at that moment, as the two bodies pressed together, each other's body heat through the clothing. When it was slowly passed to his body, the warmth made Chen Mofan, who had never experienced this before, instantly plus excited. Yikes! Wang Jiajiao noticed something strange then, like a little rabbit that, wrestling away from his arms as if fleeing, but the corners of his mouth curved in a tiny arc of. Obviously there was a hint of undisguised elation deep inside. Chen Mofan, you're so bad, how dare you bully people? Chen Mofan's cheeks instantly turned red and he scratched his head in embarrassment. A big man was even more shy than herself. Wang Jiajiao felt even more amused, glancing at Chen Mofan's stupidly moving parts. Wang Jiajiao's face carried a shyness that, lying on Chen Mofan's ear, he whispered, Chen Mofan, you're not being honest. Chen Mofan only felt a warm stream of air hit his ears. It made him even more itchy, and he had the urge to do Wang Jiajiao right here. But Wang Jiajiao, this little goblin, turned around and ran away. She knew that too much was too much, and that a man needed to be cooked low and slow. Besides, really teasing Chen Mofan's animal blood boiling, he cannot help but want to do himself what to do. She resisted or she didn't. Okay, let's look at the phone. Wang Jiajiao smartly changed the topic and handed the cell phone case to Chen Mofan. Let him enjoy opening the box. Chen Mofan was still a little bit unfulfilled, especially since his evil fire had just been stirred up by this little goblin, Wang Jiajiao, but he couldn't use force, could he? And could only helplessly lament in his heart and take the phone. Inside the box is the latest masterpiece from Remote, the XT Extraordinary Masters, the legendary triple fold. The claim is that the performance is way ahead of the curve and the price is way ahead of the curve. There are mixed reviews about this phone, each in their own way, but there is no doubt that this phone has become a status symbol for most of because it visualizes your financial strength. Unpacking the package and looking at the thin and light body, the excitement in Chen Mofan's heart reached its peak. Feeling the tactile sensation coming from your fingers when you actually have this phone in your hand, Chen Mofan only felt his 5 fingers trembling a little with excitement. Along with that, the favor in his heart towards Wang Jiajiao increased by 1 more point. This woman really cared about him, and at this moment, there was more than a hint of such a thought in his mind. Without the slightest hesitation, the card is changed, data is transferred, and you log into WeChat. But just as WeChat logged on, the voice phone rang. Yun Moli. 3 large words were clearly displayed on the display, and Wang Jiajiao could see them clearly. Yun Moli didn't sleep a wink last night, and only squinted a bit early this morning, which just woke up and, the first voice call was made to Chen Mofan. Yun Moli, isn't that the star? You still recognize her? Wang Jiajiao asked with a puzzled opening. Chapter 16, The Unable Wang Motsai. Chen Merfan smiled and nodded, explaining, of course, I'm her big brother in the list one. Big brother Punji? Wang Jiajiao muttered suspiciously to herself, then snapped to attention that, Cloud Molly live broadcast 2 big tycoon fight this matter. One is called Li Xiao and the other is called Van Xiao. Wait, Van Xiao? The expression on Wang Jiajiao's face instantly stiffened as she looked at Chen Mofan with a shocked expression. Fan Xiao? Chen Mofan? Chen Mofan is one of the 2 tycoons? He swiped over $10 million on Yun Mo Li's live stream last night? Wang Jiajiao was shocked, but on second thought, $10 million doesn't seem like much to this guy. This guy spent tens of millions of dollars yesterday in front of him. It's unbelievably luxurious. But why does this guy look like a thief? Thinking of this, Wang Jiajiao inquired. Just because of this, what are you nervous about? This was obviously believing in himself. Chen Mofan heatedly smiled, then explained, "Isn't this because I'm afraid you'll blame me for spending money?" That he cared so much about what he thought. A smile appeared on Wang Jiajiao's face, but the mouth still said, "I'm not your girlfriend. Where do I care? Or is this a confession to me?" Confession? Chen Meifan laughed. It's impossible to confess. He'll never confess in his life. What's the saying? If you don't pay, you don't sell. Accordingly, it's not scum if you don't confess. He didn't say anything on his mouth, but Chen Mofan's right hand had already climbed onto Wang Jiajiao's waist end. The lefty then hung up. Wang Jiajiao's slender waist twisted like a water snake, as if she wanted to refuse however, he only symbolically twisted twice, and then allowed Chen Mofan to place his hand on it. Her cheeks turned red with it, like a big apple, red with pink. It makes you want to take a bite out of it. This appearance of wanting to refuse made Chen Mofan feel his fingers tingle, wanted to swallow Wang Jiajiao in one bite. The evil fire that had just been suppressed then also rose again and became more and more intense. Chen Mofan knew very well that if he wanted to do something now, Wang Jiajiao would definitely not refuse. With that thought, his guts instantly grew, and he wanted to put his arms around Wang Jiajiao right then and take a cab to do business. But there's always someone who likes to sabotage you. First Yunmoli hung up and then dialed again. Then, Richard Wang walked over again, came up to them, and called out with a smile, "Boss." Once, twice, Chen Mofan's evil fire was also forced to interrupt helplessly. Looking at Wang Motsai, the original owner of Wang Shanga, Chen Mofan pointed to the table beside him and said, "Come on, sit down and have some together." Richard Wang nodded and sat down. He was originally worried about what topic to find, to talk to this boss, to liaise, when he heard Yunmoli with the list of a big brother, laughed. This is not a gun in the mouth? He is a deep student of live broadcasting and often peeps behind his daughter-in-law's back. Is the boss watching the live broadcast too? Those two big tycoons wildly swiping gifts last night were really wonderful. I heard that these two tycoons are going to split the difference today? Wang Mokai took the initiative to open his mouth with a smile on his face. You watch it live too? Wang Morkai nodded and said, I often watch it, and I also rewarded the female anchor quite a bit before. Chen Mofan was a little surprised. Wang Mokai is 40 or 50 years old. I did not expect that this play is still quite flowery. Chen Mofan thought in his heart and smiled on his face. That's just right. You analyze and analyze. Who really wins between the two tycoons? When it comes to this, Wang Motsai's eyebrows flew up and he immediately said, Boss, I can safely tell you that Li Xiao will win. With these words, Wang Jiajiao, who had just taken a sip of water, instantly sprayed the water out of her mouth. She was aware of it, but Chen Mofan was that one of the two great tycoons. Fan Xiao. Now, this Wang Motsai didn't even hesitate and directly said Li Xiao will win. You're slapping your boss in the face. Thinking of this, the expression on Wang Jiajiao's face became very wonderful. Chen Mofan's face is a stiff expression. Damn, how come no one looks at me favorably? Even his own staff can come up with a sure thing that Li Xiao will win. After Wang Motkai's sentence that Li Xiao would surely win, he proceeded to analyze it in a decent manner. First of all, Shan Li is a regular in the live streaming world, and his account level has reached the top, and the top accounts have swiped 20 million less. Boss, $20 million. What kind of concept is that? But Li Xiao just swiped it out like he was playing. Wang Mokai said. A touch of envy appeared in his eyes, then proceeded to laugh. And, it just broke out that Young Li is worth $1 billion. Boss, that's $1 billion. We're not even on the same level as him. Seeing that Wang Motsai was getting more and more excited as he spoke, while every sentence was hitting Chen Mofan in the face, Wang Jiajiao was a bit unable to look away and coughed lightly, reminding in a low voice, cough, fan. But who knows that when he heard this word, Wang Motsai directly waved his hand. You said that Fan Xiaoa. As I see it, he simply can't. There's no one like him in Liao Chang's rich and powerful circle. Maybe it's a wild card that came out of nowhere. Wang Jiajiao was surprised, and she felt she had reminded her that it was obvious enough that. But how come Wang Motsai is still going further and further down the road of death? In looking at Chen Mofan's face, it was as weird as it could be. Forget it. Be nice. Wang Jiajiao thought in her heart and then reminded. Ahem. That brother Wang. Murfan's word for van is pretty good haha. When these words came out, Wang Mokai was confused. What's wrong with this little girl? A good nagging live. Pulling what name Besides, that word mortal is just average. Wang Motsai scratched his head, looked at Wang Jiajiao, and then at Chen Mofan, and was about to speak next. Chen Mofan's phone rang again. The three words, Yun Moli, appeared clearly on the monitor. Those three words were like a thunderbolt. Ka! It slashed directly at the top of Wang Morkai's head. All the cluelessness opened up in a flash. Yun Moli, Chen Merfan, and Fan Xiao. Got it. Richard Wang was dumbfounded. What the is this? You're sucking up to the horse's hooves? As if it were as long as a century had passed, the stiff expression on Wang Mokai's face, it finally changed slowly to an awkward smile. He. Two short words made Chen Mofan and Wang Jiaozhou instantly explode in sweat. The heart felt as if it had stopped a beat. And he, those two words came out of the mouth of the bad man. Why does it feel so creepy? That, boss, actually I feel it. Fan Xiao is quite good too. He should, maybe win. Chen Mofan was all helpless. How little confidence this was in him. After learning that Van Shaw is himself, there's still a should maybe. Looking at Wang Motsai's awkward appearance, Chen Mofan helplessly said, come on, don't hold it up. Still should maybe. Wang Mokai sat on the stool and scratched his head awkwardly. Boss, actually if Li Tiankai was alone, you can hold him easily. But as far as I know, many of the great young men of Liaoqing heard about this and have said that they will support Richard Li in the evening. And it's rumored that each of the 8 of them has $50 million set aside. They also threatened that Liao Chang would not allow the bumpkins to run wild like this. They're going to show you tonight what it's like to be punched in the face. Yo, such wild words. Chen Mofan laughed. As for how much money the other party had prepared, Chen Meifan didn't care in the slightest. It wasn't as much as he had anyway. Wang Motsai said, and after carefully glancing at Chen Mofan, he continued, boss, those big youngsters are crazy, but they do have power. Boss, how about tonight? You recognize a mistake first. Chapter 17, Molesting Yun Moli again. Admit you're wrong? Chen Meifan smiled. Now his dictionary does not have the word wrong. Besides, 8 people, $50 million, is only $400 million. Even if you add Richard Li, how much can it be? 500 million? 700 million? Or 1 billion? That's all the money you've got. Are you messing with him? What kind of business is Richard Li's family in? This is something that Richard Wang really knows. The Li family is in the restaurant industry. As the saying goes, peers are enemies. For this reason, Wang Morkai had made a point of getting to know Li Tiankai. Boss, the Li family is in the restaurant business, and there's a 5-star hotel under Richard Li's name, and a dozen restaurants. Chen Mofan's eyes lit up. Just when he wanted to sleep, someone sent a pillow over. He was about to start his business empire with the restaurant industry first. It's not like someone came to deliver him industry. Thinking of this, Chen Mofan smiled and said, Old Wang, you don't have to come to work tomorrow. Prepare a purchase contract to acquire Li Enterprises at market price. Ha! Wang Mokai exclaimed in surprise. He didn't expect his boss to say such a thing at all. So much so, that he froze for a full 2 seconds before his head turned. Boss, are you acquiring Li's business? But as far as I know, the Li family is doing very well. I'm afraid it wasn't willing to be acquired. Chen Merfan smiled confidently. That's not up to him. He's already figured out how to dig a hole for Richard Li tonight. Although Wang Motsai didn't know what his boss was thinking. At the moment, the demeanor Chen Mofan displayed was in his eyes. Haughty, scornful, with a disdainful and forced kingly aura emanating from all around him. At this moment, Wang Mokai suddenly felt as if he had been underestimating his boss. After a meal, Wang Mokai realized that Chen Mofan looked as usual, like he wasn't the least bit worried about the big battle that was to follow. It made him more and more firm in his idea that perhaps the little boss behind the possession of the far more capital than he has ever shown. After the meal, Richard Wang sent Chen Mofan to the door. Seeing Chen Mofan beckoning for a cab, he was once again confused. This owner didn't drive anymore? That boss, didn't you drive today? Chen Mofan was embarrassed for a while. He had a friggin' car. Yesterday after getting $1 trillion just thinking about picking up Wang Jiaozhou. And today there is a tycoon war. And I haven't come to buy a car yet? But you can't say that to your men, can you? How humiliating is that? Thinking of this, Chen Mofan smiled. The car crashed a few days ago and is still being maintained? The doubt in Wang Motsai's eyes has dissipated. This is the right thing to do. How can one's boss not have a car? Looks like we're going to have to pick out a luxury car tomorrow. And today, it's past noon. If he didn't hurry up and recharge, he was really going to lose out to those little kids who hadn't seen the world. Thinking of this, after returning to the dormitory, Chen Mofan directly locked himself inside the house. Take out your new cell phone and frantically recharge it. At the moment, the battle between the two tycoons is getting more and more lively after a day of fermentation. Tens of thousands of posts and short videos are discussing tonight's winners and losers. The number of participants reached a terrifying 10 million. Pakistan officials seized this huge traffic and contacted Yunmoli in advance. An announcement was sent out that Yunmoli would start tonight at 8 p.m. sharp. When this news came out, people became even more enthusiastic and paid attention to Yunmoli. Yunmoli's follower count started to skyrocket. In just one day the number of fans has reached a huge tens of millions. and there is not the slightest momentum of decadence. This made Yun Moli surprised and happy. Happy because of the joy of seeing her fan count skyrocket. Amazing what people think of her after that Van Shaw was exposed. The more Yun Moli thought about it in her mind, the more scared she became, making her want to cancel this live broadcast tonight. And what's even more aggravating is that she's already made over 24 voice calls to that vanilla young man today, in one day. But surprisingly, the other side didn't answer any of them. This made her even more angry. When had she ever been treated like this? Got my makeup done by a professional makeup artist. In front of the dresser, Yun Moli once again called Chen Mofan without dying. This time, the phone rang twice before finally connecting. The moment she answered the phone, Yun Moli actually felt excited. There was a feeling of wanting to cry tears of joy. God have mercy. This little beggar finally picked up. But then came the aggravation. And God knows what state of mind she had gone through in the course of the day. A star in his own right. To be ignored by his own fans one after the other. It's for any star to. It's all a slap in the face. And that little beggar actually hit her in the face more than 20 times one after another. When did a star become so humble? Worry plus aggravation. In the brief moments after the call is answered, Yun Moli actually thought about rushing at the other party and roaring at them properly for once. It's too suffocating. But who knows? Before she could open her mouth, Chen Mofan spoke first. I said, are you tired of this? You've called 20 times a day. You're okay, right? As a star, can you be a little more reserved? Do you know you're ruining the image in my mind? Yun Moli was dumbfounded. Am I annoying? I'm not reserved? I'm ruining my image? Do you know what you're talking about? Immediately, Yun Moli was so aggravated that she almost cried. Holding his cell phone, he didn't even know what he should say for a moment. No, I said, are you up to something? What are you calling me for if you don't have anything to say? Chen Meifan's renewed questioning. Yun Moli was in tears at that time. The anger and aggravation in her heart almost brought tears to her eyes. Hey, Yun Moli, you're not missing me, are you? I want your big head. Yun Moli exploded, holding her cell phone and shouting angrily at Chen Mofan. But the outburst would only last a sentence, because Chen Mofan went on to say, I asked you to say something and you didn't. And you didn't want me to. So what are you calling me for? I'm hanging up. Yun Moli's just accumulated anger instantly shriveled up again. Wait, I have something to do. Across the room, Chen Mofan hemmed and hawed. I don't want to hear it now, and you don't want me anyway. I'm hanging up. Why don't you want to hear it again? Yun Moli is dumbfounded, anxious all day. She hurriedly said into her cell phone, I miss you. Okay. Chen Mofan heatedly laughed, the hooked up corners of his mouth carrying a sense of an any way he looked at it. What did you just say? I didn't hear you. Say it again properly. When these words came out, Yun Moli was so angry that she only felt her blood pressure rising. Letting out a slow breath, she managed to suppress the urge to crush the other woman as soon as she could. I said I missed you, so that's okay. Listening to the words that clearly carried a hint of exasperation, Chen Mofan smiled even more happily. Alright, since you miss me, I'll begrudgingly stay with you for 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. Yun Moli was furious and clenched her fists fiercely. In the past she was the one who was indifferent to others. Now it's good that you're begging a little beggar to take care of you, but it turned out to be only 5 minutes? Yun Moli felt unusually ridiculous. It almost made her gasp and laugh, but time is of the essence. Thinking of this, Yun Moli hurriedly opened her mouth. Little brother, you haven't answered me yet? What exactly do you do in reality? Doing what? Chen Mofan looked at himself. He should be considered a student come rich generation. Thinking of this, Chen Mofan directly said, first of all, I'm not called little brother. My name is Chen Mofan. Secondly, I'm kind of the rich generation, I guess, in the investment business, and my biggest hobby is spending money. Rich generation? Yun Moli nearly messed up in the wind when she heard these 3 words. A rich generation that can swipe over $10 million and still lives in a dormitory? What the hell? Such a rich generation is all about apartments, hotels, or villas. What's more, he's a student. Yun Moli didn't believe it at all and said directly, is it fun for little brother to lie? Don't you think what you just said is full of holes? Chapter 18, Chen Mofan escaped? Yun Moli, now tell me the truth. Chen Mofan was helpless. This is the truth. Preferring the truth is the least believable. With this in mind, Chen Mofan helplessly said, alright, I admit, I'm a poor, appropriating the company's money and swiping gifts for you, so that's always okay. And, after today's brush, I'm going to jail, so I'll never see you again. Bye. As the words fell, Chen Mofan directly hung up the phone. Sure enough, it was just as she had guessed, and Yun Moli's heart became even more anxious. But when he called Chen Mofan again, the other party hung up directly. 10 calls in a row, all hung up. Yun Moli had no choice but to send a direct message. I miss you. Still no news. Thus, I miss you. I miss you. I miss you. I miss you. A dozen or so messages were sent in a row, all of which were like a stone dropped into the sea. Until 7:50, Yun Moli was helpless and sent a message to Chen Mofan once again. The message was simple. Just 3 words. Your Honor. Chen Mofan looked at the 3 words sent, and with a hefty smile, he still ignored it and continued to recharge. 7:55. The heat of the battle between the two tycoons on the internet is at its peak. The number of people discussing it at the same time broke 10 million, and all of them unanimously felt that this fight between the two tycoons for wealth, the winner is 100% Richard Lee. Compared to the unknown Chen Mofan, the financial strength demonstrated by Richard Lee is more favorable. Some people have even started writing posts in advance about Richard Lee's big win. Get ready to send it out first thing and earn traffic. Chen Mofan, on the other hand, is still lying on his back under the blanket at this moment, frantically recharging. At 8 o'clock sharp, Yun Moli's live room directly flooded with millions of people, and the number is still increasing like crazy. Breaking 2 million is just a matter of minutes. At 8:05, Cloud Jasmine officially opens the live broadcast. The number of people online at the same time has come to a terrifying 3 million. The moment the pop-ups were turned on, countless pop-ups poured out, on the verge of obscuring the screen. The pop-ups are uniformly all at Li Xiao and Van Xiao. Apparently all expect these two young men to fight it out quickly, so they can move a little bench and getting high and watching the big fight. At 10 minutes past 8, Richard Lee Tiankai entered the live broadcast room with 8 friends and sent out a pop-up screen. Hello everyone, I'm Richard Lee. The live broadcast instantly exploded, and a pop-up screen appeared scrolling like a madman. Welcome, Young Lee. Welcome, Young Lee. Young Lee is mighty. Young Lee, hurry up and rub that bumpkin. Fan Xiao, on the ground. I can't wait. A similar pop-up appeared one after another, and the corner of Li Tiankai's mouth, who was looking at his cell phone, hooked up with a touch of smugness. He loved the feeling of anticipation. The 8 friends around them, each with an arm around a young model, watched the pop-up message, the corners of their mouths curling up as the smugness clearly surfaced on his face. One of the big young men, Wang Zhe, whose family is in the building materials business, is worth $900 million. He had his arm around a young blonde model, and the corners of his mouth hooked up as he looked at his cell phone and, with a hint of obvious contempt in his eyes, he said, Brother Kai, that bumpkin hasn't come yet? It can't be that he's scared and ran away. As soon as these words came out, a burst of laughter rang out from the few people around them, and the laughter was full of teasing. Li Tiankai smiled. I do hope that bumpkin hasn't been scared out of his wits. That way I can humiliate him properly. Let him understand that in Liucheng, not just any cat or dog can be called a great young man. Wang Zhe burst out laughing when he heard this. 8:15. One of the 2 main protagonists, Fan Xiao, has not yet appeared, and various types of viewers in the pop-ups have taunted that the humiliate Chen Mofan. Holy, what's the situation? Fan Xiao wouldn't be too scared to come. Damn, this coward made me excited all day. Just looking forward to this big battle at night. LOL asterisk asterisk. Still mortal lesser? Running away in fear. With that kind of ability, I think calling him Dog Xiao is more like it. At Fan Xiao, son of a, come out. Ha ha. Fan Xiao escaped, or I, Li Xiao, am mighty. A pop-up screen rolled, and Richard Lee Tiankai looked at the pop-up screen. The smugness at the corner of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. To the side, Wang Zhe said in a bored voice, I should have known that this bumpkin is such a coward. We don't have to make such a big deal out of it. Ugh, it's so damn boring. Why do we always run into such cowards? Yun Moli was however relieved. If that Chen Mofan escaped, instead, it was a best outcome, for her and for Chen Mofan. She doesn't want to see a cowhorse beating a worker for embezzling company funds thus ruining the rest of your life. And at this moment, that bull and horse beating worker in Yun Moli's mind was being caught drinking by the boss. Tonight is the battle of the 2 tycoons. As a senior family member of the live broadcast, how could the boss not get in on this kind of action? Bought barbecue, bought wine, pulled Chen Mofan ready to drink a little wine and watch the fun. The boss drained a bottle of Snowflake in one gulp and looked at Yun Moli's live feed. With a disdainful face, he said, what is the situation of this what Fan Xiao? Really a coward escaped? I said his Moncler outlet store I just bought barbecue and wine. This money is not ing wasted. As one of the parties involved, Fan Xiao, Chen Merfan, looked at his boss with a helpless face. He wanted to get on it, but the point is that the boss grabbed him by the drink and wouldn't let him touch his cell phone at all. That makes it feel like an egghead. When he doesn't come, the boss is more anxious than he is, cursing in his dorm room in anger. The time came to 8:20 and the pop-ups completely blew up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is that asshole Fan Xiao coming or not? If not, I'm leaving. I've never seen such a wimpy loser. Let's go. Let's go. If that Fan Shao dares to appear in the broadcasting world again in the future, I'll spray him for 8 generations. Asterisk asterisk I missed work today to watch the fight of the century, and this is how it ends. I'm ing drunk. As Richard Lee looked at the message on the pop-up screen, he sneered disdainfully, and danced with both fingers as he sent a couple pop-ups. Apparently my opponent was too timid and fled. Of course, I don't blame him. After all, it's normal to be timid in the face of us. It's just that I wish I had a friend who knew that bumpkin and told him that, in the future, he should not enter any live room with me in it, and go around me when he sees me. I'll go. Li Xiaowei. It's still me, Li Xiao, who speaks in a domineering manner. Li Xiao is awesome. On the contrary, that Fan Shao. What the hell? The pop-ups were furious, all mocking Chen Mofan. On the contrary, Li Tianzi is sought after by millions of people. Li Tianzi, alright, everyone, we don't need to get to know this kind of person. It's too degrading. Chen Mofan, who are you calling drop dead? A pop-up was sent out, and the entire broadcast room violently dissolved into stillness. Even the pop-up stopped sending out a single one. In the midst of all the anticipation, Chen Mofan finally arrived. A full 10 seconds passed in the entire broadcast before new pop-ups appeared again. I'll set you up with a monkey, you son of a. Do you know how much your slave has been waiting for you? I'm a bit surprised that he didn't escape. It's not in vain that I came to see this great battle. Come on, get up and go. I can't wait. Li Tianzi snorted, the disdain in his eyes becoming more and more intense. At Fan Shao, dirtbag, you're here. I thought you'd run away? Chen Mofan was lying on his back under the covers, holding his cell phone to see this message, and smiled flatly. He wouldn't have been able to come if the boss hadn't muffled a bottle of Snowflake in one gulp and gotten sick to his stomach right then and there. But now that he's here, he's going to make these people realize that who exactly is the unseasoned bumpkin. At Shaoli, whether it's a bumpkin or not will naturally be revealed later. But I still say, don't challenge my allowance with your savings. Chapter 19, The Beginning of the Great War. Asterisk asterisk. There it is again. Richard Lee cursed angrily at the screen. Yesterday, too, and today, too. This guy is crazy as hell. Brother Kai. This kid is quite rampant. Wang Zhe sneered. Is it bad to be rampant? I like it when it's a little bit rampant, because the more I feel good when I kneel before me like a dog after defeat. Another of the 8 spoke up, smiling. The words were easy and casual, obviously not putting Chen Mofan in his eyes. Yes, Kai. Tell him to kneel like a dog when he loses. Richard Lee, at Fan Shao. My brother said that he dislikes your rampant appearance. If you lose, get on the air and kneel in front of us like a dog. The pop-ups were instantly frantic. Holy, is that so exciting? Ha ha. Big young man kneeling like a dog. Sure enough, it was right to come over today. Fan Shao, promise him that we must not let Li Xiao be so arrogant. Looking at a message in the pop-up screen, the corner of Chen Mofan's mouth curled slightly. He wasn't interested in Richard Lee Tiankai kneeling like a dog, but was interested in his family's estate. When I was chatting with Richard Wang today, Richard Wang said that Richard Lee's family was also in the restaurant business. He has a 5-star hotel as well as a dozen restaurants under his name. Chen Mofan had the idea of building a business empire. In that case, let's start with the restaurant. Chen Mofan, at Shaoli, I don't have as much bad taste as you do. I only have one thing. If you lose, I'll fund the purchase of the restaurant in your name at a cost of $1.2 billion. Holy, is this a body play? So exciting? Are they all so exciting now? Quickly, Li Xiao promised him that. Don't you want to see Fan Shao kneeling in front of you like a dog? In the pop-ups, there was a constant stream of people raising a ruckus, obviously watching the fun. But there was no doubt that the pop-up stimulated Richard Lee's nerves. And at this moment, Li Tiankai's face was a shade of green and red. He knew very well that once he lost, he would completely become a laughingstock in the circle of Liao Cheng's great young men. But at this moment, because of the arrogant statement he had just made, it had made it difficult for him to ride the tiger. If you don't say yes, you're instantly a laughingstock, because he's the one who started this. But at the end of the day you can't afford to play, and he must be laughed at. Brother Kai, promise him, just a bumpkin. How dare he be so arrogant? Yeah, Kai, he's something. Never let this kind of bumpkin lose face to the end of us. Kai, I'm offering $10 million. I have to see him on the ground like a dog today. Me too, Kai, me too. Brother Kai, this kind of person is the kind of person that should be trampled underfoot so that he understands the price of clamoring with us. Wang Zhe arrogantly stated. These big young men are used to being arrogant on weekdays, and today, when they see someone who dares to clamor with them like this, immediately angry. Looking at the 8 friends behind him, Richard Lee clenched his teeth and, he didn't believe that this bumpkin who came out of nowhere could defeat them. At Fan Shao, yes, then it's a deal. Li Tiankai's words had just fallen, and Chen Mofan's gifts had already begun to brush on. How could there be time to talk to Richard Li Tiankai with so much grumbling? He was still getting ready for bed? One by one, the carnival flew out and the special effects took up half the screen. Seeing this, Richard Li did not show any weakness and similarly began to furiously brush the carnival. In the pop-up, I'm going, it's starting. The carnival brushes out. I've got a monkey on my back. Poverty is really limiting my imagination. So soon already 500 carnivals have gone down. Asterisk asterisk, when will I ever be as dashing as these great young men? That what's his name dog is more dashing than Fan Xiao. My ass. Watch. He'll definitely be stepped on by Li Xiao. That's right. A bumpkin who came out of nowhere dares to call the shots of a real young master. What a death wish. Gifts were flying in her own live room. But Yun Moli couldn't be happy. Chen Mofan came after all. She didn't understand. Was a man's face really that important? Is it really worth it to prefer to spend the rest of your life in jail to save face? But even for the sake of saving face, you're bound to lose this fight for riches, aren't you? How much public money can be misappropriated by a small employee? LOL. Yun Moli sighed in his heart and began to work on organizing the gifts that Chen Mofan had swiped for him, prepared to return it as is. Carnival soon came to 2000. The crowd in the live room also started to become more and more excited, and at this moment, a kunai gift was given, completely igniting the live broadcast room. I'll go Lu. Has Fan Xiao reached level 60? Started sending Koan Pang Wan Li. I'll set him up with a monkey, a kunai for 16,000 miles. The exclusive gift that only a level 60 big brother can brush. One tops my 4 months salary. I'm dizzy. Why do I feel as if Fan Xiao is a bit more powerful, taking the initiative to pull the battle towards a bigger picture? On the contrary, Li's less moderate and more carnival-like all the time. Upstairs, open your dog's eyes and see clearly. Li Xiao has also started brushing Koan Pang Wan Li, saying that our Mr. Li is moderate is really narrow-eyed. Li Xiao, just want to save that bumpkin money for dinner. But that bumpkin had the audacity to take the initiative to expand. Li Xiao, will definitely completely press this bumpkin to death in Goddess Yun's live broadcasting room. Holy, why do I feel like this is going to break the $1 billion barrier? The $50 million predicted online feels like a breeze. Turtle, watch this, it's gonna break $100 million. From what I hear, Li Tiankai Big Lesser has 8 brothers support, each prepared 50 million, which is ing 400 million. Fan Xiao, that bumpkin, take what compares. 400 million. My worldview. The time quickly came to 9 in the evening, and the kunai had already swiped 7,000, straight through the billions. When they reached the critical point of 7,000, the crowd understood that each of the two had swiped more than $100 million, and at this moment, Richard Li Tiankai's speed of swiping gifts had significantly slowed down. I'll be damned. Broke 100 million. Broke 100 million. 100 million just brushed out. Both sides have swiped 100 million each. My worldview. It feels like it's going to shatter. Holy, what the hell? Why do I feel as if Richard Li Tiankai's rate of swiping gifts is starting to slow down? Don't be so stupid upstairs. Mr. Li's just got a sore hand. It's simply impossible for that bumpkin, Fan Xiao, to defeat Li Xiao. There's no possible hammer. Just look at it. It's noticeably slower. Young Li's speed seems really slow. Holding his cell phone, Richard Li Tiankai looked at a message on the pop-up screen. His face was very ugly. His face darkened especially when he saw the queries. He didn't think that this bumpkin would be so powerful. $100 million. It's $100 million. A lot of money that many people can't hope for in a lifetime. But that bumpkin he despised had taken it. Looking at the speed at which the other side swiped their gifts, it's clear that there's a lot left in the tank for the other side. The money prepared was very adequate. That made his face look even worse. Kai, this bumpkin still has some strength. It's okay, there's still us. Use our money. Wang Zhe gave a disdainful sneer and opened his mouth. Although this bumpkin's strength surprised him a bit, don't forget that there were 8 of them. What's that bumpkin got to compare? It's all about connections and underpinnings. Wang Zhe thought in his mind and laughed out coldly. Chapter 20, 600 million. Hearing Wang Zhe's words, Li Tiankai nodded with an ugly face. Though he understood that this bumpkin was destined to be no match for the 8 of them, but there was one fact that none of the 8 of them could ignore. That was, if they fought alone, they were simply no match for Chen Mofan. How could he lose to a bumpkin? This made Li Tiankai's face ugly. The whole thing was as hard as if he'd eaten shang. The bottom line is, that's $100 million. He was worth just over $1 billion in total, and now he just swiped out $100 million for no reason at all. It made his heart bleed, but he was even more heartbroken when $100 million went out and he didn't beat that dirtbag. As for whether or not he would lose, Richard Li never thought of it that way. Are you kidding? They have over 400 million here? Can that bumpkin come up with that kind of money? Having utilized the new funds, Richard Lee Tiankai's speed of swiping gifts once again increased. The pop-ups, consequently, began to advocate for Li Xiao again. Where's the person who said Young Li couldn't make it before? Come out and let me see. I told you, Young Li just has sore hands. Brother, why do you have to talk to those people who say that Young Li can't do it? It looks like they've never seen the world, so it's a shame to bother with them. Li Xiao, I've always believed in you. Waiting to see you rubbing Fan Xiao on the ground. Young Li is mighty. Young Li is bullish. These people were desperately advocating for it, but when the time reached 9:30, Richard Lee Tiankai's speed of swiping gifts slowed down once again. It was like a big, hard slap in their face. Once again, these people became supine. Li Tiankai and Wang Zai's faces became ugly at the same time. $160 million was swiped in just like that. 460 million followed. 520 million. Only the last one left. Inside Richard Lee's room, the faces of all 9 people began to turn icy cold, and the crowd looked at me. I'll look at you, and both say nothing. But what about that bumpkin? The rate of swiping gifts remained unabated, and it was like a mad dash for money. The number of gift refreshes has exceeded them by 1,000. 1,000? That's over $10 million. Does this bumpkin have a grudge against money? The disdain on Wang Zai's face completely disappeared and turned into a look of exasperation. He looked at his cell phone and gritted his teeth. When these words came out, none of the 8 people in the room retorted, because the way this bumpkin was acting, it really was as if he had a grudge against money. Desperately swiping gifts is like money burning a hole in your hand. Such a move left the 9 people shocked with confusion. The young model in the room was also too scared to say a word when she saw the ugly faces of the 9 people. But the shock was on the face of every young model. They had not expected that the one person was able to resist these 9 great young men and swipe out a full $500 million. What a concept! Just thinking about it left them shocked and speechless. This bumpkin should have exhausted his strength as well. Add another $60 million and we're sure to win. Richard Lee looked at the last person with determination in his eyes but the clenched hands betrayed him honestly. The man nodded, also pretending to be firm. We shall win. It's just a bumpkin. Not enough to fear. A new round of gifts was swiped again, but the viewers in the broadcast room clearly counted that this is the last wave of funding for Richard Lee. Thinking about this, the 50 million people in the live broadcast room all looked at each other, because they all understand that after this wave, if Fan Shaw pulls through, then Richard Lee and the others had really lost. It made everyone's faces look strange. From being looked down upon by everyone, to gradually showing strength, and now the $500 million swipe. That Fan Shao refreshed the crowd's perception a little bit. The current ones felt like their worldview had been shocked by Chen Mofan. Yun Moli, who was in the live broadcast room, was even more shocked. She no longer suspected that Chen Mofan was a little beggar. Are you kidding? That company can easily call up $500 million by its employees. 500 million brushes out. Don't even need Chen Mofan to explain anything. All the questioning. All will go up in smoke under these 500 million. Yun Moli's face instantly reddened as she remembered the questioning she had done. A real big shot who himself questioned the other guy for being a poor and embezzling public funds? Once words made her just feel so funny, and the strength Chen Mofan had displayed had thoroughly aroused her curiosity. A bigot, living in a dorm room, and especially loves to molest her, and sent her horny pictures, more likely to make her send I miss you? Is all this really something a bigot can do? She knew very well that as long as Chen Mofan casually took out $100 million, what kind of woman do you want that you don't have? But to treat her like this, like a punk, like a stinking hooligan. Does he really like me? I'm going to be your man. Thinking of what Chen Mofan had said, Yun Moli suddenly blushed. Surprisingly, my heart felt like a deer in the headlights. Liucheng, outskirts of the city, inside an abandoned factory building. The 5 men looked at Yun Moli's live broadcast with a hint of delight on their faces. One of them, a short, long, sharp-tongued, and the man who looked like a big pony monkey spoke up. Brother Scar, this Fan Shao is a big fish. If we kidnap him and finish this job, for the rest of my life. One of the 5, a stout man with a scarred face, heard the words and, eyes showing greed. Skinny monkey, I understand what you're saying, but this kid, he can swipe $500 million at once, and he looks like the son of one of those big families. Anyone like that would have bodyguards, right? Brother Scar, we've found out. A man ran in, panicked, holding up the picture in his hand excitedly. The man came to Scar and handed Scar the picture in his hand. Scar, I followed that kid's backstage ID and hacked into his cell phone. Got a lot of information. Here are the photos. This kid is much better tied up than we thought. Being a student at Eastern University. Scar sniffed. His face was happy. In looking at the photo in his hand, Chen Mofan's body is slightly thin and weak. It looks like a master with little strength. With only a slight hesitation, Scar decided, then this time, we'll take this kid. Remember, when you get the ransom, just kill the kid and never expose us. The skinny monkey hemmed and hawed and sneered, brother Scar, before slaughtering this brat, can you let dude get high first? I see that kid has a nice brow. I've got a crush on him. You kid, you still can't forget that bite. Scar smiled broadly and slapped the back of the skinny monkey's head, and said with a sardonic smile, alright, that kid is at your disposal, and I only have one request. Deal with it when you're done. At this moment, Chen Mofan didn't have the slightest idea that he had been targeted. He was lying on his back under the covers, clutching his cell phone in a frenzy of scrolling. More than 30,000 kunai had already been swiped out of him. Gifts given out have reached $600 million. The people in the live room were dumbfounded. Holy, 600 million. What an orgy I'm watching. Asterisk asterisk. Shock doesn't begin to describe what I'm feeling at the moment. Fan Shao is still brushing. This speed of brushing gifts doesn't stop at all. After you reminded me I just saw that Li Shao doesn't seem to be brushing. I go Lu. Really? Li Leswin stopped. I did not see. The moment the figure of 600 million came out, everyone in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. There have been predictions on the internet that this battle between the two tycoons is likely to break $50 million. But now, it's more than 10 times the previous prediction. $600 million may seem like just a number, but it's a goal that many people can't accumulate in a lifetime. And it was only at this moment, after being reminded by the people in the pop-up, that someone realized with a jolt that Li Shao, who they all favored before, was no longer swiping gifts at some point. Chapter 21, Calling the Mortal Gods. Richard Lee froze in the room, and his 8 friends' faces were also more ugly than one another. Lost, utterly and completely. They were 9 great young men united together, but they still lost to a bumpkin they looked down on. This is simply unacceptable to them. Wang Zhe, who had been the most rampant before, now had a hideous face, and after slapping the young model in his arms, he, incompetent, growled, tramp, 600 million, 600 million. That bumpkin swiped 600 million. Asterisk asterisk. Richard Lee's face was even more ugly. He lost, utterly and completely, not only on the internet, but in reality, even more so. Even his industry will be acquired by Van Shao. He was sure that after today, he would definitely be the biggest joke in Liucheng. Asterisk 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 Q. Richard Lee roared, lifting the coffee table in front of him with a hand that, like a wild animal cornered in a corner, it vented its anger in rage. But what can be done about it? In terms of financial strength, he was simply no match for Chen Mofan. And, at the moment, Chen Mofan was still brushing. It's like eating Hyun Mai, you just can't stop. Obviously, Chen Mofan was telling them with his actions, brother still has power left. The remaining 7 people looked at each other and stood in place, their faces gloomy. They boldly took out $60 million to support Richard Lee, but in the end, they still lost. It made them feel suffocated and heartbroken at the same time. That's $60 million, not 6,000. To them, the $60 million taken out, while not so much as to hurt but they were also plucked out of a large piece of flesh, and their hearts were dripping with pain. Winning? Winning? Really won? Richard Wang Mercia watched the live broadcast in disbelief. At the moment he looked at his cell phone screen, his mouth felt open without knowing it. It was too shocking for him. For the first time, he had an intuitive feeling about his boss, Chen Mofan. That's ho. It's so damn posh. Earlier, Chen Mervan said he bought his hotel to use as a cafeteria. At the time, he scoffed at that and thought the other party was too arrogant. But looking at it now, arrogant? Not arrogant at all. Rather too low-key. And, Wang Mo Kai snapped to mind that yesterday Chen Mofan asked him to prepare the acquisition contract. Now that he had one, according to the agreement between the two bets, the Li family would be purchased by Chen Mofan. This, Wang Mo Kai was shocked again. The boss has been trying to figure out how to take down the Li family since yesterday. In an instant, Wang Motsai stood in awe of Chen Mofan's farsightedness. This man is not very old, but he's a good chess player. Chang Hong was dumbfounded. Van Shaw won? Van Shaw wins. Why did he win? Why? Chang Hong roared in his mind, his heart filled with unwillingness. He hadn't forgotten that he still had a bet with Chen Mofan. If he loses, he has to give Chen Mofan that beggar to wash the stinky socks he has saved for a month. Thinking about this, Chang Hong felt a wave of nausea, but after the disgust, there was resentment and anger. Yun Moli felt that she had sort of seen a big scene, but at the moment, looking at Chen Mofan's gift, he was still brushing it. She realized that the scenes she'd seen before were a hair's breadth compared to what she was seeing now. Looking at her live broadcast, Yun Moli suddenly had a sense of unreality. You became a billionaire in just 2 days? It was all because of that little man, Chen Mofan. Thinking of Chen Mofan, Yun Moli remembered the bet the two had set before. If Chen Mofan won, she would have to call out to her brother, and it would have to be a gentler one, letting herself call a 20-something-year-old little man her brother. Yun Moli just thought that for a second. The cheeks instantly turned red. Within the pop-up screen, at this moment, all the clear colors are shouting, "Fan Xiao is mighty." 4 words floated all over the pop-up screen, scrolling and refreshing as if it were endless, and the group of people who had praised Li Tianzi before had completely disappeared. Holy, Fan Xiao is still brushing. A Koan Pang Wan Li can be 16,000. Van Shaw can give me a cut if he has more money. Ha ha, Fan Xiao doesn't need to be brushing. You've already won. Why do I feel as if Fan Xiao's money is hot? Desperately trying to swipe it out. Ha ha. No one will dare question Van Shaw now, will they? It's funny to think about it. I have a buddy, getting into self-publishing today, all day today. He's been desperately writing about how Li Xiao is ready to win after. Send it out first thing. Now it's straight up goofy. Ha ha. Like this dude said, a lot of people have written good articles praising young Li, but now it was all a waste of paper, which made them directly confused. Fan Xiao finally stopped brushing, which gave the crowd in the broadcast room a sense of relief instead. Chen Mofan did stop brushing. There was no way around it. After brushing for hours, his hands were sore from brushing. He realized today that spending money was also so tiring, which made one feel helpless. But even so, he's only spent $650 million today, plus some yesterday. It adds up to just over 700 million. That's 7 points of defeat, and 3 points short of where I'm going to get them. Helpless. Chen Mofan yawned and realized that the time had unconsciously come to 2 in the morning. It's also time to go to bed, but there are some things to make sure before you go to bed. Thinking of this, Chen Mofan sent out a pop-up. At Sean Lee, someone will go to your 5-star hotel tomorrow and wait there for me to acquire it. Asterisk. Is Fan Xiao really planning to acquire Li Xiao's hotel? Playing a live game and losing his home base. Li Xiao is also considered the first person in Big Brother. At Fan Zhou, don't you want to say something as the winner? At Fan Xiao, say something. At Fan Xiao, Van Shaw, seeing so many people ate him. Chen Mofan, who was about to prepare to exit the live broadcast room, thought for a moment. Both fingers danced and typed out a few words, posting them on the screen. Fan Xiao, from today onwards, I am the sky in the live broadcasting world. If you don't want to obey, come over and find me. I go. Fan Xiao is so crazy, but I like it. Ha ha. Still ing calling it Fan Xiao. From today onwards it's uniformly called Fanshan. Don't challenge my allowance with your savings. That really wasn't a statement. The mortal god is awesome. Mortal god. Lack of little brother? The kind that can be submerged. Under the red lips and white teeth. Delicate skin. Asterisk. How'd this come out disgusting? But I'd like to say that I can too. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Chen Mofan silently exited the live broadcast room. It's too damn late. I have to sleep. Although Chen Mofan left, the words he left behind continued to fester on the internet. Starting today, in the live world, I am the sky. These words were arrogant to the extreme, and many people felt that Chen Mofan was too rampant. There has been a lot of verbal abuse of him, but there are those who feel that people have the capital to run wild. You don't like it, you can also brush 600 million to dislike people. Some even directly idolized Chen Mofan and followed his jittery voice. Chen Mofan's fanbase is even rising with it. Countless private messages followed like a tidal wave. But at this moment, Chen Mofan had already gotten under the covers. Just closing his eyes, Chen Mofan suddenly felt as if something was missing. In a daze, he jolted awake. Come to think of it, the boss is still in the bathroom. It's been at least 6 hours, hasn't it? When Chen Mofan found the boss was wearing a cocktail hat and chewing on a paper that, stubbornly, he kept himself in a crouching position. Standing is not an option. Without sitting on his ass, the boss was feeling strong-willed. Originally, squatting and playing with my cell phone to watch a live stream, but who'd have thought that goddamn Fan Xiao would go on a 6-hour brush binge? The boss just squatted and watched for 6 hours. Read it and giggle when you think about it. Numb. Both thighs jerked and went completely numb. I was fine when I crouched down, but who thought I wouldn't be able to stand up? Luckily, Chen Mofan came. If he didn't, the boss felt like he would sit on his ass. Chapter 22, You're Just Like That. Helping the boss out of the bathroom. The boss limped along. That's all, and he's still showing off with Chen Mofan. Asterisk. Merfan. That fight of the century just now was so good. You have no idea that. That doggone bastard Van Shaw swiped $600 million. 600 million. Merfan. That's 600 million. I'll set him up with monkeys. Van Shaw the doggy is too rich. Chen Mofan suddenly felt that to not let the boss squat all the time seemed quite good. Mayor Fan, say how nice it would be if you were Fan Shao. The boss was still chattering away. Hearing this, Chen Mofan was about to open his mouth and confess, I am Fan Shao. But just as the words reached his mouth, he heard the boss continue, but you're such a b. Not in this lifetime. Chen Mofan instantly had the urge to get the boss killed, helping the boss back to his dormitory, and having just opened the door into the dormitory. He saw Lao San sitting on his bunk, looking at him with a shocked face. That expression, that demeanor, shock mixed with strong disbelief. Could it be that he had been exposed? Chen Mofan had some doubts in his heart, but these didn't matter. He had long ago admitted that he was Van Shao. It was just that these two guys didn't believe him. Seeing Chen Mofan and the oldest come in, the oldest stood up violently and said in shock, Oldest, you kid is hiding quite deeply. I really didn't see it. You even hid it from us so much. It's not interesting enough. Chen Mofan helplessly spread his hands and said, It seems like I haven't been hiding, right? It's just that you guys don't believe it. Lao San came up and hammered Chen Mofan, laughing and cursing. Chen Mofan, and you say you didn't hide it. How did we find it when you kid kept hiding it in your pocket? Chen Mofan was confused. What the hell? What to put in your pocket? Before he could clear up his doubts, he saw Lao San holding up Chen Mofan's triple folded, offering a treasure to Lao Da. Boss, look. Chen Mofan, this kid even used triple folding. I was shocked by that. This is my dream love machine. Holy, it's still true. Show me. The oldest grabbed the triple fold in the oldest's hand as soon as he could. Put in the hand. A face of shock plus envy. Even the tone of speech have a little sour flavor. But Chen Mofan on the side was helpless. Just this? Ha? I said his monkey, but also really three-fold the old for you can Getting such a divine artifact without saying a word. The boss said with a tone thick with shock and envy. Hearing these words, Chen Mofan, who was full of helplessness on the side of the, breathlessly, he said, I'm no longer a hallowed mortal youngster. It's normal to be paired with a triple fold, right? The moment these words came out, the oldest three and the oldest one looked violently at Chen Mofan. The oldest three of them looked Chen Mofan up and down for a couple of moments before, skimming, I'll fly upside down if you can become a mortal youngster with this bee. Chen Mofan was speechless at that moment. Well, you guys enjoy it. I'm going to bed. Reciting a sentence in his heart, Chen Mofan directly burrowed into the quilt. Go to bed. Recharge your batteries. And tomorrow you'll have to get back to spending money. And spending money is a very tiring job. But tonight, someone was losing sleep. Yumoli. After Yun Moli ended her live broadcast, she waited for Chen Mofan to send her a message. She was sure that, with the virtue of that old colorful batch of a boy, surely she would be approached to redeem the spoils of victory. That of a brother. After all, this kid just met her on the first day, and he had the nerve to send her colorful pictures. It must be long overdue by now, but she waited and never saw the kid come. It made her wonder if she wasn't charming enough, or was the kid just playing around casually the whole time, and he wasn't taking it seriously at all. Instead, it gave her a slight sense of loss and more of an affliction in her heart. But it's not right anyhow. If she doesn't have charisma, why did that kid swipe him $600 million? That's $600 million. For the top rich kids in Liuqing. That's a lot of money, isn't it? But why? Having just exchanged $600 million for a brother, does that kid still not care? Yun Moli couldn't figure it out. She wanted to take the initiative to send a message to Chen Mofan, but she saw that she had sent a dozen I miss you before. Those 3 words made the little bit of courage that had risen in her heart dissipate again. Throughout the night, Yun Moli was thinking about what kind of attitude Chen Mofan had. So, again, another insomnia. Chen Mofan had consequently left a deep impression in her mind. Deep gnashing of teeth. Early the next morning, the first thing Chen Mofan did when he woke up was to put $2 billion into Wang Mo Kai's account. Then he picked up his phone and turned on Shakeology. He wanted to see how much money he had left, but it's a shock to open it, only to see his private messages directly dry up to 99 plus. There were over 5,000 private messages when I opened it. Most of them are just trying to add friends, either by appointment or not. Some even sent him pictures directly. The photographs are all of a uniform standard, with light veils covering the body, and between the hazy, half exposed. It's very tempting, but there are some, sort of, useful things. For example, a person with the ID name of Dragon Young sent him a message. Hello, Fan Shun. I heard that you're also from Liuqing. We have a rich and powerful circle in Liuqing over here. I don't know if I'd be interested in adding it. On the back, the group number, the rich and powerful circle. Chen Mofan is really interested. He is worried about spending money now. There must be a way to spend money in this circle. According to the group number, Chen Mofan added it in. Yo, there's a new guy in town. Just as I entered, someone sent a message. And who is this newcomer? After seeing these two messages in the group, Chen Mofan hesitated for a moment before, edited a message and sent it. Hello everyone, I'm Van Shaw. The moment these two words, Fan Shao, came out, the group instantly exploded. Asterisk asterisk. Fan Shao. It's actually Fan Shao. Asterisk asterisk. How do you talk? Upstairs? Call the mortal god. Oh, hello mortal gods. Welcome welcome welcome. I go Lu. The mortal god even entered this group. This group is awesome from now on. Surprisingly, it's a mortal god. I didn't blink, did I? It's still me, Dragon Shao. Said to go and pull the mortal god. Really pulled it off. Awesome class. Looking at that sentence of compliments, the corner of Chen Mofan's mouth curled slightly. He didn't think he'd ever be complimented by these rich people. He didn't even anticipate that the $600 million he swiped in one night. Just what a sensation it has caused on the internet. If we say invest with $600 million, then no one thinks this is anything. But if you were to take $600 million and throw it out randomly, it would absolutely dazzle people. Even those top rich kids in Liucheng wouldn't dare to say they dared to do so, because $600 million is also a significant amount for them. And isn't what Chen Mofan did, taking $600 million and throwing it out? The funny thing is, 2 days ago, he was just a poor and was disliked by his girlfriend, Ruyan Lu. Give it a straight kick. But 2 days later, there was a group of rich people who rushed up to compliment him. This heavenly and earthly feeling is quite saddening. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries with the people in the group, Chen Mofan exited the group chat, though he was in a hurry to spend money. And these people surely held all sorts of investment doors in their hands, but it couldn't be rushed. He wouldn't rush up and ask. It would look like he was pushing it. He was sure that when those doors did open, the group would take the initiative to mention it. When the time came, he was striking, the water was flowing, and everything seems so natural. Pretending is a skill. Chapter 23, I don't understand the world of the rich. Exiting the group chat, a few other people in WeChat sent him tweets. One of them was from Wang Jiaojia. Mayor Fan, congratulations on the victory. Apparently, Wang Jiaojia watched the live broadcast last night, because the message was sent shortly after he exited the live feed. 2 more were sent by Ruyan Lu. Mayor Fan, look at my new pajamas. Do they look good? Here is a picture. Just look at the first glance. The early morning Chen Mofan instantly vertical and respect. It's a ING nightgown. It's just a sheet, okay? In a haze, all that could be seen was seen. That kind of hazy beauty made the bloodthirsty Chen Mofan's animal blood boil, and his heart stirred for a long time. There was another one, from Richard Wang. Boss, I'm already on my way there. Obviously, Wang Mo Kai was referring to the acquisition of the restaurant under Li Tian Kai's name. In response to this, Chen Mofan simply replied back with a single word. Yes. In addition, there was a friend verification message that had just been sent. Chen Mofan clicked to see that it was a person in the rich group who wanted to add him as a friend. The verification message on it says, Mortal God, I have a deal here. I don't know if you're interested. Look, it's not coming. Chen Mofan's mouth smiled and nodded through. Hello, Fan Shen. My name is Zhang Chang, and my name in the group is Chang Xiao, with a smiley face on the back. Seeing this, Chen Meifan simply replied with 2 words. Hello. It was just 2 simple words, and there was not the slightest hint of questioning about the business that Zhang Chang was talking about. He didn't want to appear too aggressive, and besides, he was sure that the other man would bring it up without being asked. Just 2 simple words. Hello. The other side, however, did not feel the least bit slowed down, and, although he is also a big boss worth over $1 billion, but compared to a top tycoon like the mortal god who casually takes $600 million and throws it around, he's an ass. The other party had the capital of arrogance, and such a simple reply was very much in keeping with the other party's status. On the contrary, if the mortal god acted too warmly, he would be suspicious. Rather, this is not a mortal god anymore or not. Van God. I'm a person who likes to be straightforward, so don't be offended. I have a good business deal. I wonder if the mortal god is interested. These words made Chen Mofan smile. He wanted nothing else right now but to spend money. What kind of business? Tell me about it and I'll see if I'm interested. Zhang Chang's heart rejoiced. He was afraid that the mortal god would reject it outright. After all, a big businessman like Van God, definitely not something a little karami like them could easily work with. Thinking of this, Zhang Chang hurriedly typed, it's like this. Fan Shun, my friend wants to go to Kyoto, but there is a building in Liucheng, 7 floors up and down, hotel style, 5 above and 2 below, with a garden. The entire area is about 2,000 square feet of luxury villa. He wants to make an offer. I don't know if the mortal god is interested. Just about to buy a house and this was delivered. Chen Mofan's heart is ecstatic. Such a good house that definitely want a quote. It was another short 2 words, but this caused Zhang Chang's heart to be ecstatic. He knew very well that the other party would never say the word offer if he wasn't interested. The price quoted by the other party at that time was $37 million, but he wouldn't quote that price, and instead replied to Chen Merfan. Fan Shun, my friend is asking for $40 million. He added an extra $3 million, which was not, in fact, his friend's, just one of his clients. He's doing work as a high-end agent, as opposed to a regular agent that, only for those at the top of the rich and famous. He works with everything from big restaurants and real estate to luxury car name lists. Get the resources, raise the price before selling them to the rich and powerful. That's what he does. For every deal he makes, he earns millions in commissions. Buyers and sellers, both draw a profit. After the message was sent over, Zhang Chang did not receive a reply for a long time, which made his mind somewhat clueless. Is it too expensive for the other person? He had some regrets in his heart that he had raised the price too harshly, but he did not know that he added $3 million to make Chen Mofan full of dislike. Only $40 million for a 2,000 sq ft luxury villa? Is the house so cheap? Chen Mofan was helpless. He was ready to take out $100 million. He doesn't mind being an ingrate. He really doesn't mind being an ingrate. That, mortal god. If the price is unreasonable, it's negotiable. Chen Mofan was angry at that time. What the hell do you mean? What do you mean can be negotiated? How dare you try to lower the price? Shouldn't you be describing how much better the villa is and saying you sold it at a loss? And then he will take the opportunity to say that we are all friends, and we can't let our friends suffer. Add another $8 or $10 million or something while you're at it. Ugh, it's so hard to spend money. Chen Mofan sighed in his heart and replied, You'll never eat 4 dishes in your life. Zhang Chang is confused? What do you mean? What do you mean you can't eat 4 dishes? Could this be pointing me out? Thinking of this, Zhang Chang hesitated for 2 seconds before directly saying, Fan Shun, you're a big brother. I'm sure I know all about the industry, so I won't say much. My friend said he could give me $1 million commission on the sale of this house. This $1 million will be considered as me making a friend of you. The mortal god. Is $39 million okay? Chen Mofan is really angry. In fact, he had seen that this kid was a high-end agent. If his friend was really in a hurry to make a move, it would have been a long time ago that he wouldn't have this attitude, that there is no viewing of the house first talk about money. This is obviously a test to see if you are interested. Furthermore, if it really belonged to his friend, he would have asked his friend to talk to himself a long time ago, instead of having him in the middle. But now, since you're in the agency business, can't you be greedy? How do you get bigger and stronger without a little greed? In your life, you'll never eat 3 dishes. Zhang Chang scratched his head fiercely. What does it mean? Okay, I'll buy this villa, just as you said before, $40 million, and the extra $1 million, sort of a return gift from me to you as a friend. Zhang Chang looked at the message sent, and his heart was instantly filled with ecstasy. He hadn't realized that the mortal god was so bold that the house hadn't even looked at the said take it down. To add to his ecstasy, on this order, he made $4 million, with a $3 million raise, plus $1 million in rebates from the other side, for a total of $4 million. Zhang Chang yelled in excitement. At this moment, he was glad that he took the initiative to go to the mortal god. Without his initiative, where would the huge profits be now? Chen Mofan was also glad that he had joined this rich and powerful group, and sure enough, there are tons of doorways to spend money here. Without a hint of hesitation, after asking for Zhang Chang's bank card number, the $40 million was directly punched over. Zhang Chang was completely dumbfounded. Are you so efficient now? The contract is not even signed and the funds are in the account first? Are all rich people so rich now? So soon? Why does it seem as if the mortal god is afraid he'll back out? This, Zhang Chang doesn't even know what to say. After a long time, Zhang Chang looked at the $40 million that had arrived and sighed deeply. Alas, the world of the rich, I don't understand. Vulcan, when do you think we're going to close? Chapter 24, The Arrogant Wang Morkai. Let's talk about it in a few days. I don't have time for the next 2 days. Looking at the message sent, Zhang Chang was directly skeptical. It wasn't that he didn't know that the mortal god was bold, but he didn't expect it to be this bold. A whole $40 million, just put it in his hands like that? That's being too comfortable with him, or just not caring about the money at all. That mortal god, that's $40 million. It's okay, I trust you. Zhang Chang only felt a warmth in his heart. Being trusted by a great person like the mortal god, it actually gave him a strange feeling in his heart. By the way, you should have access to get a couple of nice cars. Help me out. Chen Mofan sent another message. Zhang Chang thought about it, and it seemed that he had gotten a good batch of cars in the last 2 days. Mortal God, there is some supply. However, it seems that Master Tiger already wants it. But don't worry, I'll get in touch for you, and let you know the first time I have the goods. Okay, thanks. Something came up. Got to go. Chen Mofan casually made a perfunctory remark and exited the chat. But when Zhang Chang saw these words, a touch of emotion surged in his heart once again. They're just shrimps to the top rich kids. He wouldn't even pay any more attention to it, and very often, his tone was even stronger, as if he was ordering. Not to mention the fact that a word of thanks would be uttered. But today, he heard the word, or the top-ranking rich kid, Vanguard. This caused a strong warmth to well up in his heart. It's so inexplicable how often the inferior is touched by the superior. Sometimes it's a word of support. Sometimes it's a word of thanks. A small gesture can easily influence the inferior. Lying on the bed, Chen Mofan closed his eyes and contemplated. A good calculation of how many billions were spent in the last 2 days. He hadn't forgotten that he still had the mall to unlock. The day before yesterday, taking Wang Jiaojiao on a tour as well as buying the Wang Shanga spent a total of more than $70 million. At night, he swiped gifts for Yun Moli and spent more than $10 million. $90 million in total. Last night, live, swiping gifts, $600 million. Total $690 million. Today, buying a house cost $40 million, and acquiring the Richard Lee Hotel is estimated to cost $12 billion. However, at this stage the acquisition has not been completed and does not count as spent. He was now just waiting for the acquisition to be completed and the mall to be unlocked. The thought of unlocking the mall filled Chen Mofan's heart with excitement. On the other hand, Tian Kai Hotel, on the top floor of the 20th floor, inside Li Tian Kai's independent office, Richard Lee was sitting in the boss chair behind his desk, his face somber, his eyes looking at the door from time to time, like waiting for something. On the side, Wang Zhe also had an ugly face. Click. The door locked. The door to the room opened. The welcoming lady led in a man with a big belly. The man was balding, round-faced, and wore a suit that didn't really fit. This man, none other than Marcus Wang, with Chen Mofan's orders, to acquire the 15 restaurants under Richard Lee's name. The moment he saw Wang Mo-kai, Li Tiankai violently stood up from his chair and questioned in a cold voice, "You're Van Shaw?" A smile appeared at the corner of Wang Mo-kai's mouth as he sat on the sofa in his office. Crossing his legs calmly, he looked at Richard Li Tiankai. He felt that Chen Mofan could casually swipe $600 million, and now he had taken out $1,200 million and handed it to him. Definitely not an ordinary person. And now that he's the spokesperson for Chen Mofan, the momentum must be given enough. Never disgrace Chen Mofan. With his mind made up, Wang Mo-kai slowly spoke. "I'm just one of the errand boys of Van Shao. For a small business of over $1 billion like this, do you think Van Shao will come himself?" A plain sentence, but it caused both Richard Li Tiankai and Wang Zhe's hearts to jump at the same time. $1 billion? Small business? Two words which, if they had come from anyone else's lips, they would have laughed out loud at. But coming from this person's mouth, the two of them only felt a little shaky. None other. Only because of Chen Mofan's big gesture last night, swiping $600 million. That's $600 million. That's half of what they're worth. It's more of a fortune that many middle-class people don't get in their lifetime. Not to mention those who work at the bottom of the ladder. But $600 million was easily swiped out by that Fan Shao. It's as painless as spending $6. How much property such a man actually holds? No one can guess. They can't guess either. Now, this small business, even more so, made the two of them feel a little groundless. Even the anger in his heart didn't dare to rise by half. Seeing that the two were completely subdued, Wang Mo-kai snickered in his heart. His face was joyless and bland. "Prepare the contract. I have a busy schedule, so please don't delay each other, okay?" Li Tiankai's face was a bit gloomy. He didn't want to sell his hotel, but now, it's already a hard ride. Yesterday's events have long been known on the internet. If he doesn't sell, then his reputation stinks completely. What's more, the other party was still mortally young. A man who swiped $600 million at the drop of a hat. He couldn't afford to mess with. At this moment, Richard Lee's heart was filled with remorse, regretting that he had messed with such a great Buddha as Fan Shao. With a helpless sigh in his heart, Richard Li Tiankai took out the contract that had long been prepared. After Wang Mo-kai signed, he paid the $2 billion to Li Tiankai's account. According to the market price, $1,150 million. The extra $50 million is for Van Shao to pity you. Li Tiankai and Wang Zhe's faces stiffened at the same time, but they could only laugh dryly. They dare not take the slightest offense at this statement. Even after hesitating for a moment, Richard Lee said, "Hello, I only want to receive $1 billion for this money. The remaining $200 million is considered my amends to Fan Shao." Wang Mo Kai sneered, looked Li Tian Kai up and down, and assumed a haughty stance. And, coldly, making amends is a lie. You want to follow Fan Shao, right? But what qualifications do you have? Think about that statement. Here's my phone number. Let me know when you figure it out. With a cold face, Wang Mo Kai put down a note and left the Tiankai Hotel with a big belly. After leaving the Tiankai Hotel, Wang Mo Kai's heart was about to jump out of his throat. His hands were even full of cold sweat. He turned, and with a heartfelt glance at the hotel behind him, it was only then that he breathed a sigh of relief and smiled as if he were feeling bold. A guy who's worth $30 million himself. Surprisingly, in front of Li Tiankai and Wang Zhe, who were worth more than $1 billion, he was ruthlessly pretending. This bull, he felt like he could brag about it for the rest of his life. It's so damn exciting. It's so damn good. Wang Mo Kai laughed out loud. He knew very well that he was able to fake it so smoothly. Relying on the name of Van Shaw, this also made him even more convinced of the idea of going on with Chen Mofan. Taking out his cell phone, Wang Mo Kai called Chen Mofan and reported all the circumstances. Li Tiankai and Wang Zhe wanted to follow him? Chen Merfan was a bit surprised. If it was a day ago, he'd be happy. But now, he's got a circle of rich kids. It can be taken or left. Since old Wang wanted to test the two of them for a bit, it also fit right in with Chen Mofan's wishes. Inside the conference room on the top floor, Richard Li and Wang Zhe, looking at the note in front of them, were in deep thought. As the old saying goes, it's good to have your back to a big tree. They, the second-class rich second generation of Liaoqing, want to climb up the ladder. They must have a big tree. You'll never make it to the next level if you don't have anyone to play with. Naturally, there is no access to the resources at the next level up. There is no doubt that Van Shaw is the big tree. Both of them wanted to follow the tree and be sheltered by it. What the two men didn't know was that the nice big tree they had in mind was currently wearing big pants and a big undershirt. What about cats under the covers studying the newly emerged mall? Chapter 25, Opening of the Shopping Mall. Ding! The system has detected that the amount spent by the host has reached $1.9 billion. Gains 19 spending points. Whether to consume 10 points to unlock the shopping center. The words that rang in his mind caused Chen Mofan's heart to rejoice. It's finally here. The mall he's been longing for. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Mofan directly replied in his heart. Unlocked. Okay, I have spent 10 consumption points to unlock the mall. The mall exchange page is open to you. Chen Mofan only felt a flash before his eyes, and then a transparent panel appeared. On the panel, many little squares appeared before his eyes. Inside the lattice, there are a variety of items. Fighting mastery, firearms mastery, physical enhancement, healing mastery, painting mastery, a wide variety. Even, there is a square in there that says grow another centimeter. That's pretty much it. The system is really all-powerful. It can manage all this. Still, scrolling back further, there are a lot of little compartments. Those little compartments are gray and mongrel colored and cannot be tapped or viewed. System, what are those little grayish monochromatic grids? Answer to the host. The subsequent items need to be unlocked by the host himself after spending $100 billion. In view of the host's slow consumption speed, this system has the responsibility to urge the host to spend money properly. The first task is now given to the host. Please spend all $10 billion within 10 days. If you can't do it, you can't do it. The system will deprive the host of the power of being a man. As the system's words fell, Chen Mofan only felt a coolness below him, as if there was a cold wind blow through from below. Frightened, he hastily clenched his legs. Manpower? He's been protecting his tutus for 20 years. 20 whole years. Not only have you not used it so far, but you're about to lose it? Chen Mofan almost exploded. He can live with himself missing an arm and a leg, but those two tails of meat must not be allowed to just disappear. Spend money. It has to be spent. But to spend an average of $1 billion a day? That's a tough task. Even with the live bounty, he had only spent $600 million after messing around for a day. Acquiring the hotel was a $1.2 billion down the drain. But where are the hotels waiting for him to keep acquiring them? The point is he doesn't have a doorway. That's a bit add up. Never mind. There are still 10 days left anyway, so I can think about these things for a while. At this stage it's better to study the research mall. Originally, Chen Mofan wanted to spend a little consumption point to raise 1 centimeter. But now, his two tails of flesh were in danger of being lost. Even if he grew to a meter, what was the use? After thinking about it, Chen Mofan bought 2 points of fighting proficiency and 2 points of firearms proficiency. Bought 5 points of body lift. Now that you have money, it's time to think about how to protect your dog's life. In just a moment, Chen Mofan felt that there was a lot more knowledge within his head. The knowledge was about guns, about fighting, and stuffed right into his head. With that, his body resounded with a crackling mess. and he could distinctly feel that his physical strength was rising. Ding! Reinforcement completed. The host panel opens. Name, Chen Mofan. General physical fitness, 13. Normal, 10. Fighting mastery, LV2. Firearms mastery, LV2. The first stage of proficiency is up to LV10. Chen Mofan compared himself to the mirror and felt that after his body had been upgraded, it did seem like he was a bit stronger than before. One of the most intuitive manifestations is that his abdomen actually appeared waistline, with six-pack abs. The muscle lines on the arms and thighs are also very pronounced, as if they were cut with a knife. Angular. Holy, Mare Fan, what are you doing? Ting it up in the mirror so early in the morning. The boss opened his mouth as he lay on the bed in a daze. It's a big Saturday and you're not even going to sleep in? Chen Mofan really didn't want to sleep anymore now that there were so many things to do in this day. Where's the time for that? Not to mention other things. He hadn't gotten Chang Hong to reimburse him for that month's smelly socks yet? Thinking of this, Chen Mofan moved his savings that had been saved for a month directly out from under his bed. Take the basin and go find Chang Hong. Chang Hong next door's face turned green when he saw Chen Mofan. When he saw the full tub held in Chen Mofan's arms, his face went straight to black. At this moment, he was very regretful. Regretting why he was idly doing nothing to bet with Chen Mofan. Well now, that's a tub full of stinky socks. At this moment, Chang Hong wanted to die. Chen Mofan doesn't spoil him. This kid is relying on his cousin being Li Tiankai. He was usually arrogant. So let's give him a little lesson now. The people in Chang Hong's dormitory saw this scene and hemmed and hawed. His face looked at Chang Hong playfully. Apparently this guy isn't well liked on a regular basis, and none of them are willing to speak for him right now. Placing the basin directly under Chang Hong's bed, Chen Mofan turned around and went back to his dormitory. But just as he opened the door, the scene before him took him by surprise. The oldest and third are surprisingly up. Seeing Chen Mofan come in, the boss spoke anxiously. Mare Fan, hurry up and get dressed. Wan Yu from the women's dormitory asked us to go play. The boss said, hemming and hawing, a hint of obvious lewdness in his smile. Wan Yu? Chen Merfan frowned. He remembered that Wan Yu was in the same dormitory as Lu Ruyan and Wang Jiaojiao. How did the boss get in touch with Wan Yu? Boss, did Wan Yu say who all was going? Chen Mofan inquired. The boss lifted up his pants and said casually, that's a no-brainer. All she said was that it's Saturday. It's no fun in the dorm. Want to go out together? She initiated the date? Boss nodded excitedly. Yeah, what the heck? Brother's still got a bit of charisma, right? Speaking of which, brother just went to the cafeteria yesterday, and Wang Yu was mesmerized by brother when she saw him at a glance. Had to ask me to tweet, the boss said, grinning triumphantly. That expression was braggadocio. Brother also has a pretty good feeling about this girl. Brother wants to develop and see. Hope to get off the hook. The boss's words carried a hint of obvious excitement and anticipation. Apparently, having been single for 20 years, both want to end this right hand for company. Today Chen Mofan had originally wanted to ask Wang Jiaojiao out. He had always had his heart set on measuring that majestic pair. Unfortunately, today Wang Jiaojiao had to go to the hospital to see her brother. Since Wang Jiaojiao couldn't make the appointment, let's accompany the boss to go out for a walk. It was just as well that he wanted to go out for a walk and see where he could spend his money. Outside the school gate, Lu Rui and Wang Yu and a girl from their dormitory were already waiting. It was said that Wang Yu asked the boss Huang Tao, but in reality, it was Lu Ruyan who asked Wang Yu to ask the boss Huang Tao. The purpose was to get the boss to call Chen Mofan out. Ruyan Lu wants to make up with Chen Mofan. Earlier, the trench that Chen Mofan had shown had really shocked her. And so, she didn't hesitate for a second to kick Chuko directly. Unfortunately, yesterday, when she brought breakfast to Chen Mofan didn't pay any attention to her at all. Send a message, and Chen Mofan doesn't reply. So, the idea came to me, to prepare a front for a dormitory bonding. Trick Chen Mofan out. After coming out, face to face, she couldn't believe that Chen Mofan was still ignoring her. No matter what, she was one of the top 5 school beauties, and she didn't believe that, faced with a great beauty like her. Is Chen Mofan really not moved at all? From afar, Chen Mofan saw the 3 girls, Lu Ruyan, standing at the school entrance. The first moment he saw Ruyan Lu, Chen Mofan understood. This is what dormitory fellowship. This is clearly Lu Ruyan want to use this to make up with him. He remembered that Wang Yu had a boyfriend. Why would she ask the boss out? Mare Fan, you're out. Look, am I pretty today? Ruyan Lu was dressed in a pink sports outfit with a ponytail. It gives her a touch of youthfulness to her beauty and she does look gorgeous. But Chen Mofan had completely lost his favor with her. Besides, if we take a step back, he has a giant loli, and a superb royalty, too. It's all about the chase though. But chasing who is not chasing? What right do I have to be with you Lu Ruyan? What's more, you're beautiful and featureless. Chapter 26 Common Objectives of the Parties. Chen Mofan, who had come to the school gate, did not notice that a man with a thin frame and the long, sharp-tongued man stood in the street beside the schoolhouse door, his eyes glancing up at him from time to time. Mayor Fan, how about it? Am I pretty? Ruyan Lu smiled as she came to Chen Mofan and inquired. In response to this, Chen Mofan directly returned a single word. Get out. Mayor Fan, are you still angry? I was wrong before. I'll apologize to you. Okay. With a gentle smile on her face, Lu Ruyan took the initiative to hold Chen Mofan's right arm. The two were intimate as a couple. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Mofan directly drew back his hand and said with a leathery smile, Stop, don't let Chuko get the wrong idea. Mayor Fan, don't be angry. I've already broken up with Chuko. I realize that the person I love is still you, so please give me another chance, okay? Chen Mofan's heart directly sells batch. Love me. You're afraid you love my money. With this in mind, Chen Mofan laughed dryly and did not answer. Instead, looking at Wang Yu, didn't want to pay any attention to Ruyan Lu. You beauty, where are we going to play today? Let's go. Let's start. Otherwise it'll be dark later. Wang Yu's face was a little embarrassed. It was dark. It was just dawn. This was clearly Chen Mofan not wanting to take care of Ruyan Lu, which Wang Yu naturally understood. But she was also aware that it was too much. Thinking of this, Wang Yu gave Lu Ruyan a don't rush look and then laughed. I heard that a new amusement park has opened on the east side of town, and they all say it's great, so why don't we go there? I'm totally fine with that. You name it. Boss was the first to speak up. With a smile on his face, he looked at Wang Yu. This stance is clearly that of a dog licker. Chen Mofan lamented with a despondent expression. He was tempted to tell the boss that there was no future in dog licking. He still had a lot to learn from his previous experience, but looking at the boss's face of excitement, he really couldn't say this. The boss has been single for too long. He's been cooing under the covers every night. Everyone understands that. Just didn't say it out loud. Now, finally, someone who's still kind of pretty to lick. Anyway, it's kind of comforting to him. The oldest had no problem with it, so Chen Meifan and the oldest three naturally had no problem with it either. 6 people took 2 cars. 3 women, 1 car. 3 men, 1 car. The 2 cars headed toward the newly opened amusement park on the east side of town. The 2 vehicles had just set off when a van pulled up in front of the skinny monkey. Getting in, the van followed closely behind the 2 cabs. In the van, Skinny Monkey was thrilled for a moment. Before, it was only Chen Mofan's status as a tycoon that attracted him. Now that he saw Chen Mofan's small, clear-eyed appearance, the thin monkey was even more excited and could not contain himself. He's got a taste for Dragon Yang. For one thing, he's got a thing for fresh-faced young men with clean eyebrows. The second is that he likes those who are on top. And the addition of status tends to make his blood boil even more. And Chen Mofan, he fits both. As long as he thought that he could heave Chen Mofan, the thin monkey's eyes began to glow. Pulling out the pistol pinned behind his waist, the skinny monkey looked at the cab in front of him, revealing a grim sneer. For this business, they were so well prepared that not only did they find a secluded location that, it's even more expensive to get the guns. This thing, no matter how good your kung fu is, one shot will solve it. In the cab, Wang Yu looked at Lu Ruyan with a puzzled expression. She just couldn't understand. Ruyan Lu had been put in some kind of mesmerizing soup by Chen Mofan. There was a rich second-generation Chuko who didn't choose, but had to choose that poor Chen Mofan. Look at what Chen Mofan was wearing early this morning. Big pants, big undershirt, a proper dirtbag look. Smokey, I still think Chuko is more suitable for you. He's still a rich kid anyways. But look at Chen Mofan. He's a total turd. Aren't you afraid that people will laugh at you if you take such a boyfriend out? Lu Ruyan was also a bit strange. She could see Chen Mofan's trench clearly. Out of the gate is 10 million. It's properly rustic. But why is the dress still on the beggar's side? As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury. But there has to be a process to make this easy, right? How can it be so easy to change a habit that has been cultivated for more than 10 years? A $40 million villa. Chen Mofan has. But for him now, what villa is not as comfortable as his doghouse. Besides, in the dormitory, you can still play games with the oldest and the youngest, who are fine with blowing off steam and playing games. Doesn't that smell good? Although Lu Ruyan was strange, but thinking of Chen Mofan's trench, she still firmly said, I think it's still Merfan that suits me a bit better. Wang Yu nodded Lu Ruyan's head with hatred. You can't eat 4 dishes in your life. With that on her lips, Wang Yu still gave Lu Ruyan advice. This time, they went to a playground, though, but the main destination is the haunted house within the amusement park. Speaking of haunted houses, a flash of fear flashed in Ruyan Lu's eyes. Yeah, I'm timid. Can I not go to the haunted house? Wang Yu gave her a blank look. You're stupid. It's because you're scared that you're going to a haunted house. You're scared. Just stick to Chen Mofan's body. Stick hard. Rub hard. Your chest meat. This time do not use. What a time to wait. Once you stick it up, that little beggar Chen Mofan won't be able to hold it. When the time comes, won't it be a dry run? Here, take this. It's a tadpole blocking bag. Got two for you. Ah. Without waiting for Ruyan Lu to speak, the driver was surprised. Unable to hold back a gasp of disbelief, he looked at the two girls in the back row. Looking at that young look, the driver is skeptical? How come all the little girls nowadays are so fancy? This tactic is used all in one set. Compared to these two little girls, he suddenly felt as pure as an old driver. This exclamation from the driver caused Lu Ruyan to blush, though she also plays with flowers and can take the initiative to climb into Chuko's bed. But Wang Yu is a match. It still feels like a big sword in front of Guangong. Wang Yu, on the other hand, glared with both eyes. What are you looking at? You've never played the field. The driver's face turned red with a swish. This little girl is too tough. He's certainly no match. Laughing dryly, the driver awkwardly said, "You guys go on. Go on." Haunted house. Wild. Quite a scene. In the front car, the boss is also discussing with Chen Mofan what to do next and how to take down Wang Yu. The boss was so excited that the corners of his mouth were grinning behind his ears. Chen Meifan was helpless for a while. He had just found out after a short idle chat at the school gate that Wang Yu was indifferent to the boss, completely treating him as a passerby. On the contrary, the boss is so enthusiastic himself, wishful thinking that Wang Yu is his true love. As expected, the boss has been single for a long time and people are stupid. It's like a man who has fallen into the water, even though he sees a straw that. It also feels like it's your way to live and die holding on to it. He really couldn't bear it, striking the boss. Merfan, do you have any money on you? Lend me some. I'm going to be good later. I'm sorry, the boss said with an excited look on his face. Chen Mofan sighed in his heart. How could his previous self not be like this? Forget it. Let's just help the boss recognize himself. Chen Mofan directly transferred 20,000 to the boss. The boss looked at the transfer. At the 4 zeros, and a glint of obvious shock appeared in his eyes. Holy, Merfan, your kid has fallen for a rich woman. So rich? If you don't believe it even if you say it, is there a need to say it? Chen Mofan directly stopped explaining. Boss, holy, there's a haunted house in that amusement park. I just found out. The oldest in the front row held up his cell phone with an excited look on his face and laughed at the oldest. Boss, let's just say we're going to a haunted house for fun. Those women are timid, and when they go into a haunted house, they're still scared to jump on us. The oldest had a lewd look on his face and raised an eyebrow at the oldest. At that time, boss, you'll take the opportunity to put your arm around Wang Yu, and the two of you will be physically close to each other. Doesn't it slowly come together? Hey! Chapter 27, The Arrogant Lei Lu. Listening to Lao San's lewd laughter, both boss and Chen Mofan were shocked. Talent. I just realized today that you're a talent, Lao San. Soon, a group of 6 came to the parking lot of the playground. Getting out of the car, the boss first ran his ass over to the car that Ruyan Lu and the others were sitting in. Paid the fare. Mouth agape. With a beautiful woman out to play, there is no reason to let a beautiful woman spend money. All consumption here today. I'll take the check. Huang Tao. Didn't see it coming. You can. Wang Yu, who got out of the car, smiled and gave him a thumbs up. This excites the boss to no end. Let's go play some kind of program. The 6 gathered together again, and Lao San and Wang Yu opened their mouths at the same time, inquiring. When these words came out, both of them were a bit embarrassed, as both camps of each other had some small minds. How about a haunted house? Again, 2 people spoke at the same time, with almost identical words. This time, all 6 were embarrassed. A silence like death enveloped the 6. The 6 of them were so embarrassed for a moment that they didn't know what to say. Oh, quite a coincidence. If we both want to go to the haunted house, then let's buy tickets. Wang Yu was the first to speak, breaking the silence. But just as those words left his mouth, an angry curse came from behind him. Wang Yu, didn't you say you had something to do today? Accompanied by angry curses. Off to the side, a BMW X7, with its doors open. Out of it stepped several men with dyed hair, studs, and a cowboy outfit. The leader of the group, a man with dyed yellow hair, earrings and nose studs, and heavy smoky makeup on his face. It's the same as ghostwriting. The yellow hair at the head of the group was carrying a steel pipe in his hand, and he came toward the men. His nostrils turned upward and, it's just like a posture that there is no one else in sight. Wang Yu, didn't you tell me you had something to do today? Dare you say something is out with these poor ***********? Yellow hair grabbed the steel pipe in his hand and pointed at Chen Mofan's trio, exiting to humiliate them. Seeing yellow hair, Wang Yu's face obviously flashed with a trace of panic. then hurriedly stepped forward and, putting his arm around Yellow Hair, he smiled. Honey, they're all my friends, and this time we're talking about hanging out together. You see, my two sisters from my dorm room are still here? Wan Yu said and pointed at Lu Ruyan and Lu Mei. Yellow Hair's face didn't ease up in the slightest, arrogant and accustomed to his, disdainfully glancing at the three Chen Merfans, he coldly said, just these three beggars. You play with them, Wang Yu, did I ever tell you at all? Don't look for these beggar friends, poor people have germs on them don't you know? Yellow Hair cursed angrily and raised his hand to slap Wang Yu's face with his mouth. Pop! A crunching sound echoed through the parking lot for a long time. Wang Yu covered her face and looked incredulously at Yellow Hair, whose nostrils were turned skyward. How dare you? You, hit me? What's wrong with beating you? Yellow Hair snorted disdainfully. There are two kinds of people that I hate the most. One is poor and covered in germs, and two is a student. At the mention of the students, the contempt on Yellow Hair's face became even more obvious. It's as if he's sick of this category from the bottom of his heart. With a sneer on his face, he disdainfully glanced at the three Chen Merfans and mocked. Students, hothouse flowers, weak as pussies, can hit? A good-for-nothing scribe. Bah! Yellow Hair spat a mouthful of sticky phlegm and sneered contemptuously. On the sidelines, the boss couldn't take it anymore. Just now when he heard Wang Yu calling Yellow Hair her husband, he felt something in his heart. Then Yellow Hair's mouthful of beggars angered him even more. Now, this guy struck out to beat Wang Yu, mocking them with that contemptuous expression that, it made the boss feel like he was humiliated as a person. The boss was a little too angry to bear at that time, and took 2 steps forward to protect Wang Yu behind him, and looked angrily at Yellow Hair. Rage said, Yellow Hair, what kind of skill is it for you to hit a woman? What's wrong with Wang Yu coming out to play with us? The questioning voice caused Yellow Hair to skim his mouth in disdain as he raised the steel pipe in his hand and, the god arrogantly poked the boss's chest and taunted. A poor ***T who left his crotch unzipped and exposed you. What the hell are you? You deserve to talk to me. Behind Yellow Hair, 4 alternatively dressed punks, also with sneers on their faces, mocked. It's hilarious. A poor ***T who doesn't even own a car, and dare to push your luck in front of us. Poor bastard. Do you know who this is? Master Tiger's son. Lei Lu. Lei Xiao. Yo, how come students dare to fight now? It's damn hard. A word of advice. Hurry up and apologize to Lei Xiao on your knees. Otherwise, hey. A man laughed out coldly, and although the words that followed were not said, the threat was unmistakable. Yellow-haired Lei Lu listened to the mocking voices of the juniors behind him, his head raised high, his attitude unusually arrogant. Behind him, Wang Yu hurriedly tugged at the corner of the boss's coat, his face anxious. Huang Tao, you guys hurry up and apologize. Master Tiger is someone you can't afford to mess with. Master Tiger. This title caused Chen Mofan's brows to furrow. As a matter of fact, this was not the first time he had heard the word Master Tiger. Earlier, high-end agent Zhang Chang had mentioned Master Tiger. Zhang Chang is worth $1 billion no matter what. He needs to respectfully call out Master Tiger. This one carries a lot of weight. Boss Huang Tao had never heard of any Tiger Master, let alone asking him to apologize to that Yellow Hair. How can he stand it? What the Master Tiger? I've never even heard of him. Huang Tao stalked his neck, meeting Lei Lu's gaze and said angrily, Fine, you don't recognize it, right? Then I'll let you recognize it today. A cold light flashed in Lei Lu's eyes as he raised the iron rod in his hand and smashed it towards the boss's head. The iron stick broke the wind, bringing up a whimpering sound. Obviously, this stick is full of force. Lei Lu didn't even have the idea of staying in the fight. The boss obviously did not expect the other side set hands, and then want to dodge is already too late. One could only watch in horror as the iron rod came closer and closer to his head. Behind him, Wang Yu looked at this scene, her eyes filled with fear, and she screamed in terror. Ruyan Lu covered her small mouth, her face filled with panic, not knowing what she should do. The oldest cursed angrily and rushed over with a face full of anxiety, but he also realized that by the time he got there, the boss would already have his head open. It also made him more anxious in his heart. Lei Lu watched the iron rod fall with an excited look on his face. He loved nothing more than to watch his prey look terrified in front of him. The force in his hand was increasing by 1 point, and the iron rod in Lei Lu's hand fell down hard. Right at this moment of great danger, Chen Mofan stepped in. Without the slightest hesitation, his strengthened body directly lifted his foot and kicked Lei Lu away. The ecstasy on Lei Lu's face hadn't even dissipated when he realized to his horror that his body flew up and, uncontrollably, he flew backwards. The kick sent Lei Lu crashing hard into the BMW he was driving. The bodywork was dented with a deep crater. Obviously with this kick, Chen Mofan didn't hold back either. The strengthened body directly erupted with all its strength, and a kick incapacitated it. Under a kick, Lei Lu slumped beside the BMW, dry heaving non-stop. his face as white as snow. When the 4 punks he brought along saw the scene, their faces were first shocked and the 4 of them then cursed and rushed towards Chen Mofan. Cursed? What are you? How dare you touch Lei Xiao? Kid, you're dead today. Everyone get together and get him. Since he had already struck out, Chen Mofan naturally wouldn't be soft-hearted. What's more, these guys have no one in sight and an arrogant attitude, hitting people at the drop of a hat. For this kind of person, Chen Mofan would not be spoiled in the slightest. With a flash of his body, the enhanced fighting mastery began to exert its power. All sorts of moves constantly flashed through Chen Mofan's mind, blocking, dodging, and attacking. A punch, hard on the face of a punk. Immediately, 2 incisors flew out with blood, and the punk covered his mouth in pain and backed away. But just as he took a step back, Chen Mofan had already bullied his way up and lifted his leg to send him flying. With a punch and a kick, resolving one person, the remaining 3 Chen Mofan did not hesitate. Like a tiger in a flock of sheep, it was quickly taken care of. On the side, 5 people looked at this scene, completely dumbfounded. Ruyan Lu opened her small mouth, her eyes filled with shock. She knew that Chen Mofan was trenchant, but she never knew that Chen Mofan's fighting ability was also so strong. The oldest and the 3rd had been completely dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. It's still crammed into a dormitory with them. Discussing that teacher's good acting every night, bro? When did it get so fierce? They all wondered if the guy had been taken over. One Yu had the same shocked face, but after the shock came worry. Master Tiger is not someone to be messed with. Chapter 28, The Boss's Amazing Performance. Treadmill trash. Go on, get him for me. Lei Lu had eased up and was sitting on the floor. Watching the little brother he brought with him being knocked to the ground in 3 or 2 blows, he was furious and cursed. But just as the curse left his mouth, he snapped. Why did his eyes go black? Looking up, Chen Mofan had already arrived in front of him and was looking down at him with an icy face. What do you want? Lei Lu stumbled over his words. He's a little scared. This guy in front of him is really too fierce. A kick can even send him flying. Was this really a student? He felt some fear. My father. But, it's Master Tiger. Lei Lu's body shrank back, a trace of obvious panic on his face, while not forgetting to threaten Chen Mofan. You dare to touch me. My father will not let go. Before Lei Lu could finish his words, Chen Mofan directly raised a foot and kicked him in the head. Bang! With a popping sound, the back of Lei Lu's head hit the BMW hard, and the whole person's eyes rolled over and fainted at the time. This dry kick, so that the remaining few punks dare not say any more nonsense. Hurriedly, he racked Lei Lu and ran out of the parking lot. Not far away, in the parking lot, in a van, the skinny monkey watched the scene. The corners of his mouth curled up. He's kinda thankful for those punks. Without those punks, he really couldn't try to find out that Chen Mofan's hands were so good, which was a surprise to him, but it was just an accident. If you're good, are you better than a gun? Taking out his cell phone, he sent a message to Scar, and Skinny Monkey grabbed his pistol and, following behind Chen Mofan's few people, Wang Yu looked at Lei Lu's back as he left, worried. Chen Mofan, you have to be more careful in the future. Lei Lu's father is Master Tiger. Their family plays black. It's fine. It's a legal society now. Go, let's continue playing. Chen Mofan smiled and said. He was outwardly unconcerned, not wanting to add stress and worry to a few people but in his heart, he had already begun to pay attention, ready to go back and ask Zhang Chang properly. What kind of character is this Master Tiger? But afraid, Chen Mofan cannot talk about. As the saying goes, money can get through the ghosts and gods. Angry with him, he used the money to smash. All of them can smash Master Tiger to death. It's just that he's always believed in knowing your enemy and knowing yourself. The great man said, defy the enemy strategically and emphasize the enemy tactically. After Lei Lu left, several people discussed the matter and did not leave. But according to the original plan, enter the playground. Wang Yu wanted to help Lu Ruyan, and Lao San wanted to help the boss, and at the insistence of these two men, the crowd smiled and walked in. Although their excitement was no longer as high as before, both camps had a little something on their minds and went straight to the haunted house. In front of the haunted house, Wang Yu cheered Lu Ruyan, while the oldest 3 cheered the oldest. But what's interesting is that the words coming out of the two men are almost just about the same. Remember, you must put down your cheeks. A thick cheek eats a lot, a thin one doesn't. Once inside, you must play to your strengths. You have the advantage of showing a woman's delicacy. You have the advantage of showing manliness. Remember, when she hugs you, make sure you learn to rub it in and drive up the other person's emotions. Got it? Ruyan Lu and the boss nodded at the same time, a hint of determination showing in their eyes. The boss bought the tickets and a few people checked them and entered the haunted house. The skinny monkey who was following behind saw this scene and his face was delighted. The haunted house is a good place. The lights are dim. Find a corner where no one is around and knock out Chen Mofan. Lying that Chen Mofan was stunned. He could be taken away in plain sight. Thinking of this, Skinny Monkey sent a message to Scar, indicating that he would do it at the haunted house. Scar didn't have any objections to this and led the three of them quickly to the playground. On the other hand, Ray Lu, not willing to be beaten like this, called his father and got a couple of grunts and entered the haunted house as well. In front of the haunted house, the ticket checker looked puzzled. In the past, the haunted house didn't have much business. But what's going on today? So soon, a dozen people have come? The staff member scratched his head, puzzled. In the haunted house, just after entering into it, the two of them, Ruyan Lu and the boss, began to stand selectively. Ruyan Lu sneaked closer to Chen Mofan, and the boss quietly came to Wang Yu's side at some point. Both of them were expecting, at the same time, that the horrible characters dressed by the staff would hurry up and show up, so they can carry out their plan. Walked 20 meters past a corner corridor. The staff finally showed up, dressed as zombies and the sudden appearance in the corner of the corridor, accompanied by a seeping hiss, directly elevated the atmosphere of terror instantly. The sudden appearance startled the hearts of the crowd. Lu Ruyan, who had long been prepared, directly jumped headfirst into Chen Mofan's arms. Mare Fan, that's scary. Speaking out of her mouth, Lu Ruyan hugged Chen Mofan to death. The two large white rabbits pressed close together and instantly became two large persimmons. But on the other hand, the boss had just been mentally rehearsing how the plan would work, not mentally prepared at all. The sudden shock made the boss let out a cry of Mamma Mia and jumped into Wang Yu's arms. Looking at this scene, Chen Mofan and Lao San were dumbfounded. Brother, have you got it backwards? On the contrary, it was the human Wang Yu, who was the one who had seen it all, and stroked the boss's head with a calm face. It's okay, don't be afraid, it's all fake. That expression, subdued with dislike. Looking at this expression, Chen Mofan and Lao San were speechless. The oldest instantly blushed and looked at Chen Mofan and the oldest as if for help. Those pitiful little eyes sent only one message. What next? But before the oldest could speak, the scares started coming one by one. The staff dressed up as various ghosts and ghouls to scare a few people. Lu Mei was timid, and was directly scared to the point that she screamed and ran away, running to the next fork in the road. Seeing this, Lao San quickly chased after him. Lu Ruyan has long wanted to separate, not separate. How to continue the plan. She met eyes with Wang Yu, and the four of them separated again. Wang Yu protects the boss into another fork in the road. Finally no one was there. Ruyan Lu stuck closer. The whole thing was like a big ragamuffin bear. Hanging on to Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan could easily feel the warmth coming from Lu Ruyan's body. It raised a flicker of restlessness in him, especially when you feel that squeezing sensation when certain softness creates friction against your body. It was more than enough to make his blood race for a long time. Mare Fan, I'm so scared. You have to protect me. Lu Ruyan had tearful eyes in her big eyes, like a pool of spring water, and looked at Chen Mofan tenderly, slowly. Against such a look, Chen Mofan's heart was moved, but it was just a matter of intention. He would not move any more feelings towards Ruyan Lu. If it's just for fun, he'll smack on a tadpole blocking bag. Mare Fan, why are you ignoring me? Lu Ruyan hung onto Chen Mofan and twisted her body as if she was pampered. Instantly, the two large white rabbits became active, bouncing around his body and stimulating him. Why don't we just do it? The thought had just crossed my mind when a staff member suddenly appeared, wearing scary ghost makeup and this oozing low growl came out of his mouth. Looking at this scene, Ruyan Lu directly fell off of Chen Mofan in fear, sitting on his ass. The ambiguity that had just risen was all gone in an instant. Yo, Van God, finally found you. The shock hadn't passed when the two men, Scar and Skinny Monkey, appeared. One of the thin monkeys had a playful, teasing face. As soon as the words Mortal God came out, Chen Meifan's brows furrowed, because so far, Wang Jiaojiao is the only one who knows that he is Fan Xiao, but these two in front of me said it in one breath. Who are you guys? Chen Mofan asked. Scar sneered and raised the pistol in his hand with a disdainful face. Mortal God, you don't need to care who we are. The brothers have a favor they'd like to ask the Mortal God. What the hell? Mortal God, come with the brothers. Chapter 29, The Fierce Bandit. Chen Mofan, who had ordered a firearms proficiency, recognized with just a glance that it was a real gun. The cold texture of that metal, he could feel it clearly. Mortal God, there's no need to look. My brother has long since cut the surveillance circuits here. Otherwise, do you think we'd dare pull out our guns so blatantly? The skinny monkey smiled coldly and spoke, with a hint of lechery in his eyes as he looked Chen Mofan up and down. It was like a hunter looking at his prey with excitement and confidence in his eyes. On the side, Lu Ruyan, who had fallen to the ground, had a face of fear and shock. She knew that Chen Mofan was trenchant, but she still didn't expect that Chen Mofan would be so trenchant. A mortal god? That mortal god on the internet? The mortal god who swiped $600 million in one day? Ruyan Lu froze in place, sitting dumbly on the ground. For a moment, both forgot to be afraid. Until this moment, Ruyan Lu had a clear perception of Chen Mofan's trench mansion. This is definitely a top mansion. At this moment, Ruyan Lu's eyes completely changed as she looked at Chen Mofan, like looking at a big brave man. His eyes were on the verge of letting out light. If the occasion didn't allow it, she would have wanted to hug Chen Mofan and lick him twice. Mortal god, spread your wings and walk. It's not so bad that we brothers have to carry you. The skinny monkey sneered, his laugh full of teasing. Go your ass. As soon as the thin monkey's words fell, Lei Lu rushed up with his men. This poor bastard. He's been looking for a while. He hasn't been able to find it. Originally he thought the poor bastard ran away in fear. I didn't expect to find this kid here. Without the slightest bit of nonsense, Lei Lu's eyes flashed with a cold aura, and he swung out with an iron rod, directly on the head of the skinny monkey in front of him. This stick made the skinny monkey dizzy on the spot, with pieces of gold stars appearing in front of his eyes. Harm blocking, off. Scar on the side was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Where did this little cutie come from? She came up to fight. How could he know that Lei Lu was so arrogant and accustomed to it that he didn't put anyone in his eyes? Who dared to stop him? Straight up sticks. I'm damned if you're looking for death? Scar cursed angrily. As an outlaw, he likewise never spoiled anyone, but before he could strike, a man rushed out from a diagonal and kicked him out of the room, all the while cursing. Marred, how dare you dance and chatter in front of Lei Xiao? What are you? And a ing toy gun. What? Playing the outlaw. Scar was dumbfounded. When did playing with knives become more powerful than playing with guns? It's a gun that you're holding in your own hand. Taking advantage of this gap, Chen Mofan pulled up Lu Ruyan and ran. He wouldn't be so stupid as to get tough with the other guy. And there's no need to use your own flesh and blood to block the other guy's gun. Asterisk asterisk. You poor bastard. How ing dare you run? Lei Lu cursed angrily and was about to chase after him with his iron rod. But at this moment, bang, a gunshot, resounding in the surroundings. Lei Lu's forward-charging body lurched, incredulously turning his head to look back, only to see that one of the men he had brought with him had been shot and fell in a pool of blood. All around, everyone looked at Scar with frightened faces. Scar rubbed the large swelling on his face and stood up, his face grim as he looked around. Fight! Fight in the treadmill? Aren't you good? Scar roared and fired another shot, hitting one in the head. The bullet pierced the man's skull with a spiraling stream of air, exploding through the back of his head. The brains and blood splattered everywhere. This horrifying scene caused Lei Lu to sit on his butt in fear, his face pale. At this moment, he realized what he had provoked. This is a real outlaw. He's not even on the same level as the other guy. It's not even close. And just now, these two outlaws seem to have come for the poor bastard. And can it be any good to be associated with outlaws? Although he was arrogant, he also understood what people he could and could not mess with. Apparently, that poor bastard he looked down on was someone he couldn't mess with. At that thought, Lei Lu's heart beat wildly, and fear covered his forehead with cold sweat. What kind of person are you messing with? And calling the other guy a pauper? And calling him a good-for-nothing student who can't even fight? What's the ing difference between that and looking for death? Lei Lu just felt like the sky was falling. At this moment, he was filled with regret, regretting why he had provoked these three people. It's just a girlfriend. It's just being kicked in the face. What's wrong with putting up with it? You have to act like a pussy. Lei Lu wanted to cry. Kid, that's you, isn't it? It was nice to hit me with that stick. The skinny monkey walked over, grabbed an iron bar that had fallen off the ground and it came down on Lei Lu's head. Lei Lu was filled with panic. He wanted to dodge, but he realized that his body didn't listen to his own commands at all. Cowering in fear. Bang! A stick slammed down. Lei Lu wailed, and his mournful voice instantly resounded throughout the entire haunted house. After one stroke, the skinny monkey didn't have the slightest intention to stop. The iron rod in his hand kept smashing down at Lei Lu. A little, 2 clicks, the wailing of Thunder House resounded. Outside the haunted house, the ticket checker hears these wails and smiles smugly. He knew that his haunted house would definitely bring a different and novel experience to his customers. The people around wanted to make a move to rescue them, but whoever dared to move, Scar wouldn't even hesitate to pull the trigger. Along with the continuous smashing down of the iron rod, Lei Lu's wailing gradually became weaker and weaker, and his entire body had been like a bloody gourd, covered in blood and twitching non-stop. Well, there's been enough delay. Don't forget business. Scar spoke up, warning. As the words fell, the pistol pointed repeatedly, and all the people brought by Lei Lu were silenced by Scar. Lei Lu, on the other hand, has been beaten to a sieve by the skinny monkey now. A barrage of bullets, all of which stayed inside Leilo's body. On the other side, Chen Mofan ran wildly with Lu Ruyan while not forgetting to pull out his cell phone, called the oldest three, telling them to get the hell out of the amusement park. Both of them were a little unsure of the, "I don't understand why you're leaving when you're fine." But hearing the anxiety in Chen Mofan's words, the two didn't dare to hesitate. Immediately took Wang Yu and Lu Mei away from the haunted house. Chen Mofan kept running wildly, leading Lu Ruyan to look for the exit. Just after passing a corner, a man came walking on his face, and that man looked at Chen Mofan for a second, quickly lowering his head. He then looked up and smiled at Chen Mofan and nodded. But the moment the two men plunged past, the man pulled out the pistol pinned to his back waistband. It smashed into the back of Chen Mofan's head, but Chen Mofan had already taken a step ahead of him. The way the man had just glanced at him and lowered his head again was clearly something in his heart. Chen Mofan saw it clearly, and although there was fear in his heart, he struck out without mercy. Before the pistol could fall, Chen Mofan had already taken a step ahead of him and slammed his fist on his throat. The punch caused the man to back up, covering his neck with pain. He wanted to raise his gun and shoot at Chen Mofan, but before he could make any move, Chen Merfan had already bullied his way up and punched him hard on the temple. In the man's horrified gaze, he sent him flying with a punch. When the man was in the air, the man's eyes rolled back in his head and he fainted. Without waiting for Chen Mofan to catch his breath, three more people rushed towards Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan picked up the pistol on the ground without a trace of panic in his expression, eyes as calm as a deep pool of stagnant water, raising the gun, aiming, shooting, action in one fell swoop, as if an expert with a gun for many years. 3 point-blank shots in quick succession took care of all three straight away. But after 3 shots, slightly trembling fingers showed his inner panic. He's just a regular guy, a college student, killing people. He couldn't be as calm as he appeared to be. He gets scared and panics too, but he understood more than anything else that any fear or dread at this moment would kill him. He's just holding on for dear life. On the side, Ruyan Lu had been completely stunned, looking at the still twitching corpses on the ground, and the unwillingly staring eyes of the. She screamed in terror and ran madly to one side, and at this moment, the two of them, Scar and Skinny Monkey, walked out from that side passage. At the first sight of the two, Chen Mofan directly raised his gun, but without waiting for the shot, Scar had already kicked Ruyan Lu to the ground and the gun in his hand was also pressed against Ruyan Lu's forehead. Chapter 30, I'll give you $1 billion. Van God, the brothers admire you for taking out 4 of our brothers in one shot. It really surprised me, Scar said, a glint of obvious afterthought flashing in his eyes. Before, he looked down on this asshole Fan Shao. Isn't it just a bit of money? He's got a good fetus. What else is there? But after the brief contact, his heart was filled with shock. This Vulcan is too fierce. Fighting skills not to mention. Strikes cleanly. And, not the kind of guy who plays around. But fighting aside, what shocked him was the fact that the mortal god even played with firearms with such a 6. 3 point-blank shots. Shots to the head. The kind of shooting that shocked the man who had just arrived. But what is more important is the state of mind. The state of mind of this kid at that time. Calm. Mind without fluctuation. Realizing that this was a shooting to kill. He was not surprised if an outlaw did it. Just an ordinary student who managed to be so calm. His mind was filled with shock. The good thing was, no matter what, the kid was under his control now and couldn't make any waves. Van God. Such a beautiful woman. You wouldn't want her to perish under my gun. Scar suppressed the shock in his heart and sneered. Drop the gun and I'll let the woman go. At Scar's feet, Ruyan Lu looked at the blackened muzzle of the gun. Her face filled with horror. The watery mist filled her eyes as she looked at Chen Mofan with pleading eyes. Chen Meifan helplessly sighed. He did not want to save Lu Ruyan. Her people's life and death with him what to do. Not to mention the fact that this woman had betrayed herself. But Skinny Monkey's gun is pointed right at him. The other two who arrived also raised their guns to their heads. He was confident that he could take out 2 of them quickly, but the third would definitely shoot him in the head. In that case, it would be better to do a favor. You let her go. I'll put down my gun, Chen Mofan said. Scar nodded after only a brief moment of thought. As beautiful as this woman was, and as much as she made his heart flutter, he knew better. The main task now is to get money. With money, what kind of women do not have? What's more, bringing one more person is one more liability. Get lost. Scar lifted his leg, coldly. Lu Ruyan looked at Chen Mofan incredulously, her tears welling up in her eyes. It dripped down again. Surely he still loves me and would sacrifice himself for me. He's got a bright future. He's a mortal god calling the shots on the internet, with money beyond anyone's reach. But he gave it all up for me. Lu Ruyan only felt as if her heart had been hit hard by a sledgehammer. It made her heart flutter violently. She took one step and turned back 3 times. Looking at Chen Mofan, She realized that she was of no use staying here, and that it would be better to go out and call the police right away. There might still be a glimmer of possibility to save Chen Mofan. The moment Lu Ruyan disappeared around the corner, the thin monkey raised his gun and smashed it hard on the back of Chen Mofan's head. Chen Mofan's eyes rolled over and he fainted. This big fish had finally arrived, and both Thin Monkey and Scar smiled. The skinny monkey picked up the fainting Chen Mofan with one hand, and the corner of his sneering mouth hooked up, revealing a touch of lechery. This internet-famous mortal god, this top-ranking rich kid from a wealthy family, it's going to be his crotch today. Thinking about this, the skinny monkey felt a little animalistic. When Chen Mofan woke up again, the first thing he did, it was a hard snap of his fingers against his palm, the pain reminding him to stay calm. After calming down, he took a look around. It was in a small, dimly lit, shabby room, and he was in the shape of a taiga, handcuffed to his limbs and locked to an iron bed. In front of them stood none other than Scar and Skinny Monkey. The Skinny Monkey was all excited, looking at him as if he were looking at a pussy. Yo, the mortal god is awake. The Skinny Monkey came to the bed and reached out to touch Chen Mofan's face, sneering and flirting. Chen Mofan didn't look at him, but instead looked at Scar. With his intuition, he could sense that he was the boss of these people. Brothers figure wealth in life. If you figure wealth, report a number. Brothers can give you a solution. Will certainly solve. Scar was once again surprised. This kid was calm as could be. Scar's mouth was tinged with a smile. Mortal god. It's true that you are worthy of being a mortal god. Calm enough. Now that you've opened your mouth, there's no need for me to hide it. To tell you the truth, mortal god, the brothers have been in a tight spot lately, and they'd like to borrow a couple bucks from you to spend. What do you think? Scar said, a teasing smile on his face, and his smile playfully continued. Oh, and by the way, my buddy here thinks you're gorgeous looking. He wants to go deeper with you, by the way. Scar pointed at the skinny monkey, and the word in death was purposely bitten a minute too hard. Chen Mofan laughed. He glanced at the skinny monkey with a face full of disgust and laughed. Money is fine. On the other condition, I want you to think it over before you say anything. As these words left his mouth, the skinny monkey directly slapped Chen Mofan's face. Pop! A crunching sound echoed through the house. Accompanied by the crunching sound of a clear five-finger print appeared on Chen Mofan's face. With a face of contempt, the thin monkey looked at Chen Mofan and said angrily, Mard, do you not understand the situation? Do you have the right to speak? Chen Mofan licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. With disdain on his face, he looked straight at the skinny monkey. What the hell are you laughing at? The skinny monkey roared, raising his hand again and another slap in the mouth. The crunching sound echoed through the house for a long time, but Chen Mofan was still smiling, and the contempt in his eyes as he looked at the thin monkey became more and more obvious. The skinny monkey was furious, slapping out mouth after mouth, and blood soon spilled from the corners of Chen Mofan's mouth. Alright, Scar spoke up to stop it, and said coldly, Mortal God, I want you to get your facts straight, right now. It's not up to you. If you don't agree, I have ways to make you agree. Understand? Scar said, slapping Chen Mofan's cheek as if in humiliation. The threatening implication was self-evident. Fan Shun, I don't want to say more if I'm inked. The brothers are looking for you to borrow $500 million. It's not much. Scar held out 5 fingers and sneered. The skinny monkey also hemmed and hawed and laughed out, touching Chen Mofan's cheeks in disgust. Little baby, give us $500 million and let brother pamper you. Trust brother, he's good at kung fu. Hey, listening to the disgusting words in his ears, the disgust in Chen Mofan's heart increased by 1 more point. 500 million, not much indeed, but he will not give 500 million, but 1 billion. Chen Mofan raised his head and met Scar's eyes, confidently saying, 500 million. I won't give it to you, but I will give you $1 billion. Once the 3 words 1 billion came out, Scar and Skinny Monkey's hearts trembled at the same time. A flash of shock appeared on both of their faces as they looked incredulously at Chen Mofan, who was sneering at them. Looking at the cold smile at the corner of Chen Mofan's mouth, the Skinny Monkey didn't know why, but his heart trembled violently, because this cold smile actually made him feel a trace of fear. As if something bad was happening. Sure enough, Chen Mofan spoke again. But I have one condition. Kill this disgusting guy for me. Chen Mofan said. His gaze was cold as he looked at the thin monkey. That gaze was like looking at a dead person. Thin monkey's body trembled violently as he hurriedly looked at Scar. Brother Scar, you can't listen to him stirring up trouble, and since he has $1 billion, we can get our hands on it under severe torture. Scar nodded and smiled, his eyes filled with pity as he looked at Chen Mofan. Sneered, Mortal God, this kind of trick of stirring up trouble is a bit too low, isn't it? Why? Is this all the famous Mortal God has to offer? Scar snickered, with obvious derision on his face. And Then he said, like my brother said, if you don't agree, and we can get it by torture, who am I to do what I did to betray my friends? I, Scar, am a man of love. Chen Mofan scoffed at these words. He was undaunted, and with confidence in his eyes, he smiled. It's true that you can torture a confession, but it takes time, and do you have that much time? Chapter 31, Mutual Betrayal. My friend will call the police, and so will the staff when someone dies in the haunted house. How much time do you guys have to stay here? A rhetorical question silenced Scar. He knew very well that since Chen Mofan dared to shoot and kill, he was bound to be no weakling. Such people don't open their mouths easily and it takes time. The thing that favors them the most is time. The skinny monkey on the side, hearing this rhetorical question, had visibly panicked, and his face began to turn pale and the eyes looked at Chen Mofan angrily. Mud, kid, stop talking. As the sentence fell, the thin monkey looked at Scar and pleaded, Brother Scar, I'm loyal to you. You can't let this kid's words just kill me, right? Looking at the thin monkey who was obviously flustered, Chen Mofan once again gave at it a fire. Smiling, he spat out 3 words, $1.5 billion. The skinny monkey's body trembled. His face once again turned a minute paler. His face panicked as he stretched out his hand and, trying to cover Chen Mofan's mouth. Treadmill, boy, don't you say another word. But his finger had just touched the corner of Chen Mofan's mouth when Chen Mofan spoke again. $2 billion. This is my last line. If you don't agree, then I won't give you a dime. You could have tried severe torture? 2 billion? What a fortune this is. A fortune that is enough to knock all of one's sanity out. The skinny monkey is naturally clear. $2 billion on one side, and no pennies on the other. It's such a simple multiple choice question that any human being would do it. It was precisely because he knew it that he feared it. A murderous intent flashed in the skinny monkey's eyes. Mard, I'll kill you first. The skinny monkey roared angrily, drew the pistol pinned on his waist, and turned around to shoot at Scar. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and skinny monkey looked at his chest in disbelief. A red blood hole appeared there, which then spread rapidly, and blood, like no money, it flew overflowing, staining his clothing red. Watching the scene, the skinny monkey's face was instantly covered in horror. Knife, Scar, bang! The skinny monkey's body slammed to the ground, raising a huge cloud of dust and his eyes looked in horror at the particles of dust drifting and sinking before him. He was resigned to the fact that a dashing life had beckoned to him, but he had fallen on his face. At this moment a strong regret suddenly welled up in his heart. If he hadn't messed with that kid, wouldn't he have to die here? He thought that kid was already a fish on the chopping block, and could be slaughtered at their pleasure. But as it turned out, it wasn't the kid who was left to be slaughtered, but them instead. Is this the mortal god? Someone who still holds the initiative even in such a situation. The skinny monkey closed his eyes reluctantly with the thought in his head. Scar took the pistol, looked at Chen Mofan on the iron bed, put the pistol against Chen Mofan's jaw and laughed. The mortal god is really good at this, easily turning our brothers against each other. Actually, I find this guy disgusting as well, so killing him would be a way to take the heat off myself. It's only the mortal god. 2 billion, the mortal god won't fail to fulfill that promise. Chen Merfan nodded and smiled. Naturally, if you have integrity, I naturally have it as well. People like you should have prepared offshore accounts. Uncuff me. I'll transfer you. Scar was delighted in his heart, not expecting to get far more than he thought. But this kid, Scar thought, a murderous intent flashing through his heart. This kid, he's obviously a top-tier gentry. There's too much energy for someone like that. If he wanted to be comfortable for the rest of his life, this kid should never be kept. When the money arrives, he must be slaughtered. Scar thought to himself, pulling out the key to unlock the handcuffs with one hand. With one hand, he held the gun dead center against Chen Mofan's head. He won't hesitate to shoot the kid once he makes any move. And the moment the handcuffs were unlocked was the only chance the kid had to resist. However, things went completely out of Scar's expectations. Chen Mofan was honest, and 2 billion in cash was quickly transferred. This brought a hint of consternation to Scar's face. He thought the kid would fight back. The kid's so smart. It must have occurred to him that he'd kill to get rid of it. But Chen Mofan was very cooperative. And when the handcuffs were tied to the bed again and Chen Mofan was securely handcuffed, the dismay in Scar's eyes didn't even dissipate. In looking at this kid, he actually closed his eyes? The doubts in Scar's mind deepened. How was he to know that $2 billion were spent and 20 points were gained in spending points? These 20 points were enough for Chen Mofan to do a lot of things. For example, locksmithing proficiency. Chen Mofan knew very well that Skarsgård must have reached its peak when he opened the handcuffs. This may seem like the only chance, but it's a dead end. Why hasn't it arrived yet? Scar looked at the phone, a flash of doubt in his eyes. Boy, you're not up to something, are you? Why hasn't it arrived yet? Scar's heart raced, and for him, every second of the wait. It's all like a world long. Chen Mofan lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and laughed. Big brother, that's a multinational business, and it's $2 billion. It takes time to transfer such a large sum of money. You think it's $20? Don't make me think you're insensitive, okay? Scar naturally understands all of this. It's just that he doesn't want to stay in this dilapidated factory any longer. He killed someone in the haunted house. Chen Mofan's companion must have called the police. 2. The streets are full of cameras now. It's easy to find them. He can't afford to wait. With anxiety on his face, Scar looked at his cell phone and paced back and forth in the dimly lit room. Messy footsteps kept ringing out, and with a smile on the corner of his mouth, Chen Mofan said, "You panicked? Mortal God, don't you seek death?" Scar violently rushed up and, raising the gun in his hand and pointing it at Chen Mofan, he said angrily, "I'm just stating a fact, and if you can't even accept it, just pretend I didn't say it." Chen Mofan smiled in a flat tone. Scar really wanted to shoot this kid in the head, but he couldn't spare the money until it arrived. With a cold snort, Scar lifted his leg and walked outside. He didn't want to stay in this dimly lit room anymore, and in the face of Chen Mofan's calmness, he always had a bad feeling about it. "You too, watch him," Scar ordered to the only 2 men left in the plant. There were 8 of them. At the haunted house, Chen Mofan killed 3 of them with 3 point-blank shots and knocked out another. Back in the barn, provoked by Chen Mofan, he killed the thin monkey. Now, it's just the 3 of them, but the good thing was, $2 billion would soon be in his hands, and in his heart, he couldn't help but be excited. Scar thought to himself and walked out of the barn. The sky, at some point, has been tinted with a layer of dusky, blood-colored sunset hanging high in the west, reflecting the sky as if it were on fire, scarlet as blood. Looking at the sunset in the sky, Scar froze a bit. I don't know how much time had passed, but a crunching sound of a ding interrupted his thoughts. Grabbing his cell phone, he saw that $2 billion in cash had been credited to his account. The moment he saw the funds arrive, Scar was filled with ecstasy, but immediately afterward, Scar's face changed violently. Not good. He snapped back to where the $2 billion came from. He's the one who sold out Skinny Monkey for it. If he can betray Slim Monkey, why can't others betray him? That kid is out of his league. It's enough money to go crazy every time you take it out. What brotherhood is a joke in front of that huge amount of money? Scar snapped his head around, and sure enough, the 2 men had stepped out of the dimly lit house was looking at him and sneering. Chapter 32, Police Flower Tang Fei. Without a moment's hesitation, Scar raised his gun and fired at the 2 men. After a few shots, the 2 men fell in a pool of blood, and Scar was shot in the stomach. 2. Looking at the 2, Scar was seething with rage in his heart, yelling angrily at the 2 men, "Old me brought you to fortune, and you betrayed me, One of them, pierced through the heart, but with a trace of breath left, lay on the ground. A hint of obvious mockery appeared at the corners of Scar's mouth as he watched the angry man. "Knife. Scar, you don't still betray us first. Thin monkey, you took it out, didn't you?" When these words came out, Scar violently froze in place, his eyes filled with shock. He got it. From the moment he took out Skinny Monkey, he had then fallen into the hole that Chen Mofan had dug for him. First there was his betrayal, setting the stage for the betrayal of others. Then came this current scene of brothers fighting each other. It could be said that when he killed Slim Monkey, he was doomed to be betrayed by others as well. No, perhaps even earlier, from the moment he'd taken up greed, it had been doomed. Apparently, the kid took advantage of that very thing. It was only then that he convinced his 2 men so quickly. "Mortal God, you're really good at this," Scar muttered to himself and lifted his leg toward the dimly lit room. Good thing he won in the end. He'd survived, and now he just needed to work on finishing off the kid. He was sure that his 2 henchmen, though greedy, were not little darlings. Wouldn't be stupid enough to uncuff that kid, and the fact that the kid didn't come out is the best fact of all. Eating his way to the door of the room, Scar pushed it open and laughed. "You've missed the mark, mortal God. In the end it was me who lived." The words came to an abrupt end, and Scar looked at the empty bed in front of him, the smile on his face stiffening violently as shock covered his eyes. No, not anymore? How could he be gone? How could he break free when all his limbs were handcuffed? Scar roared in his mind, asking himself frantically, but what answered him? It was Chen Mofan, who was hiding behind the door, who calmly struck out, crisply and directly broke his neck. With a thud, Scar planted himself on the ground, with remorse in his eyes. He hated why he didn't kill Chen Mofan at the first moment after the transfer, and he hated why he messed with Chen Mofan, and he hated why he was greedy. And if he wasn't greedy, is it possible that he has gotten away with $500 million by now? Scar I'm not you. I like to play it safe. Chen Mofan slowly opened his mouth, then dropped his butt to the ground. It's finally over. Chen Mofan wiped his forehead and looked at the cold sweat seeping out from his forehead, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Only he knew how scared he was, but the only way to survive is to be calm and think about everything calmly. Fortunately, he succeeded. The police soon arrived and quickly surrounded the place. Hands up and don't move. A female police officer, dressed in a blue police uniform, walked in quickly with her pistol raised. Chen Mofan raised his hand cooperatively and looked at the policewoman with a smile. It's not until you look at it that you realize it's still a beauty. Melon face, with short shoulder-length hair, looks heroic, and she was tall and well-endowed, even in her police uniform. The moving curves still emerged clearly. In terms of looks alone, she's no less than Ruyan Lu. In school, definitely one of the school's top picks. Tung Fei frowned lightly, looking at the kid in front of her. She couldn't figure it out. Surrounded by cops and, how can this kid still laugh? And, looking at this kid's clean-cut eyebrows, he's capable of murder. Don't be playful here. You're under arrest. Tempest chortled and pulled out her handcuffs. Chen Mofan was stunned. I'm under arrest? Beauty. Are you mistaken? Are you sure it's me who's under arrest? Cut the crap. Tung Fei put handcuffs on Chen Mofan's wrists and, with an icy face, he said, you bandits are getting bolder and bolder now, and the amusement area dares to kill people. Say, where are the victims you kidnapped hidden? The corner of Chen Mofan's mouth revealed a helpless, bitter smile. Beautiful woman. Do you think it's possible that I'm the victim? The icy coldness on Tung Fei's face instantly froze and, eyes shot. He looked at Chen Mofan. You're the victim? No way. If you're the victim, where are the bandits? How could they let you stay here? Tung Fei said with questioning in her eyes, staring closely at Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan smiled flatly. I finished killing, and they tried to kill me after they got the ransom. I fought back and, by accident, killed back. Pretty girl, I'd call that self-defense. Killed them all? The look in Tung Fei's eyes was completely replaced by shock as she looked at Chen Mofan in disbelief. This kid didn't even look as big as her, and he managed to kill all those gun-toting bandits. Tung Fei's entire body was in a state of shock. A full 2 seconds passed before Tang Fei shook her head violently. Impossible. Those guys are outlaws. Bandits. How could they let a kid like you kill them? You're definitely one of the bandits. Say, why pretend to be a victim? As soon as Tang Fei's words fell, a police officer suddenly spoke up. Look, there's a dead man here, and the dead man is tentatively determined to be shot. Before the officer's words could fall, another followed. Here too, there were 2 others in the houses. One shot and one had his neck broken. 2 people in the house can be identified. One is fugitive wanted criminal Chen Dapeng, nicknamed Scar. The other is named Sulu, nicknamed Skinny Monkey. There was no one else in the plant except these 4 victims. Listening to that report, the shock on Tang Fei's face grew deeper and deeper. Dead. Really dead. Those tough guys are actually dead. Still killed by this kid in front of me. She had some difficulty believing it, knowing that they had deployed a large number of police officers in order to catch these tough guys, but the guys still got away. Now, the guy who gave them a headache was easily solved by this kid? Look at this kid's body. He hasn't suffered too many injuries, only his face is slightly red and swollen. It seems to have some fingerprints on it. Who the hell is this kid? Tung Fei's heart was filled with shock and doubt. Chen Mofan looked at Tang Fei's skeptical eyes and thought that she still didn't believe it, so he couldn't help but continue. My name is Chen Mofan. If my friend called the police, he should have said the victim's name. I have my ID in my pocket. You just have to check it. The caller did say that the victim who was kidnapped was named Chen Mofan. Thinking of this, Tung Fei reached out and dug into Chen Mofan's pants pocket. But just as the hand went in, a phone rang. Tung Fei didn't hesitate, and her ID card was taken out along with her cell phone. After first glancing at the ID card to make sure it was Chen Mofan's name and photo, Tempest's gaze went to her cell phone. She wanted to make sure that if Chen Mofan was the kidnapper, the calls coming in now must be related to the kidnapping. And besides, it's possible to determine what kind of person a person is based on the circles they're in contact with. But one look and she froze. On the caller ID, 3 large words emerged clearly. Yun Moli, Damien Nebula Mali. Tempest knew her. The last 2 days have been full of news about her, making her fame skyrocket. I don't know how many people's eyes are red with envy, because a mysterious tycoon swiped $600 million on her live stream. That's $600 million. A lot of money that many people can't touch in their lifetime. But that dirtbag just casually swiped out. This has to be shocking. Tung Fei remembered that the mysterious tycoon seemed to be called Fan Xiao, but the internet likes to call him a mortal god, because it's just not like a rich kid to do what he did. More like a god. Chapter 33, The Flirtatiousness of a Big Star. This kid knows a big star? It seems that this kid's identity is not simple either. Tang Fei thought to herself and picked up the phone. Chen Mofan. As soon as the phone was connected, Yun Moli's resentful voice rang out from inside. Yun Moli hadn't slept well for 2 nights, which made her hate Chen Mofan with a passion. But she was even angrier when the kid ignored her after that time he molested her. No matter what, she's a big star. When has she ever been treated so coldly? The heart became even more indignant. And, in the past 2 days, her popularity has skyrocketed. Several times more popular than she was at her peak. Assets have also reached hundreds of millions of dollars in value. It can be said that Chen Mofan has pushed her to the peak of her career by herself. She understands the need to be more communicative. To her top 1 big brother, to her gold master, to consolidate feelings. But what this kid did made him angry and happy. As a result, the feelings towards Chen Mofan became very complicated. That's why it's spiteful to call out that name. You, young Master Chen, have time to answer the phone. 2. I thought you were too busy to have a little time for yourself? On the phone, Yun Moli's voice with resentment sounded again. Listening to the voice, Tang Fei's face was a bit strange. When could a big star also look like a complaining woman? The voice is full of aggression and grief now? Thinking about it, Tempest coughed lightly. Ahem. Hello, ma'am. Woman? Yun Moli held the phone suspiciously and froze for a moment as she listened to Tang Fei's voice on the phone. It's obvious that this woman is very close to Chen Mofan. How else could he have gotten Chen Mofan's cell phone and dare to answer his calls? Good. You Chen Mofan. I said, why don't you come to me for the bet? Feel like you're busy dashing around? Mouthing off to me here. Telling me to be my man. And coming up with all kinds of flirting with me. The little colorful picture you posted is a thief 6. As a result, you are looking at the bowl and thinking about the pot. Flirting with me and then turning around and putting his arm around another woman. Row by row. Yun Moli thought in her heart. Feeling a little aggrieved. That's not to say that she had deep feelings for Chen Mofan. It's just that something she thought originally belonged to her is now being taken away from her by another woman. And that makes her feel uncomfortable. You're Chen Mofan's woman, aren't you? Yun Moli spoke. Then I'm sorry to disturb you. You guys have fun. Have fun. Have fun. Tang Fei clearly heard a hint of resentment in Yun Moli's tone. And she was helplessly. What's this all about? So, hastily explaining. Hello, ma'am. You've got it all wrong. I'm a police officer. Chen Mofan is the victim we just rescued. He was just kidnapped. What? Yun Moli's voice raised an obvious octave. She looked at her phone incredulously, a wave of guilt instantly rising from the bottom of her heart. Thinking of what she had just said, Yun Moli's face turned red then. So, the reason he didn't come to me was because he was kidnapped? He's been kidnapped, in a dangerous place, just rescued, and before he can rejoice. But then you come over here and talk about it yourself. How is that different from falling on your sword? Yun Moli thought in her heart, a deep wave of self-blame welling up in her heart. Hello, ma'am. We're investigating this kidnapping. May I ask what your relationship was to the victim? On the phone, Tempest's voice rang again. Hearing this, Yun Moli was puzzled. Her relationship with Chen Mofan? A friend? No. What kind of friend is a friend you haven't even met? Netflix? Not really. After thinking about it, Yun Moli spoke. He's my rank 1 little brother. Rank 1 junior? Tang Fei was confused for 2 seconds. What kind of relationship was this? And so on. Wormley? The first kid on the list? Chen Mofan? The god of mortality? In an instant, Tang Fei's mind was enlightened. Chen Mofan is the mortal god? My god. This kid, he's a mortal god? Tang Fei was shocked in place, looking incredulously at the handcuffed Chen Mofan beside her. The mortal god. He turned out to be the mortal god. This young kid. Tempest felt incredulous. If the mortal god was an older man in his 40s or 50s, Tang Fei felt that he was perfectly fine with it. But between a young man in his early 20s and a mortal god who swiped 600 million in one night, Tempest couldn't make the connection. It's too much of a sense of contrast. Besides, this kid has a big undershirt and big pants. Where does this look like a rich kid? Not to mention a rich kid who can spend $600 million at the drop of a hat. If he didn't say his identity and let Tang Fei guess, Tang Fei felt like she couldn't guess it in her entire life. With obvious doubt on her face, Tang Fei looked at Chen Mofan and inquired, "You're a mortal god?" Chen Mofan sighed deeply. Helpless. How dare you be more skeptical with that look in your eye? You're so close to writing the word skeptical on your face. Chen Mofan just don't understand. How is it that each and every one of them don't believe it? Boss, don't believe it. Lao San doesn't believe it either. Both of them also came with a line about how you're just a B. Okay, these two people don't believe he endured. But how is it that the cop you just met a day ago doesn't believe it either? He just couldn't understand how he didn't have any of the rich man's temperament? Seeing this Chen Mofan's helpless appearance, Tang Fei hid her mouth and snickered. She also felt that this suspicion of hers was a bit hurtful. Besides, Yun Moli had said that he was a mortal god. Holding the cell phone, Tang Fei could now completely confirm that Chen Mofan was not a kidnapper. Rather, they are victims. Thinking about it, Tempest picked up her cell phone and, turning to Yun Moli, he said, he should have swiped 600 million for you yesterday, which aroused the suspicion of the kidnappers, and as it happens, there is a hacker expert in this group of kidnappers. He was tracked down and that's why he was kidnapped. Don't worry, he's been rescued by us now. Tang Fei's words made Yun Moli unable to calm down for a long time. She didn't realize that Chen Mofan was kidnapped because he swiped $600 million for her and showed his wealth. It's the only way to get on the radar. At this moment, Yun Moli's heart was once again filled with self-blame. Come to think of it, Chen Mofan has done so much for her, not only bringing her back to the top of her career, even more so, she suffered an undeserved disaster because of her. Instead, what did she do for Chen Mofan? When Chen Mofan was in a deep crisis, she even talked about sarcasm. In this instant, Yun Moli had the urge to slap herself with a big mouth and take it out on Chen Mofan. Clenching her fists fiercely, Yun Moli made up her mind. If Chen Mofan had done all this and asked for anything in return from her from the beginning to the end, then it's just brother. She had wanted to play hard to get, but now, okay, ma'am, I'm going to hang up now and take Mr. Chen back to the investigation earlier. Don't worry, as long as the investigation is clear, we will release Mr. Chen at the first opportunity. On the phone, Tempest's voice rang out. Hearing this, Yun Moli hurriedly said, wait, that comrade policewoman, can you put your cell phone in Chen Mofan's ear? Tang Fei nodded and placed the cell phone to Chen Mofan's ear. Chen Mofan was puzzled. What is the situation? Yun Moli, this is something to say to him? Hello, this is Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan's voice came from the cell phone, and Yun Moli blushed. When she thought about what she was going to do next, Yun Moli's face turned even redder. Herself to call a little boy by such a shameful name, and to flirt with the Yun Moli then felt so ashamed that even her body started to have some strange reactions, but she still clenched her teeth and said in a gentle, soft and flirtatious tone, brother, 2 words, like a ray of spring breeze drilled into Chen Mofan's ears. The gentleness and femininity in those words was like a pair of small hands gently brushing over Chen Mofan's heart. It made his heart begin to beat faster involuntarily. It's worth it. The 600 million is so worth it. Chen Mofan was tempted to be swiping 600 million right now. He wanted to hear Yun Moli call it to his face. At that time, when the 4 eyes were facing each other, and the shyness and flirtatiousness of this superb imperial sister were displayed at the same time. I wonder what kind of a view it would be. Chapter 34, Thunder Tiger appears. After hanging up the phone, Yun Moli blushed like a ripe apple. Thinking of the madness she had just experienced, Yun Moli smiled shyly and buried her head into the pillow. How could she not have imagined that she would one day be able to experience this kind of little girl craziness again? And the object of her insanity was, surprisingly, a young boy who was a teenager younger than her. Thinking of this, Yun Moli smiled sheepishly, grabbing the pillow beside him. Show fist swung and gently hit the pillow. Chen Mofan, you bad guy, kill you. A soft whisper to herself, with a hint of shyness, gradually echoed through the house. On the other hand, Tang Fei brought Chen Mofan back to the police station. Careful inquiries were made as to what had happened. Chen Mofan did not lie about this, because he knew very well that it was useless to lie. Nowadays, with the technical means, it is very easy to recover the scene at that time. Sure enough, after Chen Mofan finished speaking, Tang Fei took Chen Mofan's transcript and, finding the police officers of the technical section, the 2 sides compared, and found that things were not far from what Chen Mofan said. After a high-level study, it was unanimously determined that Chen Mofan's actions were self-defense. After all, thugs have guns in their hands, and when lives are threatened, they can be shot. It's just that this kid, Chen Mofan, is actually proficient in lock-picking, fighting, and firearms, the 3 major dangerous categories. Each of these categories is dangerous. The police department immediately included Chen Mofan in the key observation object. Chen Mofan can be released, but be more on top of it. The top brass of the police department decided so. Getting approval from above, Tang Fei unlocked Chen Mofan's handcuffs, and at this moment, outside the police station, Wang Jiajiu, Lu Ruyan, Boss, and Lao San, had all rushed over. This also includes Master Tiger, who has just lost his son. Master Tiger, a middle-aged man, about 50 years old or so, by the looks of things, dressed in a white practicing clothes, combing a big back hair, country face, hawkish nose, cold eyes. The moment Master Tiger arrived at the police station, he barged right into it. He's going to the chief to ask him about his son's death and who killed him. If he dared to touch his son, he would make the other party regret coming to this world. The first time Wang Jiajiu saw Chen Mofan, she directly pounced on him. Mare Fan, Are you okay? I heard you were kidnapped. You scared me to death. Speaking out of her mouth, Wang Jiajiao carefully surveyed Chen Mofan's body with concern in her eyes. After seeing that he was only slightly injured in the face, he was able to put his mind at ease. On the side, Lu Ruyan's face was embarrassed. She also wanted to jump into Chen Mofan's arms as soon as but she was afraid that Chen Mofan would kick her back. Not only did she green Chen Mofan, but she also caused Chen Mofan to be kidnapped and almost lost his life. She felt that Chen Mofan must hate her now, but she likewise felt that Chen Mofan still had feelings for her. Without love, how could he lay down his life to save her? She wanted to open her mouth to say something to Chen Mofan, but before the words reached her mouth, the boss spoke first. Yes, you've got a great life. Me and Lao San are going to buy you a wreath. We've both thought of the eulogy. As a result, your boy is back. Ha ha. Yes. Big laughed and punched Chen Mofan, then hugged him. Without further ado, good brother, in honor of your return alive, I'll split one of the 2 buckets of instant noodles on that bed with you. Chen Mofan smiled helplessly and bitterly at his words. Originally he thought that brotherly love was deep. It turned out to be worth a bucket of noodles, but he also understood that the boss was joking. But in reality, he was worried sick in his heart. Otherwise it wouldn't have come to the police station in the first place. Chen Mofan, you can go back, but if there is a need, please cooperate more. To the side, Tung Fei laughed. Chen Mofan nodded and assured, don't worry beautiful, be at your beck and call. Come on, I'll walk you out of the station, Tempest said leading the way forward. When he came to the lobby of the police station, Chen Mofan saw many bounty announcements for wanted criminals hanging on the wall. This includes Scar and Skinny Monkey. Looking at the photos of these two, Chen Mofan couldn't help but stop. Seeing this, Tempest explained, a lot of wanted men on this. It's been 5 or 6 years on the run, and although we've been chasing them with all our might, we've had little success. For example, Scar and Skinny Monkey, who you solved, both of whom have been on the run for 2 years now. I've done a lot of bad things, and if you don't fix both of them, I wonder how many more people will be victimized because of the 2 of them. Chen Mofan nodded. He understood that Scar was a ruthless person. Not only can you shoot a skinny monkey for profit, but you want to kill someone after you get the bounty. Look at this, Chen Mervan. Tempest raised her hand and pointed to a man above her. This man's name is Zhang Zhua, a truly ruthless maniac who has committed a number of rapes and murders. One of them even had a 14-year-old girl raped and killed by him. Chen Mofan looked up at the announcement, and on the announcement, Zhang Zhua had a long face with long hair and shady eyes. In the photo, Zhang Zhua wore a cold smile. The corner of his mouth hooked up as if with a touch of mockery, a touch of disdain. Chen Mofan, I know you're capable. If you meet this Zhang Zhua one day, I want you to step in and take him. That's kind of my plea to you. Tung Fei's face was incomparably serious as she spoke, a hint of tears faintly appearing in her eyes. You don't know Chen Mofan, that 14-year-old girl he raped and murdered after. The young girl's mother went mad on the spot when she saw the young girl's tragic death. The father of the young girl, on the other hand, is madly searching for the murderer. And it is not known whether it is fortunate or unfortunate. He was brutally murdered by Zhang Zhua even though he finally found him. The girl's brother, to this day, is still searching for the murderer, as he has been for years, but with no luck. Ha! As Tang Fei was speaking, a disdainful cold snort suddenly sounded behind her. Chen Mofan turned his head to look, and Master Tiger appeared behind him, with a disdainful front. Look at him coldly. That look of contempt caused Chen Mofan's eyes to go cold. You're Chen Mofan. You're the one who slaughtered the murderer of my son? Lei Hu said coldly with obvious anger in his eyes. I heard you also beat up my son in the parking lot. Kid, you're pretty wild. You dare to touch my Lei Hu's son? Chen Mofan smiled. Is this the Tiger Master that Zhang Chang mentioned? It's really domineering. Just came over to see me dancing and chattering. Do you really think he, Chen Mofan, is easy to bully? But without waiting for Chen Mofan to open his mouth, Tung Fei's face turned cold and rebuked. Lei Hu, this is a police station. What do you want? Chen Mofan is your benefactor no matter what. It was he who helped avenge your son's death. The corner of Lei Hu's mouth hooked up with a hint of disdain as he contemptuously said, a benefactor? He is also worthy. I'd say it's more like a foe. It's this kid who made it so easy for those bandits to die. You call this a favor? It's called hatred. What the hell kind of thinking logic is this? Chen Mofan was speechless. He understood that Lei Hu meant to catch those who killed his son, after slowly torturing them to death to make them regret killing Lei Lu. But in the end, it was Chen Mofan who helped him avenge his death, so there is no need to speak ill of him anymore. Apparently, it was Lei Hu who had been used to being overbearing and never put anyone in his eyes, not even him, the benefactor. Besides, to Lei Hu, he might not even be a benefactor. He was an enemy. Kid, I just watched the video footage from the parking lot of the 2 kicks you gave my son. Pretty powerful. 2 feet, I want both your legs. Lei Hu's tone was cold and threatening. Lei Hu, that's enough. This is the police station. We haven't found you yet for all that you've committed. You jumped out first instead, didn't you? Tang Fei once again spoke up and chided. Lei Hu, we are collecting evidence of your crimes, so be careful. 2 rebukes in a row made Lei Hu's face look very ugly. He inclined his head to look at Tang Fei and threatened in a sinister tone. Little, you're very arrogant. You're so pretty. You have to be careful when you go out. So be careful of letting someone take your turn one day. Chapter 35, A Black and a Magnificent Opposition. Lei Hu, what did you just say? A roar from behind the crowd, and a middle-aged police officer walked in. His gaze was like an eagle, and his eyes were cold as he looked at Lei Hu. Lei Hu, if you have the guts, repeat what you just said again. Blatantly insulting a police officer. Believe it or not, I'll let you go in there now for a few days? Lei Hu's aura was short, and he knew very well that with his words just now, it does get him in there to reflect, but losing is not losing. He snorted coldly and sneered. How, officer? Is it okay to joke around with a pretty girl? The middle-aged officer looked straight at Lei Hu with both eyes. Bully said, I'll ask you to repeat that statement just now again. Do you dare? Lei Hu's face instantly became very ugly. He knew clearly that as long as he dared to repeat himself, he would definitely go in. But don't dare repeat it. He'll lose face here. After a few hesitations in his mind, he raised his leg with an ugly face and walked outside. When he came to the door, he did not forget to give Chen Mofan a cold look. The threat was strong. The middle-aged officer approached, having also seen the look he had just received, and knew in his heart that Lei Hu would never let Chen Mofan off so easily. Thinking of this, he patted Chen Mofan's shoulder. Young man, be careful of this Lei Hu in the future. This person is arrogant, but he does have arrogant capital. Chen Mofan nodded, indicating that he knew before leaving the police station with the boss and the others. Looking at Chen Mofan's back, Tang Fei hesitated for a moment and said, Brother Zhao, you may not know that. This Chen Meifan is the mortal god that's been making a lot of noise on the internet. What? The middle-aged officer exclaimed with shock in his eyes. The next second, he smiled. He knew that Lei Hu had run into tough trouble this time. Can a godly man who swiped $600 million in one night be an ordinary person? One plays the dark, one is a god, and these two run into each other. The sparks will definitely ignite the entire Liuqing. The 5 of them came to a big stall, and the boss said that he would treat Chen Mofan to a good meal to weigh him down. It was rare that the boss, the Iron Rooster, was willing to hemorrhage money, so how could Chen Mofan not agree? 5 people, 3 men and 2 women, found a table, sat down, and ordered some kebabs with some beer. Just drink up. But as he ate and drank, Chen Mofan felt that something was wrong. Why did these 2 women around him seem like they were purposely trying to get him drunk? The wine went down one glass after another. This one finished. That one invited him to drink. This one finished. Another came and invited him again. It's been half an hour since he sat down, and he hasn't taken a break, except for the 10 minutes it took to get the food started. The lamb kebab in his hand hadn't even taken a bite off of it until now, and it was cold. But Chen Mofan didn't know that this scene made the oldest and the 3rd envious enough. That's 2 of the 5 East University girls. But now, these 2 are sticking to Chen Mofan like a dog's skin. This life, dare not let people envy a bit. The men at the other tables looked at Chen Mofan with a hint of a murderous gaze. Extreme girl, 1 is enough to make people envious. But this kid has 2? The bottom line is that the kid even seems to be a little reluctant that. 1 I kept glancing at the meat skewers. Don't you think it's infuriating? Cough. Mervan why don't you stop eating? I'm afraid I'll get beaten later. Lao San coughed lightly. Reminder. Chen Mofan sniffed and looked around. Seeing the pair of gazes that were about to kill, the corner of his mouth smiled. And, don't say it, this kind of envious gaze does make you feel quite good. After all, a few days ago, he was one of those envious people. But now, the corners of Chen Merfan's mouth hooked up, instantly transforming into a crooked-mouthed god of war. But to be honest, while he had no feelings for Lu Ruyan, he had long been itching for Wang Jiaojiao, especially whenever Wang Jiaojiao wrapped her arms around him in a petulant toast. That pair of proud career lines that, squeezing against his arm immediately made his blood boil. Here we go again. Here we go again. The huge white rabbit squeezed violently into a perspex. He was really itching to take a bite and taste the sweetness of this persimmon cake. And, I've heard that washing your face with white rabbit is good for your skin, so I don't know if that's true or not. He was always curious about the unknown and wanted to try it. Buzz. A sharp roar of an engine interrupted Chen Mofan's YY. People's gazes were all attracted by the roar, and they turned their heads to look. A Porsche 718 drove up, and the vehicle pulled up in front of the big chop shop. Chuko stepped out of the car. Surprisingly, it's Chuko? Chen Mofan was a bit surprised. then glanced at Lu Ruyan by his side. Lu Ruyan was anxious in her heart and hurriedly explained. Mayor Fan, don't think too much. I've broken up with him. I don't think the two of us are right for each other. And I still like you. When these words came out, Wang Jiaojiao on the other side had a playful expression, although she didn't say anything, but a cold grunt, paired with that playful expression was enough to say it all. She felt that this Lu Ruyan was really shameless. She used to take the initiative to climb into Chu Ke's bed for money. Now seeing that Chen Mofan is even richer than Chu Ke, he turns around and kicks Chu Ke to pursue Chen Mofan again. What's with the licking of the big pussy face and all the talk about love? She likes money too, but she doesn't go towards it. This cold snort caused Lu Ruyan to blush and lower her head in shame. Not to mention that Wang Jiaojiao looked down on her. She also somewhat looked down on herself. The ridiculous things that had been done had filled Lu Ruyan's heart with guilt, especially after Chen Mofan saved her. That guilt deepened. Getting out of the car, Choco, with a big belly, looked around at all the people looking at him. The corners of his mouth curled into a smug smile. He was enjoying the envy-inducing scene, especially when the girl looked over at his sports car. The feeling of revealing the deep longing look in your eyes is even better. In the beginning, he had relied on this sports car to take down Ruyan Lu, but alas, he hadn't had enough of Ruyan Lu when they kicked him out. He knew that they had dumped him and was going after Chen Mofan again. This made him feel bad for the pair of dogs, Chen Mofan and Lu Ruyan. But the strength Chen Mofan displayed that day made him very wary. It made him a little impervious, but he couldn't swallow this breath. Not to mention that Chen Mofan was also the famous dog god of Eastern University. I don't know how this guy got rich recently, but being stepped on by a beggar, how could he swallow that? Mud. Sooner or later I'll get you both killed. Choco cursed angrily and walked towards the stall, but just after taking 2 steps, he saw Lu Ruyan and Chen Mofan sitting in the big stall. What's annoying is that this poor is still enjoying the happiness of all the people in the world. Surprisingly, even Wang Jiaojiao accompanied him. This made Choco even more upset. He had also pursued Wang Jiaojiao before he got Ruyan Lu, but Wang Jiaojiao saw his falsehood at a glance and taunted him severely. Right now, Wang Jiaojiao was talking and laughing with Chen Mofan, with Lu Ruyan sitting next to her. This scene was the very thing that made him feel unusually prickly and he couldn't wait to rush up and dismantle Chen Mofan, sitting himself in the middle of the two women. What's so great about it? Isn't it just a stinky salted fish turning over? Choco sneered disdainfully, shaking the car keys in his hand as he walked over to another table. There were 3 women and 2 men sitting at this table, all friends of his. The 2 men were considered somewhat wealthy like him. As for women, just random playthings they find. Yo, Chu is here. Porsche 718, worth more than $1 million. My Chu is just rowdy. One of them purposely opened his mouth loudly, in order to just attract others' attention. After saying that, the man didn't forget to glance at Chen Mofan's table. Their table. Obviously that was meant for them. He had been paying attention to the 2 women beside Chen Mofan for a long time. He really wanted to take it in his arms and play with it. Chapter 36, The Barking Zheng Qian. Unfortunately, these 2 women only had Chen Mofan in their eyes, who was wearing big pants and a big undershirt. He couldn't figure out how such a beggar could get such 2 extremely beautiful women. He was crazy with jealousy. The man's eyes. Choco could see exactly what was going on in his mind. Choco was also naturally clear. With a cold smile, Chuko began to set the man up, saying, Zhang Qian, you don't know, do you? This person's name is Chen Mofan. He's a famous poor in our Eastern University, and he's called the dog god. I just don't know why, but this guy got lucky. I can't believe I'm being looked at by 2 extremely beautiful women. You say it's infuriating. Zhang Chen nodded and looked at Chen Mofan with growing disdain. Marred. Now the poor is even playing with more flowers than all of us brothers. So angry. These 2 are really superb. 100 times better than the ones around us. If only they were our brothers. As soon as Zhang Qian's words came out, the girl next to him was immediately displeased. Zhang Qian, what do you mean? You make it clear to me. What do you mean? Zhang Qian had a look of obvious impatience on his face and, with a shake of the hand of the woman beside her, she humiliated, I said they look better than you. Look at you. You look like a catfish. Still think you're so good looking? Alright, Zhang Qian, then you take your time to play by yourself. I won't accompany you. Go, sister. All 3 girls blushed hard and got up to leave the table. A cooked duck just flew away? Chuko looked at Zhang Qian as if he was looking at. Yes, the 3 girls are just average looking, but you don't have to be so blunt about it, do you? Now you're sitting there with 3 old men staring at each other. Are you happy now? Chuko thought in exasperation, but turning his head let him see an even more exasperating scene. Only the oldest one hemmed and hawed and waved at the 3 girls. Hey beautiful, want to sit down and eat some together? Lao San knows that Chuko stole Chen Mofan's girlfriend before. Now that he had a chance to avenge his brother's greening and call their women over, it was an opportunity he naturally didn't pass up. Chen Mofan had a smirk on his face, knowing that Lao San was helping him out. The three girls thought about it and sat down. The oldest three had one beside him, and were happy as could be. He didn't forget to take a provocative glance at Chu Ku and Zhang Qian. The corners of his mouth hooked up and, with a hint of obvious mockery, "The girl you brought with you was cut off by an enemy?" This scene caused Chu Ku and Zhang Qian to nearly turn their noses up in anger. Just now the two of them disliked the fact that the opposite party was a poor, but in the blink of an eye, the poor was embracing left and right, and they're empty around these rich kids? This sense of contrast made all three of them want to curse. Zhang Qian took a sip of beer and said in a sour tone, asterisk. What a world. Women are blind these days. Shuko looked at the two big, dry men around him, also following suit. He said in a conspiratorial manner, who says otherwise? All the good cabbages are letting the pigs go over. These two words made Chen Mofan feel very upset. His eyes were icy cold as he looked at the two. If the two still didn't know how to restrain themselves, he didn't mind sending one of them a big mouthful. Although fighting costs money now, was Chen Mofan afraid? Throw out $1 billion first and fight until you feel good. That one look instinctively sent chills down the spines of both men. It seems to carry a murderous aura. The other person also saw Chen Mofan's eyes and was so frightened that his heart trembled. Hastily changing the topic, he said, remember that group I recommended to you earlier? The mortal god joined in, and I'm in that group. The moment the words mortal god came out, both Chu Ku and Zhang Qian's breathing tightened. They all know that this is the real deal. Swiping $600 million in one night, more than they are worth. Being in a group with such a great guy makes it possible to become friends. The big man is in a good mood and pulls you along for the ride. And it's worth a lifetime of hard work. Nowadays, if you want to move up, you can't even think about it if there's no one at the top. The two were well aware of this, so they both looked at the man with envy. Yang Kong, can you talk to the group master and let me enter that group as well? Yang Kong shook his head. In the past, it was good to enter that group, but now, after the mortal gods entered the group, the status of that group went straight up. So don't even think about it if you're not a truly rich second generation. It's a one-man show, so to speak. Even some of the rich kids want to flatter the people in that group and want to follow and get to know the mortal gods. Chuko and Zhang Qian sniffed and nodded their heads with reluctance. The two of them somewhat regretted that they had heard Yang Kong mention that group before, but the two men at the time scoffed at this and disdained it. But I didn't realize that in just a few days, that group wasn't something they could get high on. The trio's conversation was clearly transmitted to Chen Mofan and their table. Listening to the trio's chat, the two of them, Ruyan Lu and Jiao Wang, had very strange expressions on their faces. They were aware that the mortal god was Chen Mofan. The funny thing is that the two tried desperately to flatter the mortal gods, but in reality, the mortal god is right in front of their eyes, and they still mocked without knowing what to do, saying something about the good cabbage letting the mortal god, a pig, go over. Thinking of this, Wang Jiao couldn't hold back and snorted out a laugh. This laugh made Zhang Qian's face harden. He thought that Wang Jiao was laughing at them for wanting to flatter the mortal god but not having a doorway. What are you laughing at? Zhang Qian directly cursed out in anger. Chuku might have seen Chen Mofan's strength, but he, Zhang Qian, had not. To him, that table is poor and has no fear at all. What's the matter, little? Laughing at me for sucking up to the mortal gods? I'm telling you, you poor ****ts don't even have a door to try to suck up to the. This life is destined to work for us. Bah, poor bastard. What a thing. Zhang Qian cursed angrily without a care in the world. Before he was jealous that Chen Mofan was surrounded by two extremely talented people. And then, the girl he brought came to Chen Mofan's table, which made him even more jealous. Now, seeing that a pussy still dared to mock him, Zhang Qian directly acted like a shrew and sprayed at Chen Mofan and the others. These words caused the oldest and the third to become directly enraged, and were about to stand up, when they saw Chen Mofan waving his hand and, pulling out his cell phone, he edited a message and sent it. Ergo big stall, the kid with the slab of hair. Take that pig with that barking dog and get the hell out of here. A message was sent out, directly to the Liaoqing rich second generation group. Yang Kong, who was at the same table as Zhang Qian, saw the message and was startled violently. Wasn't he at the ergo stall? Doesn't he just have a crew cut? And the pig and the dog. Thinking of this, Yang Kong's heart pumped hard in fear. The mortal gods themselves have spoken, and it's clear that the mortal gods are here. And his own friend's pretense of picking a fight displeased the mortal god. What happens when you piss off the mortal gods? He couldn't even think about going on. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Kong hurriedly got up and pulled Chu Ku and Zhang Qian to leave. And when Zhang Qian saw that these people didn't even dare to let out a fart after he had raised his voice, I can't help but get even more carried away. ***. Coward. Just now was not quite powerful? I'll tell you what. My name is Zheng Qian. Come if you dare. Poor. How dare you? Once these words came out, without waiting for Chen Mofan to show something, Yang Kong quit first. The mortal god obviously didn't like the idea of someone interrupting his meal. But this guy has a tendency to play hard to get over and over again. It's a death wish. Or it's taking him with it. Thinking of this, he slapped his mouth at Zheng Qian. Don't bark here. Hurry up. This mouth slapped Zheng Qian's eyes. He did not understand. Yang Kong, what is the situation? Instead of helping yourself, you're helping an outsider? Chapter 37, the rich kids are out en masse. Taking advantage of Zheng Qian's confusion, Yang Kong hurriedly pulled him and Shuko out of the area. When he came to the road, Zheng Qian reacted and shook off Yang Kong's hand. Yang Kong, what the hell do you mean? You don't help your brothers. You help outsiders, don't you? These words caused Yang Kong to directly snort. This laugh also made Zheng Qian even angrier. As he grabbed Yang Kong's collar and, angrily, he said, what the do you mean, laughing at me? Yang Kong didn't talk nonsense and directly clicked on the group to show him the message that the mortal god had sent in the group. Ergo Big Stall, the kid with the slab of hair. Take that pig and that barking dog and get the hell out of here. At the first sight of this message, Zheng Qian froze violently. The meaning of this could not have been more obvious. The mortal gods were there and were looking down on them. As soon as the thought came out of his mind, Zheng Qian's heart skipped a beat in fear. What kind of energy the mortal gods possessed, they weren't sure, but there was one thing that was beyond doubt. That's a guy who can swipe $600 million at will. It's easy to want to play them to death. These minions who are not even rich. When Shuka saw this message, he also trembled in his heart with fear. They had even unintentionally offended the mortal god. How was it different from seeking death? But the next words Yang Kong said made their legs even weaker. Gentlemen, I don't know if either of you are looking closely. Don't you guys feel familiar with the avatar of the mortal god? Yang Kong said, tapping on the avatar of the mortal god. In the photo, Van God is wearing a big undershirt and pants, completely a beggar look, and that familiar face. Chuko sat on his butt in fear. Chen Mofan. The moment Zheng Qian saw that photo, he just felt like the sky was going to fall. The person in the photo was the beggar he despised? Had he himself just taunted the mortal gods? Zheng Qian's face instantly turned pale and his heart was filled with remorse. His head stiffened and he lowered his head, looking at Chuko, who was sitting paralyzed on the floor. In the next second, he shouted ow, raised his foot and kicked at Chuko's face. Didn't you step on a horse and tell me he's just poor s ****? But what happened? This is a mortal god. You dare to harm me. I'll you up. Zheng Qian cursed angrily and swung both of his fists to strike wildly at Chuko's head. Watching these two dog eat dog, Yang Kong also sighed out helplessly. His heart flustered. He didn't realize that he'd met a mortal god just by having a meal. Just by pretending to. Just load up on the mortal gods. What's the difference between that and a death wish? The mortal god. That's a ruthless man who swiped $600 million with his hand. Wouldn't such a person be someone he could offend? But unlike these two, he understood that being offended was a fact and could not be changed. But what he can change is how he earns the forgiveness of the mortal gods. As he thought about it, his brain kept thinking, looking for the possibility of turning the situation with the mortal god into a better one. On the other hand, the Liaoqing rich second-generation group exploded. Shortly after Chen Mofan sent that message, a message frantically appeared below. Worship the great god. Worship the great god. Worship the great god. What else is there to worship? It's obvious the mortal gods are in the stalls. I'm off to meet the real thing. Holy, why didn't I think of that? Wait for me upstairs, bro. Asterisk. Who knew Ergo Daijitsu was there? I'm going to see the mortal god too. I know, but I won't tell you. I'll send you the location when I get there and I want to be the first to see a mortal god. Where's that slattern from earlier? I know you should be frustrated and worried right now, but could you send over the location for a moment? Later in fear, Chen Mofan did not look at the group. At the moment he only wanted to eat the skewer of meat in his hand. Hell, it's been half an hour and the kebabs are cold. And looking at the message in the group, Long Xiao frowned. He'd seen Van God's avatar, and Van God was wearing a big undershirt and pants, which was a clear sign of a low profile. Apparently, the gods don't want to be in the limelight. Thinking of this, he hastily sent a message to the group. Warning, Dragon Young, et al., brothers, the mortal gods like to keep a low profile. See if you can, but do not disturb the mortal gods. Anyone who dares to disobey will be kicked straight out of the group. Roger that. Roger that. Roger that. Roger that. Let's go. Brothers to pay homage to the mortal gods. Accompanied by the commotion in the group, a top-of-the-line luxury car appeared on every street and alley in Liaoqing, weaving in and out of the road, constantly speeding. Dongshang Group. The underground garage opens and a McLaren Senna worth $10 million pulls out, running wildly down the street with a clear destination. Straight to Ergo's stall, South Bank Manor. A Cullinan drove out, high on the streets of, attracting the attention of countless people, and his destination was a large stall that no one could have imagined. Dragon Hidden Company. Long Xiao walked down the stairs. A windjammer, below, was already parked downstairs. The top-of-the-line limousine started up with it, and with a whistling sound, cut through the blackness of the night. It drew countless envious glances. Then Tianhe Investment, Aoki Import and Export, Yuexiang Heavy Industry. At the same time, all the major companies in Liucheng, various rich second-generation drivers in their luxury cars, traveling through the streets of Liucheng. With so many luxury cars appearing at the same time, the people of Liucheng had their jaws dropped in shock. People were uncharacteristically speculating about what these rich kids were mad about again. A luxury car stops in front of Ergo's stall. The boss, Ergo, went straight into a daze as he carefully recalled that I have not offended these rich children. This how today these rich children directly luxury car blocking the street, surrounded his stall like that. Boss, eat. A rich second generation got down from the Mercedes-Benz Big G and said with direct bravado. But just as the words left his mouth, one of the men beside him slapped him directly on the back of the head. I forgot. What did young dragon explain? The mortal god likes to keep a low profile. Don't be so arrogant in your tone. That rich young man's neck shrank at the words and he hastily nodded his head. Then, with a smile on his face, he said to the second brother, that boss, we're eating. See if there are any more tables. Ergo was even more confused, scratching his head and, I don't get it. Since when do these rich kids talk so nice? A steady stream of luxury cars pulled up in front of Ergo's stall, and soon the streets are just clogged up. One by one, the rich kids get out of the car and come to dinner. But the little tables had been full for a long time, and could not be vacated at all. And Ergo was sweating with impatience and, he was really afraid that these rich kids wouldn't be able to find a spot and would be so angry that they would lift his store. But he was purely and simply overthinking it. And these rich kids were surprisingly more honest than one another. Can't find a table, all right? First on 2 bottles of beer and 2 meat skewers, they squat on the road to eat. Then a strange scene appeared. I only see those rich kids who usually go out in luxury cars and stay in high-class hotels. Surprisingly, they squatted neatly one by one on the curb, row after row, like little rats, with a big green stick in each hand, and little skewers of meat to gnaw on. Eat that with a smile on your face. When did these rich kids start taking the common man's route? The onlookers were confused. The second brother was also confused, and one served carefully. But the people who ate were dumbfounded. How the hell can they eat? There's a rich kid squatting right next to you. A multi-million-dollar car. Tens of millions of dollars of luxury cars are parked all around you. More than you can count at a glance. It used to be nice to see a luxury car and be unusually excited. But now you're surrounded by luxury cars. Everyone felt creeped out. This meal was the most heart-raising meal they'd had since they were born. The oldest and the third, too, as if they had nails in their asses. It doesn't feel comfortable how you sit. Lu Ruyan and Wang Jiaojiao, on the other hand, were indifferent. So what if they were second-generation rich? Do you think that the man next to her is as good as the man next to her? Compared to the men around him, these guys are little plops. Chen Mofan was also helpless, not understanding what kind of crazy these rich second generation were smoking. What are you doing here? What if something happens here? Chapter 38 The Beggar Who Searched for Zhang Zhua. How could Chen Mofan know that these rich kids were all here to see him? Everyone who saw him was as excited as a cat seeing a mouse, whispering excitedly there. I'll be damned. Young dragon, you're squatting too? Long Xiao nodded and said with an indignant face, just now, I saw a position but that Zhang Chang pushed me out of the way and sat himself down. That's a spot right next to the mortal gods. LOL. That don't expect me to be buying from him in the future. Let him drink the northwest wind in the future. That young dragon. As far as I know, this bastard Zhang Chang hitched a ride on that line of the mortal god. Long Xiao blushed. Then you take it as I didn't say anything. Young dragon. Is that one wearing a big undershirt and big pants the vanguard? He's dressed as a beggar. It doesn't feel like a huge young man from a luxurious family. Another person spoke up, puzzled. Long Xiao slapped on the back of the man's head. What the hell do you know? This is called low profile. Besides, can't you feel that although the mortal god is dressed like a beggar, an aura of a forced king always permeates his body? Young dragon. I really don't see any forceful king's chi. Your eyes are narrow. Only a few $100 million. What do you know about the king's spirit? Work hard to raise your stature. The other man sniffed and laughed, explaining to the man, brother, I won't say anything else, but don't you see the others looking at us with fear in their eyes? Only the mortal gods have flat eyes. True enough, brother admired. thanks for the pointer. The other nodded triumphantly, then said, seeing as your brother is nice, in telling you something. This morning, Zheng Chang made a deal with the mortal god. The mortal god spent $40 million on one of Zheng Chang's villas. The funds went through at that time, but the closing, Van God, was delayed. Any idea why? The man shook his head. Because the mortal gods don't give a damn about the $40 million. What with all the houses and all the mortal gods just didn't care. I'll go, the man exclaimed, his face shocked. $40 million. That's a fifth of his fortune. How many years will he have to work hard to accumulate $40 million? Yang Kong stood on the street, looking at the Ergo Grand stalls lit up with countless luxury cars parked here. This scene made him feel a little bad in his heart. If it weren't for his two friends pretending, now could he be one of them, squatting on the side of the road, eating barbecue, drinking beer, and discussing mortal gods with these great young men. He knows it. Today, Mr. Dragon is here, Mr. Bai is here, and Mr. Chun. All of these usually unattainable great young men showed up. If you can get on their good side, they'll just give you a hand. You'll be able to follow suit and double your fortune and take your business to the next level. But now, looking at the situation in front of him, Yang Kong wanted to cry. He could only think of ways to quell the mortal god's anger. Why is there a beggar there? Long Xiao pointed at a person walking towards the stall and opened his mouth. Chen Xiao, who was driving a Cullinan, had come to Long Xiao's side at some point, looked up when he heard this. Sure enough, a man dressed as a Cialis was walking towards the stall. He was seen to be unkempt, dressed in a tattered leisure suit, and, with a pair of different styles of slippers underfoot and what appeared to be a sheet of paper in her hand. She asked everyone, just about everyone who saw him looked disgusted, covered their noses, and hid away. But the beggar didn't give up and still asked one by one. Soon enough, it came to Chen Mofen's and their table. Hello sir, have you seen this man on the wanted list? The beggar inquired to the table of Chen Mofen and theirs, his face full of dirt with prayers. The eyes looked towards Chen Mofen with longing. Chen Mofen glanced at the wanted list, and with just one glance, his heart shook, because it's not someone else on the wanted list, it's the man wanted for rape and murder. Zhang Zhua. Chen Mofen had a deep impression of this person, because Tang Fei had said that. This man raped and murdered a 14-year-old girl. The girl's mother went crazy because of this, and the girl's father was also killed by Zhang Zhou because he was looking for him. The girl's brother has not given up so far and is still searching. Isn't Zhang Zhua in this photo? The boss was also impressed with Zhang Zhua and opened his mouth. Hearing the two words Zhang Zhua, a ray of murderous energy violently erupted from the beggar's eyes. His eyes were like eagles, staring intently at the boss. The boss's body trembled at the look, and he hurriedly explained, I don't know this man. But I've just seen his picture in the police station and know him. This answer brought a touch of disappointment to the beggar's eyes. How he wished there was someone who knew where Zhang Zhua was, so that he could take revenge. Chen Mofen looked at the beggar in front of him, the killing intent that had just erupted from the eyes of this beggar. It made him even feel a twinge of heartburn. It's a look that only someone who has truly experienced life and death would possess. Thinking of this, Chen Meifan slowly spoke. Are you trying to avenge your sister? The beggar was about to leave, but when he heard these words, his footsteps jerked up and his face looked towards Chen Mofen with some surprise. With this expression, Chen Mofen was completely certain that this man was the girl's brother. You recognize me? The beggar asked. Chen Mofen shook his head. I don't recognize you. I guessed. The beggar pondered for 2 seconds, then said hopefully, from the meaning of your words, you can help me get revenge? Chen Meifan nodded this time. I don't dare to say 100%, but there's an 80% chance I can help you find this man, as long as he's still alive. This affirmative tone caused the beggar's pupils to shrink violently. He knew very well that he was like looking for a needle in a haystack if he wanted to find Zhang Zhua. If the other party wanted to hide it, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to find it for the rest of his life. No, he's been looking for 3 years and he still hasn't found anything. The man in front of me even said that there was an 80% chance that he would find it, and with such a certain tone of voice, it gave him heartburn and a twinge of suspicion at the same time. The boss at the side was filled with anxiety when he heard Chen Mofen's words. The glance the beggar gave him just now made him realize that the beggar was not an ordinary person. Most likely an outlaw like Scar. In the face of such a person, one should avoid them from afar. But Chen Mofen even took the initiative to come up to them. It was more of a statement. This made the boss couldn't help but worry about Chen Mofen. What's more, he knew that Chen Mofen was just a poor. What made him able to find Zhang Zhua? Talking big now to get ahead of the game. But what about later? Will this beggar hold a grudge? We can't find him. Sorry, go ask someone else. I'm sorry, the boss said with a smile on his face and a pleasant smile. The beggar who heard this was filled with disappointment. He understood that Chen Mofan said he could find it, but the boss said he couldn't. It's pretty obvious that they don't want any trouble. He could understand that getting involved with a murderer wasn't a good thing. But what about her sister's revenge? The beggar's eyes looked towards Chen Mofan in supplication. And finally, he even fluttered with a cry. Kneeling down at Chen Mofan, he choked. Little brother, I beg you to help me. Whether I find it or not, I'll be grateful to you for the rest of my life. Chen Mofan was waiting for this. This person has experienced life and death, and has seen great storms. Chen Mofan already had a blueprint for his business empire in his mind, and he understood that it's definitely not possible to have a smooth ride in the future. Ming and Chang, there may be many difficulties waiting for him. Normal business challenges he could figure out how to solve. But what if the enemy played dirty? That's when people like beggars are needed. But even if the beggar hadn't said this, Chen Mofan would have helped. Not to mention that, a beast who rapes and kills women. What's the use of keeping such a man? Are we still waiting for him to find his girlfriend? I can help you, but I also have one request. Chen Mofan's flat tone rang out, but these words filled the beggar with ecstasy and he was busy nodding his head. Chapter 39, A True Acquaintance. Tell me, benefactor, whatever I can do, do it at once. Chen Mofan smiled, did not open his mouth, but as soon as he pulled up the beggar, let him sit down. Another kebab was placed in front of him. Eat something first. The beggar didn't reach out, but just looked at Chen Mofan with an anxious face. Chen Mofan pondered for 2 seconds and slowly spoke. I'll help you find Zhang Zhua. This is no problem at all. But I need time. After all, it's not easy to find someone in a sea of people. I hope you understand that. The beggar nodded fiercely. I understand. I've been looking for this murderer for 3 years, and I've heard nothing. How I don't know the difficulty of finding someone. Seeing that the other party understood, Chen Mofan breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He was afraid that in case he couldn't find it, the beggar would see the hopeful result and be disappointed, and stir up trouble in his excitement. Do you have a place to stay in the neighborhood? The beggar shook his head. He put his mother in a nursing home and sold the family home to find this murderer. With this money, I paid for my mother's retirement in the future. Having long since lost his source of income, he talks about a place to live. It's been 3 years of nesting in random nooks and crannies. Chen Merfan thought for a moment and decided to send him to Tiankai Hotel first, and the matter was left to Richard Wang. It just so happened that the final transfer contract of the Tiankai Hotel also needed his signature. Thinking of this, Chen Mofan got up to settle the bill. The boss, by the looks of it, doesn't want to stay here much longer. After all, this place is so woozy right now, surrounded by limos and rich kids. There was an outlaw sitting beside him. It's really scary to stay on. After saying goodbye to Chen Mofan, their group went back to East University first. Chen Mofan was also ready to leave, and called for a car on the internet. Prepare to take the beggar first to Wangshanga, and then let Wang Mo Kai send him to Tiankai. But all around these rich second generation, seeing that the people are gone, immediately swarmed up. Young Dragon, Young Bai, and Young Chen. These 3 great young men directly surrounded Chen Mofan. Those other great young men, on the other hand, were standing on the periphery, their faces full of smiles. The people watching from all around wanted to see who it was that could make these rich kids so enthusiastic. But even if you look on tiptoe, you can only see the crow's feet, not to mention the fact that it's a dark day. It's just that you can't tell who's who at all in the daytime. Hello mortal god. My name is Long Ao Tian, and my name in the group is Long Xiao. The family is in the real estate business. Long Ao Tian smiled and extended his hand as he introduced himself. Long Ao Tian. This name made the corner of Chen Mofan's mouth twitch. Does this name dare to be more domineering? You're not afraid of being beaten up when you go out? It's also true that such names have their own protagonist aura to shelter them. Don't be so polite. We are all brothers. My name is Chen Meifan. Just call me Meifan from now on. In response to this, the crowd was left with a dry smile. Just kidding. Who dares to call the mortal god Merfan? Fan Shun. Let me explain to you. This is Bai Xiao. Bai Yu. His family is in the medicine business. This is Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao Cohen. His family is in the building materials business. Listening to Long Ao Tian's explanation, Chen Mofan wore a smile and shook hands with them one by one. Whitefeather acted much more excited than the two, and the smile on his face never stopped. It's like a little fanboy suddenly meeting his idol. Mortal god. I didn't expect to see you in person today. I'm so excited. You have given our Liuqing a good outing. These words left Chen Mofan confused. What do you mean? You're out of breath? He didn't do anything. Long Ao Tian, on the side, hurriedly explained. Mortal god. This Whitefeather guy has always been particularly fond of playing live. It wasn't that long ago that someone on the internet tallied it up, discovering that there are top gods in every province, with live streaming bounties that are breaking the $1 billion mark. The least amount starts at $500 million. The only one in Liaoqing who hasn't appeared as a great god so far. And the one with the most rewards is this guy. White Feather. $80 million. Long Aotian spoke with his mouth and clenched his fists. Obviously, although his mouth was easy to speak, but the heart still cares. As a result, many people have begun to mock us in Liaoqing, saying that we have no top tycoons. It's all a bunch of little caramels that don't make a difference. Oftentimes, going into a live broadcast, if you dare to say you're from Liaoqing, then someone will taunt you about it and make you a firebrand. But there's nothing you can do about it. Now that you've swiped 600 million, mortal god, we can finally raise our eyebrows in front of them. Long Aotian laughed at the end of his words. Chen Mofan's heart, on the other hand, was numb. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say so earlier? He swiped $100 or $80 billion. Right now he wants nothing more than to spend money. He hadn't forgotten that he was now spending money with a mission. 10 days, to spend all $10 billion. Granted, it's only been a day and he spent $2 billion. But didn't you happen to run into a good Samaritan? It's not like you run into this kind of good thing every day. I guess I'll have to keep brushing it up sometime. On the side, Chen Shaokuan, who was meticulous, had been paying attention to the beggar for a long time. He doesn't understand. How did a pimply-faced beggar get mixed up with such a powerful and gigantic young man like the mortal god? That, Fan Shen, this brother is. Chen Shaokuan hesitated for a moment before. Tentatively, he asked. Chen Mofan was trying to ask for their help and didn't know how to ask. Hearing the home brother mention this topic now, his heart was happy, and immediately introduced. This is a friend I just met. As for the name. At this point in the conversation, Chen Mofan paused. The beggar understood that this allowed him to introduce himself, so he hurriedly said, "Hello guys, my name is Chu Feng. Used to be a mercenary abroad." Chen Mofan's eyes lit up. He had long since seen that this Chu Feng was not an ordinary person. I didn't realize that I had been a mercenary. A real knife-edge job. No wonder there was such a strong murderous aura on his body. That's a talent. Hearing the word mercenary, several great young men sucked in a breath of cold air. They all played with their brains. Never experienced a fight. 1. They looked down on them. And 2. They don't want to be exposed to such people. But now, there was one standing right next to him, and he seemed to have experienced death and had a fury about him. At this moment, the several great young men all felt some chills down their spines. As expected, a mortal god was a mortal god, and there were even mercenaries around. Guys, speaking of which, this brother happens to have something he'd like to ask for a favor. It's all known that you guys are very energetic and well informed. You see, the several great young men looked stunned, and then their faces immediately showed joy as they hurriedly nodded their heads. The mortal god himself had spoken, so how could they not help? And what's more, the value of being able to make a great person like the mortal god owe a favor was immeasurable. Seeing that the crowd agreed, Chen Mofan took the wanted list in Xu Feng's hand and took a picture and posted it to the group. In 3 days' time, I want to find this man, but I won't let you all help for nothing. Whether it works or not, I owe you all a favor. At these words, the crowd waited with joy in their hearts. But what surprised them even more was yet to come. And I'll pay $2 billion for you to help me spread the word that those who provide information about this man. $1 million, $10 million for those who provide the exact whereabouts, and $100 million for those who can lead us to the capture of this man. These messages you use your energies to spread. And afterwards, the rest of the $2 billion is considered my hard-earned money for you. As these words fell, the crowd all froze in place. It wasn't that they didn't know about the Fanshan How, but they didn't expect it to be such a how method. To come up with $2 billion to find one person. Most people here aren't worth $2 billion. On the side, Chu Feng was also frozen in place. He didn't expect that this mortal god in the mouths of others. It was such a big deal to help him. $2 billion. Even if we sold him, he wouldn't be worth that much. This favor is too big. Chapter 40, The Business Empire. After chatting about business, the car that Chen Mofan had called online also happened to arrive at the intersection. But it's only as far as the intersection, because this road is already blocked by these rich kids' luxury cars. Chen Mofan could only walk to the intersection to get a bus. Seeing Chen Meifan to go, these rich second generation are going to send Chen Meifan in great numbers. The crowd clustered in front and surrounded Chen Mofan in the center. This treatment was like a big leader coming down for an inspection, surrounded by a group of minions. The melon eaters watching from the sidelines are even stretching their necks to look at They all wanted to see what kind of person it was that could make this group of high-minded and proud second-generation rich people willingly flock like dog legs. Some people even took out their cell phones and recorded the scene, preparing to make a small video of it. Send it online. This scene made Chen Mofan a little embarrassed. Besides, with so many people, talking and laughing, when will we reach the intersection? Halfway there, Chen Mofan simply swept 2 small yellow cars, one for him and Chu Feng. Step up and head for the intersection. He was afraid that if he stayed any later, the school would be closed. Long Outyan looked at the back of Chen Mofan's dashing departure on his little yellow bike. A smirk appeared on his face. It was not a bad day for him. Not only did he get to know the mortal gods, the also managed to get a favor from the mortal god, and the value of that favor is truly immeasurable. To the side, Whitefeather watched his idol fade away. His brow furrowed as he said, "How can the mortal god still sweep the small yellow car? So skillful. Young dragon, this thing you know how to sweep?" This question caused Long Aotian to freeze for a moment as well. Seems like, probably, should, might, would sweep it. I seem to remember that it was on the ugly group. Why does the mortal god sweep so? Chen Shaokuan, a brother of the family, followed suit and explained, "You don't understand. I've heard that the great and powerful want to experience the life of a commoner, and the mortal gods have definitely paid their dues. It's called from life close to life. It's called realm. We don't understand." When these words came out, Long Aotian and Bayu stood in awe. Indeed, they wouldn't have been as sick as the mortal gods swept, because they simply wouldn't. Sure enough, it's still the luxury giant who plays with flowers. On the sidelines, the eaters were uncertain, looking at the back of the big man riding his little yellow bike. Look at those 2 little legs stomping around wildly. It was messy on the spot. Why are these rich kids still so respectful to a poor guy? But many of the ones making short videos laughed. It's that sense of contrast that they want, and the greater the contrast, the easier it is for the video to blow up. The headlines they've all thought of. The yellow car big brother takes a bunch of rich kids. Surprise, why the owner of the small yellow car can make the rich second generation so respectable. It's just a bit of a shame that this big guy was surrounded by a bunch of rich kids when he swept up the little yellow car. There was no shot of his front face, just the back of a man on a little yellow bike, pedaling furiously away in the darkness of the night. It's a shame. And at this moment, Chen Mofan, who had gotten into a cab, did not know that the back of his little yellow bike riding, immediately, it would explode on video and become known as the yellow car guy. Riding the rental all the way to Wangshanga, Wang Motsai was already waiting outside. When he saw Chen Mofan get off the bus, he greeted him with a smile on his face. "Boss, you're here. I've prepared the acquisition document. Richard Lee has already signed it. After you sign, we can fully take over all the hotels under Richard Lee's name." Chen Nerfan nodded and followed Wang Morkai to his office. As for Chu Feng, he was left in the private room downstairs. This guy's stomach had long been rumbling with hunger. The meal had been prepared for him and the packet of rice, and Richard Wang had even thoughtfully prepared Mr. Tony, and a clean, neat suit. In the office, Chen Mofan sat in the boss chair casually looking through the contracts on the table. "Read it and sign your name to it." Wang Mo Kai stood aside, his face somewhat hesitant, swallowing several times and not opening his mouth. "Ask anything." Only when he heard this did Richard Wang speak. "Boss, as far as I know, the revenue of the Tiankai Hotel is not very good, but why did you buy it?" "Old Wang, what do you think?" Chen Mofan asked a rhetorical question. After thinking carefully for a few moments, Wang Mo Kai slowly replied, "Could it be that the boss wants to be in Liuqing? Build a branded hotel of your own?" Chen Mofan handed the contract to Wang Motsai and smiled. "Old Wang, narrow-minded. I do want to build a brand of upscale hotels, but not Liaocheng. Rather, like Cheetah Plaza. I want to have my hotels in every city, even in every county." Cities and counties. These 4 words made Wang Motsai's body tremble. He looked incredulously at the college student in front of him, although he already knew something about Chen Mofan's hoe. But now that Chen Mofan had uttered these words, it still sent a shiver down his spine. This is crazy. All the counties, all the cities, on such a massive scale. Richard Wang didn't even dare to think about how many billions of dollars would have to be invested in it. "I'm afraid it's going to be astronomical." Seeing Wang Motsai's face stiffen, Chen Mofan smiled helplessly. "Where is this going?" "He's going to build a huge business empire that, food and beverage, medical, financial, industrial, and various other fields, he has to insert into them. But that's not all. His business empire would encompass the globe and cover the entire world. What bill changes? What Joe blocks? He's going to hit Wall Street. Let's see how good the teeth of those financial capital predators are to be able to bite around like dogs every day. And he's going to talk to Bullseye about how to hold a cannonball with chopsticks. By the way, I'd like to discuss Sichuan opera face changing with Trump, and catering, just his first step. He wants to slowly encompass the world starting from Liucheng. The old boss, if you really want to build a national restaurant brand, I'm afraid the investment will be no less than $1 trillion. Wang Mo Kai's tone carried a hint of a distinct tremor. Obviously Chen Mofan's words had shocked him too much. As a matter of fact, Richard Wan was really skeptical that, At the moment the owner's conjecture is not just a teenage impulse. Perhaps he simply didn't have an accurate idea of this fantasy. Trillions and trillions of dollars to be invested. Can a teenager come up with that kind of money? Even the great young man of a great family? Until he has completely inherited the family business. How much money does he have the ability to mobilize? And this crazy acquisition program, if not backed up by a huge amount of money, there's a good chance it'll die halfway through. Once the program fails, the amount of money lost will be astronomical. Boss, trillions? That's too much money for you. Are you sure? Can you mobilize this money? Wang Mokai was filled with skepticism and asked again. Chen Meifan laughed. Trillions? Is that a lot? He's getting $1 trillion a day coming in right now. This is money that can't be spent every day. And those that can't be spent are emptied the following day. Chen Mofen heartache that can be his money. So gone. Besides, with such a huge sum of money, wouldn't it be a shame not to do something about it? He's either going to do it or he's going to do it to the best of his ability. Old Wang, funding is not a problem. From now on, you'll be in full charge of the acquisition program. Also recruiting hospitality professionals. I don't care if you are digging or looking. In short, all kinds of talents. I want all the top ones. Don't care about the money. I can offer you 30% above market value. Wang Mokai's heart was shaken. He didn't expect Shen Mofen to be so eager. Boss, are you sure? I'm pretty sure it's $10 billion up front, and I've already hit your account. Joking aside, what Shen Mofen wants to do most right now is to spend his money. And if he can't spend his money in 10 days, he'll have no power as a man. Ding! There was a crunch and the funds arrived. Wang Mokai looked at the dizzying string of zeros on his cell phone. His heart was filled with excitement. Sure enough, following the boss can do great things. Chapter 41 Video Call with Yun Moli. Chu Feng would be handed over to Wang Motsai, and Chen Merfan would be the first to notify him if there was any news from Zhang Zhua. On the way back, Chen Mofen carefully calculated the money he spent out today. Scar Kidnapper gave 2 billion. Looking for Zhang Zhua, Chen Mofen gave 2 billion to Long Ao Tian. What remains is Richard Wang's acquisition plan with an upfront capital of $10 billion. But apart from the money given to Scar, which was part of the money actually spent, the remaining 2 aren't really spent yet. So there are no spending points. And the $2 billion given to Scar, Tempest says there's a chance the money can be recovered. They will do their best to recover it and it will be credited back to Chen Mofen's account. When Chen Mofen heard this, he was helpless at that moment. The heart prayed that the money would not be recovered. Is it easy for him to spend $2 billion? Furthermore, when you recover it, how do you count it? Consumption points totaling 20. In order to unlock the handcuffs, Chen Meifan directly ordered 5 points of locksmithing proficiency. For that matter, he had some trouble unlocking the handcuffs. After all of his limbs were cuffed. If Scar hadn't been out waiting for the funds to arrive and turned against his brother, he doesn't even always solve it. 10 points of physical enhancement were then added. Right now, his body reinforcement had reached a terrifying level. Name, Chen Mofen. General physical fitness, 23. Normal, 10. Fighting mastery, LV2. Firearms mastery, LV2. Lockpicking mastery, LV5. Although Chen Mofen still looked thin and weak on the outside, he could feel that his current strength could knock out a cow with one punch. The remaining 5 points, Chen Mofen did not use immediately. Keep a hand in everything, and the family will not panic. Jingle bells. The phone rang, interrupting Chen Mofen's thoughts. Picking up his cell phone, it was Yun Moli calling. For this extremely good imperial sister, Chen Mofen was itching to do so. Think about how much of a failure you've been. With a bimbo loli and a superb royalty, he hadn't taken it down until now. It really dishonored his status as a mortal god. With a bitter smile, he picked up the phone. Hey, Chen Mofen, how are you doing? Did the police give you a hard time? As soon as the call was connected, Yun Moli's gentle tone rang out from the phone. This big star cares quite a bit about himself. There's something in it. The corner of Chen Mofen's mouth curled up and smiled. I was acting in self-defense, and the police didn't make things difficult for me or anything. Then are you hurt? Yun Moli asked next. Chen Mofen wanted to say no, but after thinking about it, he said in a resigned manner, yes, the injury can be serious. I hurt my face and it hurts. If only I had someone to rub it for me. Yun Moli was a little worried when she heard that the injuries were quite serious. But listening to the back of the, I see, the brat is obviously being a hooligan again. Humph, your face hurts. Your face deserves it. Yun Moli grunted coldly into her cell phone and laughed. Hearing this, Chen Mofen directly hung up the voice call and tapped on the video call to send it over. Looking at the incoming video call, Yun Moli's face was obviously a little hesitant. She didn't like playing video with less familiar ones. And what's more, it was getting dark. She had long since changed into her pajamas. This nightgown of hers, another pale pink halter silk nightgown. The chest revealed a large area of snow white as well as that one deep gully. This nightgown she had never worn in front of a man before, and Chen Mofan was naturally no exception. So, without thinking, she hung up the video call. The other party has hung up. Seeing these 5 words appear on the chat panel, Chen Mofan was not the least bit discouraged. If he had been the beggar he was, he might have hesitated to dial over. Or not. What if I dialed and pissed off the goddess? But now he was in a completely different frame of mind. Getting mad is mad. It's none of my business. Even if you blackball me, I have plenty of channels to find you again. Don't you play live? Then I'll be list 1 big brother. Don't you make movies? Then I'll be the golden father. There's plenty of ways to cure you, and I'm still afraid you'll get angry? Just kidding. And the more confident a man is, the more presentable he is and the more attractive he is to women. Without even thinking about it, Chen Mofan directly broadcast it. On the hook, on the air, on the hook, on the air. Cloud Molly our angry laugh. This person's so persistent? It's been hung up a dozen times, and it's still playing. Hanging up once more. Yun Molly sent a voice to Chen Mofan without any good humor. I'm going to sleep. If you hit me again I'll get mad. Chen Mofan listened once and returned an okay gesture. Okay, but turn your head and send the video again. Yun Molly is speechless. You obviously promised well. Okay, are sent over. But then you turn around and send me a video. You're admitting your mistakes, but you're not changing them, are you? In his heart, he understood that if he didn't take this video today, Chen Mofan would definitely not be finished. With a helpless sigh, Yun Molly picked up the video. Chen Mofan, are you sick? If I don't take this video, are you not done? As soon as the video was connected, Chen Mofan's eyes went straight, aiming tightly somewhere. Vacuums. The pajamas also have 2 little 3D cherries printed on them. Yun Molly didn't wait for a long time for a reply, and raised her eyes to look at. Chen Mofan's straight eyes were looking straight up. Chen Mofan, if you dare to look around with those eyes again, believe it or not I'll gouge them out for you. Chen Mofan scratched his head awkwardly. This pulling not pulling. Looking straight. Chen Mofan, you really aren't afraid of my anger are you? To this question, Chen Meifan nodded honestly. Yun Molly got angry at that time. Fine. Chen Mofan, you dare to nod your head under I'll see. Chen Mofan immediately put on a pained expression, his eyes looking at Yun Molly. Fondly said, I do want to see you angry, because I've seen too much of your beauty. It is these beauties that mesmerize me and make me sink. That's why I'm desperate to get to know you, to see another side of you. But I believe that even when you're angry, you're still the most beautiful thing in the world. Enough to mesmerize me again. Yun Molly's cheeks reddened violently. He knew that the boy was a great flirt, but she didn't know that the boy spoke of little love affairs that, surprisingly, it's also a set. It made her heart skip a beat. Yun Molly glanced shyly at Chen Mofan and quickly lowered her head again, then raised it again and, with a blush on her face, she questioned, Chen Mofan, why are you so bad? Say, how many people have you fooled with those words? Chen Mofan laughed and covered his heart, putting on a pitiful expression and said, Molly, it seems like someone just stabbed me in the heart. It hurts so much. Help me see if I have any wounds. Yun Molly naturally understood what that meant, meaning that her words were like knives. It was surprising that he could suspect that Chen Mofan had said this to someone else. I'm not going to look at it. Oily mouth. Chen Mofan, you're so bad. Yun Molly's face carried a blush as she smiled back. Not for a moment did it seem that such intimate epithets as Molly's. Is there something wrong with it coming out of Chen Mofan's mouth? That face of yours, does it still hurt? After all the teasing, Yun Molly looked at Chen Mofan's cheeks that were still slightly red and inquired with concern. Chen Mofan nodded. It still hurts a little. It's crispy and it's not in the way. That won't work either. You need to put medicine on it and ice it or it will tend to swell up tomorrow. Chen Meifan shook his head. I don't think it's necessary, because the medicine isn't as good as a goddess kiss. If some goddess would just kiss me, I'd feel better tomorrow for sure, and maybe my skin would even be smoother. Yun Molly's cheeks became even more flushed, but this time there was no playful banter. Instead, she looked at Chen Mofan shyly. Are you telling the truth? Hearing this, Chen Mofan's heart stirred. There's drama. Chapter 42, Chen Mofan. This stupid bird doesn't look like. Chen Mofan's heart rejoiced. Just by hearing these words, he knew that there was a chance. Maybe it's really possible to get Yun Molly to look through the screen and kiss herself. Thinking of this, Chen Meifan hurriedly said, Really, Molly, according to science, the human saliva is rich in a substance that reduces swelling, and the more beautiful the woman, the richer the substance. So, you see, a big, beautiful woman like you just spaced out and kissed me. It also helps me heal. Yun Molly hid her mouth and snickered. Net nonsense. How do I not know? You just want to cheat kiss. He. Chen Meifan hemmed and hawed. Silly. Yun Moli laughed back before thinking for a moment and, with reddened cheeks, she said, it's fine to let me kiss you. Say a couple of nice words and call out Goddess Yun to hear it first. Chen Mofan's eyes lit up and he hurriedly spoke. Goddess Yun. Goddess Yun. Goddess Yun. Cloud Goddess. Molly, I've called Goddess Cloud 10 times. Shouldn't you kiss me 10 times? Ah. I don't want it. Who wants to kiss you 10 times? Ah. Shameless. Yun Moli's mouth was tinged with a smile that, shaking his head. Then I don't care. You'll have to kiss me 10 times if I scream anyway. Goddesses. You can't keep your word. Chen Mofan smiled and teased. Yun Moli patted her reddened cheeks. Alright then, brat. But first things first. A kiss first. The rest later depending on my mood. Chen Mofan sniffed and hurriedly nodded his head. Yun Moli took a deep breath before gathering her courage and kissed the camera. Watching those luscious red lips slowly approach the camera, that tantalizing red kept zooming inside the phone. Chen Mofan's heartbeat also followed the crazy acceleration, thumping non-stop. The blood rushed wildly through his body with his heartbeat, making him involuntarily more than a little excited. If he could, he really wished that this mature and charming big sister was right beside him. At that time, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to resist pouncing on it. The driver who was driving in front, listening to Chen Mofan chatting, secretly admired in his heart. This is a learning experience. This little brother is so good at flirting. After we deliver this little brother, he's going to get his wife to try it too. Along the way, Chen Mofan chatted non-stop with Yun Moli. Even though he had already arrived at the East University, Chen Mofan also didn't go back to the dormitory immediately, but took his cell phone and walked and talked with Yun Moli on the playground. The driver's elder brother hurriedly took out his cell phone and called his wife after Chen Mofan got off. Hey, honey, you know why I'm always pissing you off? I know a deuce. You don't pull a good job. What the F***K are you pulling with the two of us? With one word, the driver's brother shriveled up at that moment. This idea is wonderful, but reality is so boneheaded. I'm telling you, you're not pulling any work. Fine, now go home and come pay me my rations. The driver's older brother shriveled up even more at that moment and hung up the phone in a hurry. Pulling a job. It's still important to earn money. Pulling something that doesn't work. Chatting with Yun Moli until midnight. Before hanging up the phone, Chen Mofan invited Yun Moli to come to Liucheng. Yun Moli didn't immediately agree and said she'd take a look. After the phone hung up, Chen Mofan spent $200 to bribe the dormitory big sister. It was only then that I was able to get into the dormitory. After a brief wash, he dove into his kennel for a nice long sleep. Early the next morning, Chen Mofan was still asleep when the boss kicked him awake. Mayor Fan, I'm going. Out of the blue. We're out of the blue. In a daze, the boss's cockney voice echoed in his ears. Chen Meifan very reluctantly opened his eyes, helplessly said, Boss. Well you don't want to sleep in on a big Sunday. The boss angrily kicked Chen Mofan once again and said excitedly, Still sleeping? You get up and see. We're on TV. We're honoring our ancestors. I'm going, boss said excitedly, holding up the cell phone in his hand, just about dancing around. Cell phone. A video was playing. In the video, you can clearly see the words like Ergodejang. The boss and Chen Mofan could be seen blurrily under the gears as their figures flashed through the video. Instead, the video focuses on the street side, where one crouches on the curb and, beer drinking, kebab jerking rich kids. Chen Mofan took a look at it and was speechless at the time. What's the point? Why are you so excited about recording them? Mayor Fan, do you know, it's rumored that the god of fans patronized Ergo's big stall last night. So what? Are you excited? Are you thrilled? Can you understand the gold in this? Seeing Chen Mofan's expression of lack of interest, the boss pulled him up with a hand, howling with excitement. A mortal god. That's a mortal god. Chances are he's sitting right next to me at the table. I can't help but be excited at the thought that I was once so close to a mortal god. The boss was dancing around, so excited he could barely speak. Ugh. Chen Mofan let out a deep sigh and looked at his boss with the look of an idiot. Explaining once again. Boss, I'll say it again. I'm the mortal god. And that group of rich kids came to see me yesterday. The oldest froze violently, then laughed out loud the next second. Laosan, listen to that. Merfan blows awesome again, ha. Holy. Chen Mofan clenched his fists at that moment. Boss, don't mind Merfan. Look, the latest breaking out on the internet, where the gods pedal furiously on the backs of little yellow bikes. This little yellow bike pedaled more than a dashing can be described. What was playing inside the cell phone Lao San was holding up was the very image of Chen Mofan furiously pedaling a small yellow bike. This dress, the boss said lustfully, looking at the dress in deep thought. Then he looked violently at Chen Mofan, and then at the clothes placed on his bed. Chen Mofan almost cried. Can I finally prove myself? Will the clothes I wore yesterday finally prove I'm me? But the next second, the boss slapped his thigh. Dog, who shot this? How can you treat this stupid bird Chen Mofan as a mortal god? Isn't this an insult to my idol? I damn. Chen Mofan clenched his fists fiercely and crunched them. The oldest, on the other hand, hesitated and said, boss, a lot of people have posted videos to say that riding a small yellow bike is a mortal god. Could it be that the mortal god is really this stupid bird? Merfan? Chen Meifan helpless. Is not I let us say, can you not add the word stupid bird? The oldest squinted at the third and asked, without answering, what do you think? Laosan bowed his head and pondered for a minute, then slapped his thigh in the next second. That's definitely not it. I'll fly upside down if Chen Mofan is this be like. The oldest gave a thumbs up to the third with a cheap grin on his face. Heroes in the same place. Ha ha. Ha ha. Holy, this dorm is impossible. Chen Meifan was so angry that he went to sleep with a big blanket. But Chen Mofan wanted to sleep, but someone wouldn't let him. Just as he closed his eyes, Zhang Chang's phone called. Hey, Fan Shen, do you recognize Chuku and Zhang Qian? Choco? Zhang Qian? Chen Mofan thought for a moment. He knows Choco, Ruyan's ex-boyfriend, but who is Zhang Qian? After thinking about it, Chen Mofan didn't answer, but asked in return, what happened to the two of them? Van God, I heard that the two of them offended you last night, and that the two are afraid of your retaliation. I was so scared that I sold my family's property overnight and prepared to leave Liaocheng. It's also rumored that Chuko got his leg crushed by a car because he was in too much of a hurry to walk and didn't look at the road. Hearing Zhang Chang say this, Chen Mofan reacted. This Zhang Qian should be the man who clamored with himself last night at Ergo's big stall. I remember this guy arrogantly screaming that he was Zhang Qian, but these two, Chen Mofan has long forgotten the back of his head, not to mention what revenge is not revenge. Besides, is he that scary? Just because you're scared, you sold all your family's properties? Are his parents so supportive? How could Chen Mofan know that his fame had long spread in Liaocheng by now? And, the more business people you are, the more savvy you are and the more you think. To them, a guy who can swipe 600 million off the top of his head, the energy contained behind it must be extremely terrifying. That's what scares them. Chapter 43, Zhang Zhua, Li Yu, Zhang Cheng, you purposely gave me a call. I don't think you're looking for me to talk about this. What's up? Say it. Zhang Chang's heart tightened and he hurriedly laughed dryly. Nothing can be hidden from the mortal god. It's true there's something going on. I was approached by one of the three yesterday. He wanted to make amends to you. I hope I can pull a string. Chen Mofan was surprised. This Zhang Chang can Zhang Chang, you can do it. You've got a wide enough range of business here. Why don't you pull the strings and keep the match tomorrow? Zhang Chang's face burst with embarrassment as he accompanied a smile and said, don't make fun of me, Fan Shen. It's just that this kid's family is also in the agency business, and we're kind of peers. So that's why we're giving this kid a message. Van God, don't worry, this kid said he'll definitely satisfy you. I wonder if the mortal god would be interested in coming over. Chen Mofan didn't put those three people in his mind at all. He was now thinking about Master Tiger and how to spend $10 billion. After pondering for 2 seconds, Chen Mofan thought for a moment and said, let's do it tonight. I'll see if I have time. Hearing this, Zhang Chang was all excited and hurriedly smiled. Yes, mortal god. Then we'll book the restaurant at 8 and await your grand entrance then. Chen Mofan promised and hung up the phone. Zhang Chang looked at the hung-up cell phone, and the smirk on his face reverted to flatness. On the side, Yang Kong carefully accompanied a smile. Strong, brother strong, what did the mortal god say? Zhang Chang coughed dryly and said with a smug expression on his face, what else can I say? The mortal god has agreed. We're all connected to the mortal gods. Bull, it's still you, brother Chang, with all the mortal gods. Yang Kong accompanied with a smile, with a face full of currying favor. I'll have to ask Brother Chang to take more care of me in the future. Please Brother Chang, Yang Kong said, handing up a bank card. Zhang Chang looked at the bank card and lit up. No matter what, this Yang Kong was still quite good at his job. After receiving the bank card, Zhang Chang smiled and nodded. Chen Mofan was completely out of the mood to sleep, got up, washed up, and, getting ready to get busy with the rest of the 2-day mess. The first thing Chen Mofan did was to call Long Ao Tian and ask about the matter regarding the search for Zhang Zhua. Regarding this matter, Long Ao Tian was very attached to it and had already spread the news last night. The $2 billion bounty has completely set the internet on fire. The news about Zhang Zhua also came thickly like rain, but most of it is irrelevant news. There are only a couple of them, and they are still useful. One is the finding of a lover that Zhang Zhua used to keep, and the other is the news of Zhang Zhua's old home, as well as Zhang Zhua had made an appearance there. One of the items, interestingly enough, is that Zhang Zhua has even been to the stick country. These messages, Long Ao Tian sifted through them and decided that they were useful information. then the bounty was placed on the other side. Starting out as millions. The people who provided the information were ecstatic when they actually got the bounty. Some even post videos online to show off. This one completely set the internet on fire. The news of the mysterious tycoon offering a reward of $2 billion for the search of a wanted criminal instantly appeared on all major online platforms. Even Penguin Video, Station C, had people posting pop-ups asking if anyone knew Zhang Zhua. Zhang Zhua's wanted posters began to be reprinted by tens of millions of netizens. Because the guy who was bragging about it on the internet did so by reprinting Zhang Zhua's wanted poster. It just so happens that there's a man who knows Zhang Zhua and saw him appear in the stick country. The reprint people were then contacted. The transporter contacted Toho with the message, and Toho was informed of the situation. $1 million for each of the two men. $1 million. Ordinary people can't save that much in a lifetime. Now, by simply reprinting or providing the news that it could even be millions or billions. It's safe to say that the opportunity to get rich overnight is right around the corner. People have become more active. Hundreds of millions of people are involved. Long Ao Tian's phone is all over the place. Mortal God. I'm sorry, there's so much news. I haven't organized it yet. I thought I'd organize it and send it to you first, but I didn't think that you'd call first. Chen Meifan heard a hint of apparent exhaustion in Long Ao Tian's tone. It was obvious that Long Ao Tian was very attached to his affairs, which to his heart was a little too much. But he also understood that in this world, there was no such thing as love without a cause, much less hate without a cause. If he wasn't a mortal god, the other party would still be so concerned. Brother, please. Hearing this, Long Ao Tian's mouth revealed a smile. He realized that the knight's efforts had not been in vain. The mortal god is joking, though it's a bit of a tall order for me to say that, but I do take you as a friend. Van God. Good. Young dragon, you're a friend. I, Chen Mofan, have made a friend. And when this is over, I'll buy you a drink. Long Ao Tian's face was ecstatic, and he hurriedly assured, Mortal God, don't worry. 3 days, within 3 days, I'll be sure to turn this Zhangzhou over to you. And at this moment, at the gates of East University, Zhang Zhuo looked at his bounty order on the Pox Sound platform. His face was a grimace. He couldn't understand who he had offended. Obviously no one's paying attention to him anymore. Why is he now wanted on every major platform again? Even his name became a hot search. The wind is even more overshadowed. The rich second-generation collective eat kebabs this hotspot. Zhang Zhua cursed angrily in his heart, and his narrow eyes flashed with killing intent. Don't let him find out who's targeting him, or else, whoever it is, no matter what kind of power the other party had, he was going to get them killed. It won't be easy to find him, though, because the man he is now is long gone from the man he was then. He took a trip to the land of the stick, got plastic surgery and a fake set of identities. His name is Li Yu now, and he works under Master Tiger, one of the 4 great Vidra under Master Tiger. In Liucheng, no matter how rich the tycoon is, when he sees him, they all have to respectfully call out Brother Yu. Now he's got a good life. He's got money. He's got people. He's got fame. Long gone is the wretched fugitive Zhang Zhuo from back in the day. Brother Yao, I've found out about the kid that Master Tiger mentioned. He's in this school. The name is Chen Meifan. What's up, Brother Yu? Should we storm the school now and take this kid out? Hearing the report from his men, Zhang Zhuo slapped his mouth at the man and reprimanded. Forget. Master Tiger said, that Tang Fei has been watching us. These days a little more restrained. Don't be as arrogant as before and move to arrest people. The man covered his face and nodded hastily. Zhang Zhuo pondered for 2 seconds and spoke. Go, call that kid out to me. I'll meet him first. Let's see what this kid has to offer to take care of Scar. Chen Mofan had just hung up the phone when the dormitory elder sister shouted downstairs that someone was looking for him. Someone is looking for himself? Chen Mofan was a bit strange. He was a famous poor in East University, who would seek him out when others see him and avoid him. Wearing slippers, Chen Mofan went downstairs. Just as I arrived at the entrance to the first floor hallway, I saw, outside the dormitory, a punk with dyed yellow hair, peeling his neck to look toward him. At the first sight of Chen Mofan, the punk's eyes clearly lit up. Little punks looking for themselves? Chen Mofan understood after just a little bit of thinking. Obviously, the person behind the punk represented Master Tiger. ***. Your ing Chen Mofan. As soon as we met, the punk spewed an expletive that. Then with a disdainful face, he sized up Chen Mofan twice and skimmed his mouth. Chen Mofan laughed, not spoiling it in the slightest, and kicked it out. Bang! The kick sent yellow hair directly into the flower bed in front of the dormitory building. The flower beds are filled with moonflowers, which in August are in full growth, with thin, sharp spines. Yellow hair was kicked into this with predictable results. Ow, a miserable scream. Yellow hair even rolled and crawled out of it. This short moment the body was full of spikes. The pain of the yellow hair sucked in a cold breath. Asterisk asterisk. You stepped on a horse looking for death. Yellow hair once again cursed angrily, his fists clenched and, it's about to come rushing up. Chapter 44, First Meeting with Zhang Zhua. But the punk had just taken a step, and Chen Mofan once again sent him back with a kick. Yellow hair only felt a flash in front of his eyes, followed by a pain in his chest, and a strong force came from his chest with it. His body couldn't help but take off and fly into the garden once again. Ow! The wolf's howl rose again, and this time, yellow hair fled like a rolled out of the flower bed. But before he could stand still, there was another blossom before his eyes, and he flew back into the flower bed once again. The third time, yellow hair learned his lesson, and before he climbed out of the flower bed, his mouth cried out, brother, let's talk about what's going on. Don't kick it, there are no thorns left in the flower beds, it's all over me. When these words came out, yellow hair almost cried. Now he was like a hedgehog on him. If I had to say anything different, it would be that all the thorns in his body were tinged with blood. It's still swooshing out, all with ing sound effects. Chen Mofan stopped the leg that he wanted to kick out again, plainly said, this person does not like to listen to others with my father or mother. In the hearing of a sentence, I let you cannot get out of this flower bed today, do you believe? Yellow hair nodded his head hastily, he was truly afraid. He's in a lot of pain right now, and if he's allowed to stay here all day, he felt like he didn't even have to live. That, brother, tiger, you, Li Yu, of the 4 great kings under the tiger master. Looking for you. Yellow hair pointed at the school entrance and said carefully, and the 4 diamonds, that's quite a name to make. Chen Mofan thought in his heart and lifted his leg towards the school entrance. He'd like to meet this what's his name yo. He'd like to see that. Is this you a benefactor like Lei Hu? Thinking of Lei Hu's arrogant appearance at the police station, Chen Mofan's eyes turned cold. He avenged Lei Lu's murder. But not only was Lei Hu not the least bit grateful. Instead, he felt that he was meddling in his own business, and was even more gracious and arrogant in threatening him. Apparently, it was Lei Hu who was used to being bossy on a regular basis and didn't put anyone in his eyes. Getting closer, Chen Mofan gradually saw clearly that, in that yellow hair's mouth, the so-called Big Four Li Yu, it was a guy with a slab of hair and all tendons. In response, Chen Mofan didn't have the slightest bit of fear. He was very confident in his own power. Not to mention this what's her name you, even if it was a cow, he could knock it out with one punch right now. Zhang Zhua also saw Chen Mofan who was walking, and seeing that Chen Mofan's body was on the skinny side, he snorted and, a hint of obvious disdain showed on his face. Someone like that could have killed Scar? Its finger in the eye of the beholder. As a fellow wanted criminal, he knew Scar quite well, and knew that Scar was a good fighter. 2 or 3 people couldn't get close to him on a normal day. But now, Scar had his neck snapped. What kind of strength it takes to break a grown man's neck? Such a skinny kid in front of me has such power? Zhang Zhua didn't believe it. He thought the police must have made a mistake. You're Chen Mofan? Zhang Zhua inquired in a cold voice with a hint of obvious contempt in his tone. Chen Merfan frowned. He disliked the arrogant tone of the other party. But before he could open his mouth, Zhang Zhua savagely continued. Kid, let's go. Come with me to make amends to Master Tiger. This arrogant stance, which was just like that of a yellow hair, made Chen Merfan almost laugh in anger. He didn't understand where the other party got the arrogance to talk to him like that. Seeing Chen Mofan standing still, a trace of obvious impatience flashed across Zhang Zhua's face. Even more arrogantly, hey, scared silly, talking to you, pretend what def ah. Chen Mofan laughed. Are all the ones playing black so arrogant now? Lei Lu is like that. So is Lei Hu. And there's also yellow hair and this what's his name brother you. Lighting a cigarette, Chen Mofan took a drag and, looking at Zhang Zhua, he laughed. Lei Hu asked me to make amends to him, but as far as I know, I was the one who helped him avenge the killing of his son. Right. This practice of enmity and revenge. Something's not right. Ha, not right? Zhang Zhua let out a cold laugh and sneered. Kid, right or wrong? It's also something you can say. This is Liaocheng. If Master Tiger says it's right, it's right. How can you have the right to speak? It turns out to be so overbearing. Chen Mofan's face gradually turned cold. He's seen a lot of arrogant people, but this is the first time he's seen such arrogance. It was amazing that he didn't even have the power to speak. But without waiting for Chen Mofan to open his mouth, Zhang Zhua's even more domineering words came over. Kid, now take the initiative to go kowtow to Master Tiger and make amends, before leaving a leg behind. Let's forget about today, or else I'll make sure you can't see the sun tomorrow. Do you believe me? Zhang Zhua's threatening words had just fallen when yellow hair limped over. You. Yellow hair's entire body was covered with small red spots, and he looked at Zhang Zhua with an aggrieved face. Hesitantly, he said, You, Yao brother. I was beaten. Zhang's brows furiously zhushed up, and a glint of obvious coldness flashed in his eyes. Laughing coldly, he said, well, students nowadays are really arrogant. Even Master Tiger's people dare to move. Who is so bold? Who? Zhang's eyes were icy cold, the curved corners of his mouth carrying a hint of obvious contempt as he scanned the campus. For many years, no one dared to move as long as the word Master Tiger was mentioned. Whether it's Long Ao Tian, the representative of the second generation of the rich, or the Bai family, the pharmaceutical tycoons, which one of them didn't smile and call out brother when they saw them? For years, they'd been the ones to bully and beat up others. But today, how dare anyone make a move on them? What a death wish, brother you, it's this kid. Yellow hair pointed at Chen Mofan and scowled. Zhang Zuo looked fiercely at Chen Mofan, a cold smile spreading across his cheeks. Kid, you can how dare you touch Master Tiger's people? A poor student. I've never really seen one as unaware of death as you. Zhang Zuo's words fell, rolled up his sleeves, and sneered as he walked towards Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan smiled back and lifted his leg towards Zhang Zuo. Do you really think that Chen Mofan, doesn't have a temper? But just at the moment when both sides were about to strike, a soft cry rang out. Li Yu, what are you doing here? Looking around, I saw a police car parked in front of the school, and Tempest was wearing a police uniform. Quickly, he stepped out of the car. Seeing Tang Fei, Li Yu gave a dark cry of bad luck. With that in mind, he looked at Chen Mofan with an icy face and reached out to point. Kid, you're lucky today. Don't talk nonsense later or I'll break your legs. How could Chen Mofan be spoiled to him? Directly responding to Zhang Zuo's threat with action. Tempest, someone here is terrorizing me. Chen Merfan smiled and pointed at Zhang Zuo as he opened his mouth. Zhang Zuo's face darkened then. Asterisk. Kid, UING. Before Zhang Zuo could finish his words, Tang Fei had already walked over and directly said, What the? Come on Li Yu. Walk with me back to the police station. Zhang Zuo clenched his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He coldly looked at Chen Mofan as he was escorted by Tang Fei towards the police car. That look, the threat was strong. Chen Mofan isn't really afraid of their retaliation. Now his strength, not to mention this tiger, backed Zhang Zuo. Even a cow he could knock out with one punch. If Zhang Zuo really wants to beat him with his legs and feet, he'll make Zhang Zuo realize. What do you mean by a power gap? Merfan, it seems like Lei Hu was starting to target you. You should be careful in the future. Tempest returned again, cautioning. Chen Merfan inquired, Tang Fei, what exactly is this Lei Hu? At the mention of Lei Hu, Tang Fei's face turned cold and she said indignantly, this guy keeps a bunch of ponies under him, owns a number of gray industry chains. Our Liaoqing's most prestigious Red Lust casino is his property. Over the years, this guy has killed, terrorized, kidnapped, everything, even the rich and powerful. He used to blackmail. Any billionaire worth hundreds of millions of dollars has been blackmailed by him. But alas, though this fellow is rampant, he can do nothing without water. Even the rich and powerful don't want to get involved with these playful ones, and have chosen to spend money to put the matter to rest. As a result, this has caused Lei Hu and the others to become more and more rampant. Chapter 45, Chen Mofan's nosebleed. Tempest said, pulling out her cell phone and tapping on her Wi-Fi. For your own safety, let's add a WeChat. If there's any situation, you call me directly, I'll be there first. Chen Mofan nodded his head. Even if Tang Fei didn't say anything, he would still offer to add Tang Fei's WeChat. One is because, like Tempest said, if there is any situation in the future, we can contact them on WeChat. Secondly, because of Tempest, a big English beauty with huge waves of Lolita, he has the best imperial sister, but he doesn't have the valiant policewoman yet. Thinking of the giant wave Loli, Chen Merfan realized that he hadn't had a good chat with Wang Jiaojiao in the past 2 days. It just so happens that it's Sunday, so why don't you ask her out for a spin and see in spending a wave? Returning to his dorm room, Chen Mofan pulled out his cell phone and sat on his bed, calling Wang Jiaojiao. Chen Mofan actually asked himself out. Wang Jiaojiao nodded her head hurriedly in excitement. The two agreed to meet in front of the school in an hour. In the dormitory, the boss heard that this guy Chen Mofan was going on another date with the schoolgirl. The envious chicken was purple, and he just couldn't understand it. Being in the same dormitory, why is it that you kids are embracing left and right, while he and Lao San can only be consoled with their hands? Last night, he contacted Wang Yu, but Wang Yu directly ignored him, and said to let him look in the mirror in his dorm room. Boss is a bit confused. What mirror? Merfan, talk to Wang Jiaojiao. When will you go out to play Go and call Wang Yu up as well? Looking at his boss's expectant face, Chen Mofan understood that his boss was truly attached to Wang Yu. It seems that there is time to have a good meeting with Wang Yu that, since his boss likes it, whatever you want, I'll smash and bend for you. After thinking about it, Chen Mofan nodded. The boss immediately looked excited and hugged Chen Mofan and booped him. Mayor Fan, that's a deal. I gave you my first kiss. You can't be irresponsible to me. I'll you up. Chen Mofan's face was full of disdain, and when he reached out and wiped his hand, it was still stained with saliva, instantly becoming even more disdainful. After following the oldest and the youngest for a while, seeing that it was almost time, Chen Mofan came to the school gate, but after waiting for more than an hour in a row, there was still no sign of Wang Jiajiao. Called her and ended up telling you she was putting on makeup. 10 minutes later, call again, still in makeup. I'm going to go ahead and tell you that this girl's makeup time is always a mystery. 10 minutes is it? An hour is still it. Half an hour later, Wang Jiajiao arrived late. Mayor Fan, how about it? Am I pretty? Wang Jiajiao was wearing a low-cut white fluffy skirt with white stockings underneath, paired it with another pair of white heels. This outfit is both youthful and sexy, with a sense of pure desire, like a seductive elf. It made Chen Mofan's eyes light up violently, but what made Chen Mofan care more was the low-cut dress on top of it, perfectly showing off Wang Jiajiao's strengths. That spreading gully, it's really like a huge river. It makes your mood surge involuntarily. Just eyeballing it, it would fit a cell phone. It's shocking. It doesn't make sense. It's too unreasonable. Did you grow up eating papaya for dinner? Yeah, Mayor Fan, look in the eyes fall out. Wang Jiajiao noticed Chen Mofan's eyes. Her face fiercely reddened and she let out a pout. It was only then that Chen Meifan noticed that he had lost his temper. There's no way around it. That thing's as deep as an abyss. It's as if it can pull your eyes down constantly, and one look at it can leave you overwhelmed and mesmerized. Chen Mofan awkwardly coughed dryly. Cough. That Jiajiao. Ask you something Isn't papaya quite plentiful on your side of the family? What with what Wang Jiajiao puzzled for a moment. Her family is in the north. Where the papaya? I was wondering about it, and reacted violently. My little face turned red as I brushed it off and it was red like a small apple, as if it was about to drip. But in her heart, Wang Jiajiao couldn't help but snicker and this at least showed that she was attracted to Chen Mofan. Just looking straight in the eyes was enough to prove everything, and she had a good feeling about Chen Mofan, a man who was not only somewhat handsome and multi-golden. The main thing was that this man was really nice to her. All kinds of gifts piled up all over the dorm room not to mention, and saved her brother's life. Without the money that Chen Mofan called her with, she didn't even know how she was going to pay for her brother's next treatment. This made Wang Jiajiao's heart filled with gratitude towards Chen Mofan, and at the same time, she was also very fond of him. Now, after looking at Chen Mofan's silly appearance, his heart was even happier, because it proves that Chen Mofan is still pure. If it's a veteran, I'd never show the same foolishness that I did just now. I'll never look like the fool I was just now. What woman doesn't want her man to be a pure and innocent mouse who is only interested in her? Not to mention a golden mouse. Thinking of this, Wang Jiajiao smiled happily and stretched out her small hand and viciously pinched Chen Mofan's waist. Silly, you're still looking. Chen Mofan hastily retracted his eyes and scratched his head, awkwardly not knowing what to say. Seeing this, Wang Jiajiao stood on her tiptoes and leaned over Chen Mofan's ear and the voice was flirtatious. Like it? Chen Meifan subconsciously nodded. Then you block me for a bit. Wang Jiajiao blushed to the point of dripping water and whispered. Chen Mofan froze. What was in the way? In the next second, Wang Jiajiao reached out violently and pulled her clothes downward. In an instant, most of the light fell into Chen Mofan's eyes, and the beautiful sight of the Chen Mofan only felt his head explode with a buzz. The heartbeat soared to 200, and the violent heartbeat of thud echoed in his chest. Although it was only a short moment, Chen Mofan felt as if he had seen snowy mountains and the tops of the mountains that show beyond the snow. Yikes! Mayor Fan, you're bleeding. Just as Chen Mofan was completely in shock, Wang Jiajiao let out a cry of alarm. Pointing at Chen Mofan's nose, he exclaimed. He said, opening the satchel at his waist and taking out a wet wipe. Chen Mofan wiped his nose and looked at the bright red blood on his hands, instantly speechless. Shame on you. The legendary mortal god got a straight nosebleed from watching exciting images? If this gets out, it's going to kill people with laughter. Wang Jiajiao took a silk scarf and carefully wiped the blood from Chen Mofan's nose, and as she did so, laughing all the while, originally making that bold move, she was so shy she wanted to find a crack in the ground. But now, seeing Chen Mofan's foolishness, she realized that this man was even more pure than she had imagined. And shy. This time, there was no need for her to be shy. That's pretty good. Chen Mofan looked at Wang Jiajiao in front of him, and the two of them were close to each other. The excitement made Chen Mofan hug Wang Jiajiao. Jiajiao, let's get a room. When these words came out, Wang Jiajiao blushed almost to the root of her ears. How could she not understand what that meant? But she wasn't Ruyan Lu. She was a gold digger but not a casual woman. She had only known Chen Mofen for 3 days, and although she had a crush on him, but that was no reason for her to just hand over a blood. She can have a little fling now and then, but when it comes to a big right and wrong like first blood, she felt she should have some principles. She felt that she should spend some time with Chen Mofen before deepening her feelings. Then, pick the right time, the right occasion, and hand over everything she has. Besides, women who are too easy to get, men tend not to cherish too much. Mere fan, it's my first time and I don't want to be that hasty. As the words came out, Wang Jiaojiao raised her head and stared at Chen Mofen closely. She had to look closely at the expression on the man's face. For the first time, these 3 words caused a glint of obvious surprise and amazement to flash through Chen Mofen's eyes. He didn't expect that Wang Jiaojiao, the famous gold-digging woman of Eastern University, would be so clean. Come to think of it, if it hadn't been her first time, his brother's treatment would have been paid for a long time ago. Since it was his first time, he did get a little hasty. Chapter 46, Jealous Feng Fei. Thinking of this, Chen Meifan apologized. I'm sorry, it's because I'm a bit hasty. Didn't think about your feelings. The legendary mortal god apologized to himself, and Wang Jiaojiao's heart was filled with joy. But the next second, only to see Chen Mofen's red face continued. Actually, this is my first time as well. Wang Jiaojiao's eyes lit up. Chen Mofen, a huge young man from a wealthy family. Even, Wang Jiaojiao covered her mouth and snickered, her face full of contempt. Chen Meifan scratched his head awkwardly. What is this? Is he being despised? Despised by a division? Come on, let's go play. Wang Jiaojiao wrapped her arm around Chen Mofen's arm, and a certain spot inevitably rubbed against it. No more looking around. Oh, it's a little perk for you, Wang Jiaojiao said shyly, her face turning even redder. Chen Mofen was looking at it with a big appetite. Where are we going? Chen Mofen inquired, forcing back the evil thoughts in his heart. Wang Jiaojiao thought about it, and a bad smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Let's go ride a little yellow bike. I can see you rode the little yellow bike yesterday with such a dashing back, Wang Jiaojiao said, playfully winking at Chen Mofen. Chen Mofen was embarrassed for a while. In the end, he still didn't have a decent car. Or maybe not even a car. Zhang Chang did say that there is a batch of cars that he is helping to contact, and it looks like the car is still wanted by Lei Hu. If it's someone else's, he has no idea, but if it's Lei Hu's, then sorry, he'll take this car. It seems that in the evening, it's time to talk to Zhang Chang. This batch of cars, he must get his hands on, since Lei Hu dared to send someone to find him trouble first, then he dared to rob Lei Hu to return the favor. We'll all see who's better at it if you do the first and I do the second, Chen Mofen thought, taking out his cell phone and scanning out the small yellow car in front of the school. Wang Jiaojiao had already swept up and sat on the little yellow car, waiting for Chen Mofen. After Chen Mofen swept it up, he looked at Wang Jiaojiao, and with just one glance, his nosebleed flowed out again. Riding a little yellow bike in a short skirt, this pussy is just too hooked up, especially when parked in place, legs apart, short skirts up, certain parts beginning to loom. Isn't this a crime to hook someone? It's okay to hook him, but this is welfare for the public. Can this be tolerated? Chen Mofen hurriedly got out of the car and walked over quickly. Wang Jiaojiao was still a little unsure. What happened to Merfan? Go. Cough. Chen Mofen coughed dryly and blocked in front of Wang Jiaojiao. Leaning over to whisper in her ear, she said, I saw it all. Pink with a bear on top. Very kawaii. One sentence. Wang Jiaojiao instantly reacted, her face tang a moment red. Chen Mofen, you're really a stinking rascal. Where are you looking? Wang Jiao said shyly, stretching out her small hand. She fiercely pinched Chen Mofen's hindquarters. What am I supposed to do? Won't I not be able to ride the little yellow bike this way? Chen Mofen bared his teeth in pain and laughed. It's fine. Wait for me. I'll go get my clothes. Chen Meifan ran back to his dorm room and took a piece of clothing and tied it around Wang Jiaojiao's waist. That's what blocked the springtime somewhere. Merfan, you have a nosebleed again. He. After doing some, Wang Jiaojiao covered her mouth and snickered, as if finding it interesting. Wang Jiaojiao then teased, did it look good just now? The top comes with a bear, too. As Wang Jiaojiao's words left her mouth, Chen Merfan just gave a slight thought. The mind was filled with strange fantasies, more animalistic. Seeing that Chen Mofen didn't say anything, Wang Jiaojiao once again said, did you just count? How many bears are there? Chen Mofen snapped. That hasty glance just now seemed to show that there were 3 of them. 3 of them, I think. He. Wang Jiaojiao laughed, hugging Chen Mofen, who was blocking her. Then he teased, this one's Tool. What else do you see but bears? It was better if Wang Jiaojiao didn't remind him, but with this reminder, Chen Mofen suddenly realized that he had just hurriedly glanced at. It did seem like I saw other sights besides the bear. Those unique landscapes make your blood run cold when you think about them for just a moment. Chen Mofan was even more excited and winced. But just when the ambiguous atmosphere was about to reach its peak, someone else was trying to ruin it. A Mercedes GLS, $1 million limousine, stopped at the entrance of the school. A guy with glasses and an expensive Armani suit came down from the car. The man with the glasses glanced at the two men before walking straight towards them. She also said sarcastically, Wang Jiajiu. I didn't believe it when I heard that you found the famous dog god of our Eastern University, but now look. Surprisingly true. Wang Jiajiu, you really aren't picky about what you eat. Ha! As the glasses man's words fell, the corners of his mouth hooked up and a sneering cold laugh rang out. He pursued Wang Jiajiu in the beginning. At first it was okay, then this ignored him. It made him feel embarrassed. He's kind of a big deal at Eastern University. His family has hundreds of millions of dollars in assets. He drives $1 million limousine. Everywhere you go, girls aren't rushing up to you. Wang Jiajiu ignored him. Not just didn't give his brother 100,000 medical bills, but had the audacity to throw him under the bus and cut him off right then and there. What's even more aggravating is that now this woman is kissing up to a poor like the dog god. It made him feel humiliated. Dog god. East University's famous beggar. He Feng Fei actually cannot compare to a beggar? He's mad with jealousy. Chen Mofan's brows zished up. He realized why today was so bad. How is it that when you get there, someone is looking for a fight? And who is this stupid bird? Wang Jiajiu also saw the man with glasses and leaned over to Chen Mofan's ear and explained. Mofan, don't pay any attention to him. This is a junior in the finance department. His name is Feng Fei. His family owns a financial company, and he once chased me, but I didn't say yes to him. The two of them didn't want to pay attention, but Feng Fei was unforgiving, and he had an obvious contempt on his face that, mockingly, Wang Jiajiu said, Wang Jiajiu, a beggar like the dog god, do you get off on it? Or are you so horny now that the dog god alone can satisfy you? Do you want me to call in a few brothers to help out? Ha ha. Chen Mofan's eyes went cold and he was about to go forward when Wang Jiajiu pulled him back. Merfan, don't bother with him. Yo, what's up? Is this the dog god trying to bite? Feng Fei had a teasing look on his face, looking contemptuously at Chen Mofan. Dodo, come on, dog god, here's a meaty bone to eat or not. Feng Fei's face was arrogant as if he was teasing a dog, humiliating Chen Mofan. He's all about teasing the dog god. He's not convinced that this poor has any right to. Why does he get Wang Jiajiu? Just because he's covered in? Or the fact that he's a poor? He couldn't accept or tolerate the fact that he had been stomped on by a poor. Merfan, forget it, let's go. Wang Jiajiu once again pulled Chen Mofan back. Her face was concerned as she gently persuaded him. Chen Merfan nodded, mounted the small yellow bike, and took Wang Jiajiu to leave East University. But some people are like that. If you put up with it for a while, you won't get the other side of the storm. Some are just getting worse. I had just ridden forward 10 minutes when a sharp horn kept blaring behind me. The sound was harsh and irritating, and it rang out with no intention of stopping. Chen Mofan turned his head to look at the voice and saw Feng Fei driving a Mercedes behind him at a glance. Sitting in the car, Feng Fei's mouth curled up with obvious smugness on his face, placing his hands on the steering wheel, pressing the horn furiously. The ear-piercing sound of the horn resounded all around for a while, noisily distracting Chen Mofan and Wang Jiajiu. But Feng Fei felt that this is still not too much. A foot of gas. Mercedes accelerated and, towards Chen Mofan, he slammed hard. Again, the brakes were slammed on the moment they were about to hit. Back and forth, constantly teasing Chen Mofan. Even the guy stuck his head out of the car window and taunted at Chen Mofan. Dog god, how's my Mercedes pickup speed? Not talking? Couldn't have peed your pants in fear. Ha ha. Chapter 47, Feng Fei's fear to the point of crying. The ear-piercing laughter echoed in his ears, and Chen Mofan only felt a surge of anger rise up in his heart. Wang Jiajiu's face was also very ugly as she stopped the car and looked angrily at Feng Fei. Feng Fei, that's enough. Is it fun to scare us? It's the first time I've realized you're even this childish. Childish? Mud. How dare you call me childish? Feng Fei's face flashed with a touch of viciousness, and the Mercedes accelerated violently, overtaking the two men before. Just hang in front of the two. Car exhaust spewed out and sprayed directly in the faces of both men. Inevitably, the two men inhaled the exhaust, the smell choking them and making them cough. This time, Chen Mofan was truly enraged. He didn't want to pay any attention to Feng Fei, but the other party had humiliated him again and again. Do you really think that he, Chen Mofan, doesn't have a temper? But Feng Fei looked at Chen Mofan's bad face and stepped on the gas, instantly pulling away, poking out the car window. Feng Fei looked at the two men with disdain on his face and taunted. Bitch, eat tail gas go. This time you know the difference between rich and poor. Dog god you also like. Really ing blind. Feng Fei laughed out loud as he saw Chen Mofan's face getting uglier and uglier. his face covered in smugness. Dog God, are you angry? Come on, bite me if you can. I'll stop here and wait for you. Okay, he said, stopping with a kick of the brakes. He was confident that as long as Chen Mofan dared to come after him, he was able to instantly distance the two of them with a kick of the gas. By then, the exhaust from the cars can spray this beggar all over. But just as these words fell, the smugness on Feng Fei's face instantly solidified, only to see Chen Mofan's body moving like a cunning rabbit. His speed was so fast that it was actually like shooting a crossbow arrow. All he felt was a flash before his eyes, and before he could react, Chen Mofan had unexpectedly arrived in front of him. By the time he reacted and tried to step on the gas, Chen Mofan had already grabbed him by the hair and gathered him hard through the car window. Chen Mofan's current physical quality was 23, and a normal person's was 10. Physical fitness, on the other hand, encompasses strength, agility, speed, flexibility, and endurance. 5 points. In other words, his current speed was twice that of a normal average person. Feng Fei wailed in agony as he felt as if his scalp had been ripped off. He didn't understand where Chen Mofan, this skinny chicken, got so much power from, carrying him as if he were a baby chicken. But the more he did so, the more angry he felt that a poor man, empty of brute strength, had. How dare you make a move on him too? He is Feng Fei. His family has hundreds of millions of assets. Feng Fei. This poor bastard dares to touch him. What a death wish. Chen Mofan, what are you? How dare you touch me? On what grounds? What right do you have as a poor? Chen Mofan, you're finished. Feng Fei's face grimaced and roared. Chen Meifan smiled. Since he was all done, he didn't take the opportunity to kick a few more feet. Not spoiling Feng Fei in the slightest, Chen Mofan went up and swung his big mouth left and right. It's not that he didn't give Feng the airplane meeting, but this guy is relying on his family history, bullying him over and over again. After mocking him for so long, Chen Mofan had to treat him to a big earful. The sound of popping resonated across the road. Feng Fei's roar of rage also grew weaker and weaker with the sound of a slap. Chen Mofan, you're a dead man. I know Bai Xiao from Liucheng. Bai Yu, he'd crush you like an ant. Feng Fei's nose and swollen cheeks carried a cold smile, still not forgetting to threaten Chen Mofan at this moment. Just as these words fell, Feng Fei's eyes saw several people on the road who were also riding small yellow bicycles. The moment he saw the leader of the group, his face was ecstatic and he hurriedly shouted, Bai Xiao, Bai Xiao. Whitefeather is riding a small yellow bike on the road with a group of brothers. Yesterday, he saw the Vanguard's small yellow car riding so sick, and on a whim he also wanted to play. I had been riding all morning and was about to stop for a break when I heard someone call out to me. Raising his eyes, Whitefeather frowned. Who was that snotty, swollen pig head? He didn't want to get involved, and was about to turn his head. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Chen Mofan, who was furiously slapping his big ear. Holy, mortal gods! Whitefeather exclaimed in shock and hurried over on his little yellow bike. Feng Fei thought that Bai Yu had ridden over here to save him? His face was instantly pleased, and his fingerprint-covered face was instantly filled with triumph. As he wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, he threatened Chen Mofan. Poor bastard. You're dead. Don't cry and beg me later. Of course, if you kneel down for me now, I wouldn't mind thinking about it and sparing you. Feng Fei, with contempt on his face, snorted disdainfully, with the same attitude as before. Arrogantly, he looked at Chen Mofan, but when Whitefeather and the others arrived on their bicycles, his face changed again, and with a smile on his face, he said, Bai Xiao, Bai Xiao. Whitefeather frowned. Why is this pig-headed person so unintelligent? Can't you see he's going to talk to the mortal god? Why are you in his way? With a hint of impatience on his face, Whitefeather asked, Who are you? Feng Fei, the one whose family owns a financial company. Xiao Feng, I Xiao Feng Feng Fei pointed at himself with a pleasing face, then his eyes looked at Chen Mofan with contempt. Then he said, Bai Xiao, this kid dared to make a move on me. You have to help me. Feng Fei reached out and pointed at Chen Mofan, seeing that Chen Mofan did not have the slightest bit of fear. Instead, his face was full of smiles and angry. Chen Mofan, you still dare to be arrogant in front of Bai Xiao. Whitefeather was doubting his ears. This called Little Feng was cursing the mortal gods, and bring him along for the scolding? For a moment, Whitefeather had the urge to get this guy killed. On the contrary, Feng Fei still didn't know how to die and had a smug look on his face. Bai Yu directly raised his hand and slapped his mouth at Feng Fei. Pop! The crunching sound carried across the road. Feng Fei covered his face, confused. Bai Xiao, what are you doing, hitting me? Beating you? I damn well want to kill you, Whitefeather said. Another backhanded slap to the mouth. Do you realize that this is a mortal god, and one that people like you can mess with? An ing carry me. In one sentence, Feng Fei was completely dumbfounded. Chen Mo fan? The mortal god? Feng Fei only felt his head buzzing. Blood rushed straight to the brain, making his scalp feel numb. He didn't doubt the authenticity of Bai Yu's words in the slightest, because the other party was originally a famous young man in Liaocheng. There's no need to lie to a little karami like him. But if it was true, Feng Fei immediately felt his legs go weak. He couldn't believe what he'd just done. Calling the mortal gods poor and scaring them. Inviting mortal gods to eat tailgates? He's so arrogant. At this moment, Feng Fei directly knelt down, crying and begging. Van God, I was wrong. I was wrong. I didn't know. I really didn't know. You are a big man, so take me for a fart and let me go. Feng Fei's nose and eyes came out, and his heart was filled with fear. At this moment, he was without any semblance of arrogance from before, and his entire face was white with fear, because he knew that it seemed like their Eastern University's Chuko was the one who had offended the mortal god. He sold his family's assets cheaply overnight and broke his own legs when a car crushed them. Now everyone is guessing that the car could have been arranged by the mortal gods. He was afraid of ending up like Chuko. Mortal god, I have eyes to see, please spare me. Chen Merfan had a disgusted look on his face as this guy hugged his leg and cried like a pussy. The point is that if you're crying, you can't keep your big snotty nose in check. It's rubbing off on my leg. Chen Mofan was filled with disgust and directly kicked the guy away. Van God, you don't need to do anything about this little karami. I'll take care of it for you tonight. Seeing Chen Mofan's disgusted face, Bai Yu hurriedly stated. With that, he raised his foot and kicked Feng Fei unconscious. Feng Fei, this kind of bully. Chen Mofan really do not have much good feelings. If it were someone else, and maybe even then. But this kind of person must be taught a lesson. Nodding, Chen Mofan said, alright, I'll leave it to you then. Chapter 48, A Dog's Eye View of a Man. Whitefeather's face was happy when he heard this. He knew that Long Aotian because he helped Fanshin to do Zhang's was business. Now it's become friends with the mortal gods. A friend of the mortal god. Then in the future, he would definitely be taken care of by the mortal god, and the benefits would naturally be few and far between. Besides, to become friends with a mortal god, how honorable is this to say? Calling a minion, Whitefeather had the minion drive the car and, pulling the fainting Feng Fei back to his villa first, he would deal with him later. After the business was finished, Bai Yu noticed Wang Jiaojiao standing beside Chen Mofan. Van God, this beautiful woman is. Chen Merfan smiled faintly. Even if Bai Yu didn't ask, he would have introduced them. Bai Yu and the others are the real rich kids of Liaocheng. Get acquainted with them. It's only good for Wang Jiaojiao. No harm done. With this in mind, Chen Merfan smiled and took Wang Jiaojiao's hand and introduced him. This is my classmate, named Wang Jiaojiao. What classmate? Sister-in-law, I guess. Whitefeather laughed and coaxed. Afterwards, looking towards Wang Jiaojiao, he continued. Hello sister-in-law, my name is Bai Yu. You can call me Fizi, and if there's anything you need to do in Liaocheng in the future, sister-in-law, just give me a command. Bai Yu opened his mouth, and the group of friends behind him hurriedly opened their mouths with smiles on their faces. Hello sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is beautiful. Sister-in-law, is there any more beauties? Introduce me to one. A cry of sister-in-law made Wang Jiaojiao blush. She naturally knew of Bai Yu and knew that the other party was a famous rich second generation in Liaocheng. In the past, the two of them, she and Whitefeather, were worlds apart. But now, Bai Yu was standing in front of her respectfully, calling her sister-in-law. This huge sense of contrast made her heart unusually excited while feeling unreal. At the same time, it was a great satisfaction to her vanity. She didn't need to guess that if she let her small group of sisters see this scene today, I'm not sure how much I'll envy her. But she also understood that all of this was brought to her by Chen Mofan. It was because of this man that she had what she had now. This made the love for Chen Mofan in her heart grow one more point. Fanshin, where are you taking your sister-in-law? There's nothing to do, so we'll follow you around too. I'm sorry, Whitefeather asked with a smile. He now had to communicate more with Chen Mofan about his feelings and strive to become friends with his idol as well. Chen Mofan originally hadn't thought about where to go, but after Feng Fei made such a mess, he thought about it. Buy a car. Must buy a car. It was just as well. He needed a car to practice on properly. He didn't have a license yet. Before, as a poor, I didn't even think about cars and watches, but now that I'm rich, naturally all can be arranged. Got Whitefeather to ask about what 4S stores are nearby. One of Whitefeather's minions happened to be familiar with these operations, led by that little brother. A group of people rode towards the 4S store on their little yellow bikes. Along the way, it doesn't matter what kind of luxury car, whether you're worth millions or tens of millions. When they saw the army of little yellow bikes, they all dutifully yielded. And, the more luxurious the car, the more courteous it is. The others, the limo drivers may not recognize them, but Whitefeather, Mr. White, Can they not recognize each other? Moreover, looking at the posture of Bai Deshao, this is obviously the head of the front to lead the way. Even young Bai had to lead the way at the front, so it was easy to imagine what the status of the people behind him was. All the way straight to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. A row of small yellow cars parked in front of the store. The supervisor at the 4S store, who was explaining to a customer, looked up and saw this scene. His face instantly went cold. There are Mercedes-Benz 4S store here, the biggest in Liaocheng, and now there are rows and rows of little yellow bikes parked. What the hell does that look like? If you want to park, you have to park those million-dollar luxury cars. This is the only way to show how good they are at Mercedes 4S stores. But now, and a bunch of poor people that come here to open the eyes, cannot afford to look at the what to see. Cursing under his breath, the supervisor walked out angrily. Opening the door, he pointed at Chen Mofen and the others without a care in the world and cursed angrily. Get lost, the most damned hate you bunch of poor bastards. Don't look at what this place is, a bunch of poor. The words came to an abrupt end here, and Chen Mofen and the others who were using their cell phones to turn off the lock looked up. At a glance, the supervisor saw White Feather standing in the crowd. In an instant, the supervisor's neck jerked back like a quail's. In the next second, the anger on his face instantly turned into fawning, holding his stomach and trotting over to White Feather. Welcome, 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 Mr. Bai. You can come. Our 4S store is really a great honor. After you, the superintendent bowed, humble as a lackey. And it was a far cry from the arrogance of just now, but White Feather didn't intend to let him go in the slightest and directly slapped his mouth over. If you don't want to open this store, say so earlier. I can have him replace it with a BMW, with an Audi. The supervisor blanched and assured him that he wouldn't dare next time. White Feather's face eased up a bit at that. Chen Mofen understands that there are these bully villains everywhere. Can't clean it up enough. Get too involved with such people and you'll end up angry with yourself. With this in mind, Chen Mofen pulled Wang Jiaojiao and lifted his leg towards the store. But just as he took a step, the supervisor pulled him back with a grim face and his mouth also cursed and said, who let you go ahead? Can't you see that Bai Xiao hasn't left yet? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Let your guest, Bai Xiao, go first. Young Bai, please. Chen Meifan looked at the supervisor who pulled himself up and smiled. Smiling with a hint of playfulness, he looked towards White Feather. The smile made Bai Yu shiver with excitement. Before looking at the supervisor's fawning face, White Feather was completely enraged. Holy, you made the mortal gods wait and let me in? What kind of guest is that? Are you slapping me in the face? Or is this a slap in the face of the mortal gods? You step on the horse, don't come tomorrow. Bai Yu said. Angry, he swung out again and slapped the supervisor across the face. The supervisor was only confused for a second before responding. Obviously, he had just dragged Chen Mofen to be the honored guest, or else Bai Yu wouldn't be so angry. Suddenly reacting, he was about to apologize when he heard White Feather awkwardly say, Mortal God, you don't want to get on their bad side. The supervisor's face turned white at that moment as soon as the words Mortal God came out. Who doesn't know in Liaocheng now that the god of fans came out of nowhere and swiped $600 million in one night? It had become one of the newly promoted top young men of Liaocheng. I can't believe I've offended him. The supervisor just feels his legs and stomach shaking and can't even stand up. The manager of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, who also noticed the commotion at the door, hurriedly, he ran all the way over. At a glance, he saw White Feather in the crowd and was about to open his mouth when he saw White Feather open his mouth. Ahem, shopkeeper, let me introduce to you. This is your guest, Chen Mofen, the mortal god. Bai Yu was really afraid that this store manager was also as unenlightened as the supervisor, and hurriedly introduced him first. Upon hearing this, the store manager instantly understood and hastily revealed a smiling face. Hello Van God, I'm the manager of this store. I didn't expect you to come here in such a big way. The little store is really fluffy. Come on, please, please, the store manager said and made a pleased gesture. Only then did Chen Mofen walk into the Mercedes-Benz store with Wang Jiajiao. As White Feather passed the store manager, he glanced at the supervisor and said meaningfully, Store manager, you have a great supervisor in your house. No other words were needed, the store manager understood, and with a cold face, pointing at the supervisor, he said, you don't have to come in tomorrow. You're fired. Hearing this, the supervisor's face was filled with bitterness. At this moment, he was very regretful, regretting why he was dog-eared. This is good. Offending White Feather and the mortal god one after the other. These two great gods. I'm afraid I won't be able to make it in Liaocheng. Wang Jiaojiao, who was walking forward, heard the words of the store manager clearly. She had actually been to this 4S store a long time ago, when she wanted to come over and open her eyes. but it was for riding a little yellow bike that supervisor stopped me outside, and humiliated her good. But now, the corner of Wang Jiaojiao's mouth curled up, and her grip on Chen Mofan's hand unconsciously pushed a point harder. Chapter 49, Taking Down the Supercar. Yellow Hair had been following closely behind, watching Chen Mofan as they entered the 4S store. Taking out his cell phone, he sent Zhang Zhua the location. Zhang Zhua has now paid his fine and is being lovingly taught by his uncles. The sound of a cell phone rang. Zhang Zhua took out his cell phone and looked at it, seeing that it was the location sent by his little brother, Huang Mao. The corners of his mouth turned up, daring to offend him and Master Tiger. That kid must be made to pay today. What's even more irritating is that he was played by a student today? He couldn't swallow this. After receiving education, Zhang Zhua called a few more minions and drove straight to the location that Yellow Hair sent. Today, he was going to settle Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan looked at the Mercedes-Benz Big G in front of him, and the price was okay. It's a pretty good car to use for practice. I just don't know if it's crash resistant? Thinking of this, Chen Mofan raised his leg and went for Big G's front face with a kick. Bang! A popping sound echoed through the 4S store for a long time. The people on the side, looking at this move of Chen Mofan, were completely dumbfounded. Inside the 4S store, everyone's face is wrought with heartache and shock. It's the Big G, $1 million limousine, but you just kick it down, and a new car becomes an old car in an instant. You lost tens of thousands of dollars with that kick. The store manager stood dumbfounded, not knowing what this gentleman meant. Why give a good new car a kick in the pants? He wasn't worried that Chen Mofan couldn't afford it. Just kidding. White Feather had brought in. Can you afford a Big G? White Feather also had a head full of questions. What are you doing, mortal god? What's wrong with you? Chen Mofan looked at the dented part of the front face, as well as the obvious large footprint that nodded. Overall it's okay, not one of those things that breaks when you touch it. I'll just try it to see if it resists bumps, and I'm quite happy with it. The store manager was completely petrified. It's $1 million luxury car. Although he knew that the person who could be with White Feather was either rich or noble, he did not expect that this rich. Surprisingly, it's so rich. The store manager was messed up in the wind on the spot. When the group of juniors around White Feather heard this, each of them had envy and shock on their faces. They couldn't compare to Baiyu, or they wouldn't have been Baiyu's little brother. For them, the Big G is their dream car. But now, the Big G is just a tool for mortal gods to experiment with crash resistance? Instantly, they were unbalanced in their hearts. People were more angry than people. A trace of shock flashed across White Feather's face as well, and though he was doing so, he was more or less heartbroken. After all, it was $1 million luxury car. But what about the mortal god? That kick really didn't have the slightest hesitation. Dashing and calm, not taking the Big G in front of you seriously in the slightest awe. This kind of mentality, Baiyu, was ashamed of himself. The mortal gods are really mortal gods. Okay, I'll take the Big G. Any other better cars? Don't fool me with this $1 million low-end car. The store manager furiously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. $1 million Big G's is a low-end car? It was the first time he had ever heard such a thing. But the plain expression on the other party's face made the store manager realize that this master is really unfathomable. Buying $1 million limousine with no red face, even being able to have a flat face while kicking ass at the Big G, followed by a smile and a nod. Just how ho-hum is this master? The store manager couldn't even imagine it. Guess we'll just have to bring out their townie. The jewel of the town is a multi-million dollar supercar in their store, Mercedes-AMG. It's worth $18 million. This is a true luxury car and the top of the AMG range. The car had been reserved. Only the owner was late in picking it up when it arrived. Now, Xiao Bai and this master are here. And since the other party failed to pick up the car and deliver the final payment as promised, then the car, their 4S store has the right to redispose of it. That, mortal god, Bai Xiao, we do have a top-of-the-line supercar here. It's just a bit expensive in value. $18 million. I wonder, is it to the liking of the mortal gods? 18 million? Chen Mofan's eyes lit up. A little is a little when you can spend it now. Go, show me. Straight through the 4S store, the group made their way to a small warehouse in the back. After opening the lock of the warehouse pulled open and a pure black supercar appeared in front of Chen Mofan's eyes. The supercar is solid black in color overall, giving it a unique and mysterious look. But under the illumination of the light, its entire body, again, shines with a dazzling luster, so that people cannot bear to look at it. The whole car is made of carbon fiber, and the shape is exaggerated and shocking. That streamline curve resembles a woman's perfect body. With just one glance, Chen Mofan, who was a man, fell in love. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a ING driver's license. Van God, what about this car? The store manager asked cautiously. Chen Merfan didn't answer, but looked at Wang Jiaojiao and asked with a smile, "How does it feel?" Wang Jiaojiao was shocked. "It's so cool. Just him, swipe your card." Chen Mofan pulled out his black card and laughed. "That's swiping the card?" The store manager was a little unresponsive for a moment. "Shouldn't you be up there trying it out, feeling it? But this one just bought it?" It wasn't that he didn't know about the Vanguard Ho, but he didn't expect it to be such a Ho method. $1 million car. You can kick it when you say so. A $10 million car doesn't even feel it. Just pulled out the card with a flat face. Are all rich people's lives so plain as water? Honestly, he was envious. The store manager swiped his card? Chen Mofan saw the store manager freeze and reminded him with a smile. The store manager then responded, "Oh, good," with his mouth full. The store manager hurriedly took out the card machine. 2 cars, costing a total of $19 million. There was still a sense of unreality in the store manager the moment the sound of the funds arriving rang out. "That's a buy? By the way, store manager, let's register this supercar in this beauty's name." Chen Merfan held Wang Jiaojiao's hand and smiled as he raised his hand to the store manager. Wang Jiaojiao, who heard these words, froze in place, her eyes snapping wide and, unbelievably, he looked at Chen Mofan. "You gave it to her? It's an $18 million luxury car, and you just gave it to her?" Wang Jiaojiao's heart was filled with surprise. She fell in love with the supercar the first time she saw it, but she realized that with her finances, couldn't afford it in 100 years of trying. But now that the luxury car was so much hers, she was so excited she wanted to cry. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Jiaojiao stood on her tiptoes and placed a kiss on Chen Mofan's cheeks, then covered his mouth and cried. She was so excited, so happy, and felt so blessed. She used to dream of riding in a limousine, but now, not only does she ride in a limousine, and the limo is truly hers, she felt her heart popping out of her throat with excitement. Looking at Wang Jiaojiao's agitated appearance as she covered her mouth and cried, Chen Merfan smiled and reached out to rub her head. "How's that? Do you like it?" Hearing this inquiry, Wang Jiaojiao jumped into Chen Mofan's arms as she kept nodding her head. "Love it, she loves it so much. Merfan, I feel like I'm so thrilled, so happy, so excited that I feel like I'm on the verge of being unable to speak." Wang Jiaojiao choked. "Then why don't you hurry in and feel it?" Chen Mofan laughed. The store manager on the side heard this and hurriedly handed over the car keys in his hand. Watching Wang Jiaojiao sit in the car, the store manager's eyes were filled with envy. This is a top-of-the-line supercar worth $18 million, and Vanguard just gave it to this girl? For a moment, the store manager's heart was nothing but shock. The minions that White Feather brought with him were also filled with shock. Once again, they clearly recognized the hoe of the mortal gods, the wealth that seemed to be so deep that it made their chickens purple with envy. So many people's hearts were wondering if their own siblings could be introduced to the mortal gods. Maybe if the mortal gods are happy, they'll reward them with a supercar to play with too. White Feather was equally shocked on the spot. He thought he was rich but you wouldn't give a girl a supercar, would you? First $2 billion to find Zhang Zhua, and now the supercar is said to be given away. How terrifying is the financial power of the mortal gods? Baiyu thought in his heart and looked at Chen Mofan with even more admiration. Chapter 50. Baiyu is willing to give $100 million. The Mercedes-Benz Big G was kicked twice by Chen Mofan and sent directly to repair. The store manager assured me that he would be able to restore the dented front face to its original shape, and when it was fixed, it will be transported to Eastern University. Chen Mofan happened to be in no hurry and nodded in agreement. And that Mercedes-Benz supercar, Wang Jiaojiao is in love with it. She said anything to drive back to East University by herself. Make yourself well envied by a bunch of your little sisters. After the store manager ran a temporary license plate, Wang Jiaojiao carefully drove from the warehouse to the front of the store. A few mph, 1 step forward, 1 step back, a trifle slower than a turtle plop. The dignity of this supercar. It could be said that he was pressed by Wang Jiaojiao and rubbed hard on the ground, but at this, not a single person dared to joke. Jokingly, this was the woman of a mortal god. You can't even say hello, but you're still laughing at me? It's no different than looking for death. Merfan, this sports car has too much horsepower. That airwave sound is so shocking. Chen Mofan rolled his eyes. And the sound of airwaves? You're crawling 3 times slower than a turtle. Not as fast as I can walk. Look, both vans have passed you. The 2 vans jerked to a halt, stopping impartially in front of the 4S store. The door opened and Zhang Zhua walked out of the van carrying an iron bar, arrogantly pointing an iron rod at Chen Mofan. He said angrily, "Little than a brat. I didn't expect it. Master can still find you." The moment Zhang Zhua sure appeared, the surrounding crowd was simultaneously startled. They all know that this is one of the 4 great Vajra under Master Tiger, and has never walked sideways in Liuqing. For years, no one dared to mess with it, because anyone who has ever messed with them is either dead or crippled. Therefore, in Liaochang, there were many people who hated them, but none who dared to show it. There are even some rich people who are not in good terms with them, and with the help of their lechery, they have amassed a lot of money. But today, one of the 4 diamonds, Li Yu, unexpectedly faced the mysterious landlord, the god of mortality. This time, Liaochang is going to have an earthquake. The hearts of the crowd trembled in unison, and most of them quietly pulled away from Chen Mofan. Kid, aren't you pretty wild? Speak up, dumbass. Zhang Zhuo sneered, arrogantly pointing at Chen Mofan with his iron rod. Behind them, a dozen or so minions rushed out of the van in a great hurry. All of them stood behind Zhang Zhuo and looked at Chen Mofan with a cold smile. Chen Mofan's face was calm, not showing the slightest bit of timidity because of the number of people on the other side. On the side, White Feather had a smile on his face. Brother Yu, what's the situation? Bring so many brothers. In Bai Yu's heart, he actually looked down on Zhang Zhuo's type of people. It felt like the other side was doing something so unorthodox that it was almost savage. The key thing is that the other side does not care about the old and the weak, and in some cases even the elderly. He had seen, once, at an open-air reception, there was an elderly man who went into the meeting early to collect garbage just because. As a result, he had his legs broken and his house burned down by Li Yu. That winter, White Feather saw the old man again, froze to death on the street one night because he didn't have a house to live in. He, White Feather, never thought of himself as a good person, and though he was also rampant but he would always leave a way out for the other side and would not take things to the extreme. But Li Yu and the others, it's as if they love to do this kind of thing and are proud of it. As Bai Yu's words fell, the corner of Zhang Zhuo's mouth hooked up in a cold smile. It's you, Bai Xiao. There's no business for you here. Get out of the way. I'm looking for this kid today. Zhang Zhuo nudged at Chen Mofan and sneered. Chen Mofan still didn't open his mouth. He wasn't afraid, but he wanted to see that. What are all these people around him going to choose? Normally, these guys called a mortal god with every mouthful, calling him their idol, call him brother. Now, when it really comes down to it, he wants to see how many people want to distance themselves from him. Not that he expected these people to help him with anything, but a word or two. It wasn't too much to ask, was it? On the side, Bai Yu's face changed several times. I can't see Li Yu, I can't see you, but those of them who are doing business don't want to mess with Li Yu and the others who are playing with their lives. You can't even shake it off if you want to. But Chen Mofan was his idol. He couldn't do that kind of thing of running away from the battle. With his heart in his mouth, Bai Yu slowly spoke. Brother Yu, I don't know what kind of feud you have with the mortal gods. Before Bai Yu finished speaking, he heard Zhang Zhuo exclaim, he's the mortal god? Looking at the disbelief on Zhang Zhuo's face, Bai Yu nodded. Honestly, the mortal god is so low-key that if someone were to introduce him to the... He also didn't believe that the college student-looking guy in front of him, all in an undershirt and pants, could be a mortal god. Oh, it's still a big fish. Zhang Zhuo snorted coldly and smiled grimly. As he spoke, there was a clear greed in his eyes as he looked at Chen Mofan. He knew that the mortal god had swiped $600 million in one night. In that case, spend the money to avoid disaster. He wouldn't be called Zhang Zhuo until he took a big, hard bite out of the mortal god, thinking of the fat meat that was about to arrive in his mouth. Zhang Zhuo laughed, smiling very proudly. So it's the mortal god. It's not a coincidence. Brothers aren't the unreasonable type. You offended me first with this, so what to do? You tell me. Chen Merfan still didn't open his mouth and smiled at Zhang Zhuo, watching him get carried away there. On the side, Bai Yu hesitated for a moment and once again said, Brother Yu, it's all a misunderstanding. How about I get you 100 million for this? Even if it's the brothers' hard-earned money. What do you think? Chen Mofan glanced at Bai Yu with some surprise. He hadn't expected White Feather to be willing to take out 100 million for him. These young men may look like they're having a good time, but before they inherited the family's assets, the funds in hand weren't that strong, and 100 million was a lot of money for them. To people's surprise, when Bai Yu's words fell, Zhang Zhuo snorted disdainfully. Ha, Bai Xiao, I take you as a friend, can you not take me as a beggar? $100 million, what are you beating up the beggars for? Zhang Zhuo's gaze was cold as he looked at Bai Yu, and then he even stretched out his hand and, humiliatingly, he slapped White Feather's cheek, snapping it. Mr. White, I'd like to advise you not to mind your own business. This is between me and the mortal gods. It's not good to bring you into it. For this today, mortal god, without $1 billion, you don't want to walk out of this store standing up. Zhang's was grim words fell, and the iron rod in his hand swung demonstratively. Smashed the glass in front of the store. There was a crunch and the glass shattered. I don't care what kind of mortal god you are, or what kind of dog god you are. When you come to Liaocheng, You're a ing piece of in front of us. I just blackmailed you. What can you do? How dare you step on it? A sentence of arrogant words uttered. Zhang Zhuo sneered and reached out his hand about to humiliate Bai Yu as he had humiliate Chen Mofan. But at this moment, Chen Meifan smiled. There are always some people in this world who like to play the hooky game of looking for death. And since the other person wants to die, then why not meet him? Chen Mofan moved, and his physical qualities that surpassed those of ordinary people by a factor of 2 allowed him to strike with thunder. A punch, before Zhang Zhuo could react, struck him in the face. Bang! A muffled sound resounded all around. This punch caused Zhang Zhuo's nostrils to spurt blood. The bridge of his nose shattered, and his entire body was directly sent flying 3 meters. Fell down in the driveway. Shocker! Petrochemicals! The crowd looked at this scene all froze in place. Everyone's face was thick with surprise. Even White Feather unconsciously opened her mouth so wide that she could fit an egg in her mouth. Zhang Zhuo was actually beaten? This was something that no one had expected. All along, it had never been Zhang Zhuo who had bullied others, but they had never heard of anyone who dared to insult them. Now, the mortal god had actually sent Zhang Zhuo flying 3 meters away with one punch? This is ing crazy. Chapter 51 Arrogant Zhang Zhuo? Beat up? The mortal god actually beat up Li Yu? The crowd's heads went blank. This is Li Yu, one of the 4 kings under Master Tiger. It has always been a horizontal existence in Liaocheng. Now he was surprised to be punched by the mortal god and fell to the road with blood spurting from his mouth and nose. This is completely ing immortal. Thoughts like this popped into the minds of the crowd. But Chen Mofan is an ordinary man. Who is he to fight with Master Tiger? That's a bunch of killers. Thinking of this, all of them tacitly distanced themselves from Chen Mofan, fearful of being implicated. Even the store manager moved aside silently. Obviously, between Master Tiger and the mortal god, the crowd did not favor Chen Meifan. Only 2 people, Bai Yu and Wang Jiaojiao, were still standing by Chen Mofan's side. It was only at this moment that the minions brought by Zhang Zhuo reacted furiously. Asterisk. You ing dare to touch you. Little brat, you're ing dead. Scrap him. A furious curse came out, and those juniors brandished their iron bars and rushed up. Chen Mofan's face was flat, not waiting for the iron bars in the hands of those juniors to fall. He took the lead and kicked out. Directly kicked a junior out. He then snatched up a steel pipe and slammed it hard against one of the men who had rushed up. Bang! With a muffled sound, the junior brother wailed and covered his head as he backed up. Blood continued to overflow along the cracks of his 5 fingers, and in the blink of an eye, he stained his entire face red. Chen Mofan rushed into the crowd like a tiger into a flock of sheep, and wherever he passed, the muffled sound of an iron bar striking a human body was continuous. Wailing accompanied by muffled sounds resounded in succession in front of the 4S store. But as Chen Mofan went deeper into the crowd and was surrounded by these punks, it was hard to beat them with 2 fists. Chen Mofan's back took an inevitable hit. A fiery pain spread all over his body along his back. Chen Mofan knew that this was because his fighting experience was still insufficient, hence the injury. With a thought, Chen Mofan spent 3 of his remaining 5 consumption points. Points on Fighting Mastery. Fighting Mastery comes to level 5. Name, Chen Mofan. General Physical Fitness, 23. Normal, 10. Fighting Mastery, LV5. Firearms Mastery, LV2. Lockpicking Mastery, LV5. Instantly, countless fighting techniques and experiences flooded into Chen Mofan's mind. Chen Mofan's body resounded with a crackling sound as well, and the individual bone joints began to stretch out. At this moment, while looking at the group of dancing and zigzagging punks in front of him, the corner of Chen Mofan's mouth hooked up and a bloodthirsty smile appeared. Without the need for these punks to take the initiative, Chen Mofan's iron rod flew in his hand. With the muffled sound of thumping, one punk after another fell to the ground and each man's head was covered in blood, holding his head and wailing. At this moment, Zhang Zhuo had also slowed down. That punch from Chen Mofan just now made him feel nothing but dizziness. The whole world is spinning out of control. But by the time he slowed down, the situation had completely changed again. All of the minions he brought with him fell to the ground, each one there holding his head and wailing. What the is happening? Zhang Zhuo was filled with surprise, with a hint of fear in his eyes as he looked at Chen Mofan, who was holding an iron rod in front of him. In this moment, he believed it, convinced that it was the kid in front of him that twisted Scar's head off. But everything, it's too late. Chen Meifan laughed icily as he swung the iron rod in his hand and slammed it on his head. Bang! Zhang Zhuo only felt a buzzing in his head. His body went limp and fell to the ground. And in the next second, the intense pain swept through his entire mind, causing him to burst his head and wail. But before a single word could be shouted out, Chen Mofan stomped on his skull with his foot. The cold soles of his shoes pressed against his face and kept firing. In his entire life, when had he, Zhang Zhuo, ever been treated like this, which filled his heart with resentment. He swore that as long as he had the chance, he would definitely get Chen Mofan killed. Chen Mofan, how dare you humiliate me like that? I'm Master Tiger's man, Zhang Zuo angrily threatened. But these words made Chen Mofan smile. I know, you don't have to be repeating that. I also know that you want a billion, right? Don't worry, I'll burn it to you when you die. These words caused Zhang Zuo to shiver smartly, but he knew that the mortal gods had destroyed Scar and the others. That is to say, mortal gods really did kill people. This is in public now. Does he dare? Thinking of this, Zhang Zuo's heart gained some more strength. Chen Mofan, do you dare? Kill me here. Do you dare? Zhang Zuo arrogantly questioned. But his questioning did not wait for Chen Mofan's answer. All that was waiting was Chen Mofan's ever-firing right leg. As the force increased a little, Zhang Zuo's face was viciously imprinted on the asphalt. He also had a headache like a squeezed watermelon. The arrogance on Zhang Zuo's face began to be replaced by pain. Over time, the pain evolves into distortion. Chen Mofan, did he really stomp my head off? This thought flashed through Zhang Zuo's mind, and in the next second, the fear was spreading like weeds madly in his heart. He's scared, fearful that my head would explode like a watermelon. Just the thought of that scenario, he couldn't stop his heart from fluttering. This kid has really killed people. He's not one of those hothouse flowers, he's really down with it. Zhang Zuo's body trembled, and he said in fear, Fan Shen, you let me go, and what you did with Master Tiger, how about a clean slate with me? As Zhang Zuo's words left his mouth, he was ready to climb up. In his opinion, he could reconcile with Master Tiger, which was what Chen Mofan was begging for. After all, if you go against Master Tiger in Liao Chang, it must be hard to move an inch. What he didn't expect, however, was that after he said this, the force of Chen Mofan's feet unexpectedly increased violently. In that instant, Zhang Zuo all felt as if his head was going to explode. His face, already chipped from the vicious imprint on the tarmac, blood had also been spilled over the ground in a nice big patch. Zhang Zuo panicked. Fan Shen, what exactly do you want? Say it. It wasn't until this moment that Chen Mofan spoke. Li Yu, are you mistaken about a lot of things? First, I've never been afraid of any Thunder Tiger, so don't talk to me about a write-off. I can write off Lei Hu if he dares to mess with me. Secondly, Li Yu, do you really think that I, Chen Mofan, am some kind of weakling? You want me to let you off the hook with a flippant remark? What are you? Thirdly, I'm sorry, but my killing heart is coming up, so you might as well die. Maniac, it's ing crazy. The surrounding crowd, looking at Chen Mofan, who was stepping on Zhang Zuo's head, the word madness surfaced in everyone's mind. Not only did he not give Master Tiger the slightest bit of face, he even stomped on the four great Vajra under him, and, not the least bit receptive to reconciliation. Is this because Chen Mofan is too crazy, or does he have this backbone? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but ponder this question in their minds. Many of them even began to have some regrets in their hearts, regretting that they had distanced themselves from the mortal gods. Keep it early. The mortal god is clearly on top of his game. Someone who casually swiped $600 million. How can there not be a little bit of substance? At that thought, many faces turned ugly, if they hadn't just kept their distance. Instead, he stood steadfastly by the mortal god. Just with this wave of support, they can definitely take off, too. But now, with that in mind, many people sighed hard in their hearts. Instead, Whitefeather smiled, knowing that he had made the right bet this time. From now on, he and the mortal god would definitely be brothers. Chen Mofan's words, echoing in his ears. Zhang Zuo understood that if he couldn't satisfy Chen Mofan, he's definitely going to die here today. Chapter 52. Zhang Zuo bows down. At the thought of death, Zhang Zuo's body trembled. At this moment, he was very regretful, regretting why he had messed with Chen Mofan. Had he known that Chen Mofan was so fierce, he would never have been so arrogant. He's afraid of death, as evidenced by the fact that he used to only dare to rape and kill women. And now, Chen Mofan's right foot was stepping on his skull, constantly exerting force, making it clear that it's all about slowly stomping him to death. Mortal God, I was wrong, I apologize to you. Zhang Zuo roared angrily, saying this in front of so many people. He understood that he had lost his face, but what's a face compared to a life? It wasn't until he heard Zhang Zuo say he was apologizing that Chen Merfan withdrew the force of his foot. Chen Mofan wasn't stupid, and the show of toughness was only to deter Zhang Zuo. Killing someone in public, what's the difference between that and seeking death? The crushed and deformed head, which until this moment had been relieved by the Zhang Zuo let out a vicious sigh of relief, but when he thought about what he was going to do next, he blushed very hard. With reluctance, Zhang Zuo opened his mouth. Where? The mortal god, to apologize. Hearing this reluctant tone, Chen Mofan did not hesitate for a second. A direct slap in the mouth. Pop. A mouth that slapped Zhang Zhuo back and forth. But before he could stand still, Chen Merfan reached out and clasped his neck. Li Yo, if you want to die here, you tell me straight. Am I willing to listen to this reluctant tone from you? Apologize like you have to apologize. I'll only give you 3 seconds. And in 3 seconds, if your attitude doesn't satisfy me, the consequences are yours to weigh. Chen Mofan's tone was forceful, a far cry from his previous blandness. Such a strong attitude also caused the surrounding crowd to stare in disbelief. Li Yu would actually apologize? This was something they couldn't even imagine. But now, not only did Li Yu apologize, but the mortal god even felt that he had a bad attitude. Re-apologize. This toughness, this arrogance, left the crowd dumbfounded in place. The store manager straight away wondered if his ears were hallucinating. Li Yu actually apologized? Li Wu, who's been running roughshod over the world for years, apologized? It made the store manager unable to believe what was happening in front of him. Those punks looked at Zhang Zhuo with complicated faces. They had often heard people say that Li Yu had killed people and was not afraid of death at all. But now, looking at Li Yu, who bowed his head and apologized with a sincere attitude, they felt their worldview crumble. Bai Yu was equally shocked. Was this still the Li Yu he knew? Is this still the Big Four who always bullied them? He couldn't believe it, thinking about how cavalier I was when I was with Li Yu and the others. In looking at the strong attitude of the mortal gods when confronted with them, this strong sense of contrast made White Feather feel very funny. He laughed at his own weakness. After just a second of hesitation, Zhang Zhuo corrected his attitude. He wanted to live. It hadn't been easy for him to fight so far. He'd had everything. Money, women, status, all these he has already got. How can he be giving up? He can't give up. Mortal God, I was wrong. I offended you with my eyes, and you have the grace to let me go, please. As the last 3 words fell, Zhang Zhuo bowed deeply to Chen Mofan. The Zhang Zhuo at this moment was in stark contrast to his previous arrogance. This scene once again shook everyone present. Those punks that Zhang Zhuo had brought with him looked at this scene, and everyone's face was very ugly. They knew that this time they had lost a lot of face. Not only them, but Li Yu, and even Master Tiger. Their faces were already glowing, but there's no doubt that daring to disgrace Master Tiger. Then this, just for starters, not the end. Get out. As Chen Mofan dropped a single word, Zhang Zhuo was relieved. Without the slightest hesitation, he took his little brother and drove away quickly in the van. The van faded away, and Zhang Zhuo, who had gotten rid of the death threat, had a frighteningly gloomy face, and the matter that, he will never stop. Mortal God, if you can defeat a dozen, then I'll bring 100, 1,000. I'd like to see what you can afford. Your family, your friends, can they withstand it? Zhang Zhuo spoke viciously. His face was sinister. Watching the van go away, Bai Yu retracted his gaze and looked at Chen Mofan with an excited face. I'm going, Mortal God. I didn't think you'd be this fierce, but Van God, you have to be careful. Lei Hu's group of people are very underhanded. There's a good chance your family and friends will all suffer for it. This was something that Chen Mofan naturally understood, so he was going to meet Chu Feng. When the surrounding crowd saw that Chen Mofan was leaving, they surrounded him, with a face full of pleasing compliments. Chen Mofan. Among them, the store manager was even full of smiles and kept praising. For these people, Chen Mofan had disdain in his heart. They stand far away when something is wrong, fearing to be implicated in their involvement. But when there's nothing else to do, and then they come up to you with their cheeky, flattering, currying favor. People like that are most disgusting. White Feather is even more direct. Chen Mofan heart disdain, White Feather direct face disdain. Pointing at the store manager's nose, he said directly, move out tomorrow, or you know the consequences. Said, pointing to everyone behind him, in the group, take the initiative to go and quit the group for me. And from today onwards, we don't know each other. 2 words fell, and a wave of bitterness washed over the faces of the crowd. They knew that the move of keeping their distance just now had completely offended these 2 great young men. Letting Bai Yu send Wang Jiajiao back to school, Chen Mofan took a taxi and went to the Tiankai Hotel. Looking at the departing backs of the 3, the bitterness on the store manager's face instantly disappeared into resentment. He spat a thick mouthful of spit at the trio's backs and said disdainfully, asterisk, pretend what? With that, the store manager looked to the crowd and said confidently, don't worry, folks, these 2 are finished. They dared to humiliate Li Yu. This is slapping Master Tiger's face. Just watch. Master Tiger will never let them off so easily. The crowd nodded along with these words. Lei Hu, that's a big shot in Liuqing. No one's dared to mess with it for so many years. They haven't heard of it yet. Who messes with Lei Hu and is still at peace? What White Shao? What mortal god? With them they also want to fight with Master Tiger. The faces of all the people showed smiles and laughed. Yeah, No one in Liaoqing has dared to punch Master Tiger in the face yet. Watch. Tonight, they'll get their revenge from Master Tiger. And not just them. Even their family and friends will suffer with them. Yeah. Let's let this bull mortal god act like he doesn't give it about us again. Really think we'd like to hold his stinking feet to the fire. Oh, one pretender victimizes the whole family. Interesting. I can't wait to see the look on their faces when they regret it. Going against Master Tiger. That's ing looking for death. Listening to the mocking voices of the crowd in his ears, the store manager sneered and laughed. Moving a hammer home. After tomorrow, it's a toss-up whether you, White Feather, will still be alive. Let me move. A man who offended Master Tiger deserves it. Something. The store manager spat a mouthful of sticky spit and returned to the store with a sneer. In front of the Tiankai Hotel, Wang Mo Kai had already waited here early. After Chen Mofan called, he put off all his work and waited in front of the hotel. Also traveling with him was Chu Feng. Today's Chu Feng, all dressed in a suit, and his hair had become clean and short. It was a far cry from the beggar's appearance before. Seeing Chen Mofan get off the bus, Chu Feng had respect and gratitude on his face. Bowing deeply to Chen Mofan, he respectfully called out, "Boss." Wang Mo Kai also smiled as he went forward and opened the car door for Chen Mofan with a smile on his face. Chen Mofan smiled and got out of the car, glancing at Chu Feng in surprise, and said in amazement, "What a surprise. Chu is still a handsome guy. Not bad. This outfit matches you. It's just that Chu, I want to see you for something. Come with me to the office." Old Wang, lead the way at the head. Chapter 53, Chu Feng's friend. The boss even affectionately addressed himself as Brother Chu. Chu Feng's heart warmed. Embarrassed, he scratched his head. For this boss of his, Chu Feng was 120 times grateful in his heart. This boss was willing to put up $2 billion for him. What a great favor. This favor, he could not repay in a million deaths. Now, if the boss says something's wrong, then it's his Chu Feng's business. Up the mountain of swords, down the sea of fire. If he, Chu Feng, frowned, he would not be called Chu Feng. In the top floor office, before Chen Mofan could open his mouth, Chu Feng first respectfully said, "Boss, if you ask for anything, I'll make it happen for you." This attitude of Chu Feng, Chen Mofan was very satisfied. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Brother Chu, there's no hurry. It's just that I've met a rascal who seems to be quite cross." Hearing the word rogue, Chu Feng nodded without the slightest hesitation, said, "Don't worry boss, he won't survive the night. Brother Wang, get me a knife. I'll cut his head off tonight." These words full of killing aura caused Wang Mo Kai's heart to tremble fiercely. He did not doubt Chu Feng's words in the slightest. This guy's been a mercenary. He's seen a lot of dead people. He says he's gonna get one. It's really not a joke. Chu, take it easy. Chen Mofan then appreciated this ruthlessness of Chu Feng's mind, and he understood that, if he really wants to build a globalized business empire, there are bound to be all sorts of difficulties and obstacles, bright and dark, sinister and sinister, of all sorts. He had to have someone like Chu Feng to help protect him, but one of him wasn't enough. He needed more, and that would require Chu Feng's connections, his comrades and friends from his days as a mercenary. With such a group of people combined together, taking down a bunch of lazy punks wasn't a breeze. What Master Tiger? In front of Chu Feng and his group of mercenaries who lick blood with their swords, Lei Hu is not the equivalent of an honest man who can be bullied at will. Thinking of this, Chen Meifan did not speak immediately, but took out his cell phone and, after finding Long Ao Tian's phone number, he dialed it before saying, "Chu, there's no rush. My friend's been busy with your sister. Let's hear what he has to say first. Afterward I'm talking to you about something big." Chu Feng nodded. He was indeed very anxious and wondered if he had found Zhang Zhua. On the side, when Wang Morkai heard that he wanted to talk about something big, he hesitated and inquired, "Boss, since we're going to talk about something big, should I recuse myself?" Chen Merfan shook his head. "No need. You can participate in any major events in the future." Richard Wang could be considered one of his first men, a true patriarch. "I'm sure I'll have to delegate it in the future." He doesn't care if Richard Wang is capable, even if he's a pig. He's slamming in $1 trillion a day, and he's managed to get this pig on top by stepping on the shoulders of countless others. For Chen Mervan, choice and loyalty outweigh everything. He doesn't want ability. He has money. It's entirely possible to use money for competence. Wang Matsai's heart rejoiced, and he understood very well that there was no need to evade This meant that he had entered his boss's inner circle, which made his heart beat wildly with excitement. He was glad that he met Chen Mofan, and even more glad that he went on to work for Chen Mofan. Otherwise, how could he have the opportunity to manage the dozen or so hotels, which even included 5-star ones? Choice really does outweigh effort. The phone rang twice before connecting. "Hey, mortal god, Chen Mofan picked up his cell phone, tapped the speakerphone button, and then signaled Chu Feng to come over and listen together. Only then did he say, "Young dragon, I would like to inquire about how the search for Zhang Zui is going. Mortal God, there's been a lot of progress, but there's also been a lot of money spent. $1 billion has been spent. Van God, you don't know. Some people are too treacherous nowadays, and he's trying to maximize his profits by. Often a message is broken up into 2 or 3 or even several copies and is being sold to you. He reveals it to you little by little for the purpose of getting more money." This was a bit of a surprise to Chen Mofan, but he wasn't afraid to spend money on it. It would be nice to spend in $10 billion. Chances are the other guy will make a profit, but he definitely doesn't lose. And that's cool, young dragon. It doesn't matter how much it costs. I don't care about spending money. I just want to find Zhang Zui quickly. Understand, Van God? The news we're getting now is that Zhang Zui has gone to the stick country for plastic surgery. After the makeover, it's back in the country again. It's just that re-entering the country with a lesser-known identity is harder to find, but I'll step up my efforts to aim for tonight, tomorrow at the latest, and I'll turn him out. Fine. I won't ask. $2 billion to spend however you want. I'm relieved to have you say that. Wait for the good news. Mortal God. Hanging up the phone, Chen Mofan looked at Chu Feng. At this moment, Chu Feng's face was filled with excitement. He didn't expect to find out so much information in just one short day. Even found out that Zhang Zui went for plastic surgery and got a makeover. If he were asked to look into these messages, he would be afraid that he would look into them until the end of the monkey's life. Boss, thanks. Chu Feng once again bowed deeply, his face trembling with excitement. Brother Chu, there's no need to be so polite. Speaking of which, I'm also begging you. Wanted to ask you a big favor. Boss, just do what you want. After pondering for 2 seconds, Chen Mofan said, Brother Chu, how many people like you do you know? I mean a real man like you with a knife in your throat. I'd like to hire them for $1 million a month a person. What do you think? $1 million? Chu Feng visibly froze for a moment, his face carrying a shock that was hard to hide. He sold his life abroad before. He didn't even have $1 million a month, and that was just for his mother's treatment. Mustn't. But now, this young boss had directly offered a sky-high price of $1 million. He believed that once this price was offered, those brothers would definitely be too excited to sleep. Speaking of which, those brothers of his were poor, and if they had not been forced to, who's willing to put their head out on the line? He was sure that at that price those brothers would be more than willing to work for the boss. After all, China is not like foreign countries, and the number of times one is subjected to a life crisis is few and far between. After thinking carefully, Chu Feng said, Boss, the number of people might be a bit much too. I'm not sure how many you're going to use. Chen Mofan said boldly, I'll take as much as you have. I can't believe they all have to be. That's an astronomical expense. Thinking of this, Chu Feng hurriedly said, Boss, there are 30 to 40 people, 1 million each. I'm afraid this is going to cost tens of millions of dollars. You don't need to concern yourself with these things. You just need to contact, immediately. I'd like them to come to the Tiankai Hotel today, with full reimbursement of the round-trip fare. Old Wang, if necessary, by your arrangement, charter a plane. It doesn't matter how much money is spent. All I ask is one thing, immediately. Richard Wang nodded. Don't worry, boss. I'll contact and arrange immediately if necessary. Chu Feng nodded along with it. Boss, don't worry. I'll definitely get this done. Hearing Chu Feng's assurance, Chen Meifan's heart burst with joy. It's true that money makes the world go round. $2 billion buys a man's absolute loyalty. Chen Meifan thought it was too worth it. He has more money than he can spend every day. So isn't this a loyalty for nothing? And not just one. It's going to be one soon. With these people, against Lei Hu, Chen Mofan was confident. Kidding aside, what kind of people are Chu Feng and the others? They've been systematically trained and have seen blood and fire. Mercenaries who have survived countless lives and deaths. These guys against Master Tiger's little rascals. Wouldn't that be like an adult beating up a child? Feel free to play. How is this different from bullying an honest man? It wasn't even late in the evening yet. The friends that Chu Feng had found had already arrived at the Tiankai Grand Hotel. Richard Wang arranged rooms for these people to rest and recuperate. The first 19 arrived. 6 p.m. Sharp. These 19 people gathered in the largest box in Tiankai, the Ink Pavilion. For the first time to come to such a luxurious box. Look out. These people are very excited. Touch that one. Look at this one. There's a guy with a crew cut, only 21 or 22 years old. The young kid, who was not far from Chen Mofan, even became curious about the turntable on the table and spun around there. He'd seen carousels before, but he'd never really seen one this big. That's a lot of lifting down if you're changing tablecloths. The only one in the room who was still somewhat composed was a man in his mid-30s. The man had slightly long curly hair, a long face, and a somewhat pitted countenance, giving him a menacing look. The man came to the box, and instead of being curious about everything, as the others had been, instead, he walked over to Chu Feng's side. Little Feng, what exactly is the situation? Calling everyone here and in such a hurry. When Chu Feng called them, he just said that something happened to him, something big, and that he needed everyone to do him a favor. Not a word was revealed about the bodyguard, so they came here all confused. Chapter 54 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. When those words were asked, many people stopped the movements in their hands and looked at Chu Feng. Curiosity was on everyone's face. Many of the people here are not from Liuqing, and some of them, after receiving the call, in a hurry, I dropped what I was doing, bought a plane ticket, and flew here. Among them, the young man with the slate head, Xin Ku, directly called a taxi. It cost over $2,000 to ride all the way from Jiqing to Liuqing. Yeah, brother Feng, what's going on? Why did you bring us to such an expensive place? It must cost a lot of money to eat a meal here. Looking at these former life and death comrades, Chu Feng was indescribably moved in his heart. They all rushed here because of his words. Others can't make it until after nightfall because they are so far away. It warmed his heart. Suppressing the emotions in his heart, Chu Feng laughed and said, brothers, there are indeed some matters that. It's a good thing though. Someone is going to hire us as bodyguards. When Chu Feng reached this point in his words, he paused and looked at the crowd. Brother Feng, how much can a bodyguard be paid? I'm playing screws in the factory now, although the hours are longer. It's tiring, and sometimes it's an all-nighter, but it's more than 10,000 a month. Xin Ku extended a finger and proudly said. The curly-haired man with a vicious face followed suit at this moment. Yes, little Feng, how much can you pay? I'm giving a show. It's a playful job, but it's 30,000 a month. Brother Feng, I'll be honest with you. If you have a problem, I'll help you even if I have to kill myself. But if it's a job, I really can't do Feng if the pay is less. Yeah, Feng, how much to pay? Brother Feng, give everyone the truth and don't leave their hearts hanging. The crowd opened their mouths to inquire. Hearing those words, Chu Feng smiled confidently and stretched out a finger. Looking at only one finger extended, the crowd frowned. Is this 10,000? Although $10,000 is not low, but to be a bodyguard for someone more or less surely have to get their hands dirty. That's kind of add up. Among them, the vicious man, Wu Battle, was even frowning. His wife is seriously ill and needs a lot of money for treatment. 10,000 a month. What's that enough for? He doesn't even have enough for 30,000 a month now. He's pulling a famine every month. The famine is over 300,000 people. That's over $300,000. And he doesn't even know how long he'll have to pay it back. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Zhen said, Little Feng, don't blame my brother for me. I really have something difficult to say. You know how much money your sister-in-law spends on hospitalization, and with only 10,000 a month, that's really not enough. Yes, brother Feng, we all go out of the country because we have difficulties. 10,000 a month is simply not enough. Hearing his brother's words, Chu Feng smiled. Brothers, have you not misinterpreted one thing? Whoever told you to hold out a finger is for 10,000. The crowd's faces snapped to attention. Not 10,000. Then 100,000. My God, $100,000 a month. The shock on the faces of the crowd was replaced by ecstasy. They used to take their brains abroad to make money only how much, but now when they return home, they get 100,000 a month instead. Brother Feng, $100,000 a month. I'll do it. Xin Ku was the first to open his mouth. Brother Feng, I'll do it too. $100,000 a month. I'm going to go. Brother Feng, you're too good. Where did you find such a high-paying job? My God, 100,000. I don't even dare to think about it. There's no way to say it. I'll do it too. Brother Feng. Wu Zhan also nodded. Little Feng, I'll do it too. Hearing that everyone agreed, Chu Feng smiled. Then congratulations on being reunited again. However, there is one thing you are mistaken about. What's wrong? What mistake? The crowd is in a daze? Not 100,000. A million. 1 month. 1 person. $1 million. 1 million. The crowd stiffened in place. Everyone was shocked as if struck by lightning. Frozen on the spot. The crowd looked at me. I looked at you. And they all laughed, giggled, and the surprise simply smashed them. Before they could react, the door to the box opened again and the Chen Mofen walked in with Wang Motsai. Smiling, he surveyed the crowd, and saw that although these people were plainly dressed, however, there was a fury in all the eyes, and Chen Mofen was satisfied. Everyone, this is our boss, Chen Meifan, an internet celebrity, the fan god. The word mortal god didn't cause any stir here at all. They are running around every day. How can they have time to play with their cell phones and watch live? However, looking at such a young boss, everyone's face was tinged with surprise and doubt. They're skeptical. The owner looks like a half dozen. Can you really afford to hire so many of them? And $1 million a month? Are you really the boss? You look like you're about my age. Are you really going to give us $1 million per month? Chinku was the first to open his mouth, with a hint of obvious skepticism in his tone. Chen Mofan smiled and didn't answer. Behind him, Wang Morkai saw this and clapped his hands. Snap! As the two slaps fell, outside the box, in came 2 rows of waiters. Each waiter was carrying a suitcase in his hand. When the crowd saw this, they looked skeptical and wondered what this was all about. 2 rows of waiters stood at attention in the box, picked up the case, and then opened it. Inside the box, there were only stacks of $100 bills neatly stacked. The money seemed to glow under the light. In just a moment, the crowd's eyes were all drawn to it. They had never seen so much money in their lives, and now it was right in front of them. This made them frozen on the spot in shock. Their eyes were even more deadly staring at the banknotes inside the box. Not to be moved away for a moment. Gentlemen, in each box here is $1.5 million. Your first month's pay. The extra $500,000 is my gift to everyone. Chu said that you all have a hard time, and this is a hard time I'm willing to help. Chen Mofan's words fell and waved his hand, getting a gesture from his boss. The waiter had a smile on his face and, look at the money box in your hand to each person in the box. There was really $1 million, and it was still $1.5 million, and the people looked at the money in their hands and, surprise and excitement were on their faces. After receiving the money, Wu Zhan looked at the reddish banknotes inside the box, and his eyes moistened with excitement. Hands were shaking. He knew that his wife was saved and that there was renewed hope for his life. Wiping a handful of tears from the corner of his eyes, Wu Zhan was the first to take a stand. Boss, my name is Wu Zhan. From this day on, my life is yours, and if there's anything you need, just ask. The others saw this and took a stand. Boss, my name is Qin Ku. Don't look at my age, but I'm never shy when it comes to striking. Boss, my name is Moneywax. No offense. You'll see how I perform later. After everyone had made their statements, Chen Mofan smiled and said, I'm relieved to have these words from all of you. The safety of my family and friends is in your hands. I've ordered a big meal for you all, so enjoy yourselves later. I've got some things to do. I can't stay with you guys. We'll have a drink sometime. The words drink together were very much to the liking of the crowd, who had smiles on their faces, and then bowing in unison. He said, take care, boss. Chen Merfan nodded with a smile. He and Richard Wong have already discussed the protection list. The next job only required old Wong to hand over to Chu Feng. Instead, he's going to go to Zhang Chang's invitation and, by the way, impound all of Lei Hu's cars again. Since Lei Hu dared to stretch his claws on him, then he let the other party know that the mortal god, was not to be trifled with. On the other hand, Zhang Zuo returned to Red Desire Casino. This is Thunder Tiger's home base, which has all kinds of entertaining programs, KTV, bars, mahjong parlors, have it all. And on the top floor, is Lei Hu's office. Before Zhang Zuo could rush back, Lei Hu already knew everything. Some people are more than willing to tip off Lei Hu. Chapter 55, The Second School Flower. Shui Euro. Li Yu was actually apologized by Chen Mofan? Lei Hu felt like his nose was going to be crooked. For so many years only they had bullied others. When had others dared to bully them? But now, Li Wu set the precedent by apologizing to someone else? Mud. This loser. Lei Hu roared and shattered the cell phone in his hand. Behind him, stood Zhou Zhong, one of the 4 great Vajra. He was figuratively called a sex fiend. This guy, he's an animal that only thinks with his lower body. You can't walk away from seeing a beautiful woman. For so many years, in order to play with women, he didn't know how many people he had victimized. But because of his ruthlessness, no one dares to mess with him. They all dare to be angry. At this moment, Zhou Zhong listened to Lei Hu's angry curses, and he also knew what had happened to him. Smiling, he said, Master Tiger, it's fine. So what if the mortal god is powerful? But his family and friends, are they powerful too? Tonight, I'll bring someone to tie them up. And afterwards, Master Tiger, you can just sit back and wait to count your money. Only then did a smile appear on Lei Hu's face as he barked. Little Zhong, don't be careless either. The other party is still a mortal god no matter what. When Zhou Zhong heard this, he skimmed his mouth in contempt. Master Tiger, it's not that I look down on this kid. What's a college student? He may know some boxing, but what about his friends? Bull asterisk 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 mortal gods. They're not even ing money givers in our eyes. Asterisk asterisk. These words satisfied Lei Hu. After so many years, He was used to being arrogant in Liao Chang, but after years of arrogance, he was slapped in the face by the mortal god. Li Yu, that asshole, is actually afraid. This is a slap in the face to him. Now, hearing Zhou Zhong being able to say such domineering words was very much to his liking. They just want to run rushshot over Liao Chang, no matter who it is. When they come, they have to kneel down for them and pay an honest amount of protection money. I don't care if you're a mortal god or a dog god, if you don't listen and dare to resist, then let you understand what regret means. Okay, John, I'll leave this to you. I don't care how many men you bring. All I ask is one thing. Tomorrow I want to see that bull ***** mortal god on his knees in front of me. Zhou Zhong shook his head and smiled contemptuously. Master Tiger, I'm not a punk like Li Yu. I'll only pick 10 people, and I'll make sure to catch all of Chen Mofan's relatives and friends. Lei Hu nodded his head in satisfaction, while not forgetting to remind Xiao Zhong, don't forget the gift for Bureau Lu. Send it to Bureau Lu first thing in the morning. We've been safe and sound for so many years with a share of this corrupt official's credit. Zhou Zhong said okay and left the room. The reason he volunteered so much was because he had heard from the man who had reported it before that. The mortal god had a woman with him. A woman of a mortal god. How beautiful would that be? Take a step back. Even if it's not beautiful, it was also the woman of a mortal god, and having that aura added was enough to excite him. Zhou Zhong's body trembled as a lecherous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Chen Mofan arrived at the Castle Peak International Hotel alone. On the 8th floor, Yang Kong booked a private room. Inside, Zhang Chang, Yang Kong, and a woman were already waiting. If Chen Mofan were here, he'd recognize it at a glance. This woman turned out to be one of the top 5 schoolgirls of their Eastern University. The goddess of tenderness, water whisperer, Shui Yuro, ranked second among the 5 school flowers of Dongda University, was called the goddess of softness by Dongda University students. As her name suggests, she is not only good-looking, but her character, her temperament, and her knitted brows, all fully illustrate the saying, women are made of water. Her whole person is gentle like water, and a casual movement can make you feel the tenderness of a woman. Even when talking to people, there was a hint of softness in her tone that was unique to women. Her temperament is like a spring willow, swinging with the wind, soft and graceful at the same time. But at the moment, Shui Yueliang sat in her chair, a little fidgety, and if it were possible to, she wanted to get out of here right away. But alas, with this thought in her heart, Shui Yuro looked at Yang Kong with a hint of awe on her face. The man promised him that if he could keep the next guest company, just help her out with her family's debts. She knew very well what the word good company meant. The door of the box opened and Chen Mofan walked in under the guidance of the waiter. At a glance, he saw Shui Yuro inside the box. The big girl of their school is here? Chen Mofan was a bit surprised. Shui Yuro, who got up to welcome, also saw Chen Mofan, who entered the door at a glance. It froze her in place for an instant. She didn't expect that the guest she had to accompany was the dog god Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan was very famous in East University, and Shui Yuro had heard some of it, so she recognized Chen Mofan. She really didn't expect that the beggar that everyone in the East Lord had rumored was an honored guest. Surprised, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Classmate Chen." The shock of the words still carried a hint of watery gentleness. Even Zhang Chang couldn't help but give Shui Yuro a sideways glance. He knew this woman was beautiful, but I didn't expect her words to sound so gentle and warm, as if she could soothe the restlessness of people's hearts. Of course, this tenderness is again the most attractive poison to men when it is dark. Oh, know each other? That would be a good relationship. Zhang Chang reacted and greeted him with a smile. Fan Shen, come, sit. Zhang Chang pulled out the chair, then proceeded to laugh. I really didn't expect that the mortal god actually went to school with this beauty, and I was about to give you a proper introduction. Mortal god, speaking of which, this beautiful woman looks up to you. Van God, you were just talking about having a nice chat with the mortal god tonight? Evening, have a good chat. These 2 words, Zhang Chang deliberately bit a point heavier. The meaning in it was understood by all, but Chen Mofan, in response, just smiled with a flat face. He doesn't like deals, much less coercion. Otherwise, $1 trillion a day. What kind of woman does he want that he doesn't have? He likes that natural, watery feeling. Such a bland expression made both Zhang Chang and Yang Kong a bit puzzled. They remembered that before, at the ergo stall, the mortal god had 2 beautiful women sitting beside him. They all thought the mortal gods were good at this. Both of them were a little uncertain for a moment. After staying frozen for 2 seconds, Zhang Chang once again had a smile on his face. Pretty girl, go over and accompany the mortal god. Haven't you always worshipped the mortal god? Zhang Chang said, smiling and pointing at Yang Kong beside him, and then said, Mortal god, this brother's name is Yang Kong, and he's gone to great lengths to find this beautiful woman who worships you. The mortal god. Chen Mofan sniffed and looked at Shui Yuro, who was sitting beside him with a hint of reluctance on her face. Laughing. Zhang Chang, you're trying to publicize me. I just said this morning that you're pulling strings to secure a match. You really do that at night? Hearing this, Zhang Chang's old face turned red and he hurriedly said, this is not thinking of the mortal god's high-handedness. Spare me this, brother? Zhang Chang said, winking at Yang Kong. Seeing this, Yang Kong hurriedly stood up, picked up the wine on the table, and said in a sincere manner, mortal god, it was all my fault before, so I hope you'll be generous enough to forgive me this time. I'll drink to that. It's my way of making amends to you, Yang Kong said, picking up his cup and about to drink, but he was stopped by Chen Merfan waving his hand. Looking at Zhang Chang, Chen Mofan slowly said, let me be honest. Who is this brother of yours? Whether it offended me or not, I've long since forgotten, and didn't take it to heart. Yang Kong's heart rejoiced when he heard this, but then Chen Mofan turned his words around. But now that you've reminded me of something, let's have a brotherly natter. When Zhang Chang heard this, his heart was bitter. On the side, Yang Kong had a strange look on his face. No, I wonder what the mortal god is going to nag me about. Chen Merfan smiled faintly and said flatly, I remember you said last time that a batch of cars had arrived. I'll take this batch. It's non-negotiable. Chapter 56, Tough Attitude. Brother, didn't you just say that you were nagging? It's all over in a minute. Zhang Chang was bitter in his heart. Van God, can I ask one more question? There's a rumor out there now that you're up against Master Tiger. Is that true or not? Zhang Chang slowly asked, his words carrying a hint of surprise that was hard to hide. In response to this question, Chen Merfan nodded painfully. This time, Zhang Chang's heart became even more bitter. He felt like he was the mortal who suffered when the gods fought and the mortals suffered. Coincidentally, there was a group of cars that arrived at this very juncture. Master Tiger booked it, and the mortal gods grabbed it, putting him in the middle and not knowing what to do. Offend the mortal gods to Master Tiger, and the mortal gods to Master Tiger. Zhang Chang wanted to cry. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Chang slowly tried. Fan Shen, I'm just a small person, in the circle of rich second generation in Liaoqing. It's just a second rate, you see? When Zhang Chang's words fell, Chen Mofan did not open his mouth. Inside the box, the atmosphere became somewhat oppressive for a while. Yang Kong lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. On the side, Shui Yuro was even more afraid to open her mouth. As far as she's concerned, the people sitting in this box are big shots. She had no say in the matter as a small woman. All she wanted was to end the socializing as soon as possible so she could have the money to pay off her family's debts. Inside the box, the atmosphere became quieter and quieter, and you could hear a pin drop. After a full 2 minutes, Zhang Chang smiled bitterly in his heart when he saw that Chen Mofan still had no intention of opening his mouth. He realized that he had to make a decision today. It's either the mortal gods or Master Tiger. Alas, mortal god, are you not giving me a hard time? Zhang Chang sighed and complained with a bitter smile. Hearing this, Chen Meifan smiled. You Zhang Chang high-end agent do a good job. Who does not know in the circle? You eight-sided. Doing things in a roundabout way. That's not going to be hard for you. Zhang Chang's heart is even more bitter. He's on the 8th side. Aren't you being forced to choose now by your mortal god? Mortal god. I want to know what gives you the right to call Master Tiger's bluff. These words remained unanswered by Chen Mofan. Zhang Chang picked up a glass of wine in front of him and took a sip, directly saying, Chen Mofan, fellow student Chen, you have to show me the bottom even if you let me choose. Chen Mofan still didn't open his mouth. Zhang Chang was helpless. Mortal god. Master Tiger can be said to be the oldest force in Liaoqing, and over the years, no one can shake it. Why should I trust you? Besides, you're not even revealing any of your cards. It would have been wiser for me to choose Master Tiger. This time Chen Mofan spoke up. He looked up at Zhang Chang and smiled. Are you sure? Zhang Chang shook his head. Fan Shen, will you stop playing around? I just want to see the bottom card. Is it that hard? Chen Mofan remained silent in response, only with a smile on his face as he looked at Zhang Chang. Asterisk. Zhang Chang angrily slammed the table. He was really convinced. Wasn't the mortal god forcing him? The atmosphere became heavy once again, and after Zhang Chang finished slapping the table, neither of them opened their mouths. Time all seemed to freeze at this moment, and the atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. Gulp. For a long time, Yan Kong swallowed a mouthful of water, and the sound of swallowing was clearly transmitted in the box. Yan Kong hurriedly covered his mouth and carefully glanced at Chen Mofan and Zhang Chang, for whom these two were the immortals, and he, a mortal, didn't want to make these two immortals hold a grudge because of some small actions. Luckily, the two gods didn't even notice him, they just looked at each other. But it was obvious that Zhang Chang was a bit anxious and weak. There was a hint of avoidance in the eyes that looked at Chen Mofan. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 knocks on the door, the waiter walked in. Boss, can you serve the food please? Serve the damn dishes. Zhang Chang cursed angrily and grabbed the tableware on the table and smashed it fiercely. Pop. With a crunch, the cutlery split in half, the crunching sound then echoing long after in the box. The waiter, his neck craning in fear, carefully closed the door to the room and backed out. Being disturbed one after another, Zhang Chang helplessly closed his eyes and sighed fiercely. Mortal God, I'm no better than you. I don't know how much effort it took me to get to this level, and how many nice things have been said and how many fawning smiles have been shown. I don't want to end up. Half a lifetime of hard work ends up being nothing. I can't afford to gamble. Chen Mofan opened his mouth, his words flat. I never asked you to bet. Want to see the undercard? No, but I can give you my word. If you choose me this time, then the rewards will be beyond your imagination. But without a bottom card, how do you expect me to choose? Zhang Chang roared, his eyes fixed on Chen Mofan, then said, pay back, pay back. Those are afterthoughts, mortal gods, and if you lose, Master Tiger won't spare you or me, and with our lives gone, what's the point of talking about payback? Chen Merfan laughed, meeting Zhang Chang's angry gaze and smiled, but to me this is the former words. Zhang Chang froze violently, his eyes carrying disbelief as he stared tightly into Chen Mofan's eyes. Afterward, beforeward, which seems to be a difference of one word, represents a completely different meaning. The latter word represents uncertainty, while the former word represents certainty. Chen Mofan used interest as a preamble. Isn't this telling him clearly and unambiguously that, is he sure to win? But on what grounds? What makes a rich kid compete with a bunch of ruthless outlaws and think he's going to win? Zhang Chang couldn't guess or figure it out. Van God, don't tell me that your bottom line is still using money, by evidence of Lei whose crimes against them. I told you it wouldn't work. They've got umbrellas above them, and no one's going to provide the, as good as money is, there's no place to spend even the best of it if your life is gone. At these words, Chen Mofan remained silent in response. Seeing this, Zhang Chang shook his head with a bitter smile. Vulcan, with you like this, I feel like we don't need to talk today. That's good. Chen Mofan's 2 words exited, and he directly got up, without a hint of hesitation, pulling up Shui Euro beside him. He headed out. He could sense that the big schoolgirl was reluctant to stay in this box. No matter what, we're classmates, so let's help if we can. Mortal God, this isn't good. You won't show me the bottom card, and you're going to take away the people? Zhang Chang sat in his chair and looked at the scene, his brows furrowed as he questioned. Chen Merfan stopped and looked back at him, smiling. You can stop and try? Zhang Chang sniffed, his eyes narrowing as he stared at Chen Mofan. But Chen Mofan's eyes, from the beginning to the end, is a calm like a deep pool of dead water, not a ripple. Van God, are you that confident? Confident or not? Just try it. As the words fell, Chen Mofan pulled Shui Euro outside. This confidence and calmness made Zhang Chang hesitate again. Van God, you're a hard man to get a hold of. Sit down and chatter, Zhang Chang said in a low tone. At those words, Shui Yueliang stopped in her tracks, but Chen Mofan didn't stop, pulling her toward the door of the room. The footsteps did not pause, which caused Zhang Chang to panic a bit as he stood up and hurriedly said, Mortal God, I want to be nagging. Chen Mofan paused in his footsteps and stood at the entrance of the box, turning his head to look at Zhang Chang. There was no more smile on his face and a coldness emerged. Zhang Chang, are you mistaken about one thing? Letting you choose me is not something I begged you for. Instead it's me who's willing to give you a chance, but you give your face away. Do you really think that I, Chen Mofan, don't have a temper? Zhang Chang's body trembled violently, and he knew very well that Chen Mofan was so forceful that the inevitable thing that backs him up is confidence. Those who have confidence have a strong attitude, those who don't will just be wishy-washy. His heart was clear, but the source of his confidence, which he did not know, left him without a clue. But after the words left his mouth, Chen Mofan turned around and walked away, already pulling open the door of the box. Zhang Chang understood that the moment Chen Mofan completely walked out of this box, and he made any choice he wanted, none of it makes sense anymore. Now has been his only chance. Chapter 57, Wang Jiaoju is in a scandal. Zhang Chang looked at Chen Mofan's back and his face changed several times, eventually a vicious clench of the teeth. Van God, the car is all yours. As the words left his mouth, Zhang Chang was like a deflated ball, paralyzed in his chair with a bitter smile on his face. Receiving a satisfactory reply, Chen Meifan smiled. Seeing this, Yang Kong hurriedly got up and walked over with a smile. Mortal gods, come, sit, waiter serve. Shouting to the outside, Yang Kong then smiled and pulled out his chair. Only after Chen Mofan sat down did Yang Kong return to his seat. Alas, mortal god, You have left me at a loss for words. Zhang Chang smiled bitterly and lifted his wine glass once again. This time, Chen Mofan also smiled, picked up his wine and laughed. I don't know how to say it's alright. Later you'll realize how right this decision you made today was. Hopefully. 2 words exited, and Zhang Chang drank it all in one go. Chen Mofan smiled and also drank down the wine in his cup. This meal, the 4 people ate until 10 o'clock. At the table, Zhang Chang repeatedly tested Chen Mofan's bottom card. However, Chen Mofan was all smiles at this, which made Zhang Chang very helpless. After 10 o'clock, in the Liaoqing second generation group, a mass withdrawal began to occur. They all understood that the time had come to take sides. Staying in the group and keeping in touch with Chen Mofan was to be an enemy of Master Tiger. Choices, in this moment, become especially important. Watching dozens of people leave the group at once, Zhang Chang's bitter smile deepened at the corner of his mouth. In the end, even Chen Xiaokuan quit the group chat. This scene even caused Zhang Chang's heart to twitch viciously. Chen Merfan was a bit surprised that Long Aotian didn't leave or kick him out. Zhang Chang explained that Long Aotian but hated Master Tiger, because this guy had been kidnapped by Master Tiger. The Long family was even viciously extorted $1 billion by Master Tiger. This was something Chen Mofan hadn't expected. At 10 o'clock sharp, Chen Mofan left the box. Just after he left, Long Aotian called him. Zhang Zhua found out. After returning to China, Zhang Zua's new identity is called Liu. It's one of Master Tiger's big 4, and the person who betrayed Chang Zhua was his best friend. This good friend extorted all the remaining billions from Long Aotian's hands. When he called Long Aotian, he made his price clear and said bluntly that he would never say anything without $1 billion. And with $1 billion, he'll tell all about Zhang Zhua. Long Aotian had no choice but to spend all the remaining billion, spending $2 billion to find someone. Long Aotian felt that this deal was a big loss, but Chen Mofan smiled. He was not afraid of spending money. We've spent over $4 billion in 2 days now, and with 8 days left, there's still $6 billion to spend. That's a big one, too. But anyway, that's a good start. Chen Mofan's phone had just hung up when Tang Fei's call came in again, and told Chen Mofan the good news. $2 billion overseas is recovered. This news was tantamount to a bolt from the blue, hitting Chen Mofan directly on the head, his head buzzing. That's pretty good news, so good it makes him want to cry. Tang Fei's phone hangs up, and the sound of $2 billion in cash arriving rings out. It went straight to his black card. With that, the system's voice sounded in his head. Ding! The host is detected to be operating in violation of the law. $2 billion of cash is spent in the fight back. This system guesses. The host has swiped money. Now the host is sanctioned, and all the cash spent by the host within 2 days will be zeroed out. Within 8 days, the host needs to spend $10 billion. Otherwise the system will deprive the host of the power of being a male. Penalty 2. Fine the host 100 consumption points. Detecting that the host has only 2 consumption points left, the host owes the system 98 consumption points. Penalty 3. All the host's proficiencies will be reduced to 1 level, and the physical quality will return to the standard of a normal person. Name, Chen Mofan. Comprehensive physical fitness, 10. Normal, 10. Fighting mastery, LV1. Firearms mastery, LV1. Lockpicking mastery, LV1. In his mind, the system's voice rang out, and Chen Mofan only felt as if he had forgotten a lot of things. The body becomes hard and heavy with it. Penalties completed. Please pay attention to it next time, or the punishment will be aggravated again next time. After the punishment, Chen Mofan almost cried. Having worked so hard for so many days, it's so hard to see hope. As a result, Tempest ate him back to hell with a stick. 8 days, re-spending $10 billion, Chen Mofan only felt a darkness before his eyes. On the side, Shui Yuro keenly sensed the ups and downs of Chen Mofan's mood, gently inquiring, "Student Chen, what's wrong with you? Why do I feel that you're not in a very good mood?" This time it was Chen Mofan who laughed bitterly. It would be strange for him to be in a good mood. Seeing that Chen Mofan didn't open his mouth, Shui Yuro hesitated for a moment and said, "Classmate Chen, I really didn't expect you to be a mortal god. You're too low. Mr. Chen, I'm so curious, how did you manage to be so ordinary before, and dripping again? It's a wonder the water shows. I used to be a poor bastard." With that in mind, Chen Mofan sighed and didn't answer. Instead, he changed the topic and said, "That can I call you Yuro? I feel as if it's weird to call you Water-san." Shui Yuro tenderly nodded. "That's fine, then I'll call you Merfan as well." "So Merfan, are we going to get a room now?" Shui Yuelian's gentle words sounded again. Her voice was soft and glutinous, seducing people into committing crimes. After the words left his mouth, a touch of blush appeared on that delicate goose-egg face, but these words made Chen Mofan laugh. Looking at the long hair hanging down in front of him, a pair of big eyes flickered Shui Yuro. Chen Merfan smiled and shook his head. I'm not exactly a good person, but I have more or less a conscience. I can see your reluctance. The room is even. Or you can kiss me. Chen Mofan said, smiling and pointing to his cheeks. With an obvious blush on her face, Shui Euro hesitated for a moment and gently opened her red lips, pointed at the right side of Chen Mofan's face. Boo! A soft thud. Chen Mofan clearly felt a soft and delicate thing gently touching his face. And that thing carried a distinct warmth that made his blood speed up in a flash. Merfan, you're a good man. I appreciate it. I'll buy you dinner sometime. The sound of Shui Euro's warm and soft words rang in his ears, and he smiled and nodded. After adding Shui Euro's WeChat, Chen Mofan took Shui Euro to take a taxi and returned to East University. And at this moment, Dongda University was already as if it had exploded. No other way, the gold-digging girl Wang Jiaojiao finally got her fix and found a rich second generation. Bai Yu. Surprisingly it was Bai Yu, the second youngest member of the Bai family. Bai Yu, who appeared at the school entrance with Wang Jiaojiao in her supercar. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. Wang Yu happened to be at the entrance of the school, looking at Wang Jiaojiao and Bai Yu, who came down from the supercar. Envy's eyes were blue with envy. Without the slightest hesitation, she walked over quickly. Jiaojiao, my good sister. With her mouth full, she was about to greet White Feather, wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to get acquainted when, after seeing Bai Yu say a few words to Wang Jiaojiao, he turned around and left. What's going on? You don't even want the car? Wang Yu was a bit confused at that time. Wang Jiaojiao also saw her dormitory sister Wang Yu who was walking and greeted her with a smile. Yeah. Look. What's cool? Wang Jiaojiao pointed at the supercar beside her, her little head slightly raised in triumph. Wang Yu's eyes were instantly all attracted by the supercar, and she walked forward with envious eyes. Carefully, he inquired, can I touch it? Of course, it's my car. Not only do you get to touch it, you get to sit in it. I'll take you for a ride later. Your car? These three words caused Wang Yu to freeze in place with a strong shock in her eyes. Look at Wang Jiaojiao. Chapter 58, Wang Jiaojiao's car skills. Jiao. You say this is your car? Wang Yu spoke a little bit poorly and stammered inquiringly. Wang Jiaojiao nodded with a haughty face. Of course, under my name. What is it? Awesome or not? Wang Yu's face instantly went numb and her neck stiffened as she nodded. Did Xiao Bai buy this for you? I envy you so much. Jiaojiao. White less. Wang Jiaojiao was confused. What did this have to do with Bai Yu? Jiaojiao, tell your sisters if there are any more quality tycoons like Bai Yu. Introduce one to a sister too. Wang Yu, this is to see that Bai Yu sent me back, misunderstood it. She was about to explain, when she heard those watching at the school gates. Everyone had envy on their faces and were talking there. I go. This gold-digging woman can even found a tycoon like Bai Yu. Honestly, I'm envious. And you're still called a gold-digging woman. From now on, you'll be called sister-in-law. This is Bai Yu's woman. You watch your mouth. God is not fair. Bai Yu, that's the second youngest member of the Bai family. Surprisingly, Wang Jiaojiao was chased by Wang Jiaojiao one step ahead of me. Last time I was managing to ask Bai Yu for WeChat. He didn't even bother me. I'm so jealous. Isn't Wang Jiaojiao with the dog god? Does that mean the dog god got dumped again? At these words, a chorus of jeers rang out around them. Ha ha. Why do I want to laugh so much? Two big schoolgirls have dumped the dog god. The dog god is so sad too. Miserable bird. It's still not his Chen Mofan whimsical. Also do not look at their own identity. How dare you go after the schoolgirl? Yuck. You really don't know what's in store for you. Yeah, a high-minded poor like Chen Mofan deserves to be dumped. Sympathize with him for what? What a bunch of sanctimonious assholes. As each sentence was uttered, Wang Jiaojiao's face became unusually brilliant. She really wanted to tell them the truth. To tell them, White Feather was a little brother before Chen Mofan, but she knew that no one would believe her if she said it. Besides, isn't it good to develop in an obscene way? When she and Chen Mofan get married, wouldn't it be better to publish it? They'll be envious then. Let them gabble here now, not realizing that they've missed out on the most powerful presents. Developing indecently and staying down. Go Dao is the way to go. Wang Jiaojiao reaffirmed the idea in her mind, smiling faintly, without the slightest explanation. He instead turned his head to Wang Yu and said, You get on the car and, sisters take you for a ride. Hearing this, Wang Yu excitedly got into the car. She expected to experience speed and passion, but not turtle crawl and embarrassment. It's been 5 minutes and we're not even out of the school gates yet? The ones walking aside were faster than they were. For that matter, Wang Jiaojiao was still prepared to go outside after driving around the campus. Never mind. It's a ride in a supercar anyway, right? Wang Yu thought in her heart inside, comforting herself. At 7 o'clock, in front of the school, Xu Feng, who had rushed there, was dumbfounded, and looking at the road race around him. After looking at the turtle-crawling supercar in front of you? Hopeless. He brought 5 brothers with him and was ordered to protect Wang Jiaojiao. Richard Wang had gotten them the road race specifically because he had learned that today their boss bought Wang Jiaojiao a sports car. Fear that Wang Jiaojiao because of a moment of excitement. Racing, they lost. But now, how are they going to keep up with these few mics, pushing the competition? On the other side, the colored demon Zhou Zhong was also helpless. You want to do it in front of the school? But so many people? But if we don't do it, how long will it take for this girl to get out of the University of the East? In the car, Wang Yu's eyes glazed over with envy, looking at Wang Jiaojiao and then looking at herself. Wang Yu had a bitter look on her face and complained to Wang Jiaojiao. Jiaojiao, what do you think I should do? After I contacted that Huang Tao last time, I find that he just seems to haunt me. Huang Tao? That Huang Tao? Wang Jiaojiao asked casually as she drove the car. Seriously. It's the one in Chen Mofan's dorm room. It seems like Chen Mofan calls him boss. You don't know Jiao Jiao. He's so annoying. He messages me every day. Just said to buy me a gift, but do you know what to buy? A keychain. I really convinced. I'm sorry. Wang Yu grumbled with a look of contempt. She really looked down on this Huang Tao. Even if he was average looking, he was still poor. Sure enough, things come in small packages. It's pretty much a dog god with a dog god. Hearing Wang Yu say this, Wang Jiaojiao remembered. She was on good terms with Wang Yu, who had brought her money for her brother's treatment. Rushing to this favor, she felt that she should help Wang Yu a little. Thinking of this, Wang Jiaojiao smiled. Yeah, trust me. Just get this Huang Tao as your boyfriend. Wang Jiaojiao understands that since she is Chen Mofan's friend, will Chen Mofan treat Huang Tao badly in the future? Definitely not. Maybe, in the future, among the famous tycoons in Liucheng, there will be a seat for Huang Tao. But Wang Yu didn't understand this. Her face was instantly filled with dismay as she looked at Wang Jiaojiao incredulously. I don't understand why this sister would say such a thing. Isn't this pushing her into the fire? Jiao, are you kidding? Wang Jiaojiao shook her head seriously. Yeah, I'm serious. Take Huang Tao while he's infatuated with you right now. Take it? Wang Yu snorted disdainfully, letting her be with Huang Tao. It would be better for her to be with the 80-year-old man who is chasing her. At the very least the old man is still worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Jiao, this joke is not funny. Stop the car. I want to get off. Wang Yu said negatively. Understanding that her good sister was angry, Wang Jiaojiao hesitated for a moment and said, well, yeah, I'll tell you the truth, but you have to promise that you won't reveal what I say next to anyone. In fact, Chen Meifan is the mortal god, and since Huang Tao is a good friend of the mortal god, do you think he'll mix poorly in the future? And, this car of mine, it wasn't given to me by you, it was given to me by Chen Mofan. But when these words were exited, Wang Yu had a look of disdain, and even a bit of anger. Wang Jiaojiao, is it interesting for you to say that? I saw Xiaobai walk you to the school gate with my own eyes. Drive this car. Now you're telling me it's from Chen Mofan? With that turd, how does he deserve to buy this kind of luxury car? Wang Jiaojiao, don't worry, I won't steal Bai Xiao from you. But when you say things like this, is it worthy of our sisterhood? I really misjudged you. Wang Yu's words fell, opened the car door and got out of the car, leaving in a negative manner. Looking at Wang Yu's back, Wang Jiaojiao was helpless. This Chen Mofan is also too useless. How come he doesn't have a rich face? Not to mention that Wang Yu didn't believe it. She was sometimes in a trance. Ugh, with a deep sigh, Wang Jiaojiao started her serious racing again. At 9 o'clock in the evening, while Chen Mofan was having a friendly conversation with Zhang Chang, Wang Jiaojiao finally drove the car out of Dongda University and onto a road. Zhou Zhong, who was following behind, cried then, "Tramp, God have mercy. Finally we've come to a place that's still secluded. 9 hours. 9 hours. God knows how he got through those 9 hours. First, they're sunburned and confused. They're all like refugees from Africa. There is not a single spot on his entire body that is white, except for his teeth. It's a good thing it's not nighttime. I've been kissed by mosquitoes all over my body, and it's so passionate. You've got 2 big bags of cabal crotch, and now you're still itching? Asterisk finally, I can get my hands on the treadmill." Zhou Zhong cursed angrily, picked up his iron rod and walked up with 10 brothers behind him. Chu Feng had long since noticed Zhou Zhong and the others, and when he saw them make a move, he let out a cold smile and, following the brothers, they walked out and stopped in front of Zhou Zhong and the others. The sudden appearance of the 6 people made Zhou Zhong frown. He had waited for 3 hours, was already in a bad mood. Now seeing that someone still dared to stop them, they were furious. Chapter 59, just like that. You've conquered me, and someone dares to stop them? It's a death wish. Zhou Zhong looked at Chu Feng, who was blocking the front, and snorted disdainfully, arrogantly. He insulted, "Tramp, don't you know who I am? I am one of the 4 great Vajra under Master Tiger, Zhou Zhong. I'm working for Master Tiger. Get the hell out of here." As the word roll fell, Zhou Zhong sneered as he raised the iron rod in his hand and pointed it at Chu Feng's nose. "It looks arrogant and cocky." But in response to that, Chu Feng did not have the slightest intention of opening his mouth, and only looked at Zhou Zhong as he walked towards them in slow steps. Zhou Zhong sneered, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a contemptuous smile, and he said even more arrogantly, "****, and a bunch of ing deaf people. What do you mean? Don't tell me these deaf people still want to practice with Master?" As Zhou Zhong's words fell, a sound of derision rang out from the juniors behind him. To Chu Feng, they taunted one after another. "It's just these 6 guys, and it takes 2 of us to get a share of one. It's so unfulfilling to play. I've been fighting for years, not to mention 2 men. I can pick them both off by myself. Who are they to know how to fight? I've seen a lot of people looking for death, but I haven't seen anyone looking for death like this, blocking our way. How dare they?" As the jeers rang out with a loud bang, Chu Feng and the others arrived close by. Zhou Zhong sneered. His face arrogantly grasped the iron rod and directly smashed it towards Chu Feng's head, but before the iron rod fell, Zhou Zhong only felt a flash before his eyes as Chu Feng kicked out at him. That kick sent him straight up. It flew 3 meters away. Surprise! One by one, the juniors brought by Zhou Zhong were instantly petrified, incredulously looking at Zhou Zhong who was kicked away. Just now, they hadn't even seen how Chu Feng had struck. Come on, it's too fast. They only felt a flash before their eyes. How could they know that they did know how to fight? But Chu Feng and the others had come down from the battlefield. It's someone who has experienced countless lives and deaths. All kinds of fighting skills as well as physical fitness is not known to be much more powerful than them. And beating them, it's the same as an adult hitting a child. They froze, but Chu Feng and the others didn't. Striking like lightning, the 6 of them rushed into the crowd, laying down their hands and, fast, accurate and ruthless, with moves that target their vitals. At this moment, the arrogance on these people's faces was no longer visible, and each of them was filled with panic. They realized with fear that against Chu Feng's 6, although they were outnumbered, but there was no recourse at all. The guy who arrogantly said that he could fight 2 with 1 before hadn't made a single move under Chu Feng yet. Directly, he was sent flying by Chu Feng with a kick. Lying on the ground, grunting in pain, he couldn't even get up on his stomach. Zhou Zhong was dumbfounded. Is this still his own hand-picked elite? How is it that in the hands of these people, they're like children? The other side disabled them with 3 punches and 2 kicks. No, one dude even got hit and cried? Zhou Zhong was completely dumbfounded. In just a short moment, the dozen or so people Zhou Zhong had brought with him were all lying on the ground, holding the body cried out in pain. Zhou Zhong tried to get up, but Chu Feng stomped on his chest. It was only at this moment that Chu Feng spoke. "Go back and tell Lei Hu. What kind of a thing is he? Dare to mess with our boss? It's just a little lesson that if you won't do it with your tail between your legs, then don't do it at all. Get out." One word roll fell, and the frightened Zhou Zhong scrambled to his feet, nodding his head repeatedly, just as he wanted to leave with his little brother. A flash of hesitation appeared on his face as he asked, That brother? No, brother, may I ask, is your boss?" Chu Feng almost laughed in anger. "Don't you know who you are enemies with?" But looking at Zhou Zhong's confused expression, he still opened his mouth. "Chen Meifan, the mortal god." Zhou Zhong's body trembled. It was actually a mortal god. Is the mortal god so powerful that he has such a powerful character under his command? Zhou Zhong was dumbfounded. He remembered that he had thought of playing with the mortal god's woman before. What if it did? Zhou Zhong couldn't even imagine what would happen to him. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhong shivered with excitement and broke out in a cold sweat. "Sing me back to conquest." Zhou Zhong was just about to leave when Chu Feng's words came again. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhou Zhong took a vote of brothers and sang as he walked. "Just be conquered by you and drink the poison you have hidden, and so to be conquered by you." The gentle song echoed through the streets, spreading all the way from East University to Red Desire Casino. Zhou Zhong and the others didn't want to sing all the way, but back and forth just stopped and someone came out of the shadows. Nothing is said, just a simple neck-wiping motion with the hand. Back and forth this action could make Zhou Zhong's heart flutter. He knew that someone had been following them all the time. If you don't, I'm afraid you'll really get slaughtered, so sing all the way to base camp." Along the way, Zhou Zhong also gained 2 fans. "It can be said that how crazy you are when you come, how miserable you are when you come back." Upstairs, Master Tiger's heart instantly rejoiced as he listened to Zhou Zhong's dozen or so people singing. So happy, and singing along, which clearly gets things done. But when Zhou Zhong went upstairs, he looked at Zhou Zhong's nose and face, as if he had lost his life, and understood. It's ing that's getting things done. It's ing being ed over by someone else. Looking at Zhou Zhong in front of him, Lei Hu was directly enraged. Don't ing sing, Chao Chung, didn't you tell me you'd take it for sure? A college student. A bull asterisk 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 mortal god. Ed you guys over? The skin on Lei Hu's face shook with anger. With an aggrieved look on his face, Zhou Zhong truthfully said, Master Tiger, Chen Mofan has fierce men under his command. 6 of them, beating us like we're pinching chicks. Fierce as hell. Lei Hu became even angrier. He hadn't forgotten that just a short while ago, Zhou Zhong had been so arrogant and cocky to the point of no return. But now that you've gone out on a trip, how come you're just like Liu? Knowing that I don't want to hear this and still ing blowing opponents here. Lei Hu was so angry that he slammed the table fiercely and said angrily, 6 men. What can 6 men do? He's 6 men. Isn't he great? If I can beat a dozen of you, then I'll send dozens, hundreds, to crush me to death. Go, bring me people immediately. Tomorrow I want to see Chen Mofan kneeling in front of me. Go, get out. Zhou Zhong had a reluctant look on his face, but he left anyway. An hour later, more than 20 vans drove out of Red Desire in great numbers, running to various parts of Liuqing, and at this moment, at the Tiankai Hotel, the second group of people had also arrived. The two groups together amounted to 50 or 60 men, who were dispatched to various places. Only half of these people were Chu Feng's friends, and the remaining half were friends that Chu Feng's friends had found. Chu Feng didn't say anything at all when he contacted them, and they all assumed that Chu Feng had offended someone, and therefore, hurriedly, he called his friends and came over in a big way. For these people, Chen Mofan accepted them as they were. $1 million each. He's going to form a powerful force, one that can help him deal with all his troubles. He's already planning on it. These guys, he'll get someone to remilitarize them, sharpening them into an incredibly sharp knife, a knife held in his hands. Of course, accordingly all kinds of cutting-edge weapons he's going to have to equip these people with. It gives them the strongest battle power, strong enough to sweep away all enemies before him. By the way, all sorts of cutting-edge weaponry and spending his money, so that would be cool. This night was destined to be an uneventful one for Liuqing. All kinds of vehicles roared through the dark night of Liuqing, and the sounds of fighting resounded from time to time in various places. It was not until early morning that the sound faded, and at this moment, just after dawn, in the square underneath the Red Desire Casino, the place has been completely covered with wounded. Lei Hu looked at the crowds of injured people who were about to fill the square, dumbfounded. Overnight, his men were beaten up like this? He realizes he's run into a tough guy. Maybe the reputation he'd made was going to go up in smoke today. He knows very well that he's able to be so dashing in Liuqing because of his fierce reputation. Everyone is afraid of him. Don't dare to mess with him so he can be so smooth. Once everyone isn't afraid of him anymore, he's done for. Thinking of this, his face panicked. He immediately sent people to blockade the place, and no one could take pictures of the word must not get out. Chapter 60, A Dream of Spring Without a Trace. Lei Hu was dumbfounded. All of my men are in such a state, either bruised, swollen, or with broken bones. Hundreds of people and one good one. Lei Hu froze in place. It wasn't until this moment that he had some understanding. Mortal God, what a weight those two words represent. On the other hand, all night long, there were many reports of shortcuts, and Wang Emokai looked at the news that kept coming back and smiled. Originally, against Master Tiger, he was terrified that he would one day be surrounded by, put in a small dark room. After all, that's Master Tiger, and after so many years in Liuqing, who wouldn't be afraid? Only, he also understands that riches are in the air, and that as long as he's on the right side now, then the future rewards will be beyond his imagination. Now he could be absolutely sure he was on the right side. What tiger master? A sick tiger is just a tiger. Wang Emokai laughed out loud. No more fear in his heart. Packing and organizing all the messages, Wang Emokai uniformly sent them to Chen Mofan, and at this moment, Chen Mofan was still huffing and puffing under the covers. He was dreaming about working on the big bed he just bought at home with Wang Jiajiu and Yun Moli. It's a nice bed, 2 meters long and 20 meters wide, with assistants. To the side, there seemed to be Shui Euro, looking at him tenderly and making him tea. Dreamily, the king-size bed is real soft and soft, mainly because of the good assisting ability. The elasticity of the doing the movement with the help of elasticity is twice the result with half the effort. That would be cool. It was at a critical moment when the boss smothered him with a kick. I'll go. Old 4, look at the internet. It's exploded. The mortal god seems to have gone up against Master Tiger. I'll be damned. This kid is too powerful. Chen Mofan woke up in a daze, looking at his boss's excited expression, his stomach full of resentment. Haven't seen it in reality, just wanted to feel it in my dreams. And you woke me up with a kick in the ass? Disturbing one's spring dreams is like killing one's parents. How can I not avenge this hatred? Huang Tao. Chen Mofan roared angrily and directly pounced on him. But what goes up fast, comes back even faster. Junior, it looks like it's been a long time since you've experienced fermented durian. The boss bellowed in excitement, threw off his right foot, took off his slippers, and stuck his foot out. Instantly, a sour durian odor that seemed to have fermented for billions of years rushed straight to Chen Mofan's brain. ***, boss, you didn't wash your feet again last night. Chen Mofan cowered in the corner of the bed, shivering. There's no way around it. The boss's feet are so horrible. They're a biochemical weapon. Who would have thought that the mortal god who reigns supreme on the outside, in the dormitory room of the University of the East, at the moment shivering like a chicken ***, bullied by his dorm mates. I'm afraid if this gets out, it'll be another hot topic. Stop it you two, don't forget, it's Monday. The oldest three on the side opened his mouth with a lewd face, and as he said that, he didn't forget to raise an eyebrow at the two of them. Monday? Chen Mofan was filled with confusion. Seeing this, the boss came at the back of Chen Mofan's head. *******. Lao Si, you forgot that Shui Euro will come to Mr. Su's class on Monday. It was only after the boss reminded him that Chen Mofan suddenly remembered. It seems like there is such a thing. I'll go. Shui Yueliang, that's my soft goddess. Think about it. It was with my first time on a dark and windy night that I paid homage to the water goddess. Chen Mofan looked at Lao San with a stunned expression. He remembers, didn't he pay tribute to Yun Mo Li for his first time? Chen Mofan's eyes, the oldest one understood in seconds, and hemmed and hawed. Don't worry about the details, young man, and bull ********. Quick, wash your blossoms, go see the water goddess. I had to get a really wow haircut today. Boss, don't you like Wang Yu? What do you know? Wang Yu is the reality and the water goddess is the dream. They don't conflict. Chen Mofan was actually speechless for a moment. However, the water whisperer. Chen Mofan remembered that just now in his dream, Shui Euro was squatting beside the bed and was tenderly making tea for him. Her body was draped only in a light veil, and beyond that, in nothing else. And, with a flushed face, a hint of contentment on her face, and a slight catch in her breath, a look of having just finished exercising. Thinking of that scene, Chen Mofan's body trembled and he winced. So cool, get up, and he's going to check on the water whisperer, too. Just before looking at it, he sent a message to White Feather. He hadn't forgotten that yesterday, Lan Ao Tian had sent him a message telling him that Li Yu is Zhang Zhua. That being the case, he was going to make a final confirmation today. He remembered that at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, Li Yu's face was scratched because he had stepped on it so hard and blood, skin tissue as well as hair. There should be residue in front of the 4S store, and there will definitely be a little stuck in the cracks in the tarmac. He asked White Feather to run the lab tests, and if Li Yu and Zhang Zhua were a match for both of them, then this good news can be told to Chu Feng. At the same time, he asked Wang Mo Kai to book the biggest private room in Red Desire, and he was going to sing K at night. By the way, put an end to Master Tiger's business. After washing up, the three of them ran to the classroom with gusto. At this moment the classroom people have come, most of them. 99% of them are men. It was obvious that they were all running towards Shui Euro. Chen Mofan, the three of them, scanned the circle, found a row of empty seats and then sat down. Quietly, he waited for Shui Yueliang. The classroom was in disarray before class even started. Everyone is talking about the mortal god and the tiger master. Ever since the clash between the mortal god and the tiger master exploded yesterday afternoon, it had directly ignited the conversation. Now, the word mortal god is a self-explanatory flow. First, there's a $600 million swipe. Then there's a collective pilgrimage by the rich kids. And now it's suspected to be on a collision course with a big shot named Master Tiger. In the past few days, there has been a lot of talk about the mortal combat god, and the heat has been growing with it. In the class, there was a lot of talk, and among them, Chang Hong was the most active. They all know he has access and first-hand knowledge, so they flock around him to hear his insights. Chang Hong loved the feeling of being in the limelight, although last time, he had been wrong in his prediction and washed Chen Mofan's smelly socks that had been accumulating for a month. However, this does not affect his prestige and there are still people who are still willing to listen to his insights. Brother Hong, what kind of person is Master Tiger? Anyway, I've only heard of Young Dragon and Young Bai. This Master Tiger has heard less. Chang Hong smiled smugly. Let me tell you, the Bai Shao and Long Shao that you talk about have to obediently lie down even when they see Master Tiger. Master Tiger is not known for his wealth because he plays the game of black. As the saying goes, the soft are afraid of the hard, and these tycoons are afraid of people like Master Tiger. Hearing this, The surrounding students were surprised. That mortal god is not a dead man. I've heard that he has a lot of money. I've never heard of any forces of the mortal gods. The mortal god is my idol. To be honest, I'm not really comfortable with the look of him being held down and blasted with a hammer. Ha! Chang Hong sneered. Last time it was because of the mortal god that he washed his smelly socks. He had a deep grudge against the mortal gods. At this moment, when he heard this man say this, he immediately sneered. I'll tell you this. The mortal god is dead this time. Jesus couldn't save him even if he came. I say. Chen Mofen was originally sitting properly when he heard this and smiled. Chang Hong's stinky socks for a month have not yet been washed, and he dares to be so arrogant again. It seems necessary to let him know what the cruelty of reality is before. When he saw the boss beside him, Chen Mofen's eyes lit up. How could he have forgotten about this biochemical weapon? Chang Hong, want to bet again? Chang Hong followed the sound and saw Chen Mofen's face turn green at that moment. Damn, this is the guy that makes him want to throw up when he sees socks now. And this guy still has that same smirk. Can't stand it. Absolutely can't stand it. Chen Mofen, you're still betting on Fanshin to win? Chen Mofen nodded his head. Chang Hong immediately smiled happily, his hands shaking with excitement as he realized that the opportunity for revenge had come. Chapter 61, Why is the goddess a bit active? Chang Hong couldn't wait to laugh out loud with excitement, but he understood that when the bet wasn't completely set in stone, still can't get carried away. Thinking of this, Chang Hong said smugly, well then, Chen Mofen, I'll bet on Master Tiger to win. You lose and wash my stinky socks for a month. I lose and wash the stinky socks of all of you in the dormitory for a month. Chen Meifan was surprised. Oh ho, what's this? More volume, no more price? Since the other party has taken the initiative to seek death, why are you stopping him? Chen Meifan immediately nodded in agreement. Chang Hong laughed grimly and mocked. Chen Mofen, you really haven't seen the world. Eyes are too narrow. The mortal god is rich, but who is he to fight Master Tiger? Do you know how many thugs Master Tiger has under his command? Hundreds. I'm telling you, Van God is dead. Wait till you wash my socks. Ha ha. Chang Hong arrogantly laughed, his laughter filled with smugness. But when he turned his head, Chen Mofen didn't even have the slightest intention of arguing. His face was calm. This caused Chang Hong to make a bit of a fool of himself, having the feeling of swinging a punch with all his might but hitting cotton. Asterisk. What's the point of pretending? Look, the water goddess is here. I don't know who whispered beside me, and Chang Hong looked up, and at a glance, then he saw Shui Yuro who walked into the classroom. The water goddess is the girl of his dreams. Every time he saw Shui Yuro he had the urge to hold him in his arms, but he knew that the gap between him and Shui Yuro was so vastly different that he couldn't even think about it in his life. But the good thing was, he couldn't get it and no one else in the class could get it either, especially that dirtbag Chen Mofen. If there was still a hint of possibility for him, then there was absolutely no possibility for Chen Mofen. Who doesn't know the Eastern Great Dog God? He is the beggar of beggars. It gave him a twisted sense of superiority in his heart instead. Compared to Chen Mofen, he was still superior. Thinking of this, he looked at Chen Mofen with a smug look on his face, but that poor bastard Chen Mofen actually stood up and waved his hand at Shui Yuro. Yuro, come here. Yuzuru? Chang Hong's eyes snapped wide open. That poor bastard even intimately called his goddess Yuro? Chang Hong even felt like he was hallucinating? Not only him, but everyone in the class. All of them, staring wide-eyed at his face looked at Chen Mofen in surprise. In the next second, the murmurs came pouring in. Asterisk, what did I just hear? The dog god is actually called Yuru? It's an insult to my goddess to be called by such an intimate name by a dog god. Marred. The dog god is too self-absorbed. First he was dumped by Lu Ruyan, followed by Wang Jiajiao. Now the dog god is going after water goddess Yuru? This is simply blasphemy against the water goddess. Asterisk. I don't even dare to call it that, but the dog god dares? The dog god is too shameless. It's so human to be shameless. This is more than shameless. This is shameless. Not even the most basic self-awareness. Chang Hong even directly taunted, dog god. You still want some pussy face not? You don't even look at your status. A poor, and you still want the water goddess to be by your side. You're being funny. These words were unanimously agreed upon by everyone. Even the big boss and the third boss felt that it was Chen Mofen who was crazy. How could the water goddess sit next to them? But as soon as Chang Hong's words fell, everyone saw that Shui Yuro actually nodded her head tenderly. And a close call. Mayor Fan, I'm a big. The pupils in the eyes of the crowd tightened, as if they had seen the most unbelievable scene in the world. Agreed? How is that possible? This isn't real. I must be dreaming. Ha ha. Aren't all goddesses noble? But why is Shui Yuro with a beggar? My worldview so ing shattered. Asterisk. Can a person really be invincible without a face? I'm so damn jealous of the dog god. Chang Hong's hands clenched and cackled. He couldn't wait to pull the dog god down with one hand and sit in that seat yourself. That's his goddess, and she's sitting with the dog god. The little sense of superiority he had just felt in his heart was instantly gone. The boss's eyes were as wide as copper bells as he looked at Shui Euro beside him. The mouth was open enough to fit an egg. It's a water goddess. This is a water goddess. At this moment, the goddess is less than 1 meter away from me. And this happiness came too suddenly. The boss looked at Shui Euro, his mouth dripping with excitement. The oldest three, on the other hand, looked at Shui Euro and then at Chen Mofan with a suspicious face. He realized that this old four had a bit of peach blossom luck lately, asking one out and agreeing to one. Wang Jiajiao was like this, and so was Shui Euro. When will this good thing come to me? Classmate Merfan, let me treat you to dinner tonight. With a gentle smile on her face, Shui Euro, slowly, he spoke. A wail rang out from the neighborhood at those words. They couldn't believe that the goddess had taken the initiative to ask someone out, and the one she asked out was even the dog god. They couldn't accept it, but it just happened before their eyes. Yuzuru, that won't work today. I have business tonight. Rejected? The boss looked at the plain-faced Chen Mofan and ruthlessly gave himself a mouthful, because he suspected he was dreaming, and only in a dream could something so outrageous happen. The Lao San on the side wanted to strangle Chen Mofan. The goddess took the initiative to ask you out, and you even refused. What a heavenly thing to do. Is it because of what happened yesterday? Shui Euro inquired curiously. She heard from Zhang Chang yesterday that Chen Mofan had confronted Master Tiger, and the two seemed to be at loggerheads. That Master Tiger seems to be very powerful. Seeing Chen Mofan nod his head, Shui Euro tenderly said, then be careful. Chen Mofan hadn't even opened his mouth yet, but Lao San nodded his head, something he strongly agreed with. Chen Mofan, this kid really should be more careful. Can't you see the class has a murderous look in their eyes? He was worried if the kid would be mobbed en masse later. Throughout the class, Chen Mofan was busy biting his ear with Shui Euro, and the two of them kept whispering. The crowd watching this scene was both envious and jealous, itching to replace Chen Mofan. Accordingly, the murderous aura in the eyes of the crowd as they looked at Chen Mofan became more and more obvious. Among them, the killing intent in Chang Hong's eyes was the most intense. At this moment, he was so angry that he had gnashed 2 teeth. He just couldn't understand how Shui Euro was so special to Chen Mofan. It's not that no one has ever called out to Mizuru before, wishing to sit together, but every time, Shui Euro all but smiled and refused. Instead, the dog god is on a date? Are dog lickers such assholes now? Or I'll be a lickspill. Think of it this way. Chang Hong found himself with a little anticipation in his heart. What a? When the bell rang for the end of class, Shui Euro left her seat first, and Chen Mofan was about to get up. A tall man walked over and brutally pushed Chen Mofan back into his seat with one hand. Dog god, you're so jumpy. Come on, let's talk about it. The students who were about to leave saw the scene and exclaimed, holy, that's Yu Quan from the Taekwondo club. I heard he can break a brick with one slap. How much it should hurt to hit someone with that kind of power. Is Yu Guang targeting the dog god? This is going to be a good show. Ha ha. Should. A poor also dare to jump up and down. But also about goddess. In letting you get away with this. It's called retribution. A man should know himself and know what kind of things he can do. Doing something outside of your power. It's not karma. Well, ha ha. The crowd watched this scene with teasing faces, ready to watch the show. But Chen Mofan's face was excessively calm, and he couldn't even see the slightest bit of fear. The crowd had a look of disappointment. They were still ready to see Chen Mofan holding his head in fear and begging for mercy. On the side, the boss stood up violently and looked at Yu Guang and said angrily, Yu Guang, what the hell do you mean? Chen Mofan didn't mess with you. Chapter 62, Women and Brothers. With anxiety on her face, Shui Euro hurriedly went to help Chen Merfan and said with concern, Merfan, are you okay? The oldest three also spoke up at this moment, questioning, Yu Guang, you're sick. What gives you the right to hit people? With a cold smile on his face, Yu Guang glanced at the several people contemptuously and snorted arrogantly, not even bothering to answer. This arrogant look made Chen Mofan's gaze go cold, and the other party was picking a fight for no reason at all. Do you really think he's a bully? But he felt a little bad about doing it in the classroom, and in the case of Ms. Su, who was old Li's wife, more or less to give some face. After all, Lao Li so take care of him. Thinking of this, Chen Mofan suppressed the fire in his heart and shook his head with a smile at Shui Euro. I'm fine. Let's go. Let's not get generalized with psychos. A hush fell around the room at those words. Those who had long been jealous of Chen Mofan were even mocking. Yo, the dog god has wilted. Talks a good game. But it turns out you're still afraid. That's a nice picture of the dog god confessing. I knew it. The dog god is just a dog. Where's a bit of manliness? Regarding the voices around him, Chen Mofan ignored them and took Shui Yuro with him as he got up and was about to head out. But Chen Mofan wanted to put things to rest, but Yu Guang wanted to get an inch, only to see his tall body stop in front of Chen Mofan's body, his face full of cold smiles. It was a very arrogant look. Yu Guang, what are you doing? We're all classmates. Can't we just say what's wrong and solve it? Shui Yuro spoke in a cold voice. To Shui Yuro, Yu Guang obviously changed his attitude and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, this guy even tried to pick you up. He didn't take a piss and look in the mirror. What the hell? Sister-in-law?" Chen Mofan was puzzled for a moment and looked at Shui Yuro. Shui Yuro's cheeks reddened and she hurriedly explained. "Yu Guang, what are you talking nonsense about? I don't have any relationship with Feng Fei, so don't yell." Chen Mofan was helpless at that time. Feng Fei, the one who drove a BMW yesterday? Wasn't he taken away by White Feather? I don't know what happened to him afterward. It seemed that Feng Fei was now chasing after Shui Yuro, and this Yu Guang should be Feng Fei's little brother. Sister-in-law, I won't argue with you. Anyway, you're Feng Fei's person. Whoever wants to pick you up, I'll kill him. Oh, Chen Mofan laughed. So brutal? Shui Yuro did not like it, still forcibly determined that I'm going to get killed if I say a few words to Shui Yueliang. Chen Mofan saw for the first time what it means to be domineering. Come to think of it, wasn't Feng Fei this virtuous yesterday? And even if Chen Mofan smiled, it became a reason to look for trouble in Yu Guang's eyes. His gaze was contemptuous and he glared disdainfully at Chen Mofan, humiliatingly saying, "What the hell are you laughing at? What the hell? Who stepped in and made you laugh?" With that in his mouth, he reached out his hand and was about to grab at Chen Mofan's neck. It was clearly intended to properly humiliate Chen Mofan. The boss was the first to hold back and let out a furious curse, directly lunging at Yu Guang. You guys are bullies. The boss had just made a move, and Yu Guang slapped him directly in the mouth. He's been practicing taekwondo for years. He's got a quick strike. It's simply not something a geek like the boss can fight against. Pop! A crunch echoed through the classroom for a long time. With the sound, the right side of the boss's face swelled high. Dare to hit someone. The oldest three's face was cold, and he was about to step forward as well. But just as he moved, he was kicked away by Yu Guang. His body crashed heavily on the table behind him. There was a muffled thud. This one caused the oldest to suck in a cold breath in pain. Watching this scene, Chen Mofan's eyes went completely cold. He wanted to make a move, but Shui Yuro was right in front of him, separated from him, so he couldn't make a move at all. Dog God, this brother of yours is no good. He's as useless as you are. Defeating both of them in 2 moves. Yu Guang's face wore a smug, unbridled mockery. Chen Mofan's face was icy cold as he pulled away from Shui Yuro in front of him and raised his head to look at Yu Guang. Seeing that Chen Mofan was angry, Yu Guang's face became even more smug. Yo, dog God, angry, but so what if you're angry? Your 2 brothers Yu Guang hit. How about that? Do you have an idea? Today I'll let you poor bastard understand that there are some people you can't afford to mess with. As Yu Guang's words fell, he raised his hand and slapped his mouth at Chen Mofan. But at this moment Chen Mofan stepped in. Yu Guang only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and Chen Mofan's palm had already landed on his face. Pop! The hard slap directly slapped Yu Guang's feet unsteadily and staggered 2 steps to the right. Nearly fell to the ground. Yu Guang was confused, although he was only an ordinary member of the Taekwondo club, but the strike was still a bit faster than normal. How is it that he struck first? But instead, Chen Mofan's slap landed on his face first. How could he know that Chen Mofan's fighting proficiency even now was only at level 1? That was true fighting proficiency as well. Not something someone like him who had practiced a little bit of fancy boxing could fight against. The slap made Yu Guang's eyes red. It had always been him who had bullied and humiliated people. Why ever get slapped in the face? What's more, the other party was still the dog god that even the people of East Lord looked down on. It struck him as humiliating. Yu Guang cursed angrily, but before he could make any moves, Chen Mofan had already raised his hand again and a hard slap to the face. Pop! This time, Yu Guang still didn't see how Chen Mofan struck. He didn't react until the slap landed on his face, which caused more than a hint of doubt in his mind. Is this still the dog god? When did the dog god become so powerful? But it was too late for him to think, because Chen Mofan did not intend to let him off so easily. Mouth slap after mouth slap on his face. Snap, snap, snap. Each slap made Yu Guang keep backing up and soon slapped him into a corner. At this moment, Yu Guang had blood spilling from the corner of his mouth and his face was swollen like a steamed bun. This scene dumbfounded the people in the classroom, who had disbelieving expressions on their faces. Dumbfounded, he watched the scene. The person who had mocked Chen Mofan earlier was even more frightened and his heart was beating wildly. Is this, damn it, still the dog god? When did the dog god become so powerful? One of the students asked with a shaky voice, but no one could answer him, because everyone felt that what was in front of them had simply overturned their perceptions. In their perceptions, the dog god was nothing more than a poor man with a soft, weak body that gives the appearance of being a bully. But now, Chen Mofan's face was calm as he slapped Yu Guang's mouth furiously, slap after slap. The demeanor is calm and the movements are sharp. How it looked was not a good bullying look, and some people even felt that Chen Mofan was so strong, because they all knew that Yu Guang was in the Taekwondo club. Even if he was just an ordinary member, that's not something that can be fought by the average person either. But to be suppressed so easily by Chen Mofan, even if they were stupid in the head, they understood that Chen Mofan's fighting skills were, well, strong. Chang Hong, who was on the side, was so scared that his body trembled, his heart filled with fear. At this moment, he was glad that he was only having a verbal argument with Chen Mofan. It didn't rise to the limb. If this is done, is he or she like Yu Guang? Letting Chen Mofan beat the children like a. Where's the lesson in insanity? As soon as this thought came out, Chang Hong realized that he was so scared that his liver trembled. Yu Guang only felt as if he couldn't feel his face anymore. Even his head was groggy. The only sound in my ears was the slap, but I couldn't feel it land on my face anymore. Mare Fan, that's enough. Water Euro in the end is a woman. See, Yu Guang looks like a pig head. Heart cannot bear. Come up to persuade. But Chen Mofan didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. The oldest and the third were beaten, and these two didn't open their mouths. He, Chen Mervan, would not stop. One's brother should never be bullied just like that. Women are nice, but sorry, he's taking it out on his brother now. Brothers don't talk. Women stand aside for me. Chapter 63 Ambiguity with Wang Jiaojia. Lao San saw what Chen Mofan was thinking and pulled Chen Mofan's arm. Old four, forget it, this kid can't even recognize his father after you beat him up. Chen Mofan sniffed and looked at Lao San. What's the matter? Being kicked in the face, does it still hurt? The oldest laughed and shook his head. It stopped hurting a long time ago. The oldest came over at this time. Oldest, forget it. I feel like this guy is on the verge of a concussion. Chen Mofan nodded, and only then did he stop. Seeing Chen Mofan finally stop, Shui Euro, who was on the side, had a smile on her face. Not only did she not feel the slightest bit of displeasure in her heart, but instead, she became more curious about Chen Mofan. She liked that Chen Mofan was sentimental. Unlike other boys, when you see a woman, you can't walk away from her, and what she says is holy writ. She feels that only men who are affectionate can love women better. Because he is sentimental, he cares about feelings, and because he cares about feelings, so he shoulders the responsibility. Duty to the home, duty to the woman. Such a man is more attractive and secure to her. She had decided that she wanted to get in touch with Chen's classmates more often, because he was simply the perfect choice of spouse. Rich, affectionate, and seemingly sassy. At least, yesterday he didn't take the opportunity to take himself to a room. Chen Mofan didn't know what Shui Euro was thinking, and I'm afraid that even if he did, he would only give a bitter smile. He does have heavy feelings, but he's also a being who is motivated to be the king of the sea. Finally not having to be beaten anymore. Yu Guang actually felt a sense of relief in his heart. At the moment, his feet were weak and he sat on his butt, looking at the strange gazes of the surrounding crowd. Yu Guang felt like his heart was on fire. It was so humiliating. He hadn't been this humiliated since he was a kid. What's more, the person who made him lose face was still the famous waste of Eastern University, Chen Mofan. That made him even angrier in his heart. A poor bastard. What gives him the right? He's Yu Guang. He's also a little famous in the school. He couldn't stand the fact that he had been beaten by a loser. Chen Mofan. Yu Guang roared with anger in his eyes. Don't be arrogant. I'm Yu Guang. My big brother is Feng Fei. You poor bastard. You wait. How dare you? Chen Mofan's eyes were cold. Without the slightest bit of retention, he grabbed Yu Guang's hair and directly fired an electric cannon. Bang! The back of Yu Guang's head hit the wall hard. His eyes rolled over and he fainted. Should we get him to the medical room? Aqua inquired. In response to this question, Chen Mofan directly turned around and walked away. That's the answer. Send him a big one. It's called magnanimity when such a man isn't taught a worse lesson. He's not beautiful. You're sending him to the infirmary? Chen Mofan left, and the oldest and the third followed. Shui Yuro's rosy little mouth opened and closed slightly as she sighed out a breath and walked away as well. She felt that Yu Guang was completely asking for it, arrogant and domineering, and that if he didn't cause any trouble, which can be beaten to a pig's head by Chen Mofan. For the second period, the oldest and the third went to the infirmary to get their wounds taken care of. Chen Mofan skipped class straight away. He's going back to get his strength up, and he's going to meet Thunder Tiger at night. He was looking forward to the look on Lei Hu's face when he saw him again, but just as he lay down, a word rang out. Mayor Fan, as soon as I guessed you went back to the dorm. Wang Jiaojiao opened the dormitory door and poked out a small head, smiling. Why are you even in the boys' dormitory? When auntie lets you in? Chen Mofan's eyes lit up and he hurriedly greeted him. Wang Jiaojiao made a whispered gesture of silence, then smiled and said, Shoo, I bribed my big sister and gave her a LV bag. She was so happy, she said I'd come later. She just pretends she didn't see it. Wang Jiaojiao said, a touch of smugness appearing on her small face. Chen Mofan naturally didn't begrudge the compliment and smiled at her and stuck out his thumb. Brilliant. Wang Jiaojiao's small face became even more complacent and she directly laid down on Chen Mofan's bed. But just as he lay down, both eyebrows furrowed. Chen Mofan, it stinks. You haven't washed your sheets in months? These words confused Chen Mofan. Thinking back carefully, a month, 2 months, or 10 months? It seems like it hasn't been washed since the sheets were changed. Just by looking at Chen Mofan's expression, Wang Jiaojiao guessed it. Yeah, Chen Mofan, you're dirty. Speaking out of her mouth, Wang Jiaojiao disgustedly reached out and rubbed her hand against Chen Mofan's body. As if she felt that it was not enough, she stretched out her small hand and pinched Chen Mofan's waist fiercely. That's when he smiled contentedly. Chen Mofan, on the other hand, took the opportunity to hug Wang Jiaojiao and lay down on the bed again, feeling Wang Jiaojiao's slender body fall into her arms. The faint warmth was clearly transmitted through the clothes, and Chen Mofan couldn't help but feel some blood acceleration. Wang Jiaojiao, on the other hand, blushed. A pair of small hands dishonestly pounded against Chen Mofan's shoulders twice before giving up their resistance. Jiaojiao, you're beautiful. Chen Merfan spoke fondly, reaching out and gently touching Wang Jiaojiao's flushed cheeks. Wang Jiaojiao's face turned even redder as she looked at Chen Mofan's near face. A shy hum through his nose. This delicate voice made Chen Mofan unable to bear it any longer and, involuntarily, he kissed Wang Jiaojiao's red lips. The moment when lips touched and each other's softness was clearly communicated to the other. Chen Mofan only felt his head explode with a bang. His hands couldn't help but move upward, and upward, until they reached the foot of the mountains. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Mofan held the mountains with his hands. Feeling the touch conveyed by the mountains, Chen Mofan only felt his heart beating wildly, like a beating drum, standing at the foot of a mountain, unaware of its majesty, and in the midst of it, measuring it with both hands. Just realized what is majestic. It's just a pity that Wang Jiaojiao is wearing a mask. He could clearly touch some of the patterns on the mask. It seems to be a small flower. Aha! Wang Jiaojiao let out a soft gasp and opened her mesmerized eyes, looking at Chen Mofan's fiery eyes and, she couldn't help but reach out her hands and wrapped her arms around Chen Meifan's neck, her vermilion lips gently opening. Meifan, I want to bang. With a pop, the door to the room was opened, and the oldest and third came in, fighting as they did so. But enter the door and be dumbfounded. 4 people, 8 eyes facing each other. Dead silence instantly enveloped the entire dormitory. The embarrassment spread from the bottom of everyone's heart and covered their entire body in an instant. The boss, who was usually the most cheeky, scratched his head at the moment and said awkwardly, it's Jiaojiao. I thought it was Shui Euro? Chen Mofan was dumbfounded. Brother, I know the atmosphere is a bit awkward, but you can't be so speechless. Wang Jiaojiao keenly grasped the point of the words. Water whisperer? 3 words exited. Wang Jiaojiao's small hand quietly reached behind Chen Mofan's waist. Mayor Fan, you still know Shui Euro? The boss noticed that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly explained. That Jiaojiao, you've misunderstood. What is it? It was in class today. Chen Mofan pulled Shui Euro to sit together. Yu Guang looks at the two and says that Shui Euro is his sister-in-law and tells Merfan not to hit on Shui Euro. Then Merfan fought with Yu Guang. Chen Mofan was completely dumbfounded in place. Granted, the thing is this thing. The situation is this situation, but why does it come out of your mouth in a completely different flavor? Well, the boss explains it short and easy to understand, and the truth is clear. Wang Jiaojiao, who had learned the truth, turned her face into a playful one as she looked at Chen Mofan. Mayor Fan, you're awesome. You're not happy to hear others call Shui Euro's sister-in-law, are you? As she spoke, the movements of her hands did not stop. Her small hands fiercely pinched Chen Mofan's waist. Straight up pinched purple. Chen Mofan sucked in several mouthfuls of cool air in pain, and looked at his boss with a look of sorrow. It's like a deep-rooted grudge. Chapter 64. Fortune is not as good as fame. The oldest was also helpless, and for the first time, he knew that the oldest still had a talent for stirring up trouble. Seems kinda strong because he can harden a fact into 2 outcomes. The boss watched as Wang Jiaojiao's small hands kept drumming behind Chen Mofan's back. Realizing that I seem to have said the wrong thing again, he scratched his head fiercely and smiled an awkward, yet nonchalant smile. Or else, I'm explaining the explanation. Stop. As soon as the boss's words left his mouth, Chen Meifan hastily stopped them. He was afraid that if the boss said anything else, what might happen? Now it's all hands on the choke. 2 more sentences and he's going to need his back. On the side, the oldest 3 followed suit, pointing at the oldest's face. That Jiao Jiao you don't misunderstand. The reason why Chen Mofan moved against Yu Guang was because he hit both of us, and that's why Chen Mofan moved. The oldest nodded along and was about to open his mouth when he was rebuked back by the oldest 3 and Chen Mofan. Shut up! Wang Jiajiao's face eased quite a bit when she heard Lao San's explanation, and she glared fiercely at Chen Mofan. Reaching out with his little foot, he kicked again. Exasperated. Get up and go. I'll wash the sheets. Ha! Chen Mofan froze for a moment, then hastily lifted his butt. He understood that this matter of Shui Yueliang was considered to be in the past. In the future, even if he really has something with Shui Yueliang, Wang Jiajiao will also be much more receptive than she is now. The oldest and the youngest are full of envy, and their girlfriends come to the dorm to wash the sheets. This is the kind of drama that comes up in the dreams of so many single dogs. But now, it's just happening in front of their eyes. The key is that this Wang Jiajiao has just finished getting angry with Chen Mofan. How do they know that being angry is being angry? But essentially, Wang Jiajiao cares about Chen Mofan, because everything Chen Mofan did for her fulfilled all the fantasies she had had for years. Not round is it the medical bills of his brother, or the dream of a once luxurious car, and the demands of his better half. Chen Merfan has met them all. It's like when you meet a beautiful woman. This beautiful woman doesn't need you to ask, offering to show you love, and money, and being willing to spend it on you. And it's a swinging bed and a kitchen. And there's no dowry. And the key is that it's gentle and considerate. Strictly hold yourself to your standards in everything. Such a woman just ask you care about do not care. You can say because of a little anger, turn around and do not care about her? Or, you have 2 women around you, one beautiful and one ugly. On face value alone, you will always have more tolerance for that beauty. Taking the wash basin and holding the laundry detergent, Wang Jiajiao took the sheets to the boys' sink. Now it is the time for classes. There are not many absentees. Chen Mofan saw no one in the 4 corners of the room. Smiling, he wrapped his arms around Wang Jiajiao from behind. Wang Jiajiao struggled twice, saw that she couldn't break away, and was so angry that she gently stepped on Chen Mofan's foot. Seeing this, Chen Merfan understood that the anger in Wang Jiajiao's heart should be about the same. Jiajiao. Grunting with a smile, Chen Mofan hugged Wang Jiajiao tighter. Wang Jiajiao's face reddened and she shyly said, "Stop it, I'm washing the sheets?" Her mouth said, but Wang Jiajiao had already shaken off the water droplets on her hands and gently leaned into Chen Mofan's arms. "Why don't you go out with me tonight?" "Ah." Wang Jiajiao blushed and said shyly, "Didn't I say that yesterday?" "Mofan, I know you're having a hard time in holding back, okay?" As the words fell, Wang Jiajiao turned her head and gently kissed Chen Mofan. "Boo!" Chen Mofan laughed, lying on Wang Jiajiao's shoulder and, in a playful tone, he whispered, "Where do you think you're going? Tonight I'm taking you to see someone. There's something good for you." "Who said I'm taking you to a room? Little horny girl." Wang Jiajiao's small doll face brushed red. Stretching out her small hand, she fiercely pinched Chen Mofan's waist before nodding her head. "So where are we going?" "Red Desire Casino." "Ah!" Wang Jiajiao gave a surprised cry. She also learned this morning that Chen Mofan had gone up against Master Tiger, and that yesterday, Chen Mofan also made a move to teach one of Master Tiger's men a lesson. I think he was called something like Li Yu. She learned from White Feather that Red Desire was Master Tiger's home base. But now, Chen Mofan was going to break into Master Tiger's base camp, and while she was surprised, the heart is worried. "Merfan, can't you not go at night?" "I'm worried." Chen Mofan shook his head with a calm face. "There are things that have to be worked out." Even if he was willing to take a step back, what about Lei Hu? It would definitely gain an inch. Since this is the case, then the matter of gaining an inch, do not need Lei Hu to do, he Chen Mofan to do. Today, he's going to tell everyone in Liuqing that he, Chen Mofan, has a temper. You'd better think of the price for offending him. Tonight, he's not only going to meet Master Tiger, but he's going to slap him really hard, and it was in front of everyone in Liuqing. A slap in the face that simply could not be concealed. Chen Mofan has considered. In fact, this is good. First of all, to make their own fame out of the. After that, building your own business empire will be twice as easy. At this moment, the outside world had long been in an uproar, and the news of the mortal god's fight with the Tiger Master was spreading. In Liuqing, some people from the forces had gotten the news. In this regard, most of them felt that this time, the mortal god had kicked the bucket, and had dared to take on Master Tiger. It's not a death wish. And early this morning, the news of Master Tiger's men appearing nose to nose in front of the Red Lust Gate had been completely blocked by Master Tiger. So they didn't know the truth and just wishfully assumed that the mortal god was dead this time. One of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store managers, Feng Fei, as well as Chen Xiaokuan, are all of this idea. Some have even opened up a handicap and set the odds against this. Master Tiger wins, 1 to 0.3. Chen Mofan wins, 1 to 10. At 10 to 1, such astronomical odds can be offered. Obviously it has been concluded that the Chen Mofan is bound to lose. Learning about this kind of thing, Chen Mofan directly let Wu Zhan buy $1 billion to win by himself. He wanted to see if the other party could pay out $10 billion. Tian Kai Grand Restaurant. Wang Morkai had already arranged for 15 Mercedes-Benz businesses. At this moment, in the top floor office, Long Outyen, Bai Yu, Zhang Cheng, Chu Feng, they had all arrived. Even Yang Kong, Wang Zhe, and Li Tiankai, these three people also came. All three of them understand that it's last stand time, and want to be able to hang out later, then make good choices now. And showing up is definitely the best way to stand up for yourself. Inside the top floor office, Zhang Cheng smoked cigarettes one after another. He was very apprehensive and wondered if the news he had gotten in the morning was true or false. He heard early this morning that Master Tiger's men suffered heavy losses last night, but no one knows what happened. Not even a photo. Not a video. I heard that someone made a video, but didn't wait to leave before Master Tiger's men found out. Grabbed the cell phone. Broke both hands. Therefore, what came out were just words, and no one knew if it was true or not. With a cigar in his mouth, Lan Aotian sat on the wide sofa in his office and gulped down the clouds. Everyone knew that he had been kidnapped by Master Tiger, but no one knew that. How much he was humiliated by that kidnapping. It was as if those people were willing to humiliate him, a great young man, so as to satisfy their perverted pleasure. After that time, he swore that he would never die with Master Tiger in this life. Now that someone had finally stepped forward, there was only excitement in his heart, not fear. Whitefeather sat on the edge of the couch, looking at a report in her hand. This is a DNA test report that shows Li Yu and Zhang Zhua can be identified as the same person. He knew this report was desperately desired by the man standing in the doorway. However, this report should not be given to Chu Feng by him. Chu Feng stood in the doorway, dressed in a straight suit like a dummy that, motionless, he stood guard at the door. However, his eyes were firmly fixed on the pages in Bai Yu's hands. His sixth sense told him that there was something on that paper that he needed most. He could easily grab it if he wanted to, but he wouldn't. He was sure that the boss would give it to him personally. At the thought, he moved, holding down the Bluetooth headset on his ear, and spoke slowly. All personnel stand by. A word out. Downstairs, a room door opens. The room, full of well-built men in suits, emerged from it. Without any words, they stood quietly in 2 rows, with their feet straddling each other and their hands behind their backs. The whole process was quiet and quick without any unnecessary cacophony of sound. The atmosphere, however, gradually became oppressive with this rapidity. Kada. The door to another room opened, and Wu Zhan walked out from it, and after he scanned the room, he icily said, "I don't need to say anything extra, but whoever disgraced themselves tonight, get yourself out of here." As Wu Zhan's words fell, 63 people opened their mouths in unison, their voices echoing in the corridor. Deafening. Understood. 2 words that penetrated the walls and reached the top floor clearly. Wang Motsai, who was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window looking at the night view, smiled slightly when he heard these 2 words. The name of wealth is better than the name of prestige. He believed that after tonight, Liaocheng would usher in a new pattern. Chapter 65, Red Desire Casino. Red Desire. Lei Hu looked at the thick stack of hospital bills in front of him, and his head exploded at that time. In fact, since early this morning, he already felt his scalp tingle as he watched his subordinate's junior brother lying in the plaza with a swollen nose. In Liaocheng he was invincible, and for years no one dared to say a word in front of him. But since the sudden appearance of the mortal gods, all that has changed. His proud fighters had been beaten to the bone by the mortal gods' men in one night. He couldn't believe that the depths he had accumulated over the years were so unbearable in front of the mortal god. Fan Shun, Chen Merfan. These 5 words, 2 words, he investigated all day today. Kyoto, Magic City, Guangzhou and Shenzhen. All major cities he called the relationship to find. There was only one thing that he got, and that was that Chen Mofan was just a child of an ordinary family. This result filled Lei Hu's heart with doubt. Boss, the total cost of this medical treatment was $2,370,000. Behind him, Zhang Zhua said carefully. I know, Lei Hu replied absent-mindedly. Zhang Zhua hesitated for a moment and then said, then boss, to Chen Mofan, how we should treat it. Should we bow down and apologize to each other, admitting fault? These 2 words caused Lei Hu to raise his eyebrows, and the bossiness that he had developed over the years. It made him unwilling to bow down easily. Even if he knew that the other party was most likely someone he couldn't afford to provoke, he wanted to make one last push, And the results of the survey have somewhat given Lei Hu some confidence. He still has the undercard. And for years he's kept a large number of fighters from the black boxing tournament. This was his last card, and he didn't want to use it easily. But now, tell Lu Bing of the 4 Heavenly Kings to bring someone to Red Lust. All of them. Tonight, I'm going to make Chen Mofan cry. Lei Hu roared and growled at Zhang Zhua behind him. Chen Mofan brought Wang Jiajiao to the top floor of the Tiankai Hotel. Kada. The door to the room opened, and everyone in the room stood up in unison, looking towards Chen Mofan in unison. Boss, mortal god. Then he looked at Wang Jiajiao and smiled. Hello sister-in-law. Wang Jiajiao's grip on Chen Mofan's hand instantly became tense. Bai Yu and Long Ao Tian, the 2 top young men. One day, he even smiled and called her hello sister-in-law, or Li Tiankai, Wang Zai and these people, which she had never dared to think of before. Vulcan, here's the information you asked for. Bai Yu walked over and smiled as he handed Chen Mofan the appraisal report in his hand. After Chen Mofan looked at the appraisal results on the report, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Mofan handed the report to Chu Feng, who was standing behind him. Fortunately, you can avenge your family. Chu Feng's body trembled, and a slight mist of water filled his eyes. He bowed deeply to Chen Mofan, and although there were no words but the trembling hands and the gratitude in his eyes said it all. Boss, it's all ready. Wang Morkai also came and smiled. Then let's go and take a look at Red Desire. Chen Mofan didn't make the slightest progress and casually laughed. The others laughed along. The group, out of the office, headed downstairs. Downstairs, 15 Mercedes-Benz businesses were already parked. The business car was followed by a van. This car is for Chu Feng. It has all kinds of tools in it. Knives, axes, chainsaws, potions. There should be everything. Chen Mofan had explained to him that he could take out his anger however he wanted, but he couldn't kill anyone. Zhang Zuo's final destination can only be prison. This was the rule that Chen Mofan had set for all of his men. One could be wild, but there had to be a bottom line. With no words on the way, arriving at Red Desire, Chen Mofan and the others got off the bus in unison, looking at the lavishly decorated Red Lust Casino in front of him. The entire Red Desire has about 13 floors and covers an extremely extensive area, the size of 4 soccer fields. Outside Red Lust, the entire floor is covered in dark, tempered glass. There are various projectors on the floor that project colors onto the entire building. It looks like the whole building is flashing lights and is very cool and luxurious. Inside the building, the decoration is even more sophisticated. Crystal chandeliers spread all over the roof, reflecting the building as bright as day. The walls, the floor, clear golden tiles. The light shines on the tiles after refraction. It made the whole space glow with a bit of golden color, like a building made of gold. At the doorway, there stood 2 rows of beautiful women in OL outfits, and when they saw Chen Mofan and the others getting out of the car, bow in unison. Hello boss, welcome. That's a big row to make. Chen Mofan smiled and took the lead in walking into Red Desire. In the lobby of the first floor, an usher, dressed in a sleek, back-combed, perfumed, looking at Chen Mofan and their crowd group of people, very much like a troublemaker. He frowned and greeted them with a quick step. Before he got close, the foreman spoke first. How many of you are here to play? There was a clear question in the words. He had thought that the service attitude would be good, but now that he heard the questioning voice, Chen Meifan smiled. What? We don't look like we came over to play? The foreman smiled at this and said, I don't know if a few of you came over here to play, but it doesn't matter. This is Master Tiger's field, so let me remind a few of you. That's clearly a warning. However, Chen Mofan did not move to anger, but smiled and nodded. He wanted to see what kind of entertainment Red Desire really was. Hadn't felt it. It's natural to feel the sensations first, and then do the business later. We've booked the biggest private room. It seems to be called something like the Imperial Hall. Please guide the way. Leads are fine, but we do tip here, and a couple of you look out of place. I'll let you know first. The foreman looked Chen Mofan up and down, still in that tone, asking for money with a straight face. We're faceless? Chen Mofan was surprised for a moment, then pointed at Bai Yu, Long Ao Tian, and then he said, You don't recognize these two? The foreman bristled with outright disdain. Do I need to know? This rhetorical question left Chen Mofan speechless. Red Lust is really good and as arrogant as the boss. This biggest enemy of his own didn't recognize him, and neither did the 2 Liao City great young men, Bai Yu and Long Ao Tian. What a load of Red Desire this is. As a matter of fact, Whitefeather and Long Ao Tian still rarely came here. After all, they didn't deal with Lei Hu. But as a top entertainment venue, one should more or less keep an eye out for the big names in Liucheng. But apparently, Red Lust hasn't done any training on this. For the people of Red Lust, no one dares to mess with their boss in Liucheng. They, the waiters, naturally followed with high-mindedness. The leadership of Red Lust doesn't care about such improprieties, either. Slowly the notion that waiters don't care about the average guest is also being cultivated. Even some of the faceless ones, they don't even bother to pay attention for a second. It's as if speaking more than a few words to these people is an act of degradation. Long Aotian and Bayu also laughed when they heard the rhetorical question. The laugh was commonplace, but the foreman raised an eyebrow and questioned in a cold voice. Is it funny? I'm reminding a few of you that this is Red Lust, Master Tiger's venue, so don't make trouble. The foreman deliberately said the three words don't make trouble with a heavy warning. This time, it made Bayu and Long Ao Wei realize that they were about to teach this foreman a lesson right away. But Chen Meifan stopped it. He was curious to see just how bad Red Desire could be as the top entertainment venue in Liaochen. You lead the way. Tip 1,000. Only after hearing this did the foreman reluctantly lead the way forward. But he still muttered. Looked like a bumpkin. Didn't realize it was an ingrate. This muttering caused Chen Mofen to blush strangely, because this foreman did not have a back at all. The sound of words was not lowered, and several people heard that clearly. But Chen Mofen didn't know that there were even more surprising things waiting for him behind him, because the Imperial Hall is occupied. Chapter 66 Red Desire's Hospitality. In the Imperial Hall, there were already more than 20 people, who were having a good time inside. They were famous tycoons from outside the country, and this time they came to talk business with Lei Hu. Therefore, it was arranged by Lei Hu in the Imperial Hall, robbing the box booked by Chen Mofen, all the way up the elevator to the front of the Imperial Hall. Awkward. The foreman looked inside the Imperial Hall and then at Chen Mofen and his group, and was instantly dissatisfied. Sir, you think it's funny, don't you? The Imperial Hall is clearly occupied. Why are you still lying to me that you booked the Imperial Hall? Chen Meifan was speechless and kindly reminded. Do you think it's possible that? Is the talent in the box lying to you? This rhetorical question caused the foreman to snap out of it, then respond with. But he didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed. Instead he complained. It's you guys. What are you talking about? Show you're smart? Ha! Chen Meifan bitterly laughed and shook his head. This really kept refreshing his perception. It was an eye-opener. This is a ING talent. This should pay out a lot of money every month if you recruit into his restaurant. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Chen Mofen directly pushed the door and walked in. Sir, you don't barge in. The foreman tried to block, but Chu Feng pushed him away. The foreman was unsteady on his feet and took several steps backward, nearly falling on his butt. ***. This made him blush, thinking that he had lost face, and cursed angrily, just in time to say something. Wu Zhan walked over and with one look, scared the foreman into trembling. The words that came to his mouth were swallowed back. Who are you? In the box, a middle-aged, blonde man with a Mediterranean haircut stood up and, looking at Chen Mofen and the others who had barged into the box, he inquired with dissatisfaction. Chen Mofen didn't answer and sat on his butt on the sofa. Behind him, Wang Motsai replied, Sir, did you guys go to the wrong box? This is the Imperial Hall we ordered. Yours. The middle-aged man responded, smiled and, then with a push of the glasses on the bridge of his nose, he said forcefully, but sorry, it's ours now. At this moment, a supervisor serving in the box stood up. He was dressed in a smart suit and a ponytail, and he began by scanning the crowd of. Then with a bland face, he said, I switched your box, you guys go to the box next to it, and I'll give you a 20% discount. The supervisor's words were contemptuous, like dismissing a beggar. Casual. The foreman on the side also quickly squeezed up, and after he first called out respectfully to the supervisor as a brother, whispering to Chen Mofen, I advise you not to make trouble here and listen to our arrangements. Besides, didn't we give you a 20% discount? Enough to give you face, and you just got yourself dismissed? Chen Mofen shook his head and smiled bitterly. He's really curious now as to when these people are going to recognize him, and only then could they recognize Long Ao Tian and Bayu. Without even needing Chen Mofen to open his mouth, Wang Mo Kai coldly shook his head. I'm sorry, but our boss is not in the habit of changing compartments. And besides, here's what we booked. Ha! The supervisor sneered, and not only was there no trace of apology on his face, instead, there was a contemptuous sneer. Brothers are trying to make trouble, aren't they? Let me tell you, several of the people in this box are Master Tiger's guests, and Master Tiger said to arrange for them to be placed in the Imperial Hall. I don't need to say anything more about Master Tiger's weight, the supervisor said, skimming his lips at Chen Mofen, revealing an obvious touch of disdain. Hurry up and follow me. The foreman's confidence has increased considerably since he saw the supervisor. With an impatient face, he was about to grab Chen Mofen's arm. Chen Mofen didn't even look at him, while Chu Feng beside him wasn't the least bit spoiled. raising his foot directly kicked it out of the air. Bang! With a muffled thud, the foreman was kicked 5 meters away, his torso slamming heavily against the door of the. There was a popping sound. The foreman's body slid off the door and onto the floor, his face a ghastly white. This kick subdued all the people in the room, and everyone looked at Chu Feng as if they were looking at a monster. Normal people who can kick someone out a meter are considered to have strength, but this man kicked someone out 5 meters? They understood, even if they were stupid, that this was running into a practicing family. Seeing that the crowd was subdued, Wang Warkai spoke again, his tone strong. I repeat, our boss is not in the habit of changing boxes. Don't make me repeat myself a third time. The supervisor's body trembled when he heard this. He was shocked but not intimidated. Master Tiger, entrenched in Liao City for many years, the prestige and reputation has long been deep in the hearts of many people. It wasn't as if there hadn't been people who had challenged it at one time, but then, all of those people had disappeared without a trace. This time, that bull ***** mortal god, and these ungrateful bumpkins, dared to come looking for trouble too. The superintendent believes that the results will remain the same, but he wouldn't be stupid enough to fight these hard. With a cold smile, the supervisor said in a conspiratorial manner, alright, since you all like this box, I'll let you guys have it, and I hope you have fun next. The conspiratorial tone paired with the playful sneer on his face that, the crowd was clearly told it was a threat. Chu Feng immediately raised his leg and was about to teach the supervisor a lesson, but was stopped by Chen Meifan waving his hand. He looked up at the supervisor and smiled a nice smile. Don't worry, we're here to have fun today, Chen Meifan said, looking at the middle-aged Mediterranean, then said, excuse me, it seems this compartment doesn't belong to you. The Mediterranean face went cold. He can do business with Lei Hu, so naturally he's not a good person. In other cities, he's a horizontal presence. He's never the only one who bullies people. Never have I been bullied or humiliated. His face turned cold as he met Chen Meifan's gaze and said forcefully, what if I don't leave? Then carry it out. Chen Meifan didn't even have the intention to dilly-dally with him, and a light sentence fell. There wasn't even a need for any other superfluous instructions. Chu Feng naturally understood what should be done. His face was icy cold as he took 2 steps forward and headed straight for the Mediterranean Sea. What are you going to do? I'm the Tiger Master. Mediterranean face with fear. He understands that Chu Feng is a bit of a ruthless man. He wants to threaten the Tiger Master. But before he could finish, Chu Feng directly kicked the Mediterranean Sea in the stomach. The kick made the fat on Mediterranean's stomach flutter, and he was as big a meatball as a roll out 3 meters. Ow! Pig-killing screams rang out from the mouth of the Mediterranean Sea, resounding throughout the Imperial Hall. When the people brought by Mediterranean saw this, they hastened to rise, but before any movement could be made, Wu Zhan led the men to surround them directly. With a palpable shade of grimness on his ferocious face, Wu Zhan warned, I advise a few of you to stay put. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you all go out lying down as well. A few people's faces stiffened at the words, and they were too fearful to look into Wu Zhan's eyes. The supervisor looked at the scene with a very ugly face. These can be Master Tiger's guests, specially explained to take care of them. But now, the Mediterranean at the head is crawling on the ground, and that's taking care of it too well. He didn't even dare to imagine what a scene it would be like if Master Tiger blamed it. At this moment, he had some regrets. If he hadn't been so arrogant just now, wouldn't that situation have been avoided? Or, if he had pulled the Mediterranean earlier, would he not have to crawl on the ground now? Bang! Chu Feng kicked again, once again sending the Mediterranean Sea flying. The boss ordered him to go out lying down, not crawling. The Mediterranean Sea was screaming in pain, and he no longer had a trace of arrogance, not to mention threatening words. He didn't even dare to scream out loud now. Stop fighting! Stop fighting! I'm out! I'm out! Mediterranean covered his stomach and pleaded, but Chu Feng didn't have the slightest bit of softness in his heart and said in an icy tone, sorry for being late. Our boss said to lay you out. The words were followed by another kick. Ow. Chapter 67, Seeing Master Tiger. Within a few feet, the Mediterranean was completely passed out, carried by the men he had brought with him, and left the Imperial Hall and went to the top floor to find Lei Hu. The supervisor wiped his cold sweat and followed quickly. On the top floor, the man Mediterranean brought in, added to what had just happened. Master Tiger was instantly furious. Chen Meifan hasn't settled it yet, and now there's a bunch of guys who don't know how to die, and you dare to come to Red Desire and make trouble. He immediately decided to make an example of these guys. Lu Bing, take your men to the Imperial Hall and break the legs of everyone there first. I'm sorry, Thunder Tiger said angrily. Never mind, I'll go as well. I'd like to see that thing that doesn't know how to die dare to come to Red Desire and cause trouble. With more than 30 fighters, Lei Hu walked majestically towards the Imperial Hall. At this moment in the Imperial Hall, this guy Whitefeather took the microphone and started to sing without a second thought. Wang Jiaojiao would have wanted to sing, but after the scene just now, she had some fear in her heart. The hand holding Chen Mofan could clearly feel some trembling. Zhang Chang's cigarettes never stopped. He thought they were just too licentious. How dare you be so arrogant when you come to Master Tiger's base camp? Wang Zhe, Yang Kong and the others even simply cowered in the corner of the sofa. Chu Feng and Wang Matsai, they were bland because they were originally Chen Mofan's people. No matter what we do at the moment, it won't change that. Besides, they were confident that they could easily take care of Master Tiger. After all, they did that last night. Lei Hu came to the front of the Imperial Hall and directly kicked it open. Before even entering the door, he arrogantly stated, "Who is it? So arrogant, daring to come to my red desire to cause trouble? Don't you know this is my Thunder Tiger's field?" Chen Merfan looked at Lei Hu who walked in, a smirk on his face. Lei Hu was still as arrogant as before, his head raised high, just like a sand sculpture swan. "Lei Hu, it's been a long time, who the dares to call me names?" Lei Hu cursed angrily, and just as he was in the middle of his words, he saw Chen Mofan in the room. The words that came to his mouth were swallowed back raw, and he turned to say in surprise, "Chen Mofan, this man is Chen Meifan, the mortal god?" Lu Bing, who was following behind, narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Mofan with a touch of contempt in his eyes. He really couldn't connect the mortal god with the youngster in front of him. In his conjecture, the mortal god should be a middle-aged man, exquisitely dressed, with a cold face that, it gives the impression of not being angry. But now, with this little young man in front of him, with his big pants and his big undershirt, and with a flat smile on his face, a proper beggar's look. He believed him when he said he was a servant of a mortal god, but he didn't believe him 100 times when he said he was a mortal god. The supervisor who finally walked into the box, when he heard this, he just went limp in both legs, nearly paralyzed. This man is Chen Mofan, Master Tiger's #1 enemy. All the supervisor felt for a moment was a buzzing in his head. He didn't even know what he had just done. This man doesn't even put Master Tiger in his eyes, but he dares to be arrogant with this man. He's afraid he's going to live too long. Looking at Chen Mofan's face full of smiles, Lei Hu's face was instantly cold. "Chen Mofan, you're so arrogant, coming to my place and beating up my people. Is it going to hit me next?" Chen Mofan nodded with a smile on his face. "It's an idea. We'll see how it goes. Young people are really arrogant." Master Tiger sat on his butt next to Chen Mofan and, coldly, he said, "It's just that young people, it's better to be restrained, or else you won't wake up that day." The corner of Chen Mofan's mouth curled up as he looked straight at Lei Hu with his eyes, without the slightest bit of fear. Laughing, he said, "Yeah, so now I'm thinking about whether or not to let Master Tiger wake you up first. I really want to open my eyes and see if your funeral, Master Tiger, will be a little more extravagant." "What are you talking about?" Before Lei Hu could open his mouth, Lu Bing, who was on the side, violently said angrily, "No one has dared to talk to them like that in all these years. Chen Mofan, what the hell are you?" Before Lu Bing's words fell, Chu Feng blatantly struck out. The other party's little brother also dared to humiliate his boss, which was looking for death. Lu Bing snorted coldly, "You deserve to fight me?" He had been fighting black fighters for years. His hands were far above average, and he did not put Chu Feng in his eyes in the slightest. Chu Feng, on the other hand, did not have the slightest bit of nonsense. His right fist accumulated the power of 1,000 pounds and blasted out. Lu Bing raised his hand to block. Bang! A muffled sound resounded within the box, and Lu Bing couldn't help but take a step back. His heart was instantly filled with astonishment. He thought that his chi was not weak, but now against Chu Feng, he actually felt his arms aching, which filled his mind with shock. Just as he was about to shake off his sore arm, Chu Feng had already taken a step forward and attacked him once again. Both fists were like a torrential downpour, landing on his body in a frantic manner. Lu Bing barely managed to block, but only managed to resist 3 or 5 punches before losing the battle. Punched in the solar plexus by Chu Feng. Pop! Lu Bing stifled a grunt. His body involuntarily retreated 3 steps to the left side one after another. Then he fell headfirst to the ground. Enough! Lei Hu snapped. However, Chu Feng ignored him and stepped forward, about to kick Lu Bing in the head. Lu Bing watched as Chu Feng's right foot continued to enlarge in his eyes, and his heart trembled in fear. Like a caterpillar, the writhing body tried to move backward. It was only at this moment that Chen Mofan smiled and waved his hand. Receiving Chen Mofan's hand signal, Chu Feng instantly stopped, and Lu Bing had long been sweating with fear and blushing. He had thought that he could easily resolve Chu Feng, but in fact, he was easily resolved by Chu Feng. When he thought of his arrogance earlier, he felt his cheeks burning. As Lei Hu watched this scene, his teeth clenched. He had lost a lot of face today. At the same time, He understood that the 30 or so fighters he had brought with him, it was simply no match for Chen Mofan's men. Even his most capable fighter, Lu Bing, was taught a lesson by Chen Mofan's men in a couple of blows, not to mention others. And that, in turn, made his face even more ugly. It was only after a long time that Lei Hu slowly spoke. There really are crouching tigers and hidden dragons under the mortal god. The obvious change in attitude from Chen Mofan to the mortal god made Chen Mofan smile. Is this a sign of weakness? Chen Mofan looked at Master Tiger with a clear hint of inquiry in his eyes. Mortal god, I'm not going to ink a settlement. You should understand that if two tigers fight, one will be injured. Lei Hu took out a cigar and lit it before taking a puff and speaking leisurely. Chen Mofan didn't open his mouth. Van God, I've given you face, and I hope you'll do the same for me. Lei Hu, didn't spend so many years in Liaochang for nothing. Lei Hu spoke again, his tone noticeably heavier. Chen Meifan snorted out a laugh. Lei Hu, are you mistaken? What are you? You can fight whenever you want and stop whenever you want. I'm your father, taking care of you like this. Lei Hu's face reddened violently, and a trace of obvious anger flashed across his cheeks. Lei Hu, I was the one who avenged your son's death in the first place. Not a word of gratitude. I don't blame you, but you turn around and have to lecture me? Aren't you a little too arrogant? Lei Hu's face snapped from flushed red to embarrassed, thinking about how arrogant and domineering he had just met Chen Mofan, then to now being chided by him like a grandson. This huge contrast before and after made him so embarrassed that he could not wait to find a crack in the ground. His face hesitated several times before Lei Hu slowly said, Van God, I could apologize to you, but that's my last line. Pop. As soon as Lei Hu's words fell, Chen Mofan slapped his mouth over. Who are you to talk to me about the bottom line? The sound of slaps accompanied by these arrogant words echoed in the box for a long time. Everyone was shocked in place. None of them expected that Master Tiger, who had dominated Liaocheng for many years, would say something like apologizing. What they didn't expect even more was for the mortal god to be so strong and, in the face of Master Tiger's apology, not only did not have the slightest intention of taking it in stride, but also directly gave a mouth. This mouth, in the eyes of the crowd, was tantamount to a 10-magnitude earthquake, shaking them dumbfounded in place. Incredulously, he looked at the mortal god. Chapter 68, from top to bottom, smash it up. Treadmill's bet is right. Zheng Chang roared in his heart as ecstasy instantly filled his entire heart. From the moment Master Tiger said he apologized, he understood that from this day on, his Zheng Chang's value will rise with it. But then Chen Mofan slapped Master Tiger's mouth, which made his heart jump. He thought that if it were him, he would absolutely see it through. But the mortal god chose to be tough to the end. Is this what separates me from the big boys? Too much trepidation, Zheng Chang thought in his heart, a touch of shame on his face. Whitefeather's heart twitched hard. He knew the mortal god was tough but I didn't expect it to be this tough. Even in the face of Master Tiger, he didn't have the slightest intention of giving in. This boldness, this courage, let him fold. He felt as if he worshipped the mortal god even more in his heart. With that mouth hit, Long Ao Tian only felt that the years of suffocation squeezed in his heart was swept away. He was glad that he had met the mortal gods, and even more glad that he had chosen them. Looking at Chen Merfan, Long Ao Tian's face revealed a touch of obvious gratitude. Wang Morkai's obese face carried a suppressed smile. It's not like he doesn't know that this boss of his is awesome, but I didn't realize that this boss of his was so powerful. In the face of Master Tiger, that mouth said slap without a single moment's hesitation. This boldness made him worship. That's what real men do. That's what men should do. Wang Jiajiao's rosy little mouth grew into an O shape, her eyes looking at Chen Mofan with disbelief. All along, Master Tiger was an unattainable big shot to her, so big that it was a luxury for her to even look up. But now, with Master Tiger just sitting not far away from her, and got slapped hard in the mouth by her own boyfriend, dreams suddenly shone into reality, and this sudden sense of shock made her heart keep pounding. When she looked at Chen Mofan, it was as if little stars appeared in her eyes. The horizontal meat on Lei Hu's face twitched viciously. He reached up and touched the right side of his face, which was still tingly. The next second violently raged. A hand pulled out a pistol from the back of his waist, pointing at Chen Mofan, storming out. Chen Mofan, you're looking for death. But in the face of the black hole of the gun, Chen Mofan did not have the slightest fear. Just kidding, so many people here saw it with their own eyes. Lei Hu can't run away after shooting. Besides, if he, Lei Hu, really had the courage to lose both, wouldn't have said anything about peace talks just now. Sure enough, 1 second, 2 seconds, the time just passed. Lei Hu just raised his gun and, pointing at Chen Mofan, Chen Mofan laughed and slapped Lei Hu's face once again. Don't dare to shoot. What the hell are you lifting? Lei Hu clenched his teeth and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. Chen Mofan, I wouldn't dare, but don't force me. I still say, reconciliation. That's my last line. Chen Mofen didn't answer immediately and pulled out a photo from his coat pocket. It was dumped on the coffee table in front of the couch. The person in the photo is none other than Zhang Zhua, who is now Li Yu. It was then that Chen Mofen slowly spoke. Want to reconcile? Fine. Find this man and let me take him away so we can talk. Li Yu? Lei Hu's brows furrowed together violently as he looked at Li Yu on the photo and then at Chen Mofen. Li Yu, though dispensable to him, but it's about his face and how his men treat him. Li Yu is no longer one of the 4 diamonds, and if he hands it over for the sake of reconciliation, what would the henchman think of him? I'm afraid he'll think he's betrayed his brother for himself. People like that can't stand up. Lei Hu shook his head. Chen Mofen, I can consider other conditions, but not on this condition. Chen Mofen's face was bland as he laughed. Then I'm sorry, reconciliation is exempt. Lei Hu's voice went cold. Chen Mofen, you're making this difficult for me. Chen Mofen smiled. It's hard to do, so don't do it. As the words fell, he lifted the coffee table in front of him, then said angrily, take this place from top to bottom. Smash them all. Find Li Yu and take him away. Yes, the 63 men shouted in unison in anger, and each of them took out the throwing sticks pinned from their belts. At one time, starting from the Imperial Hall, the sound of banging spread to the entire Red Desire. Chen Mofen had no intention of reconciling with Lei Hu. This kind of assholes, he couldn't wait to stomp them to death with one foot. Let him get what he deserves. However, he also understood that now was not the time. Over the years, Thunder Tiger has become deeply entrenched and highly prestigious, and all he had to do now was slowly stomp on his prestige a little bit. Lei Hu watched his base camp, little by little, become tattered before his eyes, and he glared at with a hint of blood in each of his eyes. He looked at Chen Mofen, but when Chen Merfan met his eyes, he just smiled flatly and took Wang Jiajiao's hand and got up and headed out the door. Wu Zhan and Chu Feng, protecting his side, no one dared to approach Chen Mofen. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the Imperial Hall, Thunder Tiger's angry growl sounded behind him. Chen Merfan turned to look at him and said forcefully, Lei Hu, I still have the same words. What the are you? Trying to make peace and thinking about the best of both worlds. Good things in the world for you. Okay, Lei Hu, I'm telling you once again, I'm not your father on the horse. There's no need to let you have everything. The words fell out of his mouth and he turned to leave. The popping inside red lust soon began to spread over a large area. The guests who were playing around inside were scared to death and ran out of there screaming. Some of the guests originally wanted to rebuke them based on their status, but Chu Feng and those of them were not the least bit spoiled. If you dare to say one more word, it's a direct swipe down. The woman's screams were accompanied by banging noises that resounded throughout Red Desire for a moment. The sound carries on, and the merchants and residents around the area run out to check it out. At a glance, it was Red Desire that was smashed. Everyone looked at this scene with a flash of shock in their eyes. They know who owns Red Desire. It's Master Tigers. After all these years, only Master Tiger humiliates others. Who dares to make Master Tiger lose face? But today, Master Tiger's Red Desire was smashed? It was nothing less than a most resounding slap in the face of the Master Tiger. And this slap was loud enough to shake Liao City 3 times. Lei Hu, escorted by Lu Bing and Zhou Zhong, also walked out. At a glance, he saw Chen Mofen sitting in the business Mercedes. Chen Mofen, Lei Hu roared and walked over quickly. He understands very well that his home base has been smashed, and that after today, his prestige will be in tatters. It made him hate Chen Mofen, hate his teeth, and if he could, he all wanted to bite Chen Mofen alive. Chen Mofen looked at the angry Lei Hu in front of him, but smiled. Lei Hu, there's no need to put on this cannibalistic look. Everyone, you do the first day, I'll do the 15th. You showed me your arrogant and bossy side at the police station. In turn, I'll show you my arrogant and bossy side at your home base. Isn't that fair? Lei Hu pointed at Chen Mofen and was speechless. At this moment, he looked at the smashed Red Desire. A strong wave of remorse welled up in his heart. He regretted it, regretted why he had been so arrogant and bossy at the police station. Just like what Chen Mofen said, Chen Mofen was his benefactor no matter how he put it. Help him avenge his son's murder. But what about him? Not only is he ungrateful to this benefactor, instead, he had to make the other party kneel down and apologize, and even threaten to break Chen Mofen's legs. The arrogance of that time had turned into a heavy remorse that surged through him at the moment. But what could he do if he was regretting and hating in his heart? His men were no match for Chen Mofen, and he didn't have the courage to fish out of water. Now he has tens of billions of dollars, all that silver. Is he willing to leave it behind? He doesn't give up. There are some things that experiencing them, and not experiencing them, are two completely different concepts, because after the experience, you can't let go. Drink and sex, that's a knife that kills, a knife that has long since cut him to pieces. Chapter 69. Zheng's was despair. Zhang Zhuo was pressed and brought out. At this moment, he was in a daze as he looked at Chen Merfan. He asked in a panic, Fan God, what the hell? Didn't I already apologize? Why? Mortal God, if you don't feel satisfied, I can re-apologize. Chen Mofan laughed, shook his head, and the two words that came out of his mouth made Zhang Zhuo's body stiffen violently. Zhang Zhuo, we meet again. No, mortal God, this is a misunderstanding. My name is Li Yu. It's not called any Zhangzhou. Zhang Zhuo's face was instantly filled with panic. His eyes fluttered, not daring to look into Chen Mofan's eyes. Desperately, he struggled and weaseled his way out. Van God, listen to me. I'm really not Zhang Zhuo. Without the slightest bit of nonsense, Chen Mofan directly placed the appraisal report in front of Zhang Zhuo's eyes. The clear identification result on it caused Zhang Zhuo's body to tremble fiercely. In the next second, he was like a wild beast surrounded in a corner, desperately struggling and roaring. Chen Mofan, why are you messing with me? I have no grudge against you. Why? The roar echoed in Chen Mofan's ears, shocking Wang Jiaojiao in the car to involuntarily cover her ears. Chen Mofan pulled out his ears and said flatly, it's too noisy. 3 words. Wu Zhan understood in seconds, grabbed the throwing stick behind his waist, and ruthlessly smashed Zhang Zhuo's mouth. Bang! The roars came to an abrupt end as Zhang Zhuo kept wailing in pain. Bang! One sound after another, until Zhang Zhuo could no longer make any sound. In this regard, Chen Mofan did not have the slightest pity. How many young girls had this guy raped and killed in the past? Listen to how much those young girls wailed. Now, the sins he has suffered are simply not enough to pay for the transgressions he once committed. Oh, Chen Mofan, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Zhang Zhuo's face was covered in blood as he sneered. Chen Merfan sniffed and clasped Zhang Zhuo's chin. And you want to be a ghost? Why are you thinking so beautifully? See that car? Chen Mofan said. His right arm exerted force and twisted Zhang Zhuo's head fiercely. Let his eyes look to a van behind the Mercedes business. Seeing this, Qing could quickly open the van, which was densely packed with various tools. These tools are for Zhang Zhuo. Looking at those tools, Zhang Zhuo's body trembled violently. Fear in his eyes. He questioned uneasily, Chen Mofan, what are you doing? Chen Merfan broke Zhang Zhuo's head to make him look at himself again and smiled. The tool's in there. I hope you still have the courage to be a ghost, after you've experienced. Have the courage to fight me to the death. But don't worry, I can tell you with confidence and boldness that you won't die. You will come to justice, and this is an account for all the dead. As the words fell, Chen Mofan fiercely exerted himself. With a crunch, Zhang Zhuo's jaw was dislocated, and he could no longer utter a word. Chu Feng, he's all yours next. I don't care how you do it, but my bottom line is, he must be brought to justice. Chu Feng's eyes had long overflowed with tears and he nodded fiercely. After all these years, he's been waiting for this moment to come, and now that it's finally here, his body was trembling with excitement. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly twisted off Zhang Zhuo's limbs, as if dragging a dead dog, dragging a fearful Zhang Zhuo towards the van. Lei Hu looked at this scene and opened his mouth several times, but in the end, not a single word was uttered. At this moment, his heart was filled with frustration. As the saying goes, a strong dragon can't crush a snake, but now, he, a poor little snake, is deathly pressed to the ground by the mortal god, a celestial dragon. From top to bottom, the entire red lust was smashed clean. All the luxury of the past is now in disrepair, and every floor and every house, like a hurricane sweeping through, as far as the eye can see, as much of a mess as possible. That night, Lei Hu sealed the red desire. He no longer wanted to be redecorating. He was wondering if it was time to retire from the world. 15 Mercedes-Benz businesses traveled in a voluminous manner, and the group went straight to Tiankai Hotel. Still in the conference room on the top floor, Long Outyen, Bai Yu, Zhang Cheng, and Wang Morkai, plus Chen Mofan and Wang Jiaojiao, totaling 6. Inside the conference room, Chen Mofan introduced Wang Jiaojiao one by one. Bai Yu and Wang Mokai, these two people Wang Jiaojiao sort of knew. As for Long Ao Tian, Wang Jiaojiao had heard of him a long time ago. As for the last Zhang Cheng, Wang Jiaojiao really didn't know. His name is Zhang Cheng, he's a high-end agent, and he has a lot of resources in his hands. In the rich and powerful circle of Liaoqing, he knows 90% of them, so if there's anything you want to buy in the future, you can contact him. Inside the conference room Zhang Cheng was all smiles as he stood up and extended his hand with a smile. Hello sister-in-law, my name is Zhang Cheng, please take care of me in the future. Wang Jiaojiao blushed and hastily reached out to shake hands. Hello, my name is Wang Jiaojiao. By the way Zhang Cheng, that $40 million villa from before, when you have time, You and Zhao Jiao will transfer the account. Just transfer it to her name. Zheng Chang's face was shocked. That was a luxury villa worth $40 million. Just give it away? After looking at Chen Mofan's bland face, Zheng Chang was impressed. A mortal god was indeed a mortal god. Spending out $40 million was just like spending out $4. Wang Jiaojiu, on the other hand, froze on the spot as she realized that Chen Mofan really seemed to have an axe to grind with money. Spending money out of pocket and giving her gifts. Today, Chen Mofan is saying that he has something good to give her, but she didn't expect it to be a villa worth $40 million. $40 million. That's a whole $40 million. Chen Mofan just gave it to her? Wang Jiajiu only felt like she was dreaming. I should say that these last few days have been like a dream. First it was jewelry, then major brand name memberships, then supercars, and now villas. She has just become a little rich woman, holding assets that are about to reach hundreds of millions of dollars. Her heart was thrilled and filled with shock at the same time. Similarly, she felt that she was becoming more and more unable to accept other boys besides Chen Mofan, because Chen Mofan was so luxurious. The gifts he gave her were all in millions. It's opened her eyes to the world. Thousands or tens of thousands of dollars in gifts can't surprise him now. Alas, Chen Mervan is thoroughly raising my eyes. Wang Jiaojiao thought in her heart, not knowing whether she should cry or laugh. Okay, guys, now it's time for us to get down to business. Chen Mofan looked around before slowly opening his mouth. As soon as these words came out, everyone's bodies trembled and they hurriedly sat up straight and looked at Chen Mofan. Mortal god, I don't know what business you're referring to? Zheng Chang hesitated and opened his mouth to ask. Chen Mofan smiled, took out a cigarette and lit it before inhaling and slowly exhaling. As white smoke rose up in the room, Chen Mofan's words rang out once again. Gentlemen, I would like to form a secret business power, like the Masons, the Illuminati, for example. These secret organizations are the same. Are a few of you interested in joining? As these words fell, the expressions on the faces of the crowd stiffened, and everyone looked at Chen Mofan in disbelief. You know, the Masons, the Illuminati, these mysterious Western organizations, extremely powerful. Their tentacles have reached into all walks of life, enveloping the West like a giant net. Some even say they are the real masters. Such a huge power was something they could not even imagine. Compared to such a power, they, the great young men, were undoubtedly a small caramels. And now, Chen Mofan was actually talking about setting up an organization like this. How could they not be shocked? It wasn't that they didn't know that Chen Mofan was ambitious, but they hadn't expected it at all. Chen Mofan's ambition was surprisingly large. It's something they can't even dream of. Van God, you are kidding, Whitefeather asked with a noticeable tremor in his tone, opening his mouth. Chapter 70, The Beginning of the Night. As a famous young man in Liucheng, Baiyu rarely lost his temper like this. It was really the words that Chen Mofan uttered that made him feel too shocked. At the same time, he felt that this was a pipe dream, a dream that simply could not be realized. Chen Mofan inhaled his cigarette without answering, but asked rhetorically, why, you, Bai Dao Xiao, are willing to harbor in Liucheng for the rest of your life? Whitefeather shook her head. I naturally don't want to, but what you said, Fan Shen, is too much of a stretch. If you're talking about setting up a business organization to help each other out, which I believe in and would like to be a part of, but against organizations like the Illuminati and Skull and Bones, it just doesn't feel realistic to me. Chen Mofan smiled slightly after hearing this and looked at Long Outyan, Zhang Chang, and Wang Mo Kai. Inquired, what about you guys? Richard Wine was the first to reply. I haven't considered what the boss said, but boss, I'll do whatever you say for me to do. Zhang Chang hesitated for a moment, then said, that, mortal god, I think it's better to be realistic. It's easy to hold on to a pie when it's too big. These words caused Long Aotian to poof out a laugh. Isn't this a clear statement that the mortal gods are daydreaming? But that much he agreed with. Chen Mofan also smiled. Well then, let's not talk about anything else for now. Just like what Baiyu said, mutual help and benefit. Do you have any opinions on that point and would you like to join? The crowd nodded in unison at the words, indicating that they all had no opinion. Then what name shall we give? Long Aotian inquired. Whitefeather spoke up. Be louder. It's more imposing to call it out that way. How about Under Heaven? Is it imposing enough? Zhang Chang laughed. But for this name, Chen Meifan shook his head. He looked up at the window. Outside the window, the night shrouded the world like a huge black curtain. Though people light up their lamps to fight against the night, those little consuming lights, compared to the endless darkness of, it's that insignificant. Looking at this scene, Chen Mofan slowly spoke. Our organization is called Night Curtain. The world will be dominated by us under the shroud of night. The crowd was shocked at the words. So cocky, with a hint of darkness in the cockiness. Had the mortal gods really decided that they were going to take on the Illuminati with Nightshade? Do you have a problem with that? The crowd shook their heads again. They wanted to have one but didn't dare. After all, they didn't create it. Well then, as of today, the Night Curtain is officially established. And the only members of the Night Curtain in the early stages are the 6 of us. Anyone joining after that will have to go through me. At this point, the 5 nodded in unison, indicating that they had no problem with it. Mortal God, I wonder how you're going to help each other, Zhang Chang said. Mentioning this issue, Chen Mofan had long thought about it. Zhang Chang, as a high-end intermediary, you will acquire Liao Cheng's properties for me from now on. I don't care what kind of property it is. If the other party is willing to sell it, you can buy that. Even I'll allow you to go 30% above the market price. 30%? This figure made Zhang Chang's heart twitch fiercely. He knew exactly what this meant. It meant that the mortal gods were giving him a big handout. Things like industry are basically measured in tens of millions. And it's even more common to see them in billions. Imagine a restaurant building with a market price of $300 million. But he can raise it by 30%. That's almost $400 million. The extra $100 million is completely at his disposal. And how many industries in Liaocheng? He's going to make a fortune this time. Thoughts flashed through his mind. And for a split second, Zhang Chang only felt as if he was struck by an electric current that tremors ran through his entire body. Excitement filling every cell within. Sure enough, it's true. It's true that hanging out with mortal gods is the most promising. Just by standing in line, the mortal gods rewarded him with such a great fortune. There was no telling what kind of benefits awaited him afterwards. Most of all, he had touched the core of the mortal gods. Nightshade. It was clear that this organization would henceforth be led by the mortal gods, and the most central circle of the, when you are in it, you are one of us. Vanguard. I wonder how much money you have prepared for the acquisition. Zhang Chang's words left his mouth as he looked at Chen Mofan with a curious expression. He really wanted to know that the mortal god who had casually swiped $600 million to acquire the industry of the, and how horrible it would be. Will it come up with billions to do this? Billions? He was in an excited mood just thinking about it. However, Chen Mofan's words directly petrified him in place. He thought he'd thought enough, but it turned out to be not even a fraction. Only to hear, Chen Mofan lightly said, always acquire, unlimited amount. A sentence that left everyone present dumbfounded in place. Everyone looked at Chen Mofan with dull eyes. Among them, Long Aotian froze and didn't even know that the cigar in his hand had fallen on his clothes. The pure white half-sleeve was burning and smoking before he reacted. Bai Yu is even more direct. Just drank a mouthful of tea, directly choked and sprayed the old king's face. Old Wang wiped a handful of tea from his face and also stared in shock. They knew that Chen Mofan was ho. But now, wasn't it a bit too ho? Acquire all the time, in any amount. Realizing that the meaning behind this statement is not some simple hundreds of millions or billions of dollars. The amount of money involved in it will be astronomically huge beyond belief. To be honest, if Chen Mofan hadn't swiped $600 million, they would have taken Chen Mofan for a psychopath. At the moment they were thinking about the same question in unison. That's how much the mortal gods are worth. Exactly? Only after a long time did Zhang Chang's wide-open mouth slowly close, stuttering, where? The mortal gods. This involves potentially hundreds of billions of trillions of dollars. Are you sure? Receiving Chen Mofan's nod of confirmation, Zhang Chang gave himself a hard slap in the mouth. This happiness, it came so damn suddenly. On the side, Long Aotian and Bai Yu also looked at him with envious faces. They were certain that Zhang Chang's worth would reach tens or hundreds of billions after this was done. From a billionaire to a 10 billionaire. This is something that many people who have worked hard all their lives have not been able to do. But what about Zhang Chang? This kid only spent one night? No, I should say half a night. Envy. This is so enviable. Long Aotian and Bai Yu, the two of them, found themselves a little sour with envy. It seems like there's a little bit of jealousy. Chen Meifan naturally saw the expressions on the two men's faces and laughed. Don't be so hasty, you two. I'll plan it out first, and when I figure it out I'll be sure to surprise you both. The two had smiles on their faces. They knew that Chen Mofan dared to say it in front of everyone. Then the surprise will surely make their hearts skip a beat. Well, that's enough for today. I still have to rush back to my dorm room. Chen Mofan casually crushed out his cigarette and smiled. Living in a dormitory room. The words came out but no one dared to laugh. A person who even gives away a $40 million villa will not be able to afford a house? People are low-key. Whitefeather's head spun. He wanted to follow in his idol's footsteps. The little yellow car he'd experienced that. He now wondered if he was being a college student again that day and experiencing the dormitory culture as well. He went to school back in the day, but he didn't live in a dorm room. A group of people sent Chen Mofan downstairs, and Wang Makai drove a Mercedes-Benz commercial. He personally chauffeured Chen Mofan, carefully driving the car. Wang Mo Kai inquired. Boss, tonight's incident will surely send shockwaves through Liaoqing tomorrow. Should I find a team to publicize it for you in advance? After all, you were a little too, bossy today. Chen Mofan shook his head, and it was this impression that he was showing to everyone to see, to show everyone how strong he is. He just wanted to let everyone know that the mortal gods were not only going to be the gods of the live streaming world, and to be a god in reality. Chapter 71, The Big Star is Coming. On the side, Wang Jiajia thought about it and said, I remember that I shouldn't have photographed Merfan's face. Wang Morkai nodded. No one dares to film in the Imperial Hall. After leaving the Imperial Hall we went straight to the car. Qin Ku and the others guarded the door with a deliberate blocking of the view. It doesn't matter if anyone recognizes him or not. Chen Mofan. All he had to do was get the name Vanguard out there. After a night of fermentation, the name of the mortal god had more than just hit the fan. It was just like a hurricane, blowing wildly through Liaocheng, and everywhere it passed, there was a mess. No one expected that the mortal gods, Master Tiger. It was surprising that this fight between the two would fall so quickly. Among them, Master Tiger's defeat was something that no one had expected. According to those who got the news, Master Tiger is even thinking of retiring. This is a complete admission of weakness. When this news came out, it was undoubtedly an earthquake that shook those in the know to their core. At this moment, many began to fear, for they were at the beginning of the fight between the two men that there was no hesitation in choosing to stand up to Master Tiger. Now that Master Tiger had fallen so quickly, they began to fear of being liquidated by the mortal gods. Among them, the store manager of the 4S store, Feng Fei, and Shen Xiaoquan were even more frightened. The moment they learned the news, they only felt as if a thunderbolt had blasted over their heads. It blew them right out of the water. Those who exited the group chat were also filled with regret at this moment. They want to add it back in, even with all the good words. Long Ao Tian would not be paying attention to them. One of the most regretful ones has to be the boss who opened the handicap. Chen Mofan wins 1 to 10. He's going to lose out on more than $10 billion, but even if he sells his pants, he doesn't have that kind of money. The owner ran straight away, but the boss didn't know that there was someone who regretted it more than him, and that was Chang Hong. Chang Hong is dumbfounded. Damn, Chen Mofan's socks have not been washed. This dam can be good. Another Huang Tao? Chang Hong directly cried out in the dormitory, furiously slapping his own big mouth. He regretted too much, regretted that his mouth owed him something, and had to bet with Chen Mofan. But in fact, they really thought too much. For them, Chen Mofan really didn't put it in his heart. There was no need for the true dragon to care about the attitude of the mole crickets, much less their clamoring. The outside world is in an uproar. But what about Chen Mofan? Who was the instigator? Lying under the covers and video chatting with Yun Moli? Mali, did you drop something at your feet? Yun Moli was wearing a halter silk nightgown and was a bit puzzled when she heard this. No, there's nothing under my feet. You can't look that way. Bend over and you'll see. Puzzled, Yun Moli bent down, and the fluffy nightgown neckline opened wide with her. Chen Mofan's eyes looked straight then. I'm going, I really didn't see it. Yun Moli is very material. Chen Mofan looked at the display in the video, and then at the palm of his 5-fingered imaginary hand. Can't hold it with one hand. Chen Mofan couldn't help but murmur in surprise. The size is so amazing that it's a surprise. It also had a small red mole on it, a little red in the midst of pure white, which made it tempting. What can't be held in one hand? Yun Moli asked suspiciously. After these words were uttered, looking at Chen Mofan's straight eyes, and after remembering his previous actions, Yun Moli's face flushed red in a flash. Good you Chen Mofan, you big pervert, you're really looking for death, Yun Moli said, waving her small fist with a strong threatening tone. Chen Mofan was lying on his back under the covers while he was hemming and hawing, but when he recalled the image he had just seen, he couldn't help his heart trembling with excitement. This is a big star. She got naked in front of herself, and she's still talking and laughing with herself. Just thinking about it makes your blood race. Still laughing. Believe it or not, I'll go over and bite you, Yun Moli said with a red face. Chen Mofan shook his head. You still don't believe me when I tell you that my bite can hurt? Then it's a deal. When you come over, I'll let you bite. Chen Mofan hemmed and hawed. The smile had a touch of finesse to it any way you looked at it. Yun Moli keenly realized that something was wrong. Chen Mofan. No, you must be holding something back again. Come on, be honest. Chen Mofan smiled even more cheaply and whispered. You take apart the word bite and read it. Take it apart and read it? Yun Moli frowned in confusion. Mouth. In the next second, Yun Moli's face was completely red and full of shyness. Good, Chen Mofan, you really are a big pervert. Why are you so bad? I'm so disgusted. I instantly don't want to talk to you. Chen Mofan's face was not flustered as he smiled and said, Then what if I want to care about you? Poof. Yun Moli hummed arrogantly. Then how would I know that I don't want to talk to you anyway. Chen Merfan was not the least bit moved and smiled. That's fine. So you're ignoring me, then I'm going to find someone else? You dare? Yun Moli directly elevated 3 degrees, said before reacting with another blush in her cheeks. Hurriedly, he said, you can find whoever you want. I don't give a damn, said the man, skimming at the camera and deliberately making a show of being full of himself. That's fine. Then I'll go and ask 2 girls out today, and I'll make you a video then. What's the point of making me a video? I'm not going to watch it. Let's get you to keep an eye on me. When Yun Moli heard this, she grinded her teeth in anger and picked up her pillow and smashed it furiously at the phone. Nasty. Nasty. Chen Mofan, you're so nasty. I never want to talk to you again. Seeing that the fire was almost ready, Chen Mofan smiled and said, but I want to talk to you. The kind you can't say enough about for the rest of your life. Do you realize that you're still so beautiful? Even when you're angry. The beauty makes me want to take you in my arms. Yun Moli instantly laughed and looked at Chen Mofan with a smile on her face. Laughing, he said, so tell me how beautiful it is? Chen Mofan raised an eyebrow. Guess? Yun Moli shook her head. No guessing, I'll let you talk. After Chen Mofan smiled a bit, a look of deep love appeared in his eyes. Looking at Yun Mao Li, he said, that's fine. You come over to Liucheng. I'll hug you and talk to you. Who knew that with these words? Yun Moli actually really thought seriously for 2 seconds. Then you wait for me. I'll go to Liucheng after I finish this week. Yun Moli actually really wanted to come. Chen Mofan froze for 2 seconds, then hurriedly nodded his head. Big stars he hasn't met in reality. And this is going to be a real meeting soon. Chen Mofan's heart couldn't help but feel a little excited. In the past, when he was a beggar, he did fantasize about how and what he would do after meeting with Yun Moli, but he also understood that to him at that time, Yun Moli was a fairy on the 9 heavens. The gap between the two was like a cloud of mud, and it had never been possible in a lifetime. But now that the fantasy had shown into reality, he found that his heart was indescribably excited. Just the thought of actually meeting up with Cloud Jasmine. Chen Mofan then felt his heart trembling, not to mention, perhaps, the possibility of a closer development with Cloud Molly. Taking this big star's little hand and hugging this big star's waist, the picture in my head just came out that. Chen Mofan then felt his blood speed up. I'll pick you up then and hug you and talk to you. Yun Moli nodded with a red face. Chen Mofan was ecstatic in his heart. Then I'll hang up and get busy first, Yun Moli said. It was only after hanging up the phone that Chen Mofan poked his head out from under the covers. On the side, the oldest 3 laughed. Oldest 4, who is it again? I didn't hear Wang Jiajiao's voice just now. Isn't your boy's peach blossom luck a bit strong lately? Chen Mofan said truthfully. Told you guys? Yun Moli, asterisk. It's ing involved again. Boss muttered something under his breath, then went up and had a go at Chen Mofan. Lao San hemmed and hawed and laughed twice. Then with a seriousness on his face, opening his mouth, he said, Old 4, in fact, I wanted to tell you yesterday. I think it's better for you and Wang Jiajiao to keep some distance. You don't know, Lao Si. It's all the talk in the East now. Wang Jiajiao is with Liao City's great young man Baiyu, and the day before yesterday Baiyu even sent him a sports car? The point is that Wang Jiajiao accepted it, and a lot of people saw it. The oldest also spoke up at this time. Yes, oldest, Bai Xiao, that's a real big shot. It's simply not something we can fight against. These little caramels. I also think you should break it off with Wang Jiajiao earlier, lest you draw fire. The oldest 3 also nodded and said, Oldest 4, drawing fire is small. The main thing is that you can't guess Wang Jiajiao's mind. He's flirting with you while accepting Baiyu's gift. I'm worried she'll be the next Rian Lu. Chapter 72, Lickspittle Boss. Looking at these 2 brothers, Chen Mofan almost laughed. However, the worry of these 2 brothers made Chen Mofan's heart a little warm. He's lived with his oldest and third since freshman year. The 2 of them were truly treating Chen Mofan as a brother. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the previous Yu Kuang. Seeing Yu Guang bullying Chen Mofan, knowing that they were no match for him, these 2 would rush forward. That's a real buddy. For these 2 brothers in the dormitory, Chen Meifan has already made up his mind. He's going to raise these 2 brothers for the rest of their lives. Good brothers, naturally, share the same blessings. But then again, the brothers were good at everything, except not trusting him. It's pretty much a no-brainer. Sighing, Chen Mofan explained again. That sports car was a gift from me. I was the one who asked White Feather to send Zhao Zhao back. When the oldest and the third heard this, their eyes snapped open. In the next second, the boss went straight up and gave Chen Mofan a kick, laughing and saying, Lao San, listen to this. Chen Mofan, this dog day's blowing more and more powerful. Why don't you say that White Feather is your little brother? Damn, are you pissing yourself laughing at me? The oldest 3 also smiled bitterly and shook his head. saying, "Oldest 4, as a brother. I'm supposed to believe in you unswervingly, and even though you say things that make the boss piss himself laughing, I'm your brother and I believe in you. Speaking of which, I happen to know a good psychiatrist. They say he's particularly good at treating delusions. Should I recommend him? Ha ha." Listening to the loud laughter of these two goods, Chen Mofan was filled with helplessness. Straight away, a big blanket was put on and no more pulling for these two. He also had to think hard about where to take Yun Molly when she arrived. Straight to the motel? Seems like a good idea. Chen Meifan heatedly smiled. It just so happens that Zhang Chang said earlier that the batch of cars would arrive in the next few days. When the time comes, we'll pick a better supercar and give it to Yun Molly as a gift. Lao Si, if you don't want to break it off with Wang Jiao Jiao, that's just right. While we have connections now, let Wang Jiao Jiao bring Wang Yu out at night. Wang Yu is ignoring me again. Chen Mofan kicked the quilt off his body and sat up to look at his boss helplessly. Boss, what's the matter? You're obsessed by Wang Yu. That girl, let me be honest, it really doesn't suit you. Chen Mofan advised in a serious tone. The oldest hemmed and hawed, scratched his head, looked at Chen Mofan, and said in a serious manner, "Oldest 4, you don't understand. Wang Yu is the first person who took the initiative to add me. She has a different status in my heart, and last night I dreamed of marrying her? Not your grandpa." Chen Mofan was angry. Boss, I won't tell you anything else, but I'll take my pick of all the girls in the world. What kind of international young model? Internet star, as long as it's what you see. You open your mouth and I'll have her appear in front of you tomorrow. Even if you're looking at CA. Die. I'm gonna talk to Trump today. I'm gonna go talk to Trump today. Okay? Let's switch. The boss shook his head. The oldest 3 also sighed helplessly and said, "Oldest 4, don't try to persuade him. You don't know that the boss has been talking in his sleep for the past few nights, and all he talks about is some little you. The oldest's face turned red and he went up and gave the oldest a kick. Asterisk. You're listening to me talk in my sleep again. Boss, this is obviously serious. Chen Mofan rubbed his temples with a headache. Okay, since the boss has taken a liking to it, what else can we say? Let's do it. But before the whole thing, ask the boss. Boss, how is your developing relationship with Wang Yu now? Without asking Wang Yu what kind she likes. The boss blushed bitterly. She doesn't talk to me. The two of us are so flat. I sent her $100 in red last night before she was willing to talk to me for a few minutes. Asterisk. Chen Mofan was helpless at that moment. This is really with Lu Ruyan all the way. When he wanted to chat with Lu Ruyan, also asterisk to send a red packet. So what did she talk to you about? The boss thought for a moment and said, she says she wants a man with lots of money in the future. It doesn't matter if a man is handsome or not. The most important thing is how golden he is. More gold means charisma, and charismatic men are her favorite. She said she didn't want to spend the rest of her life in those Oh yeah, she said she's marrying an 80-year-old man with hundreds of millions of dollars in assets. Wang Yu says it fits her well. Hearing this, the oldest directly did not hold back. On the spot to laugh. Chen Mofan also shook his head with a bitter smile. Women wanted a strong significant other and a good life later on. He understood that. Like Wang Jiajiao, who loves money and cares more about love. This is good and understandable. But like Lu Ruyan and Wang Yu, who would do anything for money, he really couldn't accept it. Ruyan Lu took the initiative to climb into Chuko's bed for money. This Wang Yu is even better. Straight to an 80-year-old northern nose. I'll be damned if that makes anyone feel sick. So like this, you still like it? Chen Meifan asked. The boss didn't answer. Just lit a cigarette and took one puff after another. It's pretty obvious. Chen Mofan hides his face and smiles bitterly. This is clearly a big licking dog himself compared to the boss. That's really nothing. The title of dog god is more suitable for the boss compared to him. It was all like this. What else could Chen Mofan say? Okay, boss, you dress up tonight and I'll talk to Jiao Jiao now. Chen Mofan said, picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Wang Jiajiao. Without the slightest inkling of words, he said directly, Jiao Jiao, my buddy Huang Tao has a crush on Wang Yu. Tell Wang Yu to come out and play tonight. I'm not inking anything. As long as she comes out tonight, I'll give her a supercar straight away. Wang Jiajiao looked at the message and smiled. She knew that Chen Mofan cared about his friends. The two buddies in their dorm room certainly won't be bad in the future. With her small hand moving in succession, Wang Jiajiao edited a message and sent it over. Wang Yu, she went out. I'll talk to you when she comes back. Chen Mofan returned an okay expression. On the other hand, to people's surprise, Wang Yu went out and visited Yu Guang. Yesterday, Yu Guang woke up early this morning after being knocked out by Chen Mofan's kick. The first thing he did when he woke up, Yu Guang kicked over the nightstand in front of his hospital bed. Being knocked out by the dog god was a strange shame for Light. If it had been someone else who had made a move against him, he wouldn't have been so angry. But the dog god, the joke of the University of the East, he was beaten up by him. It's a great shame. He couldn't stand it. Absolutely couldn't stand it. Wang Yu opened the door of the room and walked in. Looking at Yu Guang on the hospital bed, she asked with concern, "Yu Guang, are you okay? Your godfather knows you've been beaten. Let me see you." Hearing this, Yu Guang had a constipated look on his face, but he forced out a smile, and, showing a constipated expression with a smile on his face, "And Yu Guang his godfather, is the 80-year-old man in Wang Yu's mouth?" Unfortunately, it was Yu Guang his godfather, not his grandfather, otherwise he wouldn't have to be Feng Fei's little brother. He knew that this godfather of his liked his classmate Wang Yu very much, this classmate who would most likely turn out to be his god-grandmother. Yu Guang was still willing to please. What if they make it? They'll be rich women worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Grandma. Wang Yu smiled faintly. Don't shout blindly. The mouth was saying this, but the hooked corners of the mouth couldn't be suppressed. Obviously still happy deep down inside. Yu Guang, I heard that you were beaten up by Chen Mofen, right? At the mention of this, Yu Guang had a look of anger on his face. God-grandmother, just watch, that dog Chen Mofen. Today I'm going to make him kneel down and call me master. By the way, God-grandma, are you acquainted with those poor in Chen Mofens and their dormitory? Help me make an appointment. I want to educate them properly. Chapter 73 Feng Fei is dumbfounded. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Yu actually nodded directly. I know Huang Tao from their dormitory. That poor I've been annoyed with him for a long time. Just like that Chen Mofen. Not a bit of self-awareness. Sending me messages every day. And not looking at his virtues. I really can't understand. Lu Ruyan and Wang Jiajiu in our dormitory. They are both really sick. Are you blind? To think that you would like that dumbass Chen Mofen. Wang Yu finished with a look of contempt. Okay, God-grandma, you contact them for me. I'll go and report to my boss first. Let him know that I was hurt for him. Yu Guang smiled wickedly twice. He had to show his loyalty to Feng Fei, and let him know that, how much he himself had suffered for him. In this way, Feng Fei will also pull him in the future. Seeing as he is so loyal, it would have been better if it had been in a favor. The phone rang twice, and Feng Fei answered it. Feng Fei has been very bad lately. His mood is like a roller coaster. A moment of joy and a moment of sorrow. Before, teasing Chen Mofen in his BMW, he was happy as a clam. But when he learned that Chen Meifan was the mortal god, his bitter guts almost didn't break. That night he was severely beaten up by White Feather, and had a large piece of flesh bitten off of him. It hurt so much that his heart was now dripping blood. But the next day, he heard the news that the mortal god had barreled into a fight with the Tiger Master. It's also said to have involved White Feather. He laughed at that moment, and immediately decided that the promise to White Feather would no longer be honored. But we haven't waited long to be happy about it yet. Early this morning, the streets were filled with the news that Master Tiger was finished. He was dumbfounded. His liver was trembling, and his heart was wowed. At the same time, he realized that the mortal gods were too damn it up to. Even Master Tiger, who had been cooped up for years, was no match. This kind of person should never be messed with. Hey, Fei, busy? It's okay, what is it you say? Feng Fei impatiently said. For a dog's leg like Yu Guang, Feng Fei didn't give him any good face, and happened to have gas. It's good to take it out on him. That Fei. There was a poor bastard yesterday who didn't know how to die. He dared to make a move on Shui Yueliang. It was known that you, Fei, were hitting on Shui Yueliang, and he dared to stick his claws in her, and I wasn't happy about it at the time. Go up there and you're going to teach him a lesson. Hearing this, Feng Fei had an impatient look on his face. He still had to call him to talk to him about this little. Don't you know he's in a bad mood? Still coming over to annoy him. This dog's leg is also too unseeing. Thinking in his heart, Feng Fei impatiently said, is there anything else? You're sick, right? It's okay to bother me with this kind of thing. Feng Fei's disgruntled voice on the cell phone filled Yu Guang with doubt. I don't understand what's wrong with this Fei of his. Why is he in such a bad mood? Could it be that relatives happen to be here in the last few days? Is there anything else? No, I'm hanging up. Yu Guang hurriedly said. Something, brother Fei. This time, Yu Guang didn't dare to rub it in, and hurriedly picked up the key points. That Fei. I went up there to beat up that poor bastard, and I missed. Got a big, wild slap in the face from him, all ate up and unconscious for me. Yu Guang opened his mouth in aggravation, expecting to be comforted by Feng Fei for a few moments. Say something about being the most loyal brother, or something. After all, the injury was for him. But Feng Fei was dumbfounded after hearing that. What the hell is wrong with this guy? You can teach him a lesson if you want to. The point is to get beat up, and you have the nerve to call me? Feng Fei didn't know whether to be angry or to laugh. But in the end, It's still your own dog to comfort and console. It's okay, brother, tell me who made a move on you, and I'll clean him up when I get a chance. Finally hearing this voice of brother, Yu Guang was delighted in his heart and hurriedly said, Brother Fei, you don't need to do anything. I can handle that poor bastard Chen Mofan. Feng Fei was instantly petrified. His eyes were dull, and his movements were stiff as he looked at the cell phone in his hand. I think he just heard a name on his cell phone. That, brother, I think you just mentioned a person's name. Who are you talking about? Brother Fei, Chen Mofan, that poor bastard. I told him, Shui Euro is your woman, brother Fei, and he still dares to have ideas. Feng Fei almost cried. The one he was most afraid of right now was Chen Mofan. But what about his own little brother? How dare you mess with him looking for death? The point is, you messed with him, and you brought him along, and you're talking about my woman. You think I can't die fast enough? Feng Fei immediately exploded, holding his cell phone and directly cursing. Yu Guang, you stepped on a horse. You big stupid %. Yu Guang froze. What is this? Just now it was a brother? How come he's asking about mom and dad in the blink of an eye? He didn't ask for it. That fly guy. Don't you call me Fei. I'm not your brother. You're my brother, and I'm telling you Yu Guang, from this day on, we're done. We'll never speak again. Feng Fei directly hung up the phone. Yu Guang was dumbfounded, looking at the hung up phone, wondering if this was happening. How did this big brother of his suddenly go ballistic? Thinking about it, Feng Fei felt that it must be that this big brother felt that he was not doing his job well, and that he had disgraced him by not even beating the dog god. Chen Mofan, I will definitely get you killed today. Yu Guang cursed angrily and took his cell phone to make a few calls again, calling his brothers from the Taekwondo club. He was going to bring more friends to get revenge on Chen Mofan. At that exact moment, Wang Yu also put down her cell phone and said with a look of contempt, Yu Guang, I've got a date for you. It's on the rooftop of the boys' dormitory, and that douchebag Huang Tao thinks I'm looking for a date with him. Excited as hell, Wang Yu said, raising the cell phone in his hand and smiled triumphantly. It wasn't long before a few people from the Taekwondo club arrived at the infirmary. Hearing Yu Guang say that he was going to teach the dog god Chen Mofan a lesson, a touch of contempt appeared on several people's faces. One of them, a brawny muscular man, even more arrogantly said, that dog god thing dared to make a move against our Taekwondo club. I think he's really looking for death. Another man with gold-rimmed glasses and wearing a practice uniform followed suit and taunted. That's right, no one in the university dares to mess with us. Who the hell is this dog god to start this? He deserves it. Yu Guang smiled when he heard these words and followed suit. We must make him kneel down for us today. That would be the only way to get rid of my heart. The muscular man sneered. Kneeling is mandatory. Let's go and teach that poor bastard dog god a lesson. A group of people laughed and arrogantly walked out of the infirmary towards the rooftop of the men's dormitory. On the other hand, Chen Mofan put on his big undershirt and pants with a reluctant face. Puzzled, he looked at the boss and inquired, Boss, you mean to say that Wang Yu just approached you for a date to go to the rooftop of the men's dormitory, and naming me and Lao San to take with us? The boss nodded with an excited face, full of anti-smiles, and said happily, Yeah, I also didn't expect that Wang Yu would take the initiative to ask me out. I'm too damn happy. It seems that brother also has some charm, the oldest said, raising an eyebrow at Chen Mofan and the oldest, with a teasing face. Chen Mofan and Lao San looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. Both of them were clear that Wang Yu would be damned if she was looking for a date with her boss. Besides, back off. You've seen that little couple date, with two big old ones next to them. Although I don't know what Wang Yu this is because of, but it just so happens to be looking for her, and it saves the trouble. Lao San, where's your hairspray? Rub it on me. Dating Wang Yu, the old man has to look his best. Looking at his boss's excited appearance, Chen Mofan sighed helplessly in his heart. He only hoped that Wang Yu wouldn't fail this deep love of the boss. Otherwise, he could guarantee that Wang Yu will regret coming into this world. Chapter 74, Remember Your Words. On the way, Tang Fei called to thank Chen Mofan for catching Zhang Zhua. In response, Chen Meifan smiled and stated, Serve the people. Tang Fei's phone had just hung up when Chu Feng also sent a message stating that Zhang Zhua had been sent to the police station. Also sent a photo. Chen Mofan clicked to take a look. Good guy. Zhang Zhua in it is bloody. Fear was all over the only eye that could still move. But in this regard, Chen Mofan did not have the slightest pity. Zhang's was self-inflicted. Who can blame? Crunch. The old rooftop door was opened with a scuffling sound that made your eyes sore. The boss was full of excitement. A smile at the corner of his mouth that he couldn't even suppress as he walked quickly toward the rooftop. But when he came to the rooftop, he looked around and was confused. There's no one on the rooftop. Didn't Wang Yu say she was waiting for him on the rooftop? Wait, I guess I'll be there in a while. Chen Mofan said. The oldest nodded, then excitedly said, oldest 4, what do you think yeah will say to me today? Where are we going to play later? By the way, if any of you have any money in your hands, hurry up and transfer some to me. Later on, I'm going to take yeah to the Looking Glass Pavilion first, boss said excitedly. The hooked up corners of his mouth were simply hard to suppress. Without saying a word, the oldest transferred 2,000 to the boss. Chen Mofan, on the other hand, directly transferred 10,000 to the boss. The boss got even more excited then, slapped the back of Chen Mofan's head and laughed. You're a good kid. It's getting better and better now. The shots are in the tens of thousands. Say, where did you get this money? The boss excitedly strangled Chen Mofan's neck and laughed. In the midst of the two men's jostling, there was another creak and Wang Yu pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing Wang Yu, the boss immediately let go of Chen Mofan and jogged all the way over. That, you're here. Yeah? This address made Wang Yu's brows instantly tighten as she looked at the boss. A glint of obvious disgust flashed in his eyes. Please can you not call me that? It's disgusting you know? The tone, which carried a hint of obvious distaste, brought a wave of embarrassment to the boss's face. He scratched his head and smiled with him. That, my friends are there? Give me some face. Giving you face? What the hell are you? In the corridor, Yu Guang sneered and humiliated, accompanied by the sound of words. Yu Guang, the man with glasses, and the muscular man, the three of them beat the head of the two up to the rooftop. Looking at the scene in front of him, the boss was obviously still a bit baffled by the pointing at Yu Guang and the others. He wondered, you, what is this situation? What's the situation? Hit your situation. Yu Guang arrogantly sneered, lifting his leg and kicking the boss to the ground. Then stepping on the boss's chest, he said triumphantly, poor bastard. You don't think Wang Yu really wants to go out with you, do you? You don't even piss on yourself. Look at your poor face. Wang Yu will step on the horse to like you. I'm not afraid to tell you. Wang Yu will be my god-grandfather's person in the future. Let's step on the horse to hit the idea. With those words, he kicked the boss in the cheek. The kick caused the boss to spill blood from the corner of his mouth and lie on the ground for half a day without getting up. Watching this scene, Chen Merfan quickly rushed over, his gaze icy cold as he looked at Yu Guang. Seeing that Chen Mofan was angry, Yu Guang was very happy, and he snorted triumphantly and laughed. Yo, why? The dog god is angry. He's not thinking of biting again. But you step on a horse and look. I have 5 people here. Yu Guang pointed behind him, his face overflowing with smugness. But Chen Mofan just took one look at Yu Guang before pulling his boss up with one hand. Then his gaze went cold and looked at Wang Yu. Wang Yu, you didn't ask your husband out just to date him. Just to help Yu Guang teach us a lesson, is that it? Wang Yu impatiently skimmed his lips, raised his hand to point at the boss, and said disdainfully, a date? You can't be serious. I can date him. Are you being funny? By the way Chen Mofan, I'm troubling you to help me control this licking dog of yours. Do you realize he's really annoying? Boss's face instantly turned red when he heard such blunt words of humiliation. Anger and frustration crept over the boss's cheeks, causing him to bow his head in shame. Chen Meifan knew how happy and excited the boss was at the beginning, following the two of them as they borrowed money. I hope to take Wang Yu to Wang Shanga for dinner. Even if they know that Wang Shanga is not something they can afford, they are still willing to take on the debt, just so I can take Wang Yu to experience the best and not embarrass her. But what about Wang Yu? Mocking, ridiculing, even humiliating? This woman is really just like Ruyan Lu. With this in mind, Chen Mofan patted his boss's shoulder, giving him silent comfort. Then, raising his head expansively, his eyes looked straight at Wang Yu and said icily, remember what you said today. Wang Yu didn't take it to heart in the slightest and skimmed his mouth disdainfully. Dog god can still threaten people now? That's really an eye-opener for me. Is the next thing to be said is, 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. Yu Guang sneered and mocked. The muscular man was also full of sneers and taunted. Should have added another mojo for him. That's the bee. If I can roll over later, I'll fly upside down. A line of taunts resounded from the rooftop, and listening to these taunts, the oldest and the third clenched their fists in death, their faces filled with resentment and anger. Yu Guang sneered a few times and after scanning the 3 Chen Merfans, he impatiently said, alright, you 2 poor bastards can get lost. The only one I want to teach a lesson to is Chen Mofan. Yu Guang said, pointing at the oldest and the third. Off nigga. Lao San cursed angrily. With firm eyes, he stood behind Chen Mofan and stretched his neck to look angrily at Yu Guang. Yu Guang, I'm telling you, there will be no desertion from the 3 of us brothers. Although the boss didn't say anything, he stood behind Chen Mofan with a red face. Chen Mofan's heart warmed when he saw this scene. He knew that these 2 brothers were really treating him as a friend. Ha! Yu Guang sneered and nodded with a playful face. Okay, since you want to find a fight, I'll fulfill you. Today, all three of you, you have to kneel down and call me master. Give it to me, Yu Guang said and took the lead. Chen Mofan's heart had long been filled with rage, and immediately, with both fists clenched, strength quickly coalesced in his arms as fighting mastery was unleashed, and countless fighting techniques flashed rapidly through his mind, and he had long since rushed out. Before Yu Guang could throw a punch, Chen Merfan had already punched him in the abdomen. The smugness on Yu Guang's face completely solidified at this moment. He looked incredulously at Chen Mofan who was close in front of him, his eyes filled with shock. He couldn't believe that Chen Mofan was so strong. He had just received Chen Mofan's slap yesterday, and he remembered that Chen Mofan wasn't that fast. But now, the speed was clearly another point faster. Yu Guang where to know. At this moment Chen Mofan is as angry as possible, out in no slightest retention. The speed was naturally 1 point faster than before. Besides, Chen Mervan is a true fighting savant. It's not something they can fight against with their fancy fists that have been practicing taekwondo for 2 days. Yu Guang was like a boiled prawn, instantly hunching over and covering his stomach as he took 2 steps back. 2 steps later, before he could stand still, Chen Mofan took a flying electric cannon and a hard knee to Yukari's chin. This blow directly caused Yu Guang's teeth to fly out twice, crying out in pain. The expression on his face was even more twisted together. In the absence of his previous native complacency, the muscular man and the spectacled man looked at this scene and trembled in fear. When they first arrived, the two of them despised Chen Mofan from the bottom of their hearts, thinking that Chen Mofan should have practiced flowery fists for 2 days. He could easily knock Chen Mofan to the ground by going up there himself. However, at this moment, watching Chen Mofan's hand strike crisply and neatly made the two of them tremble in their hearts. Together, the muscular man roared and charged. Chapter 75, The Boss is the Dog God. The man with the glasses gritted his teeth and followed suit. The other two fixed their minds and rushed towards the oldest and the third respectively. But what surprised the man with the glasses was that Chen Mofan didn't follow the normal routine at all. Without the slightest intention of tangling with them, he desperately tried to avoid his fists. And when you can't avoid it, you catch it with your body. And Chen Mofan's double fists were like a rainstorm, frantically attacking the muscular man. Chen Mofan knew very well that his fighting mastery was only at level 1. One-on-one. He wasn't afraid of these guys who had only practiced a few days of fancy fists and could just crush them. But 1-on-2, he can't make it easy. There's even the possibility of being slowed down by Muscle Man and Glasses Man. If he stalls until the other two take care of the oldest and third, then he's a pair of 4s. At that time he would surely be defeated. So the best thing to do would be to get rid of one person. Quickly. First, I don't care if I get hurt for it. And the muscular man and the spectacled man, both of them obviously the former is a bit more powerful. Taking a punch from him was bound to be bad, so he could only prioritize the muscular man. Under Chen Mofan's stormy attack, the muscular man retreated back and forth. His torso had already been punched 4 or 5 times by Chen Mofan, and he kept sucking in cold air from the pain. Suffering from the pain in his body also made his strikes a little slower, and taking advantage of this moment too, Chen Mofan struck even faster. He could only passively block while continuously retreating, but another step backward. His feet stumbled, and in his haste his legs unexpectedly tripped together, and his unsteady body fell to the ground at once. At this moment, he was so frightened that his heart trembled, and was about to get up in a panic, when Chen Mofan had already arrived and, without the slightest hesitation, a hard kick was delivered to his head. The muscular man watched as Chen Mofan's right foot continued to enlarge in his eyes, his pupils clenching violently in fear. Put! With a muffled sound, Chen Mofan's kick landed hard on the muscular man's head. The muscular man's eyes rolled up on the spot, and he had fainted. Watching the scene, the man with the glasses was so frightened that his body trembled. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and ran. Just after running 2 steps, Chen Mofan had already caught up. The right hand pressed against the back of his head and jerked forward. The man with the glasses couldn't collect his strength, and his torso lunged forward, falling on its face. This time, he kept howling in pain, and blood spilled out and ran all over his cheeks. Just screaming twice, Chen Mofan kicked up hard. The howling then came to an abrupt end. The other two, a guy with a slab of hair who'd already taken care of the boss, is stepping on the boss's chest and strutting his stuff. He spat a mouthful of spit in the boss's face and taunted. Bah, poor bastard. Weren't you just awesome? Let's see if you're good enough. Don't even look at what you are. Dare to pretend with us in front of the Taekwondo club. I think you really are looking for death. As soon as these words fell, the man suddenly realized that something was wrong, and that there seemed to be something standing behind him. He turned his head violently and saw Chen Mofan's icy eyes at a glance. The eyes made him go OMG and his scalp tingled. And at this moment, Chen Mofan also struck out. without the slightest fancy stance. A direct kick, viciously kicked the man in the joints. Only heard a crunching sound, and the man's foot on the boss's chest was immediately twisted and deformed. Ah! A pig-killing scream followed from the man's mouth. He clutched his leg and fell to the ground, rolling and wailing on the floor. The other man was so scared that his liver and guts trembled, and without the slightest hesitation he turned around and ran. How could Chen Mofan let him go? Since he struck out, he didn't go back without some injuries. That would be too much for the man's previous arrogance. Chen Mofan directly grabbed the person who was wailing on the ground. His body powered up, and after flinging himself around in a circle, slamming hard into the last of the fleeing men. Bang! The two collided and both fell to the ground. Without waiting for the two to climb up, Chen Mofan directly went up and kicked them twice, causing them to pass out. Wang Yu looked at this scene and froze on the spot in fear, his body trembling unceasingly. There was fear in his eyes. It was hard for her to believe that Chen Mofan had struck simply too hard. How was this a fight between students? Moreover, Chen Mofan was too strong. One person had actually solved 5 people. Is this the same taekwondo club that struts its stuff at Eastern University? How is it that in front of Chen Mofan, he's like an unweaned child? In 3 or 2 passes, it was easily solved. Yu Guang had just stood up, but when he looked at this scene, he was so scared that his feet went limp and he fell down again. Looking at Yu Guang, who had collapsed on the ground and was trembling in fear, Chen Mofan raised his leg and walked over. Chen Mofan, what are you doing? I'm in the Taekwondo club. Our president, black belt. Before Yu Guang could finish his sentence, Chen Mofan kicked up. Yu Guang screamed in pain. Chen Mervan, our society. Bang! Another kick. Chun. Bang! Another kick. Chun. Bang! 5 kicks in a row and you opts to behave. Brother, no. Master, I kowtow to you and apologize. Yu Guang said, quickly climbed up, without the slightest hesitation. Bang bang! Knocked 3 straight up. Chen Mofan looked at such Yu Guang and was helpless. Why does this Yu Quan love to recognize his godfather so much? Before, he had said that Wang Yu had been taken by his godfather, and now he had recognized him, but he really doesn't need grandchildren. The thought was followed by another kick. Yu Guang cried, wincing in pain. Brother, how in the world can you let me go? Tell me. Chen Mofan didn't talk nonsense and directly pointed at the oldest and the third. Apologize to my 2 friends. Yu Guang sniffed and didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation, kowtowing directly to the 2 of them and admitting his mistake. With this minion-like appearance, Chen Mofan was surprised. He only needed Yu Guang to admit his mistake. But how come he was so willing to kneel down as if his bones were soft? Wang Yu was scared out of her wits, her body shaking like a chicken, trembling non-stop. She was afraid that Chen Mofan would do the same to her and hurriedly moved towards the door in small steps. Wang Yu. Chen Mofan opened his mouth, just a short 2 words, directly scared Wang Yu mama sound, sitting on his ass. She cried at that time, wailing, Chen Mofan, don't hit me. It's Yu Guang who forced me to do this. I didn't mean to do this. Oh, don't hit me. In order not to get beaten, Wang Yu directly took the pot all on Yu Guang. Chen Mofan really didn't have the intention of hitting her, and directly walked past her, still with the same words. Remember what you said today. The words fell, assisting the oldest and the third toward the bottom of the rooftop, but the boss passed by Wang Yu and stopped. He only saw a flash of coldness in his eyes, and then slapped Wang Yu's face fiercely. Pop! 5 clear fingerprints appeared on Wang Yu's cheeks immediately, and the right side of her face was swollen high up, green with purple. Wang Yu, this is what I fought for my brother. Mouth agape. The boss grabbed her arm and pulled her up as he did so. Looking at this scene, Chen Mofan was helpless. Well, this horse still can't let go. The dog got this name to me. Really ing is spoiled. Back in the dormitory, the boss went straight to hugging the covers and crying silently. Looking at that body's jerking appearance, Chen Mofan was also speechless. This boss really didn't see it coming, or a love interest, and even more of a big ing grievance. Chen Mofan thought helplessly in his heart, took out his cell phone and directly called Bai Yu and Long Ao Tian separately. There were no other words on the phone. It went straight to, find me, whether it's an international model or a celebrity or an internet star or a company executive. In short, within an hour. Raise me 100 beauties of 9 points or more. He really hoped that the boss would give up on Wang Yu, and he believed that after being hurt by Wang Yu. And then there are beautiful women who take the initiative to throw themselves in the arms. The boss can change love. Directly dumped Wang Yu, no matter how much it costs. As long as it can make the boss forget about Wang Yu, Chen Mofan thinks it is worth it. Not to mention the friendship on the rooftop, not leaving him behind even though he knew he was going to be beaten. It would be worth it. Chapter 76, The Oldest Three's Happy Life. An hour later, The boss was still whimpering and sobbing as he clutched the covers. Chen Mofan viciously gritted his teeth and directly grabbed the boss and left. Outside the school gate, Richard Wan was already waiting, driving the same Mercedes-Benz business. Seeing Chen Murphan's arrival, Wang Motsai jogged out of the car and respectfully called out boss. Then, opened the car door. The oldest three on the side looked at this scene and was completely stunned as he looked at Chen Mofan in disbelief. The shock in Lao San's eyes didn't diminish in the slightest until he got into the car. The boss, on the other hand, didn't care about any of this at all and kept wiping his eyes there, all the way to the Tiankai Hotel, straight up to the third floor. Here, there was a huge conference room, which was full of beautiful women at the moment. Opening the door to the room, Lao San looked at the beautiful women and his eyes straightened then. The boss, on the other hand, looked away and then proceeded to cry. Long Aotian and Baiyu watched Chen Mofan arrive and walked over quickly. Smiling, he greeted, Van God. 2 short words, and Lao San's heart pumped hard. Where God? Lao San's eyes snapped wide as he looked at Chen Mofan in disbelief. Because of the shock, his mouth was so open that he was about to stuff an egg. Old for, they just called. Called you what? The oldest three stuttered and opened his mouth, pointing at Baiyu and Long Aotian, his face filled with shock as he inquired. Chen Meifan smiled helplessly. He had explained to Lao San a long time ago that he was the mortal god, but they didn't believe him at all. Now that the facts were so plainly before him, and looking at his shocked face, Chen Mofan actually had a dark feeling of pleasure in his heart. Nodding his head, Chen Meifan smiled and said, they call me the fan god. It's the same mortal god you had in mind, and you've got a rich brother, and a super rich one at that. The oldest was outright petrified, standing frozen in place. It took a full minute before he reacted. In an instant, his face was replaced by ecstasy, and he danced around in excitement. An incoherent roar of rage. Asterisk. Ah, awesome, I'm stompin' awesome. The mortal god turned out to be my brother. Unlike the oldest's excited ecstasy, the oldest, though also with a smile on his face, but it's clear that you haven't gotten over the grief of losing your love. Seeing this, Chen Mofan patted his boss on the shoulder and advised, boss, just like I said, whether it's an international young model or a celebrity internet star, if you ask, I can get you one, even if you're looking for Sean, I'm all flying to Rice right now to talk to Trump, poo to talk, but the boss shook his head with a calm face. Chen Mofan immediately clenched his teeth. What, boss, you've got to have that woman, Wang Yu. What's the matter? If you don't hang yourself from this crooked neck tree of Wang Yu, you still won't live. The boss didn't say anything. Silence was his best answer. Chen Mofan was speechless, opened his mouth, but in the end didn't say a word. In the end, looking at his boss's fossilized appearance with tears streaming down his face, Chen Mofan directly laughed in anger. Chen Mofan smiled helplessly and bitterly, nodding his head. Okay, since you like it, I'll arrange it. Okay, 3 days, just 3 days, and I promise to make Wang Yu smile at you. Okay? Really? The boss looked at Chen Mofan with an excited face. Asterisk. Looking at this scene, Chen Mofan directly opened his mouth with a single word, but laughed himself first. That's okay, at least it proves that there is still true love on earth, albeit lickety-split. It would be a nice thing to start with a clean slate. With this in mind, Chen Mofan wrapped his arm around Lao San's shoulders and smiled a cheap laugh. Third brother, if the boss doesn't want it, then I'll have to trouble you to help my brother out. Lao San pushed Chen Mofan away with a hand and said with dissatisfaction, isn't this nonsense? Being a brother must be a relief for you. Lao San said and raised his eyebrows at Chen Mofan with a cheap and rancid look on his face. Then why don't you hurry up and go and choose? Chen Mofan said with a smiling look on his face. Choose? What the hell? Only kids make choices. I want them all. The oldest smiled broadly and walked inside the conference room. The beautiful women in the conference room smiled and came up when they saw this and, all with a distinctly ingratiating look on their faces. They were told before they came that it was the mortal god who wanted to see them. No one in Liuqing dares to disrespect this great Buddha. After all, Master Tiger was forced into retirement by the mortal gods. The energy of the mortal gods is just as predictable. Therefore, they are quite willing to sell their smiles just to please the mortal gods, even though, some of them are also little known. But this bit of fame was like the light of a glowing fire compared to the mortal gods. Looking at Lao San, these beauties bowed in unison. Hello boss. The sound of warbling resounded through the conference room for a while. Hearing this voice, either clear, soft, or delicate, the corners of Lao San's mouth were grinning up to his ears in a flash. At the moment, he feels like his eyes are a little too busy. Look at this. It's beautiful. Look at that one. Well, it's not so bad. Look at the next one. Ooh, those pecs. The family grows papayas, right? Lao San was completely dazzled. Swallow thin ring fat, really have their own style, and these beauties, which in the past he would never have dreamed of, but now, just standing in front of him, smiling, it's all because he's got a good brother. Vulcan is his brother. Just thinking about it, Lao San felt like he couldn't help but tremble with excitement. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Lao San plunged headlong into the beautiful. Laughing, he went off to talk to these beauties about his life's aspirations, but for that matter, he still didn't forget to turn his head to Chen Mofan and say, "Old 4, later you kid back to the dormitory. Don't forget to unplug the charger for me, tonight I don't go back, ha ha." Cool, Long Ao Tian and Bai Yu, with dull eyes, looked at Lao San. How dare this guy talk to a mortal god like that? But what about the mortal god? Not only did he not get the slightest bit angry, instead he smiled cheaply. Holy, that's a relationship that's clearly ironic. Long Ao Tian and Bai Yu looked at each other and understood in their hearts that, in the future, these two buddies will definitely be the top tycoons in Liuqing. This is someone who can be on par with them. The two brothers set their minds right in a flash. Chen Mofan looked at the oldest three and smiled. He was afraid that after coming completely clean with these two brothers changed, become flattering to him, no longer laughing and jostling as before, and now look at that, it hasn't changed at all, it's still the same. Mortal god, what about this brother? Long Ao Tian smiled and glanced at his boss and laughed. Chen Mofan let out a bitter smile. What else can we do? Just fix it. It is not just Wang Yu? He put up with it. Ao Tian, Bai Yu, I've troubled you too this time. Let's thank you together when we have the chance. Long Ao Tian and Bai Yu were not polite and smiled. That's fine, Van God. I look forward to the surprise you have in store for us. The two knew very well that a nodding head would only be treated like a licking dog. Relationships only last as long as you talk and laugh and don't make so many fake pleasantries. Oh, by the way, Van God, that big Mercedes-Benz G from earlier, it's been repaired and I'll deliver it to you today. And as for that store manager, I'm telling him to get lost, along with that 4S store. Chen Merfan nodded. He really didn't put much thought into these trivial matters. On the other hand, Wang Yu covered her face and returned to her dorm room. As for Yu Guang and the others on the rooftop, she didn't bother. Letting them wail on the rooftop, dead or alive, had nothing to do with her. She felt that it was all their fault for being useless. Wouldn't it have been better if they had knocked Chen Mofan down? Instead, it was Chen Mofan who knocked them down. It also caused him to be slapped in the mouth by that poor bastard Huang Tao. And if it wasn't for Yu Guang and their waste of time, could she be slapped in the face with this herself? How was she going to see her old northern nose at night? Chapter 77, Wang Yu's old northern nose. Watching Wang Yu cover her face and return to the dormitory, Wang Jiaojiao saw the abnormality on Wang Yu's face at a glance, opened his mouth and inquired, Yeah, what happened to your face? Did you let someone hit you? Humph. Wang Yu snorted coldly and didn't reply. Wang Jiaojiao looked at Wang Yu suspiciously and laughed. Yeah, I didn't provoke you, did I? Why are you making faces at me as soon as you come in? Wang Yu did not answer, but sat down in front of the dresser and fiddled with her high swollen cheeks. Seeing Wang Yu's oblivious attitude, Wang Jiaojiao frowned, still being patient and, calmly, he said, Wang Yu, Merfan said that if you're willing to accompany Huang Tao out for a sneak around tonight, he's willing to give you a supercar. When Wang Yu heard this, he sneered disdainfully. Ha, on him? That poor bastard even bought me a supercar. Wang Jiaojiao, can you stop making me laugh? Wang Yu said contemptuously, with an expression of obvious disdain on her face, obviously looking down on Chen Mofan in his heart. Wang Jiaojiao, I treat you as a sister, but you lie to me with words every day. Do you find it interesting? I was so blind to take money to cure your brother in the first place. Wang Jiaojiao was speechless. She didn't know how she had deceived Wang Yu, and had always done him good. Before, in the supercar, she had told Wang Yu that Chen Meifan was a mortal god. In the future, Huang Tao won't mix too badly. But Wang Yu wouldn't listen and thought he was doing him harm. They say they're sisters, but they don't believe me at all. Wang Jiaojiao does not want to explain again. Let Wang Yu just regret not to come to her in the future. In her heart, but on her lips, Wang Jiaojiao still reminded for the last time. Wang Yu, if you don't pick Huang Tao, you'll definitely regret it in the future. I regret, Wang Yu sneered, pointing at herself, in a tone of contemptuous mockery. I'd only regret it if I chose that poor bastard alright. Well, Wang Jiaojiao, you don't have to lie to me here, either. From now on I'll pretend I don't have you as a sister. Humph, you can't see your sisters as good as you when you're rich yourself. Don't want a sister like you, Wang Yu said, skimming her mouth at Wang Jiaojiao with a disdainful look. Wang Jiaojiao laughed in anger and decided not to spoil Wang Yu anymore. She immediately took out her cell phone and called Zhang Chang with a smile. Hey, Kung, I happen to be free today, so I can go to the closing of the villa, Wang Jiajiu said, purposely glancing triumphantly at Wang Yu, her tone aggravated and emphasized. Right. It's that $40 million villa that was transferred into my name. 40 million. As soon as this number came out, Wang Yu was on the verge of going crazy with jealousy. She couldn't help but clench her teeth and, teeth clenched, she was so envious that her eyes were red. How she wished she could live in a $40 million villa too. Driving tens of millions of dollars in luxury cars, having memberships to major designer clothing, all of these things she wanted. But alas, the ones who own them are her sisters. It was precisely because it was her sister that she became even more jealous instead. It's true that I'm afraid of my sister's suffering, and I'm afraid of my sister's driving a Land Rover. Jingling, the phone rang. Wang Yu picked up her cell phone and saw that it was her old Bainu calling. Although her old nose is not as generous as White Feather, but it is still worth hundreds of millions of dollars. It gave her back her self-confidence somewhat. She glanced provocatively at Wang Jiajiu and picked up the cell phone with a smile. Hey, honey. This dear full of pampering tone almost made Wang Jiajiu hear vomit. She grabbed her car keys and fled the dorm room. And Wang Yu, not feeling the least bit wrong about this cry of dear spilling, talking to his old northern nose. The old north nose bought her an LV bag today. I hope she'll come out tonight. One is to meet his old brothers, and the other is to try to take down Wang Yu. Typical of an old man's heart. I just don't know who's in charge of this current body of his. Let's take a step back. 80-something years old, with this old body and severe osteoporosis. Even if Wang Yu lord, but if you accidentally sit hard, will you fracture the big crotch dry? LOL, you're so old and you're still having fun? Wang Yu only hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. In the evening, Wang Yu will be well dressed, as promised to the Taozi Mahjong Hall. Her old north nose was inside playing mahjong with 3 of his friends, pushing open the door of one of the innermost compartments of the Mahjong Hall. Wang Yu walked in. This box is like a presidential suite. Not only is there a mahjong machine right in the middle of there are also sofas, bedrooms, tea sets and refrigerators all around. Just like a small house. They say this box costs 10,000 a day. Wang Yu was in a good mood while surveying the box. She thinks she should be in and out of such high places, that this is her life. If he follows Huang Tao, he doesn't know how long it'll take him to save up 10,000. It takes one to come and spend money in a place like this. Wang Yu walked into the box, and inside the box, the 4 old men raised their heads at the same time, eyeing her colorfully. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around, and 3 of Old North Nose's friends are just like him. Both got a pretty young girl. At the moment, 3 girls of only 21 or 22 years of age, were smoking cigarettes and, each lay in the arms of 3 old men. Only Wang Yu's old northern nose was alone. Old Bibu is 87 years old this year, with a head full of white hair and a face wrinkled like tree bark. A mouth full of teeth lost a large portion of the wind leaks out when you speak. Just like that. There was still a touch of excitement in his cloudy eyes at the sight of Wang Yu, who was wearing a JK. When the gaze went down and looked at Wang Yu's long snow-white legs and the white stockings on her legs, there was even more lust in his eyes. Old North Nose looked excited and waved at Wang Yu. Wang Yu walked over and sat down next to Old North Nose. Lao Bei nosed and laughed as he wrapped one hand around Wang Yu's waist and placed one hand on her snow-white thighs, gently caressing. The other 3 saw the scene and hemmed and hawed as they, a sickeningly lecherous grin on his pale face. Baby, come on. I'll introduce you, Old North Nose said, pointing to the old man beside him in a well-pressed suit. This is Old Zhang. His family owns a pharmacy and is worth $50 million. This is Lao Li, the chartered house owner, with a building in his name, worth $70 million. An old man with black-framed glasses smiled a lewd smile at Wang Yu. The last old man was a big bald guy named Lao Wang, worth $90 million. All of them were worth millions of dollars, and Wang Yu was excited in her heart, feeling that with people like this, she's the one with the face. On the contrary, Chen Mofan and Huang Tao can't even earn $1 million after graduation by working as bulls and horses for the rest of their lives. One is simply suffering with him. Only the little cutie. It's only the one who would choose Huang Tao. Wang Yu once again strengthened the idea in his heart. Little baby, here at the Taozi Mahjong Parlor, we're the honored guests of honored guests. The boss, Tao Zi, nodded his head when he saw us there. Old North Nose spoke with a haughty face, showing off his strength. I can tell you, little baby, that this Taozi is Master Tiger's little brother. Even he is nodding his head to us, so there's no need to say more about our strength. When Wang Yu, who was already in a good mood, heard this, her eyes lit up even more. Isn't Chen Mofan a good fighter? But what's the point of being able to fight? Can you beat this Taozi? But Taozi had to grovel to his old northern nose, so naturally he would have to grovel to me in the future. Just thinking so, Wang Yu felt so excited. She couldn't wait to bring Tao Zi to appear in front of Chen Mofen again. She was eager to see what Chen Mofen would look like when he nodded his head. The old northern snout was still showing off his strength, and said smugly, "Little baby, not to mention that, in this surrounding area, my words are absolutely good, so you can walk sideways in this neighborhood from now on." Chapter 78. The arrogant old north knows. Of course, don't go out on the street. After all, Liuqing is so big, so some ruthless person might appear. I've heard that there's a new mortal god in Liuqing, but he's even ed Master Tiger into submission. We can't touch those great gods, but if ordinary people dare to bully you, you could totally announce my name and it would scare the lalapi out of him. Old North Nose snorted in triumph and put on a haughty air. Hearing this, Wang Yu hesitated and took off her mask. That mouth, she hated in her heart until now, hated Huang Tao more than Chen Mofen, hated her teeth. Huang Tao had dared to slap her face. She definitely couldn't let this licking dog off lightly. What happened to your face, little baby? Old Bainu saw the finger marks on Wang Yu's face at a glance. His brows furrowed as he inquired in dissatisfaction. Wang Yu told the events of today's daytime. Hearing that someone actually dared to slap his little baby, Old Northern Nose slammed the table in anger. When he heard that it was two poor bastards, Old North Nose laughed even more contemptuously. Mud, how dare two poor bastards lay their hands on my woman? I have to let them know what will happen if they offend someone they can't afford to mess with? Wang Yu had a smile on her face. This should be her man, rich and powerful. The words are so bossy. Let's go then. I can't wait to teach those two poor bastards a lesson. I'm sorry. Wang Yu laughed, but the old northern nose shook his head, and said contemptuously, don't be in a hurry, little darling. Tomorrow I'll bring someone to teach him a good lesson. As for today, my brother will spoil you first. A brother, coming from an 80-year-old man, is pretty sickening. Old Bainu's words exited as he pulled Wang Yu into his arms. By the time Chen Mofen returned to the dormitory with his boss, it was already dark. At the Tiankai Hotel, he had a careful chat with Richard Wang. He is going to set up a company, and by the way, he will change the name of these hotels and restaurants. He has already thought of the name of the company. It is called Dragon. The dragon represents Huaxia, symbolizing the soaring of Huaxia. Returning to the dormitory, Chen Mofen called Wang Jiaojiao at the first opportunity, asked how things were going with Wang Yu, and if he would answer to come out. Originally, Chen Mofen didn't even intend to take care of Wang Yu, but looking at the boss like that, he could only endure his disgust for Wang Yu and help his boss with his work. When Chen Mofen called, Wang Jiaojiao remembered that she forgot to tell Chen Mofen. After telling Chen Mofen about Wang Yu's attitude, Chen Mofen frowned as he listened. In his heart, even in his displeasure, Chen Mofen decided to finish this matter, and besides, he was certain that, let Wang Yu be honest when she sees him in the future. Ask Wang Jiaojiao where Wang Yu is now. Wang Jiaojiao was confused. She didn't know where Wang Yu was now. She called Wang Yu. Wang Yu didn't answer at all. However, Wang Jiaojiao guessed that Wang Yu should have gone out with her old northern nose. But where's the old north nose? Chen Mofen sighed and could only call Lu Ruyan and ask her to contact Wang Yu. Ask her where she is now. Receiving Chen Mofen's call, Lu Ruyan was ecstatic and immediately said that it was wrapped up in her. Sure enough, not more than 10 minutes later, Ruyan Lu's phone called again, telling Chen Mofen that Wang Yu is at Taozi Mahjong House. At the same time, Ruyan Lu didn't forget to apologize to Chen Mofen, saying how confused she was at first, and how regrettable it is now. It took a full 10 minutes of talking before Chen Mofen found a chance to hang up the phone. Looking at the way the boss was now crying gibberish, Chen Mofen didn't take the boss with him, and alone, took a cab and went to that Tozi Mahjong parlor. Half an hour later, Chen Mofen got out of the car and arrived in front of Taozi Mahjong Hall. The whole Mahjong parlor has 3 floors. It belongs to the upper middle class in Liaocheng. It's kind of a slightly classier place. How do you do, sir? How many, please? A beautiful waitress walked over and smiled as she inquired. I'm looking for someone. Chen Mofen smiled back before heading straight to the 3rd floor. Ruyan Lu said that Wang Yu and old Bebe Nose are in the biggest box on the 3rd floor, the Tong Winning Hall. So Chen Mofen's goal was clear. Reaching the 2nd floor went very smoothly, but when we came to the 3rd floor stairway, there were 2 security guards at the door. Stopped Chen Mofen in his tracks. Hello, sir. The 3rd floor is the VIP area. Who are you looking for? A security guard looked Chen Mofen up and down and inquired. Looking at the unkindness in those eyes, it was obvious that they doubted whether Chen Mofen was really here to spend money. Chen Mofen stopped and pointed to the Tongwin Hall deep in the corridor, explaining patiently, I'm going to the Tongwin Hall. A friend of mine is there. A girl, named Wang Yu. Win Hall? The 2 security guards looked at each other, and one of them said coldly, excuse me, we were told by the people at the Tom Winning Hall that their people had arrived and not to be disturbed without business. Hearing the cold words, Chen Mofen sighed and patiently said, Buddy, I repeat, Wang Yu inside is my friend. I'm looking for her for something, please go over there and say something. It's not difficult, is it? When Chen Mofan's words fell, the security guard didn't hesitate for a second. Straight away, he bristled. What does it matter to me if you have something to do? Chen Mofan was dumbfounded. He just asked him to go over and say something. It's not too much, right? But isn't this dude a little too punchy? Sir, please get out of here, and don't make a scene here, or don't blame us for blowing you out. Ooh, Chen Meifan gasped and laughed. After so long, he became unreasonable. Brother, if you don't help, don't help. It's too much to bully, right? But the big brother of the security guard did not restrain himself at all. Seeing that Chen Mofan had no intention of leaving, directly, he said angrily, Kid, I'll say it again. Hurry up and get the hell out of here, or else don't blame us brothers for not being polite. Get out. Chen Mofan completely angry, with stepping horseshoe to it, directly go up as a kick. This kick, directly that security guard kicked the rickets. The other man tried to move, and Chen Mofan punched him directly, knocking him out on the ground. Glancing at the two men, Chen Mofan raised his steps and headed inside. He was helpless, wondering if he hadn't been bumping his head a bit lately. He just wants to spend some money quietly, but how come someone is always forcing his hand? Inside the Tongwen Hall, Wan Yu was currently sitting on Old Beinu's lap. She played mahjong instead of Old Beinu, while Old Beinu's two dry wood-like arms were running up and down Wan Yu's body. Chen Mervan opened the winner's hall. At a glance, he saw the Old North Nose sitting on the main seat as well as Wang Yu in his arms. Looking at Old Beinu's hand on Wang Yu, a flash of obvious anger flashed in Chen Mofan's eyes. Boss is his brother. Wang Yu is his sister-in-law no matter what. But now, his sister-in-law was groped? Anger rose in Chen Mofan's heart. Kid, who the hell are you? Blind eyes walking here. The family runs a pharmacy. Old Zhang, who was worth $50 million, stood up and pointed at Chen Mofan and humiliated him. You're quite old, but you've got a temper. Chen Mofan had a smile on his face as he walked towards old Zhang. He thought of himself as never being a man to honor the old and the young, with the exception of the amoral. With a direct kick, Chen Mofan kicked that old Zhang flying, his body smashing down on the sofa behind him. There was a muffled thud, and a crisp crack of bone. Bang! Gah! Old Chang collapsed on the sofa and wailed endlessly. Watching the scene the three old men in the room shuddered in fear. But Wang Yu frowned and said angrily, Chen Mofan, you've gone too far. Do you know what kind of people these are? How dare you make a move on them? Chen Mofan directly ignored Wang Yu's words as he raised his steps and walked to that old Zhang. Watching him wailing continuously, he directly clasped his neck with one hand and said in an icy tone, if you dare to howl at I'll make you break every bone in your body. From top to bottom, old Zhang trembled in fear, and upon seeing Chen Mofan's icy cold eyes, too scared to howl a single word anymore. Chapter 79, The Old North Nose Cries. Old Beinu, on the other hand, took this time to ask Wang Yu in her arms about Chen Mofan's situation. After learning that Chen Mofan was the poor bastard who bullied her, the fear on Old North Nose's face instantly turned into contempt. He thought it was such a big shot, coming up here and making a move. Dare I say it's a poor bastard. Looking at the approaching Chen Mofan, he gave a cold snort through his nose in disdain and shook his head in contempt, putting on a haughty front. You seem proud of yourself. Chen Mofan looked at Old North Nose and smiled. Old North Nose also laughed, skimming his mouth at Chen Mofan with a look of disdain for not talking to him. Seeing this, the other old man, Old Li, snorted coldly and said arrogantly, Young man, let me introduce you. I am worth $70 million. That old Wang is worth $90 million. And this, Old Li said, pointing to the old northern nose, then arrogantly said, worth 100 million. You tell me that. Do you have stature? Why shouldn't we be proud in the face of your poverty? As the words fell, a sneer of mockery appeared on the faces of Old North Nose and Old Bald King. Looking at Chen Mofan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't even know that having 100 million was such a proud thing, but he really didn't feel it. With a handful of Old Li's hair, Chen Mofan slammed into the mahjong table with force. Bang! Accompanied by the popping sound, Lao Li's head broke the blood. The pain of his tears and snot flowed down a brain. Mixed with blood, it ran all over his face. The little girl beside him was so scared that she almost fell off her chair with her, but Old North Nose was even more unsightly, and his old face, which was like the bark of a tree, was full of gloom. He didn't expect this poor bastard to be so wild and, how dare you make a move when you learn that they are all worth tens of millions of dollars or more. The bald old king's body jumped in fear and backed up, but when he thought that he would be scared by a poor man, the old man's face flushed. Then, annoyed, he pulled out his cell phone and called his boss, Tao Zi. The boss, Tao Zi, happened to have also gotten a report from his men that there was a disturbance on the third floor that injured the security guard. Tao Zi was furious at that moment and led a few people straight to the third floor. He had to make that troublemaker pay today. And at this moment, in the box, the bald old king finished his phone call, and Wang Yu followed and opened his mouth. Chen Mofan, you still dare to hit people? Don't you know that these people are all rich people worth millions of dollars? Striking out at them, I think you're looking for death. One sentence out of the mouth. Perhaps still feel not too much. Wang Yu actually walked over to the face-to-face. He taunted Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan, you're dead today. They're not you, Guang. Make a move on them and I'll make sure you don't even know how you died. Listening to Wang Yu's noisy words, Chen Mofan did not have the slightest bit of politeness and directly slapped his mouth over. The first time on the rooftop, he didn't make a move, which was considered to leave a point of face for the boss as well as Wang Yu. Now he still dared to make a noise in front of him. This is not to teach a lesson. Are sorry for this mouth of Wang Yu. With a mouth, he directly slapped Wang Yu back to Old Bei Nu. Wang Yu's cheeks, which were already green and purple, this time, black and red. His own woman had been beaten, and Old North Nose was so full of rage that he slammed the table and he said angrily, young man, don't be so arrogant. There are a lot of people in this world that you can't afford to offend. Don't know the heights of heaven and even Jesus couldn't bail you out today. That's what I say. Such arrogant words, Chen Mofan really seldom heard them, and now that he heard them again, it only made him feel funny. But Chen Meifan burst out laughing. Laugh? Also, have a good laugh now, or you won't be able to cry later. I'm sorry, the old northern snout said conspiratorially, his words sounding distinctly mocking. Wang Yu also covered her face, although she was slapped in the mouth again, but she wasn't scared. She was well aware of the strength of her old northern nose. This strength also gave her the strength, the confidence, She covered her face and taunted at Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan, you dirtbag, I'm not afraid to tell you that the owner of this mahjong parlor, Tao Zi, is my lover's friend. I'm afraid you don't know the strength of Tao Zi. He's one of Master Tiger's men. Against a poor ***T like you, he could whisk you to death with one finger. Chen Mofan, I advise you to be a good boy and apologize to us on your knees now. Otherwise when Tao Zi arrives, it's too late for you to apologize. Wang Yu looked at Chen Mofan with cold eyes, a hint of obvious arrogance in her tone. It's like the superior reprimanding the inferior, with a sense of superiority, and saying mocking things that make you angry. Who the hell has the guts to make trouble in my place? Outside the door Tao Zi led a dozen security guards, surrounded by those who were. The toady walked in, arrogantly. Seeing Tao Zi, the old northern nose was delighted in his heart, and with a smug cold snort, he laughed. Young man, Tao Zi is here. Looks like you won't even have a chance to apologize. Get ready to cry. When the bald old king saw Tao Zi, the fear on his face disappeared in an instant. Pointing at Chen Mofan, he arrogantly and angrily said, Tao Zi, it's him, it's this kid who dared to make a move on us. Break his legs and I'll pay for the medical bills. Tao Zi followed Lao Wan's finger and saw Chen Mofan sitting on the mahjong table at a glance. The moment he saw Chen Mofan, Tao Zi only felt 5 thunderbolts, making his scalp numb. Where is the mortal god? Why is this great god in his place? He was present at the Red Lust incident yesterday. At that time, he watched with his own eyes how arrogant this great god was, slapping 2 big mouths directly at Master Tiger. That's Master Tiger. How dare the mortal god slap him? Not just slap. Master Tiger didn't dare fish out of water in the end. If Master Tiger doesn't dare, does he? He's just a little karami. The 2 beaten security guards on the 3rd floor also came to life when they saw Chen Mofan on Lao Wang's finger. One of them looked at Chen Mofan with a cold smile, although he didn't open his mouth to say anything, but the sneer at the corner of that mouth was thick with threat. The other person similarly pointed at Chen Mofan and laughed arrogantly, humiliating him. Kid, you had a good time beating us, didn't you? This time, I'm going to beat you to your knees and crawl on the ground, even if you dare to mess with us, and don't look at what you are. With that, the man fawned at Tao Zi. Boss, after you subdue this kid later on, I'm going to break his legs and make him realize that he has to pay for causing trouble in our Tao Zi mahjong hall. I'll take your mom? Tao Zi is going to cry. Make this god pay. What a nerve he's got. Looking at his men who still wanted to make a mocking remark, Tao Zi didn't hesitate in the slightest. Go up to the henchman and get a mouthful. Pop. A crunching sound echoed through the box, and those who heard it were confused. I don't understand what's going on here. How did Tao Zi hit his own people? The security guard was even more confused, covering his face and saying in an aggravated manner, Boss, why are you hitting me? It's this kid. He's the one who's causing trouble in our place. How dare you point? Tao Zi slapped out another mouthful. Pop. 2 big mouth. Pumped. The security guard corners of the mouth overflowed with blood. Cover the face no longer dare to say a word. All that's left is a dumbfounded look on his face, wondering what kind of madness this boss of his is having today, ignoring his enemies and, I can't believe I drew them. Tao Zi didn't care what he thought. At the moment he hurriedly jogged to Chen Mofen's body. Respectfully, he called out Vanguard, 2 words that shook the box like an earthquake. Everyone who heard those 2 words were all shocked in place. His face stiffened as he looked at Chen Mofen. A mortal god? This man is actually a mortal god? The crowd was all in a daze, with only this one thought remaining in their minds. Those 2 security guards were directly dumbfounded when they heard those 2 words. After remembering that he had just said a lot of arrogant things to the mortal god, the fearful heart was beating even more furiously, and there was a feeling that his heart was about to pop out of his throat in terror. The moment the previously arrogant bald old king learned that the kid in front of him was a mortal god, straight away his legs went limp and he sat down in shock. Ting himself, Old North Nose would have done what his buddy did, if he hadn't been sitting in a chair, sitting on his ass. Chapter 80, Let's Play Mahjong. But at the moment, the Old North Nose is also shaking like he's got Parkinson's. The fingers on the table shook and hissed as they rubbed against the table. At this moment, he was a different person from his previous arrogance. Not only had the contempt on his face disappeared, his eyes even dared not look at Chen Mofen. Wang Yu, who was beside him, directly covered her mouth, her face filled with disbelief. A pair of eyes were filled with shock as they stared at Chen Mofen dead in the face. She did not expect Chen Mofen to be a mortal god no matter what. This fact was like a magnitude 10 earthquake to her, shaking her dumbfounded on the spot. It suddenly dawned on her at the moment that she understood why Wang Jiajiu had been trying so hard to persuade her to stay with Huang Tao. She was also told that if she didn't stay together, she would regret it in the future. At that time, she scoffed at this, and even felt that Wang Jiajiu was uneasy with good intentions. She also desperately taunted Wang Jiajiu. But now look, that is not good intentions. This is to take her seriously, sister. It's a shame she made herself and lost it all. Instead, he himself was arrogant enough to think that this old man was 10,000 times better than Huang Tao. How ridiculous it looks now. At this moment, Wang Yu looked at the Old North Nose beside him, and only felt that this old man was even that disgusting. God Fan, why are you free to come to my place? Tao Zi bowed and stood in front of Chen Merfan. The attitude was unusually humble and respectful. The boss actually recognized himself. Chen Mofen was a little surprised. So it was good. Save more words. Looking at Tao Zi, who had a fawning smile on his face, as well as the shocked crowd in the box, Chen Mofen smiled flatly. Nothing. Someone stole my brother's girlfriend. I came over to take a look, but someone seems to think I'm a bully, and threatened to get me killed? The words resounded through the box, and Old North Nose couldn't sit still any longer. Flop, he said, sliding out of his chair and sitting on his butt. He knows that even Master Tiger has retired from the world in front of this one. They weren't even a ball in the eyes of the mortal gods. He panicked and pushed away the chair in front of him, rolling and crawling to Chen Mofen's side, crying and howling. Where? The mortal god. I was wrong. You let me go. I beg you. I apologize to you. The original is also a spineless. Chen Mofen thought he was so arrogant before, more or less a backbone. But now, if it was just Chen Mofen himself he could leave him alone. But what about his brother? Just now, when this old northern nose was hugging Wang Yu up and down, it was full of lewd smiles and arrogant awe. He'd be too sorry for his brother if he didn't give something for this. Watching the scene, Tao Zi understood. Without saying anything, directly waved his big hand. Fight! Hit me dead center. When the 4 old men heard this, they were frightened and let out of Mamma Mia. But Chen Meifan waved his hand to stop it. Don't be so violent. In times of peace, use peace to solve things. When Tao Zi heard this, he had a bitter laugh in his heart. Hearing peace and non-violence from the mouth of this, it's almost ironic. I don't know who it was that didn't give Master Tiger any face at Red Desire. The tough attitude directly slapped 2 big mouths, and finally even smashed the Red Desire. Chen Mofen smiled and opened his mouth, while reaching out to pull up the old northern nose that was kneeling in front of him. Then said, I heard that you are quite rich. $100 million. Not bad. Quite arrogant capital ha. The old northern nose face instantly is a red. He has money. That also depends on with whom to compare. The mortal god in front of him casually swiped out 600 million. His 100 million is nothing in front of this one. With a bitter look on his face, Old Bay Nose curried. Mortal god, compared to you I'm just a little karami. I was wrong before, and I apologize. If it was someone else, Chen Mofen might really look at his age and let him off the hook, but not this one. First of all for being old, an 80-plus-year-old man and still full of flowers, using money, specializing in wreaking havoc on little girls. Look at the girls in this box, all 21 too. How many single brothers are there in China now? Those buddies are waiting to see what happens, but it turned out to be scourged by these guys for old age first. And as an old man, not only is there no kindness in his heart, but he is also arrogant and domineering in his attitude. There was not the slightest convergence. The most important point, Chen Mofen didn't forget that this old boy had touched Wang Yu all over her body. It's the same as explicitly giving Huang Tao a cuckold Huang Tao to him. That cannot be said. He naturally also have to help Huang Tao out of this breath. Picking up the mahjong on the table, Chen Mofen glanced at Old Bay Nose and, in a flat tone, he said, I won't make it difficult for you. You love playing mahjong, don't you? I'm not really familiar with this stuff, but we can play. As for some of the rules of mahjong, let's forget about a handful of 10,000 winners and losers. The old Northern Nose was delighted to hear this. Accompanying the mortal god to play mahjong, this can be win or lose 10,000 he can afford to lose. With that in mind, Old North Nose hastily nodded. Yes, the mortal god is interested. I naturally accompany. The corners of Chen Mofen's mouth hooked up, a playful smile on his face. The mahjong is set up and the two men grab each other's tiles. The old man led off and hit a deuce. Chen Mervan doesn't want it and chooses to grab it, but Chen Mofen's grabbing of cards directly chose to grab 10 cards, leaving the useful ones. The useless ones are playing out 10. Old North Nose is dumbfounded. Can it still be played like this? The surrounding crowd was also dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This is such a fight. Who can beat it? Tao Zi didn't gawk, but smiled and reminded Chen Mofen. Fan Shen, you're confused. Oh yeah? I hadn't seen that. Tao Zi smiled and nodded, grabbing back one of the played cards and placing it in Chen Meifan's deck. Doesn't that make it mushy? Chen Mofen laughed. This kid played even more flowery than him. Push poker. Chen Mofen won $10,000. Keep fighting. Within a few moments, Chen Mofen won millions of dollars according to his own playing style. But this money, Chen Mofen won't take it. He'll distribute them to the children of these 4 old men. Those without children donate to major poverty alleviation foundations. Chen Mofen is trying to win all of their industries, so that they no longer have any money in their hands. These people are a scourge with their money. Old North Nose was dumbfounded. He could already see that the mortal god was trying to win him to the bottom. It made his hand start to tremble a little as he touched the cards. The other 3 old men, seeing this scene, simultaneously observed a minute of silence in their hearts for Old North Nose. At the same time, all 3 were a little thankful that they could still keep their homes. The 3 had decided that after this was over, they would have to let off some steam and a little girl. As soon as the trio's thoughts started, they heard Chen Mofen say, don't the 2 of us play? There's still 3 old Northern Noses there. Taozi, find 3 people to play with them, and don't anyone get off the poker table until they've lost all their assets. Taozi smiled and nodded. When the 3 old men heard this, their faces turned deathly pale, with the bald old king's eyes doubled over, passed out straight away. The old Northern Nose was even more like a sieve, his face full of fear and reluctance. As he watched $10,000 transfer out of his cell phone, Old North Nose's face began to turn white. At this moment his heart was filled with regret. If he hadn't been so arrogant and domineering, wouldn't all of this have gone away if I hadn't loved playing with little girls myself? Just because he had so many nasty thoughts, he offended the mortal gods. That's what led to the current punishment. The old Northern Nose wanted to smack himself a few big mouths with regret in his heart. Chen Mofen has no mercy for these people. He won't keep a single penny of the money he won. All of them are given to their children. And it's a way to help these old people share their family assets in advance. Without the money, these guys can be honest. After playing 2 games, Chen Mofen felt that it was no longer interesting and handed the table over to one of Tao Zi's juniors. When Tao Zi saw Chen Mofen get off the table, he hurriedly said, God fan, we have a private room here. Want to take a break in the box? Chapter 81, Wang Yu weeps with joy. Hikikomori. This chapter is very toxic, so you can just choose to skip this chapter. Here's what I wrote incorrectly, and now here's an apology to you all. I know I've written books that are toxic, and the author is working hard to improve on them. I'll be writing better and better in the future, so please believe me. Bow and apologize. Chen Mofen nodded. Today busy day also did not rest for a while. Just in time to sit in Tao's box, Tao Zi's face was ecstatic. He knew that the mortal god was a great Buddha, and if this was a good relationship with the mortal god, in the future, if the mortal gods give out a little at random, they can make him rich for the rest of his life. Tao Zi hurriedly made a pleased gesture, then quickly stepped in front to lead the way. Chen Mofen didn't leave right away, but pointed at Wang Yu. For this woman, Chen Mofen really doesn't want to care about her. But there's no way. The boss is rare. What else could he do then but hold his nose and admit it? Who let the boss do him favors? You, come with me. Hearing Chen Mofen's words, Wang Yu's body trembled. The 4 old men in the room got their comeuppance. And now it's her turn? She was well aware that she'd made a fool of herself once on the rooftop, and again here. And he also made faces at Chen Mofan's brother and taunted him for being poor. With all these things added together, Chen Mofan would definitely not let her go. Just the thought of it filled her with fear, and both her long legs were shaking there and there. The red gingham-striped skirt on her body was shaking even more slightly with the trembling. Hurry up, let me wait for you, Chen Meifan urged. When Wang Yu heard this urging, she was so scared that she nearly fell on her and her face was filled with misery. But looking at Chen Mofan's impatient expression, he could only lift his leg and move his feet. Followed Chen Mofan over. In the box, Chen Mofan was sitting on the sofa, and Wang Yu was standing in front of him, her face pale. The body shook incessantly while Taozi brewed tea on a tea set aside. Bringing over a cup of the brewed tea, Taozi smiled and inquired, Fan Shun, what will happen to those 4 old men later? Do you need me? Taozi said and made a neck-wiping gesture. Chen Meifan some surprise. This Taozi did not look out this heart quite ruthless worthy of being the former Tiger Master's stable boy. He has such a ruthless spirit, but with those old men, a hard lesson is all that's needed. Chen Meifan shook his head. Forget it, after their money is won over, just give it to their children. It's on you. Taozi nodded hastily, but was a little surprised. It was said that the mortal gods were ruthless, but now it seemed that the ruthlessness was not false, but it had its own bottom line. This is completely different from Master Tiger. In the past, Master Tiger did things without any bottom line. These henchmen followed and did a lot of hurtful things. They are also afraid that one day they will be caught in the crossfire, and that they will be punished. Everyday life is more or less panic-inducing, not to say fearful. After Taozi nodded, he glanced at Wang Yu and then he carefully said, the mortal god should still have something to discuss with this beautiful woman. So I'll leave first. If something happens, mortal god, you'll call me, Tawny said and walked out. He knew very well that the mortal gods had brought the girl here on purpose. There must have been some personal matters to settle with this girl. Otherwise it would have been settled long ago in the previous box. Since it was a private matter, staying here by himself would only be an eyesore for the mortal god. Chen Meifan is very satisfied. This kid is very insightful. After Taozi left, the tears on Wang Yu's face fell straight down. It was clear to her that no one else, the mortal gods, are about to settle their own affairs. Thinking of this, she flung herself onto her knees for Chen Mofan. Chen Meifan. No, Fan Shun. I know I was wrong before. You spared me this one. Instead of discussing this issue, Chen Mofan opened his mouth and asked, have you broken your body? Wang Yu froze for a moment. She didn't understand how to mention this issue properly, but on second thought, she realized that the mortal god wanted her to compensate with her body. She blushed and shook her head, then stood up and prepared to undress. Chen Mofan was surprised. What the hell is the situation? How is this undressing at the drop of a hat? Stop. Just answer. What are you taking off your clothes for? Chen Mofan's face was anxious with panic, and he hurriedly stopped. This is his sister-in-law. If this gets out, he'll lose face. How will the boss look at him? How will the oldest 3 look at him? Say goodbye to the pure base love between brothers or not? Looking at the panic on Chen Mofan's face, Wang Yu understood that she had misunderstood. Blushing furiously, she hurriedly put her clothes back on. Chen Mofan wiped a cold sweat on his forehead. Good guy. He didn't panic in the face of the robbers. He didn't panic in the face of Master Tiger. But I didn't expect that he panicked in the face of a little pussy. Scared out of his wits. It's bull **** or not, you say. Where? The mortal gods. I'm not broken yet, because I know men care about the first time, so trying to sell myself for a good price. Chen Mofan's face eased up quite a bit, not to mention the rest. At least the girl Wang Yu completely belongs to the boss, so that he would willingly call his sister-in-law. Okay, I won't say any other. I know you like money and the boss likes you. In this case, this sister-in-law, I recognize. The money is good to talk about. In 2 days there is a batch of cars too. I'll give you a supercar first, then buy you a villa. The money will hit you 200 million first. You can spend it first. If it's gone, then we'll talk about it. See if it's okay, if you can accept my boss. Wang Yu simply wondered if her ears were hallucinating. This instant she became a top rich woman? Isn't Chen Mofan here to settle the score with her? Why has he become a matchmaker for his boss? And this red thread, or the brother of a mortal god, it literally made her heart skip a beat with excitement. Wang Yu directly froze in place in shock, her eyes looking at Chen Mofan in disbelief. Agree or disagree? Answer back? It was only when she heard Chen Mofan's urging that Wang Yu reacted furiously. Agree, I agree. As the words left her mouth, Wang Yu cried tears of joy, knowing that she could live an enviable life from now on. 2. The luxury car, the villa, and the $200 million of pocket money. She had never dared to dream about it so much before. But now, the mortal god himself had promised her. She'd thought she was done for. Offended the mortal gods. She was dead. She's going to say goodbye to this life before she even gets to live the life she wants. But who would have thought that the darkness would come to her? And her mood was directly like riding a roller coaster. Up and down. She knew very well that the reason why Chen Mofan had given her all this was all because of that man, Huang Tao. The man was a lickspill in her eyes. She knew that Huang Tao liked her very much, but she couldn't see it. But now, the one she looked down on the most gave her everything that. It was causing her a lot of mixed feelings. At the same time, she decided that she would take good care of this man for the rest of her life. Because this man fulfilled what she had always wanted. Okay, why don't you call my boss? I guess he's still crying? These words made Wang Yu's heart tremble fiercely. Huang Tao was actually still crying? This was something Wang Yu hadn't expected in any way. It also understood that Huang Tao really cared about her and loved her. And on the contrary, what about her? A wave of shame welled up in Wang Yu's heart. The funny thing was that this buildup of shame came after learning that Huang Tao was not poor. Picking up his cell phone, Wang Yu hurriedly dialed Huang Tao. The phone rang twice and was answered. Hey, Huang Tao. Wang Yu? On the phone, the boss's voice came through. A hint of obvious excitement and disbelief in his voice. Wang Yu apologized after taking a look at Chen Mofan with her phone. Huang Tao. I was wrong before. I did a lot of wrong things and hurt you and your brother. I'm here to apologize to you. Can you forgive me? There was a silence on the phone from the boss. His heart was thrilled. Simply too thrilled that Wang Yu would apologize to him. He felt like this was a dream. Hurting him? He'd stopped being angry a long time ago. But Wang Yu hurt more than just him. His brother. It made him wonder if he should forgive. Chapter 82, The Boss's Happy Life. Huang Tao. Don't worry. I'll apologize to your brothers. One by one. Their forgiveness will surely be obtained. The boss, who was originally catatonic under the covers, heard this and kicked off the covers with a face full of ecstasy. Yeah. Are you telling the truth? Wang Yu nodded and looked at the boss with the chicken nest head and said fondly, Huang Tao, I like you. Will you accept me? Willing. I'm 120 ing willing. Ha ha. The boss's whole body was as maniacal as a mental patient, and he was dancing around on the bed with his hands. Loud, excited laughter then echoed through the dormitory building. Poor big sister in the dormitory, freshly veneered, ready to go upstairs for her bed check. He heard the ghostly laughter and let out a frightened mama. I was unsteady on my feet and knocked on the steps and lost all my newly set teeth. Big sister was full of tears. Yeah. I feel so happy. I'm so excited. Looking at such Huang Tao, Wang Yu smiled gently. She feels blessed to have a man who loves her like that. The main thing is that this man also has a very rich best buddy. Then I'll meet you in your dorm room later. Wang Yu smiled shyly. She was ready to take the initiative to take Huang Tao. Hanging up the phone, Wang Yu apologized to Chen Meifan. Where? The mortal god. It was my fault before. I apologize to you and hope you can forgive me. Chen Mofan waved his hand impatiently. Alright, sister-in-law. And don't you pull this useless. I can't get mad at the boss. But one thing is for sure. If in the future, you dare to do anything to wrong the boss, I'm definitely going to make you understand what it means to be afraid. Wang Yu hurriedly nodded her head. She didn't have the slightest doubt about this. Mortal god. These two words have thoroughly entrenched themselves in Liaoqing. All knew that going against the mortal gods was no different than seeking death. Master Tiger is powerful, isn't he? But isn't he still honestly shrinking his tiger's head and not daring to say a word more? You and the boss will be fine from now on. You don't have to worry about the boss from now on. He can't be worse later. Wang Yu was full of joy, and she understood very well that with these words from the mortal god then she and Huang Tao will definitely not be worse off in the future, and will most likely become the top tycoons in Liaoqing. This is Zheng Chang's WeChat. I'll push it over to you. You'll find him tomorrow. Just say you're Chen Mofan's sister-in-law and come over to pick up a car and a suite. Also, give me your card number. Chen Mofan calmly said. But Wang Yu looked at the calmness on Chen Mofan's face and was completely nonplussed. The car, the house, just like that? Shouldn't it be after marriage? Or the relationship has a foundation, but to just give it away now? Wang Yu's heart was occupied by excitement, and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. She wondered if she was dreaming. It was so unreal. But what made her even more disbelieving were Chen Mofan's next words. 200 million transferred to you. Ding, $200 million in funds. Wang Yu picked up her cell phone and looked at the countless zeros. Her heartbeat more than accelerated. The excitement was about to jump out of my throat. Just give her 200 million? You know that's $200 million. Her old North nose is only worth 100 million. But look at the expression on Chen Mofan's face. Turning out 200 million is just like spending $2. The face was calm and unruffled. Just how much wealth did Chen Mofan have? She could hardly believe it. Now she could understand Wang Jiajiao's remark more and more, holding Huang Tao firmly. It's definitely not going to be bad in the future. In the past, she scoffed at this, thinking that Wang Jiajiao was just framing her and lying to him. Now, she felt that Wang Jiajiao was a god. Her speech was too accurate. Hold Huang Tao, and she'll be a rich woman all of a sudden. At the moment, she wanted to fall on her knees and kowtow a few to the Moon Lord. Thank him for giving her a man who loved him so much to have everything. If Huang Tao didn't care so much about her, I'm afraid he'd have left the first time he was hurt by her. There would be none of the excitement she was feeling now, and she will surely slap herself furiously with regret when she learns the truth. After settling everything, Chen Mofan called Tao Zi in. After explaining a few things to him, he told him to find Wang Mo Kai tomorrow. Tao Zi's face was filled with excitement as he sniffed, knowing exactly what the words meant, meaning that from this day forward, he is a man of the mortal gods. He can also make a name for himself in this Liucheng. Thanking Chen Mofan repeatedly, Tao Zi behaved even more respectfully, his little horse's ass clapping flying. Not a single word of that statement was repeated. Chen Mofan wasn't interested in listening to this horse and directly asked Tao Zi to arrange for a car. Send him back to East University with Wang Yu. At the moment, the boss hung up the phone and hurriedly dressed himself. In the past, he didn't care about image and wore a cocktail head. Now Wang Yu is coming. He said he had to dress up for anything, didn't he? Even the feet, the boss washed them. It's not easy. As for the socks, the boss gave them directly to Chang Hong. Chang Hong was now his and Chen Mofan's professional little nanny, specializing in washing socks. Holding the boss's socks, Chang Hong's face darkened. It stinks too. It's a biobomb. How could he know that the boss never wears his socks all the way through on the front, and not on the back? Not until they burst into flames. That will never come off until it's worn, until it solidifies. Thinking that he would have to wash these socks, Chang Hong directly fainted. By the time Chen Mofan and Wang Yu both arrived at the dormitory, the boss guy is already dressed up and slinky. Even the quilt, he moved his second's quilt over and spread it on his bed. The second one had gone home and hadn't been back for a long time, so his quilt was considered the cleanest. The rest were Chen Mofan's, then the oldest three, and finally the oldest. Seeing Wang Yu, the boss was a bit at a loss for words, and his face was as red as a monkey's butt. Standing in the doorway, he rubbed his hands together, wondering what he should do. Instead, it was Wang Yu who took the boss's hand and came to the boss's bed, and the two kept whispering. Finally being able to relax, Chen Mofan went straight to the bed. It was time for him to think about himself. He's been busy for days. He's not busy with Master Tiger, just busy with the boss. Now that it's all settled, and it's time for him to think about his little brother. After all, that was the power of being a man. He didn't want to go from convex to concave. And 2 days had passed, and he had 6 more to go. In the past 2 days, he didn't spend any money, except for the 200 million he gave to Wang Yu. What was left was the $10 billion of acquisition funds that were originally placed in old Wang's hands, and 800 million was spent today. It should be that Zhang Chang has started to acquire. Just don't know what kind of industry he bought. The 2 days together cost no less than $1 billion. Seeing this, Chen Merfan opened the systems panel to check the consumption points. Sure enough, what had been -98 became -88. There are 6 days left and $9 billion unspent. Chen Mofan is worried. With him spending little by little, I don't know how long it will take to spend the $9 billion. He could only hope that Zhang Chang would spend more and settle this $9 billion for him. Well, you hate it. Don't touch that spot. A delicate voice came, interrupting Chen Mofan's thoughts. I don't know when, but the boss and Wang Yu, the two of them, had already gotten under the covers. Once the big covers were over, the cooling started under the covers. That gasp just now was from Wang Yu. Chen Mofan helpless. This damn want to clear a little quiet. How is this difficult? Sure enough, with the first sound, there's a second sound. The boss is like a hungry wolf. I've been saving up for more than 20 years, and now I have the chance to release it. So naturally I can't wait. Coincidentally, Wang Yu also couldn't wait. She couldn't wait to take the boss now. It's better to be pregnant with one, but of course 2 is better. This, Chen Mofan pretended that he couldn't hear it, but the voice was desperately drilling into his ears. Chapter 83, The Justified Boss. Adulterers. Chen Mofan glanced at the 2 men with a face full of contempt, but only God knew how envious he was in his heart, for he too had been saving for more than 20 years. Cough. Chen Mofan couldn't hold back any longer and coughed lightly. Whispering, why don't you 2 go out and open one? Hearing this, the boss directly kicked over. Old 4, you can't eat 4 dishes in your whole life, so you have no eyesight. Knowing we're on an errand, Don't you know how to get out? Chen Mofan froze and pointed at himself. Why should I be the one to go out? Shouldn't you guys go out and get a hotel for your errands? When the boss heard this, he justified himself by saying, nonsense. You're rich. It doesn't hurt to get a room. Chen Meifan was speechless, feeling that he was rich or his own fault. Under the covers, Wang Yu pinched the boss. Chen Mofan is now a mortal god. How can Huang Tao talk to him? Afraid that her husband would continue to make Chen Mofan unhappy, Wang Yu hurriedly said, husband, let's go out and get a room. Wang Yu opened his mouth, 10 times better than Chen Meifan, and the boss nodded directly. Getting out of the quilt, he went up and gave Chen Mofan a kick. Call me some more money. Not by what right? Chen Mofan looked at the justified boss with a helpless face. The boss, on the other hand, said righteously, on what grounds do you think we both tossed and turned in the middle of the night so as not to disturb you, for your own good, and you still don't appreciate it. When Chen Mofan heard this, he was both angry and amused. How was he looking for a friend? That's getting a dad. Wang Yu was dumbfounded. This was a mortal god. When had he ever been treated like this? Isn't your own husband a little too tigerish? Thinking of this, Wang Yu hurriedly pulled Huang Tao with one hand. I have it here. I'll pay. With you out of what? This kid pays out. He's a mortal god. He's rich. I'll help him spend some. Come on. Snappy. Huang Tao kicked Chen Mofan once again and Chen Mofan gasped and laughed. This boss really hasn't changed at all. It's so righteous to ask him for money. Nodding his head, Chen Mofan said, okay, how much do you want? Let me do the math. A room, a nightcap, and tomorrow, after taking my daughter-in-law for a little stroll and buying her something. Miscellaneous math. Give me 20,000 up front. I have 10,000 more here. 30,000 is about right. Chen Mofan sighed. 30,000 enough for what? Get. Directly hit $1 million. The boss spend it first. With that in mind, $1 million was transferred directly. Ding. The arrival sound rang out and the boss looked at his cell phone. Asterisk. Lao Si told you to play 20,000. Who told you to play $1 million? $1 million? I can't pay it back in my ing lifetime. No. You pull back. Chen Mofan directly gave the boss a blank stare. Use you to return your grandfather. You first take and spend stay at the university for 2 years, and after 2 years work for my company, and I'll give you an internship salary of 100 million a month. The boss skimmed his lips and said in a domineering manner, and to work in your company, I'm a man of the world. How is it possible to stoop to the level of a human being? Don't say 100 million. 1 billion old man won't even go. Chen Mofan smiled and nodded. Okay, no go. Then you return that 1 million to me. The boss changed his face then. Still your uncle. Did not tell me earlier. I have received all it's in the old man's pocket and can't be pulled out. This is obviously a trick. Chen Mofan bitterly smiled and shook his head. Then you will go to my company. The boss, on the other hand, was all. Then you begged me. I'm going to you. Love to you. Wang Yu looked at the jostling two and was completely dumbfounded in place. She was pretty sure that if she took a picture of this current image and posted it on the internet, it's sure to cause a major earthquake. No one would believe that a mortal god would even have a day when he was defeated and would have such a beggarly side. She doesn't understand that one is a high and mighty god and the other is a total poor. How did these two get so attached? This just doesn't make sense. The boss went out with Wang Yu to get a room, so Chen Mofan was able to clear his head for a while. It's time to think about yourself. 3 days passed in a flash of time, and the 6 days were shortened once again to just 3 days left. In these 3 days, Zhang Cheng had spent out $2 billion, purchasing some small companies as well as real estate, and the consumption points Chen Mofan owed to the system. There were still 68 points left. There are $7 billion left to spend. Spending $7 billion in 3 days, Chen Mofan's head hurt right then and there. And in those 3 days, the oldest and the third, both of them didn't come back. It's obvious that it's playing crazy. Chen Meifan had a headache of envy. Early in the morning of the 4th day, the oldest and the third came back holding up the wall. Both had somewhat waxy faces, deep-set eye sockets and puffy bags under their eyes. The eyes were even marked with dark circles. Looking at this scene, it directly startled Chen Mofan. He thought he'd seen a ghost in the middle of the day? What's the situation with you two? Chen Mofan couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The oldest and the third looked at each other, and a smile of bitterness and sweetness appeared at the corners of their mouths. It's King exhausting plowing. The oldest three were the first to speak. Sighing, the boss then nodded deeply, followed by the sentiment, opening up is even more tiring. Chen Meifan bit her lip then, aggrieved. It's so bullying. Jingle bells. The phone rang, and the aggrieved Chen Mofan picked up the phone to see that it was Shui Euro calling. Yuro wants to invite Chen Mofan for dinner. Sort of a thank you for that time when Chen Mofan didn't take advantage of the situation and drag her to a room. The big schoolgirl took the initiative to invite him, so Chen Mofan naturally wouldn't refuse. Though he only has 3 days left and should be thinking about how he's going to spend it. But isn't it still 3 days away? 3 days is no different than 2 days. Picking up the clothes, Chen Mofan also didn't forget to throw the car keys of that Mercedes-Benz Big G to the two of them. Only then did he run out. Yuro was already waiting at the entrance of the school. She was wearing a white casual dress that feet are also white breathable traveling shoes. A snow white, like a fairy in the ice and snow, ethereal and gentle. White, by nature, is not an unusual color to be handled. For in this color it will look like you have dark skin, but Yuro's skin is better than snow. And with this white color, not only will she not look dark-skinned, on the contrary, under the white color, it looks more like Yuro's muscles are like congealed fat, which is better than ice and snow. Looking at Chen Mofan's arrival, Yuro's delicate goose-egg face revealed a shy smile. In all her years, she's never been out alone with a boy before. Coming out alone with Chen Mofan was still the first time in her life, and honestly she was a bit put out. So, Mare fan, where are we going? Yuro's words carried a hint of obvious softness and glutinousness, and in matching the slight blush on her face, the people watching want to commit a crime. Pushing down some stray thoughts in his mind, Chen Mofan scratched. Wasn't it you who said you'd treat me to dinner? Yuro blushed and spat out her pink little tongue. Embarrassed. I just got a little confused. Speaking out of her mouth, Yuro in her heart hated that she pinched herself fiercely. Yueliang, what are you thinking? It's just a simple meal. Look at you being shy. You forgot the purpose of your visit and had to be reminded. Pull yourself together, pull yourself together. Yuro cheered herself up and looked at Chen Marefan and smiled. Marefan, then let's eat in my neighborhood, where it's cheap and delicious. Yuro's home is in the old town, where there are mostly bungalows, and the environment is not very good. The average level of consumption is also not high. Yuro's family didn't have much money and simply couldn't afford to invite Chen Mofan to those high-end hotels. Chen Mofan was not picky and nodded as the two of them walked towards the old city center. Chapter 84, Misunderstanding No. The two took a cab and headed straight for the old town. The old town, made up mostly of bungalows and old neighborhoods, looks like a township. It's not exactly nice inside and the roads are full of potholes. Marefan, I'm sorry, but my living expenses are only enough to support you coming to a place like this. Water Whisperer said slowly with an apologetic look on her face. She knows that Chen Mofan is very rich, and he must be in and out of high-grade hotels. He's definitely not used to coming to a small place like this. Chen Mofan laughed. He is poor one. His old family also lives in the countryside. Instead of coming to a place like this there is a sense of intimacy. What's there to be embarrassed about? I think it's nice here. I kind of like this kind of place. Yuro's heart warmed. She felt that Chen Mofan must have said that on purpose, to take care of her mood. It's all over the internet now, saying that the mortal god must be a top magnate, grew up with a privileged life. But the other party, in order to take care of her emotions and fear that she would develop an inferiority complex, still said that it was quite nice here. I really didn't think that a magnate would be so gentle, Yuro thought, and in her heart, she felt a little more favorable towards Chen Mofan. Thank you Marefan, I didn't realize you were so considerate and gentle. Chen Mofan scratched his head. Where was he gentle and considerate? Did this misunderstand something? Hey, Xiaoro is back. At the stall by the street, a middle-aged woman smiled at Yuro and opened her mouth. Hearing this, Yuro smiled and nodded her head. Greeting, well, there's no class today. Auntie Sue, you're out setting up a stall so early. Aunt Sue, a middle-aged woman, smiled and said, I'm still early. Your mom came out early in the morning. Aunt Sue said, looked at Chen Mofan, smiled and joked. Xiaoro, who is this young man? Isn't that your little boyfriend? Without waiting for Yuro to open her mouth, Chen Mofan greeted with a smile. Hello Aunt Sue, my name is Chen Mofan. Well, Zoe, you're so good at talking to this little boyfriend of yours. Yuro blushed. Chen Mofan, that was her boyfriend. The other party was a mortal god. How could you possibly look at her? But now in explaining it would be a bit of a red herring. Seeing Yuro blush, Aunt Sue was even more certain of her suspicions and laughed. You're blushing. There's nothing to blush about. It's normal. I think he's a nice guy. Good benefits. Auntie watches over you. Yuro's face turned even redder. Red like a big apple hanging high on a branch in late fall. Very tempting. Taking Chen Mofan with her, Yuro fled as if she had left the place. Only after walking away did Yuro shyly whisper, Marefan, don't mind me. That's the way it is in the old town. Parents and older aunts just like to guess at things. Chen Mofan laughed. I didn't mind, and I'm quite happy about it. Anyway, I had a big schoolgirl for a girlfriend just now. Shui Yuro's face turned even redder, and she walked with her head down, pinching the corner of her coat. In a small voice, don't tease me, how could you possibly look at me? Yo, I didn't see that this big schoolgirl has an inferiority complex. Chen Mofan smiled with a hint of playfulness. He is not the kind of person who is a pawn and a stand-up guy. It's obvious that you want it in your heart, but your mouth says no. He was all about being a sea king, but he wasn't interested in getting any ponds to raise fish. That would be too low. What he was interested in was how to get an ocean to raise fish. Of course, keeping a fish is keeping a fish, but he still has no desire to eat a fish without feelings. With a playful smile on his face, Chen Mofan said, so what if I say I like you? Shui Yuro's body instantly froze as she looked at Chen Merfan in disbelief. The redness on her face went all the way up to her ears, and even her earlobes carried a hint of blush, a hint of red revealed in the pure white crystals. You don't tease me, Shui Yuro said shyly and hurried forward, but because she was in too much of a hurry, the shoe stepped right over a pothole. Unsteady on his feet, he immediately fell forward. Chen Mofan was quick on his feet and wrapped his arms around Shui Yuro's slender waist. Into the hands of the waist is slender and soft, like a willow thin branch. I really didn't see that Shui Yuro's waist was so slender, as if she couldn't hold it in her hands. What a shock. It is said that a woman's waist is a murderous knife. Shui Yuro's small waist is more than a murderous knife. It's a ing blue flame gatling. Shui Yuro looked at Chen Merfan, who was holding herself in her arms, feeling the other party's breath clearly transferring to her body. Her face flushed even more. Even her snow-white neck was tinted with a bit of redness. It's fine, Chen Mofan asked with a smile. Shui Yuro hurriedly shook her head and broke away from Chen Merfan's embrace. Shyly, she said, no, it's fine, thank you, Merfan, come on, I'll pull you. You're so careless, you'll fall again later. Chen Mofan smiled and reached out to pull towards Shui Yuro's small hand, but Shui Yuro hurriedly fled away like a frightened bunny. Merfan, I'm fine, let's hurry and go. Shui Yuro's face was so red that it was about to drip out of the water. Hurriedly, Chen Merfan smiled and nodded. He knew very well that this matter could not be rushed. It's nice to be able to hold a little hand, but don't be discouraged if you can't. You can't rush it. Take your time. Shui Yuro walked ahead with her head lowered, her heart like a deer in headlights, little heart thumping. She had a good feeling about Chen Mofan, from the fact that the other party did not take advantage of the situation after. The heart then felt much more favorable towards Chen Mofan. That night, for her, Chen Mofan undoubtedly fell from the sky like a hero, rescuing her from the hands of Zhang Chang and Yang Kong. The main thing was that Chen Mofan surprisingly did not take advantage of the situation and drag her to a room. In fact, in order to pay off her family's debts, she sold her right to her first night to Yang Kong for $100,000. If Chen Mofan hadn't taken her that night, she believed that, whether it was Yang Kong or Zhang Chang, one of those two would definitely want her first night, even if she is very repulsed and afraid of it. The reality is in front of her. She didn't have the slightest choice. Chen Meifan's appearance had saved her by stomping all the options to pieces. A hero saves a girl. And this kind of story, though cliched, is most likely to impress a girl. The two of them walked, and before they knew it, they came to a snack bar. Auntie Fatty's snack bar. The store was small, about 50 square feet, with a few tables scattered about inside. The environment seems to be quite neat, only that it should have been open for a long time, and the tiles on the walls and floors are a bit yellowed. Even the original large red wooden tables and chairs had lost some of their paint, revealing the original black and yellow wood. Aqua Silver enters the store, rushing a middle-aged woman who was busy inside. He tenderly called out to Auntie Fatty. Auntie Fatty was busy in the back kitchen when she heard the shout and walked out quickly. While wiping her hands with her apron, she greeted her with a smile. Zairu's here. Come in. This is your little boyfriend, isn't it? Nice young man, quite handsome. Shui Yuro, who had just calmed down a bit, turned red again. You little ninny, what's so embarrassing about having a boyfriend? Your Auntie Xiong has spread the word in the group. Say you came back with a little boyfriend and she's teasing your mom in the group right now? The fat aunt said smilingly. Seeing this, Chen Mofan was naturally happy to climb up the ladder and introduced himself with a smile. Hello, Auntie Fatty. My name is Chen Merfan. Well, look at this young man. Nice, generous and not squirming. Come on in. I'm sorry, the fat aunt greeted with a smile. Shui Yuro was completely unable to explain. The group had spread the word. How else could she explain? Originally, she only wanted to take Chen Mofan for a meal and figure out a cheap price. Incidentally, a boyfriend was pictured. Chapter 85, Shui Yuro's family. Shui Yuro could not cry. She had no choice but to walk into the Auntie Fatty's snack shop with a red face. Sitting in her seat, Shui Yuro was embarrassed to look at Chen Merfan. Chen Mofan, however, smiled, took the menu handed over by the fat ant, and ordered generously. On the side, the fat ant smiled as she memorized the menu. Young man, Zayaru is a good girl. You should treat her well. If I know you're bullying Zayaru, see if I don't clean you up. Chen Mofan smiled and nodded his head when he heard this. Alas, it's a pity that Xiao Ro's family is not good enough to have a good father. That's something you'll have to take on board, Auntie Fatty exclaimed. When it came to this topic, Shui Yuro's face visibly darkened. A pair of bright big eyes were even more watery and misty with aggression. Merfan, you order first, I'm going to the restroom. After Shui Yuro whispered, she got up and walked towards the bathroom in the back. There's obviously something going on here, isn't there? Taking advantage of this time, Chen Mofan inquired. Auntie Fatty, what's the situation of Yuro's family, you tell me? You also know Yuro is strong and won't tell me this. Alas, this child is just too strong. After Auntie Fatty sighed then he said, Xiao's family is poor. It's not too much to say that they are poor. How dare you believe that when she was in middle school Zoe was still wearing clothes with patches on them? It's the fault of Zayaru's father, who has a low opinion of the world, and thinks of making big money. Don't give a damn about any part-time job. When Xiao Ro was in elementary school, his dad borrowed a huge sum of money from who knows where, said to do business, but he's not a businessman. He's lost everything. Debtors are blocking his door every day to demand money. It's not many years, and this money can't be repaid even now. Zayaru's mom worked her ass off, stalling during the day, doing manual labor at night, but even then, it's not even possible to pay back the interest every month. His father, on the other hand, doesn't want to work, and thinks about how to get something for nothing, make a fortune. Hearing this, Chen Mofan could imagine how Shui Yuro had come through all these years. Said to be the second school flower of the East University, known as the goddess of tenderness, with a scenic appearance. But secretly who knows how much she has suffered. With this in mind, Chen Mofan stated, Don't worry, Auntie Fatty, I'm sure I won't let Yuzwa suffer and be aggravated. Well, you're a good lad. The two of them were talking when Shui Yuelian came out from the bathroom. Some slight redness could clearly be seen in the eyes, obviously having just cried. Seeing this, the two of them, Chen Mofan and Auntie Fatty, also ended their conversation. That's fine. Auntie Fatty will go inside and get busy first, Auntie Fatty said and went into the kitchen to get busy. I'm sorry, Merfan, for letting you see the joke. Shui Yuro lowered her head and whispered. The conversation between the two just now was clearly heard by Shui Yuro, who was hiding behind the door. Although these were facts, Shui Yuro still felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She grew up strong and didn't want people to do something in her favor because they pitted her. She believes that with her own hard work and with her own hands she will be able to bring her family out of the mire. Therefore, she had endeavored from her childhood. But no matter how she ran along this dark path, neither could touch the bright exit ahead. That exit seemed infinitely far away from her, so far that she could hardly reach it in her lifetime. Chen Mofan didn't open his mouth. He just reached out and gently wiped away a tear that was still in the corner of Shui Yuro's eye. Shui Yuro's body trembled and she was about to open her mouth to say something, but then she saw Chen Mofan's face full of smiles. Handing over the menu, he smiled. Look, I ordered the ground pork, the braised fish, and the slipped pork section. These are all my favorites. I didn't mind you. Do you want to order 2 more? Chen Mofan said, deliberately picking at Shui Yuro with a teasing expression. Shui Yuro looked at Chen Mofan's appearance and let out a p't and laughed out loud. Hurriedly waving his hand, he said, Enough is enough. Auntie Fatty's family has a large amount of food. Any more and I won't be able to afford to treat you. Shui Yuro said on her lips, but in her heart, she felt a trace of gratitude towards Chen Mofan. She knew very well that Chen Mofan was deliberately changing the topic to amuse her. She was touched in her heart. She didn't think that one day she would be treated like this by the top juniors. Everyone hopes that Cinderella will meet the prince one day, but everyone understands that it's just a dream. Now the dream shines into reality. Chen Meifan, the mortal god, the top rich kid, the real Buddha of Liucheng. Even rich people like Yang Kong and Zhang Chang, who needed her to look up to them, were like mice meeting cats in front of Chen Mofan. Isn't such a man a real-life prince? And her? A proper Cinderella. Now, the prince that countless people have looked up to, is, in his own uniquely tender way, comforting a wounded Cinderella. At this moment, an unspeakable emotion welled up in Shui Yuro's heart. But there are some people who like to vandalize. An Audi S6 parked in front of Auntie Fatty's snack bar. Out of the car stepped a man, dressed in a casual Audi outfit with big sunglasses a step or 3 into the store. The moment he entered the store, the man exaggeratedly removed his sunglasses, inclined his head, bent over and, his face teasingly sized up Shui Yuro, and his mouth made a teasing, teasing dog sound that was humiliating. TSK, TSK, who's this? Isn't this our Water University schoolgirl? I.O. This also brings a kaiju play quite flower big schoolgirl. The man's teasing voice sounded uncomfortable, and Chen Mofan's brows furrowed with it. Glancing at Shui Yuro across the table, she found that she was also frowning. The hint of gentleness that was always on his cheeks was gone, and a hint of disgust slowly crept up that delicate googly-eyed face. Chen Mofan glanced at the man and asked, "Do you have something? Is it okay to please leave us alone for dinner?" But who knows? The man even peeled the back of Chen Mofan's head with force, arrogantly said, "What the hell do you do blind in this insert Nima's mouth Chen Mofan froze for a moment, and laughed in the next second. A trace of ice coldness then flashed in his eyes, and he was about to get up. Shui Yuro pulled his wrist with a prayer in her eyes and shook her head at him. Looking at the supplication in Shui Yuro's eyes, the anger in Chen Mofan's heart slowly suppressed. Shui Yuro looked up at the man and spoke, "Zhou Bin, I'll pay you back the money I owe your family. Will you stop humiliating people here?" The man named Zhou Bin leaned on the table, shaking the keys to the Audi S6 in his hand, the corners of his mouth quirking up. "Money? Who the hell told you I want money? I'll tell you the truth, I've got my eye on you. If you make me comfortable, I'll waive the interest on your house," Zhou Bin said, with a hint of lustful light in his eyes, looking up and down at Shui Yuro. When his eyes looked at Shui Yuro's slender waist, he even stuck out his tongue and licked his lips with a lecherous expression. Shui Yuro's face turned red with anger when she heard this, and she raised her hand, her fingers trembling as she pointed at Zhou Bin, obviously pissed off. This Zhou Bin is her classmate, who didn't study well as a child and fell in love early in junior high school. He had also written her love letters and even brought people to block her at night. Therefore, she didn't have a good impression of Zhou Bin, and even more so, she didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards him. And Zhou Bin, relying on the fact that his family had borrowed money from Shui Yuro's family, as long as he saw Shui Yueliang, he was shady and looking for Shui Yueliang to collect the debt, with the purpose of trying to get on Shui Yueliang. Not long ago, Zhou Bin even directly found Shui Yuro's home, forcing her parents to pay the debt. Shui Yuro had no choice but to sell her first night to Yong Kong in exchange for $100,000. And that $100,000 is just interest, but it's the interest that could drag their family down. Chapter 86, Chen Mofan in trouble? Watching Shui Yuro's face turn red with anger, Zhou Bin whistled in triumph and smiled triumphantly. "Shui Yuro, I'm not afraid to tell you that your father has already agreed to our marriage. We'll get married next month, and you'll be a member of my Zhou family from now on," Zhou Bin said, looking at Chen Mofan with an unkind gaze, then contemptuously said, "In the future, people like these misfits should have less contact with their horses, or else, don't blame me for breaking your legs." These words were close to pointing at Chen Mofan's nose and saying that he was a miscreant. On the side of Shui Yuro's body trembled with anger. Chen Mofan also helplessly shook his head and smiled bitterly. He realizes how this is not stopping for a meal, but it was this smile that also made Zhou Bin look bad, and his eyes went cold. Savagely, he said, "What are you laughing at? I ask you what you're laughing at." Zhou Bin pointed at Chen Mofan. His words were one sentence colder than the next, and his tone was one sentence more arrogant than the next. Being so aggressive also caused Chen Mofan's eyes to gradually turn cold. Seeing this, Shui Yuro stood up and angrily pointed at the door. "That's enough from you, Zhou Bin. I'm not going to marry you. Get lost." Zhou Bin snorted and pointed at Chen Mofan, continuing to arrogantly play dead. "Shui Yuro, you dare to tell me to get lost for the sake of this guy? I'm really opened my eyes. Okay, I'm not going to make a fuss. I'm not going to make a fuss. I'm not going to make a fuss. It's okay to let me go. Now pay me back." It was this sentence again, after so many years. This sentence Zhou Bin had said to her countless times. Each time, she was threatened with repayment of the money to force her hand, and in fact, every time she could only step back, again and again. Time and time again. "You commit yourself," because her family really couldn't come up with that huge amount of money. There were tears in Shui Yuro's eyes as she stubbornly bit her lip and looked at Zhou Bin. As calmly as possible, he said, "Zhou Bin, I'll pay you back the money as soon as I can. Go ahead and leave. Don't make my friend angry again. You can't afford to offend." Zhou Bin sneered disdainfully, his eyes contemptuously sizing up Chen Mofan twice, looking at Chen Mofan's look of a big undershirt and pants. The disdain in his eyes was about to overflow his cheeks. "Just him? I can't afford it? Shui Yuro, you're fooling the little cutie. What? Just this poor you let him try to touch me?" What else could Shui Yuro say but to let out a helpless sigh? Chen Mofan looked at Shui Yuro's helpless look and smiled as he reached out and rubbed her head. Laughing, he said, "Alright, Yuro, you've helped him enough. It's not your fault if he doesn't appreciate it. You're ing loaded, kid. What the are you? ING saying I'm ungrateful? Jobin said with contempt. Speaking out of his mouth, he took the car keys in his hand and proudly shook them in front of Chen Mofan. Showing off. Kid, see that? Audi A6. Our family's least expensive car. Hundreds of thousands of dollars? Can you afford it? See this outfit I'm wearing? Tens of thousands of dollars. Can you afford it? I'm not afraid to tell you. My brother's family has assets of $200 million. And in the trunk of the Audi, brother just put in millions. Jobin bragged. With a rampant, aggressive face. Millions in cash. A poor bastard like you can't earn that in your lifetime, right? Who are you to call me ungrateful? Jobin arrogantly cursed and reached out his hand to slap Chen Mofan's cheek, trying to humiliate him further. But as soon as his hand was outstretched, he felt only a flash before his eyes. And, in looking at his own hand, all 5 of his outstretched fingers were broken, and an excruciating pain ensued as it rushed down his fingers to his brain. Jobin clutched his arm, his face twisting in pain as he kept wailing. Ah! The sound carried through the streets and soon drew the fat aunt who was busy in the back kitchen. Auntie Fatty looked at the scene and covered her mouth in fear. The surrounding neighbors were also attracted by the sound, and dropped what they were doing. Standing in front of Auntie Fatty's snack bar, pointing inside and talking. What's going on here? Hey, you don't know yet, do you? That Zhou Daoxiao, was beaten up by someone. I heard that the assailant was Xiao Rou's boyfriend. Ah, Zhou Bin was beaten up? Then isn't Xiao Rou's boyfriend a dead man? Zhou Bin's family is very rich. Most of the stores in our old town are owned by their family, right? Who says it isn't? Who'd dare mess with a guy like that? On the contrary, Xiao Rou's boyfriend didn't know how high and mighty he was and even took a shot at Zhou Bin. Mom, isn't Xiao Rou's family finished? Her family owes Zhou Bin $5 million. This Zhou Bin's family shall not look for their family to pay back the money. And I wonder if Zoe's boyfriend will help their family pay back the money? What's the money for? Look at that kid. He's got a big undershirt and big pants. A poor bastard at first glance. Give it back my ass. Alas, young people nowadays are so impulsive. And the key is that they are impulsive but not competent. To cause trouble for others. Alas, who says it is not? This kind of people. Ah, the most people hate. No ability but also the sky does not obey the earth. A look-alike to Zoe's father. Bah, what a thing. The murmurs came over clearly, and Chen Mofan was helpless. How is it that you are so unlike rich people? Auntie Fatty's face turned a minute whiter as she listened to the murmurings. She grew up treating Shui Euro as her daughter, and now after seeing the two of them break into such a big mess, hurriedly pulling Shui Euro with a face full of anxiety. Xiao Rou, hurry up and run away with your boyfriend. The Zhou family won't let you go, Auntie Fatty said, glancing at Chen Mofan, her tone complaining. You, too. Why did you cause such a big trouble for Shiro's family as soon as you came here? Can't you restrain your temper if you're not capable? I thought you were a nice young man. But now I see you're nice. My ass. Just like Zoe's father. With his eyes wide open, Chen Mofan knew that the fat aunt was caring about Shui Euro, so she didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed bitterly. Auntie Fatty, don't worry, there's no need to run away. I'll pay back Xiao Rou's family's money for her. And you return it for her? Auntie Fatty squinted at Chen Mofan and, eyes with obvious skepticism and disdain. You don't look at your poor appearance. How much money can you come up with? Do you know how much money Shiro's family owes Zhou Bin? The fat aunt said, looking at Chen Mofan with contemptuous eyes, stretching out 5 fingers and continued. $5 million. That's $5 million. Can you get it with a poor boy like you? No ability and still bragging about being great here. Yuck. Xiao Rou, listen to Auntie Fatty in hurry. Auntie Fatty said, pushing Shui Yueliang. Go away your moms be, you pair of dogs. I won't be surnamed Zhou if I don't get you killed. Jobin covered his finger and stood up. His face grimacing as he looked at Chen Mofan and insulted. Their Zhou family is a famous landlord in the Old Town. 80% of the stores in Old Town are owned by the family. Ever since he was a child, he had always walked sideways in the Old Town. Who dared to make him disobedient? But today, a poor bastard dared to break his fingers. He wouldn't have to stay in the Old Town if he didn't give this poor bastard a hard time today. Poor bastard. You're a dead man. You dare to make a move on me. You dare to make a move on me. Zhou Bin. If I don't let you crawl your way out of the old city today, I, Zhou Bin, will take your name. Jobin took a bite out of his parents and rampantly screamed. Outside Auntie Fatty's snack bar, Shui Yuelian's mom also heard the news. Leaving the snack stand behind, he hurried over at a fast pace, standing outside the door, looking at Zhou Bin's twisted right hand. In looking at the store his own woman with Chen Mofan, Shui Euro's mom only felt as if her head had been hit by a thunderbolt. It made her head spin and she nearly fell to the ground. Without the slightest hesitation she rushed into the snack bar and directly knelt in front of Zhou Bin, begging, Zhou Xiao, it's all our fault. I'll kowtow to you. Just forgive Xiao Rou this time, Shui Yuro's mom said and kowtowed 3 times hard to the floor. Chapter 87, all confused. Jobin looked at Shui Yuro's mother kneeling in front of him like a dog and laughed in triumph. When the surrounding neighborhood saw this scene, the murmurs became louder. Alas, you see, that brat doesn't know how high and mighty he is, and he made a move on Zhou Xiao. It doesn't let Zoe and her family suffer. If you ask me, we should have made that kid kneel in front of Zhou Xiao, having caused the trouble himself. It's not manly to let someone else carry his load for him. Bah! What a thing! Still letting that kid kneel? Didn't you see that brat? Up to now, he still has a cocky look on his face. Doesn't realize in the slightest how much trouble he's in. Alas, young people nowadays are so ungrateful. There are some people he can mess with, too. Just watch. Because of this brat's arrogance, the Xiao Rou family is definitely going to hemorrhage money. So is Rou. Why did you find such a loser? The murmurs came over, and Zhou Bin's face became even more smug as he laughed. He kicked away Shui Yuro's mother who was kneeling on the ground and arrogantly said, Mard, I'm telling you, whoever comes today won't be able to save Shui Yuro with this poor bastard, and the money your family owes. It must be paid today, and if it isn't, I'll tear down your house. When Shui Yuro's mom heard this, she had a look of despair on her face, like a deflated ball. She collapsed to the ground at once. How dare Jobin kick the old man? Chen Mofan looked at this scene and became even angrier. Without the slightest hesitation, he slapped it straight across the mouth. Jobin's arrogant words had just finished when he saw Chen Mofan, whose eyes were ice cold, walking towards him once again. He was so scared that his whole body trembled and threatened. What do you want, poor bastard? I'm Jobin. Jobin. Even your girlfriend's mom has to kneel in front of me. It was fine not to mention this sentence, but when it was mentioned, the icy cold in Chen Mofan's eyes became even colder. The force in his hand increased by a point. Pop! With a crunching sound, Jobin was directly fanned around, and before he could stand still, Chen Mofan slapped his mouth again. Pop! Chen Mofan even dared to make a move. The fat ant was full of shock and hurriedly pulled Chen Mofan back and said angrily, You're crazy. How dare you make a move on him? Haven't you made enough of a mess? Why are you so ungrateful? It's practically killing Shui Yuro. Shui Yuro's mother also hurriedly pulled Chen Mofan back, crying and pleading, Stop it, kid. We can't afford to mess with Zhou Xiao. You can't kill yourself like that. The watching neighbors outside the door were also filled with disappointment when they saw the scene, and they shook their heads and sighed. Ugh, I originally thought this kid was just a little impulsive. Now see how that's simply brainless? A person can also see that Jobin Zhou Xiao cannot afford to mess with, but he still hardened his head. It's better to stay away from such a man, and beware of getting involved with him. You see, that poor boy is still 7 not convinced and 8 not angry. And don't look at him in his grounded look. It's hilarious. This isn't a boyfriend. It's a disaster. The Xiaoru family is in deep. I can't believe I ran into this calamity. Just watch. This time Zhou Xiao definitely won't let them off lightly. Seeing that Chen Mofan still wanted to strike, Shui Yuro's mother hurriedly pulled him back and pleaded. Young man, you stop. We can't afford to mess with Zhou Xiao. Count on me to beg you. Enough. Auntie Fatty also roared out in anger at this moment. Pointing at Chen Mofan, he said angrily, You haven't gone crazy enough yet, have you? Look at all the trouble you've caused for Xiaoro. I'm really blinded by it. Just let you into my store. Now get the hell out. Shui Yuro looked at the messy snack bar and froze in place for a while before coming to her senses. Hurriedly stepping forward, he advised, Auntie Fatty, Mom, Mayor Fan, he's not a man without a purpose. If he dares to do it, surely he'll take care of it. He's capable of it. She handled it well? Auntie Fatty, with a look of disdain, shook her head and sighed. Xiao Rou, what can Auntie Fatty say about you? You're a pretty girl. How can you say such nonsense? He's all dressed up. What gives him the right? Jobin's face was full of resentment. His eyes were ice cold as he looked at Chen Mofan and sneered, Deal with it. He deserves it? Wait for me, all of you, until I get you one by one. Looking at the arrogant Jobin, and looking at the fat ant who was looking at herself with an anxious and angry face, Chen Meifan let out a helpless sigh. He had wanted to solve his itchy hands first, but he had never thought that so many people would stop him. In that case, gag everyone first. Chen Mofan's eyes were cold, looking at Jobin, without the slightest inkling of words. Straight up, give me your card number if you don't want a beating? The 2 slaps made Jobin's face still hurt now, and when he heard this, in the spirit of good manners, the card number was quoted, then asked, What do you want my card number for? The person outside the door also looked puzzled, not understanding why Chen Mofan wanted the card number. This poor kid can't be trying to pay Zhou Xiao to settle this matter, right? But look at how much money he can come up with in his poor state. I'm guessing 300 or 500 at the most. Smug poor s *** t. Don't kid yourself. 3 to 500? Is Joe Xiao someone who is short of those 3 to 500? The boy can't be so whimsical as to think that 3 or 500 will settle the matter. This kid's head must have been kicked by a donkey. How can he think so childish and so beautifully? 3,500. And I'm just meh. Ugh. Pretending to be a pussy when you don't have money is harmful. The surrounding neighbors kept talking. Their words were full of contempt and disdain for Chen Mofan. Some even watched Chen Mofan spit on the ground with a disgusted look on his face. Even Auntie Fatty's gaze towards Chen Mofan carried a hint of obvious disgust. Shui Yuro's mom's gaze was also filled with strong disappointment. She didn't realize her daughter had found such an unreliable boy. Chen Mofan didn't care what they thought. Took out his cell phone and entered his card number. A direct transfer of $10 million. Well, what are you pretending for? Turning a 3 or 500 and still being so abrasive. Whoever was outside the door shouted out, the words thick with contempt. Everyone nodded deeply at this statement. But the next second, Jobin's cell phone rang with an arrival sound. Ding! $10 million arrived from CCB. The crunch was like a bomb that exploded in the crowd. Everyone was dumbfounded where they stood, their eyes involuntarily wide and eyes full of shock. He looked at Chen Mofan. $10 million? That kid hit $10 million? Everyone's mind floated to this sentence at the same time, cluttered in the wind. Outside the door, many people froze for 3 or 4 seconds before they came to their senses, and they sucked in a mouthful of cold air and full of surprise. At this moment, the gazes they looked at Chen Mofan were full of disbelief without a trace of contempt. The fat aunt smacked herself hard before she was sure it wasn't all a hallucination. Rose's boyfriend actually came up with $10 million. 10 million. That's $10 million. Her small store's annual turnover was only 100,000 or so. How many years would she have to work to earn that $10 million? But now, this kid just took it out so easily. And look at that bland look. It's as easy as taking out $1. The fat aunt was dumbfounded. In the next instant, her face turned violently red, remembering what she had just said. She was so ashamed she could hardly find a crack in the ground. Shui Yuro's mom was also stupefied. Her pupils clenched into a point that, I can't believe my daughter's boyfriend came up with $10 million. Jobin was dumbfounded, looking at the arrival information on his cell phone. His mouth kept mumbling, no way. This is impossible. How can this poor bastard take $10 million? Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and everyone looked at Chen Mofan in unison. There was obvious shock in his eyes, but Chen Merfan just smiled flatly at this and blandly said, $10 million, $5 million to repay. The remaining $5 million is for your medical expenses. Chapter 88 Shui Yuro's Little Test. $10 million, $5 million for repayment, and the remaining $5 million for your medical bills. Chen Mofan's flat words rang out, and Jobin let out a frightened mama's cry. $5 million in medical bills? That's not going to cripple him. But Jobin was just about to run when Chen Mofan kicked him out of the store. Jobin fell hard into a dog, and his incisors were knocked out twice. He cried out in pain, wailing. He was about to stand up when Chen Mofan came up from behind him and, a foot in his back, without the slightest hesitation, Chen Mofan swung the king of concealed weapons in his hand, the folding stool. It slammed down hard against Jobin. Bang! 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 Once, twice, 3 times, Chen Mofan didn't have the slightest bit of softness, beating wildly one after the other. This guy, threatening people and bullying girls over and over again, based on the fact that they owe her money. Assault on an elderly person. This kind of person, Chen Mofan will be lucky if he doesn't give him a beating that makes him unable to take care of himself for the rest of his life. Jobin screamed miserably without stopping, and his wails resounded all around. Hearing the wailing, Shui Yuro's body trembled and hurriedly walked forward. Merfan, forget it, I feel like he's going to die if we keep fighting. Only then did Chen Mofan put down the folding stool and kick Jobin in the waist. Get thee out of here. Watching this scene, the crowd actually felt relieved. This Chen Mofan is too fierce. He beats people without mercy. The big folding stool clang is a swing, and finally the Zhou Dasho hit can only lie on the ground and keep grunting. You don't look like a college student. And the $10 million. The kid took it, too. It's so out of character for him. The faces of the surrounding neighborhoods were very embarrassed at the thought, because the ones who just did it were madly belittling Chen Mofan. Some of them even opened their mouths to curse poor people and beggars. Words like that. This made many people blush and feel embarrassed. Auntie Fatty, also red-faced, came over and said in an embarrassed voice, that young man, I'm sorry for what I said just now. Don't mind if I said a lot of things, but I'll buy you this meal today. Sort of make it up to you. After the fat aunt spoke, many of the neighbors outside the door also said, yes, young man, sorry about that, we misjudged you. Just pretend we just barked and don't take it personally. Young man, I'm sorry, I'll buy you a drink if you come back here someday. Make amends to you. Listening to the cry of apology, Chen Mofan smiled indifferently. He really didn't take it to heart. He knew that these people were there because they cared about Shui Euro, afraid that his overzealous behavior would further bring disaster to Shui Euro's family. Shui Euro's mother also looked at Chen Mofan with a touch of apology on her face. Just now, she felt that this young man was also too unreliable, and not only impulsive, and do things recklessly. Boys like that can't take care of their daughters. Now in looking at it, well, it's good, it's strong, it's not proud, it's humble, it's a good one to rely on. Most of all, there's money. A good son-in-law like that can't be found with $10 million at his fingertips. After so many years of laboring, she was well aware that money was the emotional foundation of a marriage between two people. If you don't have money, you have to be like her, getting up earlier than a chicken and going to bed later than a dog every day. Even then, after working her ass off, she hadn't seen a dime's worth of. All the money went into the bottomless pit of debt repayment. She'd had enough of such a day with no future for a long time. Even, she had moved to commit suicide. If she hadn't been unable to let go of this daughter of hers, she would not have had to live this hard life a long time ago. Years of suffering have also made her progressively more realistic, timid, and too cowardly to start a fight with anyone, retreating again and again, retreating to the present, completely without dignity and without hope. The matter ended. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Chen Mofan was not in the mood to eat. But Auntie Fatty said it was weirdly embarrassing and that she had to stay for a bite today. Her treat. Unable to resist the fat aunt's enthusiasm, Chen Mofan nodded his head in agreement. At the dinner table, with shyness on her face, Shui Euro helped her own mother to her seat after she introduced. Mom, let me introduce you. This is my classmate, named Chen Meifan. Hearing this, Chen Mofan smiled and extended his hand. Hello, Auntie. Well. Nice young man. How long have you been with our whisperer? Shui Euro's mom hurriedly stretched out her hand and asked with a smile after shaking Chen Mofan's hand. These words made Shui Euro make a big red face and explained. Mom, Meifan and I are just normal friends. Not dating. Ha? Watery's mom's voice snapped up 2 points. Not dating? She practically doubted her ears. How is it possible not to have a date? This Chen Mofan is clearly a golden son-in-law. It's too late to cry if you let it go. And so on. Shui Euro's mom was stunned that Chen Mofan shelled out $10 million to her daughter without getting a date. How ho-hum is this? That's $10 million. And this kid just pulled it out. You know, she works all day and all night, and she only makes 15,000 or 16,000 a month. She'll be working for 50 or 60 years if she wants to make $10 million. Oh, my god. Shui Yuelian's mom was dumbfounded. No, this kid must like my daughter. Otherwise why would he come up with such a huge sum of money? Thinking of this, Shui Euro's mother looked at Chen Mofan with a smile and laughed. Mofan, what do you think of our Euro? I'm telling you, our daughter is very nice. She's gentle, and she's good at housework, at school or some kind of flower. The main thing is that our daughter has never had a date. Oh, Auntie, see if you're single too. Why don't you try it with my daughter? This is clearly to introduce yourself to Chen Mofan. Shui Euro was red in the face. It was red all the way to the ears. She shook her own mother's hand, embarrassed. Mom, what are you talking about? Chen Mofan heard this but smiled, and was about to open his mouth when the fat aunt spoke first. Here's the food. Several dishes. The fat aunt served together. The dishes were huge. Several large plates filled the table. Seeing this, Shui Euro hurriedly changed the topic. Eat, everyone. Let's eat first. Mom, you join us for a bite. Shui Euro's mom was a little embarrassed that she was wearing work clothes. The clothes, which were black, were all black and shiny, and there was a big plastic apron over the clothes, which still had visible grease stains on it. Her hair was also simply tied back, and now it was all a little loose. But you could tell that Shui Euro's mom must have been a great beauty when she was young, too. Just like Shui Euro, they both had goose egg faces, standard beauty face shapes. I won't eat it, I've got work to do, and besides, look at me covered in grease. It's affecting both of your appetites. I'll pass. You guys eat, haha. Shui Yu's mom was about to leave, and Shui Yuzwa grabbed her own mom's arm as soon as she could. Turning his head to look at Chen Meifan, he tenderly said, Meifan, you won't mind, right? Saying that, Shui Euro's eyes stared tightly at Chen Mofan. She had a good feeling about Chen Mofan and was willing to continue with him, but if Chen Mofan disliked her own mother, then even if she had more good feelings, nor will he contact Chen Mofan again. As for the $10 million, she would work to return it to Chen Mofan and would not owe him a single penny. Chen Meifan smiled faintly, without the slightest bit of dislike in his eyes, and smiled. That's for sure. Auntie must have a hot meal since she's here. Here, Auntie, I'll get your dishes. Chen Mofan grew up in the countryside, Before mom and dad down to work on the ground to get more dirty than this, how could he be too much? If he disliked Shueiro's mom now, then would he have to dislike his parents in the future? Besides, the late generation disliked their elders. Chen Mofan felt that he couldn't do such a thing. Chapter 89, Scared My Mother-in-Law. Looking at Chen Mofan, he didn't have the slightest bit of disdain, but instead, he even thoughtfully handed his mom the dishes. Shueiro's eyes snapped open. She knew exactly what her family was like, and it was normal to be disliked. Not to mention the fact that they are mortal gods who have been raised in the best of times, so naturally they are more particular about what they want to do. But now, Chen Mofan's actions were not only without the slightest bit of dislike. Instead, he thoughtfully unwrapped the dishes and carefully placed them in front of his own mom. At this moment, Shueiro only felt as if a sledgehammer had hit her heart hard. Shueiro's mom, Huang Lijuan, however, received the chopsticks with trembling hands, and there was also a strange color in her eyes. The girl herself should have picked up the treasure. Such a good golden son-in-law absolutely cannot let go of. Thinking of this, Huang Lijuan was ready to bring up the topic she had just mentioned again. She had to finalize the relationship between these two today. But before she could open her mouth, Shueiro smiled and popularized Chen Mofan to Huang Lijuan. Mom, don't you know that this classmate of mine is not only a rich kid, but also a celebrity? Celebrity? Huang Lijuan's face was full of doubts. She thought carefully and, there's no such person among the stars he knows. Seeing her own mother's doubts, Shueiro smiled and said, he's the mortal god you guys were harping on earlier. The one who swiped $600 million for the female anchor. Huang Lijuan was petrified on the spot. They set up stalls on the street corners, and in their spare time they chatter about their parents' lives, and the hot gossip of the moment. That is undoubtedly the word mortal god. First, he swiped $600 million, and then he stomped on Master Tiger. Such a character. Each of them mentioned it with a strong envy in their eyes, especially her. Her eyes reddened with envy when she heard that the mortal god had swiped $600 million. How she wished she had $600 million, so she could pay off all the debts she owed. Can really start living my own life. She remembered that she had called the mortal god a loser at the time. $600 million just casually spent. That's a fortune she couldn't earn in several lifetimes. But she understood that while her mouth was scolding, her heart was envious to the point of jealousy. Now that defeated mortal god is in front of him? Mortal god. Huang Lijuan murmured in shock, directly sliding off her chair and, sitting on his butt, he looked at Chen Mofan with a stupefied face. Shueiro and Chen Mofan were startled at the same time and hurriedly reached out to assist them. Mom, what's wrong with you? Shueiro inquired with concern, but the words came out, and it was understood that his own mother was clearly frightened. Not to mention her own mother. Wasn't she shocked when she first realized that Chen Mofan was a mortal god? Thinking of this, Shueiro first snorted out a laugh and, then he looked at Chen Mofan with complaint. Look at you. You scared my mom. Chen Mofan scratched his head in embarrassment. It wasn't his fault. Huang Lijuan's heart jumped even more as she watched the scene. How dare one's woman complain about the mortal gods? With that in mind, she hastily waved her hands. No blame on the mortal gods. No blame on the mortal gods. It's me that. It was a slip of the tongue on my part. That aunt. Don't call me that. It's weird. Just call me Merfan. It seems intimate that way. Huang Lijuan, with a trace of obvious trepidation on her face, stammered. No, it's not good. It's okay, Mom, just call him Merfan. No need to be so complimentary. Isn't it Chan Merfan? Shueiro said with a smile, and after finishing, she didn't forget to give Chen Merfan a provocative look. Looking at Shueiro's gesture, which clearly carried some pampering, Chen Mofan smiled and nodded his head hastily. But as soon as this side was settled, the fat aunt on the other side, who was listening to the family chatting, also collapsed. With a thud, Chen Mofan clearly felt the snack bar tremble. That's tons. The two had no choice but to help Auntie Fatty again after helping Huang Lijuan. This meal was the most fearful meal Huang Lijuan had ever eaten. Originally, she still wanted to set up Chen Mofan with her daughter, but after hearing that Chen Mofan was the mortal god, those minds are completely gone. There was no way around it. The difference between the two was just too great. She couldn't even think of the day when the mortal god would be her son-in-law. It was a thought she didn't even dare to have. At the end of the meal, Chen Mofan scanned the QR code and directly transferred 100,000 to the fat aunt. Auntie Fatty was full of shock, and said again and again that she couldn't. This meal was her treat as promised. Chen Mofan also didn't politely talk to the fat aunt and directly said, Auntie Fatty, this $100,000 is not meal money. I just read that Euro's mom has a thin body. She should be chronically malnourished. I guess they don't want to spend money on food. If you have time, you can make some meals and send them to their house, and you'll pay for them as a normal meal. I'll call you when I don't have enough money. Here's my cell phone number. Alas, the fat ant sighed out of breath and spoke quietly. Where? Mare, lad, you really have a heart. Auntie Fatty said a word too much. This child is really good. Treat people well. Chen Merfan nodded. Outside the kitchen, Shui who was about to pour water for her mom, heard the conversation between the two clearly. When she learned that Chen Mofan had spent $100,000 to have Auntie Fatty deliver food to their home and improve her mother's health, Shui eyes filled with a layer of watery mist that she could hardly suppress. What's even more remarkable is that all this Chen Mofan is doing in secret, instead of showing it to her face. This silent devotion touched her even more. After finishing their meal, Chen Mofan and Shui left the snack bar first. Huang Lijuan remained still in her seat. She could hardly believe that. Had he just had a meal with a mortal god? It was too dreamy for her. Auntie Fatty walked over and patted Huang Lijuan on the shoulder. Jokingly, he said, is the eldest sister still dumbfounded? Huang Lijuan's body trembled violently, slowed down, looked at the fat ant who was close to her eyes and, his face hesitated several times before he finally made up his mind and asked, Fat sister, did my daughter really become good friends with the mortal god? Auntie Fatty laughed. She understood that Huang Lijuan was having a hard time believing it, not to mention her. Even she, an outsider, was incredulous. Exhaling slowly, Auntie Fatty smiled and said, Big sister, it's true that and I can see that Merfan is interested in your family Xiaoro. Big sister, you just wait to enjoy your happiness. No, Huang Lijuan quickly shook her hand. We can't really reach this kind of rich family, and there's no way Chen Mofan would even look at Xiaoro, right? Still can't see Shui? Big sister, I can tell you that the other mortal god just paid me how much when he checked out, do you know? Huang Lijuan shook her head. $100,000, gave me $100,000, do you know what that $100,000 is for? Huang Lijuan shook her head again. People have said that you are not well, so I should bring you food every day to replenish your body? Auntie Fatty said with an envious look on her face. Huang Lijuan, on the other hand, was filled with stupefaction. She didn't think that the legendary mortal god would be so attentive. From this, it wasn't hard to see that Chen Mofan really cared about their family, or rather, about Xiaoro. Why else would he do it? Big sister, just wait and enjoy the blessings. Huang Lijuan sniffed, and an embarrassed smile appeared on her weathered face. She used to fantasize about the good old days, but after so many years of reality hitting her, she dared not entertain a single illusion. But now what? Can she really do the same? Huang Lijuan realized that her mind was filled with excitement just thinking about it. Her dry, yellowed fingers were shaking slightly with excitement. Jobin almost crawled and escaped from the snack bar, not daring to make the slightest stop along the way. He just wanted to get away from that lunatic fast. He's really afraid that crazy guy's gonna beat him to death in the snack bar. Even his Audi S6 and the millions in that trunk, he doesn't want it. I don't know how long he had fled before the exhausted Jobin stopped. He glanced backward with palpitation, and saw that he was empty and, it was a relief when there were only potholes in the concrete. But just as this breath was loosened, a voice rang out beside him. Yo, isn't this Zhou Shao? Who gave you this B-side to? Chapter 90 Young Master Soho. Jobin trembled in fear and hurriedly turned his head to look. Just a man in a well-pressed suit with short, shaggy hair. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses approached. The man was very handsome and dressed to impress, except that the man's lips were very thin, giving the impression that he was being careful and mean. Behind the man, there were 5 big men with strong bodies. Each big man's body was covered in tattoos, and looking at them made people not dare to mess with them. Seeing the man, Jobin's body visibly trembled. A hint of fear appeared in his eyes and he hurriedly said, Su Shao, Su Hao, not from Liucheng, is a famous young man from abroad who came to Liucheng after Master Tiger lost his power. In fact, he had long coveted Liaocheng for a long time. Liucheng, with its huge population, has always been one of the cities with the lowest economic output in China. After all these years of economic development, it has been lukewarm and the market is depressed. But the fact is that the spending power of Liucheng is not that low, plus the population is huge. It's only because the various tycoons are constantly fighting that the economy of Liucheng has never developed, and thus it further led to the fact that, although the city of Liucheng is full of great young men, and yet, there has never been a true top youngster. Even the live streaming bounty, if it wasn't for the mortal gods coming out of nowhere, these great young men of Liucheng had always been the guys that other people laughed at. The top youngsters from several other big cities, when they get along with these rich kids from Liucheng, the mentality was also all with a hint of contempt, very disdainful. Liucheng, a cake with a huge population that has long been coveted by the rich and powerful from all the other major cities. It's just that everyone doesn't want to be the clam and crane that fights for each other, so that's why no one has been interfering in it. Now taking advantage of Master Tiger's loss of power, Su Hao couldn't wait to enter Liao Chang. Prepare to take a stab at this big cake in Liao Chang first. It's the old town that Soho has his eye on, and he's ready to overthrow and remodel it, create a large commercial area and make it a landmark district of Liaocheng. And in the old city, Zhou family holds 40% of the stores. You could say it's a well-deserved landowner in the old town. Su Shao, what brings you here? Facing Su Hao, Zhou aura was significantly shorter by 1 point, and there was a hint of flattery in his words. Su Hao naturally heard this hint of fawning tone, and in his heart he was disdainful in how he said that. For the rich and powerful circle of Liaocheng, he is also an outsider. But in the face of him, an outsider, Zhou does not say that he has given glory to his own family. Instead, it was as if they couldn't wait for the other party to look down on them. Coming up with a fawning tone, this kind of person's bones were not only soft, but also very cheap, despicable in his heart. Su Hao's face was full of smiles as he intimately reached out and wrapped his arm around Zhou shoulders. Zhou Shao, brother, I've come here specifically to see you. Since the last time we had a drink at the bar, my brother felt very much in tune with you, so he rushed over to see you. Zhou face was happy. Then a flash of excitement surged out. Su Hao's worth was $10 billion. Originally a top rich kid he couldn't afford. But now, Su Shao even said that he was in love with him. This was simply looking up to him too much. Thinking in his heart, Zhou face was full of smiles, and he hurriedly took out his cigarettes. It's a real honor for a little person like me to even be able to labor Shao Su to remember. Come on. Su Shao smoking. Su Hao took the cigarette and smiled as he waited for Zhou to light it for him before he smiled and said, Zhou Shao, brother, see what's wrong with you all over. How did you let others bully you? Speak out. Brother, help you out. At the mention of this, Zhou face revealed a touch of sinister. He didn't need Su Hao. He could make that poor bastard pay for it himself. $10 million was nothing to him. He was going to show that kid the horror of being hundreds of millions of dollars richer. And Shui Yueliang, that. Thinking of Shui Euro, Zhou eyes lit up and he had an idea in his heart. Zhou Shao, what good thing are you thinking of? Smiling so lewdly, Su Hao asked with a smile. But in his heart, his contempt for Zhou deepened by another point. This guy was able to go off on a tangent while the two of them were talking. What a ing talent. Zhou didn't even know what was in Su Hao's heart. At the moment he smiled smugly. Complacent. Su Shao, brother introduced you to a good pussy at night. It's a virgin, or a beautiful schoolgirl. Ha ha, Zhou said, smiling broadly and raising an eyebrow at Su Hao with a lecherous look on his face. Su Hao was completely speechless, chatting properly about the wound. But this guy was good. A ing shot at a woman. Isn't that just plain sick? If he hadn't had to use the guy, he would have slapped him in the mouth. Forcing back the anger in his heart, Su Hao smiled and nodded. Once again, he inquired, Zhou Shao, this injury on your body. Only then did Zhou recount what had just happened. Su Hao's eyes lit up. This is not a coincidence. Just wanting to sleep. Someone gave a pillow to send. He was thinking about how to make good relations with Zhou so that this guy would owe him a favor. He so took the opportunity to bring up the matter of acquiring land and buildings in the old town. This guy's been an old landowner in the old town for years, and he's sure to get twice as much done with half the effort. That guy dared to make a move on you. Young Zhou? Don't say that you can't stand it. Young Zhou, as a brother I cannot bear it. No words. Bullying Zhou Shao, you are bullying me, Su Hao. Today this breath. The brother sure helped you out. Su Hao opened his mouth with great bravado, his chest beating loudly. Those who don't know think how righteous he is? Zhou was touched by the fact that a $10 billion young man was willing to go out on a limb for him. Zhou all felt that he had met a confidant. Immediately, Zhou spoke of the plan he had already thought of. Tonight, he would bring someone to tie up Shui Euro and force Chen Mofen to come to the rescue. As long as Chen Mofen dared to come, he would find someone to properly clean up Chen Mofen. He's going to take Shui Euro's blood in front of Chen Mofen today. Take the opportunity to properly humiliate and shame Chen Mofen. Hearing Zhou finish, Su Hao was shocked. Is this playing so hard? How dare he play kidnapping in China? Brother, you have a few brains here. Liao Chengde did not look good. This play is quite flowery. Listening to this Shui Euro is still his fiancée. Surprisingly, he was still willing to let him also come to insert a foot. And even more so, he did not mind revealing himself in front of Chen Mofen. Bull. He was nothing but impressed. But just in case, Su Hao was still confirming it. Young Zhou, that's your fiancé? Zhou does not care. But show off the road, Su Young. Serious is not. Women, well, there's no such thing as a so-called wife. She's just for the house. She looks good on the outside. Who cares if she's dirty inside? Besides, if you don't like it, just find another one. It's just for fun. Don't take it seriously. I'm ing shocked, Su Hao exclaimed in his heart. He also fun. Women do not know how many there have been. But the wife, it's a matter of honor. Anyone who dares to say they're having fun with his wife. Soho thought to himself that he couldn't stand it. But look at this guy, Jo Bin, with a face that doesn't care. That's awesome. Playing with your wife? Kidnapping? He's a real talent. Compared to him, I'm not in the same realm. Suho actually had the urge to draw a line with him at this moment. He was really afraid of being implicated by this guy. No, one must be prepared with a means of precaution. On the other hand, Chen Mofan and Shui Yuro both skipped around the old city until the afternoon. Looking at the dilapidated old town, Chen Mofan moved to remodel his mind. He has more money than he can spend right now. Moreover, when he formed the night curtain before, he had promised Long Aotian that he would give him a surprise. Long Aotian's family happened to be in the real estate business and had a ready-made construction company in their hands. It's not just a way to spend money. Chen Murfan's eyes lit up. Chapter 91, You're Not a Man of Honor. With an idea in mind, Chen Mofan was prepared to talk to Long Aotian later. The two had been skulking around the old town until the afternoon. Chen Mofan brought Shui Yuro to Zhang Chang and Long Aotian again. Counting today, he has 3 days left. This Zhang Chang can't do it either. He still has 7 billion left to spend. He's not supervising here. Can you still do it? It's so hard to spend some money. This has to be taught a lesson. Chen Mofan fought and brought Shui Yuro to the top floor of the Tiankai Hotel. I just called and Zhang Chang is here making plans for the acquisition, while Long Aotian is coming later. Opening the door and entering the room, Zhang Chang saw Chen Merfan jerk up and smiled. God of Fan. Afterward, his expression froze when his gaze looked at Shui Yuro. It wasn't so long ago that he could easily look down on this woman, but now that, looking at the slightly intimate appearance of the two, the relationship was more than obvious. Suppressing the strange emotions in his heart, Zhang Chang smiled and said, Sister-in-law. Shui Yuro blushed and whispered, Don't call me blind. I'm not. But the voice was small. Not to mention Zhang Chang couldn't hear it. Even she herself doesn't know if she said it or not. Mortal God. Here's the acquisition plan I've worked out. Take a look. Zhang Chang said, handing up a paper. Inside the document is a detailed list of companies to be acquired next, and the amount of money that needs to be used to acquire these companies and why this company is worth so much. Chen Mofan didn't want to look at these. His eyes directly aimed to the bottom, where there was the total amount of funds. Within a week, Zhang Chang expected to utilize $5 billion. Looking at this number, Chen Mofan laughed, exasperated. He just threw the acquisition plan donut in the trash. Zhang Chang, 1 week, $5 billion? Zhang Chang's expression trembled as he hurriedly explained. Mortal God, calling in $5 billion a week, that's a bit much indeed. But these are all highly promising companies that I've handpicked to stay. There is still a ING potential? Chen Mofan gasped and laughed even more. And in 3 days he's going to lose his power as a man. But now $5 billion Zhang Chang have to spend a week. This is not bull ********. I asked you to spend money generously, and you spend it like this for me? $5 billion to spend for a week? You're telling me you call that generous spending? Ha! Zhang Chang was dumbfounded. The feeling that the mortal god didn't mind that he spent too much. He minded that he spent too little? That *** makes it a bit unexpected. Ah, your sister. 3 days? 3 days you must spend all $7 billion for me. I don't care if those companies have potential or not. If they can make money or not, you acquire them all for me. Chen Mofan was enraged and pointed at Zhang Chang's nose angrily. You say you? I don't even want to talk about you. You can't even spend money. What a loser you are you. I'd just find a block of tofu and run over it if I were you. Zhang Chang's face flushed with embarrassment as he looked at Chen Mofan in disbelief. Brother, do you have a grudge against money? I think spending $5 billion a week is more than enough. That's good for you. You want me to spend $7 billion in 3 days? Is money burning your hands? Or what? Zhang Chang only felt as if his worldview had shattered a bit. What is the mortal god so angry about? I heard it from outside the door. Long Aotian opened the door and walked in. Smiling, Chen Mofan sighed helplessly when he heard this. Pointing at Zhang Chang, he said, it's not because of him. 1 week. 1 week he said he would spend $5 billion. Long Aotian froze, then smiled bitterly. Indeed, $5 billion is a bit much. More? Chen Meifan was helpless and glanced at Long Aotian. More than one hair. What's $5 billion enough for? Can your eyes not be so narrow? Ah, this is good. Long Aotian also confused. It's ing. It's just so unexpected. Is this the rhythm of trying to up the worldview? What's going on here? Why do they both look so confused? Old One walked in, pointing at the two men. He asked suspiciously. Before she could open her mouth, the kind-hearted Shui Yuro spoke first. She was afraid that this uncle in front of her would also be stunk up by Chen Mofan. They were shocked when Merfan said he'd let them spend $7 billion in 3 days. Shui Yueliang said slowly, her tone as gentle as ever. But her heart was also filled with shock. How much money did Chen Mofan have? $7 billion. And that's how you're going to spend it? But who knows? In response to these words, Old King acted very flat. There's no way that brother, who has been following the mortal god for the earliest time, would understand his hoe. After all, the mortal god was a person who had taken out $30 million to buy a cafeteria. The clueless Long Aotian was even more clueless. Old King isn't surprised? What is the situation? This ing compared to the Old King, how as if they have never seen the world. Old Wang, 3 days, $7 billion, you're not surprised? Old Wang nodded plaintively, isn't that normal? Let go of your eyes a bit. Long Aotian was even more helpless. A guy who was worth $30 million. Tell him, a $10 billion young man, to let go of his eyes a little. This would be a pain in the ass. And you too, Old Wang, let you acquire the hotel. How are you doing for me? It's been days and days and not a single hotel has been looked at. I can tell you, I started out to be a restaurant empire. The Old King's face was also bitter when he heard this. He would like to buy it, but there has to be someone who wants to sell it. Anyone who can afford to open a big restaurant, whose family doesn't have some capital, hasn't reached the end of their rope. How many of you want to sell your assets for money? After listening for such a while, Shui Euro sort of understood that Chen Mofan was trying to buy assets in a big way. Get a foothold in Liaocheng. They all know that the mortal gods have suddenly appeared, and that there's a lot of money to be had. Yet, he had not heard of Fan Shen being the youngest member of that group, or what assets or groups he owned. There is always speculation on the internet that Chen Mofan is a young man sent out by a certain powerful family to train. The reason for coming to Liaocheng is to create your own team and have your own assets. Now Chen Mofan, is this going to start? It's just that with this east and west, even if there are more assets, it's still a scattered mess. It simply can't function effectively, let alone make money. Should I warn Merfan? Shui Euro was torn with thoughts in her mind. On the one hand, she and Chen Mofan were just friends, and things involving money were inherently sensitive. On the other hand, those present were the top people of Liaocheng. So who was she? A college student? To interrupt? But if you don't, do we want to watch Chen Mervan end up spending all his funds to buy a piece of? How could she know that Chen Mofan just wanted to spend money as far as scattering sand is concerned? He hadn't really thought about it. Are you kidding? What's the point of thinking about loose sand when you're going to lose your 2/10 of a pound? Isn't that what men live for in their lives? What's the point of having more money if this thing is gone? Shui Euro's tangled face clearly fell into Chen Mofan's eyes. Curious, he inquired. Euro, what's wrong with you? Not feeling well? Hearing this inquiry, Shui Yueliang made up her mind. Merfan, I don't think it's right for you to buy assets like this. I'm a student of finance, so I understand that the accumulation of capital as well as the earning of revenue is not achieved by having more industry. The fact is that you have too many industries, but rather they will be like a scattered sand, and under each one's own power. As if they were headless flies, their power could not be coalesced, and they each consumed it, thus producing large losses. Because people have limited energy, you can't take care of that much industry. You can't regulate it. Problems can then easily breed within the industry, which can lead to a decline in the quality of work and the top elites taking advantage of the opportunity to enrich themselves. The rise of a business empire is never the result of one man maneuvering multiple industries in unison. Rather, it is a core pillar industry that grows bigger and stronger and then radiates another industry. Chapter 92, finally a clear goal. The office was already silent when Shui Yueliang's words fell. Long Ao Tian, Zhang Chang and the others had always thought that Shui Euro was just a flower vase. It's just a good-looking thing, and to be able to respectfully call out a sister-in-law is just giving face to Chen Mofan. But now, with Shui Euro's words coming down, they realized with a jolt that this woman is not easy. Not only does she look good, but more importantly, this beauty isn't just an empty head, a vase of flowers. What about the real stuff packed inside? Chen Mofan, however, smiled. Shui Euro's words were very much to his face. Not bad. Whisperer, go on. Shui Euro smiled gently, with some shyness on her face, and then said, since we're going to do it, then we need to find our core pillar industry. The Chinese market is now saturated with major industries. The popularity of a few of the oldest brands has also long since hit its stride. So what you've got to do is be innovative. Be gimmicky. It can give the customer an eye-catching feeling, and only then will they be willing to pay for your product. When Chen Mofan heard this, his eyes lit up. He had never known what should be done in the old city before. Now that he heard these words from Shui Euro, he knew how to remodel the old town. Liaocheng has always been a tourist destination. It's a coastal city with well-developed transportation. Plus the city is simply blessed with many scenic monuments. However, the number of people who visit Liaoqing every year is not much compared to other cities, and the reason for this is, there just hasn't been a core attraction that can hold its own. If there isn't one, then why not build one artificially? Chen Mofan is rich, very rich. He can pile up an earthly paradise with all his money. Having figured this out, Chen Mofan finally had a clear idea of how to spend his money. In the past, Chen Mofan could say that his knowledge and experience were very shallow, and he didn't know how to spend the money when he had it. It's a fraction of what you spend, but that's all it takes to wear yourself out. Now after Shui Euro's words, Chen Mofan had a feeling of enlightenment. He still uses restaurants as his core business, but this catering is no longer simply catering. He wanted to combine tourism and dining to create the world's finest hotel. This hotel is so big that it encompasses the entire old town. Inside there will be an endless number of excursions as well as a true paradise on earth. Also, there is arable land next to the old town. Arable land can also be contracted on a large scale, farmed and cultivated. Both are also part of the appealing gimmick, grown entirely in pure green. Nowadays, people's quality of life has improved and everyone wants to eat really healthy and safe food. And pure green. These three words are undoubtedly the food that the major tycoons really crave. Farming, they can contract down 10,000 acres of fields to plant all kinds of trees and raise all kinds of animals. These animals allow tourists to get in and go hunting, allowing those rich and famous to experience the joy of hunting. The most beautiful place on earth, coupled with top-notch service, and reassuringly pure green food, as well as a hunting ground to unleash your nature. With all of these added together, he couldn't believe that the rich and powerful wouldn't still flock to him. With this in mind, Chen Mofan looked towards Long Ao Tian. Ao Tian, I told you before that I wanted to give you a surprise, and now, the surprise is here. Long Ao Tian's eyes lit up. He was envious of Zheng Chang these days. The guy's a spendthrift, but that's it. This kid is also making a fortune these days. He had long been red-eyed for a long time, thinking all day about the surprise Chen Mofan had promised him. Now, has the surprise finally arrived? Mortal God, go ahead. I couldn't wait long ago. Long Ao Tian smiled. Chen Mofan pointed to Shui Euro by his side and laughed. To give you a surprise. It's the remodeling of her house. Whisperer's family lives in the old town, and I'd like to take the whole of it down. Remodeling and building. The whole old town? Long Ao Tian was dumbfounded. Wasn't this surprise a little too big? You know, that's one district. How much money will be used to take them all? Tens of billions? Or 100 billion? However, if the building is constructed so that it can be pre-sold, the pre-sale will allow the money to be returned. But even then, it's going to be an astronomical amount of money to take out. Long Ao Tian's face carried a surprise that hadn't dissipated yet, and he slowly said, "The mortal gods, I don't know how much money you're going to use. I don't have that kind of money in our family perhaps." Chen Mofan didn't hide anything and directly stretched out 5 fingers. Smiling, he said, "I am prepared to invest $50 billion in the first stage. And I will continue to invest additional amounts according to the situation." $50 billion. Long Ao Tian's eyes widened then. Their family's assets were only a few tens of billions, but now Chen Mofan was going to invest $50 billion up front. This, Long Ao Tian was a bit dumbfounded. As one of the famous young men of Liaoqing, it is reasonable to say that he shouldn't have shown such a surprised stance on the money front. It would have made him look low, but he didn't want to. He knew that Vanguard was ho, but he didn't expect it to be this ho. $50 billion. Up front. Oh, my God. How the can you still play with mortal gods? It's not even in the same league. Long Ao Tian thought. His face reddened, and he said with some embarrassment, "Where? The mortal gods? I can only come up with 5 billion at the most." When Long Ao Tian's words fell, he had the urge to find a crack in the ground, but then Chen Mofan actually smiled and nodded. "Okay, Ao Tian, this way. No one can say for sure about this project. $5 billion you prepare first, but your family's engineering team has to move first to demolish the old city center. Follow up. You think this project is okay? $5 billion input in. When the time comes, I'll count you in for 10%. Long Ao Tian's face was ecstatic when he heard this. He was really asked to take $5 billion to invest. It's $5 billion, not $50. Once you lose your money, you're out of pocket. Then the Long family will be finished. And when the financial chain breaks, he won't even be able to cry. But now it's better. The mortal god let him inspect it first, and subsequently if he thinks the project is okay. In making the investment, it's just a godsend for him. You can make money and reinvest it. It's the same as just giving it away for nothing. Go in for the money. And if he can't make money, he doesn't invest, he doesn't have to pay anything. The mortal god that was pulling him into business. The mortal god was actively giving him money. Long Outian's heart immediately surged with a wave of emotion and, for the first time, I felt that I hadn't made a mistake in recognizing the mortal god as my boss. God, let me interject. Jiang Chang spoke up. I wonder what the mortal god is planning to make of the old city center. A high-grade residential area? Or an ordinary residential area? Chen Merfan shook his head. The old city is very large. In advance I'm going to split the old city into 3 pieces. One of them, occupying 1/10 of the land. This land will build the world's top upscale villa area. The other piece covers 2/10 of an acre. And that part of the area is an upscale neighborhood. With 0.8% left, I'm going to build a hotel that surpasses all the hotels in the world. The most expansive and luxurious world-class hotel. This hotel will include dining, casino, wilderness hunting, field farms, large amusement rides, retreats, man-made landscapes, and other factors. I'm going to bring together food, drink, entertainment, housing, transportation and medicine to create a rich man's paradise. Everyone in the office was dumbfounded, uniformly dumbfounded as they looked at Chen Mofan. This is crazy, world-class. By that standard, it's not an investment. Instead, it's a money burner, and there will be huge amounts of money thrown into this bottomless pit. Maybe even that won't fill the pothole. But what shocked them even more were Chen Mofan's next words. Those words straight away made them skeptical. Chapter 93, so generous? Only Chen Mofan slowly spoke. This is only the first step in the advance. After that I'll use the old city center as the core and cover the whole of Liaoqing. My goal is to make Liaoqing a super first-tier big city. Up north, 10 years later, I'm going to add the word Liao to these 4 words. As the words fell, the conference room was instantly plunged into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Chen Mofan with dull gazes. While looking at Chen Mofan's calm face, they felt as if their scalps were about to explode. This was no longer madness. Chen Mofan's words made them feel as if they were dreaming. Transforming a city by yourself? This was simply heavenly. But Chen Mofan's expression was so calm. And what is represented underneath that calmness is confidence in yourself. Chen Mofan was actually confident that he could do it? The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. That's crazy. That's just crazy. God, let me interrupt. Long Aotian stammered and opened his mouth. With a hint of unconcealed shock in his tone, he inquired, Mortal God, do you know how much money this will cost? Can you disclose to us how much money you have prepared? Funds? These 2 words made Chen Meifan smile. He is simply flush with money in ways that no one could have imagined. How much money does the richest man in the world have? 1 trillion? Or 10 trillion? Comparing the richest man in the world to him would be him bullying honest people. 1 trillion a day. To be cocky, state taxes are a brother to him. How much does it cost to build a city? 1 trillion isn't enough. That's 10 trillion. 1,000,000 billion. 10 trillion. He could pile up a prosperous world with all his money, but no one would believe it, not even the people in the room. This kind of words involving the bottom card would not be spoken by Chen Mofan. I have the money in mind. You just need to do as you're told. The crowd nodded at the words, but they couldn't help but feel a little panicked. The current mortal god was arrogant enough to make them feel a bit scared. How about a psychiatrist for the mortal god? A few people looked at each other and saw what was going on in each other's minds. Long Aotian and Zhang Chang poked Old Wang together. Old Wang sighed. How come you two have such a unified view on this kind of offending matter? Coughing lightly, Old Wang laughed. Boss, while I think your ideals are too ambitious, but I'm still holding my hands up. But that said, I happen to know a relatively good psychiatrist. Should we get him over here and talk about it together? I'll talk about your grandpa. Chen Mofan was so angry that he picked up the cushion on the sofa aside and smashed it. Isn't that a clear indication that he's mentally ill? Chen Mofan did not dawdle, and directly $50 billion was given to Long Aotian. The arrival voice rang out and the crowd all froze in place. Is the god of Mortal Kombat for real? The first $50 billion are really coming? That's $50 billion, and it just came over so easily? That means the money behind Vanguard is unusually strong. Otherwise $50 billion could not have been taken out just like that. Do the mortal gods really have this power? Just thinking about it that way excited the crowd. They understand very well that a project of this magnitude, if it actually gets off the ground and operates, then the subsequent profit obtained will be astronomical. The hearts of everyone present were filled with excitement. Just the thought that this huge project would be developed by them made them feel only goosebumps standing up all over their bodies. Looking at the faces of the crowd full of shock, Chen Mofan smiled with satisfaction. $50 billion had subdued them. I'm afraid they don't know that my brother has trillions of dollars in his hand, and it's every day. If they knew about this news, they must not explode in place with excitement. The other side, Jobin had just simulated a kidnapping, and Su Hao had beautifully rehearsed the drill first. After simulating the kidnapping, Soho talked to him about the renovation of the old town. Jobin's eyes snapped to life when he heard about the demolition. It's a big piece of cake, and when it's run well, it's possible to take a hard bite out of it. Thinking of this, Jobin smiled and said, Su Shao, I wonder how much money you put up front, but don't worry, no matter how much, we're buddies, we're brothers, I'll absolutely help you out. Jobin smiled and rubbed his hands together at the end of his words. Ha! Su Hao almost laughed. This was obviously asking him for favors. How is it that just he, Jobin, also wants to take a bite out of the cake? It's really funny. Originally, all the world is for profit. There's nothing wrong with that, but you come up here and you discuss it with me. Isn't it a bit too ugly to eat? Besides, who are you, Jobin? Su Hao's heart once again belittled a point, but on his face he smiled brightly and laughed. Don't worry, young Zhou, what about your share of brotherly remembrance? As for the funds, very abundant, I have prepared $10 billion, Su Hao said smilingly, but in his heart, he added another sentence. Subtract a zero from the back. He had long thought that, initially, he would take 1/10 of the land in the old town and build high-rise neighborhoods. After the foundation is built, open the pre-sale and collect the money. With the money from the pre-sale, keep building. In this way, he only invested a small amount of money to get a huge profit. As for Jobin's favors, sorry, a jailbird. What other qualifications are there to talk about favors? In his cell phone right now, he had a complete, full video of how Jobin kidnapped him. It's a kidnapping. It's a 10-year start. Jobin didn't know what Su Hao was thinking yet, and at the moment he was full of excitement. All that was on his mind was the benefits that Su Hao had just said. This is 10 billion so much money smashed down. How he must not make 100 million from it He excitedly slapped his thighs and said excitedly, Su Shao, it's not true. Tonight, that Shui Euro brothers let you take first blood. This gave Su Hao a whole lot of trouble. Dude, you're so generous. That's your fiancé? Night, Tiankai Hotel. In the conference room on the top floor, nightfall for all came. Chen Mofen, Long Ao Tian, Bai Yu, Zhang Cheng, Wang Mo Kai, and Shui Euro, even, Tian Kaili, Wang Zhe, Yang Kong, Tao Zi. These next-level rich kids also busted out today. Among them, Tao Zi behaved the most positively, with a smile on his face, smiling and handing out and lighting cigarettes to all the bigwigs in the room. Boss, Chu Feng is back. The meeting hadn't even begun when old Wang spoke softly. 2 days ago, after arresting Zhang Zhua, after Chu Feng gave Zhang Zhua a good deal of treatment in the van, sent to the police station. After coming out, he went to pay his respects to his sister and father, and only made it back today. Chen Merfan didn't hesitate and directly said, have him come over as well. Elder Wang nodded and called Chu Feng over as well. At this moment, Chu Feng's eye sockets, his eyes were streaked with blood, and his face was as pale as blood. The whole thing looked very haggard. Obviously, Chu Feng hadn't rested well in the past few days, and with his great revenge avenged, the years of repression are released in a flash, and no one can be comfortable with it, not even this mercenary who has seen life and death. Boss, Chu Feng called out in a low voice. Chen Merfan nodded and patted his shoulder. Chen Mofen knew very well that any more words of comfort would be meaningless now. He needs to come out on his own. Okay, guys. Chen Mofen looked around the room and opened his mouth. The people all straightened up when they heard this and realized that the meeting had officially begun. Before they started, they already knew what the meeting was going to be about. Old Town. This is a huge project involving tens or hundreds of billions of dollars, and one that Vanguard has been famous for ever since the truly a program for first-time investors. It can be said that it is not too proud to offer tens of billions of dollars. Chapter 94 Night Meeting, Plan for the Capital of Heaven. Seeing that the crowd was all seated, Chen Mofen slowly opened his mouth. Gentlemen, this is the first meeting since the establishment of Nightshade. You are all the first to join the Nightshade, and I am here to assure you that, barring any surprises, you will be the patriarchs of the Nightshade. Nightshade, though not famous now, you will understand later that those two words mean something. As the first meeting of the Nightshade, I expect all of you to be solemn. When the words came to this point, Chen Mofen paused for a moment and gazed at the crowd. The crowd saw this and nodded in unison. I'm sure, as you've all just heard, it's Old Town that needs to be discussed at this meeting. I'm prepared to make an upfront investment of $50 billion. Turn Old Town into the world's highest-end commercial neighborhood. $50 billion is only my investment. You can invest more if you're interested. Of course, contributing money, people, and labor, all three get a share. Night Curtain will pay everyone accordingly at the end of the year when the dividends are distributed, relying on the number of shares. When it comes to the word remuneration, the eyes of the crowd are well aware of it. A big upfront $50 billion project, as long as it's profitable at a later date. then the rewards to be gained would be astronomical. Just how much one dares to take out and inject into this bottomless pit is a matter of each person's vigor. The thought of it brought a strange look to each face, and they were all sizing each other up. Expect to be able to read the other person's face and see what's going on in their mind. Baiyu was the first to speak. I'm willing to invest $2 billion in upfront funding, but I need time to talk to my father. Long Aotian then spoke. I will also invest $2 billion in the upfront capital. Long Aotian's stance surprised Chen Merfan a bit. He had already given Long Aotian the privilege to allow him to be able to wait and see and make sure he makes a profit before investing. With the two of them opening their mouths, Zheng Chang followed suit, willing to take out $800 million. What was surprising was Richard Li, who opened his mouth and did not immediately say how much money he wanted to inject. Instead, he asked Chen Merfan, Fan Shen, if this project loses money, and I don't have any more funds, so do I still qualify to stay in the night? Chen Merfan nodded. Naturally one can still remain in the night. Whether or not you qualify to stay in Nightshade will not be judged by the amount of financial resources. Like I said, you're the first Nightshade members, and if nothing else, it's going to be the patriarch of the Nightshade. I'm not going to do anything like that unloading. Don't worry about that. Hearing this, Richard Li clenched his fists fiercely and he exhaled a breath before saying, in that case, mortal god, I've invested all of my $1.2 billion worth. The crowd froze at the same time, looking at Richard Li Tiankai with obvious shock in their eyes. No one expected him to be this crazy. Even Chen Mofen felt a bit surprised. And the reason why Richard Li is so crazy, it was because he always remembered what the other party had said when he first met with Wang Mo Kai. Who are the mortal gods to take you along for the ride? If you can't show sincerity, who wants to look at you more than a surrendered captive? Since he wouldn't leave the night even if he lost his fortune, Richard Li Tiankai, why didn't he gamble once? If you win, you get the credit, and if you lose, you still have room to turn around. On the side, Wang Zhe also stood up violently. My worth of $1 billion, I also invested all of it. Chen Mofen smiled and assured, don't worry, both of you. You will realize how right today's decision is for you. In the end, the pre-startup capital reached a horrifying $57 billion. And among them, Yang Kong, Wang Mo Kai, Tao Zi, Xu Feng, these four people either don't have any money, either be prepared to contribute. Vulcan, will you be the main person in charge of this investment program? Yang Kong opened his mouth to inquire. Chen Mofen directly shook his head and said, this beautiful woman beside me, Shui Euro, will be the main person responsible for the transformation of the old town. She has full authority to represent me. Everyone's faces were shocked when Chen Mofen's words came out. Several tens of billions of dollars of projects, and the Mortal Kombat god just handed them over to this girl? Shui Euro was also filled with stupefaction. She hadn't expected it at all. Chen Mofen would give such a big project to herself, and she froze for several seconds before reacting. With anxiety on her face, Shui Euro spoke. Merfan, I can't do such a huge project. Before she could finish her words, Chen Mofen waved his hand and refused. Gentlemen, I believe in employing the best and suspecting the worst. I will prioritize the use of my $50 billion, and after all the $50 billion is used, if Shui Yueliang proves not to be the right person, then I will also heed the advice in choosing the wise. Hearing this, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that they didn't trust Shui Euro, rather, they have hundreds of millions of dollars of their own money invested in it, and they are genuinely afraid of blowing it. But now, this assurance from the mortal god had undoubtedly given them a peace of mind. They were completely put down, and they all exclaimed in their hearts that the mortal god was really too particular about doing business, and it was really right to follow the mortal god. Chen Merfan swept his gaze around and said in a flat tone, do you all still have opinions? The crowd looked at me. I looked at you, and shook their heads in unison and uniformity. Seeing this, Chen Mofen then spoke, his tone solemn. Well then, the matter is thus decided, and the amount of this upfront investment is $57 billion. This project is under the sole responsibility of Water Whisperer. This investment program, I've named it the Capital of Heaven Program. Allegory, make Liuqing a heavenly palace. The manpower, material, and resources at the disposal of all members of the Nightshade. It must all be tilted toward the Tennessee Capital Program, and it must be ensured that the Tennessee Capital Program is implemented smoothly. Yes, the crowd spoke in unison, their voices echoing long and loud in the conference room. The meeting was dissolved and Chen Mofen called a car for Shui Euro and sent her to the entrance of the hotel. Instead, he was busy looking for Zhang Chang. Although the Sky Capital Program burns money, this fire won't start for a while. He had to take advantage of these 2 days to get Zhang Chang to spend another $7 billion for him to continue buying assets. These scattered assets, He was going to give them to Wang Jiaojiu so that she could use them to practice. Sitting in the car, Shui Yuro's face was still a bit dull. She could hardly believe that Chen Mofan had just handed over such a big project to her, because she said that before. Shui Yuro felt incredible, but along with the incredulity came the ecstasy of the heart. When he sent her to the car, Chen Mofan said that from today onwards, her annual salary of $2 billion, $12 billion. Shui Yuro felt like she could wake up laughing in her dreams. She could even buy a house and a car, if she just worked for a year, not to mention the starvation in her family. Took my mom, dad and brother to live a real happy life. Just thinking about it, she couldn't help the corners of her mouth from quirking up with joy. Years of cold and suffering, one day of wealth and prosperity. It made her heart beat wildly, and she couldn't wait to share the good news with her family. Every second in the car made her heart race, but the moment she got home, the moment she couldn't wait to rush into the house, she was dumbfounded. The cramped house was in disrepair and there were signs of vandalism everywhere. On the black and yellow ground, his mom, dad, and brother, all three of them, fell in a pool of blood, and in front of them, Jobin with a group of people was looking at her with an arrogant sardonic smile. In an instant, Shui Yuro only felt 5 thunderbolts, her excitement instantly turning into panic. Heaven and hell shifted instantly, causing her to stifle her screams. Call your mother, eh? Jobin cursed angrily and slapped his mouth. Take it away. Jobin roared arrogantly and took a 4-square step, walking outward with a face full of triumph. Suho looked at this scene and smiled. He hadn't been much interested in the woman Jobin was talking about. How pretty can a woman from the old town be? But when he just saw Shui Yuro's face, he got excited all of a sudden. His heart was itching to go on. Chapter 95, fearful to the point of peeing. Jingle bells. Chen Mofan was about to leave the Tiankai Hotel. I had just arrived in the lobby when my cell phone rang. Pick it up and see that it's Shui Yuro calling? By all rights, Shui Yuro should be sharing her joy with her family right now. Shouldn't be calling him? Looking at the caller ID, Chen Mofan frowned as a bad premonition rose from the bottom of his heart. Sure enough, after the call was connected, Jobin's arrogant words came from inside. Poor bastard. Remember me? Chen Mofan's face was cold. It's called something like Zhou Xiao. Right. How come Yuro's cell phone is here with you? Yo, still ing know me That's a pretty close call, isn't it? I just don't know if you dare to come over and save her. She's tied up by me. Come over if you can. I'll be waiting for you. Jobin said, hung up and sent over a location. Looking at that position, Chen Mofan smiled, but a layer of ice had gradually crept into his eyes. That's great. That's great. The Sky Capital program is just getting started. And the main man in charge is kidnapped? Chen Mofan was so angry that he wanted to laugh. Old Wang, who was on the side, obviously felt the change in Chen Mofan's emotions. Carefully, he asked, what's wrong, boss? What's wrong? Chen Mofan repeated the 3 words. Then he said in an icy tone, do you dare to believe that our main person in charge has been kidnapped? Call Wood War. Call Wood War to me immediately. Chen Mofan roared. He was truly angry. The Heaven's Capital plan was Nightmare's first plan, and if none of the first plans worked out well, the blow to everyone's self-confidence is palpable. Furthermore, if something were to happen to Shui Yuro and she couldn't continue to work anymore, then the Tennessee Capital program will be a complete joke. The chief was forced to go offline for a day on the job, and if word got out, it could make those rich kids in Liuqing laugh their asses off. Wang Motsai didn't dare to have the slightest delay, and hurriedly took out his cell phone and called Wu Zhan. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the short time he didn't answer, he asked carefully, boss, where's Chu Feng? Do we still need to call him for a moment? Chen Mofan shook his head after thinking for 2 seconds. Chu Feng's state is obviously not good, so don't disturb him. By the way, tell Wu Zhan, no fanfare, our men will gather downstairs in secret. After you notify the Wookiee warriors, you go find a car. Wang Morkai nodded and contacted the vehicle all over again while talking to Wu Zhan. On the other hand, outside the old town, inside a dilapidated factory, Shui Yuro had her hands tied and hung up, and at the moment she was awake and looking at Jobin, who was full of lewd smiles in front of him with an angry face. Jobin, the money owed to you, Chen Mofan has already paid it back. Why do you still want to do this to me? Why would you want to hurt my family again? Shui Yuro's heart was filled with anger as she remembered the scene of her loved ones falling in a pool of blood. Her eyes were cold as she looked at Jobin questioningly. Jobin clasped Shui Yuro's chin with a rampant sneer on his face and said in an arrogant tone, asterisk. I don't need you to tell me what to do. What kind of a thing are you stepping on? Fine. I thought you asked why I was targeting you. Jobin's face was filled with resentment as he pointed at the injuries on his body and growled with a fierce face. Here, look at that. Look at that. Here, and here. It's all because your poor kaiju hit me. My dad never hit me since I was a kid. How dare that poor bastard hit me? I'm ing Jobin. What is he? He dares to hit me? He dares to hit me. When Shui Euro heard this, her face became even angrier. Jobin was the one who started the trouble in the first place, humiliating Merfan at every turn. That's why he made a move on you, isn't it? You deserved it. Deserved? I'll go to hell with deserved. Jobin's face was livid and, cursing angrily, he slapped him across the face. A clear 5-finger mark then appeared on Shui Euro's snow-white goose egg face, green and purple. Bitch, what can I do if I provoke? I'm worth $200 million. What's he worth? It's like a dog in my eyes. Can't the old man tease a dog? Jobin's face scornfully skimmed his mouth, a hint of obvious disdain in his tone. I can provoke him, that's to give him face, but he doesn't know what's good for him. How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? Jobin? I think he's just looking for death. Hearing such arrogant words, Shui Euro was also speechless. For the first time, she knew that being provoked by Jobin was Jobin giving face to others. To be able to say this, Jobin was arrogant to a fault. Bitch, who the hell are you putting on that speechless face for? It's okay, it's good to be breathless, and I do look forward to when you go from breathless pleasure to screaming later. I'm not afraid to tell you that I've just sent your kaiju the location. I'm going to you up in front of him, and I'd like to see that kaiju see that image and, what a great look that would have on your face. Ha ha. Jobin laughed triumphantly, his face full of arrogance as he pointed at the dozen or so minions behind him. Excitement said, see these brothers of mine? They've been drooling over you for a long time. When I'm done playing later, I'll let these brothers of mine get nice and cozy too. Ha ha. Looking at Jobin, who was laughing triumphantly, Shui Euro also laughed. Jobin, do you know who the kaiju you're talking about is? Are you sure you want to be immortal with him? Jobin looked disdainful, ***, I don't care who he is. He's just a poor bastard. Lousy just wants to stomp on him today, so that he can understand that I, Jobin, am not someone he can afford to offend. Listening to Jobin's arrogant tone, the anger in Shui Euro's heart reached its peak. She spoke slowly, his name is Chen Mofan. Once these 3 words came out, Jobin disdainfully bristled. Chen Mofan? What a bull **** name. He'd never even heard of it. On the side, Suhao also snorted with disdain. Thought I'd hear some big name? And as a result, it's just such a mundane name? Ha! He really laughed. Shui Euro looked at the disdain on their faces and laughed as well, then said, the internet likes to call him a mortal god. Boom! A single word was like a nuclear bomb detonating in the crowd. In an instant, Jobin only felt as if his head had exploded. Shui Euro's second sentence made him feel his scalp tingle and his cold hair stand on end. Where God? Jobin murmured in his mind, instantly filled with fear. Those 2 words represented too much importance. Importance he simply couldn't afford. Master Tiger has been dominating Liuqing for many years, but what's the result? After offending the mortal god, directly in front of everyone, slapped him in the face twice, does Master Tiger dare to say a word of nonsense? But what about him? Mocking the mortal god for being a pauper and kidnapping his woman? Is he or she looking for death? Or are you looking for death? Just a little thought made his whole body go limp, and he sat down on his butt, his body shaking like a sieve. The face was a ghastly white. The corner of Suhao's mouth on the side also twitched fiercely. He also did not expect it at all. The first thing he did when he came to Liuqing was to offend such a great Buddha. Suhao's mouth was full of bitter smiles, and his heart was speechless to the extreme. To the mortal gods, he was scornful, but couldn't say he was afraid. Just like he never put Master Tiger in his sights. Looking at Jobin, who had collapsed on the ground and was paralyzed into a ball, Suhao shook his head helplessly. It's still a piece of slime that can't hold up the wall. The word mortal god is terrifying to you people of Liuqing, though, but as a man you don't have to be scared like this. And pissed on the horse, Suhao was filled with disgust, went up and directly came at Jobin, saying angrily, I'm here. What are you afraid of? What can a mortal god do? It's just a man. He's not really a god. Get thee up. Chapter 96, The Man in the Moonlight. Jobin was kicked by Suhao before he snapped out of it. He was stupefied and stiffly turned his head, glancing at Suhao. In the next second, he hugged Suhao's thigh and wailed, Su Shao, you have to save me. Save me, mortal god. That that kid is a mortal god. I'm dead. I'm dead. At this moment, Jobin was a completely different person compared to his previous arrogance. How arrogant he was before, how fearful he is now. Looking at the snotty Jobin, Suhao was filled with disgust. If it weren't for the fact that the other guy's family owns 40% of the stores in the old city, the kidnapping video he's holding would be just the thing to threaten the bastard into selling it to him at a low price. Otherwise, he would have kicked the bastard out of the way a long time ago. As a man, can't you have some backbone? Shueiru's face was also filled with disgust as she looked at Jobin, who was crying and howling at her feet. You want to marry her? Although she had a gentle character, she also hoped that her future man would be like a man at the top, instead of being like Jobin right now. Just hearing a name made him cry out in fear. This kind of bullying man was the most disgraceful to her. Alright, Soho roared. Get your ass up, and the other guy just said a name. You know if it's true or not, in case he's framing you. Jobin froze violently for a moment, with a touch of dullness on his face as he looked at Shueiru and another look at Soho. Su Shao. You mean this lied to me? That poor bastard isn't a mortal god at all? Asterisk Nima. You dare to lie to me. I won't slap you to death. Jobin cursed loudly and angrily, his face still with tears covered in a scowl, waving his hand to slap Shueiru. Suha was helpless. Why did this stupid lack always listen to the wind? A leg kick sends Jobin to the ground. Suha pointed at his nose and scolded. Next time you go out you bring your brain with you. I'm just saying that there is this possibility. The word possibility is not clear. Jobin nodded with a bewildered expression, reaching out and wincing as he pointed at Shueiru. Then Su Shao. Are we still going to her? Suha even had the urge to strangle him. He really wanted to break open Jobin's brain to see what he was usually thinking about. Sighing out helplessly, Suha said, as you wish. With that, he then assured Jobin, don't worry, whether he's a mortal god or not, I'll keep you all covered. It's just this favor, don't forget it. Zhou Shao. Jobin hurriedly nodded his head and smiled winkingly. Don't worry, young Su, I will never forget this favor. My brother will never forget it, and will certainly prepare a great gift for you. Soho nodded. With Suha's assurance, Jobin's bottom line became sufficient, and with that, the back was straightened. He knew very well that Suha was truly powerful. Others might be afraid of the mortal gods, but he wasn't. By relying on this big shot, he, Jobin, could also walk sideways. As for what mortal gods count for nothing. He looked at Shueiru with that rampant cold smile on his face once again. So what if you're a mortal god? I'm going to you today. Wait until you're ready to pant. Jobin said, taking out a bottle of grey pills, breaking open Shueiru's mouth and feeding it. Shueiru desperately struggled and twisted her body, but she was helpless with her hands tied. Even with a desperate effort, it is impossible to put up an effective fight. Ha ha, little baby, the more you resist, the more excited I get. Here, have 2 more slices. Jobin smiled broadly and grabbed a handful of medicine and stuffed it into Shueiru's mouth. Looking at Shueiru's struggling appearance, Jobin's face, which was still streaked with tears, had rampant written all over it. Once again, he showed his bullying side and was a complete and utter villain. On the other hand, Chen Mofan sat in the Mercedes-Benz business and quickly rushed towards the plant. A dozen Mercedes-Benz commercials cut through the night like a long dragon. The Hulk sped off toward the ramshackle plant. In the car, Lao Wang sat upright in a critical position and carefully said, Boss, don't worry about it. MS. Water will be fine. Chen Merfan nodded while commanding, separate a team to go to the old city center. Look for Auntie Fatty's snack shop. The boss inside, Auntie Fatty, knows where Shueiru's home is, and see if anything has happened to her family. Wang Morkai hurriedly nodded his head and sent a message to Wu Zhan, who was in the front car. Tell Wu Warin to go faster. Don't worry about the car breaking down or not. I'm going to get there as fast as I can. Yes, boss. On the other side, the smugness on Jobin's face was about to overflow the corners of his mouth. This is a drug imported from the U.S. After taking it, even a stone girl can turn into a lustful girl, chasing after you to claim it. I'll wait for you to call out to your brother. I want the soft side of the soft goddess. I'd really like to see it. Jobin smiled lewdly, stuck out his tongue, and winced. It was great. Quickly, hurry up and set up the camera for me. And the lights? Get me the lights. Today I'm going to make a blockbuster movie and save it for later enjoyment. Ha ha. Jobin commanded his men and laughed triumphantly. Don't be in a hurry, guys. I'll let you have some fun after I'm done. This is the woman of a mortal god. Aren't you guys impressed? Ha ha. The dozen or so henchmen that Jobin had brought with him all smiled lewdly when they heard this. As the saying goes, things come in groups. Jobin's men are just like him. One by one, they're all S. Now when they heard that they could play with the women of the mortal gods, the first thing that came to their minds was not fear. Rather, it's excitement. Some guys even whistled repeatedly at Shueiru with a frivolous face. Suhao on the side watched this scene with a calm expression. The 5 burly men who came with him also had a lecherous smile on their faces and, obviously not a nice person either. No, I can't stand it a little bit on the treadmill. Jobin looked at the blush that had already appeared on Shueiru's delicate googly-eyed face. and excitedly took off his clothes as soon as he could and threw them on the ground. Is the camera set up yet? I need to do something now. Speaking out of his mouth, Jobin had already been unable to resist reaching out his hand and caressing Shuei-Yuro's face. Shuei-Yuro shook her head back and forth in fear, her large, originally bright eyes covered in tears. Nice. I like to see women cry. Put on the music. Hurry up and play me some music to cheer me up. Ha ha. Jobin's rampant laughter echoed in the dilapidated factory building. His laughter filled with arrogance. Young Joe is quite interested, accompanied by Jobin's loud laughter. A sentence resounded within the dilapidated barn. Although the voice was calm, whoever heard it could hear that underneath the calmness harbored anger. These words caused Jobin, who was about to undo Shuei-Yuro's underwear, to freeze. He remembered that the voice of the words was the poor bastards. No, now it should be called mortal gods. Naturally, Shuei-Yuro also heard the words. The eyes filled with tears were originally filled with aggression and despair, but the moment the words rang out, the despair faded from her eyes. The gleam of hope surfaced in her eyes once more. She had never, for a single moment, longed so much for Chen Mofan. Expect her to show up to free herself from Jobin. Now the man really showed up. Shuei-Yuro only felt as if the entire world was filled with hope in this instant. Her heart, which had been in despair, was once again illuminated by light in this moment. Tears came out of her eyes, but this time no longer from fear, but from emotion. Everyone in the plant followed the sound of the words and looked out of the plant. Only the moonlight, like water, spilled down outside the dimly lit plant. A man with a slightly slimmer figure, bathed in moonlight, was looking into the plant with cold eyes. His eyes were like falcons, narrow and sharp, and everyone who locked eyes with him involuntarily lowered their heads to avoid his gaze. His face wore a blandness, but underneath that blandness everyone could feel the monstrous anger in his heart. Step by step, he stepped into the moonlight as he made his way inside the darkened plant. With each step, everyone in the plant took a step back in unison. Among them, Jobin was even unsteady on his feet and fell on his butt while retreating. He looked at the man with fear and stammered, "Where? Mortal gods." Chapter 97, The Furious Chen Mofan. Jobin's face turned pale and he sat on his butt in fear, unable to stop his mouth from murmuring, "Where? Mortal gods." Only after the two words left his mouth did he react violently to the fact that he now had Su Shao to cover him. There was no need to be afraid of him himself. Thinking of this, Jobin's face flushed, and then he became irritated and cursed. "Mortal god, you've got some balls to come here alone. Well, since you're here alone, if I don't knock you out crawling today, count me as sorry for this pretentious gesture." The surrounding words echoed in the plant, and Chen Mofan didn't have the slightest intention of paying attention to them, just looking at Shuei-Yuro with both eyes. He lifted his leg and walked forward step by step. ***. Mortal god, am I talking to you? The stepping horse is deaf. Jobin cracked his mouth, an arrogant look on his face, but the words fell and still received no response, being ignored one after another. Jobin's face was a bit unsettled as he looked at Chen Mofan, who was getting closer and closer. The face teased and flirted. "I didn't realize that the famous mortal god was deaf. Van God, are you still a mute? Ha ha." The piercing laughter echoed, but Chen Mofan still didn't answer. Su Hao on the side watched this scene. His eyes narrowed, and a cold aura kept flashing in his eyes. Chen Mofan came to Shuei-Yuro's side without the slightest bit of nonsense. Directly, he moved to untie the rope on Shuei-Yuliang's wrist and gently put him down. Jobin looked at this scene, his face turning blue. ***, Van God, you're a little too damn sightless to say a word, aren't you? Come up here and try to save a life. Who the hell gave you the courage? Go, today I'm going to make him kneel before me like a dog." Jobin waved his hand and said angrily, but after these words were uttered, those juniors he brought with him, one by one, "You looked at me and I looked at you. No one dares to come forward." Even Jobin himself couldn't help but take a step backward after saying this. The name of a man, the shadow of a tree, the word mortal god had long resounded throughout Liao City. Even Master Tiger is no match for the mortal gods, and they, little Karami, and how dare they charge up so boldly? No one dared to come forward after giving the order himself? Jobin's face became even more unsightly as he lifted his foot and kicked one of the juniors beside him in anger. ***. I told you guys to get on. What the do you want to eat? I'm telling you, if any of you don't get on, I'll skin him today." Hearing this, the dozen or so juniors then gritted their teeth and lifted their legs to approach towards Chen Mofan. Shuei-Yuro's hands had already been untied, and she couldn't help but hug Chen Mofan with one hand. Lying on his shoulder, he kept sobbing, giving vent to the aggression and fear in his heart. Chen Mofan gently patted Shuei-Yuro's back. Kagon's icy eyes swept toward the punks gathered around her. Looking at Chen Mofan's sharp eyes, the courage that had just risen up in the hearts of these punks, it instantly smoldered and stood in fear. One look is enough to scare everyone away. Watching this scene, Su Hao's eyes narrowed. He had thought that there were no characters in Liao Chang. This so-called mortal god is nothing more than a punk with a little money. After all, it's recognized throughout China that the wealthy second generation in Liaocheng, compared to other cities, the difference is not a little bit, and it is not too much to say that it is a waste. But now it seems that this guy is a bit of a character. But unfortunately, you met me, so ho. Thinking in his heart, Su Hao hooked up, revealing a confident smile. Jobin was completely enraged. His own little brother was even scared back by a look from the other party. It made him feel humiliated, irritated. He instantly picked up an iron rod that was beside a hard stick slammed into the back of the head of a sidekick. This stick directly smashed the little brother to the ground, his head covered in blood. I'm going to tell you again. Give me a go. He's only one person. You guys are scared less. Whoever treads on the horse is afraid to go on again. Treading on the horse is the same as him. Jobin pointed the bloodstained iron rod at his fallen junior. His face twisted as he roared in anger. At this moment, the surrounding minions no longer dared to retreat, and they roared angrily and rushed up. One of them wielded an iron rod and smashed it directly towards Chen Mofan's head. And Chen Mofan didn't dodge or avoid it, as if he didn't see it. Watching the scene, Jobin's face was delighted, guessing whether this fellow Chen Mofan was scared silly. But no matter what, this stick would definitely make Chen Mofan lie here. But just then, a flying knife flung out of the doorway of the dilapidated factory building. The cool blade cut through the night sky like a dancing silver butterfly. Stabbed the minion in the arm. Put. In the dark night, a splash of blood bloomed, and the junior held his arm in pain and wailed loudly. And the iron rod that was originally wielded fell to the ground with the wailing of the little brother. Clunk! A crunching sound rang out along with a wail that echoed through the dilapidated factory building. And at this moment, around the plant, the people brought by Wu Zhan had already surrounded the plant in a group. Looking at this sudden appearance of dozens of people, Jobin's body trembled in fear and fear instantly filled her face, which was still slightly stained with tears. Su Hao's eyebrows also jumped, and one of the 5 strong men behind him stood out and, inquiring, "Boss, do you need us to do it?" Su Hao shook his head and laughed. "This is the Liao Cheng people's own business. What's wrong with us getting involved? Besides, isn't this dog-eat-dog drama a good one?" "Oh," Su Hao laughed out coldly. Originally, he still had the idea of helping Jobin, but now, looking at these dozens of people from Wu Zhan's war, what little thought he had in his mind instantly dissipated. At this time, naturally, protecting yourself is the main thing. The dozen or so minions that Jobin brought with him were just a short moment of. It was then taken care of by Wu Zhuan and his men. Looking at this scene, the arrogance on Jobin's face completely disappeared. At this moment, he only felt his feet weakening and thought of kneeling on the ground. Seeing Su Hao on the side, Jobin seemed as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Rolling along at a fast pace, he rushed over. Su Shao, save me, didn't you say you would bail me out?" Jobin looked at Su Hao with a pleading face, the tears in his eyes overflowing once again, crossing his fear-filled face. Su Hao smiled and shook his head, saying in a flat tone, "Young Zhou, this is your Liaoqing's own business. It's better for you to settle it yourselves. I'm interfering. What's this about?" Hearing this, Jobin instantly turned ashen. Although he was stupid, he understood that the gap between him and the mortal gods was like a cloud of mud. Facing a mortal god alone, he would surely die. Thinking of this, Jobin trembled with fear and hugged Su Hao's legs as he, pleading, Su Shao, you must save me. Didn't you just promise me? It says that mortal gods are nothing in front of you." As soon as these words came out, Su Hao's face instantly changed as he kicked Jobin away. He then smiled and looked at Chen Merfan. "Are you the fan god? Nice to meet you. My name is Su Hao, one of the top youngsters in the 3 provinces. Oh yeah, he just tried to plant me. I think you can see that." In just a short moment, Su Hao, after confirming that Chen Mofan had a strong power, sure enough, he gave up the idea of making an enemy of him, and even thought about whether or not he could make an alliance with him to develop this big cake in the old city together. However, Chen Mofan still had no intention of paying attention to Su Hao's words. After he handed Shui Euro over to old Wang, he picked up a steel pipe and walked towards Jobin. This was the guy who had the audacity to kidnap the head of his Heaven's Capital program, almost forcing a change of command in his own Tennessee Capital program, which had just begun for one night. Because of him, this could be laughed out of town if it got out. Chapter 98. Chen Mofan was enraged and manipulated the iron rod towards Jobin. Su Hao, on the other hand, raised his eyebrows, and a flash of obvious anger appeared on his face. The guy didn't even look at him after what he just said. He was no longer one of the top young men in the 3 provinces, and he had never been ignored like this before. And at this moment, Jobin, scared to wet his diaper. He collapsed on the ground, looking at Chen Mofan who was walking towards him with an iron bar. Scared less. There was a constant wailing on his face. It wasn't until this moment that Chen Mofan spoke. I didn't think the $5 million in medical bills was going to be on the table, but I didn't think that the Zhou Xiao has been thinking about it with all his heart. He can't wait to get his hands on it, right? In that case, I for one like to help people. That $5 million in medical bills is yours, Zhou Xiao. As the words fell from his mouth, Chen Mofan showed no mercy and directly slammed down a stick. Zhoubin rolled and crawled in pain, crying and howling. Van God, let me go, let me go. I'm not the one who said I wanted to do this. Oh, I regretted it as soon as I realized you were a mortal god. It was him. It's that Soho. He said he could fix you. Oh, he kept egging me on. Bang. It really wasn't me. Van God. It was Soho. Oh, hearing these words, an awkward smile appeared on Su Hao's face. Van God, do you believe this? Chen Merfan still didn't answer, but only turned around and made a silent gesture to Su Hao. Su Hao's face became even more ugly. What did the other party mean by this? Not saying a single word. Is this not taking him seriously? In all these years, no one had ever dared to treat him like this in this territory of the 3 provinces. Liaochang was only one of the 3 provinces, and this Chen Mofan dared to ignore him one after another. Is the opponent looking for death? Or is he looking for death? Su Hao thought in his heart, feeling more and more irritated with Chen Mofan. He had thought that we were all top juniors, ha-ha-haying each other and, some misunderstandings can be passed. It's not like turning on each other over a woman, let alone one that's not yours. But looking at this attitude of Chen Mofan now, Su Hao's heart was a bit bottomless. However, he believed that the other party, who was also one of the top young men, would never, for such a trivial matter, make a move with him. Only after beating Zhoubin into a blood gourd did Chen Mofan drop the iron rod in his hand. At this moment, he raised his eyes to look at Su Hao and smiled. Your name is Soho? You finally remembered me, didn't you? Su Hao's face was a bit gloomy, and a perfunctory smile appeared on his face. Mortal god, finally willing to say a word to me. I thought the mortal gods didn't care to talk to me? But what Su Hao didn't expect was that Chen Mofan actually nodded his head. Kind of. You, Chen Mofan, don't be too arrogant as a human being. Su Hao fiercely clenched his teeth and, no one has ever dared to talk to him like that. A lot of people, even if they look at him the wrong way, but at least they don't show it. The same top juniors, just save face. But Chen Mofan's approach was actually not giving him any face at all. This made him blush very hard. The mortal god is still really great. Just Chen Meifan. The 3 provinces are very big. Liaochang is only one of the 3 provinces. Don't think you can call the shots in a small city with a bit of fame. Just get your tail in the air. But to these words, Chen Mofan did not reply, but asked, Kidnapping Shui Euro. There's a share for you. Su Hao didn't answer either, and similarly asked in return. We're all the same top great young man. If I say it's a misunderstanding, the mortal gods should believe me. It's not like they're going to turn their backs on each other for the sake of a woman, is it? Chen Merfan didn't reply, only his eyes became 1 point colder. When Su Hao saw that Chen Mofan had no intention of answering, his face became even more ugly, and his eyes went ice cold. Threateningly, he said, the mortal god wouldn't be thinking of making a move against me. Su Hao, would he? I advise you not to do so, because such a thought is too stupid. The 5 strong men behind Su Hao, when they heard this, they all took a step forward and protected Su Hao behind them. Fan Shun, to introduce to you, these 5 are all top foreign mercenaries. It's not a matter of 1 against 10. If the mortal gods want to move, those little yakuza under you. Ha, but Chen Merfan, who heard this, laughed out loud. Ha ha. Su Hao heard a hint of obvious contempt in the laughter and said angrily, what's so damn funny? There was still no reply heard to this inquiry from Su Hao. Because Chen Mofan had already answered him with his actions. Chen Merfan's face was bland as he lifted his leg and walked towards Su Hao. Seeing this, Wu Zhan flicked his wrist and a dagger appeared in his hand, following Chen Mofan forward. Su Hao clenched his fist furiously. He realized that Chen Mofan was a madman when he stepped on the horse. It's amazing that he would flip out on a top young man like him for a woman. It seemed to him to be a losing proposition. He was somewhat undeterred and spoke again. Chen Mofan, are you really prepared to seek death? There was still no response. All there was Chen Mofan walking towards him with a bland face. Su Hao was completely furious. Chen Mofan, in my Su Hao's eyes. What the are you? Give it to me. When the 5 strong men heard this, they quickly rushed out. But before they could come to Chen Mofan, Wu Zhan, Qin Ku and the others had already taken the lead in welcoming them. 5 on 5, fighting on both sides of each other. As for Chen Mofan, His face was calm as he calmly stepped through the 10 people who were fighting, coming in front of Su Hao. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his hand and slapped his mouth. Pop! Crunching sounds echoed through the dilapidated factory building along with the sounds of fighting. Su Hao was dumbfounded. You got slapped in the mouth yourself? Ever since he was a child, no one had ever dared to treat him like that. Su Hao's face became hideous in a flash as he looked at Chen Mofen, but before he could say a word, Chen Mofen backhanded him and slapped him in the face with another mouth. Pop! This mouth! Slapped Su Hao's roar that had reached the edge of his mouth back hard and fast. He bared his teeth in pain. Pop! Before he could go and rub his face, Chen Mofen slapped his mouth down again. Pop! 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 One mouth after another. One after another. Without pause, Chen Mofen, directly slapping Su Hao. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and Chen Mofen didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. At this moment, Su Hao was completely furious as he growled at his men. You 5 losers, why don't you take care of these little yakuza as soon as possible? A roar was shouted out, and Su Hao looked up, dumbfounded. 5 of his own hand-picked men had been blocked by the 5 men sent out by Chen Mofen? When were his own men such losers? No, it wasn't that his own men were trash, but that Chen Mofen's men were also strong, and he owns dozens of them. This thought rose in Su Hao's mind, instantly filling his heart with bitterness. If he had known that, then why would he have been so proud of it? Zhou Bin, who was covered in blood, saw this scene and completely despaired. He wanted to cry in despair. Even Su Hao was no match for the mortal god, and yet he, a little Karami, was bouncing around in front of the mortal gods. How different was that from looking for death? Zhou Bin completely cried at this moment. He regretted it. He really regretted it. He 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 regretted it. Regretting why he kidnapped Shui Euro. Even more so, he regretted why he had to fight against a stone with an egg after learning that the other party was a mortal god. Isn't he just actively begging for abuse? Until the siren sounded, Chen Mofen's mouth never stopped. Mouth after mouth smacked Su Hao. This guy was involved in the kidnapping. Chen Mofen doesn't send him a hospitalization package. It's all sort of sorry for him. Chapter 99, Killing with a Knife. Tempest led a quick encirclement of the plant. The first moment she entered the factory building, she saw Chen Mofen furiously slapping Su Hao's big mouth. She hurriedly walked over and pulled Chen Mofen's arm. Chen Mofen, that's enough. He should be concussed if you keep slapping him. Look, your face is swollen like a bun. It's not even human. Only then did Chen Mofen stop and slowly said, he and Zhou Bin, these two committed the kidnapping. The person who kidnapped the head of one of my projects is this MS. Shui Euro. Tempest nodded. The incident had been mentioned in the previous report. Tang Fei took out her handcuffs and walked towards Su Hao and Zhou Bin. Both of you, get up and come with us. Su Hao sucked in cool air from the pain. He now felt as if he had no feeling in his face. But when he heard this, he shook his head at first, pulled out his cell phone, and handed it to Tempest, gesturing for her to watch. On his cell phone was a video of Zhou Bin rehearsing his kidnapping earlier. With this video testimony, it's completely clear that he was one of the victims. Chen Mofen was a bit surprised. This Su Hao had grown a brain, and knew to look for a scapegoat ahead of time. It was just so easy for him to want to get it over with. At the very least, he, Chen Mofen, would not simply slap him a few times and let him off like that. Zhou Bin was completely dumbfounded. Before Su Hao said to take him for a rehearsal, at that time, he was still very grateful to Su Hao, but now he sees that this is not helping him. It's using him as a scapegoat. Asterisk 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 proposed? So-ho. Zhou Bin roared, red-eyed, and directly rushed towards Su Hao, and after pressing him to the ground, going crazy, he threw up his fist and slammed it towards Su Hao. Tang Fei wanted to block it. Chen Mofen smiled. Look at this opportunity not to come. As soon as he pulled Tang Fei, he laughed and said, that pretty girl, I'd like to ask, how long should I get for multiple kidnappings, sodomy, assault and battery, and organizing large-scale criminal activities, all of which are punishable by several counts? Tang Fei understood with just a slight thought that Chen Mofen was not inquiring. This was clearly irritating Zhou Bin. She glared at Chen Mofen and tried to break away from his hand, but Chen Mofen was full of smiles, and that look was just like a good old boy. It was a far cry from the ruthlessness of before. The counting of the crimes. I'm guessing it's going to start at 20 years. Anyhow, the probability of life imprisonment or death penalty is a bit higher. Chen Merfan smilingly continued. When Zhou Bin heard this, he was as angry as a mad cow. Fists landed on Su Hao's head like a rainstorm. While wailing in pain, Su Hao growled angrily at Chen Meifan. Chen Mofen, you don't stimulate him anymore. Killing with a borrowed knife? You're too damn sinister. Tang Fei looked at Chen Mofen, who was pulling himself up. with a strange look on his face, and helplessly shook his head and smiled bitterly. Is this really a mortal god? One moment fierce as a hungry wolf, the next cunning as a fox, looking at Su Hao, who had fallen to the ground and was being painfully beaten. A trace of pity flashed in Tung Fei's eyes. She didn't understand why that guy on the ground was messing with Chen Mofan. You see, there's no running away from this concussion. Ugh. Only after 5 minutes of beating did an uncle break through the enthusiastic counseling of the Wushu warriors, ran over and pulled the two apart. In 5 minutes, Jobin overplayed his hand and directly beat Su Hao to death. But after wearing handcuffs, Jobin cried, as a deflated ball collapsed in place. He knew that he was finished. His whole life was finished. Remorse, like a flood, instantly overwhelmed him. Both Soho and Jobin were taken away. Chen Mofan was originally supposed to be brought in for questioning as well. But in view of his good behavior, he has arrested a number of criminals for the police department. He was purposely given a back door, accompanied by a police officer, making a statement, and it was none other than Tempest. But this big beautiful girl was also supported by Chen Mofan to wherever Wang Motsai was with a single stroke. Now Wang Motsai is getting more and more like an old greaseball, flirting with people that are all set. For Tang Fei, a big police girl just out of school, not to say that she is a handful, that's a swimmer too. And at this moment, Shu Yuro's medication had begun to gradually kick in. Chen Mofan helped her walk into the Mercedes-Benz business. Just as he was about to close the car door, Wu War approached. His face was hesitant, and he opened his mouth several times before speaking. That boss, I'd like to take a few days off. Chen Mofan thought it was something? Dare I say it's about taking a vacation? Do you have to open your mouth for a long time and not be able to say a word about this? What is it? Something at home? Chen Mofan inquired. Wu Zhan nodded. A bit of a troublesome matter. Boss, don't worry, after I've solved it, we'll be back first thing. Okay, if there's something wrong, you go ahead and fix it. And don't say anything about taking a leave of absence. And keep your paychecks coming. If there's any difficulty, contact me. Contribute people, labor, money, whatever. Chen Mofan still holds Wu Zhan in high regard. Not to mention other things, just boxing and kicking kung fu. Wu Zhan was actually stronger than Xu Feng, the strongest of the 5 dudes that Su Ho brought with him. He couldn't even go 10 moves under Wu Zhan before Wu Zhan kicked and broke the joint of his right leg. However, when it came to marksmanship, Wu Zhan was a shade weaker than Xu Feng, but he was still of first-class caliber. When Wu Zhan heard this, he bowed deeply to Chen Mofan. Boss, don't worry, I promise to come back? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Chen Mofan was a bit confused and was about to open his mouth to ask, when Wu Zhan had already turned around and walked away. Coincidentally, at this time, Shu Yuro's medication kicked in and reached out her hands to hug Chen Mofan from behind him. Mare Fan, what happened to my family? Don't worry, the news just came in that they are all fine and have awakened in the hospital. Hearing this, Shu Yuro completely put down her heart and the insistence on sobriety also evaporated in this moment, completely controlled by lust. Thank you, Mare Fan. Shu Yuro exhaled her breath like orchids and gently opened her mouth in Chen Mofan's ear. The sound of warm words was like a stream of hot air, gently fluttering on Chen Mofan's ears, making him itchy. Mare Fan, do I look beautiful to you? Shu Yuro's pretty face, which was full of redness, carried a touch of tenderness and shyness unique to women. Like a beautiful snake, it wrapped around him from behind. A pair of small snow-white hands, even more so, couldn't help but caress his chest. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who the hell's gonna take this? Chen Mofan murmured a sentence, forcing calmness, but Shu Yuro was worthy of being the goddess of tenderness. Her beauty and softness, at this moment, was played to the extreme. 5 jade-like fingers traced gentle circles on his chest, between the half-touch and the half-touch. It was even more ticklish. Then, all the way down, over the belly, vaguely, it was like a little cat's paw, clawing at the tip of his heart, scratching and scratching and scratching. Chen Mofan only felt his blood speeding up and rushing towards his heavenly aura. It made his gasps involuntarily thicken by a minute. Mare Fan, why don't you say something? With a gasp, Shu Yuro's rosy lips opened and closed, gently biting Chen Mofan's earlobe. Chen Mofan only felt his entire body tremble, and the cold hairs on his body stood up, teased one after the other. Chen Mofan felt like his sanity was being tossed around by this kitten, but this kitten doesn't know enough and goes further and further down the road of death. Grabbing Chen Mofan's hand, Shu Yuro placed it on her chest as soon as she could. Mare Fan, have you ever kneaded dough? Shall I teach you how to knead dough? Chen Mofan's face instantly reddened, really did not see it. This Shu Yuro is playing a bolder game than he is, and kneading dough? Mare Fan, I still have the bear in here, do you want to look for it? Shu Yuro gently bit Chen Mofan's earlobe. Her voice was crispy and glutinous, carrying the temptation that speaking softly in Chen Mofan's ear. Without waiting for Chen Mofan to reply, Shui Yuro pulled open her top and pressed Chen Mofan's head down. The touch of skin to skin caused Chen Mofan's body to tremble. This is a leprechaun. Chen Mofan only felt that the moment his skin touched, all of his sanity instantly disappeared. Hold back. Hold back. Chapter 100. Shooting a movie is more important than human life. I'm not putting up with it. Chen Mofan roared in his heart. Kada. Just when he was about to pounce on Shui Yuro for a Mercedes-Benz car shock, a door-opening sound rang out, and Chin Ku, who was driving in front of him, had a sarcastic smile on his face. That boss? I'm getting off. I'm getting off. I didn't see anything. This sardonic laugh pulled Chen Mofan's sanity back. Boss, I'll be back in half an hour. I'll clear you now. Seeing Chen Mofan's impatient face, Chin Ku hurriedly spoke. Back to your sister. You drive me to the hospital now. Chen Mofan roared in anger and knocked Shui Yuro in his arms out with a slap. He doesn't think he's any kind of decent guy. He was also quite fond of Shui Yuro in the past 2 days of contact with her. But he didn't have an exposure fetish either, didn't he? Chin Ku opened the car door to remind him. This damn can be in the scene. So many people watching. If the Mercedes bobbed up and down, anyone would know what was going on in there. The car is in the way, but it's damn near as good as being live. He doesn't have that kind of exposure fetish. Chin Ku nodded hurriedly and stepped on the gas. Arriving at the entrance of the hospital, Chen Mofan held the unconscious Shui Yuro and hurriedly ran in. At this moment, Shui Yuro's entire body was red, and the lust in her body had reached its peak. If you don't release it again, you can easily burn your body out. The nurses at the hospital also noticed Shui Yuro's condition and pushed in a stretcher and got a doctor. Dr. Lee, this young lady has been fed oxycodone. Please take a quick look. Dr. Lee came up in a hurry, and after turning over Shui Yuro's eyes and looking at them carefully, eyes disgusted, he glanced at Chen Mofan and said angrily, what was fed to your girlfriend should have been a strong aphrodisiac, right? This is obviously an overdose of. Now that the drug has kicked in, if it is not expelled from the body as soon as possible, the girl will burn out her body in the lightest case, and in the heaviest case, she may suffocate and die. Chen Mofan scratched his head. He wanted to say that he didn't feed this medicine, but now was not the time to explain. There was no time to lose. Quickly, prepare the resuscitation room as soon as possible. Dr. Lee anxiously said. Hearing this, the little nurse made a mistake and said in a difficult manner, Dr. Lee, it's strange to say, all the other floors of the resuscitation room are full today. There's only one. Then get ready, quickly, the girl can't afford to be delayed. The little nurse pinched the corner of her coat and whispered, Dr. Lee, this resuscitation room is also occupied? Did you forget that Dean's friend said he was making a documentary about the hospital and was filming the resuscitation room? The Dean gave special instructions not to disturb them. Nonsense, Dr. Lee angrily rebuked, saying, tell them to vacate the infirmary at once. The patient doesn't have much time, so hurry up. The little nurse heard this and rushed over, but they hadn't been in there for more than 2 minutes before they were pushed out, and a woman with a ponytail, the dry, thin man with the black-framed glasses had an impatient look on his face and pushed the little nurse out, cursing under his breath. No, what's wrong with you guys? Do you still want to work? Don't you know I'm a friend of your dean? Still dare to come and disturb? Do you want to die? Roll on. A flash of aggravation flashed across the little nurse's face as she patiently explained. Sir, we do have someone here who needs first aid, so could you please accommodate us? But the ponytailed man was so rude that he directly said, first aid is none of my business. It's not like I'm the one who has to give first aid, so what does it matter to me if I love to die or not? These merciless words caused a flash of anger to appear on the little nurse's face, and holding back her rage, patiently explaining, sir, human life is at stake. When we finish the first aid, immediately vacate the resuscitation room for you. Do you think it's okay? It's okay, my ass. The ponytailed man pointed at the little nurse with an arrogant attitude and the attitude of brutal humiliation. You deaf. Told you. I'm halfway through the documentary. You ing with me to say Tang resuscitation room. Are you out of your mind? Do you realize how valuable our tape is? And how much it costs the whole crew in a day? Saying it can scare the out of you. And ing lives are at stake. And lives are when it comes to what we spend on our crew. The ponytailed man looked at the little nurse with disdain, said arrogantly, and finally waved his hand impatiently. Like driving livestock. Humiliated. Roll on. What's that? Uninformed. Yuck. The little nurse's face was angry, but there was nothing she could do. The other party was friends with their dean and it would be easy to fire her. She could only endure in the face of these humiliations. Watching the scene, Chen Mofan's gaze turned cold, and at this moment, Shui Yuro on the stretcher was already red in the face. just like a fire. She tugged unconsciously at her clothes and murmured in a whisper, "Hot. I'm so hot. Who, I'm so hard. I feel like I can't breathe." Hearing this, Dr. Lee on the side anxiously said, "The patient cannot be delayed. There's not much time left. We have to get to the resuscitation room as soon as possible. I'll go talk to them," Dr. Lee said, walking quickly. "This gentleman, I'm a doctor at this hospital. We do have a patient in critical condition here." Before Dr. Lee could finish, the ponytailed man snorted and interrupted. Not you hospital, how come there are so many deaf people? Told you guys, when we're done filming and she's in critical condition, you let her die. It just so happens that there's a funeral supply store right next to the hospital. I'll buy her a wreath later. That always works. It's so damn funny. We just wanted to make a good documentary. Why do we have these yes coming over to bother us all day long? They're all sick. This kind of inversion of black and white can be said, in their eyes, a human life. It's infuriating that it's not as important as them shooting it. As soon as the ponytailed man's arrogant words fell, Chen Mofan directly kicked over. Bang! With a pop, the ponytailed man crashed through the door of the resuscitation room directly behind him and fell into it. This sudden move startled Dr. Lee and the little nurse. Both of them looked at Chen Mofan with shocked faces. They froze, but Chen Mervan did not. Dr. Lee, I'll trouble you next, Chen Meifan reminded in a low voice. Hearing this, Dr. Lee reacted hastily. Quickly, push the patient into the resuscitation room. What are you guys doing? We're in the middle of a shoot? What's wrong with you guys? Push the patient inside. In the resuscitation room, two men stood up and, first, he glanced at the ponytailed man who fell to the ground holding his stomach and wailing, then cursed with an angry face, cursing as he pushed the stretcher outward as hard as he could. Because of too much force, the two little nurses were pushed back and forth. Shuei Euro on the stretcher even almost fell off the stretcher and hit the ground. Who the hell pushed the patient in? I want a mirror to the end. A mirror to the end. How many times do I have to say it? The part 1 just shot is ruined. In the emergency room, a fat, middle-aged man with a big belly stood up and, pointing at Shuei Euro on the stretcher, he said angrily, "Don't you know that my shooting is 100 times more important than resuscitation? Throw it out. Throw this patient out immediately and I'll take responsibility for anything that happens." The middle-aged fat man was the director. His chest beat loudly and arrogantly. It's amazing that such people can even talk so arrogantly about delaying healing and saving lives. Chen Mofan was truly enraged. Without saying a word, he walked right in, grabbed the middle-aged director by the hair and, forcefully yanking him outward. At the same time, turning to Chin Ku, he said angrily, "There's one here that counts, except for the doctors and nurses. Get all of them out of here. Anyone who doesn't want to get out, or ain't a word, just throw them out of the resuscitation room." Yes. As Chen Mofan's words fell, Chin Ku took the lead and directly rushed in. At the two men who had been pushing the stretcher earlier, he took it in stride. Chapter 101. Shuei Euro was moved to tears. Those two people still wanted to resist, but Chin Ku directly punched one of them on the temple. The man's eyes rolled back in his head and he fainted on the spot. The other person, scared to death, turned around and wanted to run. Chin Ku grabbed him by the hair and directed an electric cannon at his waist. The last person squatted on the ground in pain, holding his stomach and wailing non-stop. But just as he howled twice, a man came in from behind and covered his mouth, grabbed him and threw him out of the resuscitation room. The middle-aged director was grabbed by Chen Mofan's hair, his mouth resounding with pig-killing screams. A big fat face that, the pain was all over the place. Asterisk. Do you know who I am? I'm a well-known director. You, kid, do you not want to live? All I have to do is lift a finger. It would make you disappear from the face of the earth. Do you believe that? Listening to these threatening words, the force on Chen Mofan's hand then increased. Yuju's screams then resounded throughout the hospital. Ow, boy don't tug. Old man's hair, kid, you're dead on your feet. If Yuju, don't get you killed, I'll take your last name. Chen Mofan threw Yuju in the corner of the hospital as soon as he could. Then, raising his foot, a fierce kick to Yuju's head, directly kicked him crying out. Killing pig-like screams are resounding in all corners of the hospital. Ow, boy, stop kicking, I'll allow you to settle. Ow, boy, I can recognize the Bai family behind this hospital. Bai you, we two are good brothers. Do you really want to go through with me? Hearing this, Chen Mofan stopped and looked at Yuju. How could White Feather know such a person? Chen Mofan thinks he's never been a good person, but he couldn't do anything as disgusting as Yuju. For Chen Mofan, this kind of person, whose heart is black, is a disgusting thing to know. But now, White Feather even recognized it, and was still a good brother? Chen Mofan suddenly felt a bit disgusted with Baiyu. At this moment, White Feather is in the middle of an adult game at home with his arms wrapped around a young model. Suddenly I felt a tickle in my nose and a sneeze came out. Strange, who has nothing to read about me at night? Seeing that Chen Mofan finally stopped, Yu Zhu thought that he was afraid and a smug sneer followed on his face. The kid. The two words had just been uttered when Yu Zhu realized with horror that Chen Mofan had lifted his foot up again. Bang! Ow! A pig-killing wail resounded through the hospital. And Dr. Li and the nurses, who were busily hearing the wail, scared his whole body. As a matter of fact, the shock in their hearts hadn't dissipated at all. Still thinking about the bloody picture. That's really throwing them out one by one. Anyone who dares to disobey goes up there and gets a big electric shock. Knocked the man out and threw him right out of the hospital. The speed. It was a whirlwind, as one after the other was thrown out, and in a matter of moments, the resuscitation room was then emptied with frightening efficiency. Steadying himself, Dr. Li got busy. Luckily, it was delivered in time and the resuscitation went very well. The aphrodisiac in Shui Yuro's body was quickly expelled from her body. After the resuscitation was completed, Shui Yuro remained unconscious and was placed in a ward. Chen Mofan was also ready to come back to the East University. So look, this also back to what? Just chaperone it. That night, Chen Mofan accompanied Shui Yuro. The next day, early in the morning, Shui Yuro woke up leisurely, and the first moment she opened her eyes, then he saw Chen Mofan, who had fallen asleep on the side of the bed. Looking at Chen Mofan's sleeping face, Shui Yuro's heart warmed. Had he been by his side last night? A scene about last night came to mind. The memory of being controlled by an oxycodone. The image of frantically looking for Chen Mofan to claim his love. Shui Yuro's face was violently red, covered in petulance. But with all his frantic attacks, the man in front of him still didn't take advantage of the situation. Instead, they fought tooth and nail to save themselves from being left innocent. Thinking of this, Shui Yuro only felt as if her heart had been struck by a sledgehammer. A wave of warmth rushed through his body with it. She knew very well that no man would say no in that situation last night. She could understand that, but there would still be a little pang in her heart. But now, Chen Mofan, with his perseverance, save yourself the first time a woman cares most about. This kindness, this care, filled Shui Yuro's heart with emotion. Twice, 2 times in a row he could have easily gotten me, but he didn't. Again, he saved me twice, Shui Yuro thought in her heart. Looking at Chen Mofan's sleeping face, she couldn't help but lower her head. Gently kissed Chen Mofan on the side of his face. Boo! A soft thud echoed through the silence of the ward. Shui Yuro, who heard the soft sound, blushed then, thinking back to the crazy actions she had just made. Shui Yuro complained to herself in her mind. Shui Yuro, why are you still a little horny girl? How dare you take the initiative to kiss a man? You, shame on you. Shui Yuro thought with a reddened face, but she looked at Chen Merfan and smiled with a red face again. This man is really attractive, isn't he? He's handsome, he's rich, what's more, it's very genteel and manly, and doesn't take advantage of you while you're at it. Instead, it's a triple whammy, falls from the sky and saves you when you are at your most desperate. Such a man is worthy of her love. Chen Mofan opened his eyes in a daze and looked at Shui Yuro, who was staring stupidly at herself with a red face. Puzzled, you're awake. How come the aphrodisiac hasn't been completely discharged from your body yet? Why is your face so red? Yikes! Chen Mofan, why are you awake? Shui Yuro's face instantly turned even redder, covering her face, not daring to look at Chen Merfan. It was only after a while that she separated her 5 fingers to reveal a small slit, looking shyly at Chen Mofan through the gap. Meeting Chen Mofan's eyes, Shui Yuro hurriedly put her 5 fingers together again to avoid Chen Mofan's line of sight. Looking at such a cute side of Shui Yuro, Chen Mofan smiled and reached out to rub Shui Yuro's head. You, stop rubbing it. It's going to get messy if you keep rubbing your hair. Then I'm recombing it for you. Okay, good. Shui Yuelian lowered her hand and smiled. Chen Mofan gentled a bit and took the initiative to grab Shui Yuro's small hand. It is delicate in the hand, like the finest sheep's fat jade, but without a trace of the hard texture of jade. Some are just as soft as cotton, as if they were boneless. Shui Yuro's face flushed, and she didn't struggle, but let Chen Mofan hold it. The atmosphere became ambiguous for a split second, as the two of them looked at each other and both blushed a little. It was only after a long time that Shui Yuro opened her mouth in a gentle tone and inquired, Merfan, why didn't you, take me when you had such a good chance yesterday? Chen Mofan really wanted to say that he couldn't help but want to take Shui Yuro yesterday, but with so many people watching, he wasn't interested in playing live. But that's the kind of big truth he's not going to tell, only to see Chen Mofan gently smile. A girl's first time is all very precious. As much as I want it, I can't let you lose your first time. Unconsciously, so that for you, it's so unfair. So even if I'm suffocating and about to explode, I can't do this kind of thing while I'm in trouble. These words moved Shueiru's eyes to mist up. Sure enough, just as she thought, Chen Mofan wasn't the kind of villain who took advantage of people's danger. It's a gentleman with poise and more than a little warmth. At this instant, the touching in Shueiru's heart reached its peak. She couldn't stand it any longer, and hugged Chen Mofan with one hand. The rosy lips kissed up at Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan's body stiffened. I'm being forced by a woman. No way. As a man, the old man had to get his revenge back. With that in mind, Chen Mofan wrapped his arms around Shueiru's water snake-like waist, keeping her body close to her own. Chapter 102, Kneading Dough Together. Boinging, Shueiru's pretty face flushed. She shyly reached out her hand and slowly hugged Chen Mofan as well. The two fell onto the bed together and kissed obliviously. The two didn't want to part until they couldn't get their breath. Looking at each other's faces close to each other, both of their eyes were a bit mesmerized. Chen Mofan tenderly helped Shueiru smooth the messy hair around her ears and looked at the panting Shueiru. Slowly, he spoke. Remember last night when you said you'd teach me how to knead dough? Shueiru's face flushed red, her head lowered, and she shyly bit down on Chen Mofan's shoulder. Only then did he blush and nod softly. After doing this one simple action, she shyly buried her head in Chen Mofan's arms. Looking at Shueiru's shyness, Chen Mofan heatedly smiled. Inch by inch, so what if I want to learn now? Shueiru didn't reply, but only used her hand to gently pound Chen Mofan's shoulder. What does that mean? Is that a yes or a no? Chen Mofan was a bit confused, but just when he was confused, Shueiru's soft and boneless little hand held his hand. The other hand even pulled the quilt from the hospital bed and covered the two in it. Then, Chen Mofan felt his big hand guided by Shueiru's small hand and, step by step, into some mysterious area. There was Chen Mofan's long-desired kitchen, where Shueiru was going to teach him how to knead dough. The moment they actually made peace, both of their bodies shuddered at the same time. Shueiru Liang even more delicately wooing a sound. This cry, soft and glutinous, etched people's minds, causing Chen Mofan's eyes to redden at that moment. Immediately, both hands came together and played the art of right and left hand fighting. Shueiru shyly hugged Chen Mofan's neck tightly right away. Her face was so red that it was about to drip out of the water. The calling was non-stop. That is, the occasion is not right. Otherwise, the animal blood-boiling Chen Mofan does not take the initiative to seduce his big schoolgirl to do, are considered to be sorry Shueiru's education grace. It took a full hour of tossing and turning before the two reluctantly parted. At this moment, Shueiru's blush was almost to the root of her ears. With his eyes closed, he didn't dare to look at Chen Mofan at all. This posture made Chen Mofan's animal blood boil the more he looked at it. At the moment he felt like he couldn't hold it in a bit. Well, that's when there was a knock on the door. Clang! 3 clicks later, 2 minutes passed before the door to the room opened. Outside the door, Wang Richard carried a lunchbox in his hand and looked at Chen Merfan, who was already seated. There was still an unbroken flush on both faces, and with only one glance, Richard Wang knew what had happened, but his face was as usual, and he smiled. Boss, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I've brought you breakfast from our Looking Glass Pavilion, Wang Mo Kai said, raising the huge food box in his hand. The moment these words came out, Shueiru's stomach grumbled on the spot. Yuzo should be starving. Just in time. Bring it over. Wang Mo Kai hurriedly smiled and placed the lunchbox on the bedside table in front of the hospital bed. This was followed by putting down the small tabletop for meals on the hospital bed. Place the packaged buns, donuts, soy milk, and a range of other eats on a small table board. So much? It smells so good. Brother Wang, thank you so much. Shueiru looked at the food in front of her and brightened up, then smiled and said to Wang Mo Kai, "You're welcome, ma'am. Let's see if it's to your liking. If I don't find it satisfactory, I'll go change it again." The word madam caused Shueiru's face to turn red as she whispered in defense. "I'm not." The mouth was saying this, but the hooked corners of the mouth clearly revealed a hint of joy. The two were eating when Dr. Lee walked in. "Oh, quite a breakfast for you little couple." Chen Mofan smiled and nodded, then said, "Dr. Lee, thank you so much for last night. Did you have breakfast? Would you like to join us for some?" Dr. Lee smiled and shook his head. "No, I already ate in the morning. I'm coming over here now just to check and see if the drug in your girlfriend's system has completely dissipated." After these words were uttered, Dr. Lee looked at Chen Mofan with reproach in his eyes. He admonished in a serious tone, "I know you youngsters all like to play some tricks nowadays, but you should pay attention to the dosage of medication while playing tricks. Look at you. Yesterday, how dangerous. How can you give your girlfriend so many oxycodone pills?" Chen Meifan's face was embarrassed. On the side, Shui Euro let out a pft of laughter as she explained. Dr. Lee, you're wrong about him. Yesterday it was someone who plotted against me and forced me to take a lot of oxycodone. Not him. On the contrary, it was he who saved me. When this came out, Dr. Lee was filled with embarrassment. Remembering that last night, she had looked at Chen Mofen with disgust in her eyes. It made him feel very embarrassed. That young man, sorry, misunderstood you. Here, I apologize to you. Don't you get on my bad side. Chen Mofen smiled and shook his head. He had a good feeling about this Dr. Lee. He dared to do something. Again, putting saving lives and helping people comes first. You can say that you are a true white angel. This is the kind of person who must be promoted when he has the chance. As he was thinking, the door to sickbay's room was opened again. Yu Jiu, with his head covered in bandages, commanded a group of people and walked into the hospital room. So we're shooting in this ward today. Tell the patients, don't bother us while we're filming and stay honest in your hospital bed, okay? Don't be running into that S***T like yesterday. It's really holding up my shooting. It's just as well I don't know where the S***T went otherwise. I had to give them a good beating. Chen Mofen looked at Yu Zhu, who had barged straight into the hospital room, and looked at the bastard's head full of bandages. It took a while of careful identification to see that this one wasn't the guy he'd kicked so hard last night. Looks like the bastard hasn't learned his lesson at all. He's still in this arrogant and bossy posture, breaking into a hospital room without someone's permission. Besides, a hospital is a place to save lives and heal the sick. How can you go and play with art when you don't treat a good patient? Chen Mofen was also drunk. Those patients, now lying down properly, talking about you, the one who ate. Just lie down and don't keep us from filming, okay? Delayed. You compensate not. Yuji was strutting around and saying commanding things, but halfway through his sentence, seeing Chen Mofen beside the hospital bed, he froze violently, and then came the sentence. After he was kicked unconscious last night, he woke up in the morning wanting revenge. For this reason, he had hired 2 black boxers, who seemed to say they were fierce fighters under Master Tiger. But the fighters came and he was confused. Where'd that kid go? I haven't seen him all night. Has the kid left the hospital? Or has he gone into the ward to stay with the nurses? It's such a big hospital. How long will it take to find each ward? Yuju had no choice but to choose to reshoot, not realizing that, having just entered a ward. One look at the kid. It was clearly God's way of helping him to get his revenge. Yuju laughed then, but when he did, he pulled the wound on his face and ate his teeth in pain. You're a bastard. I've finally found you. Do you know I've been looking for you all morning? Chen Mofen frowned. What's wrong with this person? Looking for him just to find him. Why is that so claustrophobic? It's like he started it all. My brother can start a mess, but he will never end it. Stop. Just talk. Why are you talking like I've been with you? Chen Mofen said with a look of disgust. Yuju froze for 2 seconds, blinking halfway through the 2 small eyes that were exposed outside the gauze. Kid, how dare you be smart with me? If I don't beat you to your knees and cry out to your master today, I'll take your surname. Chapter 103, A Family. Chen Merfan smiled faintly. Sorry about that. I'm not in the habit of accepting sons, so you don't have to take my last name. Kid, you're looking for death. Yuju's face grimaced as he roared, and with a wave of his hand, he said, go on, beat me up. I'll pay for the medical bills. Hearing Yuju's words, 2 fighters stepped forward, but just as he took a step, he froze violently in place. The 2 of them glanced at Chen Mofen, froze, rubbed their eyes fiercely, and, after confirming that he hadn't been blinking, 2 words uncharacteristically came to mind. Isn't this a mortal god? That time they broke into the Imperial Hall with Master Tiger in a rage, but how great it was going in, how lousy it was coming out. Even Master Tiger was slapped twice by the mortal god. Now, these 2 little shrimps of their own, how dare they come to trouble the mortal god? Is this too long for you? With just a thought in their minds, the 2 felt as if their legs and stomachs were shaking. Yojimbo had no idea what the 2 fighters were thinking, and at the moment, his face was smug and, contemptuously, he glanced at Chen Mofen. Kid, know who these 2 are? They're fighters, and they'll beat you like a child. I advise you to crawl over to me and kneel down. If you behave yourself, when I'm happy, I might even be able to spare you this time. Yuju said, grinning triumphantly, his green and purple face churning with fat. Chen Mofen was, at this, helpless, and he suspected that did the doctor wrap gauze around this one's eyes? Can't the bastard see that these 2 are afraid to move? Yuju smiled and laughed, but also realized that something was wrong. How come the 2 fighters he paid well for aren't moving? Come on, you 2. Don't worry about breaking it. I told you, I'll pay for the medical bills. Fight me hard, tough. The two fighters were on the verge of tears as they cursed angrily in their minds. This is a mortal god in front of us. They still dare to open their teeth and claws in the face of a mortal god. What's the matter? Are you fat? Without the slightest hesitation, the two fighters turned around and walked away. While rubbing shoulders with Juju, the two fighters didn't forget to warn, if you want to die, do it yourself and leave us out of it, okay? Said the man, looking at Yuju like a. Yuju scratched his head in confusion. What the hell does that mean? But if those two left, wouldn't he still have to get beat up again? Yuju's fearful heart trembled at the thought of some regret for all the pretentious things I just said. His face stiffened as he turned his head and looked at Chen Mofan, revealing a smile that was worse than crying. That, big brother, I was just joking with you. What's up? Funny or not? Oh, Juju smiled with embarrassment on his face, the only two little eyes that weren't bandaged, blinking and full of fear. Looking at Chen Mofan, looking at this hilarious scene, Shui Euro let out a pft and laughed out loud. Seeing this, Yuju immediately climbed up the pole. Look, big brother, that sibling's smiling, should be quite happy. That, you guys continue in the ward. Continue should eat, should drink, don't need to send me. No need to send me Yuju said, immediately turning around and fleeing outward, closing the door to his room. The awkward smile on Yojimbo's face did its best to turn somber. Mud, how dare laugh at me? And that brat, a little yakuza, if I don't get you guys killed, I'll take your name. Yuju was cursing madly and furiously in the bottom of his heart. He couldn't wait to make Chen Mofan kneel in front of him right now. He would also take the opportunity to kick Chen Mofan wildly to take out his anger. Look at this ing kid beat me up. He's a ing beaker demon. Not to mention his head was bandaged and his face was damn near dry and green. No, biker is even biker, with his entire head showing nothing but his eyes. In mummies. Yuju was thinking about it when a person walked by in front of him. The dude was just like him. His head was wrapped up tightly except for his eyes. The point is that there is no injury at all on his lower body, and he is wearing a suit and tie. Exactly like him. Like me? What the hell is this? Yuju was furious and went up for a kick. Suha was helpless, and after giving his statement last night, he was released early this morning. He was released, but his whole face was swollen like a pig's head. Later, it was still being madly output by Jobin writing on top of it. But you say you're just gonna hit me where it hurts. Just to the head. It gave him a ing concussion. No, I just came to the hospital and my head is wrapped up like a dumpling. Damn, proper beaker demon now. Was about to leave the hospital and go out to find a place to let off some steam. I was just walking down the hallway, and I saw a dude, and he's in the same ing line as him, and it's ing beat up, like a ing grandson, just leaving two little eyes out. He almost laughed then, forced himself to walk by the dude, but just brushed his shoulders and, the dude kicked up, hit him straight in the loins, and his already bruised face knocked straight to the ground, giving him pain. Almost took a. Suha was furious at that moment. This Liuching man is too wild. Mortal god, even if he slaps me in the mouth. How is it that even a dumbass out of nowhere can kick me in the fanny the moment we meet? If he doesn't get his revenge back, he doesn't have to be a socialite anymore. Asterisk. You're looking for death. With a furious roar, Suha instantly swung both fists left and right. How ing dare you resist? Yushu cursed angrily and swung his own small fists to madly hit Suha's face. Suha wailed in pain. Screams resounded through the hospital corridors. The hospital corridors are dumbfounded. Why are there two big-headed babies fighting each other in the hospital? Look at you two heirs. This is clearly a family. We are born from the same root. Why are we still in such a hurry to fry each other? Both of their aggressions were vented in this moment, and being wise to each other. Specializing in hitting each other where it hurts, and hitting that wailing. The bandages on his head were taken out, fluttering around the hospital corridors like a silk scarf. Don't tell me. It's quite a sight. The people brought by Yuju were dumbfounded, and the 5 strong men around Suha who had just arrived were also dumbfounded. This pulls not pull see two people fight quite happy like? The crowd was confused. The bandages on his head are all dried out, and he's riding on top of Soho. Yujiu, who was about to proceed to punch his face, froze. Suha was stunned. What's the situation? This idiot who was fighting with him knew him. He raised his eyes and was confused as well. You guide? The people watching around the room laughed. It's a real ing family. It's true. It's not a family. It's not only the same injury and the same bandage, it's even the same way of fighting. That's picking on the other side where it hurts. Look, the face is swollen again, and the head is as fat as a blind bear. Yuju and Suhao both looked at each other, embarrassed. It's a big rip-off. The water's gone to the Dragon King's temple. Coming to a secluded ward, Suhao looked at Yuju with a puzzled face. His face was slapped in the mouth by Chen Mofan, and later on, he was output by Job in writing on his face. It was only after being ravaged by two people in quick succession that she became like this. And what's going on here with Director Yo? Suhao asked the question in his heart. Mentioning this, Yuju's face grimaced as he told Suhao everything that had happened. Hearing that a little Yakuza dared to wildly kick Director Yu, Suhao immediately said disdainfully, Director Yu, you're a famous director in Kyoto. How dare someone make a move on you? You really don't know what you're doing. Tell my brother. Today this revenge brother must avenge you. Yuju is from Kyoto. He's very famous in Kyoto. He knows a lot of Kyoto princelings. This was also the reason why Suhao was willing to befriend him. Chapter 104, The High and Mighty Dean. Director Yu, don't worry. It's just a little Yakuza. Look at these 5 strong men behind me. All of them are mercenaries. And one of them can beat 10. No matter what. Yuju's face lit up with joy. And he said viciously, Mud, that little Yakuza that. I'll see if he doesn't die this time. Mr. Su, don't say anything else. As long as you can help me avenge my death this time, I'll definitely treat you well when you come to the capital in the future. And I'll definitely introduce you to a few powerful big shots. Suhao was waiting for these words, but with a smile on his lips, he said, Director Yu, bro is not doing this for your introduction, purely because he thinks you're a nice guy and worth making friends with. Ha ha. Young Su, I can only say you're accurate when it comes to reading people. Brother has nothing else but love. Jingle bells. The phone rings and Yuju picks it up to see that it's the director of this hospital calling. After picking up the phone, Dean's enthusiastic voice came from inside. Hey, Director Yu, how was the shoot? It must have gone very well. Director Yu, I'm not bragging to you. When a brother says a word in the hospital, it's absolutely good. Yuju smiled when she heard that. Smooth? So smooth. So smooth I'm getting my head off. Listening to the Dean on the other end of the line, still waxing eloquent, bragging about how great he is. Yuju fiercely cursed, shun your mom's head off, you come to see. My head is almost being cut to fart, which gave me a fight. Almost took a crap. Director Yu, you can't be. I've already spoken to the hospital. A special meeting to tell those doctors and nurses that none of them should disturb you. Asterisk asterisk you mean I'm with you. Come on. I'm on the verge of becoming a beaker demon with nothing but bandages wrapped around my head. Hearing Yuju's angry voice inside, the Dean hurriedly said, Director Yu, don't worry, I'll go over there right away, and if anyone dares to trouble you, I'll fire and kick him out right now, Dean said, rushing over from the underground garage after parking his car. This Yuju is a valuable person in his future life. He must be good. He's always had the idea of going to Kyoto, and Yuju has deep connections and resources in Kyoto. As long as he flattered Yuju, the guy could transfer him to Kyoto to become the dean. At that time, his status followed. The director of a hospital in Kyoto. It's not more dignified to say so. But now, this honorable man of his was beaten up in the hospital under his jurisdiction? Does that sound like a fart in the head? With a tremor in his heart, the Dean-sama hurriedly rushed towards the ward that Yuju had just mentioned. He'd made up his mind that whoever it was that had taken a shot at Yojimbo, he makes the other guy pay for it all. Dare to delay my future. Really looking for death. Cursing angrily, Dean walked quickly to the front of the ward. When I opened the door to my room, what I saw in my eyes was Yuju's already fat, pig-like head. Now it's a complete pig's head. The scene sent a hard shiver down the Dean's spine, and if this wasn't taken care of, Yuju will definitely hold a grudge against himself, then his future will not be lost. How can this be done? Without a moment's hesitation, the Dean immediately stated, Director Yu, no ink. Dare to move you. Just watch what the brother does next. Don't throw him out. Teach him a good lesson. Make him get down on his knees and apologize to you. Brother, I will never rest. No need. Yuju was disgruntled. This young Su has already decided to help me. Don't. Director Yu, give me a chance. Let this Mr. Su rest for a while first. I will. I'll do it. I'll make sure it's clear for you, okay? Director Yu, just give me a chance to see what my brother does next. Looking at the pleading Dean with a pleasing face, the pleading look was close to kneeling on the ground. Regardless, the pug's kneeling look pleased him. After thinking about it, Yuju nodded. Alright, then, you'll do this, but one thing, I must teach that kid a hard lesson, otherwise it will be hard to get rid of the anger in my heart, or else you won't have to think about going to Kyoto. The Dean's heart trembled and he hastily assured, Director Yu, don't worry, whoever it was inside this hospital that messed with you, I'll make him regret making such a move. I'm going to make not only him, but his family regret what they did today, Dean said, a cruel sneer flashing across his face. How dare he hinder his own future? The other party is looking for death. He won't let the other party crawl out of the hospital. Then he's a dean for nothing. Director Yu, please, let's go clean up that unknowing thing now. Yu Zhu nodded, striding towards the ward where Chen Mofan and the others were. He couldn't wait to rub Chen Mofan on the ground. He's a well-known director in Kyoto. Wherever he went, who didn't treat him with favor? Flattery, but now even in Liuqing's so bad, the head is still being cut fart. He had lost all his face here. If he didn't make the other party pay a painful price, how could he still be a socialite? A kick, once again, kicked the ward open, and Yu Zhu, with a big, swollen, piggy head on his, toeing in. Kid, I'm coming over to get you again. Yu Zhu's face was filled with a cold smile, and there was ferocity in his gaze as he looked at Chen Mofan. This kid, this very kid, dared to take a shot at himself. I just didn't let his girlfriend have the surgery, and this guy hit him? He's so wild, he doesn't even know who he is. Dare to offend him, looking for death. Chen Mofan had just finished the last sip of soybean milk and looked at the quite Yu Zhu, who was strutting around in front of himself, had some cold eyes. This guy was 3 times unfinished. He was trying to talk to Shuei Euro to cultivate a relationship? This guy is good. One trip. What's the game? And the one in the white coat next to this guy, why was he looking at himself so badly? The dean's eyes were cold as he gazed at Chen Mofan, a trace of obvious contempt on his face. That's the guy who beat up Director Yu? He thought it was some big shot? As a result, this is a big undershirt and big pants. Which garbage pile this was picked up in? This kind of person deserves to be in his hospital? Are those security guards blind? What's the point of keeping such a poor bastard if you don't kick him out? Damn him for almost ruining his future. The guy's girlfriend is nice to scare and get into his bed. Though, if the little behaves herself, it would be nice to take her as a lover later. You're the only one who beat up Director Yo? The dean spoke in an arrogant tone, glancing at Chen Mofan before opening his mouth in contempt. That demeanor was like an ancient nobleman treating his slaves with disdain and contempt. This kind of tone made Chen Mofan feel very uncomfortable. Suppressing the fire in his heart, Chen Mofan asked back, why don't you ask me why I hit him? Ha! The dean snorted in a contemptuous tone and arrogantly said, What are you? I don't care what the reason is, but if you dare to hit Mr. Yo, then there must be a price to pay. Chen Mofan almost laughed. How come hospitals are so overbearing now? This white feather didn't even dare to speak so overbearingly in front of him. How dare his men? What an eye-opener for him. Mayor Fan, don't be impulsive. Reason properly. Shuei Euro took Chen Mofan's hand and, after whispering, he looked at the dean and continued, This you director you're talking about is hogging the resuscitation room. At that time my life was in danger and I was in dire need of resuscitation. Before Shuei Euro could finish her words, she was rudely interrupted by the dean. There's a place for a man to talk and for a pussy like you to interrupt? Chapter 105, White Feather arrives. Pussies can't even eat at the table in my house, so often stay away. The dean spoke brusquely, pointing at Chen Mofan, arrogantly saying, Little Yakuza, just because of a resuscitation room, you dare to beat up Director Yu. Can't you tell your girlfriend to wait? Won't you wait for Director Yu to finish filming before you go in to resuscitate? Chen Mofan almost laughed in anger, and he wondered if his ears had misheard him. Does this person not understand what resuscitation means and what it means to be in a life-threatening situation? As a doctor, it's almost amusing that you can say something like that. May I ask if you are a doctor? Chen Mofan asked. The dean shook his head and said with a haughty face, Ha, doctor? What the hell is that? I'm the director of this hospital. Looking at the dean's face full of arrogance, Chen Mofan was genuinely angry and laughing. As the director of a hospital, you don't even know what it means to save lives. How dare they not take treating the sick and saving lives as their own duty, holding power in their hands but not putting the benevolence of medical practitioners in the first place, and then to lend such an important place as the resuscitation room to someone else to make a documentary? Such a hospital, such a director, such utilitarianism, it really opened his eyes. Yakuza, I'm not going to be a pain in the ass. If you want to get it over with today, you can. Now kneel down in front of Director Yu and apologize, or else don't blame me for being rude. The dean pointed condescendingly at Chen Mofan, and that tone was as if he was giving orders to his subordinates, tough in a bossy way. Chen Mofan also did not ink with him, directly found Bai Yu's phone and dialed over. For this kind of person to hit him with his hands, Chen Mofan felt that it was dirtying his hands. Yo, what's up, kid? Still looking for someone? I'm not afraid to tell you. I'm in charge of this hospital, and the hospital's back is the Bai family. Liao Cheng's famous rich second-generation Bai, you know? This hospital is his, Dean said arrogantly, his tone full of teasing. The other party was even trying to find someone? In his opinion this was a big joke. Hey, Vulcan, what's up? Listening to the voice ringing from his cell phone, Chen Mofan didn't have the slightest bit of nonsense. I'll send you an address. Get here as soon as you can. With that, he hung up and sent the address. The dean's face teased and mocked. Yo, the little Yakuza's tone is quite cross. It's just that I'd advise you to stop dying so much and give us an E. It's really not a disgrace. Come, kneel like a dog, and if you'll wag your tail, our director you might even be willing to promote you a bit? Isn't that right, Director Yo? Yuju nodded with a cold smile on his face. Smugly, he laughed. That depends on whether he'll wag his tail or not. I've got a lot of dogs. Not just any cat or dog is worthy of kneeling at my feet. The two of them spoke to each other, proudly mocking at Chen Mofan. It was as if Chen Mofan had knelt in front of them and could be humiliated by them at will. Chen Mofan already didn't want to pay any attention to these two people at all. He felt sick to his stomach to speak one more word with them. On the side, Wang Mokai looked at the two men's complacent faces and sneered disdainfully in his heart. These two are really looking for death. Who would dare to mock the mortal god so recklessly in Liucheng? Even the top rich kids wouldn't dare. Before that, Chen Xiaokuan, one of the top rich kids, was on the wrong side of the fence. Now every day, he is calling Chen Mofan, hoping to rejoin that group with a very humble attitude. This is true of the top rich kids, but the people under these rich kids don't know any better. This kind of person is most detestable. When a dog is in a position of power, he dares to eat his teeth in front of others. More than that, they treat people as less than human beings. When it comes to those who are worse off than them, they bully them to death. And they're just a bunch of little people. It makes you feel sick. Seeing that Chen Mofan didn't say anything anymore, these two became more and more complacent. Among them, the dean even took out his cell phone and laughed. Don't worry, Director Yu. I'll call security up right now. I don't care who's here. If this kid doesn't get down on his knees and apologize to your satisfaction today, I'll beat him to crawl out of the hospital. That made Yujimbo smile. Sure enough, the dean was still good, and as a dog, not only did he know how to please him, more than a little competent. Yuju nodded in satisfaction, a pair of small eyes glancing from time to time at Shuei Yuro on the hospital bed. The dean naturally understood what this meant, and said with a heated smile, "You guide phased in. Don't worry, watch me set it up, and I promise to make sure this little crawls into your bed of her own accord." Director Yu, this little is still good. Look at her waist. It's like a water snake. This would be great to hold in your arms. Hey, Dean grinned lewdly. Oh, not bad. Yuju patted Dean's shoulder with satisfaction, smiled and nodded, and the smugness spread across the entire face of the pig. The words of the two men were not at all behind their backs, and they carried clearly through the ward. Hearing this, Shuei Yuro's face was filled with anger. She couldn't imagine how people could be so shameless as to judge her completely as a commodity. The cold light in Chen Mofan's eyes became even more intense. He had planned to teach the two a lesson and forget about it. But now, if he didn't give the two a deep lesson, he would be sorry for their complacent appearance. The security guards soon arrived, a dozen of them standing in the ward. All of them were looking at Chen Mofan with unfavorable eyes. With the security guard present, Dean and Yujimbo were even more energized. Among them, the dean even pointed at Chen Mofan and arrogantly said, "Little punk, you have to be self-aware and know who you can and can't mess with. And people like you who don't have an eye for what's going on, those who don't know how to read people's words, I'll let you learn a lesson today. Who's going to make anyone remember?" Outside the hospital room, Whitefeather's voice rang out and, with a scowl on his face, he walked inside the hospital room with last night's young model. When he first arrived at the ward, his heart thumped when he saw so many people clogging the ward with. After watching his dean point his nose and humiliate Chen Mofan, he only felt his scalp tingle. Not daring to delay any longer, he hurried into the ward. Seeing Baiyu, the dean's face was delighted, and with this big backer in place, he was even more energized. Still confused, he pointed at Chen Mofan and, full of winks and smiles, he said to Baiyu, "Bai Xiao, you came just in time. This kid is too rampant. How dare he beat up people in our hospital?" The dean was wicked and said with a smug look at Chen Mofan. Continuing arrogantly, he said, "Little Yakuza, now that Bai Xiao is here, why don't you hurry up and kneel down for us?" As soon as the dean's words fell, he realized with horror that Whitefeather raised his hand and, a direct slap to the face. Pop! A crunching sound echoed through the hospital room for a long time. The scene confused everyone in the ward. The dean covered his face and looked at Whitefeather with a confused expression. Bai Xiao, what are you hitting me for? It's that little Yakuza." Before the words were finished, Whitefeather slapped his mouth again. Pop! A bad feeling rose from the bottom of his heart as Yuju looked at the grim-faced Baiyu. The dean was slapped twice in succession, and in his mind he reacted a little. Does this kid know Mr. White? Sure enough, In the next second, he saw Whitefeather smiling. Mortal God. Sorry about that. It makes you look funny. Mortal God. These two words fell, and in the ward, everyone's heart trembled. The security guards who had gazed at him earlier, their legs and stomachs trembled, and they almost sat down on the ground. Yuju's already reddened face instantly turned white. Frigid white. Though he had some fame in Kyoto, he was not arrogant enough to, thinking that he could overpower the mortal gods in Liucheng. As the saying goes, it's hard for a strong dragon to suppress a snake. What's more, the mortal god is also a dragon himself. That he had messed with a mortal god. Yuju had the urge to cry. The dean was directly stunned. The little yakuza he looked down on was actually a mortal god? The person he was condescendingly humiliating here was a mortal god? Chapter 106, Two Men Who Have Made Themselves Useful. Puff. There was a muffled thud and Dean sat on his ass, crying. A big old man, crying. Bai Shao, Fan Shun. I didn't mean it. If Yuju was scornful of Chen Mofen, then the dean was actual fear. His roots are in Liaochang. His connections are in Liaochang. And the person you can't mess with the most in Liucheng is the mortal god. Now that he's invoked, not only has he humiliated the mortal god, but he's brought him to his knees. It's more about getting the women of the mortal gods into bed. He felt like he had just gone absolutely crazy to make so many death-seeking moves. In an instant, Dean sat paralyzed with death. Mortal god, you and Dean this? Whitefeather wondered. He really wanted to know what the dean had done to be so scared. There was no need for Chen Mofen to explain anything. Old Wang directly took over and said, Young Bai, Miss Euro was given some oxycodone last night and is in critical condition and needs to be resuscitated urgently. But this dean lent the resuscitation room to someone else for a documentary, and dead set against saving lives first. I'm curious, when did a hospital put saving lives in second place? Or do you want to switch to movies, young Bai? As soon as old Wang explained, the fire in Baiu's heart came up. Hospital? This is a hospital. A patient in need of rescue is not being rescued. Instead, they're making a documentary about something? Anger instantly rose in Whitefeather's heart, and he walked over to the dean with a black face. Coldly, he said, Did you arrange this? Dean nodded and shook his head. A face of fear said, I didn't know she was the girlfriend of the mortal god. Ha! Whitefeather laughed under her breath and kicked Dean in the face. No one's girlfriend can do that. Hospitals are fundamentally about healing and saving lives. You are now shaking my very foundation. Whitefeather was truly enraged this time, and while roaring angrily, he raised his leg and kicked at the dean. Although my Bai family is not a family that accumulates good deeds, but since I opened this hospital, wouldn't have done anything to see death. Our white family doesn't dare to do it, but you do? Asterisk. Bang, bang, bang. Whitefeather cursed angrily as he kicked furiously at Dean. Dean fell to the ground, wailing in pain. Okay, Shiredo. Richard Wang walked over and pulled Baiyu. He was really afraid that if Baiyu kicked down, this Dean would have to die. The anger in Baiu's heart didn't subside in the slightest, and he pointed at the Dean and said angrily, I don't rub it in. Starting today, pack up and get the hell out of here. The Dean nodded as he sat paralyzed like a limp ball of leather. He knew that he was completely finished, being swept away by the Bai family. He can't make it in Liucheng, and there won't be any more hospitals that dare to accept him. On the side, Yuju's face was ugly. He didn't expect that he had kicked the iron plate on inviting the most uninviting person in Liucheng, the mortal god. In his heart, he was still very wary of the mortal gods. Not only did this man swipe $600 million right out of the gate, but he thundered out of the gate, and in just one night, it will be entrenched in Liao City Tiger Master to Fan want to retire from the world. Such a person obviously held powerful resources behind him, which was something that made him scornful. Director Yu. Whitefeather's eyes looked over at Yujimbo. Director Yu, you're from Kyoto, and I, Bai Yu, can't control you, but, from today on, you shouldn't come in our Bai family's hospital. You are not welcome in our Bai family. Yuju nodded with a hard face. Today, his face is lost, completely lost in this small hospital. This filled his heart with rage, hating this hospital so much that he could not tear it down. But alas, this hospital is now inhabited by a great Buddha, Chen Meifan, the mortal god. He knows very well that this is the real Buddha, and whether this will end today or not, all depends on what this one means. With this in mind, Yuju's eyes looked at Chen Mofen with scorn. A big director from Kyoto. What a great honor. A cold smile appeared on Chen Mofen's face as he walked towards Yuju. It seemed like this guy had just thought of letting Shui Euro climb into his bed on her own accord. Mortal gods, since we are all men of honor, then don't yell and scream like a punk, Yuju said with some trepidation. He was really afraid of Chen Mofen, and that wild kicking earlier. It left his face swollen and unfeeling even now. If we do it again, it's going to be a real bruise and a wrap. By then, he couldn't even imagine how swollen his face would be. Van God. I don't talk about ink. Today this is what I did wrong. I can make amends to you. Yu Zhu opened his mouth to beg for mercy and his aura softened, not daring to look into Chen Mofan's eyes. Chen Mofan, however, did not open his mouth to say a word, but directly just grabbed his hair and, once again, Yu Zhu was dragged to a secluded corner. Yu Zhu wailed in pain, his face white with fear, and kept saying, "Don't punch me in the face, mortal god. Don't get in your face." Su Hao, who had walked to the entrance of the ward, saw the scene and shrank his neck in fear. Without saying a word he took off with the burly man behind him. He waited in the other ward for a long time, but he never saw Yu Zhu and the others return. "I thought I'd come over to check it out, but I just came to see this scene." It scared him so much that his heart almost stopped. Chen Meifan, the mortal god, the person Yu Zhu offended was actually a mortal god? He's a ruthless bastard. I owe my face to him. To this day, it still hurts like a son of a, and the pain is so throbbing that it's even buzzing in my head. Letting himself go and teach him a lesson? Su Hao felt that this was no different from seeking death. Thankfully, that Dean was up front. Originally, he still had some anger in his heart towards the Dean, a villain who was so eager to perform. But now look, this is not a villain. This is not a benefactor. Sacrificing himself to save others fully illustrates what it means to say, "If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell?" You're a benefactor. We'll have to carve a tablet for you. 3 kowtows in the morning and twilight, and an incense burner in the morning and evening are not too much. Just once, Chen Mofan had left a big piece of shadow in Su Hao's heart, but this also made Su Hao hate Chen Mofan even more. Hate his teeth. It was just that he wouldn't act rashly before the people from their Su family's support had arrived, but this revenge, he would absolutely avenge. Ow! Yu Zhu's pig-killing wail resounded through the hospital, and along with the wail, instead, there was a wild kicking sound. When Chen Mofan came out, his body was clean and dry, except for a pair of shoes that were stained with blood. Yu Zhu, on the other hand, collapsed directly onto the stairway, his obese body still twitching. After both of them were settled, Chen Mofan took Shui Yuro out of the hospital. Shui Yuro was in a hurry to go see her parents and brother, so Chen Mofan had old Wine drive him there. He, on the other hand, took a cab and went to the Tiankai Hotel. The batch of cars that Zhang Chang said earlier has finally arrived. There was a bit of a delay, so the cars were not delivered on time. Just now, Zhang Chang called in to see the car. Arriving at the entrance of the Tiankai Hotel, Zhang Chang was already waiting. Seeing Zhang Chang, the first thing Chen Mofan asked was how the money was spent. Counting today, that's 2 days left. By now he could feel that he was beginning to ache somewhere. But there's still $7 billion unspent? That's $7 billion, not $70. If he's allowed to spend it himself, he doesn't know how long he'll have to spend it. No, I must go to reward again at night. And I don't know if Yun Moli still has a live broadcast. Let's spend what we can first. There's also the Sky Capital program, which must get underway soon to accelerate the burn. At the mention of the acquisition, Zhang Chang's face darkened. Seeing this scene, Chen Mofan's heart thumped as a bad premonition surged to the bottom of his heart. In that instant, he felt little Merfan hurt even more. Chapter 107, Acquisition Failed? Seeing Zhang Chang reveal this expression, Chen Mofan's heart trembled as a bad premonition surged to his heart. Sure enough, Zhang Chang stammered. Van God, there is a little problem with the acquisition. Chen Xiaokuan has enlisted a group of rich kids who got the message that, knowing that you started acquiring industries in large numbers as well, they openly stated that if the mortal god had a need, they could go to them face to face to talk about it. And they also put out the news of your acquisition of the company. And now all of Liaoqing knows about it. You desperately need to acquire companies, many of which sit on the sidelines, or simply don't even want to be in the waiting for you to take the initiative to drive the price higher. Chen Mofan smiled. These guys are quite good at playing. He knows exactly what Chen Xiaokuan is thinking. It's just to get some more leverage in making peace with him. But alas, this guy made a bad move. It completely pushes the relationship between the two to the point of no return. Because Chen Xiaokuan is trying to make his old Chen family extinguish its seed. As the saying goes, the murder of a son is not to be shared. What Chen Xiaokuan did was to try to exterminate his hundreds of millions or even billions of children and grandchildren. How the hell can you stand it? How many companies have Chen Xiaokuan and the others acquired already? Zhang Chang pondered for 2 seconds and said uncertainly, it seems like there's already a dozen or so companies. But these companies are not very effective and are of the type that lose money all the time. They didn't even investigate carefully when they acquired it. They just thought about acquiring it in large quantities, to negotiate with you. So the chips are good or bad and they don't care, because they understand very well that all these chips will end up in your hands. Mortal God. Should we make peace or else we won't be able to spend $7 billion at all in these 2 days? Chen Mofan was also thinking about this issue, but peace talks were definitely not possible. And acquisitions. Now those companies don't want to be acquired at all. All waiting for him to make a higher offer. If he bowed his head now, then everyone in Liuqing would understand one thing. Even mortal gods bow down. Once they recognized this fact, there would be endless trouble in the future. Everyone, when working with him, thinks about how to use means to make the mortal gods bow down again. So this head, it should never be opened. Fan Shun. Many people in Liuqing are speculating that you acquired the company to do something big, though they do not know what is the great thing you are about to do. Many feel that you're definitely compromised for that. So my guess is that they won't be selling the company in the near future. Chen Mofan nodded. Okay, aren't they all waiting for me to raise the price voluntarily? Then they'll wait. Come on, let's go look at the car first and not think about all the bad stuff. Chen Mofan said so with his mouth, but in his mind, he was already constantly thinking about what he should do. The cars that arrived this time were 5 in total, all clear of supercars. Among them are 2 Koenigsegg CCXRs worth $45 million each. A Lamborghini Poison is worth $80 million. $50 million for a Ferrari Laffa. A Bugatti Red Dragon for $80 million. 5 cars add up to $300 million. How about it, Fanshan? Are these cars still satisfactory? Zheng Chang asked with a smile. Chen Mofan nodded. Should have said no. The dazzling appearance of the supercar was indeed shocking. Seeing Chen Mofan nod his head, Zheng Chang's heart was delighted. According to the price of these cars, the total is $300 million. He's asking for $320 million. And just for this trip, he'll make a couple million. But he reckoned that the mortal god should give him an extra $1 or $2 if he was satisfied. Plus, the seller gives him a commission. That would make him $3 or $4 million for the trip. $3 to $4 million. Just thinking about it, Zheng Chang felt unusually excited in his heart. There was a sense of resisting the urge to roar. Okay, I'll take these cars. Name your price. Forget it, you don't say. Chen Mofan didn't dawdle and directly transferred $400 million to Zheng Chang. It made Zheng Chang earn more than $100 million on this trip. Looking at the arrival in his cell phone, Zheng Chang only felt as if his heart had stopped beating at this moment. $400 million. The mortal god actually called him $400 million? Zheng Chang's face became ecstatic as he kept wiping the screen of his cell phone. Just be afraid that the screen is blinking and he's looking at it wrong. As the rubbing went on and on, the string of zeros never disappeared. Zheng Chang was so excited that he couldn't even speak, and the corners of his mouth were even twitching. Really, this is surprisingly true. On this trip, the mortal gods had actually made him $100 million. At this moment, Zheng Chang had the urge to hug Chen Mofan and kiss him furiously, if not for the fact that he was a man. He all wanted to go warm the comforter for Chen Mofan. It really surprised him. Where God? Zheng Chang couldn't even speak well, stuttering there for half a day. Finally, with all his strength, he said, Van God, I love you. I'm so sorry. I don't know what to say. Chen Mofan full of black lines. This is not bull *********. Buy a car, but also buy a love? Buy one, get one free? Van God, do I deliver this car to you, or do you drive it back yourself? To be honest, Chen Mofan really wanted to feel what it was like to drive a supercar, but there's nothing to be done. He can't drive right now. It would have been nice to have a spending point and just order up driving mastery. But now, he's pulling a buttload of famine? This is really making people feel eggheads. After thinking about it, Chen Merfan decided to send the 2 cars given to Wang Jiajiu and Wang Yu to East University. These 2 cars, a Chiron and a Koenigsegg. The rest of the Rafa stays here with the other Koenigsegg. The last car, Poison, was sent to the hospital by Zheng Chang. This Poison, Chen Mofan was going to give it to Shui Euro. They taught him how to knead dough all morning for nothing? For nothing? You don't have to pay a tuition fee or something? A Poison. Just right. Plus, the Poison model is cool and dominant. Shui Euro, on the other hand, belonged to the kind of woman who was gentle and soft. The contrasting beauty of a soft-hearted goddess, paired with this domineering Poison, makes it all the more appealing. Called Jiajiao Wang and told her that 2 new cars had arrived at East University. It was for her and Wang Yu, so that the 2 of them could choose for themselves. Wang Jiajiu was surprised for half a day. She had a car. How come Chen Mofan gave her another one? In response, Chen Mofan did not want to explain. Then he thought for a moment and said, the other one is a gift for our brother. I heard that our brother's condition has improved, hasn't it? A bone marrow match has been found. Wang Jiajiao cried then. She didn't realize that Chen Mofan had been thinking about her family. Such a great gift at a time when his brother's condition was improving. Her brother will jump for joy when he finds out. She had originally thought that Chen Mofan had not taken the initiative to contact her in the past 2 days. Was he annoyed with her? I didn't realize he was holding back his big move. Mayor Fan. Thank you. Really. Thank you. I love you. I always will. I'm sorry. Wang Jiaojiao choked. Chen Mofan, on the other hand, laughed. Okay, that's good. That's 2 birds with 1 stone. He was thinking of spending some money to pay off the famine. I didn't expect this to reap Wang Jiaojiao's favor instead. 2 birds with 1 stone. So that's cool. After chatting with Wang Jiaojiao for a while longer, Chen Mofan hung up the phone. He was going to go and think about it after giving the poison to Shui Euro first. What to do with the remaining $7 billion? There is no doubt that live streaming bounties are a gateway, but it's just a small gateway. How many billions can you bounty out in a day? Last time he fought with Richard Li Tiankai for wealth, his hands were sore from pointing. Only how many billions were spent? When the live bounty presses out $7 billion, then the cucumbers will be cold. Alas, in the end, it's the poverty of the past that limits my imagination, Chen Mofan thought in his heart inside. On the other hand, Shui Euro rushed to the hospital where her parents were staying. At this moment all 3 members of the family had awakened, and all 3 were carrying wounds. But there's no big deal. Seeing that the 3 were chatting in the hospital room, Shui Euro's nose turned sour and she almost cried out. Huang Lijuan saw Shui Euro standing outside the door through the small glass on the ward door. A quick walk. Chapter 108, The Lowly-Eyed Waterbenders. Huang Lijuan's face was filled with reproach as she anxiously said, "You child, where did you go last night? We were worried sick about you, you know." Shui Yuelian's younger brother, Shui Yubing, also walked over quickly. "Sis, are you alright? Did that Jobin give you a hard time?" Yesterday, Jobin broke into their house and named Shui Euro. It ended up being a big hit on them. Not seeing Shui Euro this night, they all thought that Shui Euro had been kidnapped by Jobin. Kidnapping did kidnap, only in the end Jobin lost himself. Looking at her brother who was full of concern, Shui Euro smiled and shook her head. "I'm fine. Jobin did try to kidnap me, but I was saved by Merfan again." "Humph. Merfan. It's this Merfan again, but I know that it's because he offended Xiao Zhou that our family was only targeted by Zhou Xiao." Lying on the hospital bed, Shui Euro's father, Shui Jun, gave a cold snort of dissatisfaction and opened his mouth. "Girl, it's not that I, as a father, am talking about you. You said how good it would be for you to marry Zhou Xiao. If you'd married him, this would still be happening in our family, and it's all your fault." Shui Jun was lying on the hospital bed in his old age, complaining about Shui Euro. Hearing this, Shui Euro's face darkened. Jobin, that is a scum. Eating, drinking, whoring and gambling, anything he dares to do, even kidnapping him. Can she have a good life following someone like that? Alright. Huang Lijuan glared at Shui Jun and reprimanded. "You still have the nerve to say that. If it weren't for you, would Euro have suffered so much? Would our family have suffered so much?" The sailor's chi was short, but he still stretched his neck in defiance and said, "What's wrong with me? I'm still trying to make a good life for our family. What's wrong with doing business? Isn't it just losing money? Is it wrong?" Hearing those 3 words, Huang Lijuan was almost angry and laughed. If it was normal to do business and lose money, she, Huang Lijuan, would never say a word more. But where are the sailors? Where did he go for business? "Yes, I did not go to do business, but went to Jian City to gamble on stones." But isn't gambling on stones the same as doing business? Either you lose money or you make it. And if you make money betting on stones, the earnings are dozens of times that of doing business. It takes a business to make a few bucks, the sailor said with a disdainful look on his face. Skimming his lips, looking at this contemptuous stance of the water army, Huang Lijuan couldn't wait to chop him up with a knife. It's amazing that he can confuse doing business with gambling on stones. Business is based on brains and hard work. And gambling on stones? That's by luck. At the end of the day, a sailor is just someone who doesn't want to put in any effort but fantasizes about getting ahead in one step. Unfortunately, the sky was kicked down by reality before it could even climb. It ended up like this. Not only does his family owe him a lot of money, but his wife and children have to suffer with him. It's even down to the point of having to sell your daughter. But what about him? Still fantasizing and even now looking down on the slow buildup of doing business. "Girl, I'm telling you, you have to marry Mr. Tao. I've made a deal with Mr. Tao, and he said he was going to take me somewhere nice the day after tomorrow. Oh, don't forget. Hurry up and apologize to Zhou Xiao today." Huang Lijuan was filled with disappointment when she heard this. His own family was beaten, but this husband even thought of apologizing to the perpetrator? Why don't you have any backbone? She knew what the sailor was talking about when he said good place, something the sailor had recited to him several times. Liaocheng is hosting a huge auction tomorrow night. It was said to contain a large amount of jade shipped from Diancheng, which was being auctioned on site, and had already attracted a lot of tycoons to it. How could this man even think about gambling with stones? Huang Lijuan's heart was filled with disappointment while full of bitterness. When Shui Yuro, who was on the side, heard this, she laughed. She shook her head and said, "Dad, I'm not going to go apologize for. I'm afraid Jobin doesn't need me to apologize." "What? Not going?" The Shui Jun's eyes glared, and he looked at Shui Yuro with a face full of anger. Angrily said, "Lousy raised you so big, let you do this point you do not go. I think you are really bold and fat. Lousy not trampled to death," the sailor said, making a move to get out of bed. But it was only when he lifted the covers that he remembered that his leg had been broken by Jobin. But even so, what was on his mind was to go apologize to Jobin, and to his own family. Blowing his beard and glaring, typical of the rat carrying a knife in the nest, Shui Yuro shook her head in disappointment and then said, "Dad, you don't need to think about Jobin's matter. He's in and he's not coming out in this lifetime," Shui Yuro said, looking towards Huang Lijuan and Shui Yubing as she continued. "And Jobin's family's money has been paid back for us by Merfan. He's also the one who helped us get revenge by sending Jobin in." Huang Lijuan's face was delighted. She had contacted this Chen Mofan yesterday morning, knowing that this was a pretty good young man, and with a frighteningly high status. It turned out to be the most powerful figure in Liuqing, the mortal god. She was shocked when she first found out, too. Standing dumbfounded, he didn't even know what he should do. Although Shui Yubing didn't know who this Merfan was, he could hear that his own sister had a crush on this Merfan. Your own future brother-in-law? Shui Yubing thought. His heart became even more curious about Chen Mifan. He really wanted to meet him immediately. He cared for his sister in his heart, and if it had been only an average person, then I'm sorry, you're not good enough for my sister. Merfan, this Merfan again, can't you guys say something to cheer me up? The sailor's face was full of displeasure and impatience. Is this Chen Mofan sick? It's okay to do what right with Zhou Xiao. This is great. I couldn't even go to visit the gambling stones if I wanted to. It just fizzled out. I'm telling you, girl, if that asshole wants to pay us back, then let him. We won't pay a cent of this money out of our house. He's willing to be an ingrate, so let him stay that way. The sailor waved his hand in a big, brutal way. Shui Yuro was also filled with disappointment towards this father of hers. This family of their own is starving on their asses, and instead of thinking about how to pay off their debts, they're all about having fun. To gamble? That's no way to be a father. Suppressing the emotions in her heart, Shui Yuro opened her mouth with firm eyes and said, "I will pay back this money. Return it to Merfan or to my debtors. I'll pay it back, and I don't want to owe Merfan any more than I have to. Also, the sailor sneered. Don't daydream about it. Do you know how much money our family owes? Tens of millions of dollars of famine. What are you going to pay back? Can live one day is one day have to." The buffs have completely swung for the fences and let others say what they want. He just gets comfortable with himself. Wife, kids, responsibility. Who told you I'm not on yet? Shui Yuro looked straight into her own father's eyes and, seriously, he said, Merfan just gave me a job yesterday that pays me $12 billion a year. At the mention of this figure, Shui Yuro's slender chin lifted slightly. There was a distinct hint of pride on it. It's only $2 billion. The sailor was just about to retort. The words had only been uttered in 4 words when he sat up violently and, unbelievably, she looked at her daughter, her eyes glaring like bronze bells. Shui Yubing was also shocked. $2 billion although he has not yet left the campus to walk into society. But he also knew that $2 billion, that was an astronomical amount. More than that, it was a fortune that was completely out of reach for their family. But now, her own sister can have this fortune with just 1 year of work? He felt incredibly filled with shock at the same time. Huang Lijuan's expression, on the other hand, was completely frozen. $1,200 million. $1,200 million a year. The words echoed in her mind for a long time, like thunder, shaking her brain. She's not watery ice. She's been in society for years. It's clear what a huge amount of money $2 billion is. The money is so huge that it could fill a room. Chapter 109, The Shock Shui Family. 12 billion. What a huge number. Huang Lijuan understands very well that she works hard every day to earn money. But even if you're exhausted, you'll only make 500 a day at most. She wants to make $2 billion, even if she doesn't eat, drink or spend it. It's gonna take her 4 million days. Converted to adulthood it is 6,575 years. Even if she lived to be 100 in every lifetime, it would take her 65 lifetimes to earn it. How desperate that number is. And now, your own big girl. 1 year. Just 1 year. Then she could earn back the wealth that it would take her 65 lifetimes to earn back. Just thinking about it like that made her a little too emotional, and she nearly peed herself with excitement. And it's all because his own girl is with the right guy. It's easy to get everything that other people can only dream of. With such a comparison, Huang Lijuan felt so heartbroken. Aunt, girl, how much did you just say? Father didn't hear it? The expression on the sailor's face changed completely, and with a pleasing smile, he inquired, 1,200,000,000. That's 1,200,000,000. You can't spend it all in one lifetime. Aunt, girl, that ingrate really gave you so much money? The sailors gave themselves a big mouthful as soon as the words left their mouths. Bah, you see father won't talk. That fan always really give you $1,200,000,000 a year ah? Looking at her own father in this pleasing manner, Shui Yuro was speechless. This was her own father. Otherwise she would have wanted to throw him out. This change of face is also too fast. The last second was still there in the high and mighty calling the wrongdoer. The next second he was coy and full of currying favor and called Mr. Fan. Ugh. Shui Yueliang sighed in her heart and nodded. Mayor Fan, he says he wants to transform the old town into a modern commercial hotel. What about tens of billions of dollars of upfront investment? Tens of billions. The three were completely dumbfounded when they heard this number. Hundreds of dollars they have, but add 8 zeros to those hundreds. You couldn't get it even if you sold them. All these funds are under my centralized authority and have been called in. I'm the general director of this program, Shui Yuro said, a touch of pride on her face. Before he even graduated from college, he's already the chief executive of a $10 billion project. It was enough to make her proud of herself. Tens of billions of dollars have been deployed as their own daughters. So big and bold. The water army is really curious. What kind of person is this Chen Mofana? Aunt, girl, what kind of person is this Chief Fan? How dare he give you such a huge sum of money? This didn't need to be answered by Shui Yuro, but Huang Lijuan knew. She glared at the sailors and explained. Chen Meifan is the mortal god, the big man in our Liuqing who's making a big fuss. Where? Mortal gods. The sailors were completely dumbfounded. How could your own eldest daughter know such a character? The Navy only felt as if a piece of heavenly cake had fallen from the sky, directly knocking him out. Shui Yubing was similarly dumbfounded. At his age, he's the age of hot-blooded impulses. It's natural to want your brother-in-law to be a formidable figure, rich and powerful. The mortal god, on the other hand, almost perfectly fit the person he had in mind. It could be politely said that the mortal god was made for his brother-in-law. Jingle bells. The phone is ringing. Shui Yuro picked up her cell phone and saw that it was Chen Mofan who had called. I was just talking about him, and then he just called. Thinking of this morning's absurdity with Chen Mofan, Shui Yuro, in front of her family, was. Suddenly there was some embarrassment. Huang Lijuan had sharp eyes and saw the caller ID on her daughter's cell phone at a glance. Poking Shui Yuro, she complained, Mayor Fan is calling, hurry up and answer it. Only then did Shui Yuro pick up the phone with a reddened face. Hey, Mayor Fan, downstairs at the hospital. Chen Mofan saw the phone connect. Smiling, he asked, are you visiting your aunt and uncle at Sunshine Hospital? Shui Yueliang nodded and said softly, well, what are you busy with? Confirming that Shui Yuro was upstairs, Chen Mofan smiled and said, Yuro, look down and, I've got a present for you. Scroll down. Being given a gift by a boy in front of her parents, Shui Yuro was even more embarrassed. With a small red face, she went to the window and looked down. With just one glance, he saw Chen Mofan, and the car parked beside him. The Lamborghini Poison in the center of the hospital plaza. Is this a gift to yourself? At the first sight she saw, Shui Yuro's pupils clenched violently, and she covered her mouth with her hand in surprise. Excitement and joy, like a sword, ran through her chest in a moment of. It made her body tremble slightly with excitement. He gave me a supercar as a gift? Still one of the coolest supercars in the world. The Lamborghini Poison. In this world, that young girl is not pregnant. Who does not want their other half has the strength to understand romance. And now, Chen Mofan was under the hospital, in front of everyone, presenting her with a gift. The preciousness as well as the romance of this gift made her heart beat wildly. Mom, Chen Mofan gave me a supercar. Look, it's that black sports car downstairs. Shui Yuro's eyes were misted with water, and she tightly grasped her mother Huang Lijuan's hand, excitedly saying. Hearing this, Huang Lijuan and Shui Yubing looked downstairs together. Downstairs, Poison's dazzling bodywork refracted dazzlingly in the sunlight, daring people to look at it, for it was clear to all that these rays represented real money. Downstairs, the patients coming and going from the hospital stopped and everyone looked at the cool Poison in unison. Everyone's eyes showed envy that was hard to hide. Holy, Lamborghini Poison, this car is worth $80 million? Shui Yubing couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Her eyes couldn't take her eyes off the Poison. How many times had he dreamed in the middle of the night, fantasizing that one day he'd get to drive a sports car, too, but never dared to fantasize that I would one day be able to prescribe poison. because he knew very well that the car was just too expensive. A car so expensive that he simply couldn't afford it even if he worked hard all his life. And now, his own sister had told him that someone had given her a Lamborghini poison. Shui Yubing felt too dreamy, so dreamy that he couldn't believe it was all true. No, I should say it was all more dreamy than a dream to him. He had a death grip on his sister's hand, and his body was trembling slightly. Huang Lijuan, on the other hand, was so excited that she almost bit her tongue. Sports cars she knew they must be expensive. But it was also completely unexpected that it would be worth $80 million. Their family was poor, but now, her own daughter told her that her family got an $80 million sports car. It made her feel incredulous and extraordinarily ridiculous at the same time. Yesterday, their family was a poor family that couldn't even produce decent furniture. But today, their family has the supercar that countless people dream of? Could the contrast be any stronger? The sailors rolled straight to the window and looked down at the supercar. A moment that he felt as if his broken leg didn't even hurt anymore. $80 million. $80 million right in front of him. How many times could he have gambled on the rock if this car had been sold? That must have made a fortune. Chen Mofen also saw Shui Yuro and her family smiling and waving at them. A mortal god that young? The Water Army and Water Whispering Ice were both a bit surprised. They thought that the so-called mortal gods were any more than middle-aged men over 40? I didn't realize it was a college student. Except for the Shui Jun who couldn't walk normally. Shui Yuro's mother and brother all went downstairs with a quick step, rushed to see this cool supercar. Shui Yuro blushed slightly and looked at Chen Mofen, complaining, "Why did you give me such an expensive gift without consulting me beforehand?" He said so on his lips, but he couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. This is clearly a classic case of saying no with your mouth but being honest with your body. Chapter 110, Chen Mofen's Shamelessness. Chen Meifan naturally understand. Girls, thin-skinned, the heart like a lot. But by saying no, she was really trying to get the other woman to find an excuse to put her mind at rest. After all, do they want to save face? This face, Chen Mofen was naturally willing to give. And in fact, Shui Yuro was the most satisfying girl he had ever met. To my family, to myself, I dare to love and hate, and I am more courageous. After all these years of suffering and pain, but never complained about the family in front of outsiders. Truly, this is a very rare and good girl. Chen Meifan smiled faintly, pointed to Zhang Chang on the side, and said, "It's all this guy's fault. There are so many cars coming at once, so many cars that I have to give them away, and if you don't want them, I'll have to smash them for him. So for the sake of this car not getting smashed, you'll take it reluctantly." Shui Yuro understands very well that Chen Mofen is just framing her. Who would be willing to smash something for $80 million? It wasn't still a disguised excuse to take the car. Chen Mofen's thoughtfulness touched her heart greatly. Shui Yuelian nodded with a red face. On the side, Shui Yubing looked at Chen Mofen with a rushed face. He didn't know what to say about this future brother-in-law. Or how to say hello. His face was suffocatingly red before he finally called out two words hesitantly. Sister. Brother-in-law. Oh ho. Chen Mofen was shocked at that time. This child is a talent. So insightful? That's good. That's good. That's a man who's done great things. What other positions are missing in your own place? This has to be arranged one way or the other. Zhang Chang, quick, come here, come here. Chen Mofen pointed at Zhang Chang and said directly, "Say nothing. Remember him. Go to his place later to choose a car. Choose a house. Brother send you. No way. I just love kids. LOL. Shui Yuro gave him a blank look. Do you dare to be more obvious with this smile? This brother-in-law calls you beautiful. No talent. Thinking in her heart, Shui Yuro stretched out her small hand and pinched Chen Mofen's back waist fiercely. But the heart is happy. Chen Mofen is even happier. This is flirting. This is a further relationship. Without saying anything, Chen Mofen immediately said, "Zhang Chang, of the 5 cars that came, which one is left? There should be 2 more. Oh yeah, the Lafayette. That Lafayette's for Ice. I'm looking for a better villa. By the way, it's registered in Ice's name." This, Shui Yubing was dumbfounded. This one brother-in-law in exchange for so many things? The mortal god was worthy of being a mortal god. This bravado, it was almost exactly like the brother-in-law he had in mind. I don't know if the mortal god has gotten his sister's first blood, or should I help? We have to get him together. What if such a good brother-in-law runs away? Shui Yuro didn't even realize that at this moment her brother was thinking about how to sell her. The sailor on the 3rd floor listened to the conversation downstairs and was so moved that he wanted to come down and call his brother-in-law. But Shui Yuro keenly found other information in Chen Murfan's words. 5 cars, 2 left. Where are the other 2 except for her one? Where did they go? Immediately, Shui Yuro pinched Chen Mofen and whispered, "There are 5 cars coming, haha." Chen Mofen was still a bit uncertain and nodded. 2 left, huh? Hearing this, a bad feeling rose in Chen Mofan's heart. What about the 2 left? Where did they go? Chen Mofan's heart thumped. It didn't slip out. I was so damn happy. It made me sad. Immediately, Chen Mofan's brain was spinning like crazy, searching for a credible excuse. That revving, it's almost as good as a supercar's engine. And the head almost dried up and smoked. Chen Mofang, you can say, is it send which little girl? Before our East University's Wang Jiaojiao suddenly had a supercar and made a big mess. Was that supercar a gift from you? At the mention of Wang Jiaojiao, Chen Merfan's eyes lit up. Look at this, is not here. Last time, he sent Wang Jiaojiao a supercar. And in the end, it was Bai Yu who drove Wang Jiaojiao back in the supercar. Wang Jiaojiao even made a scandal because of it. Thinking of this, Chen Mofan coughed lightly, his face not arrogant, slowly smiled and said, don't talk nonsense. Wang Jiaojiao is Bai Yu's girlfriend. This has been confirmed by many people in our school. Have you forgotten? Shui Yuro thought about it for a moment, as if there was such a thing. At that time, there was a girl in their dormitory who was still envious. She envied Wang Jiaojiao for being able to find a rich and handsome boyfriend like Bai Yu. Seeing that Shui Yuro believed, Chen Mofan was relieved in his heart. But just as this breath was loosened, he saw Shui Yuro frowning once again. No. Today, White Feather came to the hospital, followed by a tall girl. Wang Jiaojiao is not his girlfriend. Forgot about that. Chen Mofan was dumbfounded, and in his heart, he couldn't wait to stink up Bai Yu for tens of thousands of times. You can come to the hospital if you want. What girl are you bringing? You see, this is great. I don't even know how to lie anymore. That actually, that Jiao Jiao Wang with that girl. Aha. You get the idea, haha. Chen Mofan said and gave Shui Yuro a you-know-what look. But in fact, he didn't even know what Chen Mofan himself had said. Ah. Shui Yuro covered her mouth in surprise. You mean, the 3 of them? Aha, right. Chen Mofan smiled then and nodded his head hastily. They say women are brainiacs. It's true. How can this White Feather be like this? Looking quite a civilized one. But it's eating from the bowl and thinking about the pot. Chen Mofan hurriedly opened his mouth and stepped forward to make up for it. Who says it isn't? I've been seeing things too. If I'd known he was like that, I'd have said nothing about taking him to play. Isn't that right, Chan Kung? Zheng Chang was confused. Did he answer yes or no? Van God, don't you dare to be a bit more shameless. Why are you involving me at this time? One was a mortal god and the other was Bai Shao. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. Isn't this a fight between gods and mortals? How am I supposed to answer that? Zheng Chang looked at Chen Mofan with grudging eyes that seemed to say, if I had known you were such a man, I wouldn't have let you have me. But if you do not say, or people, Zheng Chang can do high-end intermediariate. Emotional intelligence is high. Immediately, Zheng Chang replied with an answer that wasn't really an answer. Bah! Scum! It was not clear whether this sound of scum was talking about Bai Yu or Chen Mofan, but no matter who was talking about it, the conversation has successfully moved on. Euro, do you want to sit in it and feel it? Chen Mofan smiled and opened the car door, made a gesture of invitation. I don't have a driver's license, but I'd like to go in for a ride, Water Whisperer said, excitedly sitting in. The excitement of actually sitting in it is simply indescribable. Supercars, Lamborghini Poison, 2 words that she'd never even dared to luxuriate in before. And now it's really sitting in, especially the realism that you feel when you're gripping the steering wheel. It made her heart jump out of her throat. Is this your own car? Truly your first car? Shui Yuro looked at the luxurious decorations within the Poison and couldn't help but reach out and touch this. Touch that. After sitting inside for a full hour, Shui Yuro reluctantly stepped out of the car. Subsequently, Shui Yubing and Huan Liwan, one after the other, got on the car and felt it after. The group walked towards the ward. Mayor Fan, Auntie doesn't have anything here to entertain you. Don't mind. Come and sit. In the ward, Huang Lijuan greeted with a smile on her face. Saying that, he took out the only $100 left in his pocket and handed it to Shui Yubing, and instructed with a smile, Yubing, go, it's almost noon, go outside and buy 2 dishes. And treat it as if we're treating Merfan to dinner at noon. Merfan, make sure you stay for a bite. You've helped our family so much. Auntie must thank you properly for thanking you. It's just a rough meal. Don't mind if you do. Chapter 11, Shui Yueliang is a brain monster. The words had been said to this point. What else could Chen Mofan say? A small table was set up in the ward, and the 5 men ate and chatted about the domesticity of the. Most of the conversation was also about things that happened in school. The sailors opened their mouths a few times during the meal. But watching a few people chatting away, I swallowed back the words that came to my lips. He wanted to ask Chen Mofan if he knew about the auction tomorrow night. If Zhou Bin could get in, then wouldn't the mortal god be able to get in even more? He wanted Chen Mofen to take him in, and if Chen Mofen was willing to pay for a couple of stones before that's even better. In that case, it wouldn't be impossible for his own daughter to marry this kid. It wasn't until after dinner, when Chen Mofen was about to leave, that the sailors finally couldn't help themselves. Opening his mouth, he said, that Merfan do you know about that Jade auction tomorrow? An auction? Chen Mofen froze for a moment. What auction? No one had told him about it. However, if there was an auction that would be a great place to spend your money, he was worried about how to spend his money, and it just so happens that tomorrow is the last day he can spend it. Thinking of this, Chen Mofen came to be interested, and Huang Lijuan saw that her husband dared to mention gambling on stones. At that moment, her face turned cold. Reprimanded, Shui Jun, you can't live a good life, can you? Still want to go gambling on stones? If you gamble again, I will immediately take the children and divorce you. At the mention of the word divorce, the sailor's body trembled and a hint of awe appeared in his eyes. Although he is a lowly man, he knows that this family depends on Huang Lijuan to support it. Without Huang Lijuan, what does he eat and wear? The sailor smiled twice. No, I'm just asking. I'm not going. I'm not asking. Don't worry. Chen Mofen, however, smiled and shook his head. He was still counting on this to spend money. Actually, Uncle Shui, I think, should be able to talk about it. Shui Yuro's family all looked at Chen Mofen with strange faces. The mortal gods are also interested in this pitiful thing? Against everyone's weird stares, Chen Merfan laughed. I think this is something that can still be played with if nothing else. Pop. The sailor directly slapped his thigh and gave Chen Mofen a thumbs up. Look, I told you, Mervan is a good boy. Isn't this much better than Jobin? Such a good boy is hard to find. Yuro, you have to work harder. Gotta. For a moment, the waterboy's tone changed completely. So it's better to throw in the towel if you want to hold your old man. Afterwards, the sailor hurriedly told a little about the auction tomorrow night, but he didn't know much about it. Also just heard some from Jobin's mouth. It is said to be held at the Workers' Stadium, the largest in Liucheng. The entire stadium covers an area of 20.4 hectares and you can't see the end of it at a glance. In the middle of the stadium, there is an enclosed building that allows for a variety of indoor sports, but this time it was temporarily transformed to serve as the auction venue for this auction. And starting from the enclosed building, all the way outside the stadium, there are all sorts of stalls. Many Jade merchants in Diansheng caught wind of the situation and transported raw stones. Jade, here, ready to set up their stalls from tomorrow. People who love this hobby in major cities have also flocked to Liucheng. Prepare to see this Jade feast tomorrow. This is such a big deal? Chen Mofen was a bit surprised that he didn't know anything about such a big commotion in Liucheng. How was he to know that when the organizers came to Liucheng, Chen Mofen had not yet made his debut? When Chen Mofen came out on top, the first thing the organizers wanted to do was to follow up by sending out invitations. But wait for the hair to be silly. Where do the mortal gods live? What do they look like? Who knows? Therefore, in the past 2 days, the organizers have been in contact with the rich kids who play better with Chen Mofen. Hopefully, they could get news about the mortal gods from them so that they could send out this invitation. And the Workers' Stadium is on the outskirts of Liucheng, a full 3 hours away from Dongda. It can be said that one is in the south and the other is in the north, and the two are separated by a Liao city. Mofen, if you go, you must bring my uncle with you. He's a good gambler, and having studied hard on my own for so many years, I've long since figured out this whole gambling thing. Take your uncle with you, and he'll make you a big kill. Looking at the water army with an excited face, Huang Lijuan splashed cold water and said, yes, it may kill it. Kill your own dump. The sailors were speechless. Coming out of the hospital room, Shui Yuro escorted Chen Mofen to the downstairs. Along the way, Chen Mofen clearly felt that Shui Yuro was a bit unhappy. I think it's because I'm actually going to gamble on the stones as well, and I just had a chat. And Chen Mofen knew that. The sailors are the ones who lost their homes because of the betting on the stones. Sure enough, the next moment, Shui Yuro spoke. Merfan, can you not go to that auction? Our family lost everything because my dad gambled on rocks. Shui Yuro raised her head and looked at Chen Merfan with anticipation in her eyes. She really hoped that Chen Mofen would nod his head. Are you kidding? Can Chen Mofen nod his head? No. Where can he spend his money if he doesn't? Even if he didn't think of himself, didn't he still have to think of little Merfan? The boy's young. He hasn't seen the world yet. It's always wanted to talk about seeing the abyss. Love it when the abyss swallows you up. This is the only thing people think about. You must help people realize it. Anymore, it's been with him for 20 years. 20 years of hard work and breeding. That's right up to use. No more. Who can stand this? He doesn't want to be the last eunuch in China. Chen Mofen did not comfort, nor did he answer positively, but asked a rhetorical question. Whisperer, Do you think I'm that kind of person? Shui Yuro froze for a moment, looking at Chen Mervan, and after a moment, her eyes snapped open. I know Mervan. You must be trying to impress my dad, right? Trying to throw your weight around. Get in good with my dad. You're so bad. Chen Mofan. Shui Yuro said with a shy face and fiercely pinched Chen Mofan's waist. Chen Mofan laughed. Look, did I say anything? Women are all brainiacs. So there are times when you talk to a woman without having to say it all. They prefer to believe what they brainstorm. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Mofan wrapped his arm around Shui Yuro's waist and said smoothly, Yuro, I didn't think you'd see it, so don't worry, I'll do anything for you. What's the fear of losing money? What's the waste of money? Tomorrow even if I spend out $10 billion, I'm all happy, because you are more precious than $10 billion. Shui Yuro's eyes reddened at that time, and her heart clattered with deer. The delicate goose-egg face carried a touch of tenderness as it looked at Chen Mofan with deep affection. This man was too good to gamble with his father for her. Everything was just to throw his weight around and please his father. Such a gentle and considerate man. Shui Yuro suddenly felt that he was her Prince Charming. Without a hint of hesitation, Shui Yuro stretched out her slender arm and hugged Chen Mofan. The red lips lightly opened and kissed Chen Mofan's lips. Chen Mofan couldn't help but steal a smile in his heart. Look at it. It's another two birds with one stone. This is very cool. At this moment, Chen Mofan wanted to knead the dough again. He hadn't learned it last time and wanted Mr. Shui to teach him again. And at this moment, Ms. Shui was only moved in her heart, and she had an impulse to, wanting to show her tenderness completely to the man in front of her. This man is just perfect, knows how to be romantic, gentle and considerate. If a man like that was let go, she felt she would regret it for the rest of her life. Ahem. Nowadays, this young man, play indeed flower in the hospital, TSK. An 80-year-old man in a motorized wheelchair walked past the two men. The cloudy eyes looked at the two with envy. In the past, he played also spend. This is not blocked by other people's husbands. Play the legs no longer. But now, the youngsters are playing with more flowers than he is. He's never tasted being in a hospital when he was at his craziest. Watch your legs, young man. Chapter 112, Preparing the Big Trailer. When she heard the words of the master, Shui Yuro's face turned red. Her thin skin. Immediately, she let go of Chen Mofan and lowered her head, her face full of shyness, waiting for the grandpa to walk away. Shui Yuro reached out and viciously pinched Chen Mofan's waist. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Chen Mofan, you big pig's hoof. Chen Mofan was helpless. From beginning to end, it seemed like he had only said one sentence. It was followed by a forced kiss. It would be nice to be able to force myself on a girl, although I do like to girls, but it doesn't preclude being ed by a girl either, doesn't it? Leaving the hospital, Chen Mofan had a meal at Wang Shanga before returning to his kennel. The oldest and the youngest have gone crazy again. I don't know where they've gone. Even the big Mercedes G is gone. It should have been driven out to have fun. This is good. Chen Mofan can clear his mind and count how much money he still has left to spend. Originally, there were $7 billion left unspent. But today, after giving Zhang Chang $400 million, there are still $66 billion left. 64 spending points remained owed to the system. Hello host, what's your question? Chen Mofan thought about it and said in his heart, what time tomorrow at the latest must we spend the remaining $6 billion? Tomorrow, by 12 a.m. At the latest, or by 12 a.m. If the funds are still unspent, this system will deprive the host of the power of being a man. I go Lu. Every time I hear this sentence, Chen Meifan feels like he is tight somewhere. This ING system is so ruthless that it grabbed the man's lifeblood as soon as it came up. Let's not play so big. After 2 seconds of silence, Chen Mofan asked again, System, is it okay for me to hire someone to spend money for me? For example, live streaming reward. Unexpectedly, when this was asked, the system directly came with a rhetorical question. I would like to ask the host, do you have the courage to hire another man to help you give birth to a child? Chen Mofan was dumbfounded. This system will also cite a few more. You've grown. Chen Mofan was helpless, and had to spend it slowly by himself. Jingle bells. The phone rang, interrupting Chen Mofan's thoughts, picking it up to see that it was old Wang calling. Hey, Wang, what's up, boss? An auction house just sent you an invitation. It's about the Jade auction, which is tomorrow. Oh, here it comes. Chen Merfan smiled and asked, what about their specifications for this Jade auction? Old Wang nodded. It's huge, more than just an auction. There will also be thousands of stalls around the auction. These stalls will last for 3 days, but only during the day will these stallholders come out and set up their stalls. It lasts until 9 p.m. at the latest, because the dim light at night is not conducive to Jade identification. So by 9 p.m., these stalls will be closed. But there's no doubt that the scale of this one is still enormous. A lot of well-known jewelers from Dianqing come here. It is said that the total value of the jade shipped to Liuqing by all the merchants this time is no less than tens of billions. Tens of billions? Chen Mofen's eyes lit up. What else is there to say? If he doesn't go, he'll apologize to his brother. Boss, are you going to this auction? Chen Mofen laughed. Go. Why don't you go? Old Wang, you're such a... Get me a couple semis while you're at it. Semi-trailer? Old King scratched his head. Semi-trailer he knows. Trailer well. Front 4 rear 8. Large semi-trailer. But what he didn't understand was what was the point of having it. That boss, are you trying to crash the auction? Wouldn't that be a better use of a bulldozer? Old Wang didn't doubt for a second that Chen Mofen really dared to do this. After all, this organizer was a bit too blinkered, and the invitation dared to arrive so late. Chen Mofen was speechless for a while. What auction am I ruining? I used it for Jade. Ah! Old Wang's high-octave voice rang out in the cell phone. His words filled with shock. This voice stabbed Chen Mofen's ears raw. Use a semi-trailer for Jade? Do you hear this as a human being? The old king couldn't believe that was what he had just heard. Is that thing for Jade? That's Jade, the world's finest luxury. But now, Chen Mofen even said he wanted to use a half-hanging to mount the Jade? One is a top luxury Jade. The other is a semi-trailer for hauling cargo. These two can be combined together? The old king was messed up in the wind. Old boss, do you think there is a possibility that I heard it wrong? You're looking for a high-end cargo truck, not a semi? What's the point? It's just a semi. Come a dozen or so. And don't forget, when the time comes, get me some bulldozers while you're at it. I've got a load to do. Bulldozer? Wang Motsai listened to the voice on his cell phone. A sweaty face. Can that thing be loaded with a bulldozer? Who's going to pay for it if you accidentally break two of them? Why does he feel like his boss is playing a bigger and bigger game? It was so big that it was a little too big for his heart. Guess I'll have to keep some speedballs handy someday. What the hell is a job where you can have a heart attack at any time? Time rushed by and it was soon early the next morning. Yesterday night, Chen Mofen did nothing but charge money and brush gifts. Finally swiped that extra 600 million zero. Unfortunately, Yun Moli wasn't online, so Chen Mofen could only pick 6 anchors at random. One swiped past 100 million. 600 million brushes out, once again stirring the network, and finally even more evolved into Chen Mofen to go to that live room. That livestream would be a huge hit, for all know that the mortal gods do not come in vain. In his words, he has come to send some small gifts that should be. Thus, when Chen Mofen went to a live room again, the anchor directly rose and bowed in welcome, and it spread quickly across the internet, and eventually evolved into standard etiquette in the live streaming community. The mortal god exclusive. During that time in the future, as long as Chen Mofen went to that live room, the anchor did not say anything. Immediately, he rose and bowed in welcome, and every time, just by doing this, the anchor reaps the rewards of the directly to wealth freedom. This action came to be known as the mortal bow. Some of the hostesses even purposely wore low-cut dresses just to bow when it can be a little seductive. Just in case the big fish, the mortal god, takes the bait. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Chen Mofen put on his clothes, got up and walked outside. Richard Wang had already waited early because he had to bring Shui Euro's family with him, so drove 2 cars over. The other car was driven by Qin Ku. Seeing Qin Ku, Chen Mofen stopped his steps and opened his mouth to ask, "How is Wu Zhan's family doing? Need any help? If there's any money to be had, just ask." Qin Ku's heart warmed and he hurriedly said, "Boss, I just called Brother Battle this morning. He said there was a lot of family stuff going on and he was going to be a few days late, and he didn't say what the difficulty was." Chen Mofen nodded, turning his head to Wang Morkai who was beside him. He instructed, "See what is missing on Wu War's side, or if there's anything you need help with, get it for Wu War immediately." Richard Wang nodded his head in understanding. 2 Mercedes-Benz commercials. After receiving Shui Euro and her family quickly drove towards the workers' stadium. In the car, Shui Jun was unusually excited that Chen Mofen had promised him that he will be given some raw stones to purchase, and whatever is opened, the final proceeds will go to him. The sailor had made up his mind that this time he would do himself justice and show everyone that the skills he'd learned over the years weren't useless. You could get rich gambling on rocks. Departing at 8 o'clock, the group arrived at the workers' stadium at 11 o'clock. First, they found a hotel in the neighborhood, and after the people had eaten their meal, large trailers with bulldozers are also in place. Only then did Chen Mofen lead the crowd towards the workers' stadium, and this time, the Jade auction extravaganza attracted many people to come. Su Hao, Yu Zhu, Chen Xiaokuan, Lei Hu, Long Ao Tian, these famous ones in Liao City, all were invited to attend this Jade auction. Chapter 113, A Mossy Stone. Bigwigs from all parties had already arrived at the stadium before the auction even started. There are thousands of stalls here. All kinds of jade, raw stone, have been placed in front of the stalls, just waiting for the right person to buy it. In front of some stalls, there are antiques, paintings and china of celebrities. Naturally, such a large scale attracts a lot of people to come, and a glance at the large workers' stadium is full of black heads, crowded, people to people, and the hottest of them all is undoubtedly the raw stone. Once both parties have settled on a purchase, the stone can be opened on the spot. One cut is poor, the other is rich, and this extreme challenge is the most nerve-wracking and appealing. Once someone cuts a jade rough of good quality, on the spot, there were offers of 100,000 or hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy it. Dozens of times the profit is simply eye-popping, and that made the gambling area even hotter, with people coming and going, buying and selling, following the flow of people heading inside. Chen Mofan had roughly swept a hasty glance at the jades on the stalls. He's really not that interested in this stuff. However, Shui Yuro and Huang Lijuan were both very interested in these jade jewelry, stopping often to look at this and that. Obviously it's the mother-in-law who's interested, so what else is there to say? When his mother-in-law picked up a pair of jade bracelets again, Chen Mofan spoke directly. Boss, how much? Swipe your card. Huang Lijuan picked up the hand stiffened in midair, which she had not yet read it. And Chen Mervan just swiped his card? But she liked the look of the lad in pain. The boss also froze for a moment. He was trying to sell. He just didn't expect to sell so painfully. It's not going to fix him in one fell swoop. You're telling me it's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. After strolling through a dozen stalls in a row, Chen Meifan only had one sentence. Boss, swipe your card. 4 simple words, making the surrounding customers unusually envious of the. Some of the female customers were starting to show some jealousy in their eyes when they looked at Huang Lijuan. This kind of gaze makes Huang Lijuan feel good. In the past, people used to look at her with mockery and pity, and it was the first time she enjoyed the jealous gaze of others. The sailor, on the other hand, has long been itching like a cat's paw scratching, and he wants nothing else right now. Just want to show what I've learned. Chen Mofan didn't talk nonsense and led them to a stall. He was going to wait until his old man, his old mother-in-law, had a good time. Straight away, all of this place is packed away, directly bringing this jade feast to an early end. Coming to the biggest booth at Workers' Stadium, where the gambling stones are unusually hot, the stall was already surrounded, and the 7 of them squeezed for a long time before they were able to squeeze in without any problems. In front of the stall, there was a beautiful woman in black silk picking out raw stones, listening to the gossip of the people watching around him. Chen Mofan learned that this beautiful woman has already paid over $1 million for the stone, but unfortunately, the stones that came out were all useless and not green at all. This makes the beauty very angry, threatening that today must open a piece of emerald. A stone the size of a man's brain was selected from a mountain of stones, which were originally brown but it was mostly encased in moss. As a result, the whole stone looks very ugly and unsellable. The black silk beauty just took one look at it and tossed it aside, turning her head to look at the other raw stones. Seeing this scene, the sailor put on a guru look and nodded his head. Well, not bad. This beautiful woman has a good eye. This piece of stone is not jade at first glance. The appearance is rough. Not to mention, there are moss on it. Definitely a waste rock. At her own father's words, Shui Yuro directly rolled her eyes. She didn't believe her own father when he said that. If these jades could see that, then his own father would have been rich a long time ago, and their family would still be as poor as it is now? Looking at the lively scene around him, Chen Mofan was somewhat moved. He also wanted to buy a piece to try, and it just so happened that no one wanted that moss stone, so he would take it. It's going to be a wrap anyway, so let's start with one. Pointing at the stone, Chen Mofan smiled. Boss, how much is this piece? The black silk beauty was a bit surprised and glanced at Chen Mofan, then hurriedly said, I valued this stone first, said the man, using all his strength to move the mossy stone to his feet. What is this? A change of heart? But the sailors laughed, and hurriedly said, Merfan, let her buy it. We don't want this piece. Uncle, I just looked at it. This stone is 100% waste stone. I can guarantee it. The sailor chestily said, confident in his vision. The crowd watching from all around followed suit. Look at this stone, there's nothing to sell. Can this produce jade? This pretty girl looks pretty, but she's just not quite right in the head. I can't believe I chose this piece of waste rock. Hey, someone's willing to be a sucker. So let's see who's stupid and rich. The murmurs around the room made the black silk beauty hesitate again. She looked at the mossy stone in her hand and then looked up at Chen Mofan. Seeing that he's not much older than himself, he shouldn't know anything about jade either. The choice of this stone was presumably an attempt to take a chance. When she thought about it, She felt amused that she had gone and grabbed what everyone thought was a waste rock. Pushing the stone in her hand outward, the black silk beauty said icily, "I don't want this stone." Here you go, good luck with the jade. The black silk beauty snorted at the words. Obviously that latter comment was clearly a taunt. Chen Mofan smiled, his eyes a little cold. Looking at the black silk beauty, she said, "Are you sure you don't want this stone?" Chen Mofan's icy tone made the beautiful woman unhappy, and she frowned, muttering, "What's wrong with you? What's so mean? I've been told I don't want this stone." Deafness, it's breathless. As the black silk beauty's words fell, she rolled her eyes at Chen Mofan, her eyes full of mockery. It was very infuriating to watch. Chen Mofan gasped and laughed. If he hadn't brought Shuei Yuro's family out today, he had to give the woman a mouthful to show her how wild it was to be a man. Isn't there something purely wrong with this man? Boss, how much? Chen Mofan took the moss stone and asked again. The boss held out 2 fingers. Young man, this stone is $20,000. Okay, swipe your card. Chen Mofan didn't ink either, but just as he handed the card over, the sailor pulled on Chen Mofan's arm. Anxiously, he said, "Merfan listen to uncle, this stone he is a waste stone." For Chen Mofan, waste stone or jadeite, these are all indifferent. His main purpose is to play. "It's okay uncle, I'll just buy one for fun. I think this stone is just fine." You're not giving away money to the wrong people, are you? The sailor had a grumbling face, looking at Chen Mofan with a speechless face. The eyes were looking at an ***. Chen Mofan is also helpless. Big brother, this eyes you dare to be a little more obvious? You are so close to having the word in your face. If it weren't for the fact that the sailor was an elder, he would have smacked him across the mouth. Alas for you, you don't listen to the old man, the sailor said in an old-fashioned manner. And when he finished, he picked up a piece of white raw stone beside him and, then he confidently said, "Merfan, this piece of raw stone that uncle chose definitely has jade inside." Chen Mofan laughed. This was to compare himself to himself. Nodding his head, Chen Mofan smiled. "Okay, boss, 2 pieces together. We'll open the stone on the spot. Let's see who picks a better stone." Put. As soon as Chen Mofan's words left his mouth, a clear scoff rang out from the people watching from behind. "Oh, the world is really full of wrongdoers. Have told him that peace is a waste stone. It's hilarious that this kid is still so headstrong. Hey, I've seen what it means to be an ingrate with stupid money today." Behind him, a mocking voice rang out. These bigwigs who thought that they had seen a lot in the field of stone gambling had taunted, and their words were full of mockery towards Chen Mofan. Chapter 114, Black Silk Beauty Rebels. The Black Silk Beauty was also looking towards Chen Mofan, and the mockery on her face was not even the slightest bit concealed. In her opinion, this kid's got his head up his ass. Surprisingly, he would pick a piece of waste rock that didn't have the slightest bit of selling power. It also caused her to take that extra look at the ruined stone, and even got a mocking lick. An old man of about 70 years of age stepped out of the jeering crowd, his hair white and, looking at Chen Mofan with a face that shook his head inside. It was like an elder looking at a disappointing junior. "Young man, the old man's name is Shang, and I have a mind to mention a few words to you. If you want to listen to the old man, then return this stone first. I can assert that this stone has no jade." As the old man's words fell, a loud murmur rang out from the surrounding crowd. "Did I hear you right? This man is actually Master Shang. Surprisingly, it's that Shang who is known as the Stone King. Master Shang has said that this stone has no jade, so this stone must be a waste stone without a doubt. I've already said that this is a waste stone, but how come that kid doesn't seem to want to let go of it?" Chen Mofan is indeed a little reluctant to let go of the waste stone or jadeite. It was the first stone he'd ever chosen, and there had to be a beginning and an end. And besides, he didn't care about the money. Besides, experts and gurus seem to be the least valuable these days, right? Chen Merfan directly shook his head and refused. "Sorry, I think this stone is good." Chen Mofan unexpectedly refused, and the surrounding crowd resounded with a burst of snickers at the sight of this scene. Have seen stupid, but I've never seen this stupid. It really opened my eyes. Master has said that this stone is a waste stone, and this stupid kid even insisted on buying it. It's still a real man's fool's errand. Oh, I'm waiting to see this little cutie. The look of regret later. That's going to be fun. The Black Silk Beauty was even looking at her like a little cutie, like looking at Chen Mofan. She thought that this person must be sick in the head, that he didn't believe Master Shang's words. "It's not a cutie. What is it?" Shuei Jun looked at Chen Mofan was also helpless. This son-in-law really answered his words. It's a man who's a fool with a lot of money and a lot of wrongdoing. Master Shang's face was filled with disappointment as he looked at Chen Mofan and shook his head inside. "As much as I mean to mention you, I'm not going to mention a cutie. That, young man, you are in good hands." The crowd let out a sneer. But Chen Mofan remained unmoved and directly asked the boss to open the stone. The stone chosen by the sailors was opened first, a raw stone of excellent quality, priced at $100,000. But when you cut it open, it's still a stone, except for the stone, and you can't see a bit of green in it at all. The sailor was full of doubts and completely skeptical. Next up is Chen Mervin's mossy stone. That excellent quality rock didn't even produce an emerald. This mossy stone crowd also became even less optimistic and mocked it. But as the stone was put into the cutter, and a piece of the exterior cut through, a flash of shock suddenly appeared on the face of the boss, who was originally operating carefully, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Green! See green!" This exclamation, like a bomb, detonated in the crowd. Everyone looked at the boss in disbelief. Seeing green? How can it see green? Isn't it a piece of waste rock? The question surfaced in everyone's mind. As the corner of the original stone was completely cut, a deep green appeared in front of everyone's eyes. That deep green was crystal clear. There wasn't a trace of impurity in it, not even half a crack in it. The exterior is only wrapped in a thin layer of stone skin. Watching this scene, everyone present unanimously sucked in a breath of cool air. Everyone's face wore shock as they looked at the stone in disbelief. Imperial green. Excellent emerald. I don't know who shouted, but everyone around the room went into a complete daze. A waste stone that was not favored by the crowd was opened with a superb imperial green. That deep green color was like the loudest slap in the world, slapped the crowd hard in the face. Everyone felt their faces burning and reddening. Just a moment ago, they were desperately mocking, saying that this raw stone was a waste stone. They urged Chen Mofan to give up, and some even mocked Chen Mofan for being a cutie. But now what? Just who was the cutie? It's not obvious. The sailors were thrown into a deep state of skepticism that he couldn't believe that a piece of scrap stone he had identified had opened up a superb imperial green. This doesn't match what you've learned, does it? What the hell have I learned in all these years? The sailors were caught up in god-awful self-doubt. Grandmaster Shishang even rubbed his eyes fiercely. He must have blurred his eyes. This shouldn't be how can this still be an emerald? Shishang looked at the translucent deep green color and only felt his old face burning and reddening. It seemed to hurt a little bit more, like being slapped hard in the mouth. He had been slapped in the face by a youngster, which made him have no face to stay here any longer. Turn around and walk away. The black silk beauty clenched her teeth hard, biting down on a cackle of. Her eyes were full of jealousy when she looked at Chen Mofan. No longer was there any semblance of the mockery and arrogance she had before, thinking about how he had just looked at him like a little cutie, like looking at Chen Mofan. Now that the stone is open, instead, she became a real cutie. This sense of contrast made her blush while being very angry, thinking of his own no less than a dozen raw stone, but each is a waste of stone. On the contrary, this kid just opened one and got the very best imperial green. What's even more irritating is that she was the one who originally saw the stone, which was supposed to belong to her. That made her even more angry. Little brother, without further ado, I'll offer $3 million to take this piece of imperial green. A man in the crowd opened his mouth and shouted, "What? It's only $3 million. You're fooling the little cutie. What about? I'll offer $5 million. Little brother, $5.5 million. A shout rang out as people scrambled to acquire it, and the price came to $6,020,000. In the blink of an eye, becomes $6 million, doubling a full 300 times. Chen Mofan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He could finally understand why the sailors were so obsessed with gambling stones. It's really easy to get obsessed with this feeling of being violently rich, and the black silk beauty was even more jealous, to the point of exploding in her heart after hearing $6 million. She stood up, walked over to Chen Mofan, and pointed at the emerald, saying, "This stone is mine. I saw it first. Hurry up and give it back," the black silk beauty said, coming up and making a move to grab it. Chen Mofan almost laughed in anger. He found the funny, first picking it up and dropping it, then dropping it and picking it up again, and finally dropping it in the. Now look at this stone out of the jade, more simply on the hands to grab. Chen Mofan was not polite, and grabbed her hand, saying icily, "Beauty, I think I paid for this stone. What does it have to do with you?" The black silk beauty sniffed for a moment. She opened her mouth several times, but could not produce a single word. And finally, "It is simply unreasonable. I can pay you back the 20,000 you offered. I'll give you 100,000. But I saw the stone first, and you must give it to me," the black silk beauty said, began to splash and roll, and made a move to grab the emerald beside Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan used the last of his patience and spoke, "Beauty, you don't want this stone. I bought it, and I made a point of inquiring about it at the time. But do you remember what you said at the time?" The black silk beauty's face flushed red, and she said savagely, "I don't care. This stone must be mine. I can tell you that my man is Master Tiger. Mess with me and you're on your own. The black silk beauty was even full of cold smiles at the end. Exporting threats. Chapter 115, A Direct Mouthful. The crowd was originally very unashamed of the black silk beauty. Obviously you don't want the. But look at the opening of the emerald immediately reversed. This backtracking behavior made them not on, and they all stood in solidarity with Chen Mofan. Of course, there were those who were jealous of Chen Mofan in their hearts, although they didn't show anything on their faces, but in his heart, he couldn't wait for this kid to offend some big shot and get properly cleaned up. Now, hearing that it was Master Tiger's woman, the faces of those who were jealous in their hearts began to turn playful and, with a teasing face, he looked at Chen Mofan. In Liucheng, Master Tiger's reputation is very loud, though he was slapped in the face a few times by the mortal gods and was hit hard. But even though the tiger has fallen, it still has power. Master Tiger is simply not someone they can mess with. Even more so, it was not something that a youngster like Chen Mofan could provoke. Most of the people watching had expressions of awe on their faces, shutting up and standing honestly. Looking at the crowd's appearance, the black silk beauty smiled smugly. She tilted her head and looked coldly at Chen Mofan, who didn't speak. Towing out, he said, "Wasn't he quite able to talk just now? You're talking, give you face and you don't want it. What kind of thing is that?" Bah! Chen Mofan looked at the spit at his feet and became angry. He realized that these people who hang out with Lei Hu aren't so different from each other. It's all so arrogant and bossy. First it was Lei Lu, then Zhang Zhua, then Lei Hu, and now this black silk. What a lineage! The black silk beauty didn't relieve her hatred again and acted even more rampant as she reached out and nudged Chen Mofan's chest. Arrogantly, he said, "I told you, I saw this first, but you had to reason with me. Come on, you're giving me a line of reasoning, I'll listen to it. Speak your mom." Chen Mofan was not spoiled in the slightest and directly slapped his mouth out. Pop! This mouth directly slapped the black silk beauty out of the room, leaving her lying on the ground on the spot. The blood spilled from the corners of his mouth and his head was full of gold stars. This mouth slapped the black silk directly into confusion. She looked at Chen Mofan incredulously, and a full 10 seconds passed before she wailed out, "How dare you hit me? I'm Master Tiger's woman, and you're worthy of hitting me?" Black Silk said, pulling out her cell phone and calling Lei Hu. Then he looked at Chen Mofan with a resentful face. When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, those who were jealous in their hearts opened their mouths and mocked. Alas, young people nowadays really don't know what they're doing. This is Master Tiger. What's the difference between messing with him and seeking death? This young man can't be taking himself for a mortal god. Can he? Mortal gods dare to mess with. Doesn't mean we dare to mess with it too. My guess is that this kid will absolutely fall to his knees in fear and beg for mercy. But too late? Originally, I thought he was a lucky man to open an Imperial Green. But now, being in luck doesn't help. Being an A*** in person doesn't help either. This kind of person is not only stupid himself, but also involves his family, so you have to stay away from him. I'd be afraid to be implicated by him. Hey, wait for the show. Poor pussies these days are so breathless it's funny. Accompanied by the murmurs of the crowd, Master Tiger brought 3 of his men and slowly walked towards the area. After Lei Lu's death, Lei Hu had plans to have another one, so he found a little beauty, counting on her to carry on her family's legacy. Therefore, for this little beauty, Lei Hu was very loving. Not only did he bring her to the auction, but he also gave her $3 million in one big hand and let her just go and play. But I never thought that there would still be an ungrateful guy here who dared to touch his woman. It's not a death wish. As soon as he pushed away the one person who was in his way, Lei Hu cursed and opened his mouth. "Who's so ungrateful? How dare you touch my men? Don't know how to spell death do you?" As the arrogant words exited, the stream of people blocking in front of Lei Hu coincidentally began to separate to the left and right. "Get out of the way." Lei Hu really came. The eyes of the surrounding crowd looking at Chen Mofan were full of banter. All realized that this kid is dead now. When Black Silk saw Lei Hu coming, her face was delighted, and after giving Chen Mofan a contemptuous glance, smiling coldly, he said, "Today, I'll let you understand the price of offending me." Black Silk sneered and walked towards Lei Hu with a face full of aggression. "Honey, look at what he did to my face. Look at it." Black Silk cried in aggravation, putting on a pitiful appearance and covering her face to point at Chen Mofan. Lei Hu's gaze followed Black Silk's finger, and with just one glance, he almost sat on his butt. Mortal gods? The cold sweat on Lei Hu's face instantly ran down his cheeks like a waterfall. The originally rosy face was also as pale as snow after seeing Chen Mofan. "Honey, what are you waiting for? Help me teach him a lesson." Black Silk wrapped her arms around Lei Hu and pouted, but she didn't expect that after her words fell, Lei Hu's face became hideous in a flash of time. He raised his hand and slapped the Black Silk across the face. Pop! That mouth slapped Black Silk right silly. The people watching from all around were also confused. They were waiting to see Master Tiger clean up this lucky kid? How come they turn around and beat up Blackie instead? In the next second, Lei Hu told them the answer with his actions, only to see Lei Hu with a smile on his face, full of currying favor. He came to Chen Mofan and laughed. Mortal god, you're here? One sentence was like an earthquake that shook everyone's head. A mortal god? This guy is a mortal god? The crowd all looked at Chen Mofan with fearful faces. Before those who exported mocking taunts at this moment is even more scared face like dirt. Keeping his head down he didn't dare say a word. Where? The mortal gods. Misunderstanding? These are all misunderstandings. This girl does not understand things. I'll bring it back later for a good lesson. Hearing this, Black Silk nodded her head repeatedly. She had long since been frightened to the point where her legs were weak. How could she not expect that the brat she looked down on would be a mortal god? This man even slaps his own man. Not to mention she's a foxy woman. Black Silk was trembling with fear as she glanced at Chen Mofan in awe. In a small voice, he said, Fan god, I was wrong, I apologize to you. Chen Mofan's gaze, however, did not even look at him, but rather at Lei Hu. Without the slightest bit of nonsense, he directly slapped his mouth. There was a crunching sound, and when the crowd heard it, their bodies trembled. Everyone looked at Chen Merfan with shocked faces. They didn't expect the mortal god to be so strong. Master Tiger slapped when he said he would, not giving Master Tiger any face at all. This hegemony made their hearts shocked, and at the same time, they were also very eager. Lei Hu covered his face. His face was unusually ugly. He didn't expect Chen Mofan to not give himself any face at all, would actually slap him in the mouth in front of everyone. In fact, Chen Mofan had already given him a lot of face, just from Lei Hu's arrogant and overbearing strength. Chen Mofan had the heart to kill him, not to mention the nasty things this guy had done before. Chen Mofan only slapped him in the mouth. It's already kind of cheap. A mortal god is a mortal god, and his attitude is always tough and enviable. A conversational voice rang out from behind the two, a hint of obvious playfulness in its tone. Chapter 116. A mortal god is a mortal god, always tough, enviable. A word rang through the crowd, a hint of obvious teasing in its tone. Looking around, he saw Chen Xiaokuan walking from the crowd with a group of rich kids. The leader, Chen Xiaokuan, looked at Chen Mofan with a playful smile on his face. Mortal god, hello again? Chen Xiaokuan laughed. Chen Mofan smiled back. Over the past few days, Chen Xiaokuan had been begging him, saying nice things to him, trying to get back into that group. But today, the guy's attitude had clearly changed, and the hint of a playful smile that, it's a bit of a gloat any way you look at it. I just don't know how long the mortal god's arrogance can last. Chen Xiaokuan spoke quietly, then lit a cigarette and took a puff before, then teasingly said, Fan Shen, sorry, I heard that you want to buy the company. Brother, I happen to have the same idea, and as it happens, one step ahead of the mortal gods, having acquired companies already 7 in number. I don't know if I've spoiled the plans of the mortal gods, and if I have, brother here to say sorry in advance. Chen Xiaokuan said with a playful face, a hint of obvious smugness in his smile. Chen Mofan also smiled. I don't know since when the people of Liuqing have begun to believe that he acquired the company for a big plan. Otherwise there's no way to explain why he started his acquisition spree. And what Chen Xiaokuan did was to join in on the fun, too, by acquiring the company, disrupting Chen Mervan's already non-existent plans. He wanted to use this as a bargaining chip to make peace with Chen Mofan. Hopefully, Chen Mofan wouldn't hold a grudge against him because he had been on the wrong side. Looking at the complacent Chen Xiaokuan, Chen Merfan could barely hold back his laughter. He's buying companies just to spend money, and if he's got any plans at all, it's just the Tennessee Capital Program. And the Sky Capital Program is being carried out all in Old Town, where it has nothing to do with the companies that are being acquired. The only relationship spending money, and Chen Mofan has found a place for it. Is this auction? He was ready to take all the jade here. This Chen Xiaokuan is simply lifting a stone and smugly acquiring the company. Not to mention the fact that the funds are trapped and useless. The point is that those companies keep losing money. Shaking his head, Chen Merfan smiled and patted Chen Xiaokuan's shoulder, laughing, it's fine. It's a takeover. The highest bidder gets it. Keep up the good work. I'm sure half of Liuqing Corporation will be in your Chen family's pocket. Chen Xiaokuan looked at Chen Mofan, whose face was relaxed and casual, and his brows zhushed up, in his speculation that Chen Mofan should not give him a good face when he hears that he has acquired the company. But now, Chen Merfan was relaxed and casual, as if he didn't care. Doesn't he want his big plan anymore? Chen Xiaokuan frowned. Mortal god, we all know each other's roots. It's not necessary for you to impose yourself like that. I, Chen Xiaokuan, am not the type to give an inch, and I don't want to, or dare to, make an enemy of you, the mortal god. All I want is for you to let me back into the group and we can all continue to be friends, and I'll sell these companies to you cheap. Chen Xiaokuan was a little apprehensive in his heart and took the lead in softening. Chen Merfan sighed out a breath in his heart and looked into Chen Xiaokuan's eyes, his face bland as he said, "Young Chen, for the enemy or not, you're really overthinking it. Perhaps you've long forgotten that when I offered Zhang Zuo a reward, I once said that I owed you all a favor. With this favor in mind, even if you're on the wrong side of the fence, there's no harm in not being friends. We can still be business partners. It's just that that's something you've forgotten, and you've narrowed the path." Chen Xiaokuan's body trembled. Indeed, Chen Mofen did say this during the bounty on Zhang Zuo, but one thought that it was just Chen Mofen's casual remark, because Long Ao Tian, who had contributed in the end, not him, Chen Xiaokuan. But now it seems that Chen Mofen has always remembered, and he has narrowed the path. After standing on the wrong team, the fear of reprisals desperately blocked Chen Mofen, but also the early acquisition of the company, trying to sabotage Chen Mofen's plan, tripping up one after another. The favors have long since been used up. Thinking of this, a strong sense of remorse surfaced in Chen Xiaokuan's eyes, just like what Chen Meifan said. Friends can't be friends, but they can still be partners in business. But he ruined it all. Thinking of the stupid things he had done these days, Chen Xiaokuan had a feeling of wanting to be hysterical. He couldn't wait to roar in anger and give himself a few big smacks. At this moment, he realized that he was really so stupid. So stupid. But the good thing is that everything is still salvageable and he still has those chips. As long as he had these chips in place, he could make a fair deal with the mortal gods. Vulcan, I was wrong before, and to apologize for I can sell you the company I'm holding for acquisition at a 50% discount. Chen Xiaokuan said through gritted teeth that he had spent billions to acquire these companies. The family has used all of their liquidity, not to mention taking out a loan of over $1 billion. Now that it's sold at 50% off, his heart is bleeding, and this time, their Chen family is a bit of a metamorphosis. But to Chen Xiaokuan's surprise, Chen Mofen showed no interest whatsoever. Without a moment's hesitation, he simply shook his head no. This scene, not to mention Chen Xiaokuan's surprise, it was the surrounding crowd, their faces showed surprise. They all believed that Vanguard had bought the company for a big plan. But now that, how dare these corporate mortal gods not want it? What? Is this abandoning his plan? Or did he not need these companies for his program in the first place? Thinking so, many shocked people had sucked in a breath of cool air, their faces filled with shock. They understood, they guessed, that this was not the plan of the mortal god. Rather, it's about removing hidden dangers. The three great young men of Liao City, Long Ao Tian, Bai Yu and Chen Xiaokuan. These three represented the top three big families behind them, the Long family, the Bai family, and the Chen family. Apart from the Chen family, the Bai family and the Long family were both closely related to the mortal god. And with this takeover plan, he's digging a big hole, waiting for the Chen family to get into it, waiting for the people in Liucheng who are his enemies to burrow into it. In this way, they are pulled into it to hedge their funds. That way, he could open the real plan with confidence and boldness. Now it seems clear that Chen Xiaochuan took the bait, and the funds are trapped inside the family doesn't have a single penny of liquidity, not to mention the fact that it owes a bank loan. Wanting to sabotage Chen Mofen's next plan was already more than enough. Following behind Chen Xiaokuan, those next-level big boys, who also more or less acquired the company, funds are similarly trapped. With only one move, all the hidden dangers of Liaoqing were solved. Not only brilliant, but way too ruthless. One slip-up by these trapped families could lead to a break in the financial chain, which in turn could lead to bankruptcy. Just thinking about it, a cold sweat just broke out on these people's foreheads. They didn't expect Chen Mofen's methods to be so brilliant and vicious. If their thoughts were known by Chen Mofen, I'm afraid they would laugh helplessly. Tall hammers, tough bastards. He just wants to spend money. But the smarter you are, the more you tend to want to complicate simple things, because the name of the mortal gods is out there, and they don't believe that the mortal god was originally just a poor who just wanted to spend money. Chapter 117, The Brainstorming Crowd. A move to solve the hidden dangers within Liaoqing. At this moment, the crowd looked at Chen Mofen, and everyone felt that Chen Mofen was starting to become mysterious. It's horrible. This man is horrible. The thought bubbled up in every mind that the eyes that looked at Chen Mofen also became more fearful. Lei Hu's gaze was also more fearful, and after the explanation of the people around him, he understood. He originally thought that, like him, Chen Mofen was a guy who only knew how to use force, but now it seemed that the mortal god was not a simple-minded person. This was clearly an intellect like a demon. Lei Hu was completely terrified. At this moment, he was really scared. It was because he could clearly sense that the mortal god was looking down on him. He was afraid that Chen Mofen would use his demon-like intelligence against himself as well. And would a simple-minded guy like him, who only knows how to do things, be a match for a mortal god? I'm afraid he's been sold by the mortal gods, and he's still foolishly counting the money for the mortal gods himself. No, I can never sit around like this, Lei Hu thought in his mind and looked around. Wang Mokai looked completely dumbfounded, and in his heart there was nothing but shock. He had also originally thought that the mortal gods were just Ho and trenchant, but now look, Chen Mofan is not only Ho, but also has an IQ like a demon. Some of his seemingly unintentional actions had his own calculations in mind. For example, the bounty at the beginning, take down the Tiankai Hotel in Tiankai, Li Tiankai. Now, it may look like an acquisition of a company, but it turns out to be a big hole dug for all the enemies of the, waiting for them to jump in. Horrible, this is just horrible. Wang Mokai thought in his heart and looked at Chen Mofan with more than a hint of fear in his admiration. At the same time, he also understood better that by following such a boss, he would definitely be able to soar in the future. Chen Xiaokuan also thought to understand. Thinking about it, he was like a deflated ball on the spot, almost paralyzed on the ground. He was afraid, scared, regretful, and all sorts of emotions came to the forefront of his mind. At this moment, he realized how stupid he was. No wonder the mortal god had that look of disinterest when he had just met him. He had originally thought that this was just the mortal god being deliberately hardened, but now it seems, this is not a hard sell. The other side is really do not care, because he's just waiting for himself to jump in? It was ridiculous to think that one thought that this was one's bargaining chip, one's courage to negotiate with the mortal gods. Thinking about this, Chen Xiaokuan only felt so ridiculous, and his heart was even more filled with remorse. He knew that his Chen family was finished. One slip up in bankruptcy is trivial. His Chen family's funds have been completely trapped, and there's no liquidity to work with. It may not be a big deal in the short term, but if this situation continues, he can't even imagine what kind of outcome would their Chen family have? Horrible. This man is horrible. Where the gods? Chen Xiaokuan only stammered a few words before he couldn't say anymore. He wanted to say that he would admit defeat, but realized that he would not even be qualified to do so. The bottom card was played, but it didn't hurt the mortal god one bit. The Chen family he was so proud of had now been dragged into the mud pit by him. Whether he could climb out or not was still another matter. What qualification did he have to admit defeat? Outside, Suha watched this scene, his head lowered, thinking deeply for a long time. He had thought that mortal gods were not to be feared, but merely capitalized on itself without being too colorful. But looking at it now, it's not that it's not colorful, it's just too colorful, slightly out of hand. They had already reached the limit of these great young men of theirs. He thought to himself that he was not so highly intelligent, so shrewd, as the mortal gods. By himself, he was afraid that if he continued to fight hard with the mortal god, he would be eaten by the mortal god without even a crumb left. He had to find allies and gather the crowd. Yuju is a good choice. And now, Chen Xiaokuan, Lei Hu, these guys are good candidates. Both of them had a pivotal position in Liaoqing and were great allies. At the same time, developing the old town, these two can make a big difference. With the development of the old town, a big money spinning, capital accumulating. That way he would have the confidence to deal with Chen Mofan. He knows very well that Chen Mofan is well capitalized, and it's easy for him to take out billions of dollars. But he believed that after the old city was in his hands, he would have the capital to do the same. However, Chen Mofan once again refreshed his cognition, making it clear to him that the arrogant words of the mortal god, "Don't challenge my allowance with your savings," only to see Chen Mofan tired of playing, without saying anything, directly trailer into the field, watching the dozen or so trailers swagger into Workers' Stadium. They were followed by 4 or 5 bulldozers. It was a scene that directly dumbfounded everyone in the stadium, speculating that what is this about the mortal gods? What's going on? Is the mortal god pushing the auction? This is too much. Do you think it's possible that the mortal god is trying to transport Jade in a trailer? Can't be. The Jade here is worth billions? Another man spoke up, but he couldn't get halfway through his sentence, because all of a sudden he thought that mortal gods might actually be capable of such things. After all, a guy who casually swipes $600 million is spending billions on Jade. It doesn't seem impossible, but just thinking about it, everyone's hearts were instantly filled with excitement. Is this where the mortal god is going to proceed to show off his greatness? And they can witness it? Everyone's gazes uniformly looked at Chen Mofan in unison. Everyone's eyes were blazing with fervor and anticipation. Chen Mofan would naturally not fail them. I only saw him walk to the stall where he had just gambled on the stones with a flat face. Looking at the owner, he calmly said, "I'll take everything in your stall, and I'll give you 30% over the market price." When these words came out, the surrounding crowd stared in disbelief, while the boss sucked in a breath of cool air. Are they all so posh now? Originally, he was worried that with only 3 days, he wouldn't be able to sell all these jades, but now, just half a day and you're wrapped up? Holy, that wasn't a mental note either. Dumbfounded for 2 seconds. The boss nodded busily. 30% over market value. He's making a fortune. Chen Murphin's face was calm as he handed over the black card. Now, take your money and leave my stall. Seeing this, Wang Mo Kai calmly smiled and waved his hand. Load the car. As the bulldozer pulled up, the crowd was completely confused. Asterisk asterisk. The mortal gods are really going to use a trailer for Jade? I'm shocked. I set his monkey on fire. And for the first time I knew Jade could be associated with a trailer. There's more than just raw stone in here. There's carved jade. That said, is the mortal god really not afraid of damage to these things when the bulldozer goes down with a shovel? Outrageous. So outrageous. It's Jade. LOL asterisk asterisk. It's an eye-opener. I've had a eye-opener today. Chapter 118. It's over before it begins. Walking from store to store. The process is simple and brutal. Negotiate price. Swipe card. Leave my booth. Bulldozer pulls up. Load truck. Everyone was shocked, and for the first time they knew that the original Jade could be bought in this way. Suha directly sat down on his butt. He was interested in the funds that Chen Mofin held in his hands. There's a whole new perception. He thought to himself that even if he took Old Town, he wouldn't dare splurge like that. That's a lot of money. At the moment he really wants to ask, Big brother, your money is burning hands. You're too trenchant in your spending. How many billions of dollars have been spent in this moment? Chen Xiaokuan regretted his intestines. If he had not stood on the wrong side of the line, backed by such a strong capital as the mortal god, their Chen family could completely grow by leaps and bounds, and it was perfectly fine for their strength to rise to another level. But now, he could only watch as the Long and White families, with the support of the mortal Kami, fast forward, their Chen family, on the other hand, was facing a crisis on the verge of bankruptcy. Comparing the two, remorse filled Chen Xiaokuan's heart. Master Tiger came straight to the, he realized today, what is called rich. That's what the mortal gods call really rich. This is a big deal. Not to say that no one has ever done it before, but I'm afraid that there will be no one after. Not to mention, he felt like he could kill himself with so much money down the drain. Shui Yuro's family was also completely stupefied. Their knowledge of Chen Mofin all came from hearsay, knowing that this big god is trenchant, but no one told them it was such a trenchant method. Watching, as that one stall was emptied, they realized that their worldview was actually shattered. Is this the difference between the rich and the poor? In the past, it was a problem for them to have enough to eat for 3 meals, but now he even started to follow Chen Mofin to sweep up the jade stalls. Chen Mofin had already said that these jades, the ones that their family had their eyes on, would be directly embraced. Doesn't Uncle Sailor like to open stones? Okay, I'll pull a big truckload of rocks over to your house later. Drive slowly. The sailors who heard this were simply delighted. Without saying a word, he went straight up to help, directing the loading of the big trailer. Shui Yuro originally didn't want to take those jade jewelry. She felt that their family owed Chen Mofin too much, and that if they continued to owe so much, she didn't even know how to repay it. She felt that by not handing over her one blood to Chen Mofin as soon as possible, that's all considered too much for her not to know what it means to know what's going on. She won't take it, but Chen Mofin said that those jade jewelry are finely carved and fragile. One shovelful from a bulldozer. Then there's no telling how much destruction there's going to be. Either pick the good one and you take it, or just ruin it. Take your pick anyway. Shui Yuro had no choice but to pull her own mother and little brother, and went to pick out the jade. Wang Ma Kai is even more thoughtful to drive a Mercedes-Benz business. Those jade necklaces, bracelets, filled a business van straight away. The people watching from all around were even more completely dumbfounded. Puff, puff, the paralyzed voice kept ringing out. Watching those jade stones being loaded into the big trailer, shovel by shovel, they just felt like their worldview was completely ruined today. And their chatter hasn't stopped since the trailer came in. These jades are just going to be loaded on the truck? I guess all these jades have to cry. Who has ever treated them so roughly in thousands of years? I'll set him up with a monkey. What do I see? A pair of jade bracelets worth over $100,000. A shovel went down, and it directly shattered into 8 pieces. The kind that couldn't even be put together. Just like that? The god of mortality is right next to us. I can't believe it doesn't hurt at all, but I'm heartbroken. What's that to you? I saw a piece of raw stone. A shovel went down and the skin broke. Revealed the inside of the purple jade. That is purple jade. At least is worth $1 million. But just like this broken? I'm sorry. What a worldview I have. What the hell is this? A good auction that ends before it even starts? This is one of the fastest moving events I've ever seen. Half a day. The goods are gone. Why do I want to laugh so much? My friend even said he was coming over for the evening. Over to enjoy the spectacle. And now look. Enjoy the hang. When he comes, there won't be a hair left. Asterisk asterisk. The mortal god has completely bowled me over today. His hoe has conquered my heart. I'm tempted to ask him if he still lacks a son, and I have the urge to get down on my knees and honor him. Not to mention you. I'd like to pension him off. An 80-year-old grandfather spoke languidly. The people around them were even more shocked when they heard this. Grandpa, you're playing with more flowers than we are. It turns out that human grief and joy are not connected. Unlike their shock, the forklift driver was terrified. This is millions of dollars a shovel. And there are times when you don't shovel it right. Shoveling up a piece of purple jade, that's millions gone. This job is too scary. It's the first time they've done such a big job in years. More than 1,000 stalls ended. The money that needed to be spent, Chen Mofan spent all of it, and 100 million over. Now Chen Mofan could finally relax. His little brother preserved. Not only was his little brother saved, but he had 3 of his spending points left. However, these 3 spending points, Chen Mofan did not use them, but kept them for backup. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of spending all $10 billion in 10 days. The system is very happy about this, but given that the host spent all $10 billion because of a coincidence, there is trickery. This system now releases a new task for the host. Spend all $20 billion within 10 days. If the host can't accomplish it, the system will give the host a big green hat. The voice of the system in his head rang out, and Chen Mofan directly ed. It's not even a sigh of relief. Only to turn around and you're making up cuckolds for me. As a man, the last thing you can tolerate is a cuckold. Ruyan Lu had put it on him once. So now, even though Ruyan Lu was trying to tempt him in every way possible, it even showed that she was willing to take the initiative to climb into Chen Mofan's bed as soon as he hooked his finger. But in response, Chen Mofan directly ignored it. Once a cuckold, always a roller. Now that the system was even going to give him something to wear, he went straight to the mama sellers. Spending money, and this time the amount has gone up. Spending $20 billion in 10 days. The system is constantly raising the difficulty for him, isn't it? Boss, where are so many jades being sent to? Wang Mo Kai inquired. These, Chen Mofan had thought about long ago. Let's find a warehouse to put it in first. Haven't we started our Heaven's Capital program? I've thought about the decoration of the hotel, so I'll take these jades and carve them into various ornaments and put them in the hotel. And as for the broken jades, grind it directly into powder and make it into flooring and lay it on the ground. Since it's an upscale hotel, it must be as upscale as it gets. Penthouse box. I'll use jade as tableware. Wang Mo Kai was directly dumbfounded. Isn't this a bit too much? These are billions of dollars worth of jade, and you tell me they're for decoration. Either that or it's made into cutlery? Chapter 119, a slap in the face. There's no upscale hotel that's more upscale than them. Ordinary people have a piece of jade of good character that have to be carefully provided for fear of bumping. But now, those superb jades are just restaurant ornaments for people to play with? Wang Mo Kai was speechless. Shocked and speechless. Old Wang, get the workers to make it now. I want the best jade master. Price is not an issue. Let them do it with confidence. It doesn't matter if it breaks. A third of this much jade would be fine, but each piece must be exquisite. With a 1/3 yield rate, Old Wang once again sweated a little. A trailer was loaded and all the stalls were swept away. The sense of contrast between a stadium that was still full of goods and one that was empty in the blink of an eye. It left everyone frozen in place, with a feeling of being out of this world. The organizers were faced with this situation and were left in tears. They're naturally happy when all the jade is sold out. But what about publicity? Isn't this campaign just for publicity? Now it's good. All the publicity is gone. Hell, it's over before it even started. They had a feeling they wanted to cry. Chen Mofan didn't know what was going on in their minds. At this moment, he had already taken Shui Yuro's family to dinner. And there was still the auction in the evening? That was the main event. Now, on the other hand, you need to get your energy up for the big night. The building is empty. There's nothing left to see. There's nothing left to play. The stadium crowd slowly dispersed as well. And those who are new to the area are confused. They're in the right place. Why is it empty? Su Hao looked at Chen Mofan's back as he left. His face filled with resentment. Now his face still hurts and his head still buzzes sometimes. All of this is thanks to Chen Mofan. But the bottomless capital behind Chen Mofan was also scaring him. Especially today, when Hao Hong made a move. It scared him all to death. But it's good that this guy is desperately trying to expend his capital. That way, there will be no money to remodel the old town. And naturally, no one will snatch the project from him. I'm going to make you bleed a little more at the auction tonight. Su Hao's grim words exited. His face filled with a cold smile. Now, he's going to find allies. Lei Hu, Chen Xiaokuan. He was sure these people would love to ally themselves with him. The time came to 7 o'clock in the evening. Chen Mofan brought Shui Yuro, Old Wang, and Qin Ku, and the three of them returned to the stadium once again. Toward the center of the stadium, Suha walked with Chin Shaokuan and Lei Hu's group of people. There are quite a few acquaintances here. Not only the Yu Zhu, who was violently beaten up before. There were also a few people who had robbed the Emperor's Hall from him in the Red Lust Casino earlier, who had been violently beaten up by him and finally carried out. The two sides met in front of the gymnasium, and these guys saw Chen Mofan with an angry face. Eyes were not looking at him kindly. Seeing such a gaze, Chen Mofan didn't dawdle and directly pointed at the nose of the leader. Take one more look, or I'll pick those 2 glass balls out of your ass, so that you won't even have to look at it later. The man's face darkened when he heard this, and he didn't doubt the truthfulness of Chen Mofan's words in the slightest. This guy even slapped Lei Hu when he said he would, and now he's saying he's going to buckle his eyeballs. But no matter what, he's a big shot on one side, and he's just been intimidated by a few words like that. How is he going to get along in the future? With an ugly face, the man dared not look at it, but opened his mouth and was about to say a few words on the scene. But before the words could be said, Chen Mofan directly threw over a big mouth. Says your sister, give you face and you don't want it, then don't want it. Pop, 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 pop. One big slap after another. The man swelled again where the swelling had gone down. As for Su Hao and the others, in the face of this situation, they directly chose to ignore it. Just kidding, who doesn't know the temperament of the mortal god? That says slap you. Absolutely a big mouth to serve. No mercy at all. Who dares to stop them? In the face of a mortal god? If you want to blame them, you can't blame them for seeing death. You can only blame you for being a. Why do you think you're messing with him? You're trying to make a scene. Don't you know this kid has really killed tough guys? If he says he'll kill you, he'll really kill you. Scar is good enough, isn't he? Zheng Zui is good enough. You don't know these two. Fine, but don't you have a ready-made Lei Hu with you? Can't you see him cowering honestly like a quail when he sees Chen Mofan? He wouldn't even dare to say a word. How dare you? If you don't get beaten, who will? Another big mouth slapped out. The man directly fainted. He only felt his eyes filled with little stars. The organizers on the sidelines were at the entrance of the stadium, and when they saw this scene, they were sweating. It's a pull or a no pull. They had all heard that the mortal gods had bad tempers. Before they had come into contact with the mortal gods, they didn't know that a bad temper was such a bad law. Say clear and slap people. It's embarrassing for them. Stiffly, the head of the organizer walked over with a smile on his face. Mortal god, does your hand hurt? Why don't we take a break? The person in charge really didn't dare to say something hard. And could only carefully persuade. He knew very well that the mortal god was a non-vegetarian. No matter who you were, if you messed with him, it would be light to serve him with a big mouth. Didn't you see Soho, Yoju and Lei Hu next to you? Their faces are all swollen. That was green with purple. Finally there is still a Chen Shaokuan. His face is not injured, but the most tragic. The Chen family may lose money. The Manfan god had just dug a hole, and he couldn't wait to jump into it. That's really sexual. And the main focus is a companion. Chen Mofan shook it off and said flatly, don't say, it really hurts a bit. The person in charge was in a cold sweat. Brother, you feel pain in your hand. That person's face is predictable. But this is something that the person in charge only dares to think about in his heart, saying that it is impossible to say. There's no way in this life that it could possibly be said. He was afraid that if he didn't say the right thing in that sentence, he would offend the mortal god and he would be slapped in that big mouth by the mortal god as well. Then, Vulcan, let's take a break. Come on, inside, Vulcan. Chen Mofan nodded and followed the person in charge toward the inside. Just entering inside, what you see is a spacious and bright hall. At the innermost part of the hall, there was a stage with a red carpet covering it, looking joyful. In front of the stage, then, were rows of red seats, from low to high, the ability for everyone to see the items on display. At this moment, the seats, the invited guests have come to the majority. A huge number of heads. Where do I do it? Chen Mofan inquired. Second floor. Mortal god, you are naturally on the second floor. The person in charge hurriedly pointed to the second floor. The second floor was partitioned off with a couple of private rooms, looking down from above, just overlooking the first floor. The items on display on the stage are naturally visible. At this moment, there were already some people sitting in the box on the second floor. Bai Yu, Long Ao Tian and the others had already come here. Only they had come with the elders of their families. Seeing Chen Mofan, the two of them smiled and greeted each other. What surprised Chen Mofan was that the beautiful policewoman, Tong Fei, was also on the second floor. Chapter 120 New Skill Perspective. Tong Fei on the second floor also saw Chen Mofan and greeted him with a smile. Chen Merfan smiled and waved his hand, but his eyes looked at a middle-aged man beside Tong Fei. The man wore a black-framed glasses, had a sharp, slab-sided head, and was dressed like Chen Mofan. Very casual, just a simple casual outfit. Looking at Chen Mofan's gaze to and fro, the middle-aged man smiled slightly and nodded his head in greeting. Seeing this, Chen Mofan also smiled and nodded, but in his heart, he set off a shocking wave. Liao Cheng's hand. Fuji Kong. I go Lu. Fuji Kong, Tong Fei. This have insider awe. Following the person in charge to the third box on the second floor, Chen Mofan sat down in his seat, waiting quietly for the opening. But the box to the right of Chen Mervan, apparently not as quiet as he was waiting for the. A whisper rang out from time to time. Since there was only a partition, the murmurs carried clearly. Uncle Wang, is that super raw stone confirmed to be displayed in this auction? A female voice rang out, crisp and clear. As soon as the female voice spoke, another pale voice rang out. Don't worry, miss. It's 100% certain that the grand finale auction item of this session is exactly that piece of raw stone. That's good. I was worried. I didn't know what to get my father for his 60th birthday. I'm sure he'll be very happy to have this raw stone as a congratulatory gift. Miss, as far as I know, a lot of bigwigs from Liucheng, up-and-coming celebrities, have come to this auction. Chen Mo Fan God also came to the auction house. I just don't know if they are interested in that piece of raw stone. When Chen Mofan heard this, his interest increased even more. This even mentioned himself. Interesting. It's okay. That Chen Mofan has already spent a lot of funds on the stalls. It should no longer be a threat to me. Before the woman could finish her words, she was interrupted by a light cough from the old man. Ahem. Miss, more words than you can say. Beware of ears through the wall. Apparently, the old man was afraid that in the boundaries of Liucheng, her own young lady said something that offended the mortal gods and drew the displeasure of this great Buddha. After these words, no more sound came from the next box, and I wonder if it was no longer open to talk. The still purposely lowered his voice, but the right one just stopped talking and the left one came back. Come on, little baby, sit on my lap. A lewd voice rang out, followed by a juvenile sound. I'm going to go. Chen Mofan was helpless at that time. He didn't understand. How monkeyish was this? Getting on here? It really opened his eyes. On the side, Shui Yuro's face was flushed red, and water was about to drip from her shy face. She held Chen Mofan's hand tightly and lowered her head, unable to say a word in shyness. Chen Mofan had no choice but to let old Wang go over and kindly remind him, but the juvenile voice was gone, replaced by a cursing voice. It's also peppered with words about what a hick, a bumpkin, and not having seen the world. Obviously this big brother was upset about being disturbed from a good thing. Boss, do you want me to go over and shut him up? Chinku opened his mouth. Chen Mofan wanted to nod his head, but at this moment the entire auction house went violently black. The next second a dozen spotlights turned on and shot straight down the center of the stage. Obviously, it's the start of the auction. Ha! Chen Mofan looked at this scene and could only suppress the thought of giving a good education. Seriously, look up downstairs. And at this moment, center stage, a female host walked out. Good evening to all our guests. Then there was a bunch of useless field talk. By the time the woman finished, the first auction item was also carried out by the staff. This is a good quality rough stone, creamy white in color overall. One end has a thumb-sized opening, also known as a casement window. Through the window, it was obvious that the inside was a crystalline green color that was translucent. Extreme jadeite, imperial green. I don't know who shouted the words that accompanied the cry of the. There was an exclamation or two from the people in the auction room. This piece of raw stone is great. Such a big piece. If it's full of emeralds, it's worth tens of millions at least. That's not true. This raw stone has only one window open, and the jade is of excellent quality when viewed through the window. But who knows what the rest of the world is like? You're wrong. It's only one window. But look at the color, the quality of the. It's obviously a fine piece of jade. Listening to the chatter of the people downstairs, Chen Mofan was getting sleepy from listening. He wants to spend money now, and he wants to hurry up the auction so he can spend it. It's just that spending money is spending money, and 220 meat is not too much of a rush now that he can keep it. When he wasn't in a hurry, he was more than willing to have some fun and didn't want to continue to be an ingrate. Thinking of this, Chen Merfan placed the remaining 3 points of proficiency on a new skill. Penetration, LV3. Name, Chen Mofan. Comprehensive physical fitness, 10. Normal, 10. Fighting mastery, LV1. Firearms mastery, LV1. Lockpicking mastery, LV1. Perspective, LV3. In an instant, Chen Mofan only felt that his eyes began to gradually become warm, like soaking in warm water, very warm. When the warmth gradually dissipated, Chen Mofan opened his eyes and, finding that everything in front of him was different, and that his vision had become unusually clear. Even some of the previous myopia has completely disappeared at this moment, and with the movement of his mind, He could even penetrate the item and see what was behind it. Ladies and gentlemen, the first lot of the session. An open window raw stone. Imperial green superb jadeite. The starting price is $3 million, and each increase shall not be less than $100,000. The moderator opened his mouth and quoted the starting bid. The audience below sucked in a breath of cool air when they heard that the first lot was $3 million. But a number of people are beginning to raise their prices. I'm $3.5 million. I'm $3,700,000. $4 million. A raise rang out, and the price quickly came to $4 million. Chen Mofan was not in a hurry. His eyes stared, and as his mind moved, his perspective opened again. Looked to the raw stone on the stage. Under Chen Mofan's penetrating gaze, the original stone had nothing to hide, and through the stone coat that wrapped around the exterior of he had a clear view of what was inside. As far as the eye could see, it was emerald green, and without a single crack. The product was even better compared to the mossy stone he had opened before. Looking at this scene, Chen Mofan did not hesitate in the slightest and directly waved his big hand. $6 million. As soon as this number came out, everyone's faces were shocked as they looked towards the box where Chen Mofan was. The highest bid was just $4 million, but Chen Mofan went out and added $2 million directly. This shocked the crowd. Even the host froze. If this is a piece of superb emerald, the value could be in the tens of millions. But now, the original stone only had a window open, and no one knew exactly what was going on inside. $6 million. That's a bit of an inflated price. They didn't know, but Chen Mofan was completely aware of it, and once his perspective was open, he could directly see it. Chapter 121, Who Are You? $6 million a time. $6 million twice. $6 million 3 times. Deal. Congratulations to the noble guest of box number 3 for auctioning the first item of this auction. What a ingrate. $6 million for a one open window rough stone. I'm laughing. The left side box. That boss who liked to play with excitement, spoke in a teasing tone. There was no lowering of his voice, and it was obvious that this was meant for Chen Mofan to hear. And it's obvious that this boss was disturbed from his good deed earlier, and it made him feel bad that, trying to find trouble with Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan smiled. Brother, then how much do you think you should pay for it appropriately? Stop. Don't call me brother. I have a name. Wu Hong. Call me brother Hang if you want. As for the brother. Do you deserve it? Interrupting my comfort. What the? In the left box, Wu Heng's contemptuous words came out with a hint of obvious disdain in his tone. Since the words had been said to this point, Chen Mofan had nothing more to say. With a wave of his hand, Shinko behind him naturally understood in a second that, striding out of the box toward the box on the left, a foot kicked open the door of the box room, and a loud noise then came from the left box. Who are you? What do you want? The screams, accompanied by the woman's screams, resounded throughout the auction. Everyone who heard the noise blushed curiously and looked toward the second floor. Naturally, the organizers heard the rattle. The man in charge grabbed a towel and frantically wiped the sweat from his face. He was naturally aware that this was a 4-pack making a commotion, and that through the camera he realized that the person who had broken into the 4-pack was one of the lads who had followed the mortal god. 3 packs against 4? As soon as that thought started, the person in charge felt more sweat on his forehead. These 2 boxes are filled with people he can't afford to offend. The 4th box is a famous Jade tycoon. It's very powerful in Diancheng. And 3 bags? That's a mortal god, the great Buddha of Liucheng. And these 2 are actually facing each other. What are you doing? I'm Wu Hong. How dare you treat me? Accompanied by miserable screams, the door of the room in the 4th pack opened, and Shinka dragged Wu Hong back to the 3rd pack. Boss, the man is brought. Shinka threw Wu Hong to the ground and didn't forget to kick him. Hearing these words, Chen Mofan turned to look towards Wu Hang. Wu Hong was a man with a dry, thin frame and a pair of peach blossom eyes on his lean face. It looks a little sleazy. Looking at Wu Hong, Chen Mofan pointed to the seat beside him and smiled. Boss Wu is here. Come, sit. Don't worry. I just want to ask Mr. Wu, how is it that I, Chen Mofan, don't deserve to be a brother to Boss Wu? Hearing this, Wu Hong coughed lightly and spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. Angrily, he said, I'll sit if you tell me to, kid. It's just that my bodyguard didn't bring it today. Otherwise, I'll make you kneel before me and call me master. Chen Mofan shook his head and laughed bitterly. Why was this Boss Wu still so grumpy? He was about to say something when there was a knock on the door, followed by the person in charge walking in. At the first sight of the skinned and swollen Wu Hang, the person in charge's heart trembled. Not daring to hesitate, hurriedly said, Where is the mortal god? Are you having any misunderstandings with this Wu boss? A mortal god? Even in his madness, Wu Hong knew that the one person he absolutely could not mess with in Liucheng was this mortal god. Originally, he came here this time, but he also wanted to discuss cooperation with the mortal god. He wants to build a large jade mall in Liucheng. But now, it's over before it even started? Had he known that he was a mortal god, he would never have said those words himself. Thinking about this, a touch of bitterness appeared on Wu Hang's face. But things have come to a head, and the two sides have already made a liang, so he won't grovel, either. As a jade tycoon, he has his own pride. Just by looking at the expression on Wu Hang's face, Chen Mofen had already guessed what was going on in his mind. Boss Wu, can we sit here and talk now? Wu Hong nodded and walked over with an ugly face. Chen Mofen, I know I can't mess with you in Liucheng, but since I did I won't be afraid. I still say, $6 million for a one open-windowed raw stone. Ha, you're still blind. Mortal god. As Wu Hang's words fell, a glint of obvious contempt appeared on his already bruised face and he skimmed his lips. Chen Mofen picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Laughing, he said, listening to what Boss Wu means is that you have good eyes. Ha, then in that case, dare to compare. How about you and I each auction 10 raw stones, and in the end, we'll see which one of us makes the most profit? You're competing with me? Wu Hong laughed contemptuously. Fine, it's fine to compare, but there must be a lottery. Otherwise I'm not interested. $100 million for a raw stone. Do the mortal gods dare to play? Wu Hong looked at Chen Mofen provocatively, the hooked-up corner of his mouth carrying a hint of obvious arrogance. $1 billion is indeed a bit much, and I don't blame you if the mortal gods don't dare to play. Wu Hong used agitation. In his opinion, he has been buying and selling jade for many years, so he is very familiar with this path. But what about Chen Mofen, a child, still wanting to compare with him? It's just funny. It wouldn't be an easy handful for himself to win against him. Just now, Chen Mofen's men kicked me 10 times. 100 million per kick. Very reasonable. Wu Hong thought in his heart and a cold smile appeared on his face as he looked provocatively at Chen Mofen. Chen Mofen naturally saw that Wu Hong was provoking himself, using a provocative method to force him to agree. It's just that he hadn't wanted to say no in the first place. Boss Wu, $100 million apiece. Why be so petty? Be direct. $1 billion apiece. Boo! As soon as Chen Mofen's words fell, Wu Hong stumbled and fell directly from his chair. He looked at Chen Mofen with a face full of shock. $1 billion each? He wondered if his ears had misheard him. I've heard that Van God is so proud, but no one has told him that he's so proud. Does this kid think money burns his hands? Wu Hong froze for 3 seconds. Then his face was full of ecstasy. 10 billion. 10 billion this kid is going to lose. What's the difference between that and rushing to give him money? Originally, I only wanted to get $1 billion for the medical bills, but I didn't expect this Chen Mofen to be so stupid. Isn't this the good fortune boy? Good. Chen Mofen, don't regret it. I'm looking forward to seeing you cry later. Wu Hong smiled smugly and coldly. These two changed the martial arts fight into a civilized fight. The person in charge wiped the sweat on his forehead, and his heart was relieved. Hastily informed the following to continue. The moderator was ordered to speak hastily and divert attention. Okay, folks, here's the second lot of the session. This raw stone weighs 30 pounds and has 2 windows open, the host said, projecting pictures of the 2 windows onto large screens to the left and right. The large screen clearly showed a greenish-white color unfolding in 2 windows. Ice emerald. In the auction room, I don't know who shouted out, and then a pair of eyes stared tightly at the big screen. Beside him, Wu Heng's eyes lit up, staring tightly at the big screen for a moment before. A confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chen Mofen, I'll take this stone. How about comparing this stone with the one you just had? Let's see who has a higher net profit. Wu Heng's tone was provocative as he crossed his legs and sneered. Just now this stone Chen Mofen also perspective look. The stone on both sides of the window. Each side is of fine icy emerald, while the inside is equally as good as the sides. But alas, only the sides were intact. The inside was cracked all over and shattered like glass slivers. Poor this Wu Hong still regarded this piece of raw stone as a treasure and wanted to compare it with himself. When it really comes time to open the stone, this boss Wu will probably cry. What? Are the mortal gods afraid? Wu Heng's provocative words resumed. He saw that Chen Mofen didn't open his mouth immediately, fearing that the other party would refuse. It's alright, if the mortal god says a word about being afraid, I, Wu Hong, have a great deal of, or I could just leave you alone. Oh, how about the mortal gods? Wu Hong once again used a provocative method, but with such poor acting skills, Chen Mofen saw it at a glance. This Wu boss is rushing to his death. This why still stop him. Chapter 122, The Delighted Wu Hang. Chen Mofen stifled a laugh and nodded. Good, Chen Mofen, don't back out. Wu Hong laughed out loud in excitement and looked at Chen Mofen with eyes full of sympathy. In his opinion he can definitely take Chen Mofen with this piece of ice-seed jadeite. This kid is simply looking for death on his own, but this guy still has a calm face. It seems that he really does not know how to write the word death. Well, let me teach you a lesson today. What a mortal god. I think it's more like a turd. Wu Hong smiled smugly and raised the bidding card in his hand. The second raw stone. Wu Hong auctioned it off smoothly, and it was finally sold for $7 million. Smoothly arriving, Wu Hong couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Chen Mofen, I heard you've never lost since you became famous? Then I'm sorry. This undefeated legend is going to be ended by me today. Ha ha. Wu Hong laughed out loud, pointing behind him at the person in charge who hadn't left yet, and said triumphantly, "Go on. Send over the raw stones I had with him after they've been opened." The person in charge didn't dare to refuse, and after seeing that Chen Mofen also nodded his head in agreement, he quickly left the box. Chen Mofen, how do you want me to thank you? $1 billion. You say this $1 billion what I buy good? Wu Hong said smugly, looking at Chen Mofen with obvious mockery in his eyes. Looking at Wu Hong, whose mouth was harder to suppress than even AK, Chen Meifan was speechless. Is this dude that confident? Boss Wu, the results of the stone opening haven't come out yet. It's a bit too early to be happy, isn't it? How can you be sure you'll win? Too early? Early my ass. Chen Mofen, you're bound to lose. Gentlemen, may I interject? Old man? In the next box on the right. The man whom the woman addressed as Uncle Wang also spoke at this moment. Uncle Wang. Wang En. He had been listening to the two for a long time. A shudder ran through his heart when he learned that there was a mortal god sitting in the next box. Fortunately, he spoke up to stop the lady, and if he had said anything in front of the mortal gods, it's not good to offend the mortal gods. Hello mortal god. Old man, my name is Wang En. My lady's name is Mu Ziyue. This time, I came over to visit Liucheng. Just now, old man, I heard some of the words of the mortal god in Boss Wu. There are some insights I don't know if I can tell. Before Chen Mofen could say anything, he saw the face of Wu Hang, who had just been complacent, instantly straighten up. His mouth murmured, the Jian City Mu family? Muttering to himself, Wu Hong hurriedly said, you may speak. The Mu family in Diansheng? Chen Mofen's eyes stared. This is obviously a big family. Otherwise, Wu Hong wouldn't have shown this scornful look. In the next box, Wang En stroked his goatee and laughed. I heard the bet you two made just now. In my opinion, this boss Wu has a little better chance of winning. Or a sure win. Must win? These two words caused the smile at the corner of Chen Mofen's mouth to deepen. Shui Euro, who was on the side, heard this and tightened her grip on Chen Mofen's hand. Chen Mofen lost, but he's going to lose $1 billion. It's $1 billion, not $10. So much money that you can smash people to death. Furthermore, Merfan was carrying out his Sky Capital project, and it was a time when he needed a lot of money. Will losing $1 billion now have an impact on the program? She could tell that Merfan cared about the program. Therefore, hearing the words of the old man Wang En, her heart couldn't help but worry. Inside the other box, Wang En spoke again. I'm saying this based on 2 points. First of all, the opening of the windows. The raw stones of the mortal gods were only opened in one window. It was too risky. On the contrary, Boss Wu's raw stone has 2 windows open, and they are still open on both sides. And with this point alone, Boss Wu doesn't know how much of an advantage he has. Wang En spoke eloquently, his calm words full of confidence, and then said, the second point of the water species. With just a glance I can tell that the water type inside Boss Wu's jadeite raw stone is far better than the Fanchins, and is considered to be of the highest quality. And what you have, mortal god, is only the top grade, so I'm pretty sure you're bound to lose. Van God. Ha ha. Wu Hong laughed out loud, looking at Chen Mofen with smugness in his eyes. Mortal god. I'm sorry, I won you $1 billion so easily. Ha ha. Wu Hang's smug laughter echoed in the box. It was as if Chen Mofen had really already lost $1 billion to him. Chen Meifan smiled back. Without perspective, he might have actually believed the old man's words, but alas. You have the knowledge and I have the hang. I'm already invincible if I can see through it. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Chen Mofen laughed. Your name is Wang En, right? You said that I'm bound to lose. But I don't think so. I think I'm going to win. Do you and I want to bet on that too? Wang En's face was cold. This mortal god had already heard his analysis and was still so confident. Is this ignorance? Or is it winning? But in any case, he trusted his own knowledge and discernment. And unless the other party was open to the idea of, otherwise the chances of winning are exceptionally slim. Thinking of this, Wang En smiled confidently. Fine, then I'll play along with the mortal god as well. However, I'm not as rich as the two of you. I can only offer $10 million. Chen Mofen didn't dawdle and nodded. Yes, Chen Mofen, do you think you haven't lost enough money? This is the first time I've seen that. The ones who offer to give money to others when they know they're losing. Wu Hong said mockingly, but his eyes drifted towards Shui Euro. This little lady is so pretty. Not only pretty but more importantly very graceful, with her knitted brows and smile. All of them make you feel the tenderness of a woman. This would be awesome to hold in your arms. Just thinking about it, Wu Heng's body involuntarily trembled. Shui Euro had long since noticed Wu Heng's gaze. The lust in that gaze made her feel uncomfortable. Chen Merfan also saw Wu Heng's gaze and his gaze turned cold. Bang! 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 3 knocks sounded on the door, and then the door of the room opened, and the person in charge came in and, followed by 2 waiters. Each waiter had a tray in his hand. The tray held the raw stone that the 2 men had opened. Looking at the person in charge, Wu Hong said confidently, "Old Liao, did my stone win?" Wu Hong said, giving Chen Mofan a provocative look. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. When the person in charge named Lao Liao heard this, his face stiffened and after wiping the sweat from his forehead, only then did he swallow. Wu boss, this time, it is the mortal god who won. What did you say? Wu Heng's high-octave voice rang out and, there was no longer a trace of smugness on his face, and shock was written all over his lean cheeks. Boom! With a sound, Wu Hong stood up violently, his eyes looking at old Liao with astonishment. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! How could it be that I lost? I don't believe it! Wu Hong ran over in 2 steps and snatched the tray from the waiter's hand. The palette had his labeled name on it. At this moment, in the tray, Wu Heng's raw stone had already been cut into several thick slices 2 fingers thick. It's obvious on those open thick slices that the ice jade inside is broken like slag. It was just as sparse and broken as he was feeling right now. This scene was like a sledgehammer blowing on his heart, causing him to take a step back and nearly sat on his ass. No way. No way. This isn't real. You guys must have switched them, right? Wu Hong roared, grabbing old Liao's collar with an extreme twist on his face. Wu Hong, as a jade tycoon, lost a few $1 million on a jade. He would not have been so out of sorts. It's just a few million. He can afford to play. But the key is, he also has a bet with Chen Mofan. A raw stone 1 billion. A billion. That's a billion. The thought of it made his heart bleed. Originally, he had planned to use this billion to purchase a sum of jade. But now, it was all in vain. This time, it became him and Chen Mofan giving away money for nothing. Wu Heng's roar clearly reached the right box. Through the roar, Wang Yan could easily deduce that it was him who had lost. He had actually lost? Wang Yan Xin felt incredulous in his heart. Chapter 123, The Price of Being Earnest. I can't believe I lost? Wang Xin was filled with bitterness. He was now somewhat skeptical that he had followed the Mu family for so many years, doing the business of reselling jade. Is all the accumulated sights and sounds a lie? Or was this mortal god's luck really so strong that it could turn any advantage? Or maybe this person's eye for insight is actually much higher than his own. He saw something I didn't and that's how he won the bet? Wangan couldn't figure it out, and the price for that was the pension he'd set aside for himself. Out of $10 million. But he is willing to lose. He still has this point to bear. It just doesn't compare to the 2 out there, who are big bosses and he is just a servant of the Mu family, relying on the master's rewards over the years. He has worked hard to save a little family money. The 7s and 7s add up to $100 million. There you go. 1/10 gone. Mother asterisk. Wang Yan let out a bitter laugh, his face full of bitterness. Please, mortal god, report the card number. Old man, I lost. Chen Mofan did not hesitate in the slightest, directly reported the card number. Regardless of whether you are an old man or not, talkative and willing to gamble, be prepared to lose. Ding, crunch on the phone. $10 million arrived. The $10 million he couldn't see, but it was still a trophy. Mortal god, old man, I am self-aware. Next game, I won't participate with the 2 big bosses. On the other side of the box, Wang Yan's words rose again. However, in response to these words, Chen Merfan shook his head and directly said, Master Wang Yan, right? I'm not a hotel. You can't just come and go as you please. If you've got the guts to come in here and get involved, then don't say anything like that to pat yourself on the back and get out of here. Although I, Chen Mofan, am not considered a flawed canthus, I am not that much of a kind-hearted person either. When Wang Yan heard this, his face turned bitter and he sighed deeply. Nodding his head, he said, what the mortal god said is true. It's my old man who's been erratic. Since I've been on the gambling table, there's no reason to start and leave. This is something my old man did wrong, and I'm here to apologize to the mortal god. Good point. Chen Merfan smiled faintly, his gaze looking towards Wu Hong, who was beside him with a face of unwillingness and anger. Boss Wu, do you and I count one handful at a time, or do we end up counting it all together? Wu Hong tensed his face and snorted coldly. Humph. Chen Mofan, what are you complacent about? What about the 10 rounds? I'll let you have this one. Again. Wu Hong gritted his teeth and forced himself to show a confident look as he looked at Chen Mofan. But through perspective, Chen Mofan could easily see that this boss Wu's heart was beating fast. The second inning begins. This time, Wu Hong chose first and selected a piece of imperial green jadeite with 2 open windows. The window openings are still very good, but the water types in them are a bit of a mouthful. With too many impurities, it's not permeable at all. Chen Mofan, on the other hand, directly chose a piece of icy jadeite, whether it is the water type, or the degree of translucency. Far beyond Wu Hong. The second inning was easily taken. Lost again? The moment Wu Hong received this news, his entire body froze for 5 seconds. 5 seconds later, the teeth snapped together in a sharp, crunching bite. In the third round, the moment he learned that he had lost again, Wu Heng's eyes glazed over, a pair of fists were clenched in death, and a pair of eyes looked at Chen Mofan with obvious anger. At this moment, he no longer has the prestige and complacency of the first inning. The entire person was like a beast cornered, baring his teeth in despair at Chen Mofan. And Wan Gan, as the second and third innings began, was heartbroken and tore his beard right off. Your own pension is shrinking at breakneck speed. By the time the fifth game was over, Wu Hong was already sitting paralyzed in his chair like a defeated rooster, full of dead weight. It's already the 5th set, and Chen Mofan has won 5 sets. Even if Chen Mofan ended up losing everything, he would be able to preserve his capital without losing or winning. But is it possible? Someone who wins 5 games in a row can end up losing 5 games in a row? It's impossible. And he, Wu Hong, he's already lost $5 billion. That's $5 billion. He only has $1 billion of liquidity in his hands. The rest is all assets. This time, he's selling assets. Just thinking so, Wu Heng's heart was filled with bitterness. Thinking about before, he was still proudly thinking that Chen Mofan was giving him money. For he thought that, in this line of Jade, he, who had been silent for many years, had. Defeating a brat like Chen Mofan would be a breeze. But the reality was that Chen Meifan had easily taken him down. He did not expect, in any case, a brat. On the Jade this one, it's amazing to have such a deep understanding. Deep enough to hang him easily? The funny thing is that my own self just now was dog-eared. Wang Yan's thoughts coincided with Wu Heng's. And if once or twice was luck, so 4 times 5 were luck? This mortal god. His insights on Jade are definitely considered master level. Otherwise it wouldn't make any sense at all to explain. Why did he win 5 games in a row? It can't be that he's on a roll, can it? Figuring this out, Wang Yan was filled with shame. Thinking that just now he had been acting like he was giving directions, his old face instantly turned red. The happiest person would be Shui Euro, who was originally worried that Chen Mofan would lose. But I didn't expect Chen Mofan to win 5 games in a row. This is great. You can play the remaining 5 games as you like. And you've already bailed out anyway. That would be cool. In the 6th game, Chen Mervan was winning. Hearing this news, Wu Hong did not hesitate for a moment. And with a thud, he slid out of his chair and slumped on his butt. At this moment, his face was white, and cold sweat was all over his forehead. The thin body shook like a chicken. 7th inning, 8th inning. In the 9th inning, Chen Mofan waved his hand helplessly. Qin Ku, help Boss Wu. Qin Ku nodded and walked towards Wu Hong, who was paralyzed on the ground. At this moment, Boss Wu was already like a puddle of mud, paralyzed on the ground and could barely get up. 9 billion, and he just lost? Wu Hong had the urge to slaughter himself. He couldn't wait to smack himself a few times in the mouth. Let you in the pretense. Let you in the arrogance. This is a good horse. 9 billion, because a pussy to pretend no? I'm a horse. In the 10th game, Chen Mofan was winning, and the moment he heard the news, Wu Hong directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. 10 billion. Wu Heng's heart was filled with remorse, hating himself for why he had to pretend and why he had to provoke Chen Mofan. It's great. He's lost so much of his hard-earned family money in a flash. It gave him the urge to howl in spite of himself. What's funny is that he himself was fooling around with the idea of ending the undefeated legend of the mortal gods in the first place. It turned out to be a good thing, and it added another glorious battle to the other side of the damn thing. On the other hand, the goatee on Wang Yan's chin was pulling out. This hard-earned pension of a lifetime, all of a sudden, all gone. Not even a coffin board left for him. If he dies now, he's going to go to the ground naked. Wang Yan repented in his heart, repenting why he had to talk too much. Say a few ing words and lose $100 million? And no one told him this, that talking is so expensive? Now that's a quote he deeply understands. You can eat nonsense, but you can't talk nonsense. Look, he's typical. There was no one happier than Shui Euro. Not only did Chen Merfan not lose, but he earned another $10 billion. She really didn't expect that Chen Mofan was so capable of making money. earning $10 billion in such a short while. And it's a surprise that there are so many that know how to do it, even Jade. Just as Shui Euro was still immersed in her joy, in the box on the other side of the room, the young lady of the Mu family, Mu Ziyue, however, had her eyes fixed on the auction table on the first floor. When a stone was pushed out, Mu Ziyue clenched her hands and whispered, "Finally!" And at this moment, the host below, the words rise again. The following raw stone to be auctioned is the grand finale of this auction. Chapter 124, Mu Ziyu. Losing all 10 rounds, Boss Wu vomited blood from his mouth and collapsed on the ground. For this guy, Chen Meifan naturally will not pity him for anything. Liquidity is not enough, alright. Take the asset top. Willing to gamble, to play the lottery. It is this Boss Wu proposed. If you dare to mention it, be prepared to pay the price of losing. Besides, this guy had just shown a lecherous look to Shui Euro, just winning him $10 billion. It's only right that he's not wasted. It's good for him to understand that gambling is harmful. If you want to get rich overnight, you should be prepared to lose all your money overnight. Boss Wu signed the agreement, got up and was about to leave the box. All he wanted now was to find a place to drink some booze to soothe the pain of pretending. However, he had just reached the door when Chen Mofan's words rang out once again. "Boss Wu, please clean up that bloody spit before you leave. Spitting freely on my turf. You think I'm blind? Xin Ku, how Boss Wu doesn't know how to clean up? You can help him." Wu Hong sniffed and his face became even more bitter. "I should have known better than to come in here and pretend to spit out that bloody phlegm. Ugh." Ladies and gentlemen, the following raw stone to be auctioned is the last raw stone of this auction. It is also the finale of this auction. As the host spoke, the curtain behind him opened, and a giant raw stone appeared behind the curtain. This giant raw stone is a staggering 10 meters long, 3 meters wide, 2 meters high and weighs 100 tons. It's now known that this raw rock is the largest raw rock found this year. There are no open windows in this raw stone. It's a true raw stone. Now, the grand finale of this auction, the giant raw stone, is now up for auction. Starting bidding price $1 billion. Each increase shall not be less than $10 million. As the host's words fell, a chorus of cold breaths rang out from the scene. Hiss. Hundreds of tons of huge raw stone. If this is full of emerald, then not all of a sudden will be hair. What are you thinking? There's no way a raw stone this size is full of emeralds. That's just unrealistic. The larger the raw stone, the less the probability of a full emerald. So low that it is ridiculously low. If such a huge raw stone is full of emerald, I will fly upside down. That's not true. It's not like there aren't huge raw stones full of emeralds. It's just that the price of that, $1 billion. I go Lu. How not to go Rabah? $1 billion. Who can afford to play this? Who can afford to gamble this? I've been hearing about this huge piece of raw rock that's been in circulation for a long time. I guess no one is willing to take it this time. After all, no one has the guts to spend $1 billion to bet on an uncertainty. There was a lot of talk below, and the words that came out were not favorable to this piece of raw stone. Not a single word of what they said was heard by Chen Mofan. For him, he had the hang of not having to guess. Like they did. How exactly that? Just look at it. Chen Mofan opened his perspective. His eyes looked at the piece of raw stone, and his ability to see through passed through the skin of the stone and look inside. With just one glance, Chen Mofan's right hand clenched violently. It was surprisingly full of jade, but also the most precious purple jade, and more importantly, translucent and lustrous. Not a single impurity, not a single crack. This would be an absolute fortune to buy. Although Chen Mofan had no desire for money now, being able to earn money it's always a pleasant mood to be in. But Chen Mofan was about to open his mouth when Mu Ziyue's words were the first to ring out from the right side box. $1,011 million. Inside the box, Mu Ziyue was dressed in a short purple small perfume suit. A pair of crystal stockings covered her long, round legs and a pair of purple high heels under her feet. Mu Ziyue's appearance was very beautiful, but her beauty was different from other people's. If anything, Wang Jiajiu was cute, Shui Euro was gentle, Yun Jasmine was mature, Teng Fei was heroic, then Mu Ziyue was elegant. It was as if she had been professionally trained and every movement was so unhurried and graceful. And the reason she was moved to take a shot at the stone was because 3 months later, it was his father's 66th birthday. The Mu family has been in the jade business for generations, and their father is a jade collector. That's why she wanted to give her father this giant raw stone for his 66th birthday gift. He's already inquired about it. This raw stone has been unsold many times, and all she has to do is make a bid. Definitely can take it. However, as soon as her words left her mouth, something unexpected happened. Surprisingly, there are still people interested in this raw stone, and that person was none other than Chen Mofan. $1,200 million. Since he was sure that this raw stone was full of jade, Chen Mofan would naturally make a move. Besides, the money you spend is the system's. The money you earn back is your own. Why don't you do that? What? Is the mortal god interested in this stone as well? Mu Ziyue looked at the screen on the stage, which showed box number 3 bidding $1,200,000,000, so opened his mouth and asked. Mu Ziyue's voice was very clear and ethereal, just like a lark that sang high in the branches in the early morning. Hearing these words, Chen Mofan did not reply. Instead, he asked rhetorically, why is Ms. Mu also interested? But the people below have said that the larger the raw stone, the probability of a full jade appearing is about as low as. Does Ms. Mu want to bet? Mu Ziyue didn't answer positively either, but instead replied, everyone is betting on the. Aren't you the same, Vulcan? Well then, the highest bidder wins. No, I believe this stone must be mine. Mu Ziyue laughed. As far as I know, you've spent more than $7 billion. Van God, by wrapping up the arena in the periphery. And although Boss Wu lost to $10 billion, the money won't immediately hit your account. He needs to sell his assets. So mortal god, how much liquidity do you have left now? This piece of raw stone will definitely be mine. Mu Ziyue said confidently. I'll give you $1.5 billion. As Mu Ziyue's words fell, the whole room was in an uproar. People didn't expect that there would actually be someone interested in this piece of raw stone, much less that the price would instantly rise to $1.5 billion. However, Chen Mofan's outburst was even more so that these people were so surprised that they almost bit their tongues, only to see Chen Mofan's face flatly say, I'll offer $2 billion. $2 billion. The price has exactly doubled. Didn't you say that this piece of raw stone has been on the auction block for a long time? But now there are actually 2 people scrambling on, and the price is higher than once. Just 4 rounds of bidding. The price directly doubled. That's too ho-hum. Everyone looked at the second and third boxes on the second floor with surprised gazes. Mu Ziyue was also shocked in her heart. In her guess, Chen Mofan had already spent more than $7 billion. There shouldn't be much liquidity left. But now, it was surprising that she had once again taken out $2 billion. You know, their Mu family is a tycoon in Dianqing, a Jade family, but just like that, the family's liquidity is only $5 billion. This has been exaggerated. If it weren't for the fact that the Jade trade requires a lot of money, their family will only set aside a maximum of $2 billion in liquidity. But what about now? Chen Mofan took out already $9 billion liquidity. Earlier, upon seeing Chen Mofan spend $7 billion, her heart couldn't help but tremble. She couldn't believe how ho-hum a person had to be to spend so much. And this, in turn, made her even more curious as to how huge the forces behind Chen Mofan were. It's the only way to hold so much liquidity on hand. Gritting her teeth, Mu Ziyue spoke again. The mortal god really shocked me. But it's a rock I won't give up. I bid $2.5 billion. This $2.5 billion is my limit. And if the mortal gods bid higher than that, I'll give it up. Hearing this, Chen Mofan laughed. Since Miss Mu said so, then I'll give a price that will make a mess. Mu despair. I'll bid $3 billion. $3 billion. 3 short words, like a bomb, landed in the auction house, and everyone who heard them, both had their heads short-circuited for a few seconds. When they reacted, the overwhelming murmurs resounded through the auction venue. Chapter 125, To be dignified. Did I hear you right? $3 billion? Which great god is this? So crazy, makes me envious. 3-pack. It's box 3. I've gotten word that box number 3 seems to be the mortal god's box. Mortal god? Go ahead. Is this great god so dashing? In the periphery all-inclusive spent $7 billion, and now spend $3 billion to bet on a raw stone. Tens of billions of don't be so fierce. Is the mortal god feeling money burning his hands? Spending it like this? Why do I feel as if his money will never run out? A $10 billion handout. That's life. I'd also like to live a life of no surprises. A murmur rang out from below. Pairs of eager little eyes looked up at the third box on the second floor. Only Su Hao and his group of people, with grim eyes, looked at the 3 packs as there was a distinctly hostile look in his eyes. However, this guy Chen Mofan dared to spend $3 billion to auction this stone. Su Hao's heart was filled with snickers of joy. To him, the more money Chen Mervan spends out, the better, so that he would no longer be able to compete with himself for the development of the Old Town. At that point, Old Town was his for the taking, and he could sit back and collect his money. The host also froze for several seconds when he heard the figure of $3 billion, before reacting. This boulder has been up for auction for a long time, and the hosts were expecting it to remain up for auction this time around. But he never expected that not only did it not go to auction, but it was a sky-high price of $3 billion. The host's hands were shaking with excitement, and it was because she could get some commission for every item that was auctioned off. And this boulder was auctioned off for $3 billion. She makes millions in commission alone. Just thinking about it like that made her feel her body shake with excitement and she almost peed. The person in charge, with a smile on his face, walked quickly into box number 3. The boulder had finally been auctioned out. A large stone fell from his heart. Dang, dang, dang. 3 rhythmic knocks sounded on the door, and the person in charge opened the door to the room and walked in. He looked at Chen Mofan with a heaping smile on his face. Mortal God, congratulations, congratulations, congratulations on winning the most important grand finale of this auction. Thank you also for your support of this auction. Here's my membership card for you. With this membership card you can enjoy a 20% discount in all stores under our company, the person in charge said, respectfully handing over a black diamond membership card. Chen Merfan just glanced at the membership card and nodded. As for members or not, he really didn't think there was anything to it. Just a 20% discount. Does he care about the money? Seeing this, Shin Ku, who was on the side, quickly walked up and after receiving the membership card, he carefully put it away. The man in charge, with a smile on his face, did not leave, but asked carefully, Mortal God, we can open the stone on site here. I don't know if we need to do it on site for this giant raw stone. This was said by the owner of this company who asked the person in charge to inquire. When this owner bought this raw stone, he wanted to open it himself, but when it came down to it, that boss backed off. He didn't have the gumption, fearing that there was no emerald inside, causing this raw stone to smash in their hands. They chose to auction it off. Now, with someone shooting away, he really wanted to know what was going on here. Vanguard, our boss has said that if you would like to open the stone on site, our boss is willing to hire top carving masters for all the jadeite that you auction. Free carving, hope you. It will fulfill a wish of our boss. Chen Merfan nodded. He happened to have the intention of opening the stone as well, and for the time being, his men do not have workers who can open the stone. Wang Mok Kai is looking for it, and when he finds it, he does not know when it will be. Now that the person in charge had offered, and top-notch carvers, it saved him the trouble of having to look for them. He had already planned to carve this giant piece of purple jadeite jade, just like a million horses running around, standing in front of their hotel. His first hotel had to be rowdy, and this purple jade, just right. Nodding his head, Chen Mofan said, it's fine to open the stone, but don't destroy the boulder as a whole. Just remove the surface stone skin because I'm going to carve something out of this emerald. Seeing Chen Mofan nod his head, the person in charge was ecstatic in his heart and hurriedly informed. However, regarding Chen Mofan's words, the person in charge was a bit puzzled in his mind. He was a little puzzled as to how the mortal god's mind was so sure that the stone would have emerald. Listening to his tone it was obvious that he had a lot of confidence in himself. The auction was over, and the people here had planned to leave, but when they heard that the mortal god wanted to open the stone on the spot, they have stopped, sat in their seats, and watched in silence. It's a $3 billion bet, and a lot of people here they're not worth $3 billion. But now, the mortal god was actually betting $3 billion on a stone. This was too crazy for them to. It's also too exciting. Everyone wants to know what exactly can be opened with this $3 billion? Even the two father and daughter, Fuji Kong and Tung Fei, who were in box number 1, sat back down again as they stood up. They also wanted to know if the $3 billion spent by the mortal god was worth it. With a stone this big, I'm guessing that even if there's jade in it, I'm guessing it's only a very small portion. I suppose so, but if it's full of jade, it's going to be a fortune. But the probability is so low as to be almost impossible. You see it's not opening the stone, just removing the surface stone skin. What's this? What peeling of the stone? How long will it take to grind such a big stone little by little? The mortal gods don't think this is full of jade, do they? Alas, a mortal god should not understand the jade business, and not understand that the larger the raw stone, the less full of jade it is. Come on, I'm not in the mood for this. It's such a big rock, it's gonna take forever to grind it. Thanks to that, I was just excited to see if there was any jade in here, and then you show me this? There was a loud murmur from below, and many people rose to their feet at the sight of, trying to leave, but before the men could take 2 steps out, they heard the stage worker shout, Jade, it's out of jade, or purple jade. One of the workers shouted excitedly, reaching for his walkie-talkie to report back to the man in charge. Jade? These 3 words were passed around, and everyone's faces showed disbelief. How did the jade come out so quickly? Is it really full of jade that? Only a thin layer of stone skin on top? No way. Absolutely no way. This must just have some jade around the edges. But if it was full of jade, then the value of the stone would be astronomical. The crowd, which was about to leave, turned their heads to the stage when they heard the yell. At this moment, the camera on the stage is pointed at the window where the raw stone opens up into jade. The image was projected on a large screen and the inside was clearly displayed. Only a bit of purple color protruded from the greenish-black boulder in the displayed image. When the light hit it, the piece of purple was glistening and translucent, without a trace of impurity, and it was clear that it's good purple jade. Just by looking at this corner, everyone's breath instantly became short, not to mention the rest. But opening this corner immediately multiplies the value of this boulder. Hundreds of tons of one-window purple jade, a name that is much louder than 100 tons of raw stone. The reason why people are afraid to lay their hands on and bid on this raw stone, it's because you're not sure if there's jade in there or not, and it's known that the bigger the raw stone, the less likely it is to be full of jade. But now, with just a little polishing, purple jade appeared, and anyone understood what that meant. The person in charge, who had originally left, instantly froze when he heard the news. I can't believe that jade really came out of this. Is this a turn-on for the mortal god? Out of jade again. Also purple jade. On stage, another worker shouted excitedly. In all his years of work, he had never opened a window on a jade this large. But now after just a little bit of polishing, a purple jade of excellent quality appeared. He feels this is awesome and he can brag about it to his peers for the rest of his life. Chapter 126, King of Jade. Top grade purple jadeite. It's out again. And I'm out here. And me here. I'm here too. Here too. A cry went up unceasingly, and with each cry everyone in the auction room's expression froze for just 1 point. By the time the jade completely removed the stone skin, everyone was completely frozen on the spot. Manhwa. It turned out to be really manhwa. The thought rang in everyone's head, and the crowd was completely confused. They were staring blankly at the giant purple jadeite emerald on the stage. Looking at the giant emerald that glowed with a glistening purple color under the light. A gulping sound rang out one after another. Along with the swallowing sound, there was also the greedy gaze. An amethyst of this size, and with such a good water type, has never been seen in so many years. This is a piece of Jade King. It broke several records in the Jade world in one fell swoop. It became the best in the world. They know exactly what that means. Meaning it will be worth more than money. The guests on the first floor were dumbfounded as they looked at the jade with greed in their eyes. Before, they had guessed and were certain that the boulder could not be full of jade. Now that the facts are in front of them, they are regretting again. Regretting why they didn't throw their weight around, even if they had to dump their money. It's good to buy this piece of jade. Now, they could only look straight at the Jade King on the stage with envious and greedy eyes. As Suha watched this scene, he froze for a full 10 seconds. In the next second, his face snapped into a scowl, and he kicked over the seat in front of him and, gasping for air, he kept gasping for air. The value of this piece of jade was too great. Even if he pocketed all of Old Town, how many billions could he make? But now, a single stone topped his hard-earned calculations and schemes. It was a step too far for him to accept at all. It's like, you've been working hard all day moving bricks, and it's hard to make $100. But when you turn your head, the guy next to you had been comfortably frozen all day and hadn't earned a single point. But people turn their heads and pick up $100. What a lot of *****ing balls. Can you balance it out in your heart? Suha's heart wouldn't be balanced. He felt so sour in his heart, envious and jealous. He was so angry that he couldn't wait to smash this auction house. There's no need for a ing auction. This is great. That bastard Chen Mofan took all the advantage. What's more, such a big Jade King. If this is sold, how much money can we get back? If Chen Mofan is interested in developing the old city center, with such a strong capital in his hand, what's he got against him? Suha cursed angrily, his face red with anger. Behind him, Chen Xiaokuan, Lei Hu and the others. Their faces were also more twisted than one another. They just didn't understand. Was this guy Chen Mofan a son of Qi? How come he gets all the good stuff? Wu Hong, who was about to leave, also saw this scene and was so furious that he nearly spurted out a mouthful of blood again. He understood that this auction, Chen Mofan had earned a high. First, he won $10 billion from him, and now he got this Jade King. Just one auction makes an astronomical amount of money. He was now doubtful that all the years of hard work he had put into fight. What the hell for? Half a lifetime of hard work and you haven't made as much as someone randomly striking out. It's straight up making him skeptical? He now deeply wondered if he was a loser, and how this was a man who could be more angry than a man. Wang Yan exhaled deeply before suppressing the shock in his heart. Now that he didn't doubt it in the slightest, this mortal god's attainments in the Jade Dao had definitely reached an unimaginable level. Otherwise there is no explanation at all why he strikes so decisively. And every time he strikes, again, it all comes back full circle. It can't be like in the novels. This guy can see through, can it? What's funny is that his previous self even pretended to critique it, saying that the mortal gods would lose. Now that he thought about it, he felt his old face turn red and wanted to find a crack in the ground. Ugh, coffin been lost without a fight. In the box, Mu Ziyue, who heard this, nodded in agreement. Looking at the piece of Jade King below, Muziyue's face was joyless and sorrowless, but some bitterness also welled up in his heart. If he had thrown his own weight around, this Jade King was now not in his pocket. With this Jade King, $5 billion in liquidity is nothing. With this, their Mu family could be on the next level. But alas, there are no ifs. At this moment, she wanted to meet this mortal god even more. She was really curious about what kind of person this man was. Not only are the forces behind it mysterious, but even the liquidity is ample beyond words. More than anything else, it was the man's drive and his knowledge of the Jade world. All of this shocked her and filled her heart with curiosity at the same time. With a slight hesitation, Muziyue got up and walked towards box number 3. At this moment, the third package, the person in charge who rushed back looked at Chen Mofan with a face of adoration. Is this mortal god really a man of God? It says to remove the stone skin, but it turns out that it's really just full of jade inside. Just now his boss had called him, and he listened to his boss's voice and, that's obviously regretting that he didn't have the gumption to open this piece of jade. If he opens it, won't he have the biggest and best Jade King so far? But now, he could only watch the Jade King slip away in his hands. He repented. Dang. 3 knocks on the door again. Hello, mortal god. Muziyue of the Mu family has come to visit. Chen Mofan nodded with a calm face when he heard this. Behind him, Chinka saw this and walked over, opening the door to the room. Outside the door of the room, Muziyue had a smile on her face as she scanned the box before. Seeing the only seated Chen Mofan, he walked into the box without haste. Arriving in front of Chen Merfan, Muziyue took the initiative to extend her hand and smiled. Hello, Fan Shun. Muziyue of the Mu family. Chen Merfan stood up and reached out to give a gentle handshake. Hello, Chen Meifan. Chen Mofan? That's a good name. Muziyue laughed. Chen Mofan smiled back. After so many years, it's the first time I've heard someone compliment me on my good name. Yes, I can say more if the mortal gods want to hear it. Behind Muziyue, Wanyan looked at Chen Mofan with a look of disbelief. He really didn't expect the mortal god to be so young, and, at such a young age, he has such high attainments in jade and stone. That really shocked him. Guys, in the midst of the conversation, the sound of the microphone on the first floor came on again. Chen Mofan and Muziyue both looked downstairs at the same time, only to see Fujikan come downstairs at some point, take the host's microphone, and slowly speak. Folks, it just so happens that today, while we're all here, I'm going to show my face and tell you something. All of you here are famous dignitaries in my city of Liaocheng. It's either the chairman of the group or a well-known figure. So I'll take this opportunity to talk to you about the future development of our Liaocheng. Hearing this, the crowd's bodies unconsciously sat upright for a minute. They all know who Fujikan is, the hand of Liaocheng. Any movement in Liaocheng is decided by this person. His words represent the new signposts for Liaocheng. And now, even though it's in the middle of an auction house, there's a gathering of celebrities. On such an occasion Fujikasu wouldn't say nothing. What he was going to say next had to be something big. Sure enough, Fujikan's first words were about the old town. Many of you here are native to Liaocheng. I believe I've been in this city for many years. You are all no strangers to Old Town. It's been, 20 years since the Old Town was built. At that time, the construction was not fully implemented to the end. One piece in the east and one piece in the west, which also led to the fact that some of the old towns were high-rise buildings and some were still bungalows. Even now, many of them have become dangerous. Based on this, after discussing with the leaders of Liaocheng, I have decided to remodel the Old Town as a whole. Chapter 127 Novelty in Tendering. Remodeling Old Town? Fujikang's words stirred up 1,000 waves with a single stone, and booming murmurs resounded from the auction venue. They all know that the Old Town is long overdue for a makeover. But this year, those leaders in Liaocheng froze and did not reveal a word. By now, Fujimesu's direct announcement caught them a bit off guard. We all know that Old Town's a big cakewalk. If a person swallows it in one bite surely he will earn a lot of money. But announcing it now is clearly an attempt to get people to compete with each other for food. When Suhao heard these words from Fujikan, his face turned ugly in an instant. He's been interested in the Old Town for a long time, and was going to remodel and nibble away at it a little bit, taking this big piece of cake, but I never thought that before I could move my chopsticks? Fujikasu took the cake, put it in front of everyone. That's good. You'll have to fight harder to get it. Chen Mofan, however, smiled. He was not afraid to go and grab it, because the scramble is on. Everyone's reserve price will go up, but when it comes to capital, who has as much capital as he does, and he can smash all his competitors with money. This way, you can spend the money and take the Old Town. 2 birds with 1 stone. Gentlemen, for the complete benefit of the people, this renovation of the Old Town will no longer be done in the same way as the previous bidding of land. After deliberations by our leadership team, it was decided that the government would no longer step in and, instead, it's up to your companies to go and negotiate directly with the people. Members should be well aware that some officials take B. To put an end to the practice of keeping a significant portion of compensation payments in their own pockets, so that they actually reach the people. We will no longer be involved. Rather, it is up to the companies to offer compensation as the people see fit. Agreeing to have your company do the demolition and remodeling, you can write a simple agreement with you, with a final, unified summary of the divide the old town according to proportions and leave it to you to develop it. As Fujikin's words fell, many people's faces changed. They know exactly what that means. In the past, to develop any place, they would just get in touch with the leaders, send them gifts, go through the door, serve the leader happy. The leader will wave his hand. The land directly contracted to him, and in this way, the amount of compensation can be decided directly by the company and its leaders. But now, leaving it up to the companies to talk to the people, with so many companies competing, who will let your home company remodel if you can't pay a hefty settlement? That way, you come up with more if you want to eat the cake. Is Fujikasu sick? Suhao suppressed his voice and cursed angrily with an ugly face. When he came to Liucheng, he was already in secret contact with a leader that, for this he has spent a lot of bills. But now, with Fujikasa's words, all that money has gone down the drain. Suhao's teeth itched with hatred. Chen Mofan is smiling more happily. Not afraid of you to get flowers, just afraid that you do not get enough flowers. He's not afraid to spend more money. Besides, it's still in the hands of the people. Instead, it fell into the hands of some crooked businessman or corrupt official, which made him feel more comfortable in his heart. On the side, Mu Ziyue looked at the hint of a smile that appeared on Chen Mofan's face. Laughing along, he said, "Why, is the mortal god also interested in this old town?" Chen Merfan nodded unapologetically. "Very interested, and a dedicated person has been appointed. Oh, it looks like the mortal gods are trying to make a big deal out of this, and it just so happens that I've got a little over $1 billion here and there. I wonder if I could be a part of it." As Mu Ziyue's words fell, she looked at Chen Mofan with a smile, waiting for him to answer. In his opinion, no matter what she said, she was also a famous and prestigious family. Who didn't know about the Mu family in Dianqing City? When the eldest lady of the house said this, she more or less had to give some face, but Chen Mofan didn't spoil her. He looked at Mu Ziyue's eyes and shook his head very directly. Mu also said that this billion or so is just a small amount of money, so it's better not to get involved, because you can't afford to play. For Chen Mofan, such a big piece of cake, of course, should be divided among his own people first. Who are you, Mu Ziyue? You want a piece of this cake? Do you deserve it? Mu Ziyue's face stiffened. She didn't expect Chen Mofan to refuse so dryly. Moreover, the meaning of Chen Mofan's words, it was obvious that he did not look at this billion or so, which instead aroused some of her desire to win. I'm curious, then. I wonder how much money is considered fun in the eyes of a mortal god. If the profits are substantial, as much as the mortal god invests, our Mu family can follow suit. This is also considered my Mu family taking the initiative to show goodwill to the mortal god. Wanting to make a friend, Mu Ziyue knew very well that Chen Mofan definitely had a strong capital behind him. Otherwise, it was impossible for Chen Mofan to hold such a terrifying amount of liquidity in his hands. It would be wise to befriend such a behemoth. In business, it's better to have one more powerful friend than one more powerful enemy. Much better. Maybe one day you're in trouble and the other person randomly pulls you out of the mire. But what Mu Ziyue didn't expect was that Chen Meifan laughed. Mu, I can tell you that the profits are substantial, but I still say that you can't afford to play. Actually, it wouldn't hurt to tell you that I'm putting in $50 billion up front. Does Mu still want to play? A single sentence caused Mu Ziyue's entire body to tremble, and a thick color of shock surfaced in her beautiful big eyes. 50 billion? Or up front? You have to know that their Mu family's liquidity is only a few $1 billion. But what about Chen Mofan? The upfront investment is $50 billion. Is he trying to eat the whole of Old Town? This appetite, this strong capital, made Mu Ziyue feel fear. Wang En, who was behind her, was even more incredulous. 50 billion upfront. Wang En can't even imagine that. What a huge astronomical amount of money it would cost later on. Originally, he thought that he had seen the world as a butler in the Mu family, but now that he looks at it, his eyes are still narrow. Mu Ziyue slowly let out a breath. She now completely understood the words that she really can't afford to play. Wanting to play with the mortal gods, she had to tear down her house and sell her land and sell off her assets. Can she afford to gamble? The corner of Mu Ziyue's mouth revealed a bitter smile. She was now a bit skeptical of life, and no one ever told her the bar for making friends was surprisingly high. The mortal god is truly worthy of being a mortal god. Today Purple Moon has gotten a better understanding. Ms. Mu is polite. If there's an opportunity in the future, you and I are working together. Mu Ziyue nodded. She had originally come over, not only because she wanted to make friends with Chen Mofan. More than anything, I want to take that Jade King, but now that I see it, the idea is better not to have it. Chen Mofan wasn't bad with her small amount of money. With neither of the two things accomplished, there was no need for Mu Ziyue to stay here. Vulcan, even though the business won't work out, I'd still like us to be friends. That, if the mortal god has time sometime, I hope the mortal god can come to Dian City, and Ziyu will certainly entertain with all her heart. Chen Mofan nodded, and after leaving WeChat messages with Mu Ziyue with each other, Mu Ziyue and Wang An then left. Off stage, Fujikan was still talking. The general idea is that if one wants to participate in the renovation of the old town, then the company will have to go through a verification process by their government department that the company has the capacity before entering the old city. This is a preparation to avoid some skinflint companies, which get the consent of the public for the remodeling, and then in subcontracting. Companies that want to get into the old town remodeling will be able to certify with the proper authorities tomorrow. An auction ended, the people gradually dispersed, and the two of them, Shui Euro and Wang Morkai, left first. They're going to go prepare the accreditation packet for tomorrow, and at the same time, they're going to consolidate some of the paperwork, and they have to go to the negotiation, the pricing of the compensation and how to rehouse these tenants after the demolition, all of which have to be prepared in advance. Otherwise, a late entry into the old town. There's no telling how many people will be robbed of their homes within the old town. Chapter 128, The Chain Reaction Caused by the Jade King. Chen Merfan didn't leave immediately, but went to confer with the person in charge of the auction about that Jade King. This piece of jade he's going to display at the front door of their hotel. With this king of jades, without any advertisement, everyone can understand the strength as well as the class of their hotel. The two fathers and daughters, Fuji Kong and Tung Fei, were currently in front of the Jade King. Tu Kong wants to take 2 pictures of the Jade King. He's quite good at this jade thing. Otherwise it wouldn't have come to this auction. It's the first time he's seen a Jade King this big, with such good water quality. It's tempting to take a few pictures as a souvenir, except it's something that has to be approved by the owner, and he can't just go off and do it, can he? So he waited. When Chen Mofan arrived, Tung Fei smiled and waved at him. Chen Mofan, hello again. I never thought you'd be so lucky. The Jade King, which is rare to see in 100 years, has been opened by you. Marvelous. Tang Fei smiled and gave Chen Mofan a thumbs up. Chen Meifan smiled back. Started by luck, said Fujiyasu, looking over at him and extending his hand, in a tone that was not condescending. Calmly and naturally, he said, this should be Uncle Tung. Nice to meet you. My name is Chen Meifan. Fuji Kong extended his hand and smiled. Fuji Kong, Tung Fei's father. Hello, Chen Meifan. With that, Fuji Kong joked. What a surprise. The famous mortal god is so young. That surprises me. But young and talented. Earning at the drop of a hat a fortune that no one else can touch in a lifetime. It's nice. Chen Meifan laughed. He understood very well that he relied on the system and had hangings so that he could do no harm. But that was something he wouldn't go into. His own cards would never be revealed. Thinking slightly, Chen Merfan asked with a smile. Uncle Tang is standing in front of this Jade King. There should be something to tell me, but no harm in saying it. Chen Mofan, my dad wants to take some pictures of the Jade King. Do you think it's okay? Not waiting for Tung Kong to open his mouth, Tong Fei smiled and inquired. There's not much to say about this one. He's kind of friends with Tempest, and it's just a couple of pictures. Besides, Tung Kong was a handful, so it was better to be on good terms with him than on bad terms with him. With this in mind, Chen Mofan half-jokingly said, Uncle Tang casually, I have no problem with you smashing this Jade King. The young man is quite a pain in the ass. That's a good point. Tung Kong smiled and nodded. Also joking, this is the Jade King, hundreds of tons. Who dares to smash it? This is a treasure. I conservatively estimate that this Jade King is worth no less than tens of billions. Merfan, what are you going to do with such a large piece of jade? If you want to sell it, I can hook you up. Tung Kong had a good impression of Chen Mofan. Not being humble, he could afford to joke even in the face of him. A hand of Liao Chang, unlike some people who groveled at the sight of him. So, he changed Chen Meifan to Meifan, although it was only a difference of one word, but it was a lot closer. Sell? It's impossible to sell. He's not worried about the money. He's worried about the prestige. The row of tens of billions of dollars of stuff standing towards the door says it all. Uncle Tang, this Jade King is not for sale. Since I've nagged you here, I'm not afraid to be honest with Uncle Tang. I also have the intention of remodeling the old town, and I'm going to build a high-class hotel. And this Jade King I'm going to use as a facade to stand in front of the hotel. A facade? Even Tong Kong, who had seen a lot of things, could not help but be secretly staggered when he heard this. How many big storms have I not seen in my own hand? But to take tens of billions of dollars to act as a facade, it was the first time he had seen it. He doesn't understand the world of the rich, does he? But he was absolutely certain that this news could definitely cause an earthquake if it got out. Chen Mofan's hotel. No need to guess, all know. That must be before opening first fire. This kid played a good hand of cards, seemingly haphazardly, but secretly the deep meaning. It didn't cost a dime, but it was one of the best advertisements ever. Because that jade, no matter where it was placed, was always his. Chen Mofan's. This kid, underestimate him. Tong Kong thought in his heart and looked at Chen Mofan with a gaze full of praise. Mayor Fan, you've made a good advertisement. Okay, since you called an uncle, then uncle will help you out too. I'll write a piece on the Jade King in my name. In it, I'll make a veiled reference to. This Jade King will be placed in front of your hotel for all to see. Chen Mofan scratched his head. He didn't even know what he had advertised. He didn't even have to guess. Tong Kong gave him the explanation. Mayor Fan, uncle's power is limited by himself, and for this news to spread across the board, and you need to get the media to run it. I'm sure that with the $10 billion Jade King acting as a doorway, this topic will definitely set the internet ablaze. The words were only spoken up to this point, and Chen Mofan already understood. When that happens, along with his hotel, there'll be a huge fire, and there'll be millions of Jade lovers then. They have stepped to it in droves, and those who are rich and powerful are also clamoring to catch a glimpse of the Jade King. And the Jade King is right in front of the hotel, so how can you not enter when you arrive at the house? Isn't this where the hotel traffic comes in? As long as the first wave is good and famous, will there be worries about not getting customers in the future? Immediately, Chen Meifan explained the person in charge. If any media wants to come and take pictures of the Jade King, feel free, don't stop them. He believed that the news of the Jade King's appearance should have already spread after the auction ended. Hundreds of tons of alabaster Jade Kings definitely piqued curiosity. Just as Chen Meifan had guessed, the Jade King's appearance soon caused a stir in Liucheng. People were secretly staggered when they learned that the tens of billions of dollars of the Jade King would become a decoration for a hotel. And with the media coverage, the news quickly reached out to the whole of China. For a while, the Jade King, the hotel, and the mortal god, these three words once again became hot search terms. Soon, even foreign countries began to know the news, and when the word tens of billions of, it's enough to blow people's minds. Once again, the mortal gods have set the internet on fire. Chen Meifan's upscale hotel has truly achieved a fire before opening, resounding at home and abroad. At this moment, inside the conference room of a hotel, Su Hao looked at the report, his face turning blue. He just doesn't understand how there's Chen Mofan everywhere. He wants to browse the news. Tap it to see it's Chen Mofan. Swipe the short video. Tap it to see it's Chen Mofan again. Even look at the microblog. The conversation was all about Chen Mofan. It pissed him off to no end. And what's even more irritating is that this guy also wants to develop the old town and wants a piece of the cake. The cake was that big, and the enemy had to take a bite. Su Hao was so angry that he felt like his lungs were going to explode. However, there was more or less good news. Chen Mofan surprisingly didn't intend to sell that piece of Jade King. That way he wouldn't have to worry. The other side was well capitalized. After spending $10 billion one after another, he believed that Chen Mofan didn't have much liquidity left. He didn't believe that Chen Mofan could still come up with a $10 billion. If he could, he would call Chen Mofan his master. Dang, dang, dang. There was a knock on the door, and then the door to the conference room opened and the Chen Xiaokuan, Lei Hu, Yu Zhu, and the rest of them fishtailed in. A few people got together this time to discuss how to divide the cake of the old city center, and how to get back at Chen Mofan, especially Yu Zhu, who hated Chen Mofan in his heart. He was a well-known director, very well connected in the Beijing circle, and used to be star-studded wherever he went. Instead, he came to this Liucheng, which he couldn't look at, and was kicked by Chen Mofan in the face, specialized in taking the soles of his shoes to greet his face, that hit his face, and even now still a twitching pain. In Liaocheng, he lost a lot of face. If he doesn't get this face back, how can he still work in the capital? What would the peers think of him? What will the young models think of him? It has to be done. Seeing that everyone had almost arrived, Su Hao coughed lightly and opened his mouth. Everyone, you've all been bullied by Chen Mofan, just like me. We're all respectable people. If we don't get this back, then we can't hang around. Chapter 129, The Power of Rumor. Bang! I agree with what Mr. Su said. Yu Zhu slammed the table and was the first to take a stand. No argument. I'll arrange for someone tonight. Publishing videos and articles in the media to smear Chen Mofan, so that the boy's reputation will be in tatters. Chen Xiaokuan thought for 2 seconds before followed by, I heard that Chen Mofan is also going to develop the old city to get a piece of the pie. Master Tiger and I still have some contacts in Liaochang. Tomorrow we both let our men go and spread the news, saying that Chen Mervan has already spent tens of billions of dollars and is short of funds, and that he has come to the old city to take part in the demolition and remodeling of the area. It's just trying to empty the gloves. The old city is full of people who have never seen the world, who listen to the wind and believe in these rumors the most. With all these rumors going around, the residents of the old city will definitely not dare to sign a remodeling agreement with Chen Mofan. Su Hao nodded. As long as he made Chen Mofan fail in the old city, then he's sure to eat Old Town. When that happens, he'll have a much heavier voice in the Su family. It would be possible to use the resources of the Su family to suppress Chen Mofan. And just now, their Su family's resources had arrived. The funds called in tens of billions, and 20 men were sent in, all clean-cut mercenaries. I think that we can still get that leader to contribute. Lei Hu followed suit and spoke. The leader that Lei Hu spoke of, Lei Hu, Chen Xiaokuan, and Su Hao all knew. He was the one who had been sheltering Lei Hu, and he was also the one who had promised Su Hao that he would hand over the old city center to him. I just didn't realize that the bidding changed halfway through. Su Hao pondered slightly and brightened up. Indeed, I've spent so much money that leader should have stepped up too. The next day, all but one of the companies that wanted to remodel the old town failed to be certified. The only exception to this is Soho's company, Soho's City Construction Company. Su Hao was ahead of everyone and took the lead into the old town. Meanwhile, on the internet, suddenly many articles, videos, and there are a lot of people smearing Chen Mofan on the internet under the name of having witnessed or experienced it firsthand. There was even a girl with a big belly, crying on camera, said Chen Mofan kicked her away after playing with her. And not only did he not care about the baby in his stomach, they also sent someone to try to take her away by force to get an abortion. When she resisted, she was beaten by the men sent by Chen Mofan for a while. The girl said, pulling out the injury report card, and some pictures of the injuries. My name is Lu Ro. I'm exposing Chen Mofan by my real name. He's a scumbag and heartless. Finally, the girl even took out her ID card and put it in front of the camera. When this video came out, the internet cursed it. Meanwhile, there are videos with articles saying something about analyzing Chen Mervan's money. Some say it's been broken. Some say Chen Mervan's funding sources are crooked. And some guys say they saw it with their own eyes. Chen Mervan's funds were illegally obtained, led by people with a heart of gold. The internet was full of curses against Chen Mofan. Meanwhile, rumors are swirling around the old city, matching the news on the internet that directly describing Chen Mofan as a despicable and complete villain, said something about Chen Mofan coming to the old city just to empty his gloves. And after signing an agreement with Chen Mofan, Chen Merfan turns around and contracts out to other companies. The compensation promised to them will also be delayed indefinitely. Once this was said, many people believed the rumor and said that they would not work with Chen Mofan. Originally, last night, when Huang Lijuan went back, she said that Chen Mofan was going to remodel the old city and demolish it. They're still happy to hear it. Later, when Shui Yueliang came back and the people inquired about it, Shui Yueliang also took a stand. They will be given a satisfactory price for the demolition, which is definitely far higher than other companies. They were excited to hear these words. But now, upon hearing the news, they turned to Chen Mofan and cursed him. There were even acquaintances that uploaded Chen Mofan's contact information. In just one day, on the internet, in reality, the sky was covered with insults against Chen Mofan. In the morning, Chen Mofan's cell phone was busted, clear of all net storms. Chen Meifan, who woke up early in the morning, looked at the message on his cell phone and laughed, sneered. He directly called for Chu Feng. After 2 days of recuperation, Chu Feng was in a much better state. He realized that he still had a sick mother, so he couldn't go down no matter what. Boss, you called me? Chu Feng respectfully said. Chen Mofan picked up his cell phone and shook it. Read the news on the internet. Chu Feng nodded his head. Find out. Don't worry about spending money. Find out for me. I want to know who's targeting me. You focus on a few people. Soho, Yu Zhu, Lei Hu. There's a high probability of these guys. Don't worry, boss. I'll take care of it as soon as possible. After Chu Feng left, Wang Morkai knocked on the door and walked in. Boss, we didn't pass the qualification audit. The only one that passed. It's Soho's company. It's rumored that one of the leaders stuck us because Soho took him a fortune. Are we giving to take some as well? Wang Morkai asked tentatively. Get money? Chen Mofan smiled. Okay, I'll get it for him. Come up with an astronomical amount he can't refuse. But you have to videotape the whole thing. When you're done, just report him. I'm not asking for anything, just one thing. For the rest of his life, he stays out of jail. Wang Mo Kai nodded his head. This is a good thing to do. As long as the amount reaches a certain amount, he'll never get out in his life. This kind of corrupt officials are most detestable. One less is one more. By the way, Lao Wang, go acquire another media company. We're too passive without a media company. Wang Morkai nodded again. Then his face was a bit hesitant, and after opening his mouth a few times, only then did he say, "So boss, what about those spammers on the internet with the people smearing you? Should we get some PR?" In the morning, Wang Motsai also watched the news and videos, and knew that Chen Mofan was almost blacked out all over the net. He was really afraid that mentioning this Chen Mofan would get angry again. These spammers? Chen Mofan rubbed his temples, then shook his head. No, let them curse but you're going to find people. Leave evidence of their smearing and rumor-mongering against me, and when it's almost over, one by one, I'm going to show them that the internet is not an extra-legal place, and that people are responsible for what they say. After Richard Wang left, Wang Jiajiu, Shui Yuro, Yun Jasmine, the three women called one after the other. The girls are concerned when Chen Mofan suffers from cyber violence. Tang Fei also called, and as a friend, she also comforted Chen Mofan. To Chen Mofan's surprise, Mu Ziyue had called as well. The words expressed their concern. Finally, she once again invited Chen Mofan to come to Dianqing to play sometime, and she would definitely entertain the whole time. Chen Mofan smiled and said that he would definitely go to Dianqing when he had time. Subsequently, almost all of the friends who knew Chen Mervan called. The oldest and the youngest even said that the two of them are already battling it out on the internet. The two of them take on the world and say whatever they want and spray that waterboy body. For these two brothers, Chen Mofan was touched in his heart. These two brothers were really good to him. No matter what he did, he was always the first to rush ahead of him. Now out of the netstorm, it was the first to meet and draw fire. Just this point alone, Chen Meifan felt that the university hadn't been in vain, and that he had made at least two friends. By mid-afternoon, Richard Wang sent a message indicating that the qualification had passed. Water Whisperer then led the team and moved into the old town. But, alas, all morning long, gossip was flying, and everyone knew, Chen Mervan's financial chain is broken. And he came here with empty gloves, and according to the news on the internet, they learned that Chen Mofan's character was so despicable that none of them would sign a contract to sell remodeling with them. On the contrary, Su Hao's side was progressing exceptionally well. With the popularity of Chen Xiaoquan's family, many people were willing to trust Su Hao. In just one morning, Su Hao had already taken 1/10 of the users in the old city, and the momentum is getting stronger and stronger, with a vague tendency to take down the entire old city. Chapter 130, Naughty Old Man. Inside the old city center, Shui Yueliang had already set up the stage, but there was no one in front of the stage. On the contrary, not far away, Su Hao and his team were in a long line. The man brought by Soho weaved his way through the crowds, explaining without stopping. Their company is a series of questions about how they are demolished and resettled, as well as the demolition fee. Shui Yuro knew that the reason why their side was empty was due to those rumors and gossips. As soon as she entered the old town, there were a lot of angry glances at her. Even those who were lining up in front of Su Hao's stage looked at them from time to time, pointing at them. The sound of murmuring insults came from time to time. Look, it's that child of the water family. Alas, what a white-eyed wolf. How dare you help an outsider to victimize us? I've heard about that. What with the mortal god, trying to empty his gloves. After they got our contract, they subcontracted it to his company, and they didn't give us any money for the demolition and resettlement. It's going to drag on, but until who knows when. I heard that piece of Chen Mofan gave this white-eyed wolf 10 percentage points. It could make a ton of money. No matter how much money, this kind of thing can't be done. They're all neighbors. Ugh, is this conscience eaten by dogs? What a dog eats. Just a white-eyed wolf who can't be bred, helping outsiders scourge the townsfolk. What the hell? Yuck. Listening to the abusive and mocking voice, Shui Yuro had a headache. It was her way of giving back to her folks. So after discussing it with Chen Mervan, it was only then that the demolition money was doubled. But now, Zoe, this, Auntie Fatty walked over, looking at Shui Yuro here alone, somewhat unable to bear it. Besides, this child, Shui Yuro, is a child she has watched grow up since she was a child, and she believes in this child's character, knowing that she wouldn't do any of this. It's just that there are rumors flying around outside, and the internet is full of curses against Chen Mofan, so she can't tell the difference between true and false. Really worried about losing the house I've lived in for years. Seeing Auntie Fatty, Shui Yuro's eyes lit up. Auntie Fatty, are you coming over? I don't know, asked Shui Yueliang tentatively. Auntie Fatty smiled. I came over to get a better understanding and see how much your side pays for demolition. Hearing this, Shui Yuro didn't hesitate in the slightest and handed over the remodeling plan they had made. Look, Auntie Fatty, This is the compensation for demolition offered by our company, and it's also based on square footage, but our prices are definitely the highest. With just a glance, the fat aunt froze directly in her tracks. The several zeros above her eyes were a little dizzy, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so high? Twice as high as them?" Auntie Fatty's exclamation of surprise caused the surrounding crowd to instantly quiet down, and everyone looked over and talked. Twice as high? Seriously? Let's go over there then. I'll go double that. I thought I'd get $1,800,000. Now you're telling me I can get $2 million? Take a walk and check it out. A murmur went up and the crowd that was originally in a long line here in Suhao rushed to Shuei side, in the blink of an eye. Instead, a long line began to form on Shuei side, with people crowding each other. Watching this scene, Suhao's face turned blue. Yu Zhu and Shen Shaokuan and the others also had ugly faces. Twice as many as us? How is that possible? Lei Hu couldn't help but exclaim in shock. You know, this is not one family, but thousands of families. This is an entire district. You doubled it all. How much did you have to come up with? This is not a competition. This is a direct table. Do not play like this. Su Hao had the urge to cry. For the first time he felt what was called a descending blow. Let's get our people on the move. We have to pull back all the occupants. Su Hao gritted his teeth and said, "That look." He couldn't wait to swallow Shuei over there in one bite. A man dressed as Old Town began to walk out from all corners. They came to Su Hao's stage, their faces teasingly looking at Shuei and their side. And at this moment, Shuei Yulian's side was in full swing, with hundreds of people lining up in long lines. That water girl, is our demolition fee really that high? Shuei smiled and nodded, but before she could open her mouth, I heard someone sneer and say, "Of course it's high. In the end it's just empty gloves anyway, if I give 10 times as much, only to see." In front of Su Hao's and their stage, a person dressed up as Old Town spoke with a cold smile, and eyes teasingly looking this way. When this man opened his mouth, the other followed in mockery, snorting a laugh, said, "Ha, people nowadays can be really stupid, and they are dizzy when they come across a little bit of small profits, and don't see if you can get this money for yourself. That's right, if I'd have doubled it 10 times over, I wouldn't have paid at the end of the day. Anyway, drag it out for 10 or 8 years to the end and say that the company is yellow, and just give some small amount of money to get rid of it, to be a cutie. How about more? To have such a secure and powerful company is Su Hao not choosing it in favor of someone with a broken capital chain. Alas, what a brainless person." A loud mockery rang out, and the faces of the people around them changed. "Yeah, I heard that Chen Mofan's financial chain is broken. Can he really still come up with so much money? Besides, a full doubling would be unrealistic. Don't end up with no money. That's what's so silly." The crowd began to become hesitant and murmurs rose. Seeing that people were beginning to wander, the person arranged by Su Hao took the opportunity to shout, "Everyone, Mr. Su Hao Su is definitely a trustworthy person. People from the old city don't lie to people from the old city. All come over." There were more people who hesitated, and some had already retraced their steps back to Su Hao's side. When Su Hao saw the scene, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smug sneer, a wink to his people. The men in the queue have been given their orders and are ready to start laying down some serious drugs. Shouting at Shuei, he said, "That Shuei family, what's in charge? Let me ask you, can I sign a contract with you to make a payment immediately?" Shuei stood up. She didn't want to answer, but she looked at these people with more and more hesitation. He opened his mouth and explained, "There has never been a precedent for immediate payment, right? Our company will make payments uniformly by the finance after signing all the residents. So don't worry, the money will certainly." Before Shuei could finish her words, she was rudely interrupted by the man. "Don't worry, my ass. Let's see. People, they just want to drag it out, and in the end, people won't get a dime. That's why everyone still needs to trust Mr. Su. They're all folks, I won't lie to you. We won't drag." With anger on her face, Shuei stood up and glared angrily at the man. This man is obviously just messing around and distorting the facts. You're mouthing off about Mr. Su, so let me ask you, will Suho make the payment immediately? In the face of Shuei's questioning, the man skimmed his mouth in disdain. Why does Mr. Su need to make a payment immediately? It's not like Su's financial chain is broken. We don't need to prove anything. On the contrary, you're so angry. You're weak, right? This looks like you're not strong enough. Everyone don't trust her. This kind of inverted black and white words tone of water face red. She is not deeply involved in the world. Where is the comparison to these old men who have been in society for many years? These people are more shameless than one another when it comes to messing around, and black can be made white. It was obvious that Soho's people had the upper hand, and seeing this scene, more and more people that went over to Soho and was signing contracts with them. Looking at this scene, Shui Euro calmed down instead. Chen Mofan gave her such a big project. That was because he believed that she could do it well. So what to say? She couldn't let Chen Mofan down either. Calmly calming down, Shui Euro thought carefully about the countermeasures. It was sunset and dusk in the blink of an eye, and Su Hao and the others had harvested abundantly in just one day. They've taken 1/5 of the households in the old town, which is a big win. Looking at the few people on Shui Euro's side of the door, the corners of Su Hao's mouth could not be restrained from rising. Chapter 131, If you can't resist, accept it. Su Hao's face was full of smugness, and the curled-up corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than even AK. He looked at the contracts piled up in front of him and, then looking at the pitiful number of only a handful of 2 or 3 books on Shui Euro's table, he arrogantly laughed out loud. People need to use their brains. Pigs don't use their brains. That's why they'll only be eaten. Wouldn't you say it's MS? Water? Su Hao had a smug look on his face as he looked at Shui Euro teasingly. Behind him, Yu Zhu, Lei Hu, and Chen Xiaoquan also had smugness on their faces. Martyr, is it easy? Each of them had fought with Chen Mofan no less than 2 or 3 times. But what happens? He's been crushed every time. Now, well, they'll finally be able to get back in the game. It would also be nice to see Chen Mofan's expression of defeat. That look must have been beautiful, and they couldn't wait to see it. Seeing that Shui Euro didn't say anything, Su Hao lit a cigarette and walked over with it in his mouth. MS. Shui, only 3 contracts have been signed. Ah, why are you making it so pathetic? Do you want me to send you a couple of books? Otherwise, you can talk to Chen Mofan about it. The old city center. He's out of the question. I can acquire these 3 contracts. Don't worry, I, Soho, am big-hearted. I'll pay whatever you guys spend. Guaranteed not to let you lose money. So what? Ha ha. A piercing loud laughter echoed, and listening to it, Shui Euro's face was calm. She raised her head and looked at the smug Soho in front of her. Calmly, he said, it's too early for Mr. Su to say that, isn't it? I've estimated that you've got, at most, 1/5 of the contracts in Old Town, with 4 out of 5 left. It's not certain who will lose or win. Ha! May not? Su Hao snorted. The corners of her mouth curled up in triumph. Miss Shui doesn't need to be so tough-talking. Or is it that Miss Shui has the ability to break the game? It's just that I didn't realize that the entire Old Town had been convinced that Chen Mervin's financial chain was broken. What else can you do to reverse these rumors? That's not something for you to worry about. An ice-cold sentence rang out behind Su Hao. Hearing this, Su Hao's body trembled because this voice was too familiar to him. Every time he heard that voice he hated to break the other into pieces. Chen Mofan. Su Hao gritted his teeth and called out the name. He turned his head with an open heart but he was greeted with an open mouth full of paste. Pop! With a crunch, Su Hao was directly slapped out. The cigarette in his mouth flew away. Su Hao looked at Chen Mofan with a hideous face. Slapping again. His face can just be swollen. Now it's good. It's swollen again. Does this Chen Mofan like slapping other people's faces so much? How about hitting someone in the face? But what about Chen Mofan? Time and time again, he really took his face as the sole of a shoe, didn't he? Slap it right to the top. Today, he said anything to tell this guy Chen Mofan that he, Su Hao, also has a temper. His face became hideous for a moment, and Su Hao turned his head and roared, "Treadmill, give me!" Su Hao was dumbfounded in the middle of his words. How did the 20 or so mercenaries that the family had backed him up all fall down? Chu Feng, they stepped on one with 1 foot and those mercenaries honestly all fell to the ground? Su Hao directly confused. You want to not so fast? Disgust is not it? Watching his own men being stepped on like this, Su Hao once again recognized the reality. The grimace on his face, withdrawn a little. Turning an awkward, yet nonchalant smile. Brother, my face is the sole of a shoe. Make yourself at home. Su Hao was a smart man. He understood that the more he resisted the more excited the other party was, and since the outcome was already predetermined, it's better to accept it happily than to be hurt more by resisting. At the very least, you'll have time to shield the important parts, without the need for Chen Mofan to say anything. Chu Feng brought his men around. Moments later, a miserable wail resounded through the old town. Ow, 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 ow. It was so loud. Everyone in the old town thought someone had killed a pig. It's not even New Year's, and now you're killing pigs? Taking Shui Euro away, Chen Mofan returned to the Tiankai Grand Hotel. At this moment, Su Hao once again became bruised and swollen, his body twitching. He looked at Chen Mofan's departing back, his eyes filled with sinister venom. In terms of force, he couldn't play with Chen Mofan. He admitted it, but Chen Mofan in the old city center don't want to get his hands on it. Old Town. He Soho's got it. Jesus couldn't take it even if he came. I'm telling you, go, spread the rumors again. I'm going to make Chen Mofan a street rat in the old city. He's not going to be able to take it in one household. Lei Hu and Shen Xiaoquan nodded and instructed their men to do it as soon as possible. Yu Zhu also spoke up at this time. Then I'll let the online public opinion fester even stronger. 2. Let Chen Mervan become black all over the internet. On the other hand, in the Tian Kai Hotel, the members of Nightshade are here, and Nightshade's first Sky Capital plan has suffered a setback. They all care. In the conference room on the top floor, the crowd looked at me. I looked at you, and no one opened their mouths. Looking at this situation, Shui Euro clenched her fists fiercely, with hesitation on her face, and several transformations. It had been a long afternoon of thinking, and she had a plan in mind for the. It could make them bounce back, but this plan can't be accomplished by her alone. It needs all these people here, but she doesn't realize that she's just a little girl that. Will these rich kids listen if they say it, or will they give her that face? So she was torn in her mind. Chen Mofan, who was on the side, looked at this scene and smiled. This girl obviously had something in her mind, but I don't know if I want to say it. Thinking of this, Chen Mofan patted Shui Euro's hand. In a small voice, you're the head of the Heaven's Capital program. I trust you. Don't worry about failing. If you can't solve it, there's still me. Shui Euro nodded fiercely as she summoned up the courage to stand up and looked around the room before. Speak slowly. Ladies and gentlemen, as the person in charge, I am to blame for such a major setback to the Sky Capital program, but I'm not going to say anything about retiring. On the contrary, I need your help. Merfan had said that after the Heaven's Capital program began to be implemented, all members of the Nightshade that, whether it's human, financial, or material resources, or relationships, they must be unconditionally tilted toward the Heaven's Capital program. Now, in my capacity as the head of the Capital of Heaven, I ask you all for the resources you have in your hands. First, Long Outyen, Bai Yu, Zheng Cheng, Li Tian Kai, Wang Zhe. You're all rich kids from Liucheng. You're rich in resources, so I ask you to use whatever connections you have to make sure that by tomorrow morning, raise me $1 billion in cash. Then, continue to raise, even if it empties the bank. Must also have $1 billion ready for me by tomorrow morning. I will notify the finance later for this $2 billion to be transferred into your accounts. 1 billion? Bai Yu, Long Ao Tian, Zheng Chang and the 5 of them froze for a moment. That's a lot of money. Banks require an appointment, and it does seem a bit difficult for the 5 of them to go and get $1 billion without going through the bank to book a withdrawal. Zheng Chang opened his mouth just in time to speak. Chen Mofan's eyes looked over, and there was a clear dissatisfaction in his eyes. The chief director of the Sky Capital program, the first time I asked you for something, and you had the audacity to push back. Then, when the chief executive makes a request to you in the future, will you dare to refuse? He said that when the Heaven's Capital program began, all members of the Nightshade, regardless of manpower, financial resources, and resources, they must be unconditionally tilted towards the Sky Capital program. The word unconditional, do you take it for granted? With just one glance, Zheng Chang understood Chen Mofan's meaning, and without the slightest hesitation, he nodded immediately. The others saw this and immediately nodded their heads. These rich second generation nodded their heads, and Shui Euro's heart bottomed out even more. After she gratefully glanced at Chen Mofan, she continued, secondly, Chu Feng and Tao Zi, both of you have some people under you. I ask you, send these men to the old city. Soho has a group of men under his command, dressed as residents of the old town. They're constantly spreading rumors in the old city, slandering us and elevating Soho. I demand of you, find these people and control them. Chapter 132, the counterattack begins. Now, they're spreading rumors that we've broken our financial chain. Chen Mervan is coming to Old Town to empty his gloves. That's a rumor I can crack, but what's next? And also what if they have other rumors ready? So, I can't afford to gamble. So when you guys enter the Old Town, be the first to get them under control. Understand? Chu Feng and Tao Zi nodded as they stood up. Don't worry, MS. Water, leave this to the 2 of us. After Shui Euro nodded her head in satisfaction, she looked at Yang Kong. Third, Yang Kong, I remember your family is a real estate agent. Tomorrow you're going to find me people who are familiar with this area. The more the better, because I should be signing a lot of contracts tomorrow. The lack of personnel will make it much less efficient. That's why I want enough people. And tomorrow I'm going to take the rest of Old Town. Yang Kong nodded without hesitation. He knew very well that the more he contributed now, the more you can get when you wait for dividends. After all the plans were arranged, Shui Euro sat back in her seat. A soft exhale eases the tension inside. For the first time, Shui Euro's heart was excited and satisfied. The feeling made her feel good. Just a few days ago, she was a poor college student, but she didn't realize that in the blink of an eye. She then became the chief director of the $10 billion program, and has several rich kids under her command. All these people she had been so high and mighty over, were now at her beck and call. Just thinking about it made her feel her heart thump with excitement. This sense of contrast and fulfillment filled her heart and made her so excited she was on the verge of tears. And all of this was because she knew Chen Mofan by her side. Thinking of this, she took the initiative to hold Chen Mofan's right hand, her face slightly red. After Shui Yuro finished her explanation, Chu Feng stood up once again. Boss, what you told me is done. The truth is exactly what you think it is. The internet smear was led by Yoju, and the spreading of rumors in the old city was led by two people, Lei Hu and Chen Xiaokuan. Chen Merfan nodded, his gaze looking towards Wang Moken. Seeing this, Wang Mo Kai stood up and said, Boss, according to your account, I've sent someone to monitor the internet for those rumor-mongering and smearing you. Now that the collection of evidence has been completed, it is certain that they are suspected of rumor-mongering and smear campaigns, spreading untruths, false accusations, and a host of other charges. As long as we want to sue, what will be waiting for them will be compensation, detention, or a prison sentence. Also, the acquisition of the media company is something I'm talking about right now, and it will come to fruition soon. Chen Merfan nodded and said, Not bad. Tomorrow these rumor mongers, let Uncle find them one by one. I have only one request. It doesn't matter how much it costs. The most important thing is that it's a clean sweep. I'm going to show everyone the price of slander. Also, you Zhu or Lei Hu, it was only meant to be a lesson and that's it. But these two, are really thinking that I, Chen Mofan, have no temper. Both of them have unclean asses. Collect them for me. Pay me with money to get evidence of their crimes. In the evening, the girl who smeared Chen Mofan was carrying a big belly, Lu Ro, and once again opened the live broadcast. This time, she got someone to splice a lot of chats. Taking a stand on the air, she said that these were her chats with Chen Mervan, and put the chat on the air. The chat log showed how many sweet words Chen Mofan had once said to her, how she was later verbally abused and humiliated when she was tired of playing with her. Once this chat came out, it completely set off the live broadcast. The live broadcast room was filled with curses against Chen Mofan. ***, I really didn't see that Chen Mofan. This son of a, is so shameless. Kicked a human girl in the ass after knocking her up, thanks to the old man who idolized him in the first place. It's disgusting. Yuck. This guy Chen Mofan is still licking his chops and calling himself a mortal god. I think he should be called a dog god, right? People like that do whatever they want with their money. What the? We have to insist on boycotting Chen Mofan and make him understand what it means to have the power of the people. Yes, not only should we boycott, but we should get the state to come up with an attitude of, it's amazing that people like this are still at large, and we must be given a statement. Boycott him, it's so hateful. Seeing that the people in the live broadcast room were filled with righteous indignation, the corner of Lu Ro's mouth revealed a touch of hidden smugness. She's been in the business for a long time and specializes in discrediting people to make money. So far, she's made a fortune. She doesn't care what happens to the people she's dissing, as long as she's making money. Her mom and dad she can discredit just the same. As for the people she vilified not being able to handle breaking down and committing suicide, what does any of this have to do with her? She just said a few words. Is it against the law to talk? Lu Ro thought in her heart, and the smugness at the corner of her mouth deepened by 1 point. This time, however, she had miscalculated. Early the next morning, Lu Ro once again opened the live broadcast. As she watched the audience in the live stream get hotter and hotter, she pulled her sisters in as well. The two cried together, saying how they were hurt by Chen Mofan, and how Chen Mervan scolded them. Those words that turn black and white upside down. They open their mouths to pinch, and their eyes are full of tears, gaining sympathy. But just when Lu Ro was at her most complacent, the live broadcast was at its hottest. The door to her room was opened and two uncles appeared. Hello, Lu Ro, because you are suspected of slandering and defaming others, spreading untruths, and a host of other charges were arrested. And here's the warrant. Uncle's appearance made everyone in the live room instantly dumbfounded. In the next second, a flood of comments appeared in the live broadcast. What the hell? Libel and slander? Did I hear you wrong? Why didn't Uncle go and arrest that stupid bird Chen Mofan? Why did he even arrest the victim? Is this specializing in bullying honest people? Shady. This must be shady. Collusion between the government and business. It's disgusting. You two upstairs aren't you? Listen carefully. It's an arrest warrant. It shows that Uncle had tangible evidence before he issued the arrest warrant. That means that Lu Ro is really slandering and falsely accusing the mortal god? It's not running, for sure. Have to. That old man scolded so long. Feelings or scolded the wrong person? I've become an internet stormtrooper? I set his monkey, mortal god my idol. I've been played like a for so long. I'm going to you. Lu Ro. Mortal God. I've misunderstood you. My mortal God. I'm here to kneel down and make amends. A sentence rang out on the internet and the situation was completely turned around. Lu Ro looked at the arrest warrant in front of her dumbfounded and froze for 2 seconds. She forced herself to calm down and said, Uncle, you guys aren't mistaken. Is talking a crime? I just said some words. You can't deny us citizens the right to speak. Upon hearing this, the 2 uncles looked at me and I looked at you and laughed. Exasperated. One of the uncles explained, the state does not deprive any citizen of the right to speak out. However, it will also not tolerate some people with ulterior motives to spread rumors, smear and denigrate others on the internet. Lu Ro, the network is not a place outside the law. Please come with me. The moment Lu Ro was handcuffed, she was completely paralyzed. Her face was white, her teeth chattering, a face so full of fear that she couldn't even stand. On the other side, incidents like this keep happening. All those who defamed and smeared Chen Mofen were taken away one after another. Every one of them had fear on their faces, and some of them were outright pissed off. The next day came, and Shui Yueliang led the team into the old city once again. Yesterday, her first encounter with Su Hao was a complete loss, but today, she was going to get back all that she had lost. At this moment, Su Hao's face is wrapped in a bandage, crutches, the appearance cannot be said to be not miserable, but even so, looking at Shui Yu's was arrival again, he leaned on his crutches and, limping forward 2 steps, he taunted triumphantly, Miss Shui is really getting more and more courageous. What? Are you here to humiliate yourself again today? Chapter 133, A Moment of Victory and Defeat. What? Here to humiliate yourself again today? Ha! Su Hao smiled smugly. Behind him, Yu Zhu, Lei Hu, and the others were also looking at Shui Yuro with playful eyes. The smugness of the just about had a good laugh. Shui Yuro looked at them without slanting her eyes and said in a calm tone, Everyone, we'll see with the results later on who actually made a fool of themselves. Ha ha. Su Hao laughed out loud, reaching out and pointing at Shui Yuro. Delightedly, she said, I just love Miss Shui's strength of not turning back until she hits the south wall. Miss Shui, then don't blame me, Su Hao, for not knowing how to be compassionate, Soho said, walking towards his own stage. It was still crowded in front of my own stage today. Yesterday, he had taken 1/5 of Old Town. He's already got tons of extra hands today. He's got 8 stages set up for today's swallowing of Old Town in one fell swoop. To his surprise, Shui Yuro's side also set up a stage and had more than him. 10. Who gave Shui Yueliang her confidence? Liang Jing, Ru. Su Hao felt a little funny. Jingle bells. The phone rang. Shui Yuro picked it up and saw that it was Long Aotian calling. She knew in her heart that the arrangement should be done. When I picked up the phone, it was true. MS. Shui, 1 billion in cash is ready. Now we're driving to the Old Town. Is it straight in, please? Yeah, drive right up to the stage we set up. Su Hao's eyes narrowed as he watched Shui Yuro connect the call and then hang up. He didn't know why, but he suddenly began to have a bad feeling in his heart. But looking at the long line that had formed in front of the counter, and the dozen or so contracts that had already been signed in just a short period of time, only then did Su Hao feel somewhat at ease. He thought he should be the one worrying about nothing, just as he was comforting himself. However, a large trailer drove by. Looking at the 4 tightly covered trailers, Su Hao was a bit confused and, I don't understand what Shui Yuro was up to, but as the canvas on the trailer was lifted, Soho was dumbfounded. Yuju was dumbfounded. Lei Hu was also dumbfounded, and there were even more residents around who sat on their asses. Just see the stacks of cash neatly stacked on that one trailer. Those red bills were piled up in 4 trailers. Being in the sun exudes a glow that seduces the eye. The scene stunned everyone in place, and after a full 5 seconds, a murmur spread out. Is this all real money? Pulling real money on a trailer? This is too damn luxurious. Asterisk I feel like that money is so dazzling that it shakes my eyes a little. How much can this be? 100 million? $100 million? Don't be ridiculous. I'd say at least 500 million. Mud. That much money could kill me. How did this girl from the Water family get so much money? What is this for? A murmur rose and fell, and all of them stared at the scene in stunned silence. There was nothing but shock in their eyes, and there were even people who sat on their asses in shock. Where have they ever seen so much money? Much less seen anyone pulling money with a trailer? Looking at everyone who was all in shock, Shui Yuro took over the microphone and said with a smile, Everyone, I know that you have recently been victimized by the gossip that our company's financial chain is broken and there is no money left to come to the Old Town to participate in the remodeling. It's just coming in empty-handed. But today, I'm going to tell you with facts that our company is well-funded. Not only is it well-funded, but today I'm going to break the traditional rules. As long as you sign a contract with us, the demolition compensation fee, settled on the spot. On-site billing? When the residents of the old town heard this, one by one they froze for a couple of seconds, and then, without the slightest hesitation, a swarm of people flocked to Shui Euros and their side. They haven't forgotten that the demolition compensation paid by Shui Euro and the others is twice as much as that paid by Su Hao and the others. Now it's cash settlement again. Before, they were worried and afraid that they would not get their money. But with 4 trailer loads of money just plainly in front of us, the tangible visual impact of that, enough to break all the gossip. Wouldn't it be silly not to take the double rehousing fee? In the blink of an eye, a long line formed in front of Shui Yuelian's 10 tables. On the contrary, on Su Hao's and their side, the 8 stages were empty. Su Hao looked at this scene, his face hard to see. The original smugness on his face disappeared in an instant, and instead, a face full of irony surfaced on his face. Yu Zhu, Lei Hu, and Chen Xiaokuan. The 3 of them looked at this scene and also had ugly faces. They had all thought that today would be another day of triumph, but never did they think that halfway through, 4 large trailers were killed, crushing all their hopes of victory. What the? How is this even funny? Su Hao's face shifted uncertainly. A murderous aura filled his eyes as he looked at Shui Euro. The look in her eyes was itching to swallow her in one bite. With his face hesitating several times, Su Hao ordered, "Go, have our people spread rumors again. Let's just say that the authorities, pressured by public opinion on the internet, are ready to arrest Chen Mofen. All funds under Chen Mofen's name are frozen, and all money spent is recovered." Hearing this, Lei Hu nodded and was about to call for orders. Just then I heard Yuju beside me come in with, ****. In the next second, Yuju's face became unusually ugly. He was seen looking at his cell phone, his teeth clenched. "Old Zhu, what's the situation?" Chen Xiaokuan asked, somewhat confused. Yuju grimaced and held his cell phone up to the crowd. Gritting his teeth, he said, "See for yourselves, the tide has turned on the internet." Suho and the others looked toward the cell phone in unison, only to see that the phone, a news item plain as day. Astonishingly, Lu Ro was actually hired, and there was no mortal god at all to begin with. All of it is a rumor. Reversal. The mortal god is sinking, and a well-known figure has bought a gunman to frame the mortal god. Latest news. People smearing the mortal god have been arrested one after another. A few people were a little dazed as they looked at that one news headline. Reversed so soon? Now that the internet has reversed itself, there's no point in spreading the rumor they just set in motion. Not only that, but a lot of the messages they had already thought of were all nullified. Suha was so angry that he kicked the tables and chairs on the stage, and he looked at the sea of people on Shui Euro's side of them. His face was twisted and contorted in anger. With one hand grabbing Chen Xiaokuan's collar, Suha angrily said, "I don't care what the rumors are, as long as you can hinder Chen Mofen, go and spread it to me immediately. Quick!" Suha roared, his voice a little hysterical. He really couldn't accept that in the short blink of an eye. He was defeated. Just last night, he was dreaming of completely eating up Old Town, but after waking up, the dream is shattered? He's not happy about it. He owns Old Town. He's got to eat the cake, one step at a time. What about getting hold of a lot of liquidity and ending up in a division with Chen Mofen? He also had to watch Chen Mofen kneel at his feet and wag his tail at him. But now, the first step has failed? Suha was furious. He had the urge to kidnap Shui Euro. However, when Chen Xiaokuan informed the order to go down, those posing as Old Town residents were about to make their move. They had just come out of the corner when Chu Feng and Tao Zi led the men and, one by one, they yanked them back again and, dragging them into a shadowy corner, went up for a big electric blast. The screams then rang out from all corners of the Old Town, eventually spreading into sheets of. The wailing resounded through the Old Town. People in the Old Town are dumbfounded. It's not even New Year's yet. Why are so many people killing pigs? Is this a holiday? Should I buy a pig and kill it myself? After all, now that there was money, double the demolition fee, they were shaking in their boots all of a sudden. But those who had already signed the contract were dumbfounded. Chapter 134, Taking the Old Town. Their contracts were signed early with Soho. At the time of the signing, they laughed at those who were watching. "What are you saying? Why don't you snatch the money from such a great opportunity?" Said what? Chen Xiaokuan Chen family strong plus Su Hao Su. Strong combination. But now what? Just starting the first step. They were a whole lot behind everyone. Doubled the demolition fee. That's not a difference of tens of thousands of dollars. Rather, hundreds of thousands or even millions. How can this be acceptable to them? At this moment, their intestines were green with remorse. Many people couldn't accept it at the time, and went to Soho in tears, demanding that the contract be voided. They are going to re-enter the contract with the mortal gods. but the fat meat that had already been swallowed into the stomach. How could Su Hao be in the willingness to spit it out? So the two sides argued and insulted each other, gradually evolving into a shrew. Su Hao and the others are all rich people. Where have they seen the scene of a shrew cursing the street? Even less likely to be an opponent. One can only be angry and red in the face, trying to speak but being disliked and unable to say a word, and so became even more furious, his body shaking with anger. And at this moment, outside the old city, a company has passed the qualification verification and arrived in the old city. One by one, they were all pumping their fists, ready to come to Old Town and make a go of it. Yesterday, that leader fell off the wagon and went in. No leader stuck. Their credentialing approvals are quick. Now that this one company has come to the outskirts of Old Town, it was coming fast and furious towards the middle of the Old Town. Yo, isn't this old Ma? What's the matter? Come to the Old Town too? What are you going to build this time? A villa, or an upscale residential neighborhood? Yo, Lao Lu, what's building or not building? We haven't taken it yet? It's you. The company is so powerful. How many tenants are they going to take in the Old Town? Not much, not much. I'm just going to take a fifth of it. No more than you, old Ma. I'm afraid this time, your old horse is going to make a fortune again. Hey, you can't say that. I've heard that this time, the mortal god seems to be involved as well. It's not certain how much we'll get. Old Ma is modest. We've been in the construction business for years. The god of fans is strong, but in the end, he's still just a brat, not as experienced as you and I. This time, as long as you and I don't trip each other up, then the old city is still in your and my pocket? Oh, that old Lu said well, you and I play match, kick all the companies out of the game. You and I have Old Town all to ourselves. Ha ha, I told you the old horse has a big appetite. The two men talked and laughed as they made their way toward the Old Town, but just arrived in the Old Town and was dumbfounded. What the hell? Demolition money now? The demolition fee has doubled? The two of them were dumbfounded in unison. How else could they play this? They were confident, but now, doubled the demolition fee. Where is this fair competition? Big brother, you are not even want to fight. Directly lift the table. When arriving at the square in the center of the Old Town, look at the piles of red bills. Old Ma and old Lu both knelt down directly. Today they realized that inexperience is not terrible. The scary thing is that the other guy has money, and it's the rich kind. By the time noon rolled around, 4 more trailers drove up, followed by forklifts. The canvas was lifted, and stacks of $100 bills were bundled together like bricks. Forklifts unloaded them in bundles. This scene completely killed Su Hao. It's a $100 bill, and you're okay, using it as a brick? Can money tama be pulled by a trailer? Can you unload a forklift with a chanticleer? Can money tapas be piled up like garbage? With 3 questions in a row, Su Hao completely dumbfounded himself. Those residents of the old city are even more completely dumbfounded. And now if anyone says that Vanguard's financial chain is broken, don't they dare paging him with money. Is this called a broken financial chain? The money chain is as strong as the anchor chains on an aircraft carrier, thicker than a man's arm. It's just that the thousands of security guards who are keeping order around them are suffering, and that little wind that blows a little bit, a moment to blow a gusher. Thousands of security guards, chasing money all over the place. Money was piling up, a scene that was captured on film by many people and put on the internet. Once again, it set the internet on fire. $2 billion were piled up together in a scene that shook countless people's eyes. Once again, people had a whole new appreciation for the hoe of the mortal gods. Is this another big ING deal from the mortal gods? $2 billion? This treadmill is making me dizzy. This Vanguard guy is so bad, changing his mind to shatter my worldview. Ladies and gentlemen, I once again solemnly declare one thing, that according to my family tree, my great-grandmother's last name is Chen, and I now have reason to believe that the mortal god is my brother. And I'd like to ask for your help in contacting the mortal god. What about thinking of farts to eat upstairs? My last name is just Chun, and I'm all for recognizing the fan god as my righteous father. Show some interest. Will you? Just $2 billion and you're shocked like this? There are plenty of really rich people in our China. $2 billion is just a drop in the bucket for them. Mud. Just look down on these rich people who show off their wealth all day long on the internet. There's no talk of improving people's livelihoods. These people are the assholes of society. Yuck. Upstairs. Don't say anything if you don't know what's going on. It's an old town renovation. Vanguard has doubled the demolition fee in order to be practical and profitable for the residents. Once again, this explanation caused a furor online. The internet was flooded with praise and clamor for Chen Mofen. Chen Mofen has even jumped to become a national idol. I don't know how many people are crying out to marry him. There are even countless people looking through their family trees, hoping to make some connection. What's more, Some of them kneeled for thousands of miles and kowtowed step by step to Liao Chang, just to worship Chen Mofan as their righteous father, to pension him off. There are all kinds and groups of people who are booing. By the time dusk fell, all the remaining households in the old town had been taken down by Shui Euro, with 10 stations working in unison. The efficiency is not normal. By the time the last household had signed, the contracts were stacked as thick as hills. Shui Yuzhua was leading the team and organizing the contract. Chen Mofan happened to have nothing to do and drove Wang Jiajiao's Mercedes-Benz supercar over. Spend the money, have the spending points, and just order driving proficient and go to whatever driving school you want to go to. As for the driver's license, Richard Wang had already taken care of it. The car door opened and Chen Mofan, dressed in a boutique casual outfit, stepped out of the car. As the old saying goes, people rely on clothes and Buddha relies on gold. A supercar, a boutique casual outfit, a little styling, instantly handsome by more than a notch or two. Originally, Chen Mofan was even a little handsome, but now, walking on the road, those are the kind that turn heads and rich women chase after for a wee bit. Shui Euro also saw Chen Mofan coming down from the supercar and froze for a while before recognizing that this handsome guy in front of me, who was only one notch worse than all of you bookworms, was actually Chen Mofan? With this glance, Shui Euro had the feeling that spring had come. Spring is coming. All you hikikomori please make your own play. Without the slightest hesitation, Shui Yuzhua placed the contract in her hand and directly pounced on it. Gave Chen Mofan a big bear hug. How did you get so handsome? I almost didn't recognize you. You know? Shui Euro blushed a little and said shyly. What? Getting horny? Then tonight. Chen Meifan said halfway through his sentence, raising an eyebrow at Shui Euro. Shui Euro only hesitated slightly before nodding. Then, blushing like a big red apple hanging high on a branch in late fall, on the other side of the room, Su Hao, watching the scene, let out a jealous gabba and gnashed his teeth. He's jealous. He's really jealous. The old town, the old city, went to Chen Mervan. Fame, reputation, and it went to Chen Mofan. Now, damn it, even the women have gone to Chen Mofan. What the? Are you kidding me? We all live on the same earth. How come the gap between us as human beings is so big? Chapter 135 I can't find it. Null.